Chapter 1. To get stronger, starting by swallowing a leech alive. Dragon Country, Daru City. In a cheap rental room less than 5 square meters, Xiao Tian looked stunned, blankly surveying his surroundings. Only after drawing the curtains and seeing the blinding sunlight outside did he dare confirm, I really reincarnated. 3 years ago, an aurora swept over Blue Star, causing plants and animals to enter a frenzied evolution, transforming into powerful mutated beasts. Human weapons were utterly ineffective against them. Vast swathes of cities fell, and countless innocent people died horrific deaths. Fortunately, among the humans swept by the aurora, some had a chance to awaken as the last animal they had consumed, gaining corresponding bestial transformation abilities. Some can transform their arms into bear paws, crushing mutated beasts with tremendous force. Others can grow tiger heads, repelling invaders with the roar of 100 kings. In later ages, beastmasters became lofty and powerful beings who could control everything, the only ones capable of standing toe-to-toe with mutated beasts. But unfortunately, in his previous life, Xiao Tian was just an ordinary man with slightly better luck, living like a rat scurrying across the street just to survive until he was eventually torn to shreds by mutated beasts. To Xiao Tian, a beast warrior was like a star in the sky, visible yet unattainable. In his previous life, he had never become a beast warrior, and now, reborn, he feared the outcome would remain the same. Will nothing change even after a second chance? I just want to survive. Xiao Tian clenched his fists, his voice tinged with heaviness. At this very moment, ding! Infinite Devour System binding in progress 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Congratulations. Host, binding successful. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, none. Gene sequence, none. Newbie gift pack successfully distributed. Host has obtained 3 devouring abilities. The stronger the genetic sequence of the devoured target, the stronger the obtained genetic sequence will be. Devoured genetic sequences can be infinitely fused to grow stronger. Host, please begin devouring. System? After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter bordering on madness. The system arrived at just the right time. Future spirit beast warriors could only assume a single beast form, while he could endlessly devour and plunder the genetic sequences of his prey. What did this signify? Legend spoke of the dragon as a divine beast fused from a lion's head, deer antlers, shrimp legs, crocodile mouth, turtle neck, snake body, fish scales, fish spine, tiger paws, eagle claws, and goldfish tail. If he could gather all these animal sequences, wouldn't he become the legendary celestial beast dragon? However, Xiao Tian merely entertained the thought in his mind after all. He currently only had 3 consumption opportunities at his disposal. The system also stated that the stronger the genetic sequence of the devoured target, the greater the feedback received. Therefore, the choice of target must be carefully considered. At the very least, one cannot casually consume ordinary plants and animals. What should I consume next? After some contemplation, Xiao Tian suddenly had a bright idea, recalling an auction from the future. At this special auction, a rare mutated leech was sold. After the dark turmoil descended, this leech transformed into a terrifying mutated beast. It could absorb the blood of living creatures from a distance, using it to heal and regenerate its own injuries, making it virtually indestructible. Single-handedly, it paralyzed more than half of Daru City. It's clear that the genetic sequence of this mutated leech definitely won't be weak. Devour. Must devour. Although I know human order will collapse in 3 days, the chaos hasn't begun yet. To obtain this mutated leech, I can only go through normal procedures. After some contemplation, Xiao Tian began fiddling with his phone. Fortunately, as a college student, his credit score was quite good, and within half an hour, he managed to cash out 80,000 yuan. The interest rate, whether it was a legitimate lending platform or not, didn't matter anymore. After all, order would collapse in 3 days, and Xiao Tian had no intention of repaying the money. But just to ensure he had enough funds, Xiao Tian also sold off everything of value at home, his laptop, car, and anything else worth money. Finally, he withdrew the tens of thousands of savings accumulated in his bank card, totaling 130,000. This was all his savings. If he didn't use it now, it would just become worthless paper once the chaos began. With this 130,000, snapping up a mutated leech would be a piece of cake. With the money in hand, Xiao Tian left the house, hailed a ride-hailing car, and headed straight for the auction house. His path to becoming stronger would begin with devouring a leech. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Xiao Tian sat quietly in a corner, waiting. Most of the items being auctioned at the moment were antiques and the like. After the chaos began, these things would be nothing more than a pile of junk. After a tedious wait, it was finally the turn of the mutated leech. After the auctioneer's introduction, the bidding session officially began. But the people present clearly had little interest in this leech. The starting price of 50,000 yuan, yet no one dared to make an offer. 51,000. Xiao Tian suddenly raised his bidding paddle and called out an offer, intending to purchase this mutated leech for 60,000. The moment he spoke, the room fell into dead silence. Even the auctioneer on the stage froze momentarily. Countless gazes turned in unison towards Xiao Tian. Who the hell is this idiot? Spending 50 grand on a leech. Even if it's a mutant, it's not worth that much. It wouldn't be worth it even if it were made of gold. I heard leeches soaked in liquor can nourish and boost virility. Is this young guy really that weak? I bet that's exactly it. The guy's eyes are practically glowing green. He must be desperate to replenish his energy. Xiao Tian paid no attention to the murmurs of the crowd. Laugh now. When the dark chaos descends, you'll have plenty to laugh about then. Seeing that no one continued to raise their bids, the auctioneer on the stage snapped back to reality and was about to bring down the gavel. But at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. I'll bid 60,000. Xiao Tian followed the sound and immediately furrowed his brows. Li Chong, his former roommate, who often isolated him with the other roommates and mocked him for being an orphan. They jokingly called him the Black Sheep and eventually drove him out of the dormitory alive. Talk about enemies crossing paths. Xiao Tian clenched his fists, his breathing growing rapid. He wanted so badly to kill this, but Xiao Tian also knew that he still needed to be patient. Once the dark chaos officially erupted, all existing human order would gradually collapse. That would be the day of Li Chong's death. Haven't seen you in a few days and you've grown quite the temper. Spending 80 grand on a lousy leech, are you out of your damn mind? Li Chong crossed his legs casually, inadvertently revealing the Patek Philippe on his wrist, and chuckled with indifference. Xiao Tian gritted his teeth, forcibly calming himself before continuing. 80,000. 9 won. Xiao Tian glared coldly at Li Chong, who merely shrugged and said, I'm rich, and I just want to make your life difficult. Got the guts to come at me? Xiao Tian remained silent, but the chill in his eyes grew increasingly intense. When the dark calamity begins and the current system collapses, all this money will become worthless paper. If you want to provoke me now, I won't hold it against you. But if you've got the guts, let's see who comes out on top when the dark calamity begins. After calming himself, Xiao Tian continued bidding and finally won the mutated leech for 100,000, nearly exhausting all his savings. Ha ha ha. What a naive fool. Spending 100,000 on a worthless leech, did a donkey kick your brain? Wouldn't it be better to buy a koi fish with that money? He bought this disgusting thing, could he really be planning to eat it? After obtaining the leech, Xiao Tian didn't waste any time and turned to leave, the mocking remarks behind him stinging like silver needles. But he paid no attention. The louder these people laugh now, the more bitterly they'll cry when the dark chaos descends. Rushing back to his rented room, Xiao Tian didn't even bother to take off his shoes before pulling out the transparent glass box. Inside the box was a blood-red leech, its plump body writhing frantically like a crimson maggot. Originally, the box had been filled with clear spring water, but whether the creature had eaten something bad or not, it had been spewing blood all along the way. The spring water in the box had already turned a deep shade of red. As the lid was opened, a nauseating stench of blood immediately assaulted the senses. The grotesque mutated leech writhed violently, suddenly raising its head and gaping its maw to reveal rows of tiny, razor-sharp teeth. How could something be so revolting? It's just like those mutated sandworms from the movies. Xiao Tian shuddered with disgust, goosebumps rising all over his body as he nearly dropped the glass container. Really have to eat this thing? Even though he had mentally prepared himself, when it actually came to this moment, Xiao Tian still hesitated. This thing. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like something that should go in your mouth. Chapter 2. I become the ultimate villain, kidnapping the school beauty. In my previous life, I didn't have enough strength to protect myself. Now that I've been reborn and even awakened a system, why the hell am I hesitating? Xiao Tian suddenly laughed at himself, feeling like slapping his own face. If devouring means getting stronger, then what's there to hesitate about? With a determined heart, Xiao Tian rolled up his sleeves and reached into the glass box, intending to fish out the mutated leech. But the mutated leech kept thrashing about, more slippery than a loach in muddy water. Not only did it break free from Xiao Tian's grasp, but it also took a bite at his fingers. It actually tore off a large chunk of flesh. Blood dripped down his fingers, making the bloody water in the box even thicker. Feeling the infusion of fresh blood, the mutated leech became extremely excited, continuously writhing its body. Xiao Tian was also enraged. He just wanted to become stronger. What was wrong with that? When people are angry, their bodies frantically secrete adrenaline. Under the influence of hormones, Xiao Tian, for some unknown reason, found the courage to lift the glass box above his head. Then, with a forceful exhale, he directly sucked it into his mouth. Xiao Tian didn't dare to savor the taste carefully and could only swallow the leech whole. Even after swallowing the leech, Xiao Tian still found it hard to believe. He actually did it. He devoured a live mutated leech. Congratulations, host. Successful consumption of mutated leech. Genetic sequence extraction complete. Name: Xiao Tian. Level 1. Gene sequence number 9864. Indestructible leech plague. The genes of mutated leeches can regenerate severed limbs and heal themselves by absorbing blood. A tingling sensation spread through his fingers. Xiao Tian looked down. At his fingertips, near the area where a large chunk of flesh had been bitten off, countless crimson threads unexpectedly emerged, gradually enveloping the wounded area. Then, a completely new piece of flesh regenerated. Limb regeneration. He had truly extracted the genetic sequence from the mutated leech. In addition, Xiao Tian felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he had boundless energy. Standing before the full-length mirror and gazing at his reflection, Xiao Tian was stunned once again. His height, originally around 1.7 meters, suddenly increased to 1.89 meters. His once thin and frail body became broad and muscular. Taking off his shirt revealed a well-defined eight-pack. It seems he not only acquired the genetic sequence of the mutated leech but also enhanced his physical body. He now felt terrifyingly strong, capable of killing a bull with a single punch. Not only that, Xiao Tian's originally black hair had turned into long crimson locks. His gray-brown pupils had become blood red, and even his somewhat handsome face had grown more striking. Upon closer inspection, there was an eerie, almost demonic aura about him. It gave off the vibe of a destined arch-villain from a novel. After carefully examining his body, Xiao Tian discovered that a mouthpart had actually appeared in the palm of his right hand. The mouthpart resembled an abyss, covered with dozens of tiny, sharp fangs, identical to the mouthpart of the mutated leech from before. At first glance, it was somewhat disgusting. Perhaps he could use the mouthpart in his palm to absorb the blood of his enemies. However, as he examined his reflection in the mirror, Xiao Tian felt somewhat troubled. The dark turmoil hadn't even begun yet, and now that he had transformed into this state, he probably couldn't go outside. Just as this thought crossed his mind the next moment, Xiao Tian's crimson long hair returned to normal, and the mouthparts in his palms vanished without a trace. However, the well-proportioned muscles on his body still remained. This is good too, so I don't have to worry about attracting attention when going out. Examining himself in the mirror, Xiao Tian smiled narcissistically. I've become stronger, and also more handsome. He then fell into deep thought. There were less than 2 days left before the dark chaos would begin. He still had 2 more chances to devour, and he must continue. In his memory, there was an invisible tycoon in Daru City who collected a rare electric eel, which might be a good target for devouring. He remembered that after the dark turmoil broke out, this rare electric eel also became a mutated beast, capable of releasing terrifying lightning. If he could devour it, the recombination of genetic sequences might unlock even stronger abilities. However, given my current status, it's clearly impossible for me to meet this invisible tycoon. Then the only way is to find an alternative approach. He also has a daughter who happens to be studying at Tsinghua University and is even the top campus belle there. Yen Ruyu. Before the rebirth, that electric eel suddenly mutated, causing the entire family of a low-profile billionaire to die tragically, and the incident even made the news. This is also why Xiao Tian was extremely familiar with the matter. No time like the present. After getting ready, Xiao Tian left the house and headed straight for the school. He arrived at a deserted park not far from the school's back gate. Yen Ruyu, the wealthy heiress, lived an extremely low-key life. To avoid revealing her privileged background, she would walk here after school every day before taking a car to leave. When Xiao Tian reached the park, he happened to spot a stunning figure standing not far away. The light purple short skirt exuded charm. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features' high-nose bridge and refined facial contours made her look like an ethereal fairy untouched by mortal affairs, giving off an unapproachable aura. Even more striking were the long legs beneath the short skirt, fair and tender with a rosy glow. It melts in your mouth, rich with the aroma of milk. In his past life, Xiao Tian wouldn't have even dared to make direct eye contact with a campus belle of this caliber. But now everything was different. Just then, a Rolls-Royce approached from the distance and stopped in front of Yen Ruyu. The 3 bodyguards got out of the car and respectfully opened the door. Just as Yen Ruyu was about to board the car and leave, Xiao Tian finally stepped out from around the corner. Then, under the astonished gazes of the group, he smiled faintly and calmly said, "Kidnapping." Yen Ruyu's expression remained composed, as if nothing could stir a reaction from her. The 3 bodyguards were different. They were all professional military veterans who had undergone rigorous screening to become Yen Ruyu's personal bodyguards. Taking on multiple opponents was just basic for them. How dare someone target Miss Yen and even attempt kidnapping? "You motherf." The lead bodyguard pulled out an expandable baton from his waist and charged menacingly toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had no intention of wasting words. Without activating his beast transformation ability, he simply threw a punch. The bodyguard's face contorted in pain. Without even a chance to scream, he was sent flying over 5 meters, crashing into a crooked tree. His head lolled to the side as he lost consciousness. Yen Ruyu's icy face finally showed a trace of emotion. The remaining 2 bodyguards, who had been somewhat restless, were completely dumbfounded by what they saw. Punching someone flying over 5 meters away? Is this guy even human anymore? They were all top soldiers in the army before retiring, and you knocked one out with a single punch? Damn. My strength? Is this immense? Xiao Tian was momentarily stunned, then walked up to the Rolls-Royce on his own and experimentally kicked it. A muffled thud. The handbrake-locked Rolls-Royce was kicked flying over 3 meters away. The entire side door was instantly deformed, deeply dented inward. The smell of burning tires filled the air as this $1,000,000 luxury car was nearly totaled by Xiao Tian's single kick. A deathly silence fell over the space. Yen Ruyu's expression was somewhat dazed. The 2 bodyguards were directly scared to the point of collapsing on the ground. Chapter 3. Swallowing an electric eel alive. Xiao Tian ignored the 2 bodyguards and directly approached Yen Ruyu. Before Xiao Tian could speak, Yen Ruyu furrowed her brows, took a step back, and asked first, "Are you here for money or for me?" Though somewhat nervous, Yen Ruyu remained remarkably composed. This level of composure is not something an ordinary person could achieve, truly befitting a young lady of noble birth. As for whether it's robbery of wealth or beauty, Yen Ruyu's figure and appearance are both top tier, especially that aloof temperament of hers, which gives people an impulse to conquer her. But compared to these, Xiao Tian cares more about that rare electric eel. All he wants now is to become stronger. Everything else is fleeting. To put it bluntly, after the dark chaos erupted, power equals authority. What kind of woman couldn't you get with enough strength? Call your father Yen Tiansheng and have him bring that rare electric eel he's been keeping. We'll exchange the goods for the person. Electric eel? Yen Ruyu frowned deeply, her mind struggling to process the situation. The other party actually knew her identity and even her father's name. Moreover, judging by their tone, they weren't kidnapping her for money or lust. They wanted the rare electric eel her father had collected. But this rare electric eel had been purchased by her father through special channels. How on earth did this guy know about it? Moreover, this young man before me is clearly very young, so why is his combat skills so exceptional? Yen Ruyu had countless questions in her mind, but she was also acutely aware of their current predicament. She nodded, took out her phone, and called Yen Tiansheng, briefly explaining their current situation and Xiao Tian's demands. At the same time, in the conference room of Tiansheng Group, a middle-aged man with an authoritative expression suddenly looked as if facing a formidable enemy after receiving a phone call. He immediately halted the meeting and left in a hurry with his secretary. This is outrageous. In Daru City, someone actually dared to kidnap his daughter, notify the military and request reinforcements, while also assembling the top medical team in Daru City to prepare for emergencies. After arranging all this, Yan Tianxing had the driver take him home first to retrieve that rare eel. Tianxing Group is the core industry of Daru City, with investments in various sectors and numerous collaborations with the military. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the most prominent family in Daru City. Yan Tianxing couldn't figure out for the life of him who would have the audacity to threaten him using his precious daughter. I've done as you asked. Father will arrive here within half an hour, Yan Ryu said as she put down her phone and looked at Xiao Tian. She still had some doubts. Did this guy really kidnap her just for an eel? MHM. Xiao Tian nodded, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly said, in 2 days, an aurora will sweep over Blue Star, causing all living creatures to mutate into aberrant beasts. The world order will collapse, and society will descend into chaos. By then, this eel will also turn into an aberrant beast, and your entire family will meet a tragic end. Yan Ryu didn't speak, just stared blankly at Xiao Tian. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I won't take this electric eel for nothing. In exchange, I can give you this information in advance. Consider it a fair trade. After the outbreak of the dark chaos, many people, having witnessed the dark side of human nature, would completely turn to the dark side and become mentally deranged lunatics. If it were someone else who had been reborn, facing such a situation, they might not only take the eel but also seize Yan Ryu's body. But Xiao Tian did not do so. Even after experiencing the dark chaos, he did not forget that he was human and still retained the most basic sense of morality. He would do anything to become stronger, but he hadn't descended to such depravity yet. I find all this very hard to believe. Yan Ryu shook her head. Xiao Tian nodded in understanding, then placed his right index finger on the ground and punched it with his fist. The finger was pulverized into bloody pulp under the tremendous force. This move could be called insane, but Xiao Tian, with his enhanced body, could barely feel any significant pain. Soon, crimson threads emerged from his fingers, swiftly restoring them to their original state. The two bodyguards watching from a distance felt their scalps tingle. Crouching on the ground with their knees hugged to their chests, they had already descended into despair, sobbing uncontrollably. He's not human. The young man before us is not human at all. It doesn't matter if they're just retired elite soldiers from the military, even a war god wouldn't stand a chance here. Yan Ryu was also shocked by the scene, her astonishment at Xiao Tian making her reconsider his earlier words. Your Yan family's businesses spanned the entire Daru City. When the dark turmoil comes, all supplies will be scarce. If you trust me, you can choose to follow me. I can lead you to survival. Noticing the change in the other's expression, Xiao Tian continued speaking. Even beast warriors need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. He was no exception. Moreover, no matter how strong a person is, 2 fists can never withstand 4 hands. Rallying allies was essential. The Yan family is clearly a good ally. I understand. I'll discuss it with my father. After some contemplation, Yan Ryu looked up and said earnestly. At that moment, police sirens sounded in the distance. Numerous armored vehicles stopped right in front of them. A middle-aged man stepped out of the car, escorted by heavily armed military personnel. Seeing the deformed Rolls-Royce, Yan Tianxing's heart instantly sank to the bottom. But when he saw Yan Ryu completely unharmed, he let out a long sigh of relief. Boss Yan, did you bring what I asked for? Xiao Tian glanced at the armed military personnel with indifference, smiling at Yan Tianxing. Yan Tianxing was stunned. To think the person who kidnapped his daughter was actually a young man. Here's what you asked for. Yan Tianxing carried a briefcase and personally walked over to hand it to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian took the suitcase and opened it, revealing an entirely blue eel that emitted a foul seafood odor. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian picked up the electric eel and started devouring it directly. Witnessing this, Yan Tianxing was utterly stunned. What the hell is going on here? The military personnel were also dumbfounded. Had they encountered a lunatic? Zap! Xiao Tian took a bite, causing the electric eel to thrash violently, even releasing a burst of electricity from its body. But Xiao Tian, with his enhanced physique, clearly wasn't fazed. He continued gnawing away as if nothing had happened. To ensure the success rate of the devouring, Xiao Tian didn't even spare the fish skin. Yan Tianxing watched in shock. Was this guy some kind of crazed caveman? The electric current released by this rare electric eel could kill a medium-sized fierce dog. How on earth did he endure it? Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured a rare electric eel and extracted its genetic sequence. Name Xiao Tian. Level 1. Genetic sequence number 9823. Crimson Thunder Armament. Inherits the trait of limb regeneration, capable of absorbing blood to form a blood armor imbued with thunder attributes. Xiao Tian's lips curled upward as a thought crossed his mind. His originally short black hair instantly transformed into long crimson locks, and his pupils once again turned scarlet, though now with streaks of lightning swirling within the red. Simultaneously, a ferocious eel's head sprouted from his left shoulder, crackling with arcs of electricity. Xiao Tian extended his index finger, a blood sphere coalescing at its tip before exploding violently. So it can be used this way after all. The military personnel on the scene, the moment they touched the blood sphere, instantly felt a powerful electric current surge through their bodies. They collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The reinforcements who had rushed to the scene lay sprawled in a chaotic heap, with only Yan Ruyu and Yan Tiansheng remaining completely unharmed. Xiao Tian glanced back at the father and daughter one last time before silently vanishing into the night. After leaving the park, Xiao Tian began contemplating his next target for consumption. At dawn tomorrow, less than a day would remain before the dark upheaval began. He had one final chance to consume, and he absolutely had to complete it before the chaos erupted. At this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly remembered that in the zoo of Daru City, there seemed to be a unique eagle with feathers as hard as iron and the ability to emit piercing cries. It appeared to be a specially bred hunting falcon. However, due to its uniqueness, there was currently only one of its kind on the entire Blue Star. Now that he possessed the blood armor and controlled lightning abilities, the only thing he lacked was the means to fly. Though he already had a goal as a human, Xiao Tian still needed rest. With such a commotion tonight, the entire Daru City is probably in an uproar. He decided to rest for the night and set off early the next morning. What Xiao Tian didn't know was that the events of that night had been captured on someone's phone and uploaded to the internet. It took only a matter of minutes. The entire internet in Dragon Country was completely abuzz. Chapter 4: Trinity, Fusion, and Ascension. Xiao Tian's actions from last night were fully recorded by nearby surveillance cameras and uploaded to the internet. In an instant, all major platforms were in an uproar. Even foreign platforms are frantically reposting it. In addition, incidents of mutated beasts attacking humans have already occurred in some parts of Blue Star, sparking countless speculations. Is this real or fake? Could it be photoshopped? As everyone knows, videos can't be photoshopped, this must be real. Superheroes stepping into reality? This is just too ridiculous. Besides the Superman, monsters have also appeared in various places around Blue Star. What on earth is happening to this world? The online discussions are fervent, with a sense of panic gradually spreading. Soon, experts stepped forward, utilizing their expertise to deceive the public and quell the panic. But the situation has escalated instead of subsiding. Inside a Western-style villa, Yan Tianxing watched the news report on TV with a grave expression, his face turning extremely complex. Dad, it seems Xiao Tian didn't lie to us. The dark chaos truly exists. According to what he said, we have less than a day left, Yan Ruyu said solemnly. Yan Tianxing nodded numbly. Initially, he hadn't believed Xiao Tian's words, thinking the man was mentally unstable. Dark turmoil? Mutant beasts appearing? Isn't this the kind of setting and plot you'd only see in apocalyptic movies? Yet now these absurd events were unfolding right before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. Even he, who had weathered countless storms in the business world, found it utterly astonishing. Ruyu, stay at home for now. I'm going to the nearby warehouse to prepare some supplies. I'll be back soon, Yan Tianxing suddenly said as he stood up and put on his coat. Dad. Yan Ruyu also stood up. I'm coming with you. In the rented room, Xiao Tian stretched and sat up, having slept exceptionally soundly last night. Casually picking up his phone, he also saw the news reports. The dark chaos hadn't officially begun yet, but some animals, plants, and insects had already been affected by the aurora, mutating ahead of time. This is hardly surprising. This is just the appetizer. When the dark calamity truly descends, that will be the real apocalypse. However, none of this concerns Xiao Tian anymore. This time, he has already surpassed everyone before the game even begins. Time to continue devouring. Xiao Tian quickly freshened up and then took a taxi to Daru First Zoo. As the taxi arrived at the zoo, Xiao Tian had just paid and stepped out when he noticed chaos unfolding inside. Countless people were fleeing in panic toward the exits. Clearly, they had also received that emergency alert. The appearance of monsters who wouldn't be terrified by that. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd and strode toward the zoo. Following his memory, he arrived at the cage holding that special eagle and stood still, feeling completely stunned. Because the eagle had already mutated, the black feathers resembled sharp blades, glinting with a chilling gleam that seized one's soul, while its pupils stood vertically like those of a venomous snake. However, this falcon didn't seem to be fully mutated, remaining in a semi-mutated state. At that moment, the falcon was pecking at the iron cage with its sharp beak, and with a screech, it finally tore open a large hole in the cage. The semi-mutated falcon let out a piercing cry and leaped out through the hole, charging straight toward Xiao Tian. Screech! Bang! The falcon's movement appeared infinitely slowed in his vision. In that split second, Xiao Tian grasped the falcon's neck with one hand. Just a half-mutated beast, yet it dares to strike at me. Truly, you refuse the path to heaven and instead barge through the gates of hell. Xiao Tian didn't hesitate. A mouth like appendage appeared in his palm, and he began voraciously tearing into the eagle. The eagle let out a pained screech, wildly flapping its wings to slash at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's arms were instantly riddled with wounds, but soon countless blood threads emerged, rapidly healing the injuries. Screech! Seeing that its attack had no effect, the falcon let out a sharp screech, attempting to intimidate Xiao Tian. The impact was indeed significant. Xiao Tian's eardrums were shattered instantly, but they were quickly repaired by the crimson threads. Damn it! Fury surged through Xiao Tian's heart. His crimson hair billowed wildly as the monstrous eel head on his shoulder emerged, lunging forward to bite at the falcon. Sizzle! A surge of electric current passed through, filling the air with a charred aroma as the falcon's flapping wings gradually weakened. Lifeless! Seeing this, Xiao Tian immediately began devouring it voraciously. Crunchy, tastes like chicken. The thing's feathers were as hard and sharp as blades. To ensure successful gene extraction, Xiao Tian forced himself to swallow the feathers whole. Unable to chew the feathers, they sliced open his intestines the moment he swallowed them. But with his powerful self-healing ability, Xiao Tian endured the excruciating pain and completely devoured it. Congratulations, host! Successfully devoured a semi-mutated falcon. Gene sequence extraction complete. Name: Xiao Tian. Level 1. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity. Inherits the trait of limb regeneration, extends into a pair of wings, releases thunder feathers to slice enemies, and absorbs blood from a distance to strengthen oneself. With a thought from Xiao Tian, a pair of enormous black wings, each spanning 6 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared on his back. As the wings flapped, Xiao Tian shot into the sky like a rocket. The feeling of flying is truly amazing. Xiao Tian grinned, only now noticing the many bystanders staring at him in shock. Is this even human? First, he charged in and devoured that falcon, then grew wings of his own. Are you playing some kind of devour and evolve game here? Xiao Tian didn't pay it much mind. With mutated beasts already appearing, beast warriors were bound to emerge sooner or later. The collapse of the world order was already counting down, so whether his identity was exposed hardly mattered anymore. All 3 devouring opportunities have been used up. To continue devouring, I'll probably need to increase my strength. Fortunately, this falcon was only half mutated. Otherwise, I might not have been able to devour it at all. Truth be told, compared to devouring these rare animals, consuming mutated beasts could extract far more powerful genes. But unfortunately, he could only consume plants, animals, and insects at this stage, not mutated creatures yet. Gurgle. Just then, Xiao Tian's stomach suddenly growled. An indescribable hunger, surpassing all biological instincts, instantly spread throughout his entire body. My body feels completely drained. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened as he looked down at the panicked crowd fleeing below, involuntarily swallowing hard. Chapter 5. One slap turns you to pulp, seeking golden tickets and collections. An intense desire to feed relentlessly assaulted Xiao Tian's soul. He suddenly felt an intense urge to grab someone and bite them, as if this impulse was an instinct hardwired into his genes. Did he develop an appetite for humans? Was he turning into a zombie? It's a side effect of being a spirit beast warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian suddenly had an epiphany. Beast warriors are the result of the mutation and fusion of human genes with animal genes. Due to the animal genes within their bodies, many beast warriors develop peculiar habits. For example, those fused with hound genes enjoy eating feces, while those fused with rooster genes prefer eating insects. If a single animal gene can cause such effects, imagine what happens when he has fused with the genes of 3 different animals. And they were bizarre creatures like leeches, electric eels, and falcons, either rare or mutated by nature. It was the fusion of these 3 special genes that led to his current condition. The cause is now clear, but eating humans is absolutely out of the question. He might swallow leeches alive to grow stronger, but consuming people is simply too insane. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze, suppressing the desire in his heart, and swiftly flew away from the scene with his wings spread, soon arriving at a large supermarket. Many people in the supermarket were purchasing supplies, with canned food being the best choice. The dark turmoil had not yet officially arrived, and people could still maintain the most basic restraint. When they saw Xiao Tian appear, everyone was stunned. Xiao Tian remained in his bestial form, the folded wings on his back still exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The monster's broken in, someone shouted, and in an instant, everyone dropped what they were holding and fled the supermarket in a frenzy. Unfazed, Xiao Tian strode straight to the fresh produce section, grabbed a piece of bloody beef, and took a bite, chewing methodically. Then his face showed an expression of intoxication. I never imagined that raw meat could taste so delicious, since it didn't cost anything. Xiao Tian devoured over 10 pounds of beef before finally stopping. With his hunger satisfied and thirst quenched, it was time to consider his next steps. In these dark and turbulent times, no matter how strong an individual might be, their power is ultimately limited. The true path to dominance lies in building one's own faction and establishing a personal stronghold. As for killing mutated beasts to level up, there's no rush for now. The dark chaos hasn't officially begun yet. The mutated beasts appearing now are all low-level creatures, and killing them doesn't yield much experience. He remembered he had already informed Yen Ruyu about the matter last time, but he wasn't sure how she was considering it. Just as Xiao Tian was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Yen Ruyu. Since we last parted at the abandoned park, it was the other party who proactively left their phone number. As soon as the call connected, Yen Ruyu's slightly panicked voice came through from the other end. Xiao Tian, something's happened here. Several humanoid monsters have broken in. Can you come over? Yen Ruyu's voice carried a hint of panic, sounding somewhat flustered. Sure. Without wasting words, Xiao Tian asked for the approximate address and then hung up the phone. The black wings on his back suddenly spread open, shattering the half-meter-thick concrete ceiling as he burst out of the shopping mall. Following the address provided by Yen Ruyu, Xiao Tian quickly arrived near a food warehouse. If he remembered correctly, this was also one of the warehouses under the Yen family's ownership. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Tian flapped his wings and dove straight downward. At the same time, the warehouse was stocked with a large amount of supplies, mostly processed foods that could be stored for long periods. 2 men with fierce-looking horns were ecstatically taking in the scene. Big Bro's brain really works wonders. With this warehouse under our control, we won't have to worry about food in the future. A guy with a pig's nose and a body piled high with fat laughed heartily. Beside him, a 3-meter-tall man with bull horns also roared with laughter. Monsters are appearing all over the world, but we've gained the superpower of beast transformation. We're the chosen ones favored by heaven now. We can do whatever we want. The two burst into laughter simultaneously. They were originally local thugs who suddenly gained the ability to transform into beasts. Overjoyed, they initially didn't realize just how powerful they had become. Until they were shot at by a nearby patrol team who mistook them for monsters, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that bullets had no effect on them whatsoever. They were superhumans. After wiping out the entire patrol team, the two then came here and took over the warehouse. Yen Tiansheng and his daughter Yen Ruyu crouched on the ground alongside the workers, helplessly watching this scene unfold. At that moment, the bull-horned man suddenly noticed Yen Ruyu in the crowd, his eyes immediately lighting up as he rubbed his hands together with a sinister grin. Didn't expect to stumble upon such a pleasant surprise this time. The pig-nosed man also chuckled darkly. Big Bro, top tier, absolutely top tier. Women like her were the kind they wouldn't even dare glance at twice in the past. But now, Big Bro, let's find a spot. You go first and I'll push from behind. No need, I prefer doing it where there's a crowd. Listening to their vulgar conversation, Yen Ruyu's delicate face gradually turned pale. Yen Tianxing tightly shielded Yen Ruyu behind him. His brows also furrowed deeply. He was just about to say something. At that very moment, the warehouse roof was smashed open with a breach. With his twin wings flapping, Xiao Tian descended like a falling meteor, charging straight into the factory. It's Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian appear, Yen Ryu didn't know why, but she suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the two men also turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian. Never thought someone else besides us would receive heaven's favor. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Otherwise, Xiao Tian scratched his ear, too lazy to waste words on these two idiots. With a single backhand slap, he struck out. Two crisp cracks rang out as the two men, utterly defenseless, had their heads shattered on the spot, brains splattering everywhere. Dead silence. The workers, huddled together in fear, stared blankly at Xiao Tian. The two monsters from earlier were terrifying enough. But who would have thought they'd be wiped out with just a single slap? And now, an even more horrifying one has appeared. Many had their faces splattered with warm liquid, their courage shattered on the spot, fainting from sheer terror. Yen Ryu and her father Yen Tianxing gazed dumbfounded at Xiao Tian, their emotions taking a long time to settle. The two individuals from earlier must be the beast warriors Xiao Tian mentioned. They possess strength far beyond ordinary humans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they're like superheroes appearing in reality. Yet, they were pulverized with just a single slap. The dark upheaval hasn't fully descended yet, so the mutated beasts appearing now are generally weak. The current beast warriors are in a similar situation. Xiao Tian rubbed his palms together and turned to the father and daughter to explain. In the past, witnessing two people explode before his eyes, even someone as experienced as Xiao Tian would have made him vomit uncontrollably. It was an instinctive reaction. But now, perhaps due to merging the genes of three different creatures, Xiao Tian felt nothing out of the ordinary. Instead, he crouched on the ground, dipped his finger in a bit of blood, and took a sip. Then he immediately spat it out. Not as tasty as raw meat. Not as tasty as raw meat? Has this person already eaten human flesh? Damn it! The father and daughter were utterly terrified. Yen Ryu's face turned as pale as paper, while Yen Tianxing swallowed hard with difficulty. Have you thought about what happened last time? Xiao Tian suddenly asked, turning to Yen Ryu. Yen Tianxing shielded Yen Ryu behind him, hesitating for a long moment before asking, Xiao, young friend Xiao Tian, if we choose not to cooperate with you, will you eat us? Xiao Tian. Chapter 6. The collapse of order, the beginning of chaos. Yen Tianxing's face turned pale, his lips purple, the terror in his eyes vivid as if he wanted to slap himself. Had I known Xiao Tian was this formidable, I should have accepted his collaboration offer back then. Those two beast warriors were killed just like that. If he truly flew into a rage and decided to stew them, there'd be nowhere left to cry. Yen Ryu's expression also underwent a subtle change. It's true she's the aloof campus belle, but even campus belles are human who wouldn't panic when faced with such supernatural phenomena. The most panicked at this moment were the workers huddled in the corner. Damn it! Just as two tough guys had met their violent ends, this Hannibal from Dragon Country developed an appetite. Oh, vast heavens! Why must you be so cruel to them? Taking in everyone's reactions, Xiao Tian silently rubbed his temples. It felt like the helplessness of an 80-year-old woman being subjected to slanderous rumors. He ate animals raw because he could extract their genetic sequences to strengthen himself. He had no interest in eating humans. I have no interest in eating humans. The dark upheaval is about to begin. What are your plans now? Xiao Tian asked, turning to the father and daughter. Hearing Xiao Tian's promise that he didn't like eating humans, both the father and daughter, along with the many workers on site, let out a long sigh of relief. If it weren't for young friend Xiao Tian, we would already be dead. Whatever needs to be done next, we'll follow your lead, Yen Tianxing said, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Xiao Tian. His Tianxing group had some cooperation with the military, and he had channels to access important internal information. But regarding this matter, he hadn't heard even a whisper, and it seemed even the military personnel were completely unaware. Xiao Tian, however, could foresee the coming of the dark chaos. As a fellow beast warrior, he was able to completely overpower others, making it obvious to anyone with eyes that he was no ordinary figure. Yen Tianxing, a hidden tycoon in Daru City, possessed a sharp mind and quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the situation. Cooperating with such a person and securing his support was a guaranteed win with no downsides. Okay. Seeing this, Xiao Tian wasted no time and nodded, saying, The dark chaos is approaching, and when it arrives, all existing order will collapse. The first priority now is to find a safe location and establish a base. The security level of my villa is quite high, with top-tier materials in every aspect. If you don't mind, young friend Xiao Tian, you're welcome to stay there, Yan Tianshang said eagerly. Sure. Xiao Tian nodded again, as he had been thinking the same thing. Having just raw power isn't very meaningful now. After the dark chaos descends, all kinds of supplies will become scarce, and the environment will mutate in the later stages. A 10,000-year cold wave and a decade-long drought will arrive one after another. At this moment, a safe shelter becomes particularly important. After making his decision, Xiao Tian turned to the workers huddled in the corner. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Those who wish to stay can remain and follow me. Building a base will undoubtedly require a certain amount of labor. Moving supplies from outside later will also require manpower tasks Xiao Tian couldn't possibly handle alone. The workers exchanged glances. In the end, apart from a few who chose to leave, the majority decided to stay. Though they didn't understand what the dark upheaval was, the events they had just witnessed had already left a profound impact on them. The world was no longer peaceful, and since Boss Yen had chosen to follow this young man before them, they figured sticking with him couldn't be wrong. The dark upheaval is far more brutal and dangerous than you can imagine. Since you've chosen to follow me, you must obey my commands unconditionally. Is that clear? Xiao Tian glanced around at the group and asked calmly. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction, then called everyone to start moving the supplies. With these supplies, even if the dark chaos were to descend now, it would be enough to sustain them for a long time. Fortunately, the dark chaos had not yet officially arrived, and the number of mutated beasts and spirit beast warriors was extremely limited at the moment. On the way back, they encountered no unexpected incidents. An hour later, all the supplies were successfully transported back to the villa at Half Mountain Cloudside. It was also fortunate that it was a villa. A residential building wouldn't have been able to store so many supplies. In the villa's living room, the father and daughter sat panting on the sofa. Yan Tianxing suddenly straightened up and looked at Xiao Tian, saying, Xiao Tian, my friend, shouldn't we continue stockpiling supplies? According to your words, the dark turmoil will persist, and with so many of us, these supplies won't last long. Xiao Tian nodded to himself. Whether it was the dark chaos or the zombie apocalypse, in a post-apocalyptic setting, supplies were everything. In his previous life, there were those who controlled vast amounts of resources, wielding power and influence at will. With just some food, they could recruit hordes of powerful individuals to serve them, and beautiful women would vie for the chance to warm their beds. Now that he had been reborn and possessed a system, Xiao Tian's ambitions naturally extended far beyond mere supplies. He intended to monopolize the entire supply market. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian said, We naturally need to continue gathering supplies, but now we have more important matters to attend to. The first forbidden zone is about to appear, and the various resources within it are even more crucial for us. If he remembered correctly, many of the resources in the first forbidden zone could be used to build a base, which was exactly what Xiao Tian currently needed. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianxing exchanged glances. Though they didn't fully understand what this forbidden zone meant, they chose not to ask further. At that moment, Xiao Tian also noticed a problem. In their previous life, the father and daughter died tragically at home due to that suddenly mutated electric eel, never getting the chance to become beastmasters. I wonder if there's a chance this time. If both father and daughter could become beastmasters, it would be a great asset to me as well. Xiao Tian, I remember you saying that if you hadn't taken that rare electric eel, we would have all died tragically when the dark chaos erupted. Is that true? Yan Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian, hesitating for a long while before suddenly asking. Seeing Xiao Tian nod, both father and daughter were immediately filled with lingering fear. Yan Ruyu had already informed Yan Tianxing about this matter. At first, neither of them quite believed it, but after experiencing these events, they had no choice but to accept the truth. If only we could possess strength like yours, young friend Xiao Tian, Yan Tianxing sighed. Maybe we can give it a try, Xiao Tian said. Give it a try? Yan Tianxing was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed excitedly, Does that mean we can become spirit beast warriors too? A glimmer of hope also flickered in Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes. After the dark chaos begins, an aurora will sweep across Blue Star, and some people have a chance to awaken into the last animal they ate before the aurora's arrival, though the probability is random. For example, some who eat beef won't mutate, while others might. It's all a matter of chance. As long as the variety of ingredients is broad enough, the opportunity isn't entirely out of reach. Xiao Tian briefly explained the principle before leading the father and daughter to the warehouse, where they gathered a large assortment of ingredients and cooked them into a mixed stew. Beef, pork, sunflower seeds, bananas. In short, the ingredients were quite abundant, numbering in the dozens. Next, Xiao Tian had the father and daughter serve themselves a bowl and start eating. With dozens of ingredients stewed together, the taste was naturally indescribable. But in order to become spirit beast warriors, the father and daughter didn't hesitate. They began devouring it heartily. The aurora hasn't officially swept over Blue Star yet, so apart from feeling a bit full, neither the father nor daughter has noticed anything unusual. Can we start now? Yen Ruyu asked curiously. Yes, we can now. Tomorrow, after the aurora sweeps over Blue Star, the abnormalities will become apparent. Let's all rest early tonight. The first forbidden zone will descend tomorrow, and you'll come with me when it happens. They both nodded. Without realizing it, Xiao Tian had already become their pillar of strength. They returned to their respective rooms to rest, but both tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The thought of the world order collapsing completely tomorrow filled them with indescribably complex emotions. Xiao Tian, however, didn't rest at all. He sat on the balcony, gazing at the stars in the sky. The last night of peace. I really don't want it to end so soon. The next day,
8 Uhr morgens.
In the pitch-black depths of the universe, a pale blue eerie aurora abruptly appeared and swept across the entire blue planet in an overwhelming instant. The apocalypse of the blue planet caused by the dark upheaval. The grand prelude has officially begun. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Land opens, annihilating dark creatures with a single slap. Under the sweeping gaze of the aurora, some animals on Blue Star underwent mutations, transforming into grotesque monsters with hideous appearances. A stray dog's flesh split open as its body swelled to over 3 meters tall. Hot vapor gushed from its nostrils while cold light gleamed in its eyes. With a bestial howl, it charged into the dog-catching squad, wreaking bloody carnage. There were also parrots that mimicked human speech suddenly growing enormous, their sharp beaks turning into deadly weapons, slaughtering all living creatures nearby in a frenzy. Although this was only the early stage of the dark upheaval, with only some animals, along with a few insects and plants, undergoing mutations. For humanity, which had experienced prolonged peace, this was still an utterly shocking and unacceptable event. The disasters from movies had become reality. Similarly, more people gained the ability to transform into beasts, becoming powerful spirit beast warriors and enjoying the benefits brought by their enhanced strength. The order was gradually collapsing. At the villa, Yen Ruyu and her father, who had been anxious all night, also sensed the abnormality as their bodies underwent strange transformations. Yen Ruyu was enveloped in a golden light, with a sunflower pattern appearing between her eyebrows, capable of emitting golden energy. Yen Tiansheng, on the other hand, grew to a height of 3 meters, his originally well-proportioned body now filled with bulging muscles, and a pair of long horns sprouted from his forehead. When the father and daughter found Xiao Tian, even he was taken by surprise. Unexpectedly, both father and daughter had simultaneously acquired the ability to transform into beasts. After a brief understanding, Xiao Tian roughly grasped the abilities of the two. Yen Tianxing obtained the common beast transformation ability, also known as the Spirit Beast Warrior, granting him immense strength and significantly enhanced defense. Yen Ruyu's case was somewhat special. She surprisingly acquired a plant-based transformation ability. The golden energy she released could heal injuries and provide a certain degree of strength enhancement. Plant-based abilities were actually quite rare even in the mid to late stages of the dark upheaval. If Yen Tianxing's awakened ability belonged to the warrior class, then Yen Ruyu's awakened ability was more akin to a support role. Moreover, bathed in the golden light, Yen Ruyu gained an air of sacredness. Combined with her naturally aloof demeanor, she gave off the impression of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, making her even more striking. Young friend Xiao Tian, we actually succeeded. Yen Tianxing was overjoyed. Clenching his fists, he could feel the immense power surging within his body, which had never felt so light and free before. Yen Ruyu also lowered her head to examine her own hands, then looked gratefully at Xiao Tian. Without Xiao Tian's help, they might never have had the chance to awaken. In times of chaos, ordinary people are always the most insignificant existence. This is a consensus shared by all. The dark upheaval has arrived, and the first forbidden zone should appear soon. Bring everyone and follow me to the forbidden zone. We need to gather some resources to strengthen the villa, Xiao Tian said with a profound gaze. Although the security level of the villa where Yen Tianxing resided was not low, it could even withstand cannon fire. But it must be understood that whether it was mutated beasts or spirit beast warriors, the power they possessed far exceeded the comprehension of ordinary people. With just the current defenses of the villa, it could not yet be considered a qualified base. In his memories, the first Forbidden Zone contained many top-tier materials for building a base. However, in his previous life, Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person and had no qualifications whatsoever to enter the Forbidden Zone and participate in the competition. Although the father and daughter didn't fully understand the meaning of the Forbidden Land Xiao Tian mentioned, they had already placed unconditional trust in him. With a nod, they set off with the team of workers in a grand procession. The worker team consisted of over 20 people, with 8 having awakened as spirit beast warriors, though their abilities were relatively ordinary. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's battle the previous day, these men were deeply aware of their own weakness. So even after becoming a beast warrior, he had no intention of leaving this place whatsoever. What's the use of being a beast warrior? Holding onto this golden opportunity right in front of him was far more practical. The group set off in a large truck, something Yen Tianxing had prepared well in advance. Xiao Tian and the other 2 sat in the cab, while the rest rode in the cargo area. Along the way, the group witnessed many scenes of chaos. Some spirit beast warriors, relying on their strength, were looting recklessly, prompting the military of Daru City to urgently engage in firefights with them. Flames burned everywhere, accompanied by the piercing sounds of gunfire and panicked civilians fleeing in all directions. I never imagined things would deteriorate this much in just one day. Yen Tianxing sighed with emotion. Xiao Tian remained silent, turning a blind eye to the events unfolding outside. This was only the beginning. In the mid to late stages of the dark turmoil, resources would become even scarcer, and everyone would lose hope. At that time, cannibalism would become the norm, far more brutal than the current situation. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone is located on the outskirts of an amusement park, and the so-called entrance is actually a swirling spatial vortex. Some people have also gathered nearby, but they all watch the vortex warily, not daring to approach. Little friend Xiao Tian, is this the entrance to the Forbidden Zone? Yen Tianxing asked curiously. Xiao Tian nodded. Yen Tianxing pulled open the car door, ready to get out. I'll have everyone disembark and prepare immediately. No need, let's drive straight in. Xiao Tian waved his hand and stepped on the gas, sending the truck charging directly into the vortex. Seeing a group of people drive into the whirlpool, the hesitant onlookers all wore thoughtful expressions. Not far away in the crowd, Li Chong watched the scene unfold with a slightly strange expression, accompanied by his group of followers. How did that Xiao Tian get together with the campus Bellien? And he actually drove into that mysterious vortex. Brother Li, what should we do now? Someone suddenly asked beside him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chong gritted his teeth and said, "Let's follow them in. The boss told us to investigate this place. Even that beggar dared to drive in, and we already have superpowers. What the hell are we afraid of?" The Forbidden Land was shrouded in darkness, with thick fog blanketing the surroundings, while a blood-red sun overhead cast an eerie crimson glow. The entire Forbidden Land resembled a living hell, sinister and terrifying. Is this the Forbidden Land? Yen Tianxing peered curiously out the car window. This Forbidden Land was quite eerie. At that moment, eerie howls suddenly emerged from the dense fog ahead, putting everyone in the carriage on high alert. Dark creatures exist in the Forbidden Zone. You can think of them as extraterrestrial beings. Xiao Tian calmly pressed the accelerator and glanced at Yen Tianxing. "Boss Yen, you take the wheel. I'll clear the path for you." Yen Tianxing hesitated. "Young friend Xiao Tian, can you handle this alone? How about letting Ruyu drive while I join you?" Xiao Tian shook his head. "I'll be faster alone." Yen Tianxing. As soon as Xiao Tian got out of the car, a group of eerie figures shrouded in black mist rushed out from the fog. These figures stood a full 2 meters tall. Though humanoid in shape, they were clearly not human, their eyes emitting 2 chilling green glows from within the mist. And there were actually 6 such figures charging out. No good. Although young friend Xiao Tian is quite capable, the enemy's numbers are too great. I need to get out and help Ruyu. You take the wheel. Yen Tianxing frowned and made to open the car door. Since he had decided to follow Xiao Tian, their fates were now bound together in honor and disgrace. But just then, a dull thud suddenly rang out. Xiao Tian outside merely swung his palm, instantly smashing the 6 dark creatures ahead into bloody mist. Not even scraps remained. Yan Tianxing's hand froze mid-motion as he was opening the door. Chapter 8. Did I say you could leave? Yan Tianxing was dumbfounded. Weren't they supposed to be some terrifying dark creatures? Just the name alone sounded formidable. Yet Xiao Tian had effortlessly crushed them with a single slap. For a moment, Yan Tianxing couldn't tell whether Xiao Tian was too strong or the dark creatures were too weak. It even gave him the illusion. I could do that too. Yan Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian's back with shimmering eyes. A man who could shatter dark creatures with a single slap was simply too dashing. It made her heart skip a beat. After dealing with the dark creatures before him, Xiao Tian turned around and nodded to Yan Ruyu and the others. Then he strode forward. The dark creatures in the first dungeon were generally weak, about as strong as newly awakened spirit beast warriors. Xiao Tian began absorbing and devouring 3 days before the dark turmoil arrived. Now, having achieved a trinity by fusing 3 genetic sequences, his strength naturally overwhelms these dark creatures. The group then continued their journey. Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his pristine white robes untouched by dust, strolling leisurely through this hellish forbidden land like a peerless master from a novel. Against these dark creatures, he didn't even need to activate his beast form. The roar of the engine from the large truck behind him echoed steadily, keeping pace with him in an orderly manner. Any dark creatures that appeared on the road, no matter how many, were instantly crushed by Xiao Tian with a single slap. Later, even 13 dark figures emerged. Yan Tianxing was ready to step in, but Xiao Tian still annihilated them all with just one slap. The workers in the cargo hold couldn't see what was happening outside, but the father and daughter in the driver's cabin witnessed everything clearly, as Xiao Tian continued to instantly kill the dark creatures. Their initial shock gradually turned into numbness. Strong. Incredibly strong. Yan Tianxing looked at Yan Ruyu and said seriously, "Ruyu, what do you think of that kid Xiao Tian?" Yan Ruyu was taken aback, then blushed and scolded, "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? It's not nonsense. You're not getting any younger and it's about time you found a boyfriend. Dad, haven't you always been against me dating too early? That's different. I feel at ease with Xiao Tian. He's capable yet reasonable, neither arrogant nor impatient, and speaks well. He's a talented young man. Having him as my son-in-law would put my mind at ease." Yan Ruyu, meanwhile, in the mist not far behind the truck. Li Chong and the others were watching this scene intently. When they witnessed Xiao Tian instantly killing the dark creatures, everyone couldn't help but tremble inwardly. The aura emanating from the dark creatures made them tremble even from such a distance. Yet Xiao Tian was slapping them down one by one without even frowning. What kind of ruthless person is this? That actually gained superpowers too, and he's even stronger than me. Damn it! Li Chong clenched his fists, his face filled with resentment. "Brother Li, this guy isn't someone to mess with. What should we do now?" Someone suddenly asked cautiously. "Keep following him. He's driving that truck in here so boldly. Maybe this kid knows some inside information. There could be resources in this place." Li Chong exhaled heavily and said in a low voice, "Besides, no matter how strong he is, he's still human, and humans have limits. With all the energy he's been expending along the way, he'll eventually run out of steam. Let's just follow him and let him clear the path for us. If there really is something valuable, we'll make our move and take it. By then, he'll be exhausted, and there are 5 of us. How could we not take him down?" The others nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning sound. Ahead, Xiao Tian continued to lead the way. After annihilating another group of dark creatures, he discreetly glanced behind him and then revealed a faint, cold smile. Having fused 3 genetic sequences, Xiao Tian's senses were far beyond ordinary humans, and he had long since detected the presence of Li Chong and his group. Moreover, apart from Li Chong and his gang, many others were lurking in the mist. Their conversation was basically all heard clearly by Xiao Tian. "Want to use me as a shield to clear the way?" To this, Xiao Tian only wanted to say one thing. "If you're not convinced, let's clash." Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Tian himself had lost count of how many dark creatures he had slain. Fortunately, these dark creatures appeared in waves. Had they all emerged at once, even Xiao Tian would have found such numbers troublesome to handle. Pity these dark creatures aren't mutated beasts. They don't drop mutated beast cores. Otherwise, I could have leveled up several times by now, Xiao Tian mused. Before long, he drove the truck up to a stone platform. The stone platform was carved with intricate ancient patterns that faintly pulsed with a red glow, as if imbued with life. This is the place. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly stop, the truck also came to a halt, and Yen Ruyu along with her father stepped out of the vehicle. Gazing toward the elevated platform, they saw numerous pieces of metal gleaming with a dark, obsidian-like sheen, emitting an eerie radiance. These are all riot steel, excellent materials for construction. Their quality and density far surpass all materials currently available on Blue Star. We can take them back to reinforce the villa. Xiao Tian didn't waste words, briefly explaining the purpose of these items. Yen Tianxing didn't dawdle either. He opened the rear door of the vehicle and signaled the workers to start unloading and moving the materials. The strength of spirit beast warriors is terrifying, and mutated beasts possess devastating destructive power. The villa's current defenses would indeed struggle to withstand them. But with these materials, things will be different. Perhaps his villa could become the safest place in the entire Daru city. Xiao Tian stood in place, quietly watching the workers move the steel, as if waiting for something. It's about time to make a move, isn't it? In the shadows. Brother Li, that pile of pitch-black stuff might not be simple. Should we make our move now? Someone urged impatiently. Xiao Tian had already slain a large number of dark creatures on his way here and was likely exhausted by now, presenting the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Li Chong thought the same and nodded, about to speak. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out from nearby. 3 men and 2 women swaggered out of the mist.
Turbulent fine style?
This is really good stuff, but these things have no chance with you guys. Now take your men and roll immediately. I can still let you guys live, you are now exhausted. It's impossible to be a match for the 5 of us. I advise you that it's best to. As one of the yellow hairs at the head spoke, his body suddenly swelled up and opened up. His entire body turned into a mountain of meat that was 3 meters high, and his face turned into a pig's head as he slowly walked over towards Xiao Tian. With every step he took, a muffled sound would emanate from the ground, and that pig's head was exceptionally hideous under the reflection of the blood sun, and the sense of oppression was directly pulled full. Just before he could finish his words, a black feather appeared behind Xiao Tian's back and a feather carrying electric current broke through the air, instantly piercing into the man's belly. Then a burst of powerful electric current was instantly released from within the feather, spreading all over the other person's body. Zilala! After a burst of electric current, the mountain of meat collapsed to the ground with a bang, emitting a roasted meat aroma. It was actually cooked by electricity. Even though they had seen Xiao Tian's strength long ago, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter were still stunned when they saw Xiao Tian kill in seconds once again. That yellow-haired accomplice also looked dumbfounded. A woman with a non-mainstream hairstyle subconsciously exclaimed, "You actually dare to kill someone?" Xiao Tian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and reached out to wipe his face. So damn. The dark unrest had officially descended. What was killing someone? There was no unnecessary nonsense. Since the other party was planning to take a shot at himself, he was an uncompromising enemy. Xiao Tian is indeed reasonable, but that is limited to his own companions. For the enemy he will not have the slightest mercy. The black feathered wings on his back incited and a few more feathers broke through the air. Before the remaining few people had the time to bestialize and dodge, they were penetrated through the eyebrows by the feathers and a powerful electric current was released. Instantly, their heads were exploded by the current. Brother Li, do we still need to make a move? In the dark, everyone looked at Li Chong. Li Chong's eyes were glazed over, and his person was numb. Out you paralyzed Did not see what level people are running. Hurry to run. Li Chong finished without hesitation, turned around and ran. Originally thought of waiting for Xiao Tian to exhaust his strength and then take advantage of the fire, who would have thought that the other party was so fierce. Even after exterminating so many dark beings, he could still do it in seconds. Run. Must run. But just as Li Chong had taken a step, a feather fell from the sky and plunged straight into the ground 3 meters away in front of him. Xiao Tian's devil-like voice also slowly sounded. Did I let you guys go? Chapter 9. You think you're a vegetarian skirt heaven's destiny? Hearing these icy words, Li Chong and his group trembled violently, having the feeling of being stared at by the god of death. It was instantly like an awe on their backs. Li Chong's neck shrunk, slightly nodded. The sky above the back of the black feather wings stirred Xiao Tian. Like a demon lord slowly descended. Between the incitement of the huge black wings, even the surrounding mist was dispersed quite a bit. Li Chong's eyes narrowed, and a flash of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes. It's over. It seems like he can't run away. It was only at this time that Yen Ruyu and the others reacted to the fact that they were being targeted, and there were more than 1 or 2 people. How did Xiao Tian sense it? They were all spirit beast warriors as well, yet they were unaware of it. How on earth did he do it? Could it be that there was also a gap between spirit beast warriors? What they did not know was that there was indeed a gap between spirit beast warriors, but Xiao Tian was different from them. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary spirit beast warrior. He was a spirit beast warrior that could infinitely fuse and extract gene sequences, so the genes in his body were far more than 2 more than the father and daughter, and his senses were naturally more intense in all aspects. Xiao Tian, I didn't expect that you also obtained this ability. Congratulations. It's getting late. I have to go back. Let's get together next time. I'll treat you then. Li Chong barely squeezed out a smile. Then he was about to lead the people to leave. Did I allow you to leave? Xiao Tian felt a burst of amusement. Before he was reborn, not many people dared to enter this forbidden land because it was the first time it appeared. At that time, Li Chong was also one of the first group of people to enter the forbidden land to explore it. Later on, most of the things within this batch of secret places were taken by this asshole. Not that Li Chong's ability was that strong. The main thing was that this asshole's thighs were hugging tightly, and behind him was Chao Monglong. Relying on this batch of materials, Chao Monglong had created a base of such high strength that even many spirit beast warriors joining forces would find it difficult to break through the defenses. With the high-strength defense of the base, this goods hard in the dark turmoil dashing for a long time. Unexpectedly reborn once, the same plot happened again. However, this time, I'm afraid that the building materials here would have no connection with Chao Monglong. Xiao Tian, what exactly do you want? We are all classmates for a time. Do you still remember? I also invited you to eat before. The auction thing is my fault. You can't return grudges for grudges. When are the grievances over? Seeing Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Li Chong hurriedly opened his mouth to try to awaken Xiao Tian's compassion, while slowly backing away, ready to run at any time. Xiao Tian took in the other party's small movements and shook his head, then clamped a feather with 2 fingers together. You! Don't do this first, there is someone behind me. Chao is my boss. I am now following him to mix. Even if you are now very strong, you are definitely not his opponent. Advise you not to do anything stupid. Li Chong's face turned white. As he spoke, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed a number, then turned the speakerphone on. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the other end of the phone, Li Chong suddenly had a feeling of peace of mind. The phone had been connected. Xiao Tian should not dare to forcefully kill himself, right? However, at the same moment when the phone was connected, the feather in Xiao Tian's hand broke the wind and instantly penetrated Li Chong's brow. There was no imagined stinging pain. There was only numbness. Because the moment the feather penetrated his brow, a powerful electric current covered Li Chong's entire body. His body stiffened, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. This dog actually really dared to strike at himself. Madman. This was a lunatic. Li. This guy is dead. He actually dared to kill Brother Li. Boss Chao won't let him go. Run, everyone, run. Seeing that Li Chong was killed in seconds, the remaining people were instantly terrified to the extreme, and they all turned around to run in alarm. But Xiao Tian would not give them this opportunity. Almost at the same moment, several feathers mixed with electric current exploded out like a heavenly maiden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of them, like Li Chong, did not even have the time to use their beastization before they were killed by a single move. The world cleared. It's not right. A rough roar kept coming from the phone that had fallen to the ground. It was precisely Chao Monglong's voice. Grass. Who in the world dares to make a move against my people? Who in the world is it? Although he didn't know the specifics of the scene, when he heard the screams of the crowd, Chao Monglong was clear that his people had been done for. He had already obtained the ability of a spirit beast warrior, and with his unusual perception, he also chose to form his own force to hold on to as Xiao Tian did. In just less than a day, 6 spirit beast warriors had been gathered. This time, for the sake of the Forbidden Land, he had specially dispatched Li Chong 5 people to explore the situation, but now it seemed that basically all of them were scrapped. Xiao Tian picked up his cell phone and put it to his ear. Chao Monglong. Who are you? Do you know me? Xiao Tian did not speak. Chao Monglong gritted his teeth and continued, Dare to touch my people. No matter who you are, you're dead. Xiao Tian still did not reply. Chao Monglong was half dead with anger, and had a feeling of powerlessness as if he had punched on cotton. Where is your home? Give me an address. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Now that he had formed a bond with the other party, he had to make a proper deal. For enemies, Xiao Tian's principle was to drive them to extinction in order to eliminate future problems. Otherwise, beating the small ones to the old ones, killing the weak ones to the strong ones would cause too much trouble. Chao Monglong on the other end of the phone gave a sharp start, and then became even angrier. Actually dared to ask for his address. You think you are Sui Tianmina? I'm in the apartment near 5-Star Garden. If you have the guts, come to the door and fight with me one-on-one. See me cadre you to death and be done with it. Chao Monglong burst out his address without thinking. He had extreme confidence in his strength. Moreover, he was continuing to recruit manpower right now and believed that he would be able to recruit quite a few more Spirit Beast warriors today. Even if Xiao Tian really came to his door, he was not in the least bit weak. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Tian would not dare to come to his door. So he intentionally mocked with various words in an attempt to provoke Xiao Tian. You don't need to deliberately provoke me. I've memorized your address. I'll come back for you when I have time. Xiao Tian crushed his cell phone into smithereens. Then he came to Yen Ruyu and the others and told everyone to continue carrying the resources. Yen Ruyu and the others had not yet recovered from their earlier shock, originally thinking that Xiao Tian had asked them to come along to the Forbidden Land for the purpose of playing a hand. Now it seemed that Xiao Tian did not need them at all. They did not even have a chance to make a move, and all the trouble was solved by Xiao Tian alone. They were more like people who came to play the game. I asked you guys to come to the Forbidden Land just to let you experience the world under the chaotic world in advance. In this world, being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself and the people around you. Greeting the shocked eyes of the father and daughter, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, all of you, I killed all of them without leaving a single one behind. Do you guys think that I am a bit cruel? Yen Ruyu shook her head and said seriously, although I have not experienced the end of the world, they have already made a move against us earlier, so if we are not as skillful as the others, the end will probably not be too good. Yen Tianshang also nodded along. Although they had only just awakened their spirit beast warrior abilities and had never personally killed anyone, none of them were brain-dead saints. They still knew when and what to do. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded in relief. It was definitely a good thing that the teammates were not cerebral palsy Madonna. Chapter 10. Grievance and Continued Killing. It didn't take long for all the steel to be carried onto the trucks, and the crowd reboarded the trucks and drove away towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. On the way back, they didn't encounter any other people, but a group of dark spirits still appeared in the mists from time to time. These dark creatures were like the small monsters in a game copy that kept refreshing. Seeing Xiao Tian kill the dark spirits in seconds, Yen Tianshang also wanted to go and feel some of them, and in the meantime accumulate some combat experience. Xiao Tian agreed. Thus, Yen Tianshang got out of the car with great confidence, and struck out at the two dark spirits in front of him with a starting stance, only to see his entire body's muscles bulging. His body size instantly skyrocketed to 3 meters, and his upper body suit was instantly shattered. Then a pair of bull horns appeared on his forehead, and a hot stream gushed out from his nostrils as he lowered his head and charged at a dark living being. Bang! The sharp bull horns impacted on the body of the dark being, and Yen Tianshang was surprised to find that the other party actually did not move at all. Yen Tianshang reacted quickly, and after only a brief moment of daze, he reacted by slamming his fist against the dark being's head. But he was fast, the dark being was faster than him. A backhanded slap was thrown at Yen Tianshang's face, directly knocking the latter into a daze. Yen Ruyu in the driver's seat had her mouth slightly open, her entire body numb. His own father had actually been slapped by a dark being? Xiao Tian did not have any surprises. Yen Tianshang himself was a pampered invisible rich man who did not know any fighting skills at all and had just awakened the spirit beast warrior, so he had not yet completely adapted to the power. Xiao Tian had wanted to step in and take care of these two dark beings for Yen Tianshang, but both were rejected by the other party. With his sturdy and durable physique, Yen Tianshang hardened himself and exhausted the two dark spirits by fighting with wounds for wounds. Upon re-entering the carriage, the entire person was already panting, and many wounds appeared on his body, losing half of his life. Little friend Xiao Tian, I am far inferior to you. I originally thought that these dark living spirits were easy to deal with, so I have made you laugh. Yen Tianshang said with a bitter smile. After personally experiencing the might of the dark living spirits, he realized how powerful Xiao Tian was. One person could manage to kill 6 dark living spirits in seconds when dealing with them alone, which was definitely quite powerful. In response, Xiao Tian just smiled and did not say anything. Soon the group drove smoothly out of the Forbidden Land and returned to the villa. Yan Tiansheng commanded the workers to get out of the car and unload the goods, while arranging for manpower to prepare for the installation of the essence steel. Now that the dark turmoil had begun, putting this fine steel to use early and turning the villa into a fortress of doom would give them one more safeguard. The resources in the Forbidden Land have arrived. We should stock up on some supplies now, Xiao Tian suddenly said. It's time to stock up on some food in advance, although our current supplies are also quite a lot. They simply can't withstand consumption for too long. Yan Tianxing also nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, not only food. All kinds of supplies need to be stocked up as well. Cigarettes, tools, tents, etc. The more of these supplies the better. Yan Tianxing was first stunned. Then he realized what Xiao Tian meant. In the doomsday period, food was certainly important, but other resources were equally not to be underestimated. Just like in some prisons, cigarettes were hard currency, and with cigarettes, one could reign supreme in the prison without being controlled. The same was true now. Worthy of being Xiao Tian's little friend, he actually thought longer term than even he did. The creation of the base is imminent. I'll bring some of my people to stay here to perfect the base, and I'll leave the matter of supplies to little friend Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I'm going with you too. Yan Ruyu placed her hands on her chest and whispered. Through the contact during this period of time, Yan Ruyu felt quite a lot, and the frost that covered the surface of this once high and cold school flower seemed to be gradually melting. Of course, this was also limited to in front of Xiao Tian. Yes, Xiao Tian did not refuse, and after bringing along a group of workers, he got back on the truck with Yan Ruyu and left. Looking at the large truck gradually moving away, Yan Tianxing's eyes were filled with smiles. Without Xiao Tian's thigh, their lives would definitely take a sharp turn for the worse, and they were afraid that it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves. After leaving the villa, Xiao Tian drove his car to one of the largest material warehouses in Deju City. Speaking of which, this place was also under the Tianxing group. At the very beginning, Xiao Tian had wanted to come here to get some resources, but the road was a bit far plus the opening of the Forbidden Land had temporarily given up. Now he hoped that it was not too late. However, it was not long before an accident occurred on the road. A vicious-looking old lady suddenly rushed out from the road and lay down in front of the truck. She was holding her legs with a pained face, constantly wailing and cursing. Agu, hit someone, everyone come and see. If you don't give me some material compensation, I won't get up. Let's look for the police comrades to comment on it. Xiao Tian in the cab was stunned. I didn't realize that there are actually bumper cars these days. Why don't I go down and deal with it? Yan Ruyu frowned and said, no need. Xiao Tian shook his head and then stepped on the gas directly. The truck let out a roar and rushed straight towards the old lady. Evil people still need to be rubbed by evil people. All the darkness and turmoil still came out to touch the porcelain. This is not looking for death is what? After this little episode, Xiao Tian and the others smoothly arrived at the location of the warehouse. The security booth outside the warehouse gate was empty, and the iron gate that was originally blocked off was severely deformed, looking like it had been forced open by an external force. Someone has already beat us to it, Yan Ruyu said in a deep voice. Xiao Tian nodded and led Yan Ruyu to the warehouse, where the shelves that were originally filled with various supplies were currently empty. The large warehouse was almost emptied. However, there were still two people in front of them, carrying a huge container. This container was similar to the kind of tin box in a harbor terminal. It was impossible for a normal person to be able to carry it up, and often required the cooperation of a crane. But the two guys in front of them were directly carrying the huge tin box one after the other. It was not hard to see that they were not ordinary people either. The two men were originally carrying the box outward and froze for a moment when they saw Xiao Tian and the two men suddenly appear. Are you the manpower that Boss Chao sent over to help? One of them opened his mouth and asked. Are you talking about Chao Monglong? Xiao Tian instantly realized that it was really a coincidence that he did not expect to run into Chao Monglong's people here. Unsurprisingly, all the supplies here should have been moved by this guy as well. Hearing Xiao Tian call out Chao Monglong's name, the two instantly realized that Xiao Tian and the two were not his own people. At that moment, they put down the tin box, which fell to the ground with a muffled sound, and the two of them directly estivated into battle mode. The guy in front grew a pair of furry ears, and his nails turned into sharp, sharp claws. The two fangs in his mouth grew gradually, and his body's hair grew rapidly. The other guy, on the other hand, skyrocketed in size and transformed into a mountain of meat. The people of the Dragon Kingdom loved to eat pork, so most of them would awaken into pig-related spirit beast warriors after the dark unrest descended. However, all the same pig-related spirit beast warriors had different abilities. For example, the guy in front of him had all his defenses pulled full. Xiao Tian did not care and directly said, "Tell me Chao Monglong's location." Although Chao Monglong had already told Xiao Tian about the location of the base, it would be correct to keep an extra eye out, and Xiao Tian did not dare to be sure if what the other party was saying was true or false. "If you want to know Boss Chao's location, fight with me first. Let me show you my superpower today." The pig-type spirit beast warrior let out a growl and took a step and pressed towards Xiao Tian. Although Yen Ruyu had seen Xiao Tian's strength and had seen the images of the fight, she was still a little nervous in this situation. Xiao Tian shook his head as black feathered wings emerged behind his back, followed by a feather bursting out. There was a whooshing sound. The feather penetrated through the mountain of flesh. Powerful electric currents continued to flow through the fat meat, and the next moment the mountain of flesh in front of him exploded. Dead couldn't be dead anymore. After doing all this in a cloudy manner, Xiao Tian looked at the other man. That person was instantly stunned when he saw Xiao Tian's gaze looking at him. "Don't kill me. I'll say whatever you want to know."
Chapter 11 Squaring Cao Mang Long Ri.
"What is Chao Monglong's location?" Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke again. The man completely lost his temper, and a stream of yellowish liquid from his pants slowly dripped onto the ground, the pungent odor gradually fainting away. What the hell was this guy in front of him? He was so terrifying without even entering the animalized state. How could it be if he entered the animalized state? When encountering such an opponent, one really can't resist a bit. In the new cloud apartment next to the 5-star garden, inside room 288, the man finished trembling and then looked at Xiao Tian hopefully. "The place can't be wrong. Boss Chao is here. I've told you everything now. Can you let me go?" Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand, plucked a feather and casually threw it out. The feather was like an arrow that pierced into the person's eyebrow, and the person died with his eyes rounded. These two fellows had already prepared to take action against themselves earlier. If he was suppressed with inferior skills, would the other party let him go? The answer was obviously no. Therefore, Xiao Tian did not have any psychological burden to make a move against him. "Let's go to the 5-star garden." Xiao Tian put away his black feathered wings and said to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu nodded dully and followed closely behind Xiao Tian. The young man in front of her was frighteningly strong, and following him, even if she went up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, her heart was unusually steady. Even if she knew that Xiao Tian was now going to Chao Monglong's base camp, Yen Ruyu did not have any fear in her heart. The two of them went out of the warehouse and reboarded the car, set their navigation and then set off. Fortunately, it was only the early stages of the unrest. The network and other things basically would not have too much impact, and could still be used normally. 5-star garden is not far from here, less than half an hour's journey to the place. In the middle of the journey, Xiao Tian and others saw many supermarkets and shopping malls where smoke was coming out, and from time to time there were fluctuations from the battle. But Xiao Tian did not care. Now dealing with Chao Monglong is the top priority. 5-star garden. Xiao Tian had just stopped his car when a rough man in a jacket with a cigar walked out from the apartment next to him with a group of minions. "You are Chao Monglong?" Xiao Tian said emotionlessly as he sized up the man in front of him. "It's you." Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, Chao Monglong instantly recognized Xiao Tian's identity. It was this bastard who had taken out 5 of his own men. Originally, he thought that the other party was just talking, but he did not expect that he would really dare to send them to his door. Moreover, looking at the other party's posture, there were only 2 people. On the contrary, there were 8 people on his side counting himself, and all of them were spirit beast warriors. "Everyone get ready to fight. Kill this bastard and avenge your brothers." Chao Monglong raised his arms and shouted, "Whoever can kill this guy first, I will reward him with 3 big boxes of canned beef." Canned beef was normally just junk food that was spurned by countless people. However, in the present time of darkness and turmoil, it was definitely a rare meal. After all, it was easy to preserve and convenient to consume. As soon as Chao Monglong said this, the gang of juniors behind him all agreed loudly as if they had been given hormones. The gazes towards Xiao Tian also gradually became sharp. Rumble. All of them entered the animalized state at the same time, and the characteristics of pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep gradually appeared on them. Some people grew goat horns, some people's size skyrocketed to become giants, and some people's bodies were covered with long hair filled with uncertainty. "Xiao Tian, are we really okay?" Although he had seen Xiao Tian's strength, the group of people in front of him were all spirit beast warriors, and their aura was even more appalling after animalization. Yan Ruyu was more or less worried. Xiao Tian did not respond, but instead looked at Chao Monglong with a torch-like gaze and did not unfold his beast state. He was thinking and calculating all the possible escape routes for the other party later. Since he had found the other party's lair, Xiao Tian naturally wanted to kill them all and would definitely not leave any hidden dangers. Therefore, he had to eliminate all possibilities for the other party to run away, otherwise would this trip not be a waste of time. However, Xiao Tian's thinking fell into Chao Monglong's eyes as a sign of scorn. Immediately, he let out a loud laugh and roared, "Go!" Then he took the lead to rush out and slammed his fist against Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid to blast out the same fist. The two fists collided with a muffled sound, splashing out many sparks. Both of them actually did not move at all. Right at the moment when the fists collided, both of Chao Monglong's arms were covered by fish scale-like armor at the same time. This was the fish scales of a carp. This guy had acquired the genetic ability of a carp. Hee, my old man's ability can condense fish scale armor on top of both arms. Even bullets can't penetrate it. Fighting me in close combat, you're playing with fire. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Chao Monglong became more and more rampant. Messing with Lao Zi, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Now hand over the resources in the Forbidden Land. Lao Zi can still let you die a little easier. Seeing their own boss this fierce, the juniors at the back slipped up. Boss Chao is awesome. This asshole to death. It seems like Boss Chao can over this kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth without our help. Yan Ruyu pursed her lips in some concern. Xiao Tian, however, was expressionless as the blood flowing on his shoulder suddenly condensed into a hideous eel head. The electric eel's eyes released 2 rays of light and suddenly opened its bloody mouth and tore down on Chao Monglong's arm. Chao Monglong didn't dodge, because he had a fish-scale body protector, and unusual attacks couldn't break through his defense at all. But what he didn't expect was that the moment the electric eel's head tore down, its sharp fangs directly penetrated through his fish-scale armor as if they were nothing, piercing into the flesh and blood. Immediately afterward, a majestic suction force emerged and began to crazily absorb his blood. Grass! Chao Monglong finally panicked, realizing that Xiao Tian was not simple, and wanted to retreat explosively, but he was pinned down by Xiao Tian's hands on his shoulders and bound dead in place. Feeling the continuous loss of blood in his body, Chao Monglong's face paled with the naked eye, and a coldness gradually swept through his body. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him, and his heart palpitated more and more. Stop! Quickly stop. I know I'm wrong. I apologize. Chao Nima. What kind of monster are you? These were the last words that Chao Monglong had said before he was born. Xiao Tian did not reply and directly drained the other party's blood. When the blood was sucked dry, Xiao Tian felt that his body had regained a lot of strength, and the electric eel head on his shoulder had gained 1 more point of blood color. This is gone. Yan Ruyu was a bit confused. The visual impact of watching Chao Monglong being drained by Xiao Tian was huge. Speaking of which, it appeared that she still did not know exactly what animal's genetic ability Xiao Tian had awakened. Being able to absorb blood, and also releasing thunder and lightning, and even condensing feathers to fly into the sky. There didn't seem to be any such animal on the blue planet, did there? As Chao Monglong, who had turned into a dry corpse, fell to the ground and couldn't stand up, the little brothers who were waving flags and cheering were all dumbfounded. What's the matter with their own boss, who was fine on 1 foot, but was sucked into a dry corpse in the next moment? Monster! The teenager in front of me is not a ING person. Run! This was the same thought of everyone at the moment. Chao Monglong's strength was the strongest among them. Even he was killed in seconds. Where did this group of people have the courage to resist? The moment they turned around and ran without resistance, it almost declared their deaths. Xiao Tian looked at the front with an expressionless face, and the black feathered wings behind his back reappeared. But after absorbing the blood of the Chao Mang dragon, the black feathered wings also gained a few more points of crimson color, which made it look very demonic. At the next moment, several feathers shot out at the same time, and began to mercilessly harvest the lives of the lowly people. Chapter 12 Bloodline Rank? The scene was almost a one-sided slaughter, and it didn't take long for Xiao Tian to smoothly end the battle. The swashbuckling atmosphere returned to normal, only that there was a little more blood in the air and many more corpses on the ground. Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in a daze, the bloody odor surging into her nostrils. causing her to feel the urge to vomit. However, Yen Ryu knew very well that in a chaotic world, this kind of thing was normal, and if she wanted to win a chance of survival, she would inevitably have to fight. It was also impossible for her to stay behind Xiao Tian as a canary. Sooner or later she would have to fight on her own. So she forcefully suppressed it and did not allow herself to spit it out. Taking all this in, Xiao Tian was slightly surprised. For the first time before he was reborn, he saw someone being torn to shreds by a mutant beast in front of him. The organs were scattered all over the place, and the hot blood slapped on his face. That kind of physiological instinct was hard to suppress. Xiao Tian vomited at that time, not expecting Yen Ryu, the $1,000 lady, to be able to endure it. The guys who were in the way are all settled. The supplies should all be inside the apartment. Let everyone get off and load up. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and spoke. Good. Yen Ryu nodded her head and then opened the rear compartment to greet the workers as they got off to load the goods. When the crowd arrived at the interior of the apartment, they indeed discovered the large amount of supplies that Chao Monglong and the others had hoarded. The workers were ecstatic, carefully carrying the various materials for fear of damage. One by one, the cardboard boxes were carefully carried over. Although what was contained inside was all kinds of food and living materials in this current environment, the value of these materials was much more valuable than gold and diamonds. Gold diamonds might be able to pretend to be something else, but food was something that could actually last a lifetime. Yen Ryu's awakened ability was not suitable for fighting, and the villa side needed Yen Tianxing to personally sit in on the town. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Xiao Tian was personally responsible for transportation. According to Xiao Tian's estimation, 5 round trips would be enough to transport all the supplies. However, when the crowd was just on their way, an accident occurred. A huge mutant beast suddenly blocked the way of the truck. This was a mutated wild dog, with hair all over its body like countless silver needles, its thick limbs gripping the ground tightly, its body slightly leaning forward, showing its teeth in front of the truck, as if it would attack at any time. Yen Ryu honked the horn a few times, but the mutant beast in front of her wasn't an ordinary stray dog, and obviously wouldn't be easily scared off. Instead, these several honks provoked the other party's anger. Seeing that the mutant beast was about to pounce on him, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly pulled open the car door and walked down. Right at the moment Xiao Tian stepped out of the car, 8 huge mutant beasts came out of the alleys on both sides of the street one after another. All of them were clear-colored stray dogs that had mutated. Most of the mutant beasts that appeared in the city were mutated from various pets, and dogs, as pack animals, maintained the same habits even after becoming mutant beasts. These mutant beasts intended to swarm Xiao Tian. It was the early stage of the outbreak of the Dark Unrest, and the mutant beasts generally did not have a high level, but the spirit beast warriors were also in the same situation. If any other spirit beast warrior were to come, I'm afraid that their feet would have already started shivering. But what about Xiao Tian? He did not bring any fear at all. Xiao Tian's black feathered wings unfolded behind his back, and his entire body rose up into the air as several feathers shot out explosively, instantly stabbing into the many mutant beasts. This time, the feathers did not release a strong electric current, but instead had a faint red-colored thread connecting Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian manipulated the feathers to release a powerful suction force, and the bodies of the mutant beasts in front of him rapidly dried up as far as the eye could see. It was only a moment's effort before it was absorbed into a dry corpse. As for Xiao Tian, he felt that his body was filled with strength, as if his entire body had recovered to its peak. Previously, when he fought against the dark beings within the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian had actually consumed something, but it was only because of the 3 types of genes, so the impact was not too great. And now, after absorbing the blood of these mutant beasts, all of Xiao Tian's consumption was replenished. After doing this, Xiao Tian came to the mutant beast's corpse and stretched out his hands for a while to feel around. In the end, he felt out a few transparent crystal cores. These were the mutant beast crystal cores, which stored the power source of the mutant beast, and could be absorbed to enhance one's strength. However, absorption took time and was quite exhausting, similar to melting steel which required a steady effort. However, Xiao Tian was different. A sharp mouthpiece appeared in his palm and directly forcefully swallowed the crystal core and proceeded to chew on it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ear-piercing crushing sounds rang out as the hardened crystal core was easily chewed and devoured by the mouthpiece in Xiao Tian's palm. A stream of pure power surged into his body, and Xiao Tian's rank changed. Name: Xiao Tian. Rank: Level 3. Bloodline rank: None. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity. Inherits the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases lightning feathers to cut enemies, and absorbs blood across the air to strengthen itself. Opening the system interface, Xiao Tian saw his level, which had actually increased directly to level 3. The strength of a spirit beast warrior was a watershed every 10 levels, for which Xiao Tian did not care too much. What made him care was that it was a newly appeared interface bar. What was the meaning of bloodline level? Why was his bloodline level currently none? Not being able to figure it out, Xiao Tian simply stopped thinking about it and got back on the car to leave with Yen Ruyu. After transporting the supplies back and forth 6 times, it was only then that all the supplies were transported. The villa's warehouse was almost full. Seeing these supplies, Yen Tianxing's folds were filled with smiles. With these supplies, not only would they be able to survive for a very long time, they would also be able to survive for a very long time. Especially when he heard Yen Ruyu recount that Xiao Tian had killed Xiao Monglong and the others in seconds. Yen Tiansheng was even more favorable towards Xiao Tian. Little friend Xiao Tian, with these supplies, it will not be a problem for us to survive for 2 or 3 years, and now we are not really lacking in supplies. Yen Tiansheng said with a smile. Xiao Tian, however, shook his head. More of this kind of thing like supplies was better? Who would mind having less? Not to mention these supplies, Xiao Tian had his own arrangements. Other than that, any supplies within a 10-kilometer radius, he had to get his hands on as much as possible. Using his ability to fight, Xiao Tian had long been famished, and after finishing off more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he set off again with his people. After working until sunset and dusk, Xiao Tian almost ransacked all the nearby warehouse malls. As for the deaths and lives of the others, it honestly had nothing to do with him. In this special environment, he only needed to think for himself. Before he was reborn, although Xiao Tian was an ordinary person, he still had some instant noodles at home, which he kindly shared with his neighbors. At first, the neighbors were grateful, but as the noodles reached the bottom, the sinister nature of human nature was gradually exposed. In order to save their rations, these neighbors actually joined forces to drive Xiao Tian, the rightful owner, out. It could be said that Xiao Tian's subsequent burial in the mouth of the mutant beast was also directly related to this group of neighbors. Human nature was the one that could not withstand the most scrutiny, so after a do-over, Xiao Tian would never be the savior of the world again. The city of Daeju at night was still in crisis, and now everyone knew about the existence of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors. Even though the lines were all normal at the moment, in order not to attract the attention of other people and mutant beasts, they could only huddle in their rooms, not even daring to turn on the lights. Xiao Tian's side of the villa was different. The lights were brightly lit, and a burst of roasted meat aroma gradually spread. Under Xiao Tian's auspices, an extravagant doomsday roasted meat meal was being prepared in an organized manner. The fragrance of this roasted meat gradually filled the air of the entire villa area. It attracted the attention of quite a few people. Soon, an uninvited guest appeared in front of the villa. P.S. The 13th chapter began to need to open a member to watch. This is the site regulations. I cannot help members to watch represents. Even if the writing is good, will lose a certain degree of readers. But the book flag is not a free website, has its own operating rules. I hope that everyone more support genuine, together to go farther, willing to open a member. It proves that there is a certain degree of recognition of me. I am not grateful, do not open a member. I can only show that I do not do well enough, but also need to continue to work hard. I will also continue to cheer. In addition, the new year, I wish you all rich body great, can meet their favorite half, lovers end up in love, and finally ask for a wave of monthly votes, which is really important to the book. Thank you for the support of the brothers. Chapter 13. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river? The visitor was a middle-aged man in a suit, similar in age to Yen Tianxing. To be able to live in such a villa area, it was enough to see that the identity and origin were equally uncomplicated. Old Yen, I haven't had a hot meal for a day. Can you give me some food? Count me as begging you. Seeing the visitor, Yen Tianxing was instantly beaming with joy. This person was his rival, creating the Huang clan group that was only inferior to his Tianxing group. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's account of the dark turmoil, Yen Tianxing started to strengthen the villa with the principle that he would rather believe it, while sending people out to purchase food on a large scale. As a result, he was bumped into by this person and gave him a good mockery, saying that his brain was broken and that the $10 billion president was not going to the company to preside over the big picture, but was hoarding supplies here. At that time, Yen Tianxing didn't dare to determine the authenticity of what Xiao Tian said, and could only endure it. His heart was very stifled. But now, Seeing the other party's yellow face and humble appearance of begging for food, the stifling in his heart had long dissipated. The president of the Huang group would actually have no food? Don't you joke with me here. Huang Dijan's expression was bitter. I really don't have any food. The food in the villa is already finished. I don't eat your things for nothing. It can be exchanged. Saying exchange, Huang Dirong took off his watch and handed it to Yen Tanxing. This is a Patek Philippe worth $3 million. I will only exchange a full meal on it. Yen Tianshang clasped his hands in front of his body. Teasingly said, Boss Huang should know that the name watch is worthless in this world now. Huang Dijan was anxious and hastily added, I still have a Cullinan in my garage, and a Lamborghini. I can give it to you, all of it. A former competitor wagging his tail at himself. This feeling shouldn't be too good. Yen Tianshang looked at Xiao Tian. Little friend Xiao Tian, you got all these supplies. Now what do you think should be done? Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled. What do you think, Boss Yen? Not to give. Xiao Tian laughed. Then don't give it. Yen Tianxing shrugged his shoulders and looked back at Huang Dirong. Boss Huang, it seems like I can't help you anymore. Huang Dirong's face sank as he angrily said, Yen Tianxing, are you still a human being? Do you really intend to see death? Right at this moment, the other bosses in the villa also appeared and came to the scene, looking over their shoulders at the roasted meat on the iron plate. They were all pretty much in a state of running out of food as well, eating fresh vegetables flown in every day, and didn't have much reserves at all. Boss Yen, we're all neighbors. Help out a bit more or less. We're all human beings. Why are you so cold-blooded? Are you still a human being? The crowd followed suit, and Yen Tianxing's entire body muscles surged, instantly transforming into a muscular minotaur as a hot gas gushed out of his nose.
Roll.
A reverberating roar suddenly exploded in the air, and the crowd's eardrums were nearly shattered. Spirit Beast Warrior. This Yen Tianxing had actually become a Spirit Beast Warrior. The crowd didn't dare to stay and scattered. At this moment, Yen Tianxing suddenly sighed with emotion. Yen Tianxing started from nothing. Most of the people here are almost all local rich merchants and magnates. When I first started my business, I was targeted by them, and the company was almost forcefully acquired by them. I didn't think that I would have a day to take revenge. It's really a relief. Although the later Tianxing group became the leading group in Deju City, he couldn't do anything about it in a society where the rule of law prevailed. But now it was different. The order was collapsing. As long as he was willing, none of these scumbags would want to live. Xiao Tian just smiled at this. He could more or less understand the situation. After the small interlude, the roasted meat feast continued. While everyone was savoring the deliciousness of the roasted meat, Xiao Tian went upstairs to take an early rest. He could not raise any interest in such things as cooked meat right now and only liked eating raw meat. Inside the room, Xiao Tian rested his hands behind his head and began to think about his subsequent plans. Now that he had obtained the materials to strengthen the villa and the various supplies were quite abundant, it was time to enhance his strength. In the courtyard of the villa, everyone carefully savored the hard-won delicacies. Xiao Tian's generosity made the crowd even more determined to follow him. Right at this moment, Yen Tianxing came close to Yen Ruyu. Ruyu, tell Dad the truth. Do you have any thoughts about Xiao Tian or not? Yen Ruyu put down her tall glass and whispered with a red face. Dad, what are you talking about? Did she have any interest in Xiao Tian? How could she have the nerve to casually say such words? Seeing Yen Ruyu's expression squirming, Yen Tianxing helplessly said, Ruyu, you should know clearly that we are able to have what we have now thanks to Xiao Tian's kid. Even though he's good to us now, if he doesn't care about us someday, what should we do? I see that Xiao Tian is a good boy with strength and strategy. If you are interested in him, take advantage of the cooked rice. Then you became his wife and I became his father-in-law. We can also seek a line of survival in this chaotic world. This matter is really not Yen Tianxing anxious by virtue of Xiao Tian's strength. In this chaotic world, want what kind of women cannot find? Now that they were close to the water, they could do it earlier. If he were to be taken advantage of by other women, he would definitely cry to death. Yen Ruyu was also a smart person. Hearing her own father's words, she also fell into deep thought. Actually, I also have quite a good feeling about Xiao Tian. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her sentence, she was pushed and shoved by Yen Tianxing towards the villa. Dad, what are you doing? Yen Ruyu said in disbelief. To send you to Xiao Tian's room, to make the relationship firm earlier. Yen Tianxing said with a straight face. Yen Ruyu, a trace of bewilderment flashed across her stunningly beautiful face. Was this still her father who retained traditional ideas? In the past, he was afraid that he would fall in love early and find a yellow hair to talk to. But now he was actually anxious to take the initiative to push himself into someone else's bed. Really? 6. Although she had a good feeling towards Xiao Tian, but after all, the two of them didn't have too much contact, and now she climbed into Xiao Tian's bed to make a child. She was more or less a bit twisted. Just when Yen Ruyu did not know what to do, a Cadillac stopped in front of the villa gate. A yellow-haired teenager walked down from the car, and when he saw Yen Ruyu, he immediately showed a look of surprise. "Ruyu, I finally found you." Seeing the visitor, Yen Ruyu immediately frowned. Yen Tiansheng also looked towards the visitor, his face gradually gloomy. This yellow hair he recognized. Li Qingshan, Yen Ruyu's suitor. He could understand a young man's passion, but this Li Qingshan was definitely an oddball, having grown up in an orphanage with both parents dead, and his grades were at the lower tier of the hierarchy. Because he was in the same university as Yen Ruyu, he launched a crazy pursuit. Yen Ruyu is not a fan of this goods. Yen Tianxing also had a detailed discussion. You are penniless and uneducated, all day long thinking of eating and waiting for death. Why dare to pursue their own precious daughter? The other side of the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The answer given shocked Yen Tianxing 30 years. The pursuit of Ruyu, I can walk on the peak of life, less decades of detours. As long as the pursuit of Ruyu can prove my ability, then the whole Tianxing group need me to take care of. Uncle, how can you say that I have no goals and no plan? At that time, Yen Tianxing was disgusted and sent someone to beat the bastard up. I didn't expect the other party to actually find this place now. Uncle Yen is also here, ah. That's just right. Seeing Yen Tianxing, who had a black face on the side, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and said arrogantly after brewing some words, I am now a spirit beast warrior, and I came here this time to confess my love to Ruyu specifically, and now I should be able to match your precious daughter, right? Not caring about Yen Tianxing's increasingly dark expression, Li Qingshan opened the trunk again and took out several shabby cans of food from it, and they were all expired cans of food. These canned food are what I got with great difficulty. Food is in short supply nowadays, Uncle Yen, you should know all about it. I know that your family eats air freight vegetables and doesn't have much left over, so you should have been hungry for a day already, right? Come, these food Uncle Yen and Ruyu are taking, don't be foreign to me, also don't be afraid of things being too expensive. These will be taken as my bride price for marrying Ruyu, how about it? After saying this, he also added, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. The current me is long gone from what I was at the beginning. I will make Ruyu happy. Yen Ruyu averted her face, her eyes reddened a little, but she was definitely not touched. Rather, she was infuriated. Being pursued by such a person, she felt especially ashamed. Yen Tiansheng, on the other hand, was protecting Yen Ruyu's front. His whole body's veins rippled, suddenly wanting to the rash man in front of him to death. P.S. Requesting votes and requesting collections. The new book Sailing Data is very important. Requesting support. Mwahaha. Chapter 14 Powerful News. Supplies exposed. Uncle Yen, I know you've always held prejudice against me. I don't blame you for being short-sighted. I advise you to calm down a bit. After all, I'm now a towering spirit beast warrior. Ordinary people like you can't do anything about me. But you're my future old man after all, so if you're really pissed off, then hit me. I can stand here and let you punch me 3 times as long as you can relieve your anger. No matter what, Ruyu is my woman. I will take care of her for the rest of my life. Yen Tiansheng was already on the verge of going berserk. When he heard Li Qingshan's output, he couldn't stand it. The original size that had turned back to normal swelled again, transforming into a 3-meter-tall muscular minotaur, his whole body revealing a hostile aura. Seeing this scene, sworn Li Qingshan froze. Your mom? In the middle of the day you are also a spirit beast warrior? Then do as you say, catch my 3 punches. If you can catch my 3 punches, I will marry Ruyu to you. Yen Tiansheng gritted his teeth and said word by word. Then he took a step out and pressed towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan gulped a mouthful of saliva. His entire body was a little confused. It wasn't true that he was a spirit beast warrior, but he wasn't a spirit beast warrior that specialized in power fighting. His family was in a difficult situation, and he had been relying on his own hard work and thrift, belonging to the category of doing 1 day's work and taking 3 days long vacation, and had no savings at all. Just on the eve of the outbreak of the dark unrest, this one was really hungry, so he went to the trash can outside the school to rummage for food scraps. In the end, he found a dead rat, so he roasted it and ate it. He was now awakened to his rat ability, and his sense of smell had been greatly enhanced, allowing him to sniff out the location of food. These expired cans were what he found by relying on his sense of smell. People's awakened abilities were all quite powerful. Either they had infinite strength or had become saints in the flesh. And there were even some people who had directly turned themselves into masters and changed their destinies against the heavens. He was an exception. Before the dark unrest he was a street rat, after the dark unrest he really became a rat. But even though a rat-type spirit beast warrior wasn't good at fighting, his physical physique was still too much stronger than ordinary people. Originally, he thought that with his identity as a spirit beast warrior, he could make Yan Tianxing look at him highly. But he didn't realize that the other party was also a spirit beast warrior. And it was far more powerful than himself. Looking at Yan Tianxing, who was approaching step by step, Li Qingshan panicked. His physique was a little more powerful than ordinary people, but he definitely couldn't withstand Yan Tianxing's attacks. Not to mention taking 3 punches. Looking at the other party's size, it was estimated that 1 punch could send him away. Don't, Uncle Yan, we are all civilized people. A gentleman moves his mouth and doesn't use his hands. Since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth. His face showed unwillingness, and he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally also planned to move strong if Yan Tianxing did not agree. Anyway, now the order collapsed with strength is the king's way. I didn't expect it to end like this. It's so ended up. Until now, he was still thinking, if he didn't eat that dead rat at that time, wouldn't he have awakened to become another spirit beast warrior? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in the world. Before leaving, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and turned back. Uncle Yan, I will be good to Ruyu. Are you really not going to continue to think about it? Even if you're spirit beast warrior, Ruyu is after all just an ordinary person. She won't be aggrieved by following me. I will definitely raise her to be fat and white. Your mom. Yan Tianxing was instantly exposed, copied the nearby barbecue grill, and threw it towards the Cadillac. Bang with a loud bang. The Cadillac was instantly smashed and deformed. Seeing this, Li Qingshan heart flashed a trace of meat pain color. This car is his serious own to buy. Second-hand 30,000. A full 24 installments before just pay off all the car loan. Uncle Yan. I'll just go. But you'll definitely regret it. Li Qingshan hugged a bunch of expired canned goods and ran away in a mess. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and yell. Yan Tianxing only hated that he didn't have wings. Otherwise, he would definitely fly up and tear this kid apart. Originally, tonight's barbecue feast is a happy thing. This dog day thing actually come to diaphragm himself. Really bad luck. How can you hit Ruyu's idea with this kind of goods? How do you compare to Xiao Tian? Not even a hair. Even if he let Ruyu sew herself up, it would never be cheap for this trash. Witnessing Li Qingshan leave, Yan Tianxing returned to his normal size and looked at Yan Ruyu and said in a serious tone, Ruyu, think about Xiao Tian's matter. It's best to do it earlier. We must hold on tight to this thigh now. Yan Ruyu did not resist this. What she had was only nervousness. Gently nodding, aha! It was said that the physique of a spirit beast warrior far exceeded that of an ordinary human, and it was the same in that aspect, and Xiao Tian's strength was so strong, so I didn't know if I could hold out. But soon Yan Ruyu shook her head again to clear it. She is known as the high and cold school flower Yan Ruyu. Now what strange things are you thinking about? After leaving the villa and coming to a safe location, Li Qingshan then stopped his steps and looked back in the direction of the villa. His nose twitched and a touch of sinister flashed in his eyes. Good guy, the villa warehouse actually hides so many supplies. This old thing could have known about the dark unrest, so he made preparations in advance? Originally, if we became a family it would be fine. What's yours is mine. Since you didn't betroth Ruyu to me, then don't blame me for being heartless. As I said, rejecting me, there will be a time when you will regret it. Li Qingshan's face showed a sinister look as he pulled out his cell phone and started recording a video. Families, I've discovered a breaking news. The villa of the boss of Tianxing Group has hidden a large amount of supplies. All kinds of food are available. They are still having a barbecue party right now. I've awakened the ability of a rat. My sense of smell is definitely not a joke. Big Ru City is now short of supplies everywhere. Almost most of the supplies in the supermarkets and malls have been looted. People tend to turn into irrational beasts after starving to a certain extent. As long as the news didn't spread, this place would definitely be targeted. When the villa supplies were looted at that time, he didn't believe that Yan Tianxing would still dare to look down on him. These expired canned goods were unappealing to the other party now, but soon the other party would definitely beg for them. Thinking of the image of Yan Tianxing kneeling down and begging for Yan Ruyu to be given to him as a woman, Li Qingshan was excited. Then his body swayed and disappeared at the end of the dark street. After Li Qingshan's video was uploaded, it quickly fermented wildly on the internet, causing a huge stir. Although most people were skeptical about it, the supplies were too important right now, and the other could not be trusted. Many people began to hit on the villa. Regarding this matter, Yen Ruyu and the others were still unaware of it. The next day, Xiao Tian was called up by Yen Tianxing. Boss Yen, did something happen? Could it be that something went wrong with the strengthening of the villa? Xiao Tian was dragged hard into the living room and rubbed his eyes and asked in some confusion. The refined steel in the Forbidden Land could be molded into the desired shape at will before it was finalized, so it was reasonable to say that there could not be any problems. It's not the matter of the fine steel, it's the matter of the villa. The materials we have hoarded in the warehouse have been exposed. Xiao Tian, little friend, it's me and Ruyu who have dragged you down. Yen Tiansheng felt a little guilty. Then he handed his cell phone to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian took the cell phone and glanced at it. Families, the villa of the president of Tianshan Group is hoarding a large amount of supplies. Xiao Tian glanced at it. His expression remained calm, and after secretly memorizing Li Qingshan's looks, he poured himself a cup of hot water. Xiao Tian, this matter is very serious. We might have been targeted by quite a few people. Should we send a video to dispel the rumors now? Yen Ruyu also spoke with a sullen face. She felt that she was the one who had dragged Xiao Tian into this, mainly Li Qingshan. How did he know that a large amount of supplies were being stocked in the villa? Yen Ruyu now regretting that she had not cut off the roots, and should have let her father leave the other party behind and behead them that night despite everything. Isn't dispelling the rumor now the meaning of this place? Xiao Tian crossed his legs and sat down on the sofa and laughed. Actually, this matter is not considered too serious, and it's very simple to want to resolve this matter. Hearing these words, the gazes of both father and daughter simultaneously fell on Xiao Tian. The seriousness of this matter was such that even Yen Tiansheng was at his wit's end. But Xiao Tian actually had a way to solve this matter? Chapter 15. My rules are the rules. Yen Ruyu's father and daughter felt guilty that they had dragged Xiao Tian into this, causing all the supplies to be exposed online. They were well aware of what kind of environment was in Daeju City now. The order gradually collapsed and disintegrated. Crowds of people scrambling for supplies from the supermarket mall could be seen everywhere on the road, and there was no shortage of powerful spirit beast warriors among them. Now that the news of their side stocking a large amount of supplies was spreading, the strengthening of the base was not completely finished. Once someone teamed up and came to their door, things would be quite tricky. Xiao Tian was indeed very strong, and so far he had killed all of them in seconds once he struck. But what about 10 spirit beast warriors or 30 spirit beast warriors? As long as the number of people coming was large enough, it was estimated that being as strong as Xiao Tian would be enough. But they didn't know that this kind of thing was indeed not a problem for Xiao Tian. In front of absolute strength was this emboldened. He was still thinking last night about how to quickly increase his strength. At this current stage, the only way to quickly increase strength was to kill mutant beasts and absorb mutant beast crystal cores. However, although Great Confucian City was not a first-tier city, at least it was a big city. The animals here were originally few, and most of the mutant beasts that appeared here were some bred pets. If you wanted to kill them, you would need to look for them one by one. Moreover, it was only the early stage of the dark unrest, and the level of the mutant beasts was not high, so the experience they could provide after killing them was also not much. Now that the news that the villa was stocked with supplies had been exposed, it just provided Xiao Tian with inspiration. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? We'll all listen to you. Yen Ruyu looked seriously at Xiao Tian and said, Open the live broadcast. Xiao Tian drank a mouthful of hot water and said indifferently, Open a live broadcast. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing glanced at each other with a blank look in their eyes. Open a live broadcast at this time? What kind of strange operation was this? Due to their trust in Xiao Tian, the two did as they were told even though they did not understand. Soon Yen Ruyu used her own cell phone to open the live broadcast. The live broadcast room had just opened, and a large number of people immediately flooded in. The news that Yen Ruyu's villa had hoarded a large amount of supplies had long since exploded on the internet, and now there were already quite a few people discussing forming an alliance to come together to loot it. At this time, Yen Ruyu turning on the live broadcast would naturally cause a great impact. Yen Ruyu? She's Yen Ruyu, the schoolgirl of my university. I recognize her. Good. Hiding a large amount of supplies. And now she actually dares to open a live broadcast. Who gave her the guts? So many of us are living in dire straits. But your Yen family is hiding tons of supplies. How can you be so selfish? Quite good looking. But I didn't expect such a bad heart. Selfish, indifferent, bad-hearted. Looking at the various trolling pop-ups that kept refreshing, Yen Ruyu was expressionless, but her heart was inevitably a bit complicated. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "Give me the camera." Yen Ruyu nodded and pointed the camera at Xiao Tian. "Who is this guy?" "I don't know. He's in the Yen family villa. Could he be Yen Ruyu's boyfriend?" "Impossible ah. Yen Big School Flower has never talked to anyone. These are not the key. Hurry up and take out the supplies and give them to everyone for equal distribution. Don't think of eating alone." Xiao Tian eyed the camera. His expression was calm. Opening his mouth was a king bomb. "I do have a lot of supplies here, and I won't eat alone." Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yen Ryu father and daughter had a momentary dismay on their faces. They had thought of many possibilities, but they had not thought that Xiao Tian had actually admitted it with a big smile. What kind of operation was this? As Xiao Tian admitted that the villa had hoarded a large amount of supplies, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room immediately became violent, and more people joined the live broadcast room one after another. Xiao Tian did not panic and signaled Yen Ryu to follow him, directly arriving at the front door of the warehouse where the supplies were stored. And then, under Yen Ryu and the others' astonished gazes, Xiao Tian directly opened the warehouse door. Instantly, all sorts of supplies came into view. Dazzling people. All the supplies were categorized and then neatly placed on the counter. There were various kinds of food, fresh meat, and even things like cigarettes. If it was a single person, these supplies would be enough to support a few decades of consumption. Seeing so many supplies, the crowd in the live broadcast room erupted. There are actually so many supplies. Hoarding so many supplies and still daring to broadcast it out. Is this looking down on us? It's the end of the world now. Why should they eat and drink while we continue to eat chaff? I haven't eaten for 2 days. They actually have so many good things. In a certain rented house in Daeju City, Li Qingshan watched the live broadcast with a gloating expression on his face. He didn't know who Xiao Tian was. He only felt that this one was unusually raw and actually dared to broadcast so many supplies out live. Was this afraid that no one would dare to hit on these supplies? It was all doom and gloom now. The order had collapsed and the spirit beast warriors had become the new order. If there were no surprises, the location of the villa would be exposed within today, and all the resources in the villa's warehouse would be snatched up by the crazed crowd. Yen Tiansheng, old thing, if you had agreed to marry Ruyu to me as a woman, how would I have exposed these supplies? Ungrateful stupid thing. I'm waiting for you to beg me. In the villa's warehouse, Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ryu to take her cell phone and turn around at the warehouse. Only after all the supplies were clearly displayed in front of the camera did he continue to speak. I know that you guys really want these supplies. I can give them to you, but I won't give them to you for nothing. If you want the supplies, you can redeem them with mutant beast crystallized cores. With those words, Xiao Tian immediately asked for a pen and paper and started writing. A grade 1 mutant beast crystal core could be exchanged for a pack of cigarettes and a can of carp. A level 2 mutant beast core can be exchanged for 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 cans of carp. There were a bit too many various materials in the warehouse, so Xiao Tian personally set the corresponding prices for all the materials. Took a full half-hour to write. However, there was no doubt that the crowd in the live broadcast room became even more annoyed when they saw this behavior of Xiao Tian. Not. It's already an era where order has collapsed, and you still want to ing barter? Anyway, now that we already know that there are quite a few supplies here, doesn't it smell good to directly rob him?
Cao Ni Ma.
I'll remember you. I'll move now and rush to the villa. I'll kill you, dog. The pop-up screen was filled with hostility and anger, itching to eat Xiao Tian alive. Xiao Tian did not care about the content of the pop-up screen. Seeing that the time was almost right, he directly asked Yen Ryu to turn off the live broadcast. Xiao Tian, is this your solution? Yen Ryu pursed her lips and asked with a complicated expression. Where was this a solution to a problem? It was clearly stirring up a dispute and actively revealing his wealth. If the people who had learned of the news before only wanted to loot the supplies, then now they definitely even had the heart to tear Xiao Tian alive. In Yen Ryu's opinion, Xiao Tian's behavior was no less than making an enemy of the entire spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City. And the purpose of opening this live broadcast, in her opinion, is equivalent to, lousy has resources, is a man to cut me. For the next day, they were afraid that they would be in danger. This is the way I thought of, resources are limited. It is naturally best to be able to do something with these resources. They need resources, we need crystal cores, a steady trade. Xiao Tian said calmly. But, do you think they will honestly exchange the crystal cores for supplies? Yen Ruyu squeezed out a trace of bitterness on her face. Hee hee. Xiao Tian laughed a few times and his eyes suddenly became deep. I will reason with them and talk about the rules. The words have already been spoken. If they don't abide by them, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Chapter 16 Moral Abduction? Kill them all. Did Xiao Tian not know the risks of doing this? The reason why he dared to do this was entirely due to the confidence brought about by his powerful strength. It was only the early stages of the dark unrest, everyone's level was generally not high, and with his fusion of 3 gene sequences, he could completely hang these spirit beast warriors and beat them up as long as he was willing to do so. Either be honest and take the crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Either that or die. Seeing how confident Xiao Tian was, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing did not say anything more. Although they were a little worried, they were more willing to trust Xiao Tian's judgment. An existence that was able to know in advance that dark unrest was about to descend was definitely not a mere fool. How is the villa reinforcement going? Just at this moment Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth and asked. It's almost finished. There's still a small portion of the place that needs to be strengthened, and the strengthening should be completed today. Yen Tianshang said with a smile. These refined steel brought out from the Forbidden Land was really easy to mold, and only needed to be set within the walls of the villa. The hardness of the steel was something he had personally tried, and even after the animalization, he was unable to cause even a small dent with his full force. The strength was absolutely nothing to speak of, it was tougher than all the materials he had ever seen. Seeing this Xiao Tian nodded and went outside the courtyard on his own, lying on a bench and basking in the sun. Sunlight was a good thing, but unfortunately in the middle and late stages of the turmoil it would cease to exist. 1 hour later. The first wave of people were the first to arrive at the villa. However, it was not the spirit beast warriors who had come to pick a fight, but a group of figures that Xiao Tian was familiar with. This group of people were all Xiao Tian's relatives. Xiao Tian's parents had died early, and he had always relied on himself to work and study, which was a bit like Li Qingshan. As for these relatives, they chose to be estranged during his most difficult time, but they did not expect all of them to appear here now. Xiao Tian, we all saw your live broadcast. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. You've actually hoarded so many supplies. It's really the pride of our family. A middle-aged man walked out with a smile. It was Xiao Tian's own uncle, Xiao Hu. When the other 7 great aunts saw this, they also hurriedly smiled and slipped out. Xiao Tian let out a cold smile, using his toes to think of the intentions of this group of people. As expected, the next moment Xiao Hu suddenly smiled and said, Xiao Tian, we are all relatives. Blood dissolves in water. You are also clear about how chaotic it is outside right now. Since you have supplies here, it's only natural to succor us, right? Why should I help you guys? Xiao Tian let out a cold smile, not having the heart to waste words here. He directly and faintly spat out a word, scram. At those words Xiao Hu and the others changed their faces. Xiao Tian, I am your own uncle. Are you going to see death and save me? I could have saved your life back then. Xiao Hu said angrily. Back then, when your mom looked for me to borrow money to buy the baby death medicine. If not for the fact that I didn't give him the money, there would be no you now. I didn't expect you to be such a white-eyed wolf. Xiao Tian's mouth slightly opened, and for the first time, he was shocked by the shamelessness of his own dear uncle. How could a person be shameless to such an extent? If you don't want to die, then all of you should roll. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and increased his tone by a few points. If it wasn't for the fact that these people were all somewhat related to him by blood, he would have gone on a killing spree long ago. Good. Xiao Hu did not feel the coldness in Xiao Tian's words and was so angry that he said 3 good words in a row and suddenly turned around to look at the crowd and said loudly, Everyone, since this unfilial son does not want to succor us, let's do it ourselves. All the spirit beast warriors come out of the line. Let's make a move together and rob the resources here first. As his words fell, 5 people in the crowd stepped out one after another, simultaneously entering the state of animalization. Then Xiao Hu himself also entered the beastification state, and his right arm unexpectedly turned directly into a 1-meter-long green snake. He raised his head to look at Xiao Tian, just in time to make a threatening sound. Suddenly, he saw Xiao Tian's figure disappearing in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of him. What a fast speed. This kid is also a spirit beast warrior. Xiao Hu was startled, and just as he was about to retreat and pull away from a safe distance, his right arm was gripped by Xiao Tian and pulled with force. There was a click. Xiao Hu's right arm along with its tendons were ripped out by Xiao Tian, and blood sprayed wildly like a fountain. My hand! My hand! Damned! You are a disgrace to our Shao family. No wonder your parents died so early. It's all because of you, this white-eyed wolf. Shao who wailed in pain, but in the end, he was a spiritual beast warrior who did not directly pass out from the pain, but instead spoke viciously while covering his arm. Shao Tian's face became more and more sullen as he slammed his fist out against his chest, directly penetrating the heart. Shao, whose expression froze and his screams came to an abrupt end. Then he convulsed a few times and fell to the ground, completely motionless. The other relatives were all dumbfounded when they saw this. Grass, killing people at the drop of a hat, are you Bai Qi reborn? Although we threatened you, morally kidnapped you, and tried to rob your supplies, we are at least relatives. To actually do such a desperate thing, to kill because of this little thing, what a ing white-eyed wolf. This kid is also a spirit beast warrior, let's fight together. I don't believe he can resist. The live broadcast has already spread out. Soon there will be people rushing here to grab the supplies. Instead of being cheap to those outsiders, it's better for us to take it ourselves. The remaining 5 people said loudly. Shao Tian's face was expressionless, but the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile. Good. This is forcing himself hard to kill someone. The black feathered wings behind Shao Tian's back unfolded and dozens of feathers exploded out, bursting forward like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone was instantly killed in seconds before they had time to react. Have someone move these corpses away. Lying for a long time stinks and affects the appetite. Shao Tian came back to the bench and sat down, saying to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu nodded and began to order the workers to clean up the scene. She did not have any sympathy for this group of people. Shao Tian had already given them a chance, but it was a pity that they actually naively thought that they could suppress Shao Tian. For Shao Tian's killing and decisive character, Yen Ruyu actually liked it. Not being a saintly mother, not dragging her feet, and directly killing in seconds as long as the red line was touched. This was how a normal person should behave under the doomsday. Right after the scene was cleaned up, Yen Tianxing also found Shao Tian and reported a good news. The reinforcement of the villa had been completed, and now every corner of the villa, including the underground foundation, was wrapped in fine steel. Even if a missile was used to bombard it, it would definitely not be able to break through the villa's defense. Even in the face of an attack from a spirit beast warrior, the villa would be able to do so unharmed. Very good. Now that the shelter is considered to be truly established, it will be considered to have a place to land in the future. Shao Tian nodded, just as the few people were chatting. Outside the villa, a fleet of vehicles drove in a great deal and stopped in front of the gate. More than 10 people swaggered down from the car. Arrogant roars violently exploded into the air. Shao Tian, I'm gonna hand over all the supplies before you wash your own neck and die. Chapter 17. Pouring out all your strength, can't break the defense? Hearing this roar, Yen Ruyu's brows knitted slightly, and she hurriedly opened the monitor inside the villa. And the scene outside the villa was immediately displayed on the living room TV. A fleet of vehicles appeared outside the villa. More than a dozen people stood in place aggressively, and all of them entered the animalized state. Terrifying auras continuously traveled in the air, emitting whistling wind sounds. All of them are spirit beast warriors, a full 13 of them. Yen Tianxing's breath shortened a few points, and Yen Ruyu was no longer calm. So many spirit beast warriors joining forces together. This would be a devastating blow to anyone. For a while, both father and daughter looked at Shao Tian at the same time. Yen Tianxing, as a famous rich merchant in Deju City, was not good at fighting and killing at all. Yen Ruyu, not to mention, had only awakened the healing phytochemical ability and did not possess combat power. As for the workers in the villa, only a handful of them had awakened to become spirit beast warriors. The only person they could count on now was Shao Tian. However, after seeing Shao Tian's bashful expression, the father and daughter could not help but let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Then Yen Tianxing asked, "Little friend Shao Tian, in your opinion, what should we do now?" Shao Tian sat on the sofa and asked for a piece of raw meat, eating it like popcorn while watching the images on the TV. "We don't need to do anything, just watch." Shao Tian did not intend to make a move. Now that the villa's reinforcement had just been completed, he also wanted to see just how strong the current villa was and whether it could withstand the combined attacks of these 13 spirit beast warriors. These 13 guys could just be used as a whetstone. If memory was correct, with the material of these fine steel, these 13 spirit beast warriors would not be able to break through the defense even if they were exhausted. Hearing Shao Tian say this, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter nodded, their expressions gradually relaxing. The villa's current strength was clear to them all. It was absolutely terrifying. However, in the face of the 13 Spirit Beast Warriors' joint attack, whether they could actually block the attack or not, they actually did not have any idea. Outside the villa, the 13 people were still shouting loudly. Xiao Tian, are you a ING shrinking turtle? Hurry up and come out to die. This group of people were shouting with red faces and thick necks, but there was never any movement inside the villa. Seeing that Xiao Tian had no intention of coming out, this group of people finally became impatient. Brother Xiong, seeing that we have so many people, that kid must be too scared to come out, so let's attack directly. The crowd looked to an inch-headed man at the head of the group and spoke. Their current body strength was invulnerable to knives and guns. Bullets couldn't easily penetrate. Even a 3-meter thick concrete wall could be blasted through with a single punch. Wanting to attack this villa was simply not too simple. This kid is not simple. Before the outbreak of the dark turmoil, seems to have obtained the power of the Spirit Beast Warrior, but also kidnapped Yen Ruyu and the military clashed. When the time comes to be careful, see this kid directly join hands to kill. Xiong Tao pondered for a while before exhorting in a deep voice. These 12 Spirit Beast Warriors on the scene were all united by him, and he was definitely not an idiot for being able to make it this far. He was well aware of the truth that being careful was the best thing to do. Don't worry, Brother Xiong. Even if this kid isn't simple, we are a full 13 Spirit Beast Warriors. Let's directly attack in and join forces to do away with that kid. And all the resources in the villa will be ours. Cut the crap. Let's attack together. The crowd's momentum was high, their blood boiling at the thought of the various resources within the villa. If they could successfully obtain this batch of resources, they could dash around for a long time. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Xiong Tao took a step forward and slammed his fist against the villa's gate. The imagined image of the gate deforming did not appear. Instead, Xiong Tao's brow furrowed as he let out a painful scream. Grass. This fist of his could even smash the security door to smithereens, but actually couldn't shake the villa door in front of him in the slightest. Seeing this scene, the 12 Spirit Beast Warriors were all a little confused. What does Brother Xiong mean by this? A fist can't break the villa door. Is he joking to make everyone happy? Xiong Tao's face turned blue and purple. After taking a deep breath, he used his full strength to blast out another punch. Boom! Click! This time, the door was still not blown open, but instead the fist came from the sound of broken bones. A fist down actually dry his own fracture. Xiong Tao's features twisted together, a little sweat seeping out of his forehead. He forced himself to endure the pain and looked up at the gate in front of him. Confused, everyone else also looked at each other with their mouths open, their expressions extremely wonderful. There's something odd about this gate. Together, Xiong Tao roared in color. The crowd didn't talk nonsense. They all exploded their full strength towards the gate and blasted over. Boom, boom, boom. A burst of ear-piercing explosions came from the scene. But when everyone's attacks fell, the gate remained motionless. Not even a dent appeared. The crowd was also confused. Grass. What the hell is this? Is there such a strong gate in the world? In the villa, Xiao Tian finished eating the raw meat in his hand, wiped his palms, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc. The gate of this villa had long been covered by steel, and his own guess was correct. The strength of the steel was very high, and it would be very difficult to break it open with just this group of people outside. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing also let out a sigh of relief in unison. Fortunately, the strengthening of the villa was completely finished at the critical moment, and now with the protection of the steel, the villa was already quite safe. Outside the villa, seeing that the door could not be broken open after a long time, Xiong Tao and his group were completely enraged. They arrived here in a rage to plunder the supplies, but in the end, they couldn't even enter the gate. What is this? All of you, I don't believe it. A gate can't be broken. Under Xiong Tao's greeting, everyone no longer suppressed and opened fire. Some people grew barbs on their backs and shot madly at the villa. There were also people who burned a blazing flame above their fists, and their fists turned into ripples of flame and blasted out towards the gate. Previously, they were worried that the attack would be too big and destroy the entire villa along with the materials inside the villa, so they still had some reservations. Now, they no longer had any worries. But what made them despair was that even if they went all out, it was still difficult to break through the gate of the villa in front of them. Not a single dent, not even a tiny scratch was left behind. The door wrapped in steel was still intact, glittering with lustrous colors. The crowd did not believe it and continued to attack with all their might. Xiao Tian inside the villa, however, suddenly stretched and stood up. The reason why he had not attacked in the first place was because he wanted the crowd to try the strength of the steel. Now that he had gotten the answer he wanted, it was time for him to strike and sweat these annoying flies. Open the gate. Xiao Tian craned his neck and said indifferently. Yen Ruyu did not hesitate and directly opened the gate of the villa. The crowd outside the villa were still frantically attacking, and when they saw the gate suddenly open on its own, they all stopped their movements and looked surprised. Immediately after, they saw Xiao Tian walking out with Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiansheng in tow. Xiao Tian, you have hidden a large amount of supplies and disregarded the deaths and lives of others. Today, we are going to act on behalf of the heavens and launch a sanction against you on behalf of justice. Hand over the supplies to atone for your sins, and I can consider leaving you with a whole body. Not being able to figure out why Xiao Tian and the others came out on their own, Xiong Tao did not want to think about it either. Obviously wanting to plunder other people's supplies but making such a grand gesture, you guys are really hypocritical, most annoying to stupid people like you. Xiao Tian skimmed his mouth, and the black feathered wings behind his back violently unfolded, and countless black feathers that looked like sharp blades floated slightly. Kill. Now begins. Chapter 18 Vampire destroys parking lot. Seeing Xiao Tian in this stance, Yen Ruyu knew that the guys in front of her were going to be in bad luck. We have a whole 13 people. Are we still afraid of a mere one of you? Xiong Tao patted his chest and blurted out. Since you're not willing to voluntarily hand over your resources to atone for your sins, then we'll do it ourselves. The atmosphere gradually heated up. Xiao Tian remained calm and composed as he turned his head to Yen Ruyu and signaled, "Open the live broadcast. Open the live broadcast." Yen Ruyu subconsciously looked at her own old father. What kind of operation was this from Xiao Tian? Both sides were about to fight. What was the meaning of letting himself open the live broadcast at this time? Could it be that Xiao Tian wanted to become a post-apocalyptic mini-netizen? Do as Xiao Tian says, he should have his own considerations. Yen Tianxing nodded. Good. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and took out her cell phone and skillfully opened the live broadcast. Then the camera was aimed at the image in front of her. A large number of viewers came in one after another soon after the live broadcast was turned on. Seeing this picture in front of them, they all clapped their hands and shouted, "Good fellow." A full 13 spirit beast warriors came to the door. This Xiao Tian is finished. He. Who let him be so pretentious, having so many supplies and still daring to show them live? Don't you know that a big tree attracts wind? Retribution has come. Even if this Xiao Tian has 3 heads and 6 arms, one person is definitely not a match for these 13 spirit beast warriors. Isn't the guy at the front Xiong Tao? Who is Xiong Tao? Explain upstairs. This Xiong Tao doesn't know what kind of animal's ability he awakened. With self-healing ability, he started plundering all kinds of supplies on the first day of the Dark Unrest, and he also annihilated several military squads. Hiss, it's a ruthless person. This Xiao Tian is finished. The Dark Unrest had already affected the entire Blue Star, and the people on the Blue Star had named this disaster as the Dark Unrest. And the humans who gained the ability of animal genes were called Spirit Beast Warriors. The mutated plants and animals and insects were known as altered beasts. Under the anticipation of countless people in the live broadcast, Xiong Tao led the 12 Spirit Beast Warriors to take the lead in striking out at Xiao Tian. This group of people were exceptionally ruthless in their strikes, and they were directly killing moves to instantly kill Xiao Tian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 spikes broke through the wind and instantly pierced into Xiao Tian's right arm. 3 bloody holes appeared and Cuckoo was bubbling with blood. This image made one's arm ache just by looking at it. Xiao Tian twisted his head to look at the guy with barbs all over his body, and the next black feathered wings stirred behind his back as he directly rushed over to that person. That person's expression changed greatly. Just wanting to retreat, Xiao Tian had already appeared in front of him. Then he stretched out his right hand and a sharp mouthpiece appeared in the center of his palm, tearing open his clothes and biting down on that person's chest as if it was a vacuum cleaner. It began to absorb blood crazily. Ah, what the hell? What the hell are you doing to me? The man struggled madly, but it was all to no avail at this moment. Xiao Tian was like a beast that had been starving for 3 days and was enjoying the sweet deliciousness of the blood. As the blood was continuously drawn away, that person's body also dried up as far as the eye could see. In the end, the color was completely lost in his eyes and he was drained alive into a corpse. Seeing this strange and crude scene, everyone was silent. What the hell kind of divine means was this? A living person was drained of blood in front of his own eyes. What kind of animal ability did this kid awaken? What is the difference between this and a vampire? Brother Xiong, look, the hole in this guy's arm has healed. Right at this moment, someone suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian and roared tremblingly. When everyone fixed their eyes on it, their scalps all went numb. Numerous threads of blood surged out from Xiao Tian's injured right arm, and the repair of the injured arm was soon completed. This brat also has the ability to heal himself? Could it be that he obtained the power of a leech as well? Xiong Tao narrowed his eyes. He had always had an omnivorous fetish, and on the eve of the aurora sweeping across the blue star, he happened to swallow a common leech. However, the leech he had swallowed was a common breed of leech, and it was the product of pulling out the entrails and wrapping them in flour and frying them in a deep fryer, not swallowing them raw like Xiao Tian did. Either way, Xiong Tao realized that he could not continue to delay. It had to be a quick battle. Moreover, the other party also had the ability to self-heal, so they had to do the killing in one go in order to do so. Strike together and kill this brat at all costs. Xiong Tao roared and led the remaining 11 people to charge towards Xiao Tian at the same time. He wanted to use his absolute numerical advantage to forcefully suppress Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's feathered wings behind his back fiercely incited, and the entire person rose up from the ground, followed by the emergence of a hideous electric eel head above his shoulders. At this moment, his appearance was like a demon king descending into the world, hideous and demonic. Swish, swish, swish. Under the setting sun, countless black feathers were excited at the same time, and hesitant pear blossoms poured down like a torrential rain. The aesthetically pleasing image hid an absolute killing opportunity. Too late to resist, too late to let out a scream. Everyone was shot into a sieve, dying instantly and miserably, even up to the moment of death. Many people still had expressions of despair and terror on their faces. Even Xiong Tao, who possessed the ability to heal himself, was instantly killed in seconds, not even having the chance to heal himself. Even Yen Ruyu, who had prepared for this, was watching as she sucked in cool air and secretly clenched her fists. Xiao Tian. He is really strong. Similarly, all spirit beast warriors. How could he be so powerful to such an extent? What kind of animal ability did he obtain? Hiss. Not human. This is simply not human. A full 13 spirit beast warriors. Among them there's also Xiong Tao, this ruthless man. Just like that he was seconded? Grass. Is there anyone who can tell me what the hell is going on?
Henning, Engineer Henning.
The crowd in the live broadcast room all fell silent after witnessing this scene. Originally, they thought that the 13 spirit beast warriors would be enough to destroy Xiao Tian, but they didn't expect it to end like this. The reversal was too big and dramatic. Xiao Tian incited his wings to land on the ground again, then looked straight at the camera and faintly spoke. I have a lot of supplies here. Those who are not afraid of death can come and try. Xiao Tian letting Yen Ruyu start the live broadcast was certainly not a random act. He wanted to shock everyone through the live broadcast. I do have supplies here, but you guys better not hit on these supplies, and you better not bother me, or else you will really die. The live broadcast had clearly met Xiao Tian's expectations as well, and the original various gloating pop-ups instantly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the people in the live broadcast room had suddenly all lost their fingers and stopped sending out pop-ups. Still, you guys want supplies? You can take crystal cores and exchange them here with me. The more crystal cores you can exchange, the richer the supplies will be. Xiao Tian once again spoke, and these words instantly made many people see hope again. Xiao Tian was too strong and the 13 spirit beast warriors were helpless. So what could they do? However, if they could exchange them with crystal cores, then they could consider it. I would like to ask, crystal core exchange for supplies? Is this true? A pop-up screen suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Xiao Tian looked at the screen and said indifferently, as long as you guys can get crystal cores, you can get them to exchange for supplies with me. After receiving Xiao Tian's affirmation, many people had an idea in their hearts. This was actually Xiao Tian's original intention of collecting supplies on a large scale, monopolizing everyone with supplies and making everyone work for him. Spirit beast warriors also had ranks, and the higher the rank, the stronger the strength, but the number of mutant beasts in the early stages was not large, and the experience they could provide was also very little. Instead of searching for mutant beasts to behead on their own, it would be better to let everyone help them behead. They exchanged the crystal cores for supplies to survive, while they themselves exchanged the supplies for the crystal cores to level up, which was a win-win situation. After a long moment of silence, Xiao Tian's eyes lifted slightly as he continued, in addition to the crystal cores of the mutant beasts, Li Qingshan's head can also be used to exchange for supplies. The moment Xiao Tian said this, the entire crowd in the live broadcast room was instantly nonplussed. Chapter 19. Since we are enemies, we will not rest until we die. Xiao Tian had already learned Li Qingshan's name from Yen Ruyu. The news of the large amount of supplies stored in the villa was revealed by this fellow. The other party must die. However, Xiao Tian still had a lot of things to do, and with the city of Daeju being so large, it was obviously impossible to personally bring the person out. Giving this matter to this group of people on the network was more than appropriate. Who is Li Qingshan? It seems like I haven't heard of this name. It seems like the guy who exposed the villa's resources. This bastard. I almost followed Xiong Tao and the others to the villa to grab the supplies too. Luckily I didn't go, or else I guess it would have been cool too. I'm at loggerheads with this bastard. Can we really exchange Li Qingshan's head for supplies? The pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to fly again. The crowd was skeptical. It wasn't until they received Xiao Tian's affirmative answer that the crowd completely boiled over. This was because Xiao Tian's words were that bringing Li Qingshan's head could be exchanged for a large box of living materials. What kind of concept was this? Although the dark unrest had only broken out not long ago, various supplies were already in short supply now. Spirit beast warriors with strength had all started to frantically hoard supplies, which also made the originally scarce resources even tighter. Other than that, the usually common instant noodles could not be bought with money now. This was because money had been completely reduced to waste paper now. And now that Li Qingshan's head was worth a large box of living supplies, this group of people went directly crazy. Immediately, many people responded to the call and left the shelter to go out and look for Li Qingshan's traces. A wave of searching for Li Qingshan blew up on the network of Daeju City. Order collapsed the weak and the strong, killing had long been the norm, and there was no need to take legal responsibility at all. Using heads to exchange for a large amount of supplies is definitely a surefire deal. Li Qingshan watched the entire live broadcast, looking at the pop-ups that kept floating out, his head buzzing. He is finished. This was Li Qingshan's thought at this moment. Shivering, an unprecedented fear gripped his heart. How can this be? How can this be? Li Qingshan clasped his head with both hands, murmuring down as if he was insane. He clearly just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. How could it have evolved into what it is now? None of this was his fault. If he wanted to blame it, he could only blame Xiao Tian for being too perverted. Beg for mercy. One must beg for mercy. Although his current hiding place was still quite hidden, there was no guarantee that some spirit beast warriors would be able to find his whereabouts with their own abilities. Li Qingshan adjusted his breathing and called Yen Ruyu after some struggles. Li Qingshan called me. In the villa, Yen Ruyu glanced at the caller ID of her cell phone and looked up to Xiao Tian. Then she pressed the connect button. Ruyu, Xiao Tian. No, Brother Xiao should be right next to you. Please give him your cell phone. I have something to talk to him. Yen Ruyu was on speakerphone. Xiao Tian naturally heard it. Receiving the phone, Xiao Tian said indifferently, "Are you Li Qingshan?" Li Qingshan had a wink and hurriedly cried out in pain. "Brother Xiao, it's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT Tai. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I already know I'm wrong now. I beg you to let me live." Using his head to exchange for resources in the current environment, what is the difference between this and a jungle hunting order? Now that the military had collapsed, there was no point for him to call the police even if he did, and the only way he could think of was to beg Xiao Tian for forgiveness in exchange for the other party's forgiveness. Unfortunately, Xiao Tian was not a saintly mother. If his strength was not as skillful as others, he would probably be rounded up and beaten to death by Xiong Tao and the others. When Li Qingshan leaked the news that the villa was hiding supplies, both sides were already enemies, the kind that would not end in death. "I'm a very good talker. Everything is fine," Xiao Tian suddenly said. Really? Hearing that Xiao Tian had the intention to forgive himself, Li Qingshan was instantly surprised. Of course it's true. Xiao Tian pondered for a while. "Let's do it this way. It's not convenient to chat on the phone. Tell me your current address. I'll personally make a trip over to talk with you in detail face to face." Li Qingshan's cell phone was almost dropped to the ground by his grip. At this time to ask lousy address, you afraid of not he talk is false. Come over to screw themselves is true. Brother Xiao, don't joke. If I tell you the address now, you will definitely get me killed. Li Qingshan's head was running frantically. Suddenly his eyes lit up and said, "I'm also a spirit beast warrior. Although I'm not good at fighting, my sense of smell is exceptionally sensitive. I can help you search for all kinds of supplies, as long as you're willing to let me go. I'll take you as my honor from now on, and recognize you as my boss. To be honest, now that most of the supplies were occupied and hoarded, it was definitely very difficult for Xiao Tian to continue searching for supplies. Having Li Qingshan's help would indeed make it much easier. But it was still the same sentence. Since they were enemies, they would not stop until they died. There's no turning back now, since we are already enemies. There's no need to say this again, you're on your own. Xiao Tian directly hung up the phone. Li Qingshan on the other end of the phone was in a trance for a split second, vaguely seeming to see his own Thai milk waving at him. Grass. The peace talks failed. Run. He had to run and find a relatively safe place to hide. If he could time travel, he would want to travel back and slap himself. Why did he have to mess with this monster? This is to be immortal with himself, ah. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. Now one more day is one more day. Simply pack up some supplies. Li Qingshan will put on a mask and carry a big bag downstairs. Just at this moment, 3 figures in front suddenly walked side by side. You are Li Qingshan, right? The teenager in the lead said with a wide grin.
No.
I'm not, you guys recognized the wrong person. Li Qingshan was shocked in his heart, but did not directly recognize his identity, tightened his mask and wanted to leave in a roundabout way. But 3 people blocked Li Qingshan's way. One of them suddenly grew a dog's face, pointed to the dog's nose and hemmed and laughed. I was awakened to the olfactory ability of a hunting dog. I have long since locked your breath. Even if you have plastic surgery, you cannot fool my dog's nose. You are Li Qingshan. After the live broadcast of killing Xiong Tao and his party, there were no more accidents on this day. The next day, early in the morning, before the sun rose, 3 people appeared outside the villa with a suitcase. The 3 people opened the suitcase, and what was inside was clearly Li Qingshan's head. The expression on this bastard's face before he died was quite wonderful. Unwillingness, regret, anger. Yen Ruyu just looked at it, and her stomach was rolling strongly, with a feeling of wanting to vomit. The same was true for Yen Tianxing. Xiao Tian was the only one who looked calm. Before he was reborn, he had experienced the sight of starving corpses everywhere and had even eaten amidst the corpses all over the place. He had long been immune to this type of situation. Seeing Li Qingshan's head, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly let people bring a box of supplies to the 3 people. Seeing Xiao Tian being so forthcoming, the 3 people were also quite excited. The 3 of them turned to leave with the supplies, and just then the clean-looking girl in the group suddenly stopped. Brother Xiao Tian, people can warm your bed. Can you take me in and let me stay by your side to serve you? I don't need anything. I just need to be fed 3 times a day. Xiao Wan, what are you? A boy in the crowd widened his eyes on the spot. I Nima. He had been pursuing him for 3 years without even holding hands, and had always been regarded by him as a pure goddess crush. Now he actually had to sell his body to warm someone's bed because of 3 meals a day. Where is the justice of heaven? Where is the king's law? Chapter 20. Altered Beast Purge Activity. Kill to Extinction. The boy's face showed pain, clenching his fists in sorrow. Xiaowan, what are you? Xiaowan reached out and placed her hand against the front of the boy's lips. Jiangwo, thank you for taking care of me during this time, but I'm not good enough right now. When I become good enough, I will definitely come back to you, so are you willing to wait for me? I'm willing. Seeing Jiangwo nodding his head, Xiaowan showed her teeth and smiled before she looked at Xiao Tian again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was stunned. A slag woman with a licking dog was really a match made in heaven. Not to mention the fact that with Xiao Tian's current strength, what kind of woman could not be found if he wanted? Just the Yen Ruyu beside him alone. No matter if it was her figure and appearance or her temperament, she beat this Xiao Wan on all fronts. Scram! Xiao Tian spat out a word faintly with a dark face. Xiao Wan instantly turned around and looked at Jiang Wo with deep emotion. Jiang Wo, I'm back, and I've become even better than ever. Xu Huan. The two embraced each other and cried tears of joy. Xiao Tian. After dismissing a few people, the crowd re-entered the villa. Yen Ruyu had a preoccupied look on her face. Recalling her old father's advice to her and associating it with Xiaojuan's earlier hints to Xiao Tian, a sense of crisis suddenly rose. Xiao Tian was excellent and strong, and the key was that he was also a little handsome. Such a man was definitely a glittering gold in the dark and turbulent times. Moreover, with the collapse of the existing order, monogamy had long since become history, and as long as Xiao Tian was willing, it would only be a matter of time before he had concubines. No way. She had to act quickly and cook the raw rice. However, she had always been the image of a high and cold school flower to the outside world, and even with a cold face there was still no lack of suitors around her. Now letting her take the initiative to confess to Xiao Tian and also take the initiative to cook the rice, she had no clue. Right in the middle of Yen Ruyu's thoughts, a few more cars drove up outside the villa. A few figures came down from the cars and took out a few snakeskin bags, which contained what was clearly altered beast crystal cores. Xiao Tian had already seen the situation outside through the surveillance outside the villa and directly opened the door and walked out. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian, these guys all acted quite honestly. After all, the image of Xiao Tian killing Xiong Tao and the others in seconds was still fresh in their minds. This one was an absolutely ruthless person. Don't get me wrong. We have no malicious intent. We are here to exchange supplies. These are the crystal cores we obtained from hunting mutant beasts. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not say anything, several people hurriedly pointed at the crystal cores in the snakeskin bag and explained. Xiao Tian roughly swept a glance. The crystal cores in the several snakeskin bags totaled no less than a dozen. It's fine. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Tian had people move some supplies to exchange out, then took the crystal cores in the sacks back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian gave Yen Ruyu's father and daughter a crystal core to absorb. It was not that Xiao Tian was stingy. Most of the resources in the villa were plundered by himself, and now that he exchanged the resources for crystal cores, the ownership of these cores naturally belonged to him. Moreover, absorbing crystal cores was very energy-consuming for ordinary spirit beast warriors, and this one crystal core was enough for the two to absorb for a long time. The two had also learned about crystal cores from Xiao Tian during this period of time and knew that this thing could level up. So without thinking, they began to absorb it. The two took their respective crystal cores and placed them in their palms to start absorbing them. The crystal core flickered with a faint light, and as the two continued to absorb it, the light gradually became dimmer, only the speed of dimming was very slow. On the contrary, Xiao Tian picked up a crystal core and placed it in his palm. Then a mouthpiece appeared in his palm and directly devoured it. Click, 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 click. Crisp chewing sounds resounded through the villa hall. In the blink of an eye, a mutant beast crystal core was directly absorbed by Xiao Tian. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: Level 4. Bloodline level: None. Gene sequence number: 9766. Trinity. Inherits the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, releases thunderbolt feathers to cut enemies, and absorbs blood through the air to strengthen itself. Xiao Tian's level smoothly came to level 4, but the higher the level, the more crystal cores required. Xiao Tian estimated that the remaining crystal cores were not even enough for him to level up to level 5. As expected, after absorbing all of the crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level stayed at level 5. On the contrary, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter were still absorbing that one crystal core. Seeing that Xiao Tian had already finished absorbing the crystal cores in the two snakeskin bags, the father and daughter were dumbfounded and were all confused. Both were spirit beast warriors. How could the gap be so large? It was only a matter of the difference in strength, but even the speed of absorbing the crystal cores was so terrifying. Simply monsters. Intensify the absorption. This period of time is mainly for leveling up. Soon, due to the influence of the aurora borealis, the plants and insects on the blue planet will undergo a large-scale mutation, and it will be far more dangerous than it is now. The animals that could be seen in the big city were basically either pets that were kept or fierce beasts in the eyes of the animals. That was why the city hadn't been massively destroyed yet. The biggest danger now was the spirit beast warriors. However, with the mutation of insects and plants, the mutant beasts would be everywhere and the danger would be more intense. This was also the reason why Xiao Tian had to exchange supplies for crystal cores. Although the supplies were important compared to the supplies, it was even more important to improve his strength as much as possible under the chaotic world. The father and daughter looked at each other and nodded vigorously as they continued to absorb the crystal core energy. This day was relatively uneventful, and from time to time, people with crystal cores came over to Xiao Tian to exchange resources. Xiao Tian did not refuse this. Anyway, the hoarded materials were large enough that even if the entire Big Ru city was looking for crystal cores to exchange, they would be able to eat it. One day down, Xiao Tian had exchanged hundreds of crystal cores, and after leaving a small portion of crystal cores for his father and daughter, most of them were absorbed by himself. Xiao Tian's strength also came to the level of 9. It has only been a short while since the dark unrest officially broke out, and my level has come to level 9. Such a speed of improvement has already crushed the vast majority of people, right? Feeling the increase in his body strength, Xiao Tian muttered to himself, however, I am still more concerned about devouring genes than the increase in strength, and I don't know when the next opportunity to devour genes will be unlocked. At the same time, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter had also absorbed 2 crystal cores and their levels had all come to the level of 3. Just as the 3 Xiao Tians in the villa were absorbing the crystal cores, the internet had already exploded. When it was determined that it was really possible to use the crystal cores to exchange for various supplies here in Xiaotian, everyone was abuzz. Many spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had gone out and spared no effort in searching for mutant beasts and then decapitating them. A purge of mutant beasts that was triggered by Xiaotian had inexplicably begun. There were even some animals that had just mutated and were directly killed by the frantic crowd. Some people, in order to be more efficient, directly captive bred a large number of animals and waited for the other side to mutate, belonging to the operation of blocking the spring. On this day, the mutated beasts in the Great Confucian City were dumbfounded. Before they had a chance to feel this wonderful world, they were beaten to death by the crowd with green eyes. At this stage, Big Ru City had become the safest city on planet Blue. Because almost all the mutant beasts have been killed to extinction, night quietly descended. Xiao Tian returned to his room early to rest. Just as he was half asleep, a light footstep came from outside the room door. Immediately after, the tightly closed door of the room was gently pushed open with a creak, and a silhouette wearing pajamas tiptoed and slipped in along the doorway. Chapter 21. The one that glows is enough. Submit to me. Xiao Tian on the bed did not sleep to death and almost rolled over and jumped up from the bed. The villa was burglarized? Or are the enemies coming to the door? The villa's defense level is so high, with all-round steel covering, the spirit beast warriors can't even break in, let alone the thieves. As for enemies, it was even more impossible, because any enemies that became his enemies were quickly sent to receive their boxed lunches. Since it wasn't a thief or an enemy, who would sneak into his room in the middle of the night? Soon Xiao Tian had an answer. It was Yen Ruyu. As the silhouette gently walked to the bed, Xiao Tian could already smell the faint body odor that belonged to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu had long since ceased to be her usual high cool school flower image, and came to stand in front of the bed with a red face in the darkness. She kept adjusting her breathing and cheering herself up, but it still felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Letting her, a golden girl, secretly climb into a man's bed in the middle of the night, this kind of thing, not to mention not having done it in reality, has never been seen on TV. Why in the world am I doing this? Is it just because I want to hold on to Xiao Tian's thigh and choose to sell my flesh in order to survive in this cruel post-apocalyptic world? Determining that Xiao Tian was still asleep, Yen Ruyu let out a sigh of relief, but when it really came to the final step, she hesitated instead. If she really did this, what was the difference between her and Xiao Wan in the daytime? The difference was still there. The other person was just an ordinary person, while she was a university flower. No, I do want to hold on to Xiao Tian's thigh, but after this period of time I do have a good feeling for him as well. Moreover, he saved our family. If he hadn't taken away that electric eel, perhaps as he said, the electric eel would have mutated under the influence of the aurora borealis, and my father and I would have all died. I'd like to return the favor for saving my life, not to mention that he saved my whole family. In ancient times, women who had nothing to repay would give their bodies in return, and now I have nothing to repay, so it makes sense to give my body in return. Yen Ruyu nodded slightly, her eyes regaining their luster. Immediately afterward, she made a bold decision that went against her ancestors. Lifting the bedding next to Xiao Tian, she lightly lay on it. Xiao Tian, who had closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, was confused. He still thought that Yen Ruyu was plotting against him and wanted to repay him in kind, and he was ready to kill someone in his animalized state. As a result, the other party made such a mess. What are you doing? Yen Ruyu had just laid down, still suppressing her heartbeat, when she suddenly heard Xiao Tian's voice and let out a sharp popping sound in fright. Ah! Xiao Tian, you didn't sleep, ah? I was about to fall asleep and was woken up by you. What do you want to do when you come to my place in the middle of the night? Yen Ruyu instantly landed a big red face, shyly wanting to grab the door and get out. However, on second thought, how could she give up halfway when things had already come to this? Under the premise that Xiao Tian did not have the slightest preparation, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned around and wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian immediately stared wide-eyed, not waiting for him to open his mouth to say something. The warm red plum blocked his mouth. This night, the spring light was infinite. Yen Ruyu would never have thought that she was so close to death tonight. The next day, Xiao Tian got up early in the morning, the whole person was refreshed, and directly dried dozens of pounds of raw meat. As for Yen Ruyu, she didn't get up until almost noon, and her walking posture was extremely odd. The atmosphere in the living room was slightly awkward. Looking at her own old father's gaze, Yen Ruyu's face turned slightly red, itching to dig a crack and burrow in. Yen Tiansheng, however, was ecstatic inwardly. He was not an old codger. Since his own daughter was interested in Xiao Tian, it would be fine to cook the rice earlier. Boss Yen, last night, after a long time of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Xiao Tian, little friend, you young people's things, old man, I can't care, also don't want to care, you guys just watch yourselves. Yen Tiansheng waved his hand, stroked his beard and said with a smile, Xiao Tian. By the way, there are quite a few more people coming to exchange supplies one after another this morning. All the crystal cores are here. I have counted them in advance. There are a total of 13 crystal cores. Yen Ruyu pointed to a suitcase next to her and opened her mouth. Xiao Tian nodded and opened the suitcase and picked up the crystal cores inside and casually started absorbing them. In a few minutes' time, all 13 crystal cores were absorbed. Xiao Tian's level also came to level 10. Although he was mentally prepared, Yen Tiansheng was still inevitably shocked in his heart. He had only absorbed one crystal core after pulling an all-nighter last night, and now his level had only just reached level 3. 13 crystal cores were absorbed by Xiao Tian in a few minutes. This speed was simply terrifying. It was also thanks to Xiao Tian not being an enemy, otherwise how desperate would he have to be? At the same time, Xiao Tian's face showed a hint of surprise, because right after the level came to 10, the system's prompt came out. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 10 and obtaining an opportunity to devour. Congratulations to the host for coming to level 10. The bloodline function is unlocked. The host can devour mutated plants and animals and insects. Xiao Tian opened the interface bar. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: 10. Bloodline level: Level 10. Gene sequence number 9766. Trinity. Inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs. Extends a pair of wings. Releases lightning feathers to slice through enemies, and absorbs blood from across the room to strengthen itself. His own bloodline level was also level 10, but Xiao Tian was not sure what the function of this bloodline level was for the time being. However, none of this mattered. He had gained another opportunity to devour, and this time he could devour mutated plants and animals and insects, so the options were even wider. Gotta find a chance to devour a new target. And if the estimation wasn't wrong, the second Forbidden Land was about to open, and there was a set of resurrection equipment hidden within the second Forbidden Land. This set of equipment was extremely heaven-defying, equivalent to having a second life. However, it was quite difficult to find. Before rebirth, this set of equipment was found by the Heavenly Master Fat High of Dragon Tiger Mountain. The other party relied on this set of equipment and subsequently became one of the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. This goods will be the art of divination, but also know a lot of magic spells, although did not become a spirit beast warrior, but still has a not bad combat power. The key opponent's divination art could find all sorts of treasures. In other words, right now, one had two goals for the time being. Find a new devouring target to devour. Find Fatty High and have the other party follow him into the second copy. Right at this moment, Yen Tianxing suddenly thought of something and pulled out an envelope and handed it to Xiao Tian. There was a guy who came to the villa this morning and asked me to pass this letter to you, without saying anything specific. Xiao Tian nodded and opened the envelope to read it. The content inside was very simple. Xiao Tian, I am He Huan. I demand that you submit to me unconditionally, or else I will retaliate against you. The one who can glow is enough, and the great Confucian city only needs one overlord. Xiao Tian. Chapter 22. Boss. You seem to be dying a bit, He Huan. Xiao Tian felt that this name was familiar, and finally got an idea after a careful thought. Before he was reborn, this He Huan was also considered a small leader in the city of Deju, and just like Chao Monglong, he started recruiting people and developing his own forces after the unrest. But unlike Chao Monglong, He Huan's style of doing things was more ruthless, and his vision was also more long-term. If he remembered correctly, according to the normal trajectory, Chao Monglong was finally destroyed by He Huan. This was because as the dark turmoil continued to advance, the environment of Blue Star was becoming more and more hostile, and the resources of Great Confucian City were limited. In order to keep all the resources in his own hands, He Huan gathered all the spirit beast warriors under his own hand and launched a cleanup operation against other forces. He didn't expect that he would actually be targeted by the other side this time when he lived again. But it was normal when he thought about it carefully. After all, what he had done during this period of time was rather high profile. Moreover, he held most of the resources in his hands, which inevitably squeezed the living space of others, and it was only a matter of time before Huan took action against himself. It was just that Xiao Tian did not expect that the other party's actions would be so simple, rough and swift. If it was before his rebirth as an ordinary person, being targeted by someone like Huan, Xiao Tian would definitely have trouble sleeping at night. But times are different today. System plus body. Afraid of chicken hair. Dry to finish the matter. This guy dared to write a letter to threaten himself, already have a way to take death. Have to find a way to eradicate this hidden danger. Knowing that the other party is their enemy, may be a threat to themselves, but sit back and do nothing, waiting for the other party to retaliate against themselves first, and then move to solve. Xiao Tian could not do such a stupid thing. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianxing's father and daughter also saw the contents on the envelope, and their expressions became a little ugly for a while. The matter of Chao Monglong and Xiong Tao had only passed a short while ago, and he didn't expect that there would be another Huan now. However, the two of them just felt a bit headstrong, not too worried. First of all, the villa was now wrapped in steel, so even spirit beast warriors would find it difficult to directly force their way in. Secondly, with Xiao Tian, a terrifying existence, in attendance, the unusual people simply did not have the capital to act recklessly. Little friend Xiao Tian, since the other party dares to write a letter to threaten, they definitely have a certain amount of backbone. Let's just think long and hard. Yan Tianxing expressed his opinion. Xiao Tian did not reply, but instead looked at the back of the envelope and realized that there was a string of phone numbers left on the back. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian pulled out his cell phone and entered the number and dialed it. A few seconds later, the call was answered and a low male voice came out. Hee. It seems like you've already finished reading the contents of the envelope. Huan laughed eerily a few times and was just about to let out a chain fart when Xiao Tian stopped him. Where is your home? Huan was a bit confused. How is this different from what he expected? Originally, he thought that the other party should have made a compromise by calling over, but the result was that he opened his mouth to ask where his home was. What does that mean? What does he want? What do you mean? Sulking for a long time, Huan asked quietly. Don't want to do anything either. You are also a local of Great Confucian City, right? Xiao Tian faintly asked. Huan was unsure, but still answered, yes. That's right, I'm also a local of Big Ru City. Maybe we were still in the same class when we were in kindergarten. Graduating for so long and still being able to meet in this way is considered fate. I have some local specialties here. Give me a contact information and I'll find a time to mail them to you. Something was wrong. 10 out of 10 was 9 out of 10 wrong. Although he didn't know what Xiao Tian was doing by asking for his address, his intuition told Huan that it must not be something good. Hand over all the supplies in your hand. Then bring your people to submit to me, and I can tell you everything you want to know. When Xiao Tian heard this, he lost interest and directly hung up the phone. It seemed that this Huan was not a reckless person like Chao Monglong, and actually did not fall for the trap. He had now reached level 10, and had also fused 3 gene sequences, so there were not many people who were his rivals when looking at the Great Confucian City with such strength. If Huan had told him the exact address, he would have gone to the door and killed the other party's entire family. It was a pity that the other party didn't fall for the trap. Boss Yen, recently, let the people in the villa not go out as much as possible, just stay inside the villa. Xiao Tian said to Yan Tianxing after thinking about it. If he remembered correctly, at this time, Huan had already recruited many people and had some spirit beast warriors under his hand. The villa's defense was very high. Xiong Tao's general people couldn't break through the villa's defense even if they joined hands, so it was still safe to stay inside. Good. Yan Tianxing nodded and had no objections to this. After the explanation, Xiao Tian took out his cell phone again and recorded a video and posted it on the internet. The content of the video was simple. Whoever could get Huan's head would be able to come to the villa to designate the exchange of 5 large boxes of resources. If the other party didn't show up, Xiao Tian couldn't possibly take the initiative to look for them. After all, Deju City was too big. Trying to find someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he still had many things to do. Since he did not have the time, he would let others do it. With resources in hand, anyone could be his own cow horse. Once the video was sent out, it instantly set off the internet circles of Great Confucian City. It hasn't been long since Li Qingshan's matter has passed, And God Xiao has actually issued another hunting order. Who is this He Huan? Where did he offend God Xiao? The human head is actually worth 5 big boxes of resources, and you can also specify the supplies. It doesn't matter who this He Huan is. I'm going out now. Are there any spirit beast warriors who are good at tracking? Leave your contact information and let's cooperate for a wave. The comment section below the video was directly finished. And in less than a few minutes, the messages came to 99 plus. Xiao Tian had killed Xiong Tao and his group in seconds on the last live broadcast, and had already been privately called the God of Kill by countless people. Originally, it was thought that since then, the entire Big Ru city would not dare anyone to provoke Xiao Tian's authority anymore. I didn't expect that after only a few days, someone would jump out and do it again. A head is worth 5 big boxes of supplies. It was important to realize that the supplies of the entire Big Ru city were now in the hands of a small number of people, and most people were still hungry. The news quickly spread throughout the city like a plague. It was like a hungry wolf smelling blood. For a time, the entire crowd of Great Confucian City went crazy. Many spirit beast warriors traveled in groups, roaming the streets in groups of 3 to 5, looking around for He Huan's traces. On the other end of the phone, seeing Xiao Tian hang up the phone, He Huan was a bit puzzled. Calling over wasn't to submit himself, just asking for his specific address. What kind of tricks was this guy trying to play? However, he soon understood. Boss, something big is wrong. Outside the abandoned warehouse, a man in jeans rushed in with a panicked look. What's all the fuss about? We're all spirit beast warriors now. We're no longer ordinary people. We have to be calm even when we encounter heavenly matters. We have to be pushy, you know? He Huan glanced at the man and said with some displeasure. That person swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his mood gradually calming down. Only after seeing this did He Huan open his mouth unhurriedly. Say it. What happened? Why are you so panicked? Boss, you seem to be a bit close to death. Hearing the man's words, He Huan froze. Seeing He Huan's confused look, the man didn't explain much and took out his cell phone to play a video. After watching the video, He Huan was silent. After a long time, a roar filled with sulking anger exploded inside the abandoned warehouse. Xiao Tian, I'm Chao, your grandfather. On the other side, after handling He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu out. The second copy was about to descend, and for the sake of the batch of resurrection-level equipment within the copy, he had to take Fatty Hai, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, under his tutelage as soon as possible. On this trip, he wanted to develop the other party into one of his own. Chapter 23. Getting out of the car and having a fight, the heavenly master was dumbfounded. After the two left the villa, they got into a red Ferrari and set off towards Longhu Mountain. This time, after all, they were not going to purchase goods, so it was obviously inappropriate to drive a large truck again. Holding the leather steering wheel with one hand, Xiao Tian was overcome with emotion. In the past, he had not dared to dream of being able to drive such a luxury car, but he did not expect it to be realized now. However, in the dark and turbulent times, a luxury car was almost worthless and could not even be exchanged for a bucket of instant noodles. On the way, Yen Ruyu also asked about the purpose of this trip. The other party was also considered one of his own, so Xiao Tian did not hide it. He recounted Fatty Hai's divination ability, as well as the resurrection equipment within the second copy. Yen Ruyu was shocked when she heard that within the second copy, there actually existed such a piece of equipment that came with a resurrection attribute. Wasn't this a proper resurrection armor? Such equipment would actually appear in reality. However, once she thought about the fact that the dark unrest had broken out, and that even plants and animals and insects could mutate into monsters, she wasn't that shocked anymore. Can these equipments really bring people back to life? Yen Ruyu looked sideways at Xiao Tian and curiously said, Aha! Xiao Tian nodded. After Yen Ruyu pondered for a while, she suddenly said, If the person wearing this equipment is whacked into mush, will they still be able to be revived? Xiao Tian was silenced by the question, a question he had not pondered over. Before he was reborn, he had only read on the internet that Fatty Hai had encountered a wave of beasts and relied on the equipment's resurrection feature to break out of the siege. As for whether there were any restrictions on resurrection, this point was unclear for the time being. I guess there is no problem, after all. This is an equipment from the Forbidden Land, which itself cannot be judged by common sense. After thinking for half a day, Xiao Tian still gave a reasonable explanation. Yen Ruyu nodded, then asked, Then what should Fatty Hai do if he doesn't cooperate? Then fight until he is willing to cooperate. Xiao Tian spoke almost without thinking. This was a very simple truth. There could be no legal protection now. A big fist was the hard truth. If the other party was not willing to follow him, then he would fight until he was convinced. If the other party insists on being an enemy with himself, then he will utilize and then kill and exterminate. This was the confidence that came from being strong enough. Of course, with Xiao Tian's understanding of Fatty Hai before he was reborn, this fellow should not be so strong as to refuse his request for cooperation. Because the current mutant beasts in Deju City were almost exterminated, the road was smooth. Moreover, there were almost no other vehicles to be seen on the road, and after traveling unhindered for 2.5 hours, the two of them smoothly arrived at the Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain is surrounded by mountains and water. The scenery is beautiful. The mist on the mountain has not yet dispersed. More than 1 point of hazy beauty. Not having the heart to appreciate the scenery on the mountain, Xiao Tian parked the car in front of the gate of the Taoist temple. The two of them had just gotten out of the car when the door of the Taoist temple was pushed open. A fat man wearing a Taoist robe rubbed his sleepy eyes and snorted as he walked out. The two Xiao Tians were stunned when they saw them outside the door. Two big living people? The outbreak of the dark unrest had long been known, and although Fatty Hai lived on Longhu Mountain all year round, he had also swiped his cell phone and knew something about the situation. Altered beasts were rampant, and spirit beast warriors were born. The entire city of Deju has long been in chaos. Many people because of some supplies on the side of the people killed. I didn't expect that at this time, there were actually people who drove to Longhu Mountain. Could it be that they came to burn incense and pray? Now this Taoist hall doesn't charge incense money anymore. It charges supplies instead. You can exchange all kinds of supplies for incense, preferably things like food. Fatty Hai cleared his throat and opened his mouth. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Tian took a step forward. His black feathered wings unfolded behind his back, and his electric eel head emerged on his shoulder, directly entering a state of animalization. Then, with a flash of his body, he slammed his fist against Fatty Hai's face. Fatty Hai exclaimed in shock, his entire being confused. Where did the madman come from early in the morning? Yanji punched himself the moment they met? How big a grudge and how big a grudge? However, as the 98th generation Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, Fatty Hai was not a vegetarian. His obese body instantly became incredibly flexible and quickly jumped back a step. However, before he had time to stand still, his feet suddenly slipped, his body lost its balance and tilted forward. His head slammed straight up towards Xiao Tian's fist. Fatty Hai's eyes widened in anger, and after a cry of surprise, he hardened his head against Xiao Tian's fist. His right eye instantly became a panda eye. With a miserable cry, Fatty Hai quickly pulled away and exploded back a few steps, rubbing his eye and grimacing for a while. Xiao Tian was a little confused, knowing that this fat man was a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, and probably had his own arrogance or something. In order to prevent the other party from refusing, he had planned to take the first step and beat the other party until he was convinced, showing his powerful strength. I did not expect the other party actually did not follow the rules. Just use his head to take down his fist. Really, Heavenly Master is Heavenly Master. This routine general people really can't catch it. And more importantly, their own this fist even the spirit beast warrior cannot carry, the other party with the head to take down, in addition to more a black eye actually unharmed. This fatty is not simple. No wonder he can become one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom. Continuing to strike. Xiao Tian didn't say anything. He moved his limbs and was about to throw another punch. Just in the nick of time, Fatty Hai, who was rubbing his eyes, suddenly turned white, and then his knees went soft and directly knelt down to Xiao Tian. Good man, spare my life. I know I'm wrong. I'll give you whatever you want. Don't fight anymore. Looking at Fatty Hai, who suddenly begged for mercy, Xiao Tian blinked his eyes and somewhat did not react. Not. You are at least a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, one of the future top powerhouses of the Dragon Country. Now actually kneeling in front of yourself and begging for mercy. What is this? Yen Ruyu's big eyes were also flashing with a bit of confusion. This fat man does not look like an expert. Does he really know the art of divination? Seeing the two of them in a daze, Fatty Hai's eyes turned, and he instantly ran towards the Taoist temple. Damn! This crazy bully honest people. Although successive generations of Longhu Mountain Heavenly Masters have also practiced techniques to strengthen their bodies, these techniques to strengthen their bodies are simply not as strong as the strong physique that comes with spirit animal warriors. What the successive generations of Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Masters were best at was still the art of talismans. However, He had just gotten up and was only wearing a thin long shirt, so he hadn't brought any talismans at all. When I get the talisman, if I don't beat you up and make you cry, I will not be a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Fatty High, disguised as a flexible fat man, rushed all the way into the Taoist temple lobby, took out a small box from the drawer and opened it. Inside was a stack of talismans. These talismans are all the various talismans left behind by the generations of Heavenly Masters of Longhu Mountain, capable of triggering thunder and lightning to ignite the flames, which can be considered as a great weapon to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. However, since Fatty High came to Longhu Mountain, he has not seen any demons, and these talismans have hardly been used. However, using these talismans to deal with spirit beast warriors should also be sufficient. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian also followed and rushed over. Kid, you're done, I'll tell you. These talismans are all high-level talismans left behind by my Longhu Mountain's successive generations of Heavenly Masters. Even if you're a spirit beast warrior, this is not the place for you to spread your wildness. Later on, I'll beat you up and make you cry for your parents. After getting the talisman, Fatty High instantly had a bottom, wiping off the sweat on his forehead, grinning triumphantly. However, the next moment he could no longer laugh. He only saw Xiao Tian look towards the pile of talismans, and a feather shot out from his back, directly penetrating this pile of high-level talismans left behind by successive generations of Heavenly Masters. Immediately after the feather released a terrifying electric current, the talisman gradually heated up and was ignited, turning into a pile of ashes in the blazing fire. Fatty High looked blankly at the talisman in his hand that turned into ashes and fluttered in the wind. His mouth opened wide and he was completely dumbfounded. Fatty High's just risen bottom, along with the drifting ashes, dissipated together. Good man. If I tell you now that it was all a joke earlier, will you believe me? Chapter 24. Chao Xiong blocking the door. Desperate batch. Because of the cold sweat, the Heavenly Master Taoist robe on Fatty High's body was infested with wetness clinging to his body, looking extremely wretched. However, Xiao Tian did not say anything and just waved his fists. The resurrection equipment within the second forbidden land Xiao Tian was determined to obtain, without being sure if Fatty High was reliable. He had to beat the other party until he was convinced. Don't say anything like cruel and inhumane. If you want to live in the end times, you must prioritize yourself. As for how the beaten Fatty High felt, it was not Xiao Tian's category to consider. Stop. Please. Don't fight. Don't fight. I've begged for mercy. Why are you still coming on strong? I'm at least a Heavenly Master. Grass. Lao Xianji, where in the end offended you? Early in the morning drive to Longhu Mountain to beat me, you to it? Wrong. I really know wrong. Ouch, hey, what the hell do you want to do? 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. Fat High was beaten without the power to fight back. The hall of a generation of celestial masters, at the moment weak and helpless, can only hold his head in both hands and curl up in the corner. The whole process lasted for half an hour of time. Fatty High has not been able to call out, his voice is mute. The body was also beaten numb, gradually no longer perceive pain. The original face was somewhat obese, at this moment has been swollen into a pig's head. Until Xiao Tian stopped, his body curled up tighter, silently wiping the small pearl. He was now wondering where exactly he had incurred this bogeyman. Just waking up early in the morning and being fatally beaten. What the hell did he do? Yen Ruyu had been spectating from the side, and seeing this miserable appearance of Fatty High, she was more or less unable to bear it. Xiao Tian, aren't we going too far? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and asked cautiously. Very over the top? Xiao Tian felt that it was okay. Although he had fatally beaten this bastard for half an hour, he had deliberately controlled the force throughout. It would not kill anyone, nor would it leave any disability. We are here to find someone to cooperate with. This is indeed a bit unseemly. Yen Ruyu reminded in a low voice, although this fat man didn't look like he was very trustworthy. Being surrounded in a corner and beaten fat for half an hour just after meeting was really too cruel. The conversation between the two was caught in Fatty High's ears. He was dumbfounded. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his voice steeply raised an octave. You guys are here to find me to cooperate. At this moment, Fatty High was aggrieved and wanted to shed tears. This is your attitude of looking for someone to cooperate with? At the drop of a hat, he entered the animalized state and fatally beat him for half an hour. During this half an hour, he recalled all the bad things he had done in his life. He thought he had violated the laws of heaven. As a result, He is now told that the ruthless man in front of him is here to find his own cooperation? Nobody. Who's telling you to look for someone to cooperate with this kind of attitude? After Yen Ryu's reminder, Xiao Tian also stopped talking nonsense. Overlooking Fatty Hai opened the door and said, "The second forbidden land is about to be opened. There are several sets of resurrection equipment inside. I need you to use the art of divination to cooperate with me in searching for this batch of equipment. Of course, you won't be allowed to contribute for nothing. I can use supplies as compensation." After Xiao Tian finished speaking, Yen Ryu instantly understood and left the Taoist temple to carry in several large boxes from the Ferrari. When the boxes were opened, they were filled with all sorts of supplies. All sorts of canned food, fine wine, and even cigarettes. Even ordinary people with large appetites could comfortably last a few months relying on these supplies. Looking at the wide variety of supplies in the box, the corner of Fatty Hai's eyes shook, and then a line of tears dripped down his cheeks to the ground. "Grass, you should have said earlier if you were looking for me to cooperate." He also took out so many supplies as compensation. "You said earlier. If you had said earlier, I would have agreed directly." Since the beginning of the dark unrest, he has been staying on Longhu Mountain, and the supplies on the mountain have been almost consumed by him. What he lacked the most right now was food. Right now, Xiao Tian was willing to use several large boxes of supplies in exchange. There was no reason for him not to agree. This is the condition I can give. It's naturally best if you agree to cooperate. If you don't. If I don't agree, what will happen? Fatty Hai shrunk his neck and ghostly asked. Xiao Tian rubbed his fist. Then I will fight until you agree. Fatty Hai had the corners of his mouth pulled before his eyes at that moment. This guy definitely had an overproduction of testosterone. This was definitely a super male. To strike at the drop of a hat was simply more dangerous than even those mutant beasts. Promise, I promise you. My divination art can indeed divine some treasures. I can help you. Seemingly afraid that Xiao Tian would continue to make a move, Fatty Hai hurriedly agreed without thinking. Xiao Tian nodded. Things were going unexpectedly well. It seemed that his own soldier first and then courtesy was still effective. After Fatty Hai simply packed up his things, he followed Xiao Tian and the two of them to the front of the Ferrari. Just looking at the Ferrari with only 2 seats, Fatty Hai was silent. Where do I sit in this? Fatty Hai pointed at the 2-seat Ferrari and asked weakly. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. He did ignore this problem when he came. But as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. A few minutes later, the 3 of them set off. Xiao Tian sat in the main driver's seat while Yen Ryu sat in the co-pilot. As for Fatty Hai, he was tied to the roof of the car with a bitter face. As the Ferrari began to speed, the northwestern wind rolled in, blowing Fatty Hai almost suffocated, and his airbags were blown up. What kind of sins did I, Nima, create in my last life? It was only after 2.5 hours that the few people returned to the villa again. When the Ferrari was quite stable, Fatty Hai was then untied and picked up. When his feet landed on the ground and felt the smooth ground, Fatty Hai's face was pale and his spirit was in a trance. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "The second forbidden land will be opened recently, so stay with us during this period of time. There is no need for you to do anything right now. You just need to build up your strength and wait for the forbidden land to open."
Fatty Hai nốt đét number.
After dealing with Fatty Hai's matter, Xiao Tian brought Yen Ryu to find Yen Tiansheng and recounted the situation over here roughly. Then he learned that during the time he and Yen Ryu had traveled to Longhu Mountain, many more crystal cores had been delivered one after another. The number of crystal cores now added up to a total of more than 50. During this period of time, Yen Tianxing had been absorbing the power of the crystal cores and had already managed to absorb 2 of them, and his level had come to level 5. Xiao Tian nodded his head in understanding, and after leaving some crystal cores for Yen Tiansheng and Yen Ryu respectively, he returned to his room and started absorbing the crystal cores. More than 30 mutant beast crystal cores were all absorbed by Xiao Tian in less than 10 minutes. However, the higher the level, the more experience was required, and after absorbing the power of more than 30 crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level was only able to reach level 14. Time flashed into the night. It was soon dinner time. Fatty Hai also followed Xiao Tian and the others to eat together. Xiao Tian held the raw meat and methodically nibbled on the side, while Fatty Hai attacked the food on the plate in a windy manner. Looking at how the food on the table was almost wiped out before he could move his chopsticks much, Yen Tianshang was a bit confused. Is this youngster the reincarnation of Piggy? Little friend Xiao Tian had brought back a rice bucket? Are you very hungry? After a long period of silence, Yan Tiansheng suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Hearing these words, the movements in Fatty Hai's hands froze and he almost cried out. There's only a bunch of hanging noodles on Longhu Mountain. Nothing else is left, although I'm the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, but our Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain are allowed to eat meat. And as a kind of omnivorous animal, people will have problems with their bodies if they don't eat meat for a long time. In order to replenish the body with nutrients, I almost ate all the rats on Longhu Mountain, and the birds' nests were all hollowed out. My life is bitter. Fortunately met this super brother to bring me down the mountain. Otherwise I guess I have to start eating maggots. If for Xiao Tian to meet on the behavior of hands, Fatty Hai was initially angry. Then now the only thing left is gratitude. This time he could be considered to be out of his misery. After saying this, Fatty Hai continued to lower his head and gulped and ate. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged. Suddenly he had some doubts that he had found the wrong person. Was this fat man who spoke out of tune really one of the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom in the latter days? Chapter 25 The Undefeatable Little Strong Man. Devouring. Xiao Tian, ever since you released that video, the spirit beast fighters in the entire Great Confucian City have been searching for that He Huan. However, this fellow is hiding very deeply and hasn't been found until now. Yan Tianxing suddenly looked at Xiao Tian. Ever since Yan Ruyu had double rode with Xiao Tian last night, his address to Xiao Tian had also changed. Xiao Tian nodded. This guy is quite capable of hiding, much better than Xiao Monglong. Should we add some more benefits to make more people join in the search? Yan Tianxing asked. After this period of time, he also knew Xiao Tian's vindictive character, especially for his enemies. He was even more ruthless in his style of doing things. For Xiao Tian's enemies, messing with Xiao Tian would be a lifelong nightmare. But for Xiao Tian's teammates, such a style of doing things was more reassuring. Xiao Tian shook his head and refused. We have more important things to do right now. The second Forbidden Land is about to open. Let's follow up on He Huan's matter. The resurrection level equipment in the second Forbidden Land was Xiao Tian's current main goal. Moreover, he still had one more opportunity to devour that he had not used yet. As for He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian did not have too much time to delay, and now the entire Great Confucian City was searching for the other party. In a short period of time, it should not dare to continue its evil deeds. The villa had already been successfully built by him into a super high defense safe haven. The level had also come to level 14, and a large batch of supplies had been hoarded. The only thing that should be considered now was to complete the current stage of devouring before the second Forbidden Land opened. Xiao Tian was now able to devour mutated plants and animals and insects, which meant devouring mutant beasts. Just what kind of mutant beasts should be devoured to be considered value for money? Right at this moment, the television turned on in the living room suddenly inserted an emergency broadcast. The first research institute of Daeju City has surprised the undead mutant cockroaches, and now the Daeju City military is seeking help from all the residents of Daeju City. A picture appeared on the television of a scene inside one of the institute's laboratories. A black cockroach comparable to the size of a kitten was scurrying around in the lab, which was already in a mess. All the experimenters, no matter what means they used, were unable to do anything about this huge cockroach. In the haphazard scene, there were people shooting with hot weapons, red-colored fire dragons spewing out, and even hair rifles were used. But when the bullets shot at the cockroach's body, they were instantly bounced off by the black armor, splattering just a few sparking stars. There were also spirit beast warriors among the researchers in the lab, and none of them watched dryly and chose to strike. But this cockroach was like an undefeatable little strong man, nimbly dodging away at the first moment the attack was sent. It was simply harder to catch than a New Year's pig. The cockroach in the laboratory flew to the ground, and all kinds of instruments and test tubes were knocked to the ground. This matter quickly hit the news hot search. The relevant video below all watched the crowd of people who do not mind watching the incident. As for those who helped, there were none at all. Now that the dark unrest had broken out, many people were burnt out because of the food problem, so how could they have the time to help the lab with their troubles? I didn't realize that cockroaches would also turn into mutant beasts, and the military of Daeju City actually asked for help online. So it seems that there's really no way out. Yan Tianxing smacked his lips and watched the images playing on the TV, silently gnawing on a chicken leg. He had quite a bit of cooperation with the military of Daeju City, and both sides were quite familiar with each other, so he was slightly emotional. Fortunately, now only plants and animals and insects mutated, bacteria and other microorganisms could not mutate. Otherwise, if bacteria, microorganisms, and whatnot could also become mutated beasts, Blue Star would be reduced to hell on Earth in an instant. This cockroach. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly stood up. Being able to dodge attacks under the siege of various hot weapons, as well as many spirit beast warriors, this cockroach was not simple. Perhaps it could be devoured. I'm going to go to the laboratory. All of you stay in the villa and don't go out casually. Anything big in the sky will have to wait until I come back. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tenxing both froze for a moment. This brat was planning to go and help out in the lab? Yen Tianshang was stunned, not expecting that Xiao Tian, who treated his enemies to death, actually had such a bodhisattva's heart. As for Fatty Hai, he was stoic. Let the heavens fall apart, still just burying his head in dry rice. Go at ease. We are all here waiting for you to return. Yen Tianxing nodded his head and smiled. Xiao Tian, be sure to come back safely. Yen Ruyu, on the other hand, stood up and whispered with a red face. Xiao Tian nodded his head and drove his Ferrari away from the villa, heading straight to the first research institute. Places like research institutes existed quite a lot in the Dragon Kingdom, and each of them was the largest military forbidden land with guard posts nearby. Ordinary people who came a little closer would be warned, or even invited into the bureau for tea. But now that the dark unrest had broken out, the previous rules had long since become null and void. Dean, someone has come to rush to the aid of our institute. I have brought the person here. The staff brought Xiao Tian to an office and shouted in surprise at the figure in front of him. There was a plump woman sitting on the office's leather sofa. The woman was clad in a lab coat, leaving only a pair of long white legs. She was originally quite excited at the words, but when she saw that Xiao Tian was the only one, she was immediately disappointed again. Just one person came? Shen Qilan looked at the staff member and asked. Well, only this one has come. The staff member scratched his head and said. Shen Qilan sighed, then got up and came near Xiao Tian. A fragrant breeze hit him. Xiao Tian realized that this woman's face value was very resistant to manipulation, and it was not at all bad when compared to Yen Ruyu. Even when observing her face, she could not see any flaws. Her delicate features were impeccable, and a tear mole below the corner of her right eye instead added a bit of charm to her. How to say it, there is a human wife's temperament. Introduce yourself. I am the dean here, Shen Qilan. Shen Qilan extended her hand to Xiao Tian. Shen Qilan? Xiao Tian's expression was odd. If he remembered correctly, this Shen Qilan was also a talented person. Before he was reborn, this one had developed many powerful equipment by virtue of studying various things in the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian similarly extended his hand and shook it with the other party. First of all, I am very grateful that you are willing to rush to the laboratory to help us without any compensation. But there are some things that I must tell you. This cockroach is by no means an ordinary mutant beast. We have visually estimated that this cockroach is only at the beginner's level, but all of the spirit beast warriors in our lab were unable to kill it even when they joined forces. Since you are willing to come and help, can you tell me which animal's ability you have acquired? Shen Qilan spoke quite sincerely. However, Xiao Tian was in trouble. The ability he had obtained was, to be precise, a combination of the mutant leech, mutant electric eel, and the rare falcon. However, it was currently known that spirit beast warriors could only obtain the enhanced abilities of one animal. Even if Xiao Tian truthfully informed the other party of the situation, the other party might not believe it. Dean Shen, I think let's cut the crap. Since I can rush here to help, I definitely won't hold you back. Shen Qilan had wanted to say something else, but for some reason she could feel an inexplicable confidence from Xiao Tian. This confidence made her feel puzzled. This kid was so young, where exactly did he get his confidence? One should know that there were also spirit beast warriors in their laboratory, and so many spirit beast warriors had no way of solving this mutated cockroach with their combined efforts. What makes him so confident? However, right now, the entire research institute was at their wits' end, and no one except Xiao Tian had rushed to the scene to help. If the mutated cockroach was allowed to continue rampaging, the entire laboratory would be completely destroyed. With the attitude of treating a dead horse as a living horse, Shen Qilan personally led Xiao Tian to the laboratory. The laboratory was in a state of chaos. The walls made of special materials were all riddled with holes, and the scene was disastrous. Many of the Institute's spirit beast warriors were still combining their efforts to surround the mutated cockroach. At the moment when the laboratory door opened, the mutated cockroach, which was unharmed under the crowd's siege, suddenly braked sharply. After that, it shifted its direction, popped up a meter high on the spot, and opened its 8 thighs as if it was a face-hugging bug in a movie, and rushed straight towards Xiao Tian's direction. Chapter 26. Number 9527. Metamorphosis Twin Ponytail Warrior. Xiao Tian was confused and his pupils shrank, bursting out of the nationalist. He was fusing the genetic sequences of 3 animals, and his level had come to level 14, and he didn't carry fear of anyone in Deju City. But imagine a huge cockroach that was half a meter in size pouncing towards you in an extremely bizarre position. Would you panic? Xiao Tian is now a similar state of mind, the scene of so many people aside. He also stood beside the beautiful Din Shen Chilanet. This cockroach only chose to pounce towards himself. Why was the Xiao Tian was not clear, but he could be sure that it was definitely not because of the love secretary. Be careful. Shen Chilan beside him also reacted, but she was not a spirit beast warrior and could do nothing at all. The other spirit beast warriors in the laboratory also had their faces changed drastically. Finished. This kid was finished. Although this mutated cockroach hadn't shown much destructive power so far, it was a mutated beast after all. If this was close up, it would have to be torn off a layer of skin. The chaotic scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and everyone looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, thinking that something was going to happen to him. Xiao Tian himself also thought so, and after a short period of being stunned, he was about to enter the beastly state. But right at this moment, an eye-opening scene occurred. The mutated cockroach did not launch an attack on Xiao Tian, but instead pounced to Xiao Tian's front and then prostrated itself on the ground, with crunching sounds continuously coming out of its mouth. By the looks of it, it seemed to be expressing its submission to Xiao Tian. What the heck? Xiao Tian scratched his head. Even as a reborn person, he could not help but be a little confused at this moment. A mutant beast showing a submissive gesture to a human. This kind of thing he had never heard of before he was reborn. Ah, you are showing me submission? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Tian pointed at himself to the mutant cockroach and asked, "Crunch, crunch, crunch." The mutant cockroach let out a low roar that seemed to respond to Xiao Tian. Although he could not understand the meaning of this low roar, Xiao Tian could clearly see that the other party's posture was lowered even further. Submission. The mutant cockroach had really submitted to itself. What the hell is going on here? In the entire laboratory, the many experimenters including Shin Cholan, everyone was dumbfounded. This unbelievable scene refreshed their 3 views and impacted their souls. This mutant beast that had left the entire research institute helpless was now actually actively submitting towards a human. What's going on here? Shin Cholan was in the end the dean and quickly calmed the shock in her heart as she looked at Xiao Tian for an answer. Xiao Tian himself was also confused. However, he quickly thought of the bloodline level in the system interface bar. His current bloodline level was level 10, and this mutant cockroach also belonged to the primary saying within level 10. Could it be that his bloodline level had a suppressive effect on mutant beasts? Xiao Tian had already had his suspicions, but as it had not been verified yet, Xiao Tian did not dare to jump to conclusions easily. However, what was certain was that the mutant cockroach in front of him had indeed expressed its submission to himself. Originally, he had thought that he would have to go out and fight for a while to subdue this mutated cockroach first, and then think of a way to bring it away from the institute to devour it. Now it seemed to be a waste of time. Dean Shen, now that everything seems to be resolved, I will take this mutated cockroach away first. Xiao Tian rushed at Shen Cholan and didn't care whether the other party agreed or not as he looked at the mutated cockroach on the ground and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the laboratory, while the mutated cockroach followed closely behind as if it had really understood Xiao Tian's words. Heavens! Not only did the mutant beast submit to humans, it also understands human language? This scene could be called bizarre, and everyone looked at each other in disbelief, unable to hold back a single word for half a day. In the entire laboratory, there was only the sound of gusts of cool air being sucked in. It was only until Xiao Tian left the lab with the mutated cockroach that the crowd successively came back from the shock. The country has already issued a proclamation that the mutant beasts are the enemies of our humanity. They are bloodthirsty and murderous without any humanity. I didn't expect that they would actually follow that young man. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely find it hard to believe. Mutant beasts actively submit to humans. Could this be related to his awakened animal abilities? But what kind of animal ability has been awakened to make a mutant beast submit on its own accord? I remember, no wonder he feels a bit familiar. He seems to be that Xiao Xin who monopolized most of the supplies and posted a kill order on the internet. Xiao Tian? It's actually him. Why is he so hung? The lab was mostly filled with scientific researchers, and a heated discussion soon ensued as a result. Shun Qiulan was the only one who looked in the direction Xiao Tian had left with a thoughtful expression. Making the mutant beasts submit of their own accord, she really wanted to study how Xiao Tian had actually done it. However, she was also very clear that it was a time of dark unrest, order and whatnot had long since collapsed, and she was not qualified to stop Xiao Tian from asking for the results. After all, the other party had only just helped the Institute resolve this crisis. Xiao Tian was still not aware of what kind of sensation his behavior had caused in the Institute. After leaving the lab with the mutated cockroach, Xiao Tian casually found a nook and cranny. Since the start of the dark unrest, the law of the jungle had been displayed to the extreme, and not only did humans have to face the dangers posed by the mutant beasts, but they also had to be wary of the attacks from the spirit beast warriors. That's why the normally overcrowded streets could barely be seen now. You can understand what I'm saying? Xiao Tian turned to look at the mutant cockroach. The mutant cockroach let out a low roar and its flattened head slightly nodded as if it was responding. It really understood. Xiao Tian was surprised. Then he held his chin in deep thought. Could it be that this was all really related to the bloodline level? His current bloodline level was level 10. Could it be that as long as the level of the mutant beast was lower than his bloodline level, it could be suppressed by his bloodline level and submit? Without thinking too much, the priority now was still to complete the devouring and continue getting stronger. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian once again looked at the mutant cockroach and said seriously, "Since you've submitted to me, I'm going to eat you now. You don't have any opinions, do you?" Crunch, crunch, crunch. The mutant cockroach let out a low roar, then turned around and ran. The 8 legs were so fast that stumps appeared. Xiao Tian. It seemed that although the other party had submitted itself, it still retained its own sanity and was not that kind of emotionless machine. Xiao Tian sighed lightly. Then the black wings behind his back unfolded, and he directly entered the state of bestialization as 2 feathers with lightning shot out. Zilala! The mutant cockroach that was still flying away was covered with electric current all over its body, and its body immediately stiffened in place. Crunched and screamed endlessly. Xiao Tian ignored it and incited his wings to come closer. Then he lowered his head and took a bite at the mutant cockroach's head. Crunchy, chicken flavor. It was actually surprisingly not difficult to eat. After a few minutes, the mutant cockroach was devoured by Xiao Tian, not even leaving its wings behind. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the mutated cockroach. Gene sequence extraction is successful. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: 14. Bloodline level: Level 12. Gene sequence number 9527. Spirit Whisker Warrior. Inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs. Extends a pair of wings. Releases lightning feathers to slice through enemies. And possesses a strong sense of danger. Spirit Beard Warrior? The name was a bit strange. But more than that, he was more concerned about the performance of the new gene's perception of danger. Xiao Tian's mind moved. In the next moment, 2 slender cockroach tentacles emerged from the top of his head. Twin Ponytail Warrior? The corners of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged, and he was embarrassed on the spot. Chapter 27. In the Forbidden Land, encountering a zombie? So far, for every new gene sequence he devoured, his body would undergo a corresponding change. For example, the leech mouthparts in the middle of his palm, as well as the black falcon wings on his back, and the electric eel head on his shoulder. I didn't expect a pair of cockroach tentacles to appear after devouring the mutated cockroach this time. His bestialized form seems to be getting more and more hunted. However, Xiao Tian soon felt an abnormality, and as the pair of cockroach tentacles on his head swayed with the wind, his senses were infinitely amplified. The wind and grass around him could not escape his perception, and even the trajectory of the ants carrying food scraps on the ground a few meters away was clearly captured by him. This feeling was very mysterious. It was like his soul was out of body, watching everything that was happening around him from a third-party perspective. Suddenly, Xiao Tian sensed an air of danger, and without time to think, his figure quickly dodged away towards the side. A large tree behind Xiao Tian suddenly began to distort, and a huge 2.5-meter-long chameleon instantly emerged and attacked. The place where Xiao Tian was previously standing had already been blasted out into a deep pit. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Tian's entire being became bad. This was a mutant beast after the mutation of the chameleon, and the other party should have been hiding here all along, only that he did not realize it. If it wasn't for these two tentacles on his head, Xiao Tian would definitely not have been able to react this way, and even if he relied on his super high defense, he would be crippled if he didn't die. Seeing Xiao Tian dodging his own attack, the chameleon let out a roar and once again charged towards Xiao Tian with all its limbs. The speed of the chameleon was so fast that ordinary people could not see the trajectory of its movements, but the other party's movements were unusually slow in Xiao Tian's eyes. It was like a slow-motion replay of a movie. Xiao Tian was not only able to see the other party's slow motion, he was also able to estimate the other party's trajectory. Relying on this, Xiao Tian easily dodged the chameleon's attack with a dashing sidestep, and at the same time stretched out his palm and placed it on the chameleon's abdomen. The mouthpiece in his palm sucked on the abdomen of the chameleon, and the countless sharp teeth were like a shield machine that had started to tear up madly. The chameleon let out a miserable scream. Its internal organs were torn out and instantly chewed to pieces, and it directly received its box lunch with a black eye. Instantly killed. Xiao Tian looked at his blood-stained palm, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses, and then he was ecstatic. It seemed that this pair of cockroach tentacles could not be underestimated. With this pair of contraptions, he would be more comfortable when fighting his opponents. You can be very fast, and I may not be as fast as you, but your movements, no matter how fast they are equivalent to slow motion in my eyes. How can I lose? Immediately after, Xiao Tian retracted his animalized state and pulled out a crystal core from the corpse of the chameleon and absorbed it. The level did not directly increase, only the strength was enhanced a little. With Xiao Tian's current level, he would need a large number of chameleon crystal cores to improve. After devouring this cockroach, my bloodline level also came from level 10 to level 12. Could it be that the increase in bloodline level has something to do with the object that was devoured? After resolving the battle, Xiao Tian began to think about the bloodline level increase again. However, before he could think more, the entire Great Confucian City suddenly experienced a strange change. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and a black pillar of light shot up into the sky from a certain direction and went straight into the clouds. At this moment, countless people in Great Confucian City all saw this spectacular scene at the same time. The second forbidden land has opened. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, and a color of excitement flickered in his eyes. Before he was reborn, he was just an ordinary person, and all the benefits could only be looked away from. But now he wanted them all. Hurriedly rushing back to the villa, Xiao Tian directly called on Yen Ruyu's father and daughter as well as Fatty Hai, and headed towards the place where the light pillar appeared. The appearance of the pillar of light had already caused a strong stir in the city of Daeju, and many people were worried if it was a sign of disaster. Most people tried to stay as far away from it as possible, not daring to approach it because they weren't sure if there was a risk. However, there were quite a few bold people who ventured to the neighborhood to inspect the situation. When Xiao Tian and his group arrived at the scene, a large group of people had already gathered at the scene. The ones present were all spirit beast warriors. There was no doubt about that. After all, ordinary people would not dare to go out at will at this time of the day. However, even if they were spirit beast warriors, the crowd didn't dare to make any rash moves, and they all surveyed the front with a suspicious look on their faces. Below the light pillar was a twisted space-time vortex. The vortex released a faint suction force, and a chaotic scene could not be seen inside. Xiao Tian knew that this vortex was the door to the second forbidden land. Xiao Tian, is this what you said? The gate that leads to the second forbidden land? Yen Ruyu said curiously as she surveyed the vortex. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded in response. Fatty Hai counted with his fingers and then frowned fiercely. What exists in here? I actually can't count anything. The world in this vortex is afraid that it is not simple. Xiao Tian did not comment. The world in the Forbidden Land was equivalent to another world. If Fatty Hai could really calculate something, he would be a true immortal. Xiao Tian. Right at this moment, a familiar voice sounded from not far away. Xiao Tian raised his eyes and found the beautiful Dean Shinchulan, who was protected by many military personnel. This beauty had also come. I didn't expect to be able to meet you here. I thank you for what happened at the institute. You left in a hurry at that time and didn't have time to thank you. Shinchulan acted quite enthusiastically. After all, if it wasn't for Xiao Tian's help, I'm afraid the research institute would have been ruined. It's just a matter of getting what you need. There's no need to thank me. Xiao Tian acted quite blandly. If it was before the calamity happened, and such a big mature beauty took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him, he would definitely be too nervous to speak. But now, in the era of dark turmoil, Beautiful women were nothing more than pink skeletons, and the only thing that was of primary importance was to enhance his strength. Women would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. Shinchulan didn't care. The topic changed to look at the vortex in front of him. You are also a spirit beast warrior. Do you know the origin of this vortex? The vortex connects to a special side of the world. Xiao Tian did not hide it and spoke directly. Connected to another side of the world? Shin Chulan froze. There can be quite a lot of dangers in this whirlpool. You are just an ordinary person. Even if you have someone to protect you, it is not necessarily safe, so it is best not to go in easily. Xiao Tian continued to remind. Then he glanced at Yen Ruyu and the others and took the initiative to step into the vortex. As Xiao Tian's figure disappeared into the vortex, Yen Ruyu and Fatty Hai and the others exchanged a glance, and then also walked in stiffly. Seeing the 4 people enter the vortex at the same time, the rest of the people present were also intent on doing so. They had all heard what Xiao Tian had said to Shin Chulan, that this vortex was a portal to another world. Although it was known that there might be risks inside, it was surely hiding great benefits as well. Many people did not think twice and followed Xiao Tian and his group in as well, but there were also some who chose to stay for fear of the unknown risks. Dean, let's not go in. There might be dangers in here. Even with our protection, it might not be safe. Right at this moment, someone with a worried face looked at Shin Chulan and spoke. No way. Shin Chulan shook her head and insisted. Danger and opportunity coexist. Since I know that this is connected to another world, I'll go in all the more. If I can find something, I may be able to gain something by studying it. Seeing Shin Chulan's resolute attitude, the crowd had no choice but to helplessly lead Shin Chulan into the vortex. At the same time, when Xiao Tian and his group entered the vortex, the world in front of them changed drastically. A blood moon appeared above their heads without any warning. Before the crowd could see the surrounding scene, a humanoid figure let out a beast-like roar and rushed towards Xiao Tian's group. Zombie! Fatty Hai and the team let out a unique-tone explosion and shouted, almost jumping up from his spot in shock. Chapter 28 Elite-Level Dark Beings. Xiao Tian was not surprised by the darkness spirits and had even killed a large number of them when he entered the first Forbidden Land. As for Yen Ryu's father and daughter, they had already followed Xiao Tian into the Forbidden Land and had seen the existence of dark spirits, so naturally they were relatively calm. However, when they looked at the black mist that surrounded the dark spirits, they were still a little frightened, especially Yen Tiansheng, who had fought with the dark spirits and was almost exhausted when he dealt with one of them alone. These monsters were far more terrifying than the mutant beasts in the city by more than a few times. If these dark spirits appeared on the blue star, it would be a nightmare for all humans. In the team, Fatty Hai was the only one who had seen the dark spirits for the first time, so it was normal to have such a big reaction. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense. The black feathered wings appeared behind his back, and a feather shot out as if it was a concealed weapon, penetrating through the head of the dark being. One move killed it in a second. Are you really the contemporary heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? After doing this, Xiao Genius twisted his head and looked at Fatty Hai with an odd expression. Fatty Hai came back to his senses, and when he saw that even Yen Ruyu was so calm, he immediately felt that he was a bit embarrassed to be a heavenly master. He acted as if he had never seen the world. In fact, he really hadn't seen much of the world. Since he came to Longhu Mountain to learn from his master, he had hardly gone down the mountain to walk around. These are dark beings, not zombies. They are beings unique to the Forbidden Land. Yen Ruyu took the initiative to come forward to round up the situation, explaining, dark living spirits? It's the first time I've seen this kind of bizarre creatures. I have the illusion of walking into a doomsday movie. Fatty Hai scratched his head, genuinely somewhat embarrassed. The strength of these dark living spirits is not something that can be compared to the altered beasts. It's fortunate that these guys only exist in the Forbidden Land. Yen Tiansheng also spoke at this time. Xiao Tian glanced at him and shook his head. The dark unrest is divided into a total of 9 heavens, and each heavenly calamity level will be raised, and the strength of the subsequent mutant beasts will increase, and even fusion mutant beasts will appear, and the dark living beings will descend on the blue star. Speaking here, Xiao Tian paused for a moment and continued to add, and the level of the dark living spirits, like spirit beast warriors in general, can be raised without limit. These were all information that Xiao Tian had learned before he was reborn and were absolutely fidelity. When Yen Tiansheng heard this, his lips lightly parted, and a chill went down his feet and straight to the sky. He could understand the mutant beasts becoming stronger, but such a terrifying dark being would actually descend on Blue Star one day as well, which would be too terrifying. When that really happened, even spirit beast warriors would face an extremely strong threat at that time. One must know that right now, with just the mutant beasts running rampant, the entire Blue Star had lost its original order and rules, so if the dark beings descended on the Blue Star, then wouldn't it all be in chaos? Moreover, Xiao Tian had also said that the dark unrest was divided into a total of 9 heavens. What does this mean? Could it be that what they were experiencing now was only the first heaven of the dark unrest, and there were still 8 heavens waiting for them? If all of this was true, then how did Xiao Tian know about it? Yan Tianshang realized that the teenager in front of him was really too mysterious, and with his eyesight from years of business, he actually could not see through it. However, now that he was in the Forbidden Land, where crises were everywhere and dark beings were rampant, Yan Tianshang did not inquire too much about anything. Fatty, it's time for this Dragon Tiger Mountain, heavenly master of yours, to show a few hands. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and looked at Fatty Hai and said. Fatty Hai immediately dejected. In terms of combat strength, their Longhu Mountain might not be the top of the Blue Star, but in terms of divination techniques, their Longhu Mountain was the second best, and absolutely no one dared to call it the first. Don't worry, it's wrapped. Fatty Hai confidently patted his chest, then pulled out a compass from his pocket. Left hand holding the compass, right hand pinched the knack, began to count up. A few moments later, Fatty Hai suddenly looked in a direction. The biggest chance in this forbidden land is in that direction. We just need to keep going this way and we will be able to find it. Xiao Tian nodded his head, worthy of being the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. In the end, he still had some real skills on him. Set off. Xiao Tian waved his hand and led the crowd towards the direction Fatty Hai pointed out. At the same time, Shen Qilan and the others also entered the Forbidden Land successively, and the first time they were shocked by the blood moon in the Forbidden Land. There was no sign of life here, and the entire surrounding area was shrouded in mist, so hell was just like this, right? The vortex behind him still existed. Someone in the military was worried. Dean, this place is very dangerous. Otherwise we'd better go back first. If you have a flashback, we can't afford it. Shen Qilan glanced around and also felt her scalp tingle. But for the sake of the research she had her heart set on. She still shook her head. My mind is made up, Captain Wang. Let the squad advance, I'll trouble you all. One after another, people entered into the Forbidden Land. Right after Xiao Tian and the others had just left, a few figures sneakily appeared in the same place, and after glancing at each other, they followed in the direction Xiao Tian and the others had left. Xiao Tian and his group killed gods and Buddhas. Wherever dark spirits appeared on the road, they were all killed by Xiao Tian regardless of their number. It wasn't that the dark spirits were weak, it was mainly because the dark spirits in the second Forbidden Land were only beginners. Their levels were all within 10 levels, while Xiao Tian's level was 14 levels. Coupled with the increase in abilities provided by the 4 gene sequences, his appearance here was tantamount to a descending blow. Under Fatty Hai's guidance, the crowd passed through the layers of mist and appeared in front of a huge altar. The altar was the size of a soccer field, and the mist around the altar was miraculously dispersed by invisible forces. In the center of the altar was a high platform, on which were inscribed many small and complex patterns, revealing a trace of strangeness. In the upper part of the platform, there were 6 sets of crosses, and each set of crosses wore a piece of armor. The armor as a whole appeared black in color, with a strange power surging from it, and right in the center of the armor was a light blue gemstone. On the gemstone, there were also unknown and complex patterns engraved on it. This is it. Fatty Hai looked at the compass in his hand, then raised his head to look above the high platform. The greatest chance here is the armor on the cross. Resurrection level equipment. It really had been found. Xiao Tian looked towards the armor on the cross. His eyes revealed a greedy gaze and his breathing became rapid. Unforgettable. He could not forget for the rest of his life that among the group of top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom in his previous life, almost all of them had a piece of the armor in front of them. These resurrection-grade equipment had another name. Resurrection armor. For Xiao Tian, who was an ordinary person at that time, this level of treasure was still unattainable, but now it was within reach. Without any hesitation, with the black wings stirring behind his back, Xiao Tian flew over in the direction of the high platform. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! A roar cut through the silent night. Within the mist, a huge monster landed in front of the altar, blocking Xiao Tian's path. The monster's entire body was covered by the mist, but one could still vaguely see the magnificent muscles, as well as the pair of blood-colored eyes. The monster also had a pair of wings on its back, somewhat similar to the wings of a bat. In the monster's hand, it also held a trident burning with blue flames. Dark beings. The monster in front of him also belonged to the darkness spirit, but it was not an ordinary darkness spirit, but rather an elite-level darkness spirit. Moreover, based on the aura emitted by the other party, it was not difficult to judge that the level of the other party had already arrived at the intermediate level. Xiao Tian sensed that the other party was a level 20 existence. As expected, wanting to obtain this batch of resurrection armor would not be too simple, and there was actually such a powerful darkness spirit guarding it. Just facing the obstruction of a level 20 dark living spirit, how on earth did Fatty High from his previous life get this batch of resurrection armor? It was too late to think too much. The resurrection armor was right in front of his eyes. Even if what was in front of him was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he would not frown. A low roar came out. Xiao Tian's eyes were red and he advanced instead of retreating. He directly turned on his beastization and charged towards the dark beings in front of him. Chapter 29. Sorry, I just got a little loaded. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian rushing out, Yan Ruyu was confused. The other party was a level up to level 20 dark being. You just rushed out in a watery manner like that? Fatty High was also dumbfounded and was completely convinced of Xiao Tian. He was really ruthless. He dared to rush up even in this situation. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Is this guy full of guts and doesn't know how to write the word fear? At this moment, Fatty High even felt that the reason why Xiao Tian chose himself was because he was the last heavenly master on Longhu Mountain who knew the art of divination. If the little old man who had taught him the art was still alive, I'm afraid that the one who would get beaten up would be this little old man. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly exploded into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing the humble human in front of him take the initiative to launch an attack towards himself, that dark being was directly enraged and slammed his fist in Xiao Tian's direction. The air was extremely compressed and made a popping sound as the fist was blasted out, so one could imagine the power of this fist. If one was hit, even high and low would have to be blown into pieces. The two figures were getting closer and closer, and in the nick of time, Xiao Tian violently stirred the feathers behind his back and narrowly dodged this attack. Then several feathers behind his back shot out at the dark being. Swish, swish, swish. Without exception, the feathers pierced into the flesh and blood of the darkness spirit, and then released a terrifying electric current. However, to Xiao Tian's surprise, the current in the feathers had no effect on the big guy in front of him. The stimulation of the electric current, on the contrary, completely enraged the darkness being, only to see the blood color in its eyes become even more intense as it waved the trident in its hand and stabbed at Xiao Tian. Grass! Xiao Tian burst out a foul mouth, and in his haste, he could only use his physical body to harden against the strike. With a loud boom, Xiao Tian was like a fly that had been hit by a fly swatter, and was directly swatted into the ground by a huge force. Xiao Tian. Yan Ruyu was shocked. The man she had only just entrusted her life to. If he died here now, wouldn't she have to live as a widow? Just as Yan Ruyu and the others wanted to rush up to inspect the situation, Xiao Tian staggered and stood up from the collapsed ground. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his breath was also a bit vague and uncertain, as if he had suffered a serious injury. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and said, looking at the back of Xiao Tian's head with blood bubbling out of it. Fatty High smashed his mouth for a moment and completely ran out of words. I'll treat you. Yan Ruyu clenched her fists and ran to Xiao Tian, stretching out her hands and placing them on Xiao Tian's back as a light yellow light coalesced. Under the cover of the pale yellow light, the injuries on Xiao Tian's body were gradually healing. However, because Yan Ruyu's current level was low, coupled with Xiao Tian's physique being too perverse, the recovery speed was extremely slow. Xiao Tian looked at the dark being in front of him and shook his head. It's useless. The recovery speed is too slow. You go first and leave this place to me. Yan Ruyu was just about to say something when Yan Tiansheng stepped forward and said with a bold smile, Xiao Tian, you kid will recover from your injuries here first. I'll stall this fellow. After he said this, he directly entered the state of bestialization, exploding his clothes and transforming into a devil muscle man. But in front of this elite grade dark being, he still appeared to be quite small. Xiao Tian swept his gaze back and forth over the two of them and hesitantly said, is it really? Okay? Yan Tiansheng's level was not even 10. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other party. The main difference was too big. Don't worry. I dropped out of school at the age of 17, entered the business world at the age of 18, and created my own business empire at the age of 23. What kind of big storms have I never seen? This period of time thanks to your care. We can't rely on you for everything Helping you delay some time is still doable. Yan Tianshang laughed a few times, and then with a roar, he took the initiative to charge over in the direction of the dark being. His movements were decisive and did not give Xiao Tian a chance to say more, only leaving behind a dashing back. Yen Ruyu looked at her old father's departing back while he healed Xiao Tian, and her father's image became even taller in her eyes. Boom! Yen Tianshang's entire body rippled with veins as he leapt 3 meters high and slammed his fist with all his might on the dark being's abdomen. With this punch, he used his full strength. Even if he couldn't seriously injure the opponent, he could still give some damage, right? However, when Yen Tianshang looked at the dark being, he directly couldn't stand it. Not to mention causing some damage to the other party. Not a single ing hair was missing. It seemed that he had just spoken too soon. At his current level, he was simply no match for the dark being in front of him. While Yen Tianshang was in a daze, the space in front of him suddenly darkened, and when he looked up, a fist as big as a sandbag had already smashed down towards him, covering the sky. Grass! As an elite in the shopping mall, Yen Tianshang maintained a basic courtesy quality all year round, and had the mentality of not changing his face when a mountain crumbles in front of him. But now, still, he couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth, his mind exploding a bit. Boom! A fist fell. Yen Tianshang was smashed like a broken kite and flew out, rolling down dozens of circles on the ground one after another before being able to stabilize his body. After stabilizing, a mouthful of blood was spewed out with a whimper. Yen Ruyu, the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged. Yen Tianxing had indeed delayed some recovery time for himself. 3 seconds. Xiao Tian, I tried my best. Yen Tianxing lightly coughed and lowered his head, not daring to look at Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu's expressions. The big words had all been put out earlier, and now that they had just struck out and were seconded by the dark beings, it was too shameful. All of you are too low in level. It's better to leave it to me to deal with first. Xiao Tian shook his head and was just about to stand up when Fatty Hai walked out at this time. Leave it to me, although I received a severe beating from you before going down the mountain. But after all, I have eaten so much from you as the last generation of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. It is impossible for me to just eat and not work. Fatty Hai grinned, pulled out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve, and proceeded to throw it out. The dark being watched the scene dumbfounded and did not make any movements. The talisman paper smoothly affixed itself to the other party's thick arm. Seeing the scene, Fatty Hai's small eyes narrowed, and his hands formed a seal and drank lowly. All those who are fighting in front of the army are arrayed to move forward. Hurry up and invoke the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Explode. Boom. Zilala. As the password fell, the yellow talisman paper suddenly erupted with a wave of thunder and lightning power, completely covering the dark being's arm. Did it work? Seeing the roiling thunder, Yen Ruyu said hopefully. However, when the thunder dispersed, the dark being's body reappeared in the sight of everyone. Not only was it unharmed, those scarlet eyes instead stared at Fatty Hai with murderous intent. Gulp! Fatty Hai's fat face was bloodless. His throat knots rolled up and down as he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. I'm sorry. I admit that I was a bit loaded earlier. I can't handle this big guy. My powerful talisman paper has been burnt out by you. It's better for me to leave it to you to deal with. Xiao Tian. At the very next moment when Fatty Hai finished saying these words, the sound of breaking winds resounded once again, and the dark being waved the trident in its hand and stabbed directly over in the direction where Xiao Tian and his group were. At this moment, the crowd simultaneously felt a chill wrapped in the aura of death. It was over. Chapter 30. Break your hand at the drop of a hat? You are crazy. Seeing that the trident was about to fall, Fatty Hai was even prepared for a miserable death. He wasn't a spirit beast warrior, and a celestial master was an ordinary person in the end, so he couldn't do anything in this unexpected situation. Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing's father and daughter were also pale. They were spirit beast warriors, but the level was here. There was no capital to resist. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward. His wings trembled and countless feathers shot forward like a pear blossom rainstorm, temporarily forcing the huge trident to stop falling. After the feathers finished shooting, the surface of the wings was instantly covered by countless blood-colored threads, and soon new feathers were created again. These attacks can only temporarily slow down the opponent's speed and cannot cause too much damage. Xiao Tian looked up at the intact darkness spirit and gave his judgment. In fact, darkness spirits also belong to living beings, and since they were living beings, they naturally had flesh and blood. Before he had devoured the mutant cockroach, Xiao Tian could recover his strength by sucking blood. But not anymore, this ability was erased. He could still rebirth broken limbs now, but if he wanted to recover his injuries by absorbing blood, he could no longer do so. In fact, this was normal. He could infinitely devour genes to evolve, and every time he devoured them, he would add some new abilities and discard some at the same time. If every time he devoured a new gene sequence, he permanently possessed a specific ability attribute, then he would truly be a monster. Looks like we can only use the mutant cockroach's ability. Xiao Tian was a little helpless, and he hadn't flashed his cockroach tentacles since the beginning of the battle until now. Although this thing could sense danger in advance and even capture the opponent's path of movement, the look was too comical. It was very much like a double ponytail. Xiao Tian had never used it due to the shame, but right now he had to use it as well. With a thought, 2 long cockroach tentacles grew on Xiao Tian's head, and Yen Ruyu and the others behind him looked dumbfounded. I remember Xiao Tian, he didn't have this pair of tentacles before, right? Yen Tianxing said dumbfounded. Xiao Tian, what kind of animal ability did he obtain? How come this is wings and electric eel head, and now even the tentacles have come out? Yen Ruyu's pretty face was also written with bewilderment. But these were not the point was that when the cockroach tentacles appeared, the situation of the battle was reversed dramatically. Originally, in front of this dark being, even Xiao Tian would have a hard time fighting back. However, when the cockroach tentacles appeared, Xiao Tian was like he had suddenly turned on. Not only was he able to dodge the darkness being's attacks in advance, but he was even able to accurately anticipate them. The darkness spirit wanted to throw a punch, but just as it raised its fist, Xiao Tian predicted the movement, and Xiao Tian dodged the attack in advance with his wings. At the same time, Xiao Tian dodged to the darkness spirit's crotch, and punched and kicked the crotch. The darkness spirit's defense was full, but no matter what kind of spirit it was, this kind of place was the deadliest drawback. Immediately grimaced in pain and let out a miserable scream. Yen Tianshang and Fatty Hai glanced at each other and both felt a coldness in their crotches. Who said that men can't empathize? Xiao Tian's move was truly ruthless. Roar! Xiao Tian's actions completely enraged the dark being. Blue flames surged around the dark being, and the trident in his hand swung madly towards Xiao Tian. But at this moment, Xiao Tian, with the assistance of the cockroach tentacles, was simply unstoppable. It was like a mosquito in the summer. You could clearly hear its buzzing, but you couldn't swat it. At this moment, Xiao Tian was the mosquito in summer, and the darkness spirit was the honest person who was sucked blood in summer, obviously angry and beating his chest, but there was nothing he could do about it. A few back and forth down, the darkness spirit gradually exhausted. Xiao Tian see the situation is not nonsense. While it is not prepared to hold a feather rushed to the darkness spirit neck. The feather in his hand was ruthlessly inserted into the skin, and then released a powerful electric current. The dark creature was already exhausted and could not resist this blow. With the sound of electric current, the huge body of the dark being suddenly froze, and then crashed to the ground with a rumble, completely lifeless, dead. This level 20 darkness spirit was thus toyed with by Xiao Tian and eventually died a miserable death. After doing all this, Xiao Tian landed smoothly on the ground, panting heavily. Xiao Tian, are you all right? It was only until the huge figure fell down sturdily that Yen Ruyu and the others reacted and rushed to Xiao Tian's near front to say with concern, "Aye!" Xiao Tian was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The whole person directly knelt down on the ground. If it was not for Yen Ruyu's timely assistance, I'm afraid that he would have already collapsed and could not fall to the ground. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu was startled and hurriedly said, "Don't say anything first. I'll heal your wounds." It seemed that dealing with this darkness being had consumed Xiao Tian quite tremendously as well. After being in contact with Xiao Tian for so long, no matter when he faced any enemy, Xiao Tian was almost always able to achieve absolute crushing. It was still the first time she had seen Xiao Tian in such a weak state. However, just as Yen Ruyu was about to treat Xiao Tian's injuries, a palm sound suddenly came out from the mist. Who? Yen Ruyu and the others were instantly alerted and turned their heads to look behind them, only to see 5 figures walking out shoulder to shoulder in the mists behind them. The person at the head of the group full of evil smiles, clapping as he walked. Worthy of being the god Xiao, actually being able to fight at a cross level, we have opened our eyes. The youth in the lead looked at Xiao Tian and said with a leathery smile. They had been quietly trailing behind Xiao Tian and the others after entering the Forbidden Land and had witnessed all the previous battles. Seeing Xiao Tian stiffen the darkness beings, they all felt that Xiao Tian was looking for death. However, the result was something they did not expect. Xiao Tian was fine and instead, the darkness being was taken out. Boss, don't talk nonsense with him. Just do it directly to do away with this Xiao Tian. When the time comes, we can also go back and have an explanation with Brother He. A person behind him suddenly said. He nodded his head, then looked towards the sets of resurrection armor on the high platform. His face showed a look of infatuation. These armors have the ability to resurrect. They are definitely good stuff. Take them away together later. Our trip was not in vain. We actually managed to find this kind of good stuff. In this time of darkness and turmoil, being able to have this kind of equipment that can revive is equivalent to having one more life. He Huan? You guys are He Huan's people. At this moment, Yan Ruyu finally reacted and questioned He. He Huan is my own big brother. My name is He, his own brother. He did not hide it. Because in his opinion, Xiao Tian and his group were already people who would die, there was no harm in telling them the truth. Ruyu, you take Xiao Tian away first. I'll block here. Yan Tiansheng frowned and once again entered his animalized state and spoke. All of you will have to die, and none of you will be able to escape. He wiped the corners of his mouth. Then his face turned cold and waved his hand. Do it! Just after he finished his last word, the 4 people around him were just about to make a move when Xiao Tian, who was originally seriously injured, suddenly put away the color of pain on his face and stood up expressionlessly. Not only was He confused by this scene, even Yan Ruyu and the others beside him were somewhat bewildered. Xiao Tian did not care about the reactions of the crowd. The 2 cockroach tentacles on his head moved, and 4 feathers flashed out at the same time, piercing into the 4 people's eyebrows in unison. Then a powerful electric current was released, and the 4 people could not scream in time before they were electrocuted into charcoal, and they fell to the ground in unison and died instantly and miserably. You are not seriously injured. You're lying to us. She froze for a moment and suddenly looked at Xiao Tian with emotional excitement. Indeed, I am lying to you all. You have been trailing me all the way. You have long been sensed by me. Worrying about you running away, this is why I lured the snake out of the hole. Xiao Tian smiled, then picked up a feather and walked forward, directly cutting off He's right arm. The cut was extremely smooth and even the severed bone could be clearly seen. Only a few seconds later blood continuously gushed out from the wound. The warm blood instantly dyed half of his body red and flowed down his thigh and his shoes. He was confused. You're ing crazy, right? Nima's breaking his hand at the drop of a hat. Is this something a human can do? He wanted to scream in pain, but Xiao Tian reached out ahead of him and blocked his mouth. At the same time, his face moved closer to the bastard and asked sorrowfully, Tell me the location of your own brother, He Huan, and I can consider sparing your dog's life. Chapter 31 I'm sorry. I'm a person without principles. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Xiao Tian looked like he had seen it coming and instantly revealed a dangerous look. Then his hand raised and feathered, breaking off He's other arm as well. Hot blood gushed out like a spring. He's eyelids fluttered and his pupils quaked. The whole person was not well. Spirit Beast Warrior was also a human. Losing too much blood, the great Luo gods would have to go into shock or even die if they came. He can clearly feel the blood is gradually flowing out of the body, along with the blood together with the body, and the body temperature. Inside the Forbidden Land is already extremely cold, all around the gusts of wind. Blood every more flow a little, the body will be more cold a few points. In particular, the sound of gushing water coming from the scene was what really made He taut. This is not the sound of running water, but the sound of blood flowing on the ground. My elder brother is my hand and foot brother. His position in my heart is more important than beloved relatives and friends. I am his own brother with the same father and mother. Do you think I will betray him? By this time, He was actually surprisingly hard-headed, causing Xiao Tian to raise an eyebrow. However, the next moment, He suddenly changed his words. If I tell you his location, can you spare me? Seemingly worried that he hadn't expressed himself accurately enough, he finished and continued to add, I know his location, and as long as you promise to spare me, I can tell you now. Xiao Shen's name was already known to no one in Deju City. He was decisive in dealing with his enemies, but anyone who had offended Xiao Tian had not been able to live long, and his own brother He Huan was currently just an accident. Therefore, before getting Xiao Tian's assurance, He Huan did not dare to loosen his lips easily. He was worried that if he loosened his lips to speak the information in the front foot, he would be killed by Xiao Tian in the back foot. He felt that he had to use this as blackmail, and he held a certain amount of power of speech. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Xiao Tian too much. Xiao Tian was not one of those brainless novels with a paper-thin character who did not know how to adapt. Good. Without any hesitation, Xiao Tian nodded his head and said, I can assure you. Tell me He Huan's location and I will let you go. But letting you go was one thing, and then killing you when you were let go was another thing. You swear to heaven, she suddenly said. I swear to heaven. Xiao Tian stretched out 4 fingers and said extremely perfunctorily. I still don't believe it. If I tell you now and you directly kill me, what should I do? She spoke after some contemplation. You send me out of the forbidden land first, and I'll tell you after I'm sure it's safe. Xiao Tian frowned. All his patience had been consumed and he suddenly kicked at Hishi's crotch. Being cut off from both arms was painful, but the pain of a blood brother was even more unbearable. Hishi instantly had his features twisted in pain, his body jerked straight up, and he was almost about to faint. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't tell me the information I want, I'll directly pinch your fade. Xiao Tian's face was cold and his tone was even more unquestionable as he started counting down after he finished speaking. 3, 2, I say, I'll tell you everything. Before Xiao Tian could say the last number, Hishi finally compromised and recounted He Huan's hiding place one by one. At this time, He Huan, who was far away outside the Forbidden Land, would never have dreamed that he had sent his own brother with a few spirit beast warriors to enter the Forbidden Land to find an opportunity to assassinate Xiao Tian. Instead of succeeding, he had completely exposed his hiding place. Xiao Tian had gotten the information he wanted, but for the sake of insurance, he still pressed the other party a few more times. Only after determining that the other party was not lying did he nod his head. I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? She looked at Xiao Tian with a red face and prayed. Xiao Tian nodded and then blew the bastard's head off with a punch. He had indeed promised Hishi that, in principle, as long as the other party told the truth, he would let the other party go. However, it was a pity that he himself was not a person with principles. If one wanted to live in a dark and turbulent era, in addition to strong strength, one also needed to have a ruthless heart. If one were to do things with principles and bottom lines, I'm afraid that one would have already died many times over. Xiao Tian, as a reborn person, naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. The so-called principles and rules were nothing but lies woven by the rulers in order to stabilize the situation, and in the context of such an era of dark turmoil, the only thing that was king was a ruthless heart and killing. He Huan, I already know your location. Suck your neck clean and wait for me. I'll come and you to death once I'm out of the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian stretched out his right hand and placed it on his chest, rubbing the blood in his palm and muttering to himself. It was at this moment that Yen Ruyu and the others came behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Yen Ruyu looked at Hishi's headless corpse and showed a look of surprise. It's fine. Xiao Tian smiled and shook his head. Then why did you look like you were dying just now? Fatty Hai tilted his head with a look of disbelief. After saying that, Fatty Hai suddenly slapped his head and said, I know. You have long sensed the whereabouts of these guys and deliberately showed weakness to lure them out. What a deep calculation. Xiao Tian. If this was also called having calculations, then every woman in the harem of the ancient emperors would be a Tongtian generation. In fact, Xiao Tian didn't know that Longhu Mountain didn't have so many curves. Fat Hai had been honestly worshipping the master since he came to Longhu Mountain. This was a straightforward fat man, and this kind of operation by Xiao Tian did give him a refreshing feeling. After resolving the irrelevant personnel, Xiao Tianri looked at the sets of resurrection armors on the high platform. Then he walked forward and removed them all. According to the information obtained before rebirth, these resurrection armors needed to be bound before they could be used. The binding method was also very simple. One only needed to inject one's own power into it, and then the resurrection armor would enter a state of vaporization and be placed on one's body. It would only resurface when the wearer was mortally wounded. The resurrection armors have all arrived. Now go out. Xiao Tian held the 6 sets of resurrection armors and said towards the crowd. Yen Tianshang was a bit hesitant. There should be other good things in the Forbidden Land. Don't we continue to stroll around for a bit? No need. Xiao Tian shook his head and said indifferently. Compared to these 6 sets of resurrection armors, everything else is irrelevant. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Yan Tiansheng and the others no longer hesitated. They followed Xiao Tian towards the exit. On the way, they did not encounter any more dark beings or other spirit beast warriors that had entered the Forbidden Land. The space of the Forbidden Land was very large, coupled with the heavy mists and the fact that the number of people who had entered the Forbidden Land this time was not too large, so it was actually very difficult to encounter them. But just as the group had arrived at the whirlpool, they saw an unexpected scene. Shun Qilan seemed to be carrying something in her arms, and was being protected in the center by people from the military. And around Shun Qilan's group, no less than 10 spirit beast warriors were staring intently at her. To be precise, they were staring at the thing that Shun Qilan was holding in her arms. Seeing this, Xiao Tian could not help but take a curious look as well. This look was instantly somewhat unexpected. It was because the thing that Shun Qilan was holding in her arms was also an equipment. It looked like this beautiful Dean had good luck and had picked up a good piece of equipment the first time she came to the Forbidden Land. But unfortunately, it appeared that the surrounding spirit beast warriors had also taken a fancy to this equipment. A big tree attracts the wind. This beautiful Dean was afraid that she was in danger. Chapter 32 The difference between people, the difference between clouds and mud. Shun Qilan looked at the two sides of the confrontation with a worried expression on her face. And just then Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appeared. She subconsciously nodded her head and looked, and the first thing she noticed was the 6 sets of resurrection armor that Xiao Tian was holding in his arms. Then she looked down at the set of equipment that she was holding tightly in her arms, and for a moment, her expression was extremely dismayed. She had managed to find this piece of equipment with great difficulty, and before she had the chance to bring it out, she had been discovered and besieged by the others. Xiao Tian was good, actually finding 6 pieces at once. Shun Qilan did not know that the equipment in her arms could not be compared to the resurrection armor in Xiao Tian's arms. If she really wanted to compare, the two sides were definitely one heaven and one earth. After all, one side could only increase the strength of the wearer to a certain extent, while the other side could have a resurrection effect. In addition to these 6 sets of resurrection armors, what made Shun Qilan even more surprised was that the other spirit beast warriors at the scene had also discovered Xiao Tian who had arrived at the scene. They also discovered the 6 sets of equipment that Xiao Tian was holding in his arms. However, they only glanced at them before continuing to turn their heads and stare at them aggressively. Well, Shun Qilan, as a high achiever who graduated from a prestigious university and was able to make it all the way to the position of dean, her heart was definitely far too far ahead of her peers. But at this moment, there was an urge to explode. Not. By what right? He just found a piece of equipment, and he was surrounded by so many of you, with an impulse to not die until he handed over the equipment. Xiao Tian appeared with 6 sets of equipment in his arms, but you guys just looked at it and then acted as if nothing had happened. Was this really good? I'll give you one last chance to hand over the equipment you're holding, or else even if you're a member of the military, we definitely won't be merciful. Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior at the head of the group looked at Shun Qilan and said in an icy tone. As soon as he said this, the spirit beast warriors around him chimed in. All of them entered the animalized state at the same time, looking as if they would not hesitate to strike at the same time if Shun Qilan refused. Dean, otherwise let's just hand this equipment over. With so many spirit beast warriors, this number of us is no match at all. Someone in the military came close to Shun Qilan and whispered. Shun Qilan naturally knew this, but looking at the equipment in his hand that he had managed to get with great difficulty, he was extremely unwilling inwardly. This equipment was not simple. If it could be taken back to the Research Institute for careful study, it might be able to study something. If they handed it over like this now, then their trip would be meaningless. There are so many of you and only one piece of equipment. Even if I hand it over now, how should you distribute it? Shun Qilan asked through gritted teeth. The person in the lead sneered a few times. Oh, this point won't bother you, want to sow discord? We are not so stupid. What you have to do now is to hand over the stuff. Seeing that fooling could not be done, Shun Qilan's gaze turned sharply and suddenly locked onto Xiao Tian. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but at first glance, his entire body froze. Xiao Tian and his group directly ignored the movement on their side and led the way to the front of the whirlpool unhindered. Seeing Xiao Tian lifting his leg and about to step into the vortex, Shun Qilan became anxious. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's movements lurched as he turned to look at Shun Qilan in the crowd and blinked. Dean Shun? Is there something wrong? Shun Qilan wanted to roll her eyes. What's the matter? I'm currently surrounded by a large group of spirit beast warriors. Can't you see that? Speechlessness was speechlessness, but Shun Qilan still took a deep breath and spoke. Xiao Tian, I know your skills. Can you help me this time? Hearing Shin Qilan say this, the spirit beast warriors on the scene looked towards Xiao Tian, and many of them had their expressions change instantly. Did this beautiful dean in front of them know this fury? In the entire Great Confucian City, who did not know that Xiao Tian had almost monopolized most of the resources by virtue of his own strength. However, even if they knew that, no one dared to blatantly make an enemy of Xiao Tian. Because anyone who is an enemy of Xiao Tian, the grass is already growing out of his grave, whether it's Li Chong at the beginning or Chao Monglong at the back. None of the two of them have ended up in a good place. If the two sides really knew each other, then they would definitely have to suffer. Xiao Tian was silent and faintly swept a glance at the crowd at the scene. Just a glance made many people's livers and guts split, and some of the less courageous people even almost urinated out of their mouths. Only those who knew Xiao Tian's deeds knew how terrifying his eyes were. It was not exaggerated to say that even if so many of them at the scene were united, they were definitely not the opponent of the one in front of them. Could it be that this beautiful dean really knew this fury? Just as the crowd was worried, Xiao Tian snapped, "Dean Shun, we've only had a one-sided relationship. This is your own matter. It seems that I don't have a reason to step in, right? One side of the story? That means the two are not familiar with each other? Phew." Thinking of this, the crowd let out a sigh of relief in unison, their taut nerves gradually easing, with a feeling of relief. Shin Qilan did not notice the crowd's reaction, but instead frowned and looked at Xiao Tian seriously. "If you are willing to help me solve the trouble at hand, I can join your team and be able to help you with your work. And you know that nowadays in this era, more friends make more roads." Xiao Tian did not hastily agree, but quickly thought in terms of the big picture. Although he was not the kind of devil who killed innocents indiscriminately, he was definitely not a good old boy who roared at the sight of the road either. Since he was neither a friend nor an acquaintance, if he wanted him to help relieve the situation, he would have to come up with the corresponding chips to do so, which was called fair cooperation for mutual benefit. Shin Qilan in the future will develop a lot of good equipment as well as some peculiar inventions, just once out of the hand, can let such a person for their own use. And to go out and solve the immediate trouble for the other party is not a difficult task for himself. This deal, it couldn't be a loss by any reckoning. "All right, I promise you." Xiao Tian nodded. Seeing this, Shin Qilan let out a long sigh of relief. Although she did not know Xiao Tian correctly, she probably knew that since the other party dared to promise, then he must have certainty. Today's crisis could be considered to be resolved smoothly. Just when Shin Qilan thought that Xiao Tian was going to break out into a fierce battle with the spirit beast warriors on the scene. Xiao Tian's actions, however, shocked her mother for 30 years. "I'll bail out Dean Shin. You guys shouldn't hit on the equipment in her hands. So disperse." Xiao Tian looked at the crowd and waved his hand. What made Shin Qilan even more unpredictable was that in the face of Xiao Tian's words, this group of spirit beast warriors, instead of being angry, each of them revealed a smile of harmony. "Well, well, well, since God Xiao has spoken, we naturally have to give this face. Since God Xiao has spoken, we can't say anything more. Don't worry, God Xiao will leave now." This group of spirit beast warriors who were previously eyeing Shin Qilan intently were now as well behaved as elementary school students. Nodding their heads at Xiao Tian without any hesitation, they directly turned around and disappeared into the mist ahead. "Not. This is done." Shin Qilan's mouth slightly opened wide. Her worldview was shocked. The people from the military also scratched their ears and looked at each other with extremely odd expressions. They were all ready to fight to the death. But it turned out that Xiao Tian lifted the crisis with just one sentence. "Grass. What kind of demon is this? Is the gap between people really that big?" Chapter 33. You kid has a crush on me? Shin Qilan finally realized why this group of spirit beast warriors present, who had clearly seen the equipment in Xiao Tian's arms, remained indifferent. "Sentiment, these are your people?" Seemingly seeing the doubt in Shin Qilan's eyes, Xiao Tian faintly said, "They are not my people. They just understand a reason." "What truth?" Shin Qilan subconsciously asked after him. "They understand that I am someone they cannot afford to mess with." Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shin Qilan's eyelids twitched fiercely, wanting to retort but having nothing to say. It seemed that this was really the reasoning. After all, the previous group of people, when they saw Xiao Tian, the entirety of their behavior was that of a mouse seeing a cat. "Thanks for today's matter. I will fulfill my previous promise, but I am always a member of the military. I have to stay in the lab to continue doing research. If there is anything you need, you can let me know. I will never excuse myself." Shen Qilan is also clear that there is no free lunch in the world, and the other party is willing to help himself in the case of a casual encounter. He already owed the other party a huge favor. Moreover, having kept this equipment at the moment, perhaps when she went back, she would really be able to research something through this equipment. Xiao Tian nodded and then wanted to turn around and leave with Yen Ruyu and the others. However, just after taking a few steps, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped and asked Shen Qilan, "I'm curious, now that the dark turmoil has descended, the existing order has long since collapsed, and the military of the Great Confucian City exists in name only, why are you still so adamant about engaging in research?" This question, in fact, Xiao Tian before he was reborn had always been curious. It was just that, at that time, he was just an ordinary person. He couldn't even manage his 3 daily meals, so naturally, he wouldn't make a special trip to find Shen Qilan to ask this kind of question. Shen Qilan contemplated for a while and raised her head and said seriously, "I want to help more people through my research and get through the immediate crisis together." Xiao Tian nodded his head in understanding and the doubts in his heart were solved. Shen Qilan's kind of thinking was actually not considered to be a saintly mother, but rather somewhat great. However, in Xiao Tian's view, this kind of idea was great and at the same time more or less ridiculous. The descent of the dark unrest had been a mystery so far, and the dark unrest was divided into a total of 9 heavens. Now that it was only the first heaven, there was no telling what kind of terrifying existences would appear when it came to the subsequent 9 heavens. Shen Qilan's research results might be useful, but they could not change anything in the face of absolute darkness. Xiao Tian was just about to leave when he suddenly looked at the resurrection armors in his arms, and after some hesitation, he took out one of them and handed it over to Shen Qilan. "This is..." Shen Qilan subconsciously received the resurrection armor and looked at Xiao Tian in confusion. Yen Ruyu and the others on the other hand looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. They were all very clear about the importance of the resurrection armor. It was something that could give the wearer a second life. Xiao Tian actually just casually gave it to the woman in front of him. Fatty Hai's surprise was overflowing, while Yen Ruyu did not say a word and silently stared at Shen Qilan. Although this woman was older than herself, she was only in her early 30s by the looks of her age, and her skin was even more watery than even she was. More importantly, the size of Shen Qilan's chest was simply breathtaking, and her figure was also quite nice, revealing a unique flavor of a mature woman all over. Extremely good young woman. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to the woman in front of him. Could it be that this woman was Xiao Tian's favorite type? Girls were naturally sentimental and thought about much more than men originally, so it was no wonder that she thought so. This is the resurrection armor. After wearing it, you have a chance to resurrect when you are fatally attacked. Infuse your power into it, and it will be bound. Resurrection armor? Shen Qilan's eyes widened in surprise, and under Xiao Tian's guidance, she released a strand of power into the resurrection armor. When the power was injected into it, the resurrection armor flickered slightly and then turned into a stream of light that wrapped around Shen Qilan. Then the resurrection armor directly disappeared. Xiao Tian knew that this was a sign that the resurrection armor had been successfully bound, and normally it would not have any effect, and would only surface when Shen Qilan was in danger. After doing all this, Xiao Tian was about to leave. But at this time, Shen Qilan called out to Xiao Tian. "Does Dean Shun still have something to do?" Looking at Xiao Tian's cynical face, Shen Qilan stared and said, "Why did you send me such a precious thing?" Xiao Tian's reason for doing so was also very simple. Since Shen Qilan was already one of his own, he naturally had to be slightly attentive. After all, the things that the other party had researched could also be of great use in the future. And Shen Qilan herself was not a spirit beast warrior, so she herself was powerless to resist in the face of danger. So in order to prevent the other party from having an accident, Xiao Tian decided to gift the other party a set of resurrection armor only after some thought. Anyway, he didn't have many people around him right now, so it wouldn't hurt to share a set of resurrection armor out. The reason was that simple. But in Shen Qilan's opinion, it was not such a thing. Even if he was the stupid son of a landlord's family, he didn't see the need to spread gold coins outside. "I'm in a good mood today and simply want to give away benefits, so don't think too much about it. I don't have any other intentions." Xiao Tian thought for a moment and replied, then left the Forbidden Land with Yen Ruyu and the others. Reflecting on Xiao Tian's words, Shen Qilan however thought that things would definitely not be so simple. Who in their right mind would randomly explode gold coins when they were in a good mood? But for no reason at all, the other party gave himself such a precious thing. In the end, what was it because of? Could it be that this kid was secretly in love with himself? When this idea popped up, Shen Qilan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The first time, When the Institute faced the threat of mutant cockroaches, it was Xiao Tian who came to the door alone to solve it. This time, when it faced a crowd of people besieging it, it was also Xiao Tian who stepped forward to resolve the trouble. When these two events were strung together and thought carefully, Shun Qilan felt more and more that this was the case. This kid. Shun Qilan lowered her head and her lips suddenly hooked up in a curve, although somewhat flattered. But being crushed and liked by such a powerful and handsome teenager did feel quite good. "Dean, are we going out now?" Just at this moment, someone beside her suddenly asked. Only then did Shin Qilan pull himself out of his thoughts, and after some pondering, he shook his head and said, "With Xiao Tian's deterrent, those guys shouldn't dare to make a move against us, so continue to go deeper into the Forbidden Land, and see if we can still find any other good things." On the other side, after leaving the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian did not bring anyone to settle the score with He Huan at the first time, but instead sought out the two spirit beast warriors that were wandering around the Forbidden Land. Being beckoned over by Xiao Tian, the two were initially scared half to death, thinking that they had provoked Xiao Tian by looking too ugly. However, when they walked up with trepidation and heard Xiao Tian's words, they immediately turned from sadness to joy. "You two will guard here, but anyone who wants to enter the Forbidden Land must first pay 3 altered beast crystals. Otherwise they are forbidden to enter. I can give you some supplies after the deed is done. Got it?" The siren was asking them to be the god of the door, wasn't he? The Forbidden Land was originally a public place that appeared out of thin air, so it was reasonable to say that everyone was qualified to enter. This star actually treats the Forbidden Land as its own private place and wants to enter it with a fee. It's really overbearing. But with people's strength, they did have this overbearing capital. Understood. We will definitely keep an eye on the Forbidden Land and pay the crystal cores if we want to enter. The two nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic and returned. Xiao Tian nodded. "If anyone dares to force their way in, burst out my name, and if they still dare to force their way in, report the matter here to me." If he did not remember wrongly, the opening time of the second Forbidden Land was 3 days, and now that he was strong enough, it was not impossible to monopolize something like the Forbidden Land. To summarize, in the time of the end, one should make use of all the resources around them that could be utilized. Xiao Tian did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he did. After all, man is not for himself and the sky is not for himself. After explaining to the two people, Xiao Tian then took Yen Ruyu and his group to leave. The crowd did not directly return to the villa, but came to a relatively remote place. Then Xiao Tian looked at Yen Ruyu and the others. "There are still 5 sets of resurrection armors here. Come over and share them." Chapter 34. Don't want to beat more? Don't serve directly. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone's eyes were glowing. Who wouldn't want to be able to share a set of equipment that had the resurrection attribute? But what they did not expect was that Xiao Tian was actually really willing to take out such precious equipment and share it with them. Yen Ruyu, Yen Tiansheng, and Fatty Hai each shared a set of resurrection armor. Including Xiao Tian himself, a total of 4 sets of resurrection armor had been consumed, leaving only 1 set of resurrection armor temporarily vacant. After each person was allocated a resurrection armor, they all followed Xiao Tian's instructions and bound the resurrection armor. When the resurrection armor was bound, it instantly turned into nothingness and disappeared into thin air, and although they had already seen it here in Shenqiulan, the crowd still found it fresh. While shocked, they were also extremely moved. Xiao Tian treated his enemies mercilessly, but there were really no words for treating his own people. Yen Tianxing dared to make a guarantee that if Xiao Tian were to be replaced by anyone, he probably wouldn't take out such a precious pretense and share it with the people around him. At the moment when the dark turmoil broke out, the dark side of human nature was released infinitely, and many people became selfish, which was the norm nowadays. We are all our own people, so let's not talk about those meaningless pleasantries. Seeing Yen Tiansheng and the others' grateful appearance, Xiao Tian hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt. The dark unrest was divided into a total of 9 heavens, and if one wanted to survive in this chaotic world, it was not enough to be strong on one's own. This was also the reason why Xiao Tian distributed the resurrection armor to the crowd. The crowd nodded at the words and did not show too much courtesy. Fatty Hai was moved and wiped a tear from the corner of his eye when Xiao Tian had beaten him up on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Even after he had feasted a few times later, there was more or less some resentment in his heart. He had always felt that Xiao Tian was a super xiong, the kind that punched people at the drop of a hat. But now, with the successful binding of the resurrection armor, all his remaining grievances against Xiao Tian had dissipated, and he even felt that Xiao Tian was a character. It was true that this person would punch people at the drop of a hat, but he really treated the people around him so well that there was no limit to how good he could be. To be able to follow the side of such a person, even if it is super xiong, what does it matter? Originally, Fatty Hai was planning to go back to his own Dragon Tiger Mountain after this side of the matter was resolved, but now suddenly cancelled this idea. On the Dragon Tiger Mountain, there was no end of hanging noodles to eat, and every day there was only one person who was alone, which was not as comfortable as following Xiao Tian around to eat and drink spicy food. Xiao Tian. Shouldn't we deal with that He Huan matter now? Yen Tian Sheng suddenly spoke. Aha! Xiao Tian nodded. He had not forgotten about He Huan's matter. After thinking about it, Xiao Tian said, Boss Yen, you first take Fatty back to the villa. Although that side is temporarily safe, it still needs someone to guard it. As for He Huan's side, I will just go with Ruyu. Yen Tiansheng did not have any objections to this. He was assured of Xiao Tian's strength. Good. Then you guys pay attention to safety. Yen Tiansheng barked some instructions before leaving the place with Fatty Hai. Xiao Tian then looked at Yen Ruyu. Let's move as well. Good. Yen Ruyu nodded. But her entire heart was no longer calm because of Xiao Tian's sentence Ruyu. Just as the two rushed to He Huan's location, He Huan's side was suffering from an old crime. In the wanted days, has not dared to go out for fear of exposing his whereabouts. What made him even more frustrated was that he had obviously recruited a large number of spirit beast warriors under his hands and could completely dominate the party. But right now he was forced to hold his tongue. There was no way it wasn't true that he had people on his side, but it was still far from the point of confronting the entire spirit beast warriors of the entire Great Confucian City. Xiao Tian, you wait for me. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't let me find an opportunity, otherwise you'll suffer old age. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, He Huan held a tall glass and looked at the scenery outside the window. His face was cloudy for a while. Just then, a panicked figure stumbled in. Brother Huan, something big is wrong. He Huan frowned and looked at the visitor. Didn't I tell you that we're no longer ordinary people now, and that we have to remain calm even if we encountered a heavenly event? The visitor swallowed a mouthful of saliva and bitterly said, Brother Huan, something really big has happened this time. The brothers we sent to follow Xiao Tian have all lost contact. When He Huan heard this, he instantly became unsettled and stood up from his spot with a brush. What did you say? His voice steeply raised an octave. The visitor shrunk his neck and whispered, Now the people who entered the vortex have basically come out, and that Xiao Tian also came out unharmed, but our people have been slow to move, perhaps they've… He Huan was so angry that he slammed his tall glass heavily on the ground, and a few more shades of gloom flattened on his face. He had sent out an entire nameless spirit beast warriors this time, and none of them were of a low level, but he actually hadn't managed to take care of Xiao Tian either. Moreover, these 5 people also included his own brother He Shi. Now that everyone had lost contact, I was afraid that He Shi was also in a bad way. Damn Xiao Tian, I'm at loggerheads with you. Right at this moment, a sudden burst of sound came from outside, followed by another spirit beast warrior rushing in a hurry. Brother Huan, something bad has happened. That Xiao Tian has rushed in with his men. The brothers are no match for him, and several of them were dried out in a single round. Swish! He Huan instantly showed a scowl, and his nostrils spewed out a flash of hot air. Grass! Killing my own brother, I haven't even looked for you to settle the score yet, but you actually killed yourself to my territory first. Is this looking down on me? Thinking that no one in the entire Great Confucian City can do anything about you? If Xiao Tian used the resources in his hands to issue a kill order against him, he really didn't have much of a good way to deal with it. But Xiao Tian himself killing to his territory, this was looking for death. How many people have they come? He Huan was not a brainless person after all and did not rush out at the first opportunity. There are only 2 people besides that Xiao Tian. There is also a woman. That spirit beast warrior said truthfully. When He Huan heard this, his expression became a few points more hideous, and he smashed the glass coffee table in front of him with one punch. Good what a good Xiao Tian. Single-handedly bringing a woman dares to barge into my territory. Do you really think that I am a soft persimmon? The other side single-handedly just brought a woman. He Huan now no longer have any scruples. Directly commanded, notify all the brothers. Together will be that do not know the sky-high and thick fools on the ground to do away with, who can take down that Xiao Tian's head, the old man heavily rewarded. As soon as the news was spread, all the spirit beast warriors under He Huan's hand boiled over, as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, and they rushed outside the warehouse, surrounding Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu with a group of people. The first spirit beast warrior took a step forward. His fists actually turned into sharp claws. He stuck out his tongue and licked it, looking at Xiao Tian with a fierce smile. Xiao Tian, you? Xiao Tian's expression was cold, and he did not beep at all. Under looking around, he suddenly crouched down, picked up a slate, and casually threw it out towards the front. With a loud bang, the guy in front of him didn't even think that Xiao Tian would suddenly sneak attack. Without any defense, he was directly hit in the face by the brick. Blood began to coo-coo out. Crowd. Chapter 35 School Flowers Top Contrast. Other than Yen Ruyu, who was familiar with Xiao Tian, no one else had obviously expected that Xiao Tian would just do it at the drop of a hat. The spirit beast warrior could still feel the pain. Along with the fiery touch on his face, the spirit beast warrior who was hit in the face by the slate was instantly enraged. You're only looking for death. He looked at Xiao Tian with resentment, and his originally normal pupils instantly inverted and split into a slit as he waved his claws and rushed over towards Xiao Tian. A stance of wanting to tear Xiao Tian apart. Xiao Tian's face was expressionless. His body was still standing straight in place, and he had absolutely no intention of dodging. Even Yen Ruyu did not know what Xiao Tian meant by this for a moment. Xiao Tian was indeed very powerful, but his body's defense had not reached the point of impregnability. Standing still and being beaten in place was not like Xiao Tian's style. Just as the two sides were close to each other, Xiao Tian's eyes suddenly locked onto the blue bucket next to the warehouse door. Whoosh! Black wings appeared behind his back and a feather shot towards the blue bucket. The bucket exploded and water splashed out, wetting the ground and also the many spirit beast warriors present. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the rest of the spirit beast warriors who looked at Xiao Tian became odd. What was wrong with this fellow? The attack was already in front of his eyes, but instead of dodging, he had the mind to blow up buckets for fun? Only Yen Ruyu's pupils shrank and vaguely seemed to have guessed Xiao Tian's thoughts. Right after the bucket blew up, the surface of the black feather that blew up the bucket and inserted into the ground suddenly began to flash with electricity. Zilala! The sound of electric current rang out abruptly, and before anyone could react to what was going on, the powerful electric current spread to everyone through the water stains all over the ground. At this moment, everyone was electrically frozen in place, their bodies twitching straight. Under the influence of the powerful electric current, the muscles of the entire body were instantly paralyzed, just like being under a fixation spell, unable to move a single bit. Ruyu, I'll leave this group of people to you to settle. Xiao Tian turned his head towards Yen Ruyu and said, Good. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and nodded her head in response. Killing. As 1,000 gold miss, this term was incomparably distant to her once upon a time. But now the world had changed. This was a world of the weak and the strong, and if you wanted to protect yourself you could only keep killing to become stronger. This group of people in front of her were He Huan's men. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian's strength, the ones who died would be them. Therefore, Yen Ruyu did not have any psychological burden when she took action against this group of people. She also wanted to become stronger. She didn't want to be a vase. Yen Ruyu was just about to make her move when she suddenly looked at Xiao Tian and said, My beastization ability can only heal. It seems like I can't fight. Use this. Xiao Tian once again picked up a slab and handed it to Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, looking at the slate Xiao Tian handed over, after some hesitation, Yen Ruyu still reached out and took it. However, she had never even killed a chicken in her life, and now that she was suddenly asked to kill someone, she was still somewhat at a loss. Seeing Yen Ruyu in this state, Xiao Tian was also very patient and guided. Just smash it against your head. Nima. The corners of the mouths of the people who were paralyzed by the electric current twitched, and their tears were about to fall. Devil. This Mother is definitely the devil. If you have the guts, why torture people like this? Quite a few people began to regretting that they had been so impulsive and struck out at this devil in front of them. They wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to kneel down, wanted to fight for a chance of survival. But now that their bodies were paralyzed and their whole body muscles were out of control, they couldn't do anything except stand in place and stare. They could only watch as Yen Ruyu, holding a brick, approached them. Yen Ruyu came to the front of an unlucky person, after making mental preparations, closed his eyes and smashed out a brick. Bang! The brick smashed into the unlucky person's face. Immediately blood cuckoo outward. Heartbreaking pain from the nerve of the face swept through the whole body. But this level of damage couldn't kill him at all. Smash towards the temple. Xiao Tian continued to guide up patiently. Good. Yen Ruyu nodded. then aimed a brick at the temple and smashed it out. As soon as the brick went down, that unlucky person immediately rolled his eyes and fell to the ground in response to the sound, completely out of breath. Dead. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Yen Ryu's heartbeat accelerated as she looked at the blood-stained brick in her hand and muttered to herself. This feeling was a bit marvelous. Perhaps it was because she knew that the group of people in front of her all deserved to die. Yen Ryu, instead of having any psychological discomfort, had a somewhat unrestrained feeling. With the first time opening the door, the later steps Yen Ryu was easy to follow and became more and more skillful. In less than a few minutes, the few spirit beast warriors on the scene were all killed. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian came to Yen Ryu's body and asked with a smile. Originally, he had thought that Yen Ryu would delay for a long time for her first kill, but he did not expect this niece to be so decisive. This rather made Xiao Tian look at her highly. But no matter what, this hurdle was something that Yen Ryu had to step over, and if she wanted to survive in a chaotic era, her hands had to be stained with blood. It feels pretty good. It's exciting. Yen Ryu dropped the slate, looked at the bloody scene and said with her head lowered. This answer gave Xiao Tian a whole lot of trouble. Originally thought that Yen Ryu would be difficult to diaphragm and even produce psychological shadows or something. I didn't expect it to be this kind of answer. The contrast was a bit big. No wonder people often say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more contrasting she is. It seems to be true. Let's go. It's time to find He Huan now. Xiao Tian spoke. Yen Ryu nodded and the two of them walked towards the interior of the warehouse one after the other. In the warehouse hall, He Huan had already seen everything that happened outside through the surveillance. So many brothers were actually all taken out in a single shot. Is this guy really human? It was even more outrageous than the rumors on the internet. During this period of time, Xiao Tian had been developing his forces and he was also raising his level. He has now reached level 12, and originally thought that this level would be able to stabilize Xiao Tian. Now, it seems that it's a bit of a long shot. I'm going to run. Must run. Right at this moment, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded from far to near. He Huan's body had a quick start, and a bat's wings unfolded behind him, directly smashing the ceiling of the warehouse and rushing out. This huge commotion naturally caught Xiao Tian's attention. Xiao Tian, I admit that I did underestimate you a little bit, but don't be complacent. Let's have a long time to come. I'll take this down. He Huan condescendingly looked down on Xiao Tian and began to let out vicious words. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow and black wings emerged behind his back as he picked up Princess Yen Ryu in his arms and immediately rushed up as well. Cursed mud horse. Seeing Xiao Tian fly up as well, He Huan instantly had his alarm bells ringing, and without saying a word, he turned around and quickly flew in a direction. However, even though he used his best speed, he still didn't completely get rid of the distance between the two sides, and even the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. One should know that Xiao Tian was still carrying a person, but he actually still had such a fast speed. What kind of monster is this? He Huan already somewhat regretted provoking Xiao Tian. However, most of the resources in Great Confucian City were controlled by this bastard, which had severely squeezed the living space of others. He had to provoke Xiao Tian in order to survive. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, just then, a huge bunker appeared on the horizon ahead. Seeing this scene, He Huan was instantly overjoyed and accelerated his speed as he violently swooped towards the direction of the bunker. This bunker originally belonged to a place managed by the military and was occupied by He Huan after the outbreak of the dark unrest. Don't look at the bunker's appearance, but its defense is very high, the cannons can't even blast it, and it has always been used by him as the last safeguard. As long as he entered the bunker, 10 Xiao Tians could not take him. Chapter 36 Flesh and Blood Breaks Through Steel. Madman. Xiao Tian. That guy is trying to escape. Yen Ryu suddenly spoke. Being held in Xiao Tian's arms, her entire body was in a bit of a trance, and with the side of her head pressed against Xiao Tian's chest, she could still hear the violent heartbeat. Xiao Tian gently nodded his head. In fact, without Yen Ryu reminding him, he could also tell He Huan's intentions, because this fellow's purposefulness was simply not too straightforward. With his eyes locked onto the huge fortress below, Xiao Tian's mouth curved into a contemptuous arc. With just a simple glance, Xiao Tian realized that this bunker did not use any special materials, and was built with all the existing materials of Blue Star. This level of strength might have been hard enough for the humans on the Blue Planet, but its strength was still far from the Villa Manor wrapped in fine steel. thinking that you can't do anything about you if you escape inside the bunker itself? Xiao Tian, today's matter is not over. Seeing the bunker getting closer and closer, He Huan was relieved and actually started to turn his head to taunt Xiao Tian. You killed my people and made me in such a mess. Today's revenge will be avenged in the next day. We'll see. Xiao Tian's face was expressionless, only feeling that this scene was exceptionally funny. Since you think that you will be safe and sound by hiding in the bunker, then I will first shatter your fantasies before completely suppressing you. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian intentionally gradually lowered his speed. He Huan could clearly feel that Xiao Tian's speed had instantly decreased by a lot, but didn't think much about it, only feeling that Xiao Tian had exhausted his strength. After letting out a loud laugh, he landed straight in front of the gate in front of the bunker. There was also a spirit beast warrior stationed at the main entrance, and it was none other than He Huan's men. In addition to the warehouse side, he had also arranged a few spirit beast warriors here in the bunker to watch over it. Brother Huan. Seeing He Huan, who had fallen from the sky in a sorry state, the spirit beast warrior froze on the spot and wanted to ask a question. He Huan hurriedly urged, "Don't ask anything. Hurry up and close the bunker door." After saying that, he rushed into the bunker without looking back. That spirit beast warrior was filled with confusion, and just then Xiao Tian also landed on the ground with Yen Ruyu. Grass. The spirit beast warrior was clearly startled when he saw Xiao Tian's appearance. Wasn't this the Xiao god? How did his own brother Huan provoke this fatalist? No wonder he was in such a sorry state. It was no wonder that he knew Xiao Tian in the current Big Ru city. Even most of the ordinary people who had not awakened their beastization ability knew Xiao Tian. This name was as popular as ever in the current Great Confucian city. Without dragging his feet, the spirit beast warrior decisively pressed the button on the side, and the door of the bunker slowly started and gradually closed. He Huan had already rushed to an office in the bunker, and there were many screens placed in front of the office, enabling him to clearly see the scene outside. Hearing the thick sound of the gate closing, his taut nerves gradually relaxed, and his entire body paralyzed on the seat. It was safe. The bunker here was built entirely according to wartime conditions, and even a mushroom egg couldn't cause any impact. The entire bunker was wrapped in high-density materials. Even the door of the bunker had a thickness of 10 meters, all of which were high-strength alloys. Even Barrett's bullet shot on it could only leave a shallow trace. With this kind of defense, even if that Xiao Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would never be able to rush in. Looking at Xiao Tian outside, the corner of He Huan's mouth rose and pressed a button. A dark door opened above the bunker, and a big black speaker slowly rose up. Then He Huan's provocative voice came out from the speaker. "Xiao Tian, as long as I hide in the bunker, even if you are the king of heaven, you can't do anything about it. The bunker is fully defended all around, and there is a large amount of supplies stocked up inside, which is enough for me to have a good time for a year. You can either rush in and kill me now, or you can obediently guard me outside for a year. You'd better not give me any chance. Because whenever there is any chance, I will spare no effort to retaliate back. I will make you suffer." He Huan's arrogant laughter lingered in the sky. Yen Ruyu pursed her red lips, her expression somewhat odd. This He Huan was a character, and after following Xiao Tian for so long, it was the first time he had seen someone who dared to provoke like this. Although she did not know exactly what kind of defense strength the bunker in front of her had, she firmly believed that Xiao Tian must have a way. Listening to the provocative words coming out of the speakers, Xiao Tian was also amused. Then Xiao Tian came straight to stand in front of the bunker door. Then he blasted out with a hard punch. Boom! When the fist fell, the gate was unharmed and was only dented in a bit. On the contrary, Xiao Tian's fist had already gushed out a gush of blood, and his bones had all crumbled a number of times. "Ha ha ha ha, I said long ago that the defense of the bunker is very strong. It's impossible for you to break through. I know that you're in a hurry right now, but don't be in a hurry first, because there's no use in being in a hurry. It's not a good feeling to know that I'm right in there, but you don't have any way to take me out. Isn't that a good feeling?" He Huan's mocking voice was once again heard from the speakers. Xiao Tian's face sank, and then another fist blasted out. As this punch landed, the thick metal gate was once again dented in a bit, but the whole thing remained unharmed. Instead, Xiao Tian's fist was completely fractured. However, soon, the injured fist was wrapped in countless blood-colored threads, and soon recovered as before. This was the healing power that came with Xiao Tian's genes. The strength of this bunker was indeed very high. Perhaps there were even weaker places elsewhere, but Xiao Tian was too lazy to look for them. He would use the simplest and most brutal way to break through the gate and rush in. Boom! After recovering, Xiao Tian did not speak nonsense and threw another punch. This punch still did not shake the metal gate, but the depression on the gate increased a little more once again. The taunts from the loudspeakers did not stop, nor did Xiao Tian's movements. If he was injured, he would heal. When healed, he continued to throw punches. Half an hour later, the thick metal gate had been blasted out with a 1-meter dent arc. 1 hour later, the gate had been dented in by 3 meters. 2 hours later, the gate was once again dented in by 3 meters. During this period of time, Xiao Tian's right arm fist did not know how many times it had been fractured and how much blood had flowed. But he was like a wild beast that could not feel pain. The taste of blood only made him more excited. One punch, another punch. Xiao Tian's speed was getting faster and faster, and the originally impenetrable gate was getting more and more deformed, gradually showing signs of breaking apart. Yan Ruyu always stayed quietly at the side and watched. Seeing the deformed metal gate, it was already not difficult for her to imagine what kind of despair He Huan would suffer later on. Tugging wasn't a crime, and arrogance wasn't a sin either. But he had chosen the wrong object of provocation. In the bunker office, seeing the door gradually deformed, He Huan's originally solid heart also became more and more cold. At the end of the day, the whole person directly stood up, full of confused colors. Is this him, a devil? The 10-meter thick metal gate. This madman actually hardened his flesh and blood and hardened his body and blasted it into this appearance. Brother Huan, the gate is probably already unable to withstand such an attack. This is simply a madman. What should we do now? The 2 spirit beast warriors beside them had long since panicked. The 2 of them were the only ones responsible for guarding the entire bunker, and now there were only 3 of them counting He Huan. Xiao Tian bombarded the gate with one fist after another, and the thick sound continuously echoed in the empty bunker. This roaring sound shook the eardrums of the 3 people and shattered their courage to resist. What to do? Hearing the 2 men's inquiry, He Huan didn't know what to do either. There was no back door in the bunker at all, and the only entrance and exit was the front door, which was now about to be blasted open. They were already trapped in a jar, with no way to escape. At this moment, He Huan really regretted messing with Xiao Tian. If he had known that this madman was so fierce, he wouldn't have dared to mess with him. It was a pity that things had evolved to the point where there was no point in saying anything. Rumble. Right at this moment, as Xiao Tian's last punch fell, his 5 fingers completely crumbled, becoming bloody and hideous. The impenetrable metal gate also finally couldn't hold on completely in this punch and fell to the ground with a rumble. He Huan's pupils shrunk drastically. It was over. Chapter 37, The Most Extreme Despair, The Cost of Yoking Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was expressionless as he raised his hand and began to repair the damage to his fist. The heavy metal gate in front of him, which should have been impregnable, had long since been severely deformed by the bombardment and had fallen to the side. As the dust drifted away, Xiao Tian's figure was a little hazy, making it even more mysterious in Yan Ruyu's eyes. Yan Ruyu initially only thought that Xiao Tian was just an ordinary student from the same school as her, who had accidentally awakened into a spirit beast warrior after being irradiated by the aurora borealis. Before that, Yan Ruyu had always been curious as to what kind of animal abilities Xiao Tian had awakened. Falcon wings and electric eel head, how did this situation look like more than just a fusion of one animal? And now Yan Ruyu was a little more curious. What exactly was Xiao Tian? The metal gate in front of him was clearly the strongest place of defense in the entire bunker, and he could have started from somewhere else. If not, with his current prestige in Daeju City, he could completely follow what He Huan had said and find someone to keep an eye on He Huan's every move here, and dry run with He Huan. Anyway, outside Xiao Tian had all sorts of resources, while the resources in the bunker could only support He Huan to last for a year. However, Xiao Tian did not do so and instead forced the metal gate open in the simplest and most brutal, even self-inflicted way. It wasn't true that Xiao Tian was in possession of healing means, but his fist would feel the same pain when it was shattered by the metal gate. In these few hours of blasting the gate, Xiao Tian's fist had crumbled an unknown number of times, yet he did not even frown. Even if Yan Ruyu's social experience was not deep, it was clear that this was definitely not the kind of willpower that an ordinary person could possess. Right at this moment, the injury on Xiao Tian's fist was repaired, and then he stepped in. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu also hurriedly followed closely behind. The 2 of them walked one after the other, and before they could take a few steps, He Huan appeared with 2 of his men out of the office. Xiao Tian's lips rose as he looked at He Huan with a playful expression. He Huan, on the other hand, had a mute expression, and the entire person seemed to have lost his essence. The moment the metal door was blasted open, he had already lost the thought of escaping. It wasn't that he suddenly wasn't afraid of death. It was mainly because the gate was the only exit, so he couldn't run at all. The powerful strength displayed by Xiao Tian also made him almost numb. That was a metal gate with a thickness of 10 meters, and it was actually shattered and deformed by this madman with his fists. Facing such an opponent was truly incomparably despairing. Not continuing to run? Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Not running. He Huan took a deep breath and shook his head. If I had known that you were such a lunatic, I definitely wouldn't have messed with you. Xiao Tian said indifferently. Do you think that if you say this now, I will let you go? He Huan let out a light laugh. He was not that naive. Being able to form his own forces, he was definitely not a fool either, and he had hardly made any mistakes along the way from the start of the dark unrest. The only mistake he had made was to provoke Xiao Tian at the wrong place at the wrong time. I have long heard of your power and have seen the video of you killing Chao Monglong. But in the end, I have only seen it and have not personally learned from it. He Huan raised his head and said seriously, all of my supplies are in the bunker warehouse. You only need to kill me and all of these supplies will be yours. To die in your hands, my life is not a loss. If I kill you directly, the supplies here will be mine as usual. Xiao Tian let out a cold smile and suddenly turned his words around and said, but I can agree to your request. After saying this, Xiao Tian turned his head to look at Yen Ruyu. Open the live stream. Yen Ruyu instantly understood and took out her cell phone and skillfully opened the live broadcast. Seeing this, He Huan on the other hand smiled bitterly. A few days ago he was still thinking of subduing Xiao Tian. He didn't think that in the blink of an eye he had been forced to the point of being at the end of his rope by the other party. Now it was even more important to become the stepping stone of the other party. But it didn't matter. Seeing that the live broadcast was opened, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and hooked his finger at He Huan. He Huan took a deep breath and charged towards Xiao Tian with all his grievances. A fist blasted out. It was easily dodged by Xiao Tian. A kick came out. It was similarly easily dodged by Xiao Tian. It was as if Xiao Tian could see through all of his intentions and reacted at the same time almost the instant he struck. In half an hour's time, he could not even touch the corner of Xiao Tian's clothes. Despair. Incomparable despair. After half an hour of exertion, He Huan was already panting heavily while Xiao Tian was still walking idly. How many levels of strength are you? He Huan collapsed a little and finally couldn't help but ask about Xiao Tian's rank. He felt that since Xiao Tian was able to be powerful to such an extent, his rank was bound to be too much more powerful than him. Level 14. Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened as he said truthfully. Level 14? He Huan completely despaired. To be only 2 levels higher than himself and yet be able to crush him in terms of battle power was unbelievable. Monster. This Mother was simply not human. After the extreme despair, there was uncontrollable anger. He Huan's bat wings appeared behind his back, and he suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar at Xiao Tian. Sound wave attack. He was awakened to the ability of a bat. Not only was he able to spread his wings and fly, he was also able to attack his opponent through sound waves. This move was tried and tested 100 times. Even Yen Ruyu, who was holding up her cell phone on the side, frowned with a pained look on her face. The sound waves were extremely penetrating, like invisible blades trying to penetrate her head. However, at the junction of the sound wave, Xiao Tian's body was still standing straight in place. How is it possible? He Huan completely couldn't tense up. How can you not have any effect? Are you human or not? Xiao Tian did not make a reply. He Huan's sound wave attack was indeed very strong, and Xiao Tian, who was directly in front of him, had his eardrums shattered almost instantly. But this point of pain was nothing to Xiao Tian. Right at the moment the eardrums shattered, red silk threads appeared and quickly repaired the broken eardrums again. It's time to end it. Seeing that it was almost time, Xiao Tian's black feathered wings emerged behind his back and instantly disappeared in place. He Huan only felt a cold wind coming from behind him as Xiao Tian suddenly appeared behind him, already holding a black feather in his hand, and ruthlessly stabbed it into his chest. Plop! The sound of blood and flesh being broken open rang out. He Huan's eyes were round as he slowly looked down at his pierced chest. His current emotions were complicated. Fear, despair, and even a hint of relief. At the final end of his life, he used his last ounce of strength and weakly said, "They are my beloved ones. After I die, I hope you spare them They are all innocent. Without waiting for Xiao Tian to reply, He Huan collapsed to the ground, completely losing his life. Seeing He Huan receive his box lunch, the two spirit beast warriors stood in place at a loss for words, despair causing them to be about to suffocate. At this time, Xiao Tian also looked at them. Then his hand raised a feather and the two of them also received their box lunches one after another. Whether they were innocent or not was no longer important. The matter of raising a tiger was something Xiao Tian would definitely not do. Since they chose to follow He Huan, they were also his enemies. The correct way to deal with an enemy was to cut off the roots and eliminate future problems. The battle quickly ended, but the live broadcast exploded. Chapter 38: The Celestial Master changes his profession and breaks into the docks. Is this how God Xiao treats his enemies? Grizzled He Huan is too capable of hiding. So many people failed to find him, and in the end, he was actually found by God Xiao. He Huan is definitely much stronger than Xiao Monglong and the others. I didn't expect to be crushed anyway. Is God Xiao human or not? Is he really a god? When she saw the screen full of pop-ups in the live broadcast room, the corner of Yen Ruyu's lips rose, and she actually felt some small pride. Such an outstanding man had already been successfully taken by her. It was indeed something to be proud of. All of He Huan's supplies are in the bunker. Go look inside, Xiao Tian said as he put away his animalized state. Do we need to turn off the live broadcast first? Yen Ruyu subconsciously asked. Xiao Tian also understood Yen Ruyu's intention. If he really found a large amount of resources later, there was no guarantee that it would cause many people to miss it. Not being afraid of thieves stealing and being afraid of thieves thinking about them, that is the reasoning. However, Xiao Tian shook his head. Keep it open. Other people were afraid of thieves' thoughts, but he was afraid of nothing. When he exterminated his enemies, he broadcast the whole thing live and told everyone what would happen if they messed with him. When he counted the loot, he also high-profile live broadcast, clearly telling everyone who misses who is finished. This is not called arrogance, this is called the bottom. Hearing the conversation between the two, the crowd in the live broadcast was also curious as to how much material was hoarded in He Huan's bunker. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian and the two of them found a few warehouses that were filled with various supplies. The supplies were of all types, and although they were not as rich as the supplies stocked in Xiao Tian's villa, they were definitely quite a lot. Seeing so many supplies, the saliva of the crowd almost flowed out of the screen. This He Huan actually hoarded so many supplies? What exactly is this sand sculpture going to do? It's not good to have so many supplies to live and develop, but to provoke this bogeyman. Don't forget, he still has a large number of people under his hand. These supplies will be consumed sooner or later. If you want to develop for a long time, you have to face this mountain of Xiao Shun. So many supplies. How good would it be if they were mine? You can go and grab it. Xiao Shin has just opened location sharing. Forget it, I still want to live for a while longer. After counting the supplies, Xiao Tian then asked Yen Ryu to call and inform the workers of the villa to rush over to pull the goods. It was only after he was done that he followed Yen Ryu out of the bunker. The live broadcast was still continuing. After the two of them walked out of the bunker, the damaged door of the bunker clearly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Originally, the crowd was still discussing the rich supplies in the bunker, but now they were suddenly attracted by the damaged gate at the entrance of the bunker. This is the gate of the bunker? Such a thick metal gate. It seems like it was forcibly blasted open? Scratch that. Xiao Shin wouldn't have directly blasted open the gate and rushed into the bunker before taking out He Huan. Right? No way, this gate is almost 10 meters thick, right? And it's still a metal gate. Not every spirit beast warrior is a Hercules. During the crowd's heated debate, an expert who claimed to be in the relevant field jumped out. This person claimed to be one of the bunker's designers and gave the crowd an overview of the defense strength of the entire bunker, as well as what kind of high-strength materials were used. In particular, the gate of the bunker was made of the hardest material currently available in Blue Star, and it was also the place with the highest defense strength of the entire bunker. Even a spirit beast warrior would find it difficult to break it open in a short period of time. Hearing this person's science, the crowd was completely nonplussed. He Huan hiding in the bunker was still killed by Xiao Tian on the spot, so it was self-evident by whom the bunker was broken open. Moreover, looking at this situation, Xiao Tian had directly broken through the strongest part of the bunker, directly damaging the door to enter the bunker. How on earth did Xiao Shin do that? Is this guy a human being or not? At this moment, countless people secretly resolved in their hearts that they must not provoke Xiao Tian no matter what. By messing with a powerful existence, you might die a miserable death. However, if you provoke Xiao Tian, you will definitely not live for a long time. Without waiting for long, the workers had already driven to the scene and started to move the materials inside the bunker. The one leading the team was Fatty Hai, while Yen Tiansheng was sitting in the villa to prevent unexpected situations. Xiao Tian signaled Yen Ruyu to turn off the live broadcast and then came to Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai was full of vigor and was greeting the workers as they carried the supplies. When he saw Xiao Tian, he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. "Good day, big brother." The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged and he was embarrassed. "You are at least a heavenly master. What's with this sudden appearance of a lapdog temperament? How long has this only followed himself? Big brother, such a name are whole on. What drop? Your kid is not the Lung Fushan Tianshi to go to the pier, ah? You are not afraid of Longhu Mountain's successive generations of heavenly masters, no? Angry jumped out of the grave, ah? What did you call me?" Xiao Tian tightened his throat and asked again. "Big brother, ah?" Fatty Hai blinked his eyes and laughed. "I have known you at first sight, big brother, and from the first time I saw you, I have recognized you as my big brother. From now on, as long as big brother you don't mind, I'll always stay by your side as a cow, wherever you point." Cool. It was really so refreshing. Ever since he followed Xiao Tian, he now didn't have to worry about food every day. Not only did he have meals and full meals all the time, he even had big fish and meat all the time. Earlier, after coming out from the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu to find He Huan to settle the score, while he followed Yen Tianxing back to the villa to sit down. When he returned to the villa, he had a bottle of Fatty House Happy Water and had a full meat hot pot. It was simply too good to be true. If it was in the past, just a hot pot was nothing at all. But now is the dark turmoil, food is a very scarce resource, can eat whatever he wants whenever he wants, what else can he ask for? Whoever can feed him is his big brother. The first thing I want to do is to get a good look at the people who are in charge of my business. Fatty Hai looked at Xiao Tian with a face of adoration, only hating that he was not a daughter and could not use his body to repay Xiao Tian's favor of having a full stomach. Xiao Tian didn't know what was wrong with this fat man. He only felt that the other party's eyes made him a little physically uncomfortable. After leaving this side to Fatty Hai to deal with in its entirety, he brought Yen Ruyu back to the villa. The two of them had just returned to the villa when Yen Tiansheng brought a large pile of crystal cores over. "Xiao Tian, I just returned to the villa. There are quite a few people with crystal cores to exchange for supplies. I've already counted these crystal cores. There are a total of 318, so count them." 318 crystal cores. This was definitely quite a terrifying amount. Xiao Tian was also a bit surprised. More than 300 crystal cores, this was hunting all the mutant beasts within the entire Great Confucian City, right? Xiao Tian briefly counted them, and then left 50 crystal cores each for Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianxing's father and daughter respectively, and started absorbing the rest himself. 218 crystal cores, even Xiao Tian needed to absorb them for a long time. After greeting the father and daughter, Xiao Tian returned to his room with the crystal cores and began to start absorbing them. He now had a strength of level 14, and he did not know what level he could come to after completely absorbing these 218 crystal cores. A full-scale mutation was about to arrive, and the large-scale mutation of insects and plants was also close at hand, so an extra strength at this time would be an extra safeguard. Devour. Absorb. P.S. Stopped working for a few days, the A flu hit, thief difficult, and now also not fully recovered, mind coma. Recently a flu is too fierce, we go out and remember to wear a mask.
Chapter 39 Fusion Altered Beast Surprise.
After Xiao Tian walked into the room, Yen Ruyu's father and daughter also began to absorb the power of the crystal core. Their absorption speed was still far inferior to Xiao Tian's, but as their level increased, their absorption speed increased to a certain extent. 6 hours passed in a flash. The two of them had absorbed the energy of 5 crystal cores respectively, and Yen Ruyu's level managed to come to level 10, while Yen Tianxing came to level 12. If Xiao Tian saw this scene, he would definitely be quite surprised. If he absorbed the same number of crystal cores as the two, Xiao Tian would definitely not have reached such a level. From this, a conclusion could be drawn. The amount of crystal cores Xiao Tian needed to upgrade was far beyond normal people. This might have something to do with the multiple gene sequences in his body, just like a protagonist in a novel who possessed a combat power that far exceeded the combat power of a cultivator of the same realm because of the large amount of energy required for a breakthrough. I also don't know how Xiao Tian's situation is now. Yen Ruyu stopped her absorption movements and looked in the direction of the bedroom on the second floor. Just then, A terrifying aura spread out from the second-floor room. Just as the two were surprised, Xiao Tian pushed the door and walked out. The current Xiao Tian did not undergo any changes in his appearance, but the invisible oppressive force he gave off became a few points stronger. If the initial Xiao Tian was a sheathed blade with a sharp edge, the current Xiao Tian was a sword hidden in its sheath. Yan Tianxing froze and said dumbfounded, "Xiao Tian, why did you come out?" "The crystal core has been absorbed by me." Xiao Tian twisted his neck and replied. Yan Tianxing's brain was confused for a moment, and he and Yan Ruyu looked at each other face to face. It was truly a dog's day. In the past, he could more or less understand Xiao Tian's fast absorption of crystal cores. After all, there were only a few dozen crystal cores in total. But now it was a full 200 crystal cores. In a few hours' time, we, father and daughter, have only absorbed 5 or 6, and you've already absorbed all of them? There's no such thing as you. However, although it was unbelievable after this period of time, Yan Tianshang was clear that Xiao Tian was not someone who talked big. "What level are you at now?" Yan Tianshang's eyes burned as he asked curiously. "Level 20. Hiss. How long had it been this kid had actually come to this level? What a monster. But fortunately, such a monster was not one's enemy. Otherwise, it would be too despairing. Xiao Tian walked down to the second floor and stopped by to ask the two about their devouring progress, and was more or less speechless when he realized that they had only devoured a few crystal cores. How could it be so slow? Every time but one crystal core arrived, he would leave one for the two. The two had not even fully absorbed the crystal cores he had left for them last time. Xiao Tian did not say what was in his heart, but the two could more or less guess what Xiao Tian meant. They also wanted to absorb it quickly, but they were not monsters like Xiao Tian. "I really can't do it." Moreover, their absorption speed was not particularly slow by nature. Comparing to other spirit beast warriors, they were already considered relatively fast. Greeting the two of them to continue absorbing the crystal cores, Xiao Tian poured himself a cup of hot water and sat on the sofa to watch and swipe his cell phone. This swiping was a joy. A brand new topic rushed onto the hot search.
Surprise.
There are no more mutant beasts to hunt in Great Confucian City. Is the moral degeneration or the distortion of human nature? Clicking in, it turned out that it was because all the people were hunting mutant beasts during this period of time and using crystal cores to exchange various supplies to Xiao Tian. This led to a huge impact on the mutant beast ecosystem in the entire Big Ru City. Mutant beasts were not ordinary animals. Their vitality was tenacious and their fighting strength was even more terrifying. However, they could not withstand the large number of spirit beast warriors. Under the joint cooperation of the spirit beast warriors, as long as the mutant beasts were not particularly outrageous, they basically could not escape their fate. Now many spirit beast warriors wanted to improve their strength and wanted to hunt some mutant beasts for themselves, only to realize that there were no more targets to hunt. Below the relevant topic were countless complaining comments. "Old me is so annoyed in the end, which Grizzly has extinguished all of the mutant beasts. Old me took people out for 3 days and 3 nights to wander around, and I didn't even see the shadow of the mutant beasts. What about the promised dark unrest? If it wasn't for the fact that spirit beast warriors still existed, I would have thought that normalcy had returned by now. It is suggested that the mutant beasts be listed as a first-class protected animal in Daeju City." Xiao Tian, who was a little amused by one comment after reading it for a while, turned off his cell phone. In the Great Confucian City before he was reborn, mutant beasts were rampant, and even spirit beast warriors had to be careful when they went out in teams. He did not expect that he had been reborn once, but had actually changed the existing pattern by mistake. The current Great Confucian City was perhaps the safest place in the entire Blue Star. But this situation wouldn't last long. The complete mutation of the plants and insects was estimated to be just a few days away. By then, the mutated beasts would reappear and rebound on a large scale, and the environment would become even harsher. Xiao Tian leaned on the sofa and opened the system interface after a moment of contemplation. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: 20. Bloodline level: Level 18. Gene sequence number 9527. Spirit Beard Warrior. Inherits the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs. Extends a pair of wings. Releases lightning feathers to slice through enemies, and possesses a strong perception of danger. Everything was just as Xiao Tian expected. When the level came to level 20, Xiao Tian gained an additional opportunity to devour. And this time, he was able to devour mutant beasts. In addition to that, the bloodline level had also changed, coming from the original level 14 to level 18. If I'm not wrong now, as long as the mutant beasts are below level 18 in rank, They can be suppressed and forcibly taken in by me? Xiao Tian rubbed his chin in contemplation. However, recently it was no longer possible to find mutant beasts in Great Confucian City, so he could only wait for a few days first. Waiting for the full mutation of the plants and insects, he would verify his conjecture then. 3 more days passed in a flash of time. On this day, a mutation occurred suddenly. The plants and insects everywhere in the city also mutated, and it was a large-scale mutation. There were clusters of willow trees that mutated and became terrifying monsters with willow branches all over. The swarms of bees in the hives also suddenly mutated, their size skyrocketing by a meter as they attacked the spirit beast warriors in swarms. What was even more excessive was that many people's shelters were suddenly damaged at the same time. Because of the poor hygiene of the shelters, the cockroaches in the cracks in the ground actually all mutated as well, becoming muscular hulks 2 meters tall. Even in the Sky Lake Park in Deju City, a fusion mutant beast with a level of 22 had appeared, crazily destroying the surrounding buildings. This news began to spread wildly on the internet. Fusion mutant beast. This kind of mutant beast had appeared in the public's view for the first time. Great Confucian City, which had only had a few days of peace, once again became chaotic. It was also at this time that Xiao Tian moved. Fatty, Tianhu Park, come with me. Chapter 40 Shaoxin is surrounded. Xiao Tian set off with Fatty Hai. This was because this fusion mutant beast that had just appeared was the most suitable target to devour at the moment. After all, a fusion mutant beast was different from an ordinary mutant beast and had itself fused the genetic sequences of multiple mutant beasts. The gene sequences he could extract from it would naturally be stronger. As for why he only brought along Fatty Hai and not Yen Ryu's father and daughter, the reason was also very simple. Yen Ryu's father and daughter needed to absorb the crystal cores to enhance their strength. Fatty Hai was not a spirit beast warrior and did not need to level up by absorbing crystal cores. Soon after the plants and insects had completely mutated, the Dark Lord of the First Heaven was about to descend on Blue Star. If the Great Confucian City was compared to a large-scale online game, the mutated beasts and dark beings were the small monsters, and the Dark Lord was the final boss. Although Xiao Tian had enough strength to shelter the two of them, it was impossible for him to stay by their side all the time. If one wanted to protect themselves, the best way to do so was always to improve their own strength and could not completely count on others. Big brother, do you really have to bring me along? Can I not go? On the co-pilot, Fatty Hai squirmed and said, You don't want to go? Xiao Tian asked as he squinted at him. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm okay with treasure hunting. I'm afraid I'm not too good at fighting. I'm mainly worried about dragging you down. Fatty Hai squeezed his eyes. He did not lie. Their Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's main way of fighting was talismans. However, his talisman level was still to be improved, and the talismans passed down from generations of Heavenly Masters were all burned by Xiao Tian. This also led to Fatty Hai's current strength being greatly reduced. Xiao Tian laughed coldly a few times. Why don't I let you go back now and have someone get you some hot pot with some beer? Fatty Hai looked happy. I feel fine. Xiao Tian instantly blackened his face. This fatty beeped so much, to put it bluntly, he didn't want to contribute. Since this guy came to the villa, the whole person had slacked off quite a bit, getting up later than a dog and eating more than a pig every day. This is only from the Forbidden Land out a few days' time. The whole person has gained a big circle. I remember before I was reborn, Fatty Hai was now this hard to rely on themselves to find the resurrection armor, but also pulled together a group of strong team. Those who violate my dragon country will be executed even though they are far away. This was a sentence that Fatty Hai had said when he had hardened himself against the Dark Lord, and Xiao Tian still had a deep memory of it now. At that time, Fatty Hai was already a powerful person in the eyes of countless people and stood in the ranks of the first echelon, and Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person. I didn't expect such a powerful character to have turned into this delicious and lazy nature now. Could it be because of the butterfly effect brought about by his own rebirth, affecting the normal development of the original plot? It seems that after this incident, one would have to find more things for this fatty to do. I will control your food portions after I go back. You can't continue to eat and drink recklessly in the future, Xiao Tian said indifferently. Fatty Hai felt that the sky had collapsed when he heard this. No, big brother. I admit that I am slightly able to eat a little bit, but our villa has so many supplies. Are you still afraid that I will eat pora? It's not a matter of supplies. Xiao Tian glanced at him and said indifferently, Which heavenly master have you seen who is as fat as you? I'm called fat and wide. It's called a blessed look. Blessed chicken hair. Go back and either lose weight or get lost. Hearing Xiao Tian's undoubted tone, Fatty Hai sat paralyzed on the passenger seat. The whole person was hopeless. If you can't continue to eat and drink, what's the meaning of life? Xiao Tian was not to be blamed for being heartless. The villa was indeed not short of his supplies. But Fatty Hai is just an ordinary human being and not a spirit beast warrior. This guy ate every day. When the whole out of a 3 high disease died, Xiao Tian to find Husei reason to go. Not long ago, the two drove to Tianhu Park. In the center of the Tianhu Park Square, a large number of spirit beast warriors had already gathered. In the center of the many spirit beast warriors was a large-sized mutant beast. This mutant beast was as high as 5 meters, with 3 hideous dog heads on its head, but its body was a huge octopus body, with 8 huge tentacles constantly twisting and writhing. Careful observation will also find that there are actually many sharp barbs on the tentacles. Dog head with octopus body, how to see how strange and absurd, like Cthulhu reflected in the real world. More crucially, the level of this mutant beast was actually as high as level 22. The many spirit beast warriors around were jointly attacking the mutant beast, all of them entering the animalized state and striking together. Countless attacks came blasting down, but they did not cause much damage to it. Even if the strikes were chopped off, they would quickly grow out again. Right at this moment, an octopus tentacle suddenly wrapped around a spirit beast warrior, binding it in place. That spirit beast warrior instantly panicked a batch and roared, "Bear's power!" The body instantly skyrocketed to 2 meters, the whole body was covered with sturdy muscles, and the whole body exerted force to try to break free from the hand. However, right at this moment, the tentacles began to shrink continuously, and along with them, countless sharp barbs pierced into that spirit beast warrior's chest. That spirit beast warrior's face stiffened, and then froze in place as if his soul had been drained. Not good. The barbs on this tentacle can release intense poison. Quickly retreat. Right at this moment, a sharp-eyed person discovered the key to this and hurriedly shouted out. Hearing that the barbs had virulent poison on them, everyone also panicked a batch and hurriedly retreated in an explosive manner. No one dared to continue forward. The fusion mutant beast continued to hiss, its tentacles continuously contracting, and eventually that spirit beast warrior exploded into a bloody mist in despair. Gulp! The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone couldn't help but suck in cool air, feeling bad about their entire being. They were all well aware that there was a level 22 terrifying existence in front of them, which was why they decided to join forces with so many people to deal with it. After this period of time, the level of the crowd had also generally come to around level 10. Originally, they thought that if there were enough ants, they would be able to die an elephant, but it turned out that reality had dealt them a heavy blow. It couldn't be done. With so many of them joining forces together, they still couldn't exterminate the mutant beast in front of them. It's impossible. This guy is too strong and has fused the characteristics of multiple mutant beasts. We can't win at all. Let's retreat. Seeing someone being exterminated, there were already people who were beating a retreat. Just as the crowd hesitated, Xiao Tian had already brought Fatty Hai over from the front. It's God Xiao. Seeing Xiao Tian, the crowd was all a little surprised. It was not expected that Xiao Tian would personally appear here. Could it be that he also came for this big guy? Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Tian was in front with Fatty Hai in the back, and the two of them walked straight into the crowd and came to stand in front of the fusion-altered beast. The crowd sucked in cool air, watching as their bodies twitched. Worthy of being the god Xiao, how bold! It was too late for them to run for their lives, but Xiao Xin actually took the initiative to go forward, and even came directly in front of this big guy. What is Xiao Xin going to do? It can't be that he's really planning to make a move on this big guy, right? It seems that Xiao Xin is only a level 10 or so, but this big guy is a level 22 existence, and it's also a fusion mutant beast. Just as the crowd was stunned, the fusion mutant beast suddenly tilted its head and roared, as if it felt that it had been provoked. As the roar fell, the nearby mutant beasts seemed to be summoned, and 18 huge-sized mutant beasts rushed over from the neighborhood. Blocking all retreating paths, they surrounded Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai in the center. Seeing this scene, the crowd secretly screamed that it was not good. Originally, facing this terrifying fusion mutant beast was tricky enough, but now there were more than 10 mutant beasts. How could this be a fight? God Xiao is surrounded. God Xiao is going to be finished. Chapter 41 Xiao Tian, he reversed the Big Dipper. Many people had a look of regret on their faces. The ruthless man who had dominated the great Confucian city for several months. Was he going to end up dying here today? The crowd sighed. But soon, some people reacted with a sudden jerk. Xiao Tian is going to die. They regret a chicken hair. This ruthless man does not know how many resources are monopolized. But wherever he dies here, all kinds of materials in the villa will become unowned. The defense of the villa is certainly strong, but without Xiao Tian in attendance, all of them joined together, it is not without a slight chance to break through the villa's defense. Thinking this way, many people were ecstatic inwardly. Suddenly, it felt like a dim future was suddenly filled with infinite light. A whale fell and everything was born. However, Xiao Tian was still standing right in front of him, so the crowd did not dare to show it despite their inner joy. Everyone held their breath and stared at the fusion mutant beast in front of them, expecting the other party to make a move soon. Right at this moment, the fusion mutant beast let out a command-like roar. The 18 mutant beasts beside it simultaneously entered a berserk state, their gazes locking onto Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai. A mutant gorilla suddenly raised its right arm high, and its originally thick right arm instantly swelled, transforming into a huge arm that was 8 meters long. Gulp! Seeing this, Fatty Hai's pupils shrunk and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This one is afraid to be a bit painful. Oh, if this is smashed by a fist, it is estimated that it will all become meat foam. A little bit of bone slag cannot be found. Big brother, what should we do now? You should have a way to solve these mutant beasts, right? Fatty Hai looked towards Xiao Tian and said nervously. Although he was a heavenly master, he was still powerless against so many mutant beasts at the same time. Xiao Tian did not reply but slowly closed his eyes. None of these 18 mutant beasts had reached level 18, while his bloodline level had already come to level 18. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to forcefully manipulate these guys. Seeing Xiao Tian in this stance, Fatty Hai became even more flustered. Big brother, why did you close your eyes? You are out to dry over these mutant beasts. You close your eyes as a few meanings? Fatty Hai was about to cry, tugging at Xiao Tian's cuffs. Big brother, don't scare me. I'm afraid of you messing with me like this. Xiao Tian still didn't recover. Fatty Hai's heart was already as dead as ashes. Right at this moment, the 18 altered beasts had roared at the same time and rushed over towards Xiao Tian and the two of them. Seeing this scene, the crowd of onlookers all glowed in front of their eyes. Fatty Hai, on the other hand, had his knees weaken and almost fell to the ground in fear. It was over. However, just in the nick of time, Xiao Tian abruptly opened his eyes and 2 auras flashed out from his eyes. In the next moment, an invisible pressure radiated around from Xiao Tian's body. The 18 altered beasts that were originally attacking towards the two actually stopped moving in their hands at the same moment. What's going on here? Why did these mutant beasts suddenly stop? What does it mean? The onlookers were all at a loss and did not know what was going on. Even Fatty Hai, who was beside Xiao Tian, also suspiciously surveyed the mutant beasts in front of him and scratched his head in confusion. How did these guys stop moving at the same time? What did this mean? He turned to look at Xiao Tian, and his intuition told Fatty Hai that all of this might have something to do with Xiao Tian, even though this idea made Fatty Hai himself feel that it was a bit absurd. Kneel down. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and spoke faintly. Swish. The scene was dead silent. Everyone stared at Xiao Tian with wide eyes at the same time, as if they were looking at a monster. Kneel down? God Xiao actually asked these mutant beasts in front of him to kneel down. Are you kidding me? These are mutant beasts. If you tell them to kneel down, they will kneel down. Do you think you are the god of heaven, the king of beasts? Many people felt that Xiao Tian's brain was out of whack and actually started talking nonsense. Kneel down and submit to me. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian spoke again, his tone filled with an undoubted flavor. A scene that shocked everyone occurred. After this sentence fell, the 18 altered beasts in front of them simultaneously trembled violently, as if they had seen some great terror. Immediately afterward, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, they actually knelt straight down on the ground and paid homage to Xiao Tian. Still really ing kneeling? These altered beasts actually really understood Xiao God's words and really gave their knees. Grass, is God Xiao really a heavenly god? 18 mutant beasts kneeled at the same time with a single word. This is something that can be done by a human being. Oh my God! What the hell did I see? The crowd was in disarray. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene happening in front of them had turned their worldview upside down. The mutant beast had always been a threat to humanity in the minds of the crowd, an uncontrolled variable. But now, this uncontrollable variable had taken the initiative to submit in front of Xiao Tian, a human. How could it not shock people? Fatty Hai looked at Xiao Tian and then at the 18 mutant beasts kneeling respectfully on the ground in front of him, and he was also confused. Who exactly is the heavenly master between the two of us? A sentence that made the mutant beasts kneel. Even he, the contemporary heavenly master, could not do such a thing. Not only Fatty Hai and the others, even the fusion mutant beast was confused at the moment. What does it mean? I summoned 18 mutant beasts to fight instead of myself, and as a result, these 18 contraptions actually knelt down on their own. Roar! The fusion mutant beast roared madly, attempting to get the 18 mutant beasts to stand up and relaunch their attack on Xiao Tian and the two of them. Under the hissing sound of the fusion mutant beast, the 18 mutant beasts once again became foolish. But right at this moment, Xiao Tian's face sank as he roared, "Kneel down!" The 18 mutant beasts that had just made a move once again knelt under Xiao Tian's angry roar. The fusion mutant beasts looked at this scene in a daze and had become completely muggle. The human in front of him actually spoke better than himself. Who exactly is the fusion mutant beast between the two of us? Mutant beasts had bloodline levels, and as a fusion mutant beast, it possessed a certain degree of spiritual intelligence, and its bloodline far exceeded that of ordinary mutant beasts. So normally, it can manipulate mutant beasts to attack the enemy. But how did the human in front of him do it? Could it be that he was also a fusion mutant beast? But the other party was only a human. This point was an undisputed fact. If the other party was only a human, why was the other party's speech even better than his own? Just as the fusion mutant beast was confused, Xiao Tian had completely determined a fact. His own bloodline level could indeed suppress the 18 mutant beasts in front of him and make them work for him. Moreover, his own authority seemed to be much greater than the fusion mutant beasts in front of him. Since this was the case, things would be simple. Strike together and attack. Xiao Tian stretched out a finger to point at the fusion mutant beast and ordered expressionlessly. Rumble. The 18 mutant beasts seemed like killing machines that were programmed to kill. Just as Xiao Tian's words fell, the 18 mutant beasts rose violently and turned to face the fusion mutant beast in front of them at the same time. Then, they threw their heads back and roared, turning into lightning bolts and rushing out at the same time. Seeing this, the fusion mutant beasts were dumbfounded. The spirit beast warriors on the sidelines were also confused. Everyone was all confused. The fusion mutant beast had summoned these 18 mutant beasts to attack Xiao Tian, but they ended up attacking the fusion mutant beast at Xiao Tian's command. Inverted Big Dipper. Xiao Tian, this ruthless person, he inverted the Big Dipper. Chapter 42 Secrets Exposed. Killing to kill? The fusion altered beast let out a furious roar, trying to order the 18 altered beasts to stop attacking. However, it was of no use. Xiao Tian's suppressive power was far above that of the fusion mutant beast, and the 18 mutant beasts simply did not listen to its orders. They attacked frantically and tore desperately. The level of the fusion mutant beast was higher than these 18 mutant beasts, but because of its huge size, it moved slowly. Coupled with the large number of 18 mutant beasts, they quickly chewed down a large portion of flesh and blood. But the fusion mutant beast was not a good fighter either. The tentacles covered with barbs waved crazily, and soon 2 mutant beasts died a horrible death on the spot, having their heads crushed by the tentacles. Seeing this bloody scene, the crowd all felt numb. Altered beasts dealing with fused altered beasts. I never thought that I would be able to see this kind of picture in my life. Big brother, how on earth did you do that? Fatty Hai came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Tian excitedly. It was too divine. As a heavenly master himself, he knew many skills that ordinary people would not, and he even knew a little bit about the green god's upper body. But to turn a mutant beast to his own use, this kind of thing he did not even dare to think about. And it was this kind of thing that he didn't dare to think about, but Xiao Tian actually did it. Fatty Hai was now curious and couldn't wait to know the truth of the matter. Big brother, just tell me the truth. Do you have some special means? Or some trick? Fatty Hai pestered Xiao Tian with questions. The spirit beast warriors who were watching from the side also pricked up their ears and waited for Xiao Tian's answer. Xiao Tian was speechless and did not know how to reply. This was all attributed to the system, but it was absolutely impossible for him to reveal the news of the system's existence. I don't know why. An intuition in the underworld tells me that I can control these mutant beasts, Xiao Tian said after thinking about it. Fatty Hai immediately cried with a sad face. Xiao Tian definitely treated him as a little cutie. Anymore, would he believe such words? However, Fatty Hai was also clear that since Xiao Tian was not willing to tell the truth, it was not good for him to forcefully ask. Right at this moment, the battle ahead was still continuing. The 16 mutant beasts had strong physiques, and even after being severely injured, they were still able to continue fighting, and the battle was in a stalemate for a while. The fusion mutant beasts relied on their crushing levels and were barely able to withstand the combined attacks of the 16 mutant beasts. The 16 mutant beasts, on the other hand, were barely able to fight the fusion mutant beasts by relying on their powerful physiques. Seeing this, the spirit beast warriors on the sidelines no longer hesitated. One after another, they struck out, bursting out with their full strength to enter the state of bestiality, and took the initiative to charge towards the fusion mutant beasts. The defeat of the fusion mutant beast had been finalized, and at this time it was better for them to add to it than to continue to watch from the sidelines. This big guy can't make it. Everyone strike together. Give it a fatal blow. I will lead the charge. Rumble. The fusion mutant beast was already at the end of its strength, and with the many spirit beast warriors joining the battlefield, the tide of the battle was instantly reversed. The fusion mutant beast was crippled in just a few shots and collapsed to the ground with a roar, its countless tentacles waving weakly in place. Shao Shun, if it wasn't for you, we might all die here. This fusion mutant beast is at your disposal. Right at this moment, the numerous spirit beast warriors put away their animalized state and honestly came before Shao Tian. Although all of them were incomparably moved by this fusion mutant beast, they did not dare to act rashly with Shao Tian present. Shao Tian nodded. You all previously had thoughts that you shouldn't have. For the sake of you making a move, I won't bother with you, now all get lost. The crowd immediately sweated at the words. They had previously wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and had thought that Shao Tian had not discovered it, but they had never thought that the other party knew everything. At this moment, countless people were secretly glad that they were lucky that they had made a move, or else with Shao Tian's vindictive character, they would definitely have to be killed here by settling scores. After 1,000 people thanked them, the crowd left. Shao Tian, on the other hand, brought Fatty Hai to the dying fusion mutant beasts. The remaining 16 mutant beasts were like incomparably loyal warriors, standing behind Shao Tian in an orderly manner. This scene was extremely domineering, and the tall bodies of the mutant beasts set off Shao Tian's human figure as quite small. Although it was small, it had a kind of hegemony that could not be provoked. Shao Tian walked close to the fusion mutant beast and stretched out his right hand. The mouthpiece in the center of his palm suddenly appeared and began to tear the flesh and blood of the fusion mutant beast. In less than a few minutes, a huge tentacle was completely crushed and devoured by the mouthpiece. Fatty Hai watched from the sidelines with his scalp tingling, although he knew that Shao Tian liked to eat raw meat. But the mutant beast in front of him was still alive. Sometimes Fatty Hai truly felt that Shao Tian was even more of a mutant beast than a mutant beast to some extent. As the tentacles finished devouring, Shao Tian closed his eyes. A majestic power was surging through his entire body from his palm. Name: Shao Tian. Level: 20. Bloodline level: Level 20. Gene sequence number 9494. Tentacle Dalek. Inheriting the trait of rebirth of severed limbs, the wings evolve into 6 octopus tentacles, which can release toxins to paralyze the enemy and possesses danger perception. Shao Tian closed his eyes and 6 hideous octopus tentacles suddenly appeared behind his back, somewhat similar to Dr. Octopus in the movie. The original black feathered wings had completely disappeared. Shao Tian could no longer fly or release his feathers to attack his enemies now. However, the good thing was that the cockroach tentacles on his forehead still existed, and he could still sense the dangers that came in advance. Gene fusion is the process of continuously evolving and becoming stronger. During this period of time, one may give up some of their original abilities. This point cannot be avoided. I can only wait for the follow-up and see if I can devour some mutant beasts to evolve my wings back again. Shao Tian muttered to himself. Just at this moment, Fatty Hai beside him was letting out a cry of alarm. Octopus! Octopus tentacles! Fatty Hai retreated several steps in a row and stared at Shao Tian with a stunned expression. He was very sure that Shao Tian did not have the feature of octopus tentacles in his animalized state. He had just devoured an octopus tentacle in front of his face, and now he had grown octopus tentacles. Fatty Hai was not a little cutie, and with just a simple thought, he thought of the key to the matter. Shao Tian's bestialization ability could evolve as he devoured himself. Grass. What kind of heavenly ability is this? One must know that almost all spirit beast warriors only had the ability to bestialize one animal. Shao Tian, on the other hand, could infinitely devour and evolve. This was simply not too perverse. This also meant that compared to other spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian's potential was incalculable. Looks like you guessed it all. Xiao Tian put away his bestialized state and turned his head towards Fatty Hai with a wicked smile. Gulp! The knots in Fatty Hai's throat rolled up and down as he suddenly squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. Then directly kneeled down, hands together constantly pleading, "Big brother, what happened today I will not tell. Please don't kill in silence. I am at least your people, immeasurable heavenly father. For the face of the successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. Give me a way out. Don't kill me, okay?" Xiao Tian was a little confused. When did he say that he wanted to kill people to silence them? Why did this fatty suddenly become stressed out in a good time? Chapter 43 Opening Group Beating. No time for nonsense. Did I say I want to kill and exterminate? Xiao Tian asked breathlessly. Fatty Hai looked happy. Not killing me? Xiao Tian. Since he was devouring in front of Fatty Hai, it actually meant that he no longer cared if the devouring matter leaked out. After all, with Xiao Tian's current strength, he really didn't care anymore. Even if others knew that he had the ability to devour evolution, what could they do? It was nothing more than knowing that his potential was infinite and fearing him even more. However, for this kind of thing, it was better to try to know as few people as possible. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai and spoke, "This matter." Fatty Hai raised his right hand and spoke before him. "I swear to God, what I saw today will definitely not be told to a second person, or else the sky will be struck by lightning." Xiao Tian. This fatty, he is quite uptight. After dealing with this side of things, Xiao Tian came back to the huge body of the fusion-altered beast. Having a tentacle swallowed alive by Xiao Tian, this fellow had long been half dead. Xiao Tian directly struck out and completely ended its suffering, then dug out the crystal core and directly devoured it. The crystal core of a fusion mutant beast was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mutant beast, with the only difference being that the energy inside was more massive. After absorbing the energy from the crystal core, Xiao Tian's level actually came directly to level 21, an increase of 1 level. One should know that with Xiao Tian's current level, the experience required to upgrade was already quite terrifying. To be able to level up by 1 level with a single crystal core was something that was not too common. These 16 guys, what are you going to do with them? Right at this moment, Fatty Hai asked as he looked at the 16 mutant beasts shivering behind Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian twisted his head and looked over. Seeing Xiao Tian look at him, the 16 altered beasts let out a low roar at the same time, seemingly expressing their submission. Xiao Tian's lips rose and he was in a rather good mood. Having 16 mutant beasts as fighters was also quite good. If he was not doing anything and went out to the street, these 16 mutant beasts would be enough to bluff people just by standing beside him. However, letting these 16 mutant beasts follow him around was more or less too conspicuous. Have to think of a way. I remembered that before I was reborn, there were once spirit beast warriors who possessed a similar means of subjugating mutant beasts for their own use. However, there were only a handful of spirit beast warriors that possessed this ability, and the number of mutant beasts that could be subdued was quite limited. There was absolutely no comparison to Xiao Tian's current situation. If one remembered correctly, the other party had developed a kind of sheltering device at a later stage, storing away all the mutant beasts. Only when it was time to fight would the mutant beasts be released. If one could build such a harboring device, one would not have to worry about being too conspicuous. However, Xiao Tian was not a scientific researcher, so it was obviously not reliable for him to build such a sheltering device. One would have to find someone to help. Shun Qilan's face suddenly appeared in Xiao Tian's mind. Letting this RD genius help him build the sheltering device should work. Accompany me to a place. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and looked at Fatty Hai and said, "Where to?" Fatty Hai subconsciously asked. "Ancient Buddha Temple." Xiao Tian replied. The materials needed to build the sheltering device were in the ancient Buddha Temple in Daeju City. The ancient Buddha Temple was an ancient temple with 1,000 years of history, and in the backyard of the ancient Buddha Temple there was an ancient tree that had grown for 1,000 years. The ancient tree had turned into a mutant beast under the influence of the Aurora Borealis, possessing a trace of spatial power, and compared to most mutant beasts, this ancient tree possessed a certain degree of spiritual intelligence. The ancient tree's spatial power originated from the crystal core in its body, and this crystal core was the excellent material used to build the sheltering device. Soon the two of them were on their way, finally arriving at the ancient Buddha temple after 3 hours of traveling. Before the outbreak of the dark unrest, many people would come here to burn incense and pray for blessings, but everything had changed since the outbreak of the dark unrest. Not only had this place become empty, even the monks in the temple had run out. When the two of them arrived at the gate of the ancient temple, the neighborhood was horribly dead, and there were already quite a few weeds growing out of the cracks in the ground on the green stone paved ground. The place looked as if it had not been inhabited for a long time. Based on his memory, Xiao Tian led Fatty Hai to push open the gate of the ancient temple and arrived at the backyard of the temple. The backyard was also empty, with only an ancient tree that was 5 meters tall standing quietly in place. This ancient tree is not simple. Looking at the ancient tree in front of him, Fatty Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Xiao Tian glanced at him with some surprise. Worthy of being a dragon tiger mountain heavenly master, he had actually sensed the abnormality of the ancient tree. It seemed that this fatty was not useless. This ancient tree is indeed not simple. It has already given birth to its own spirit and is also an altered beast. Xiao Tian stared at the ancient tree in front of him and explained, "The purpose of our trip is it? Altered beast?" Fatty Hai's mouth slightly opened and he shivered as he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. It was really impossible for people to live these days, but all living things had basically become mutant beasts. The next moment, the originally dead ancient tree suddenly trembled violently, and then the stump of the ancient tree began to wriggle slightly. A hideous human face actually appeared. The human face opened its eyes and expressionlessly scrutinized the two Xiao Tians in front of it. Then it actually spat out human words. "Insignificant human, since you know the existence of this honor, yet you still dare to come and disturb the purity of this honor, you really deserve to die." It was as if words followed the law, and the ancient tree's voice was deafening. After the words fell, the lush tree branch transformed into a sharp claw and swiftly slapped in the direction where the two were. Fatty Hai let out a cry of alarm, and his entire being was bad. This thing made a move at the drop of a hat. Xiao Tian did not have too many fluctuations in his expression and calmly clapped his hands. Slap! As the sound of the slap fell, the gate of the ancient temple shattered with a loud bang, and 16 ferocious altered beasts rushed in from outside at the same time. As if they were 16 guardian gods, they stood honestly on both sides of Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, the movements of the ancient tree froze, and a slight color of surprise appeared above the hideous tree face. The ancient tree looked at the 16 mutant beasts and then looked at Xiao Tian in front of it. It was confused. Grass. These 16 mutant beasts seemed to be following the orders of the humble human in front of them. What was going on here? You! The ancient tree took a deep breath and wanted to say something. However, Xiao Tian did not have the time to talk nonsense with it. Today, no matter what, the ancient tree had to die. Kill! Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened and faintly spat out the word kill. The 16 altered beasts simultaneously entered a violent state, and when Xiao Tian gave the word, they barely hesitated. They roared angrily and charged towards the ancient tree in front of them. There were mutant beasts that frantically cut the thick trunk of the ancient tree with their sharp claws. There were also mutant beasts that used their fangs to frantically tear at the bark of the ancient tree. There were even mutant beasts that directly turned into flames and started burning the ancient tree's huge body. The 16 mutant beasts were on fire, killing like crazy. The ancient tree stood in place, dumbfounded. Chapter 44. The sisters come to the door. Ancient tree's level was only level 15, not much different from the level of these 16 mutant beasts, and under the absolute suppression of numbers, it was almost a one-sided crushing. Fatty Hai's mouth was slightly open, and he actually watched with fervor. Can it still be played like this? While others were still fighting against the mutant beasts, Xiao Tian had already subdued the mutant beasts and turned them into his own fighters. In this regard, Fatty Hai can only comment, "This way awesome." The battle didn't last long. The mutant ancient tree gradually lost its vitality in the group beating, and even the wood ash was raised off. After doing this, the 16 mutant beasts honestly returned to Xiao Tian and let out a low roar, a posture of inviting credit from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian came forward to the ashes for a while, and finally found a light blue crystal core. This was the crystal core of the mutant ancient tree, which contained a faint spatial power, which was basically enough to be used to build a sheltering device. Let's go. It's time to go back now. Xiao Tian put away the crystal core and left the place with Fatty Hai. On the way, the two of them naturally drove a car. After all, Xiao Tian had lost his ability to fly now. As for the 16 altered beasts, they followed behind them without haste. This scene was extremely spectacular. With the vehicle driving in front and the 16 mutant beasts following behind, Those who did not know would think that Xiao Tian and the others were being chased by the mutant beasts. Instead of returning to the villa, the two of them directly arrived at the research institute and found Shin Qilan. Xiao Tian directly stated his request and handed the crystal core to Shin Qilan, hoping that the other party would build a shelter device. Shin Qilan took the crystal core and played with it in her hands. There is no problem in creating a sheltering device. This crystal core contains the power of space. As long as it is utilized properly, it can still be done with humanity's current technology. She already owed Xiao Tian a favor, and he had even shared a precious set of resurrection armor with her. Shin Qilan naturally had no reason to refuse Xiao Tian. However, she was a little curious as to why Xiao Tian suddenly wanted to build the sheltering device. Can I ask why you suddenly want to build these sheltering devices? Shin Qilan looked at Xiao Tian and asked. Xiao Tian simply pet his hands, and the next moment the ground began to shake. Shin Qilan and the few military personnel around him instantly changed their faces. An earthquake. No, it was not an earthquake. It was because along with the violent shaking of the ground, 16 behemoths rushed out from the darkness and stood behind Xiao Tian. If it wasn't for the fact that these mutant beasts hadn't moved since they appeared behind Xiao Tian, Shin Qilan would have even screamed out on the spot. What is the meaning of this? Shin Qilan looked at the 16 mutant beasts behind Xiao Tian and asked with a dull expression. These are the mutant beasts that I have taken in, and I need to build sheltering devices to contain them. Xiao Tian said bluntly. If he could build a sheltering device for these 16 mutant beasts, it would be equivalent to having one more card in his favor. Imagine this. At the moment of danger, you encountered an invincible and powerful opponent, and suddenly pulled out the sheltering device to release 16 terrifying mutant beasts. Would your opponent be dumbfounded? You could even completely rely on this one undercard to realize a desperate turnaround operation. Xiao Tian's current attempt to build a sheltering device for the 16 mutant beasts was a disguised attempt to add a bottom card for himself. Hiss! Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Shin Qilan sucked in cool air and did not come back to her senses for a long time. These 16 mutant beasts were not of a low level. They had actually all been taken in by this guy. What kind of monster was he that he could even take in mutant beasts, and he had taken in the entire 16 at once? I understand. I will make the sheltering device as soon as possible, but it will take some time. Shin Qilan spoke after calming down a bit. It can be done. Xiao Tian nodded. According to the current progress, the mutation of the plants and insects had already been completed, and the Dark Lord of the First Heavens would descend shortly. And according to his memory, the location where the Dark Lord of the First Heavens would descend happened to be the Great Confucian City. The Dark Lord's descent here was both a disaster and an opportunity. If one could kill the Dark Lord, the benefits that could be obtained would be quite considerable. Xiao Tian did not intend to leave the Great Confucian City right now. He wanted to attempt to kill the first Heavenly Layer Sovereign. And in order to do that, he would have to raise his strength as much as possible before the Juggernaut descended. However, although time was urgent, Xiao Tian could still afford to wait for this amount of time. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed that other than the two military personnel beside Shin Qilan, there was no one else to be seen in the entire institute. This was not normal. Where are the rest of the institute? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. All went out. Mentioning this matter, Shin Qilan could not help but sigh as she explained, not long ago, an outsider broke into the Great Confucian City. The other party's identity was unknown, and after entering the city, they started to go on a killing spree and clashed with the military personnel. Now most of the people from the institute have gone out for reinforcements. Did outsiders break into Great Confucian City? Xiao Tian did not care much at first, but soon thought of something. He remembered that before he was reborn, the Great Confucian City had been invaded by strong outsiders. It was a pair of sisters who had originally developed in Yun Tian City, but since Yun Tian City was a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom, there were abundant resources there and spirit beast warriors were quite powerful. For the sake of better development, the pair of sisters retreated to the next best thing and came to Big Ru City to claim the throne. After arriving in Great Confucian City, in order to show off their power, the sisters teamed up to kill a fusion mutant beast, and later recruited soldiers with their powerful strength. The fusion mutant beast that the pair of sisters had killed was none other than the fusion mutant beast that had been killed by Xiao Tian only a short while ago. Because of Xiao Tian's rebirth, many of the plot developments in this life had deviated from the original track. This was what caused the pair of sisters, by mistake, to clash with the people from the military. Is the visitor a pair of sisterly flowers? Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and asked uncertainly. You actually know? Shen Qilan looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. This matter was currently known to no one other than her and a small number of people from the military. How did Xiao Tian know about it? However, Xiao Tian was already a little messed up at this moment, and Shen Qilan's reaction disguised confirmed Xiao Tian's suspicion. The intruder in front of him, who had broken into the great Confucian city, was precisely the pair of sisters that he remembered before he was reborn. Xiao Tian had never wanted to be a savior, and the other party's claim to the throne did not have any effect on Xiao Tian. But on the contrary, Xiao Tian's current base camp was in Great Confucian City, and if the other party wanted to reign supreme in Great Confucian City, it would inevitably affect Xiao Tian. It was almost inevitable that a conflict would break out between the two sides. Since the two sides were bound to break out into conflict, they were bound to be enemies. Should he or she strike first and kill a person off guard? After all, this pair of sisters was not a good fight and were far more difficult to deal with than He Huan. Just as Xiao Tian was pondering, a sudden sound of footsteps came from the distance. A pair of clean-looking sisters had walked over side by side with a smile on their faces. Both of their gazes were locked onto Xiao Tian at the same time, and the young girl on the left wearing black tights sized Xiao Tian up. Suddenly, she asked, "Are you Xiao Tian?" Seeing the two girls arrive, Shen Qilan's brows instantly furrowed. This pair of sisters had actually barged in here. Hadn't the military sent everyone to block them? Since the other party had appeared here, it could only mean one possibility. All of the military's personnel have already been massacred. The strength of this pair of sister flowers far exceeded the imagination of all of them. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and looked up at the two women. They looked exactly the same as before they were reborn. It was indeed the pair of sisterly flowers from his own memories. The Xiao Tian before he was reborn was just an ordinary person, and in the eyes of the Xiao Tian at that time, the sister flowers were super strong people that he could only look up to. But now, the roles of both sides had long since called out, and the other side was no longer so distant and unapproachable. Retrieving his thoughts, Xiao Tian's eyes were ice cold as he spoke word by word. If you don't want to die, get out of my field of vision now. Chapter 45, Letting Xiao God Call Someone? Xiao Tian's tone was flat, and he could not hear any joy or anger. But anyone who understood Xiao Tian was clear that Xiao Tian was truly angry. Unlike other people who hissed when they were angry, Xiao Tian was unusually calm when he was angry. But underneath this calmness was hidden the most extreme killing intent. Looks like you are that Xiao Tian. Eldest sister Yi Feng lightly laughed and did not take Xiao Tian's threat to heart. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him. He is the strongest person currently in plain sight in Great Confucian City, and has a villa built with forbidden materials under his banner, as well as storing many supplies. Yilwan sneered and looked at Xiao Tian. As long as we kill him, all of this will be ours. Listening to the two sisters talking with no one in sight, Fatty Hai fell into shock for a long time. Arrogant. Ever since he met Xiao Tian, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Xiao Tian was very strong, but Deju City was not a small place, and there were not many people who dared to be arrogant in front of Xiao Tian. But whether it was the initial Li Chong or He Huan in the back, their endings were all miserable and incomparable deaths. I didn't expect He Huan's side to be dried to death not long ago. There is someone who dares to provoke Xiao Tian's majesty, and this time the one who provokes Xiao Tian is actually still two women. Fatty Hai was already showing sympathy. Her intuition told her that the end of the two sisters would not be too good. If you guys don't want to die, it's not too late for you to get lost now. By the time you piss off my big brother, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Fatty Hai smacked his mouth and kindly reminded. Who would have thought that the two sisters instantly frowned when they heard this? What kind of thing are you that you deserve to talk to us like this? Fatty Hai was enraged, so angry that the fat on his body trembled. What kind of thing was he himself? He was the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, the last heavenly master on the Blue Star. He had kindly reminded the other party, and instead of thanking him, the other party had turned around and mocked him. What a day's work! I am the contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. What do you call me? Fatty Hai looked at the two sisters so angry that his body was shaking. Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? The two sisters looked at each other, then shook their heads. Never heard of it. You grandpa! Fatty Hai was completely enraged. A talisman appeared in his palm and flung it at the two girls. Whoosh! The moment the talisman was flung out, it unexpectedly burned out of thin air, turning into a flame that surrounded towards the two sisters. Right at this moment, a pair of golden feathered wings emerged behind Yifeng's back, which directly extinguished the flames between their violent incitement. Seeing his attack being dissolved so easily, Fatty Hai instantly felt that his authority had been provoked. Immediately gritting his teeth, he pulled out another talisman from his pocket and flung it out. Zilala! The moment the talisman was thrown out, it unexpectedly burned into ashes out of thin air, and then transformed into a bowl-thick thunderbolt that split towards the two sisters. Just as the thunder was about to fall on the two sisters, Yilwan suddenly entered the state of animalization, and streams of light surged above his back. A huge green turtle shell appeared out of thin air. Zilala! The thunder bombarded on top of the turtle shell, failing to leave even a scratch. It's actually a wangba? Fatty Hai's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Yilwan with an incredulous face. After going down the mountain for so long, he had seen quite a few spirit beast warriors, but it was the first time he had seen a spirit beast warrior that had gained the power of the King's Eight. Xiao Tian did not have many surprises with the memories of his rebirth. He was relatively clear about what abilities the two sisters had awakened. The first sister, Yifeng, had obtained the ability of a mountain chicken, which had the ability to fly and could send out the sound of a chicken's roar to influence the enemy. The second sister, Yilwan, obtained the strengthened ability of Wang Bark, and after entering the animalized state, she could summon a hard turtle shell to withstand damage. The two sisters, one main attacker and one main defender, complemented each other and were considered difficult opponents. But for the current Xiao Tian, it was actually just like that. What a bull, heavenly master. I didn't expect this to be all I have. Yilwan removed the turtle shell and held it in his palm, looking at Fatty C with a provocative face. Fatty Hai was infuriated and his face was a shade of green and purple. If it wasn't for the fact that his high-level talisman had been burned to the ground by Xiao Tian in the first place, he wouldn't have been reduced to what he was now. A heavenly master of Longhu Mountain was actually mocked by two women. Who could endure this? Although the high-level talismans were no longer available, he still had many low-level talismans. Just as Fatty Hai hesitated to throw out all the talismans in one go, Yifeng's gaze suddenly landed on Xiao Tian and said indifferently, "We are here to challenge you. From now on, the great Confucian city must be honored by us. You only have two choices now, either submit to us and be one of our dogs or die here." Xiao Tian smiled and asked back, "Do I have a third choice?" "There is." Yifeng also smiled and looked Xiao Tian up and down. "Seeing that you are good-looking, if you are willing to submit to us and serve us comfortably, the benefits in the future will not be lacking for you." Xiao Tian's expression immediately became odd when he heard this. Letting yourself submit is just enough, but you actually want to be your male pet? Xiao Tian admitted that both sisters did have some face value, and it could even be said that they were more beautiful and touching than most women. But he also had quite a few beautiful women around him. Even if you put aside Yen Ruyu's golden lady, the Shin Qiulan in front of him alone is not something that the two women can compare. Letting yourself be your male favorites to serve you, are you worthy of it? "Do I have any other options?" Xiao Tian asked again. "We know that you have also cultivated a group of your own spirit beast warriors. You can call them now." Yifeng's face gradually lowered. "Call someone?" These two women actually asked themselves to call someone. Xiao Tian twitched the corners of his mouth. This was no longer self-confidence, but arrogance. Even Shin Qiulan was a bit taut. The current Xiao Tian had monopolized all the supplies in Big Ru City, and it was not an exaggeration to say that as long as he gave an order, all the spirit beast warriors in Big Ru City would go to bat for him. These two idiots actually asked Xiao Tian to call someone? Wasn't this like beating a lantern in a thatched toilet and thinking that their lives were too long? Calling someone? It's better to forget about it. Xiao Tian shook his head and craned his neck. There was no need to call someone yet to deal with these two women. He could easily solve it himself. However, Yifeng interrupted Xiao Tian's words and said indifferently, "Call someone. The purpose of our trip is not only to defeat you, but also to deter the spirit beast warriors in the entire Deju City. Only absolute strength crushing can keep people honest." Xiao Tian understood. The other party had taken himself as a stepping stone and wanted to use himself to deter the other spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City. Since this was the case, then he would fulfill them. Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai. "Call someone." Fatty Hai nodded his head and gave the two sisters a sympathetic look, then took out his cell phone and dialed. Soon, Yen Ruyu and Yen Tianshang in the villa were informed of the situation over here. The current Xiao Tian was not too far from single-handedly covering the sky in Deju City, and he did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to provoke to his head. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed towards the institute with the people in the villa. At the same time, they also posted this matter on the internet. Someone had made a death-defying attempt to provoke Xiao Tian and was going to claim the entire Great Confucian City. When this news spread out, the spirit beast fighters in the entire Great Confucian City exploded. Which ruthless person is it that actually dares to take the initiative to provoke God Xiao? The current Great Confucian City is his one word. All those who are enemies of the Xiao God have died old and tragic deaths. I didn't expect that there would be someone else who doesn't have eyes. The other party is in the research institute right now. We can probably go over there now and watch the fun. Tisk, tisk. Daring to take the initiative to provoke God Xiao. I'm really curious about what will happen to them. The network roared. Countless spirit beast warriors, one after another, quickly converged in the direction of the research institute. Chapter 46. My people have arrived. Are you afraid? Seeing Fatty Hai finish his phone call, the two sisters did not say anything else and silently stood in place and waited. They were waiting for the people Xiao Tian had called. When these people arrived, the two sisters would defeat Xiao Tian in a crushing manner, or even behead him on the spot. They would use Xiao Tian's head to shock all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City. The Great Confucian City was only a warping board for their rise, and their goal was a sea of stars. The two sisters were still imagining a bright future, not realizing that they had already entered the countdown to death. Xiao Tian also did not take action in advance, originally planning to personally resolve the two sisters, but could not resist the other party's strong request for him to call someone. Then call someone, although it was a bit troublesome to do so, but who made himself a person who did not know how to refuse other people's requests. Big brother. Fatty Hai came close to Xiao Tian and stabbed with his elbow. Did these two women not investigate your identity when they came? Xiao Tian froze, then shook his head. He was not sure if the two sisters had investigated themselves before they came, but looking at this situation now, it was estimated that they had not investigated. But if they had investigated themselves and slightly understood the current environment of Great Confucian City, they would not have done death to provoke themselves. Tsk tisk. It's really pathetic. I originally thought Wai Huan was already bad enough. I didn't realize that these two women would be even more death-defying.
胖大海搓着胖手，嘿嘿坏笑着。我现在倒是很好奇，等他们见到咱们叫来的人后，会是怎样的反应了。
Xiao Tian just shook his head in silence at this. The image of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind should be that of an unsmiling group with superior strength in. Although he had not seen any other Heavenly Masters of Longhu Mountain, TV dramas abounded with characters similar to Heavenly Masters like this. The Fatty Hai in his previous life actually barely fit the mold of the Heavenly Master in Xiao Tian's mind. But since being reborn, Fatty Hai's image in Xiao Tian's mind had changed. This fat man how to see is a gangster, with the Divine Master really completely unmatched. Also do not know how this goods was selected on the Dragon Tiger Mountain Tianshi position. In the middle of the two people's conversation, a roar of an engine suddenly came from far to near. Everyone looked up towards the front at the same time, only to see a densely packed convoy was traveling in great numbers in the direction of the institute. Pickup trucks, small cars, SUVs, large vans, all kinds of models were available, roughly estimated that there were probably close to dozens of them, and the originally spacious road was instantly surrounded and seemed quite crowded. Coming! Fatty Hai shouted excitedly as he slapped his thigh. Yifeng and Yilwan glanced at each other, and both women saw a slight look of bewilderment in each other's eyes. What was this situation? Didn't they ask Xiao Tian to call someone? This asshole was calling the entire Great Confucian City. These are all the people you called? Yifeng forced her heart to feel uneasy as she looked at Xiao Tian and asked, "These are all my big brother's people. Now you know to be afraid?" Fatty Hai snatched the lead and dejectedly responded. Right at this moment, the convoy stopped a few meters in front of the crowd, and then everyone opened their doors and got out of the car. Densely packed figures instantly filled the scene. Although there were only less than 50 people, these people were all clear-colored spirit beast warriors. When they saw Xiao Tian, these people all respectfully nodded their heads and hailed, just like a social animal meeting a leader, appearing incomparably formal. This scene fell in the eyes of the two sisters, and the visual impact was simply not too strong. Spirit beast warrior, you are all spirit beast warriors. How could you show such a flattering look? At this moment, the two sisters suddenly realized that they appeared to have gotten into trouble and messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with. Xiao Tian. Right at this moment, Yan Ruyu walked over from the crowd with Yan Tianxing. Seeing that Xiao Tian was fine, Yan Ruyu let out a long sigh of relief, then looked towards the two Yifeng sisters and said with an odd expression, "Are they the ones provoking you?" "Aha!" Xiao Tian gently nodded his head. "I didn't realize that the guys provoking God Xiao were actually two women? This year, it's really true that every bird has a big forest. What kind of goods are you guys and you dare to provoke God Xiao? This is really something. Who says women are inferior to men? I see that these two tiger ladies are quite fierce, provoking the god of Xiao. I wouldn't dare to give me 3 heads." The conversation between Xiao Tian and Yan Ruyu was heard by the crowd. For a time, the scene was in an uproar, and countless teasing and complicated gazes fell on the two sisters at the same time. Listening to the crowd's marvelous smacking sounds, the two sisters glanced at each other and the uneasiness in their hearts vaguely increased by a few points. Wasn't this teenager called Xiao Tian in front of them the strongest person in Great Confucian City? How come now, looking at this situation, it was more like the king of Great Confucian City? Wasn't it a normal thing for them to challenge Xiao Tian? How come these people would be reacting in such a big way? Who the hell are you? The two sisters looked at Xiao Tian at the same time, their brows furrowed, their initial confidence long gone. Xiao Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the two sisters, or Fatty Hai came forward and dejectedly introduced Xiao Tian's identity, as well as Xiao Tian's weight in Daeju City. After learning these details, the expressions of the two sisters became quite wonderful. They only knew that Xiao Tian's strength was the strongest in Big Ru City, and that he had also stockpiled many survival materials. It had never occurred to them that he would actually be in such a capacity. Not only was he the strongest person in Great Confucian City, he actually monopolized all of the resources in Great Confucian City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that such a person only had a hand in Big Ru City, and they actually attempted to provoke such a person and allowed the other party to call out. This is not death. This was proper brainwashed behavior. The uncertainty and despair on the faces of the two sisters. Fatty Hai looked in his eyes and used it in his heart, looking quite pleased with himself, as if he was Xiao Tian's original general. With his hands behind his back, Fatty Hai circled around the two sisters and was silent for a long time before he suddenly said, "Now you know you're scared? Before you guys go out and take over the mountain, don't you all do a little strategy in advance?" Silence. Deadly silence. The two sisters didn't know how to answer. They indeed didn't do a strategy beforehand, because they blindly believed that with their current level, it was easy to dominate the entire Great Confucian City. Seeing that the two sisters did not answer, Fatty Hai shook his head and gently spat out 2 words in a square circle. The two sisters. Yifeng suddenly looked at Xiao Tian, forcibly holding back her trepidation, and said seriously, "If we apologize to you now and are willing to become your women and your bed playthings, will you give us a chance? Earlier, I told you guys to roll, but you guys had to make me call someone." Xiao Tian stroked his chin and was amused. "Now that the people I called have arrived, you guys want to be my women again." After saying this, Xiao Tian spread his hands with a helpless look. "You guys are like this, making it very difficult for me." Chapter 47, Seeking Life, Seeking Death. Hearing Xiao Tian's response, the hearts of the two sisters immediately sank to the bottom. The other party's meaning couldn't be simpler. This was not going to let them off easily. Damn it! Yifeng suddenly looked mournfully at Yiluan. As the eldest sister, she was much more composed than Yiluan, and before she left for Great Confucian City, she had let Yiluan inquire about the situation in Great Confucian City. The reply Yiluan gave her was that Big Ru City was just a small place and there was no existence that could threaten them. She just believed in Yiluan's evil, and things happened into the current situation. If Yiluan wasn't her own sister, she wanted to strangle each other's heart. Seeing Yifeng looking viciously at herself, Yiluan also lowered her head in shame. She now knew that she was wrong. Her arrogance had harmed her and her big sister, but now things had happened. The late emperor's business venture was half and the middle way collapsed and blocked. What else could be said now? However, self-recognition of bad luck was obviously not the style of the two sisters. Since they were able to be ruthless enough to regiment the military forces of Great Confucian City, it was enough to prove that they weren't any good either. Although they knew that the current situation had almost no hope of turning the tide, they would not give up even the slightest chance. As long as they could control Xiao Tian and threaten the people at the scene with him, they still had a chance of escaping this place of wrongdoing. Thinking of this, the two sisters glanced at each other with a tacit understanding. They instantly understood each other's meaning. The next moment, strike together. Yifeng suddenly roared as the feathered wings behind her stirred and charged straight towards Xiao Tian. Yilwan also instantly reacted and removed the turtle shell in her hand to use as a shield, also quickly pressing over towards Xiao Tian. The two sisters directly entered the animalized state. This was their intention to fight to the death. However, Xiao Tian only looked at this scene with cold eyes and did not have much of a reaction. Do you want to struggle to death? These two women who don't know the heights of heaven will be left to me to deal with. Yan Tiansheng took a step forward and stood out, rubbing his neck somewhat battle-hardened. During this period of time, he had been desperately absorbing the power of the mutant beast's crystal core, and now his strength was not weak. It was just the right time to practice with these two women. However, Yan Tiansheng was quick, and the spirit beast warriors present reacted even faster than him. How dare you take a shot at God Xiao when you're dead? Did you ask our opinion when you took a shot at God Xiao? Who gave you the guts to be so reckless in front of God Xiao? Brothers, dry up. The spirit beast warriors on the scene roared loudly with red faces and thick necks as if they had been given hormones. Yan Tianxing had only just entered his animalized state, and before he had the chance to make a move, these spirit beast warriors rushed out ahead of him wailing and yelling. A brazen attack was launched against the two sisters. Rumble. The scene was miserable. The two sisters were very strong, and this was the confidence they had in daring to come to the great Confucian city to dominate. One had to admit that they did have some skills. If they were to fight alone, there was almost no one at the scene who was their opponent other than Xiao Tian. However, the number of spirit beast warriors on the scene was up to dozens. A mouthful of saliva from one person on the scene could make the two sisters drink a warm drink. Some people transformed into huge bears with enormous strength. Someone's arm transformed into a thick snake head, with fangs releasing terrifying toxins. There was also someone who directly grew a dog's head and tore towards the two sisters. This group of spirit beast warriors were on fire. Almost all of them didn't hold back, and their strikes were killing moves. Surrounded by the attacks of so many spirit beast warriors, the two sisters barely had the capital to resist. In a few moments, they were blown into serious injuries by the crowd, and fell to the ground with blood spurting from their mouths, and their breath instantly wilted for the most part. The two sisters were dumbfounded. Could the teenager in front of them be the reincarnation of Meng? Did he give this group of spirit beast warriors a spellbinding soup? Otherwise, when they saw that they had suddenly struck out at Xiao Tian, why would this group of guys have such a big reaction? In fact, the reason why the crowd had such a reaction was not because of how much they respected Xiao Tian. Mainly this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and as long as they showed absolute loyalty, Xiao Tian would definitely take out resources as a reward. The fact that they took the initiative to attack the two sisters was not to stand up for Xiao Tian. It was purely because they wanted to obtain the resources gifted by Xiao Tian. God Xiao. These two women who don't know the heights of heaven have been subdued. What should we do now? As long as you give us a word, God Xiao, we will fight wherever we point. There's no need for God Xiao to personally deal with such scum. We'll do it. God Xiao, what should we do with them? Just say the word and we'll do it. Looking at the pleading eyes of the crowd, the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth twitched. The most shocked among them was Yan Tianxing. Yan Tianxing was still frozen in place in his animalized state, and his head was already a muddle. As the former #1 tycoon of Daeju City, an existence whose status and power were unprecedentedly honorable, he actually could not help but burst out foul language at this moment. Ah! Nima! You guys are simply a bunch of animals. I haven't even taken a big step yet, and you guys have already ended the battle. Do you want to mess up like this? I know that you guys want to please Xiao Tian, but at least give me a chance to prove myself. If you guys are like this, you're making me look dull. Xiao Tian, you can either kill us or let us go. Otherwise, as long as we find an opportunity, we won't let go of all the people close to you. Knowing that it was difficult for them to escape, the two sisters looked away instead and viciously looked at Xiao Tian threateningly. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. In his entire life, he hated being threatened the most. However, anyone who had threatened him almost always did not have a good ending. This threat from the two sisters was more like a plea for death in Xiao Tian's view, and they wanted to use it to enrage themselves so that they could die a quick death. However, Xiao Tian did not want them to do what they wanted. Since you all want to die, you want to die a painful death. I will not let you have your wish. I will let you live and live in pain. There were times when making someone's life worse than death was far more torturous than directly killing them. These two women are at your disposal. Xiao Tian looked towards the group of spirit beast warriors and opened his mouth. Upon hearing these words, many people immediately had their eyes light up. Although this pair of sisters could not be compared to Yen Ruyu and the other women in terms of looks and temperament, they were quite good when placed amongst the general public. Everyone knew that they would definitely die if they offended Xiao Tian, and many people still felt that it would be a pity to let them die just like that, which was somewhat of a waste. However, now that Xiao Tian had given this pair of sisters to them to dispose of, it would not be a waste. Many of these spirit beast warriors were still bachelors and had not tasted a woman since they were born yet. Many thanks, God Xiao. Don't worry, God Xiao. If these two stupid women dare to threaten you, we will definitely make them beg for their lives and die. Many spirit beast warriors in the crowd gulped down a mouthful of saliva and grinned wickedly. The eyes that looked at the two sisters were as if a hungry wolf that had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights had seen the Mianyang herd. The two sisters were confused. They were desperate and completely regretted it. With their feet, they could think of what kind of inhuman treatment they would suffer next. I'm afraid that in less than half an hour, their weight would skyrocket by 3 pounds. Xiao Tian. You bastard, you shall not die. The two sisters were in a state of madness, no longer able to regain their initial calmness, and went crazy as if they were constantly cursing towards Xiao Tian. But they were soon knocked out by the crowd. Unbridled. How dare you threaten God Xiao even now? I'll let you kneel at my crotch and sing conquest later. Someone in the crowd threatened in a manner. Xiao Tian looked at all this in his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. He was too merciful after all. The other party threatened him and attempted to use him as a stepping stone, yet he did not kill them. Instead, he allowed them to live. Looking at the entire blue star, after the dark turmoil began, the dark side of many people's hearts were unleashed. People who were as kind as themselves were really too few and far between. Chapter 48, Dark Lord's Early Descent. After deciding the future of the two sisters with a single sentence, Xiao Tian promised the crowd some more benefits. Although the motive of this group of people was for resources, they had taken the initiative in the end, and Xiao Tian was not a stingy master. So he promised to give the crowd some resources as payment. Although the resources were not much, it was better than nothing. It was just the right opportunity to tell everyone that those who worked for him, Xiao Tian, had benefits to take. At any time, the pursuit of violence is always a rather stupid thing. Buying people's hearts is the best policy. As expected, when Xiao Tian promised resources as payment, the crowd at the scene all cheered and shouted Xiao Tian's name. Now that the plants and insects had all completed their mutations, the entire environment was much harsher than it was at the beginning of the dark unrest. Food was the most important survival material for people nowadays. They had only stepped in to clean up the two Yifeng sisters for Xiao Tian, and with little loss, they were able to get a resource for nothing. It was not a loss in any way. Worthy of being Xiao Tian boy, this is a high strategy. Yen Tiansheng couldn't help but nod his head as he stroked his beard from the side. Dad, are you seeing something? Yen Ruyu asked curiously. Yen Tiansheng thought for a moment and explained. Xiao Tian, he monopolized the resources of the entire Great Confucian City. If he threatened everyone to work for him by force with the resources, even if he was strong, it would cause dissatisfaction among the others. Therefore, Xiao Tian did not do so, but instead sidestepped and told everyone that as long as they did things for him, they would have benefits to take. In this way, everyone was so pleased and convinced of him that they could not even think of rebellion. And when they encountered problems, they did not even need Xiao Tian himself to take action. They took the initiative to smooth things out. Yen Ruyu wasn't stupid either. Hearing her own old father's explanation, she soon understood it as well. A pair of peach blossom eyes brightened a few points when she looked at Xiao Tian. Previously, she had always felt that Xiao Tian was only strong and treated those around him well. But now she realized that Xiao Tian's intelligence was likewise not to be underestimated. If the current Xiao Tian was replaced with He Huan back then, this guy had monopolized the resources of the entire Great Confucian City. Would he still take these resources out and share them with the people? The answer was obviously no. In the end, other people can't survive, and in the long run, they are bound to have some thoughts. At that time, it would be better to have a king and a marquis. But Xiao Tian was different. He did monopolize the resources of the Great Confucian City, but at the same time, he was able to let others have the resources to live. Everyone exchanged reciprocally and took what they needed. It did not take long before the two sisters, Yifeng, were forcibly dragged down by the crowd in thick despair. The end that awaited them was not thought to be too good. Yen Ruyu and the other women didn't have any sympathy for this. All of this was self-inflicted by the two sisters. There was nothing wrong with their idea of dominating the place, and there was nothing wrong with treating their enemies without leaving any room for error. What was wrong was that the object they had provoked was Xiao Tian. After doing all of this, Xiao Tian looked at Shin Qilan again. The people from the military have basically been exterminated. Now that the research institute is no longer safe, come back to the villa with me. You can go there to continue your research in the future. Shin Qilan's expression moved as she looked at the handsome Xiao Tian. Her emotions complicated to the extreme. She was actually in the category the military was almost completely wiped out. Without the protection of the military, it was definitely no longer safe for her, an ordinary person, to continue to stay in the research institute. She was originally still thinking about whether or not to ask Xiao Tian for help. However, due to the dignity of the dean, these words could not be said. She didn't expect that Xiao Tian would actually take the initiative now and let herself go to the villa to work. This kid, could it be that he really had a crush on himself? But he is too much older than him. Shin Qilan has been hailed as a genius since she was a child. Her peers are still in high school and she has already broken the rules to enter the university for further study. Precisely because she was good enough, her requirements for her other half were also very high. At the very least, she needed a boy who was even more outstanding than herself. Although Xiao Tian was also good enough to fulfill Shin Qilan's expectations of her other half, Xiao Tian was too young. Sibling love was something Shin Qilan had never considered, because she has always felt that boys who are too young will look childish, and she is a mature woman. The more Shin Qilan thought about it, the more she felt her brain was confused. She shook her head, which dispelled the thoughts in her mind. Thanks a lot. Since you've said so, then I'm flattered. Shin Qilan spread her face and smiled. If Yen Ruyu was the pure and innocent young girl's first love style, then Shin Qilan was the mature to the extreme imperial sister style. It was like an old wine that had been deeply hidden for decades, emitting a wine aroma that was rich enough to intoxicate even through the wine altar. Fatty, call the workers from the villa and help Dean Shun carry the research equipment. Xiao Tian instructed Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai patted his chest and swore, "Don't worry, big brother. I guarantee to complete the task." One had to admit that this contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain had become more and more dogged. After explaining everything, Xiao Tian followed Yen Ruyu's father and daughter to return to the villa first. Just as several people had just returned to the villa, the originally dim sky suddenly emitted a heavy muffled sound. Immediately afterward, the sky unexpectedly tore out a huge crack. The crack was pitch black, countless black mists penetrated out from the crack, and half of the sky was dyed an inky black color. The kind of darkness where you couldn't see your fingers. This is the Dark Lord? Xiao Tian raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his heart thumped. Dark Lord. Yen Ryu looked at Xiao Tian in disbelief. Xiao Tian, is something happening? Cracks appearing in the sky. This would definitely be horrifying and explosive news if it were before. But when placed in the present, it could not set off too many waves. Because the dark turmoil had all descended, the plants and animals and insects had all mutated, and it was normal for some heaven and earth anomalies to appear. Moreover, now that many people couldn't even fill their stomachs, it was even more unlikely that there were many people who cared about the so-called visions. The dark unrest is divided into a total of 9 heavens, with corresponding calamities appearing in each heaven, and each heaven has a Dark Lord. Looking at the situation right now, the Dark Lord of the first heavens has descended early. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and said with a grave expression. The term Dark Lord was not unfamiliar to Yen Ruyu's father and daughter, and they had long understood the general situation from Xiao Tian's mouth. However, what they had not expected was that according to Xiao Tian's original expectation, the Dark Lord of the first heavens would not descend until at least half a year. How could it suddenly descend now? Xiao Tian, didn't you say that the Dark Lord of the first heavens would still have at least half a year before descending? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and suddenly asked. Xiao Tian was silent, but his thoughts began to be indistinct. According to his memories before he was reborn, the Dark Lord of the first heavens would indeed have to wait for another half a year before he would descend. But after being reborn, he himself had changed too many things, and perhaps it was because of the butterfly influence that he had caused that the Dark Lord of this first heavens had descended earlier. The crisis was about to descend. The current uneventful life, from this moment onwards, began to enter a countdown. Chapter 49 Tonight. To be your woman. I remembered that before the first heaven's dominion descended, it also tore a large hole in the sky. However, the Darkness Sovereign had not descended in its true form, but had only descended in a split body. The current situation was almost exactly the same as what Xiao Tian had seen at that time. In other words, despite being affected by him, causing the Dark Lord's descent to be advanced, the Dark Lord was still the same as before he was reborn. It did not directly descend as its own body, but rather it first descended a bilocation. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's taut nerves finally eased a little. A bilocation is good. The strength of the bilocation will be weakened a lot compared to the main body. I still have time to continue getting stronger. Xiao Tian patted his chest and muttered to himself. Yen Ruyu's gaze was surprised. It was the first time she had seen Xiao Tian in such a soulful state. It was not difficult to guess that this Dark Lord of the First Heaven was very strong. So strong that even Xiao Tian was afraid of it. It was also true that if Dark Unrest was compared to a game, then this game had a total of 10 levels. And the first heavenly juggernaut was equivalent to the big boss of the first level. Even after being reborn once and having his own system, his current strength was not too weak. Xiao Tian still could not stop panicking. Because this was reality and not a game, if he really planted his head, he wouldn't have the chance to resurrect again. Xiao Tian, you don't look too good. Are you all right? Yen Ryu stroked Xiao Tian's face and softly comforted. It's fine. Even if the Dark Lord of this first heaven is stronger, we are not alone in this battle. Xiao Tian's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this. Right? How had he forgotten about the others? The Dark Lord of the first heavenly layer might indeed be strong, but he himself was not fighting alone right now. Not to mention the fact that all of his close people were now manned with a set of resurrection armor. Having a resurrection armor meant having a chance to make a mistake. What about the Dark Lord? It's just the Dark Lord of the first heaven, and the other party is still just a split body descending now, so he didn't believe that he would not be able to defeat a single first heavenly juggernaut if he lived again and possessed a system. Evening. Fatty Hai escorted Shin Qilan and carried the various equipment needed for the experiment back to the villa one after another. These equipment were numerous and some of them were quite large. Thanks to the villa's large enough space, there were still many vacant rooms. Storing these equipments was not a big problem. After arranging everything, dinner time, everyone sat together and ate their dinner. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, sat on the side nibbling on a raw steak, and after a long time of contemplation, he still informed everyone about the Dark Lord. Upon learning that the Dark Unrest was divided into a total of 9 stages, and that this was only the first stage, and that the follow-up would become increasingly difficult, Shin Qilan and Fatty Hai were directly confused. The current days were already miserable enough, and they were only living a nourishing life now because they followed Xiao Tian and dipped into his light. On the contrary, the others, even the spirit beast warriors, were often satiated and starved, and there was even a human tragedy in which they were easily fed. Thinking that the following days would be even more difficult, Fatty Hai simply did not dare to think about what kind of scene that would be. Moreover, each stage would descend a powerful master, and even more so, a blow to the head. The dark beings were already terrifying enough, especially the elite-level dark beings that they had encountered in the Forbidden Land last time. If it wasn't for Xiao Tian, all of them would have been annihilated. With an elite-level dark living spirit being this strong, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the Dark Lord would be. Big brother, you should have a way to deal with the Dark Lord, right? Fatty Hai felt that his meal didn't even smell good anymore as he put down his chopsticks and stared straight at Xiao Tian. The rest of the people also looked over at the same time, waiting for Xiao Tian's answer. Xiao Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, to be honest, I am not absolutely sure. Hiss. Everyone simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Xiao Tian was synonymous with invincibility in their minds, and even he did not have absolute certainty. Just how strong was this so-called Dark Lord? The Dark Lord will descend in Great Confucian City. Let's otherwise just run away. Won't we be safe as long as we leave here? Fatty Hai once again opened his mouth. Since we can't beat it, then let's run away. Xiao Tian shook his head once again and softly said, Great dangers are often accompanied by great opportunities. And if we can kill the Dark Lord, the benefits we will receive will also be great. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian continued, not to mention that we can't hide from the first day of the year. There are still 8 masters that will descend successively behind us. At that time, the entire blue star will be reduced to an inferno on Earth. Escaping is definitely not a fundamental problem. Only by becoming stronger can we take our destiny into our own hands. I agree with Xiao Tian's words. Only by becoming stronger can we control our own destiny. Yen Tiansheng suddenly got up and said to Xiao Tian, what should we do next? There is no harm for you to say it. I know that you definitely already have plans. Xiao Tian unexpectedly glanced at Yan Tianxing. Worthy of being the richest man in Deju City who was able to create a huge business empire, this boldness alone was not something that an ordinary person could possess. From now on, everyone try to absorb the power of the crystal cores as much as possible and strive to level up. We only have one task now, and that is to spare no effort in raising our strength, and at the same time it's best not to go out easily during this period of time. The Dark Master's doppelganger has already descended, so to be on the safe side, it is safer to stay in the villa. Xiao Tian spoke out his plans one after another, and the crowd nodded in agreement at this. Xiao Tian had long become the backbone of the crowd, and at this current stage, no one would refute Xiao Tian's intentions. After eating dinner, Yan Ruyu's father and daughter went back to their room to absorb the crystal cores. Their speed of absorbing the crystal cores was far from being able to compare to Xiao Tian's, and with the crystal cores that Xiao Tian had given them, they were still left with a large pile of unabsorbed cores. Now that they had learned of the impending crisis, they had to work overtime to absorb it. What about me? Fatty Hi blinked at Xiao Tian. Big brother, I'm not a spirit beast warrior. I can't absorb the power of the crystal cores. What should I do now? Aren't you a Dragon Tiger Mountain heavenly master? Go draw new talismans and prepare various means as much as possible. Good. Fatty Hi nodded and also returned to his room to start preparing. Drawing talismans required many materials. Fortunately, the villa had a multitude of supplies, and the materials he needed could basically be found. Moreover, apart from talismans, he also had many means of attack, but they needed to be prepared in advance. After arranging the tasks for everyone, Xiao Tian looked at Shen Qiulan again. Dean Shun, your task during this period of time is to develop the sheltering device as soon as possible. Should that be all right? If you lack any materials, you can tell me and I will try my best to fulfill it. Shen Qiulan smiled faintly. I'll listen to everything you say. Looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, Shen Qiulan suddenly felt like a deer in the headlights, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Xiao Tian, I have something to discuss with you. Come with me to the room. I want to talk about something with you alone. Discussing what kind of things, needing to go to the room to talk about it. Although Xiao Tian was puzzled, he did not think much about it and followed Shen Qiulan to the room. Seeing Xiao Tian enter the room, Shen Qiulan's red lips rose to reveal a nice-looking arc, then closed the room door with her foot. On Xiao Tian's side, after entering the room, he briefly surveyed the layout of the room. This room was still made to be packed up in advance, and the basic necessities were all there. This is your room from now on. You can also tell me if you lack any living goods. As Xiao Tian spoke, he turned around and looked towards Shen Qiulan. This look, the words that were half-spoken were directly swallowed back. The pupils violently earthquake, the whole person was dumbfounded. Because Shen Qiulan, I don't know when has begun to undress. Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze cast, Shen Qiulan subconsciously blushed a little, somewhat embarrassed, but did not stop the action in her hands. Instead, she slowly opened her mouth and said, Xiao Tian, you may not know, I have been excellent since I was a child, very excellent, which has led to very few men being able to be looked at by me, saying this is not afraid of you schoolmarm, although I am already the director of the research institute, and have been hailed by the country as a key scientific and technological talent to be cultivated. But until now, I am still intact, never experienced the male love thing. Now the first heavenly master is about to descend, and the world has entered the end of the world. I have always known that you are very good to the people around you, or else tonight will be a success for me. Let me also experience the joy of fish and water, right? Xiao Tian, crouching. Chapter 50. I thought I could carry it off one shift. Shen Qiulan was originally quite mature. In the past, she was always shown in a lab coat, always giving off an image of a majestic teacher from an island movie. But now Shen Qiulan, wearing a loose robe, bumpy figure hidden, like a neighboring big sister who exudes a mature flavor. Under the backdrop of the room's warm-colored lighting, one could still vaguely see the blushing melon face. At this moment, Shen Qiulan's beauty was indescribable, causing people to be almost suffocated. Shen Qiulan's slender jade hand directly wrapped around Xiao Tian's arm, blushing face close to Xiao Tian's ear, and blew a mouthful of hot air. Xiao Tian's goosebumps instantly rose. Originally thought that with Yan Ruyu he was already immune to beautiful women. But in the face of Shen Qiulan, this special thing, or uncontrollable from the root of the ear, began to blush. Where is this, the director of the research institute? Wearing a white coat during the day, she was indeed the majestic director of the institute. But after changing into a loose robe at night, There was simply no difference with a demonic spirit. Which cadre can withstand such a test? It's not too late for you to stop now, Xiao Tian gasped and reminded. With the soft jade in his arms, he was not Lu Xiaohui and could not maintain his composure at all. Sanity was being eroded bit by bit. He could not hold back any longer. What? Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shin Qiulan felt a little amused as her white fingers traced across Xiao Tian's chest, and said with a wry smile, "You're wimpy." When facing his enemies, Xiao Tian was decisive and decisive, cutting down roots and roots. In the hearts of the people of Great Confucian City, Xiao Tian was the god of killing descending into the world. But now, in front of a little girl of his own, Xiao Tian actually had this kind of petulant posture. This huge contrast between before and after, in turn, made Shin Qiulan find it interesting and feel that her entire body had become excited. Shin Qiulan's actions became bolder and bolder, pressing step by step until she forced Xiao Tian back to the corner. The two of them were so close that Xiao Tian was even able to smell a sweet-smelling flavor. A beauty takes the initiative to throw herself at you. You actually really wimped out. Is it because you can't? Shin Qiulan blinked her big eyes and asked with a smile. The blood veins in Xiao Tian's entire body instantly erupted, as if it was an active volcano that would erupt at any time. Dare to say that you can't? Woman, you are playing with fire. However, Xiao Tian still tried to maintain his sanity. I am a spirit beast warrior. You are just an ordinary person. I'm afraid that you won't be able to withstand my anger. Shin Qiulan raised her eyebrows, and her good nature came to the fore. I can carry it. You can't carry it. I can carry it. You can't carry it. Shin Qiulan took a deep breath and laughed softly a few times, then shook her head and said, I can carry it. Xiao Tian. He was really reminding the other party from the bottom of his heart. Why did Shin Qiulan just not believe it? Right at this moment, Shin Qiulan suddenly loosened the wrist that encircled Xiao Tian's arm and rolled over to lie on the bed. Striking a demonic pose, she looked at Xiao Tian with a provocative face. In the end, if we can resist it or not, don't we know if we try it? Why do you have to say such nonsense? This is not like your style. Could it be that you really can't? Shin Qiulan smiled like a flower and threw a wink at Xiao Tian. Are you good or not? Fine dog. Swish. Couldn't help it. Really can't help it. Just ask which man could endure being questioned by a woman like this. Woman, you have successfully caught my attention. Prepare to bear my wrath. Xiao Tian didn't say anything and just kept lunging towards the bed. The next day, the sun shone brightly and the birds and flowers smelled good. A heavy rain scattered the earth in hectares, and the ground remained damp. Everyone got up early to have breakfast in the dining room while reporting to Xiao Tian about the progress they had done. Fatty Hai had already drawn quite a few talismans last night, and other means were also being prepared. Yen Ryu father and daughter, on the other hand, had absorbed several crystal cores and their levels had reached new heights. Although these boosts were still far from enough, it was good to see that everyone's overall strength was rising in an organized manner. Where's Dean Shen? Right at this moment, Yen Ryu suddenly asked, why didn't she come down for breakfast? Xiao Tian's movement with the raw meat froze. She shouldn't be able to come down. Yen Ryu blinked her eyes, somewhat not understanding what Xiao Tian meant. However, she was not a fool and quickly reacted to what had happened last night. Xiao Tian had taken Shin Qiulan into his harem? Although Shin Qiulan was pretty and had a mature flavor on her body that could not even be compared to her. But in the end, she was just an ordinary person while Xiao Tian was a spirit beast warrior, and even when placed in the ranks of spirit beast warriors, she was still the best. How could the physical quality of an ordinary person be compared to a spirit beast warrior? The two were simply not at the same level. Yen Ryu was not sad because Xiao Tian had found another woman. She was very contented and clearly knew that she was able to have the life she had now because of Xiao Tian. Nowadays, it was no longer the previous era, and the current era was about the weak and the strong. As long as the strength is enough, it is actually very normal to have a group of concubines. Not to mention that Xiao Tian was also so outstanding and powerful. With his condition, if he wanted a woman he would not even need to move his lips and there would be countless women who would rush to climb into his bed of their own accord. This was something that she had prepared her mind well for as early as when she decided to give her body to Xiao Tian. Even Yen Ryu was still somewhat secretly happy when she learned that Xiao Tian had taken Shin Qiulan into his harem. With the addition of Shin Qiulan, she was able to take a break herself. Although she was a spirit beast warrior, she still could not compare to Xiao Tian in terms of physical fitness. Xiao Tian was too demonic and she could not stand it. Thinking of this, Yen Ruyu hurriedly finished the food on her plate, then packed one and headed upstairs. I'm going to bring Sister Shin something to eat. Seeing this, Xiao Tian did not stop her. Last night's Shin Qilan was incomparably confident, and from the initial initiative to provoke to the later kneeling and begging for forgiveness, the time before and after was only half an hour. Xiao Tian had thought about giving Shin Qilan breakfast, but it was a bit awkward and he did not know how to face it. Yen Ruyu substituted herself, which saved him the trouble. Room. Yen Ruyu pushed open the door of the room and at a glance, she saw Shin Qilan who was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a lifeless face. Sister Shen, have breakfast. Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and took the lunchbox and placed it in front of the bed. What happened last night? Shin Qilan didn't expect Yen Ruyu to come up to give herself breakfast. Looking at the chaotic floor in the room was a bit awkward. In the end, it was still herself who had been the mistress. Although she knew that it wasn't the same as before, she always felt a bit ashamed. Unexpectedly, such an excellent self would also do such things. But she did not regret it because Xiao Tian was really very excellent. Sister Shin, you don't need to say anything. Xiao Tian, he is powerful. I actually wished for someone to help me bear some of this a long time ago. Yen Ruyu sat down in front of the bed and said with a smile, now that I have Sister Shun, I should be able to raise my strength without worry during this period of time. Seeing that Yen Ruyu had no intention of blaming herself and instead accepted herself, Shun Qilan's heart was somewhat touched. However, when she thought of last night's image, she felt some sadness again. He is indeed very powerful. I thought I could carry it, but it turned out that I didn't. According to my current situation, I estimate that I won't be able to do any strenuous activities for at least half a month. Spirit Beast Warrior's physical ability, it's really strong. Time passed another day in the blink of an eye. After lying in bed for a day, Shin Qilan was now able to get out of bed. Just today, a piece of news quickly ignited the network circle of Great Confucian City. A person by the name of Ji Guiqing had shown up in a high-profile manner within Great Confucian City and was recruiting heavily. The news quickly reached Xiao Tian's ears. Xiao Tian was very clear that this person named Ji Guiqing should, without any surprises, be the first Heavenly Darkness Masters by location. The Darkness Sovereign, finally, was going to make his move. Chapter 51. How can this still be fun? Second shift. In the villa's living room, Yen Ruyu clicked on a video. The video showed a long-haired teenager with extremely heavy eyeshadow, wearing a deep black robe as if he had traveled from ancient times. He had his hands behind his back and a demonic smile on his face. A speech was being delivered. The content of the speech was roughly very simple. As long as one chose to follow him, one would be able to obtain great power. Xiao Tian, are you sure that this guy is really the Dark Lord? After the crowd finished watching the content of the video, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned her head to look at Xiao Tian, who was at the side. Although Yen Ruyu had never seen a Dark Lord, as a dark being in Yen Ruyu's impression, the Dark Lord was an inhuman creature, not to mention strange looking, at least 3 heads and 6 arms of the devilish kind. But this teenager who called himself Ji Guiqing in the video, except for the heavy eyeshadow, there was almost no difference with a normal human. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't look like a dark being. The Dark Lord can transform into any appearance. He only transformed into a human on the outside and is still a Dark Lord in essence. Xiao Tian explained as he sat paralyzed on the sofa. Yen Ruyu came to a realization, then curiously said, "This guy posted a video to recruit people. What does that mean?" A cold smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth. Although the original time schedule had been sped up quite a bit because of himself. However, the matter of the Dark Masters by location descending early and recruiting people at Blue Star had already happened once before he was reborn. Therefore, Xiao Tian was very clear about the other party's purpose for doing so. The other party was trying to overthrow the Spirit Beast fighters of the Great Confucian City at the smallest possible cost, recruiting manpower before creating conflicts. Using Spirit Beast fighters against Spirit Beast fighters. When the Spirit Beast warriors of Great Confucian City were defeated, he would descend in his own body to destroy everything. The Dark Lord in his previous life had done just that and had almost succeeded. Relying on power as a lure, he did recruit quite a few strong Spirit Beast warriors. At first, people were skeptical about it, but after seeing someone who was really endowed with great power, the rest of the people were moved. Xiao Tian remembered that at that time, at least half of the Spirit Beast warriors in Deju City had chosen to follow the Dark Master and were bestowed with the power of darkness. However, the end of these people was also the most miserable. After the Darkness Sovereign's main body descended, These people became the first victims and were directly drained of their internal power by the Darkness Sovereign. This time, the Dark Lord clearly intended to use the same ploy, recruiting people and creating conflicts. But unfortunately, this time the time schedule had been changed too much by Xiao Tian. The current Great Confucian City was no longer the previous Great Confucian City either. Xiao Tian roughly recounted the Dark Master's plan to the crowd. Everyone instantly frowned upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation. If half of the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City were compelled and chose to follow the other party, then the other party's strength would definitely skyrocket unprecedentedly. It would even be enough to threaten the current Xiao Tian. Big brother, since this Dark Lord has a plan long ago, we absolutely cannot sit back and wait for it to grow up. Fatty Hai murmured, or else let's make the other party's purpose public now. Xiao Tian laughed. Do you think that if we publicize the truth now, will anyone believe it? Fatty Hai and the others fell silent. Human nature had always been selfish, especially now at this particular time. As Xiao Tian had said, even if they made the truth public, it might not have too much of an impact. Under the enticement of power, there might still be quite a few people who chose to follow the Dark Lord. Since this was the case, things were tricky. What should we do then? Watch the other party continue to grow and then mess things up. Fatty Hai felt a bit headstrong. This matter was insurmountable no matter how one thought about it, and it was quite tricky. Xiao Tian, you should have a solution, right? Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian hopefully. It directly told her that Xiao Tian must have a way to solve this matter. There is indeed a way. Xiao Tian sat up straight and grinned. Since the other party can recruit troops, why can't we do the same? What you mean is… Yan Ruyu was very intelligent and instantly realized what Xiao Tian meant. The other party is using their power to pull in manpower. We don't have the capital to do so, but we can use resources in exchange. Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Yan Ruyu. Release the news now. Follow me, Xiao Tian, and I will fully cover 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day. Before the order had collapsed, even an ordinary person would be able to manage 3 meals a day flat. But in this special time now, even a spirit beast warrior could be living a life of hunger and fullness. As long as they helped Xiao Tian, they would be able to have 3 meals a day. It was too tempting. Moreover, the villa's resources were quite abundant right now, so even if they did do this, it would not have too much of an impact. This approach was indeed feasible. Worthy of being the man that I had my eye on. This head was spinning just as fast. The seemingly unsolvable deadlock was actually solved by Xiao Tian's light sentence. I'll release the news right now. Yan Ruyu was so excited that she took out her cell phone and started editing the message before clicking send. At the same time, the internet had already exploded because of Ji Guoqing's recruitment video. Just like what Xiao Tian had described, most people were skeptical of the news. Granting them great power? Blowing powerful yet. The power of spirit beast warriors had long since far exceeded that of ordinary people, although everyone's abilities differed, and so did the animal genes they had awakened. But you were always a spirit beast warrior no matter how powerful you were, granting others powerful strength, this kind of thing they had never heard of. Where on earth did this Ji Guoqing come out from? Actually blabbering about being able to bestow us with great power. I think he's just blowing off the power. If he can really bestow others with great power, why would he need to recruit his own manpower? He won't treat all of us as little cuties, right? What if it's true? What if the animal ability he awakened is very special and can really empower others? Is the one downstairs starved and stupid, where in heaven is such a good thing? Most people on the internet were skeptical and even disdainful, but there were also a small number of people who moved some thoughts. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it wouldn't do them any harm to try it out first. If the other party could really grant them great power, then they would follow the other party, and if the other party blew it off, they would just beat them up and leave. However, just at this time, another explosive news spread wildly on the internet. God Xiao's side is also recruiting people. My grandma following God Xiao and working for him can actually be fed 3 times a day. What else is there to think about? Chong chong chong. I'm going to look for God Xiao right now. I'm going to be a dog for God Xiao. Full meal The last time I ate was still in the last time. How can I have a soup after following the God of Xiao? For a while, the network went crazy. The spirit beast warriors in the entire Big Ru City also went crazy. Inside a certain villa in Big Ru City, Ji Guoqing looked at the contents of his cell phone, and his entire body was bad. He himself had carefully planned a good show and was willing to help this group of humble humans improve their strength. As a result, this gang of unruly people, letting go of their great strength, were actually seduced by 3 meals a day to manage their souls? Chow Nima. This is still playing a chicken hair. Chapter 52. Prepare to strike. Prepare to strike. Big. Adults. This gang of unruly people are ratty. What should we do right now? Beside Ji Guiqing, a middle-aged man bent over and asked cautiously. He was the first henchman that Ji Guiqing had taken in after descending to the Blue Star. This guy had awakened the Viper Bestialization ability, which could shoot venom out, but anyone who got a little bit of it would be severely poisoned. It is a relatively powerful animalization ability. Not long ago, when Ji Guiqing descended to the Blue Star, he directly ran into this guy and immediately said that he wanted the other party to submit to him. Li Haoyun naturally did not agree, so the two began to fight. But to Li Haoyun's despair, he was heavily injured by his opponent in just one round. Immediately afterward, Ji Guiqing used his power as a lure and managed to take the other party under his wing and used the power of darkness to strengthen the other party's body. Upon feeling the body being strengthened and an additional majestic and powerful force in his body, Li Haoyun was completely convinced of Ji Guiqing, especially later, when he learned that Ji Guiqing was the identity of the sovereign's doppelganger. He completely threw himself on the ground and willingly became a dog for the other party. This is a bit of a deviation from this sovereign's plan. Ji Guiqing shook the goblet in his hand and savored a mouthful of red wine. Originally, he had planned to destroy the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City by splitting them, but it turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. This group of unruly people had actually eschewed great power and chose to manage 3 meals a day. To be honest, he was still somewhat speechless even now. Were these people starving ghosts who hadn't had a full meal in their 8 lifetimes? Just like eating so much? Ji Guiqing, as the Dark Lord, didn't need to eat at all and could never experience the feeling of being hungry. Not only was starvation hard, it was also something that could really kill you. Living was so hard, who would choose some bull-powerful force? Who knew if Ji Guiqing had bluffed? After a long time of contemplation, Ji Guiqing put down his highball glass, turned to look out the floor-to-ceiling window, and faintly said, "Temporarily lay low during this period of time, and just to be on the safe side, observe the situation before saying anything." As ordered, Li Haoyun's body stood straight and said with a respectful nod. At the same time, on the other side, outside the villa area, it had long been overcrowded. Almost all of the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had rushed to the scene. In total, there were nearly 100 people. Although Great Confucian City was only a third-tier city, it had no less than millions of people. But there were only 100 or so spirit beast warriors in the entire city, enough to see how small the probability of becoming a spirit beast warrior was. Many people were just ordinary people from the beginning to the end. Just like Xiao Tian before he was reborn, he was hiding in a dark corner, carefully lingering on. Of course, the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City were actually not that few in the first place. Many people had been sent to the Western Heaven by Xiao Tian because they had stood on the wrong team and made enemies of him. I didn't expect so many people to come. Inside the villa, Yen Ruyu sighed as she looked at the images on the monitor. The lack of resources nowadays is far beyond imagination, and the villa is full of resources, so we can't feel it. Yen Tianxing sighed and said softly, "But for them, the impact of having 3 meals a day to manage their hunger is just too great." Spirit beast warriors were starving. Being able to have a full meal would make it possible to survive in this harsh environment. First, count the number of people before distributing the supplies. Xiao Tian stared at the display screen and suddenly spoke. "We're just going to give them directly like this?" Yen Ruyu frowned. "What should we do in case they renege and don't listen to our dispatch after giving the resources?" But just after these words were asked, Yen Ruyu regretted it. Who was Xiao Tian? He was the man who was called the Xiao God by the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City. He was a ruthless man who treated his enemies decisively, taking Xiao Tian's resources but not working for Xiao Tian. If there really was such a reckless person, I'm afraid that there would not even be a need for Xiao Tian to make a move. There would be someone who would take the initiative to make a move for Xiao Tian. "I will go and count the number of people here." Yen Ruyu retrieved her thoughts, then took Fatty Hai and the others with her and walked out quickly. Outside the villa, everyone stood in place in a disciplined manner, and although the number of people was large yet there was no sign of chaos. It wasn't until Yen Ruyu finished counting the number of people that someone cautiously asked, "Ms. Yen, can God Xiao really take care of our 3 meals a day?" Everyone was worried that with so many people present, Xiao Tian would not take everyone under his wing. After all, spirit beast warriors also had strengths and weaknesses, and some of them could be said to have no combat power at all due to the effects of their bestialization ability. As long as you all willingly help Xiao Tian, all of you will be able to eat a full meal. Yen Ruyu opened her mouth and said. Hearing this, everyone became excited. There was a time when everyone felt that Xiao Tian was the reincarnation of the god of murder, only treating those around him well and treating his enemies and strangers without any feelings to speak of. But now, they suddenly felt that God Xiao was truly the reincarnation of the Holy Mother. Under this apocalypse, he was actually willing to reward them with a bite of food. When Xiao Tian had live-streamed the beheading of He Huan and the beheading of Chao Monglong, many of them still felt that it was a bit cruel. Only now did they realize. Short. Their insight was too short. Where was this cruelty on Xiao Shun's part? He was clearly touched by seeing He Huan and the others struggling to survive. So he personally made a move to send them to the Western Paradise world of ultimate bliss to enjoy the blessings. There were only a handful of such a supremely good person when looking at the entire blue planet. After the headcount was completed, Yen Ruyu personally led the distribution of supplies for the crowd. The supplies are distributed once a day, so as long as you all follow Xiao Tian's instructions, you can come and receive the supplies once a day in the future. Yen Ruyu looked around and spoke loudly. A burst of cheers came from the scene. Long live God Xiao! Long live Miss Yen! Long live! The sounds of long live were endless. Many of these spirit beast warriors were former millionaires, high-ranking figures in the social circle. The expenses for just one meal were several months of salary for an ordinary person. They had eaten mountains of delicacies and played all sorts of recreational activities that ordinary people couldn't imagine. But they had never imagined that they would one day be so excited about having 3 meals a day. Nothing more to say. God Xiao is awesome. After getting the supplies, quite a few people had long been impatient and directly opened them up to their faces to feast on them. The deliciousness of the food exploded in their mouths, causing many people to burst into tears. The flavor of food was something they hadn't felt in a long time. At the same time, Xiao Tian called Fatty Hai back inside the villa. Don't you know the art of divination? Can you calculate where the Dark Lord's location is? The other party was only a doppelganger, and its strength was nowhere near as strong as the main body had strength. The opponent's purpose of descending the doppelganger was to disintegrate the power of the great Confucian city without bloodshed. What Xiao Tian wanted to do now was to find the other party as soon as possible and then finish it off. However, Xiao Tian did not have the ability to find people in his beastization ability, so it would be too difficult to find someone in the great Confucian city. My divination art is fine for divining ordinary people, but the other party is a Dark Lord, so I'm not sure if I can divine it. Fatty Hai pondered for a while and said seriously, I'll try it first. After all, the other party was only a doppelganger, not the original, so he might actually be able to divine the other party's location. Doing as he said, Fatty Hai sat down on his knees, pinched his hands and placed them on his knees, closed his eyes and started to carefully project. Xiao Tian was waiting quietly on the side and did not disturb. Time passed half an hour. Half an hour later, Fatty Hai suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of joy in his eyes. Found it! The location of the Dark Lord was really divined by him. Seeing this, Xiao Tian also had a happy expression on his face. Prepare to strike. Prepare to make a move. Chapter 53 Dueling Juggernaut Split. When Fatty Hai divined the result, Xiao Tian directly arrived outside the villa. Outside the villa, having just finished a hot meal, many people's faces were surging with a rich color of satisfaction. Some people even did not control their mouths and directly dried all the supplies for the 3 meals a day, and were touching their rounded stomachs as they lay on the ground in a daze. Before the dark unrest descended, all of them had never thought that having a full stomach was also a pleasant thing. God Xiao! Seeing Xiao Tian, many people stood up with a strong spirit. Hale and hearty, they looked at Xiao Tian with respect in their eyes. The grace of a full meal should be repaid from the spring. They now had nothing but gratitude for Xiao Tian. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies quite cruelly, on second thought, God Xiao never killed innocents indiscriminately and had never done anything like holding a gun and abusing the weak. Xiao Tian nodded towards the crowd and then looked towards Fatty Hai beside him. Fatty Hai instantly understood and took a step forward to step out, clearing his throat and opening his mouth. Everyone quiet down first. Listen to me tell you some things. The Dark Unrest 9 Heavens Sovereign, as well as the matter of the First Heavens Sovereign's detachment having descended, was methodically recounted by Fatty Hai. Yen Ruyu and the others were all calm in their expressions, They had known about this matter for a long time. But this was the first time that this group of people had heard about it, and the impact of such a huge amount of information made them dizzy. Dark Lord? 9 heavens? Bilocation descent. The dark turmoil in their understanding was nothing more than some humans obtaining the power of bestiality, and plants and animals and insects mutating. Unexpectedly, the real dark unrest was far less simple than they had imagined. If dark unrest was compared to an online game, they were still in the novice village, and there were still 9 bosses left to fight. I didn't expect there are actually 9 Dark Lords. That Ji Guiqing is actually a detachment of the first heavenly sovereign, so he wants to disintegrate us from within. Damn thing. Really disgusting. Obviously a darkness master. Actually learns from us to play with the heart's eyes. Some of the less courageous people, once they thought that there were still 9 more powerful masters descending on Blue Star behind them, they couldn't help but feel their 2 strands warring, their spirits on the verge of collapsing. However, most people were still able to remain calm. The dark unrest had already erupted for so long, and many of them had already killed people and felt the cruelty of the world. Anyway, it was already so miserable, and if Xiao Tian had not managed 3 meals a day, quite a few of them might have been starved to death alive. As for the 9 masters, it didn't really matter. The big deal was that it wasn't a big deal. Seeing the general extra gravity on the faces of the crowd, Xiao Tian spoke. Everyone, things haven't reached the most desperate time yet. We have now learned of the location of the Juggernaut's detachment. Those who are not afraid of death will follow me, and everyone's supplies will be doubled after the matter is accomplished. Xiao Tian's loud and clear voice spread across the scene like muffled thunder exploding in the air. The people who were originally worried, the people who were originally desperate, and the people who originally had no will to fight. After hearing the 4 words of doubling the supplies, they instantly seemed to have changed as if they were individuals. God, Xiao is awesome. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and the scene was immediately filled with the sound of hooray. The Juggernaut split. The Juggernaut splitter to death. The Juggernaut split. Everyone raised their arms and shouted. If they were depressed earlier, then at this moment it was as if they were on steroids and on the verge of going crazy with excitement. The darkness Juggernaut, perhaps, was very powerful. But with Xiao Shun sitting in Great Confucian City and doubled supplies to take, there was still nothing to be afraid of. Without the supplies, they probably wouldn't be able to survive until the day the Dark Lord himself descended. They also realized that it was better to follow Xiao Xin and stock up on supplies than to think about those things now. If they really couldn't, when the Dark Sovereign himself descended, they would just take the supplies and run away. Seeing that the crowd's emotions were mobilized, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Yen Ruyu and the others all looked at Xiao Tian with a look of adoration. Just one sentence had mobilized the atmosphere of the crowd. If this was placed in ancient times, this would definitely be a proper Jinghua general. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian's side face with a smile like a flower. This was perhaps Xiao Tian's charisma. In the beginning, Xiao Tian gave her a crazy impression, like a madman who only knew how to kill regardless of everything. Kill, kill, kill. This was what Xiao Tian had been doing during the pre-dark unrest period. But when it came to treating the people around him, Xiao Tian was also not the least bit ambiguous. Even such a precious thing as the resurrection armor was said to be sent. The contrast between the before and after was so great that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a split personality. But isn't the human species a combination of contradictions? Treating the enemy to kill, and treating the people around him to be close, Xiao Tian's approach actually did not have any faults in the environment of the doomsday. Depart! Xiao Tian looked around the crowd and raised his arms and shouted. Soon, a group of people got into their cars, and according to the location that Fatty Hai had divined, they rushed towards the direction of Ji Guiqing's villa in a vast manner. At the same time, inside a certain villa, Ji Guiqing, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly sneezed. For some reason, his mind was suddenly a little unquiet. There was a feeling of great sadness of an impending funeral. But it shouldn't be. He was a great one, Heaven's Dark Lord. How could he have this feeling? An illusion, it must be an illusion. However, right at this moment, Li Hao Yun ran in from outside in a panic, a look of fear on his face. My lord, something big is wrong. Li Hao Yun breathed heavily and said with a trembling voice. There are many caravans coming from outside, and all the ones sitting inside are spirit beast warriors, and they are rushing towards the direction of the villa. Spirit beast warriors? Ji Guiqing frowned, and before he could open his mouth to say something, the sound of a car's engine came from far to near. The eyes looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows towards the bottom of the villa. The corner of Ji Guiqing's mouth suddenly twitched violently, and he was also slightly unsettled. As far as the eyes could see, it was a huge convoy. The convoy stopped in front of the villa's gate, and 100 or so people walked down from the car in a huge manner. Immediately after, all of them entered the animalized state at the same time. For a time, the roars of various animals spread across the scene, wanting to shatter everyone's eardrums. The scene was extremely spectacular, like an impending battle between the ranking factions. Xiao Tian and Yen Ruyu sat in the car and looked at the scene outside in a calm manner. Although the Dark Lord was powerful, right now he was only a detachment, and facing so many spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian was curious. Could the other party carry it off? Whoever can severely injure the Juggernauts by location will have their resources tripled. Xiao Tian sat in the driver's seat and calmly gave orders. After this light sentence fell, everyone was nonchalant. Tripling. What was the difference between this and picking up money for nothing? The Dark Master. Money can make the devil work. But with absolute desire, one can become reckless. Desire is a good thing, because with enough drive, cowards could become warriors. Kill! A spirit beast warrior whose muscles bulged all over his body and who fought with a pair of bullhorns roared out in anger and suddenly raised the car beside him and smashed it towards the second floor of the villa. Ji Guiqing, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor watching the scene, was dumbfounded on the spot. The reflection of the car grew larger and larger in his pupils. A dangerous aura gradually fainted. Lie down. Chapter 54. Failure to pretend to be a pussycat. Ji Guiqing had thought about how he would strategize and rely on his scheming to exterminate the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City after the split body descended to the Blue Star. He had also thought that the entire process might not go as smoothly as expected. But he had always believed that the Great Darkness would eventually envelop Great Confucian City, and even the entire Blue Star. As a result, it never occurred to him that only just after arriving at the Blue Planet, reality dealt him a hard blow to his ceiling. Relying on the power to gather people's hearts and minds did not succeed. Everyone was attracted away by the conditions of 3 meals a day. Now these people are even appearing in groups and attacking themselves. Not. Have all humans evolved now? How many guts have you guys grown in the end? Lousy, even if it is a split body descending, at least it is also a Dark Master. The moment we meet in a group, cannot how much to give some face. I don't want to be pushed. The more Ji Guiqing thought about it, the more angry he became. His right arm burned with flames, and he smashed his fist towards the car in front of him. Adult. Don't. Car has gasoline inside. It will explode. Li Haoyun, who was on the side, saw this scene and reminded loudly with his eyes wide open. Ji Guiqing still maintained his stance of blasting out with a punch and twisted his head to look at Li Yunhao. What did you say? Li Yunhao. Family members who understand, he is now really desperate one. Rumble. Ji Guiqing's fist of burning flames instantly blasted the car into smithereens. Gasoline was directly knocked out from the gas tank to seep out. After staining the flames on the fist, a violent explosion instantly occurred. In a trance, the numerous spirit beast warriors below seemed to see a small mushroom cloud rise into the air. The entire villa was instantly submerged in a sea of fire. A few moments later, the sea of fire only gradually dissipated. The entire villa was destroyed beyond recognition, and it was already in a precarious position. On the second floor of the villa, the original floor-to-ceiling windows were blown to smithereens, and the room was a mess. The two of them, Ji Guiqing and Li Yunhao, were not ordinary people and were unharmed. However, although the explosion failed to cause any harm to them, it left them in an incomparable mess. The two of them became exploded heads and were covered in dust, especially Ji Guiqing, whose straight suit had been blown into rags. He stared blankly at the crowd downstairs, his mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something. But after opening his mouth, the sound didn't come out half as much as it should have, and he spat out a mouthful of smoke instead. Eft. Yen Ruyu in the passenger seat did not hold back her laughter at the sight. It was hard to imagine that this wretched figure in front of her was actually the Dark Lord of the first heavenly layer. Xiao Tian wrapped his hands around his chest and could not help but laugh a little at the situation. If he did not remember wrongly, before he was reborn, when Ji Guiqing descended to Great Confucian City, the other party was very pushy. This one had started a plan to gather people at the beginning of his descent, recruiting henchmen using power as a lure. At first, no one took it seriously, and there were even people who sparred with Ji Guiqing on the internet. Ji Guiqing, as the Dark Lord, naturally couldn't hold back his anger. So he directly found the other party's home and killed that spirit beast warrior on the spot. When he struck, darkness enveloped the sky, bringing about extreme fear, and this strike not only proved his strength. Hardly had it also shocked all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City at the same time. At that time, Xiao Tian was still huddled in his shelter and watched the whole thing through a cell phone live stream. Although he was only watching it through a live stream, he was unable to personally feel the atmosphere of the scene. However, Xiao Tian could still roughly imagine the despair of the crowd at the scene. However, since he was reborn, everything had changed. This scene from his previous life did not happen, and Ji Guiqing was not able to complete his pretense of beating his face as he had hoped for, but instead, he was beaten up by a group of spirit beast warriors from the Great Confucian City. Lowly humans, you seek death. Ji Guiqing's fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes even flashed with undisguised coldness. My lord, the other party is outnumbered. We'd better withdraw first. Seeing Ji Guiqing looking like he was ready to fight, Li Haoyun, who was on the side, hurriedly reminded him. He was well aware that the other party was only a diversion, and to face all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City at the same time, there was almost no chance of winning. He was genuinely afraid that this hot-headed one would directly rush out. Seeing Ji Guiqing's lack of response, Li Yunhao's heart sank as he hurriedly added, "If you leave a green mountain, you're not afraid of having no firewood to burn? Ah, my lord, humans are nothing more than a bunch of lowly creatures that have merely been affected by the aurora borealis and gained the ability to animalize." Killing intent flickered in Ji Guiqing's eyes as he said word for word, "Based on numbers alone, they are not yet qualified to run wild in front of my lord." Hearing these words from Ji Guiqing, Li Haoyun only had two words in his heart. Finished. As expected. Before he could say anything, Ji Guiqing pointed his feet on the ground and a darkness power surged around him. Then he opened his hands and flew towards the bottom of the villa in an eagle spreading its wings, an extremely pretentious gesture. Strong people had to emphasize on being pushy when they made their moves. However, the spirit beast warriors on the scene weren't swinging their hands either. Without waiting for Ji Guiqing to land, someone raised his arm and shouted, "Brothers, go!" Everyone reacted and roared as they simultaneously attacked Ji Guiqing in the air. Because they knew Ji Guiqing's true identity, no one dared to underestimate it, and their strikes were at full strength. For a time, all sorts of attacks appeared on the scene at the same time, and space vaguely vibrated. Ji Guiqing's pupils violently shrunk, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. Grass. These humans were truly despicable, actually coming to cheat and sneak attack. He hadn't even landed yet, and he simply didn't have the ability to use his strength to dodge. He could only run the power of darkness to protect his body under haste, and harden himself against the upcoming attack. Rumble. An ear-piercing explosion sounded one after another. Terrifying ripples instantly covered Ji Guiqing's figure. Hiss! Li Haoyun inside the villa huffed as he watched. Even from a great distance away, he could feel that the intensity of these attacks was quite high. If all of these attacks rushed to greet him, he definitely wouldn't last more than a single round and there would be no dregs left. Won't die directly here, right? Looking at the ripples in front of him, Li Haoyun said with anxiety. The other party was only a doppelganger, and the attack at the moment was so strong, it was really possible that he would be directly blown away. The key was that he had already followed the other party, and if Ji Guiqing was really blasted to death on the spot, he would definitely not be able to eat it either. Finished. Finished. Is it over like this? Looking at the layers of ripples ahead, the co-pilot Yen Ruyu sat up straight. It's not that simple. Xiao Tian smiled, although the other party was only a doppelganger. But after all, it was a darkness master, and there was absolutely no way that it would be so easy to lead the box. Dead. Che. I thought how powerful the Dark Lord was, but I didn't realize that it was just a rookie. If Dark Lords are all of this virtue, I feel like I can fight 10 of them alone. It's meaningless. I originally thought the battle would be intense. The many spirit beast warriors looked in the direction of the ripples and began to whisper as well. However, just as Xiao Tian had guessed, Ji Guiqing was not so easily dogged. As the ripples dissipated, Ji Guiqing's figure gradually emerged in front of everyone's eyes. Sure enough, he was not dead. However, although he was not dead, Ji Guiqing's body had changed. Originally, he was in a solid state, but at this moment he was in a translucent state and his face was extremely unattractive and his breath was quite weak. It was clear that although he had resisted the crowd's attacks, he had consumed a great deal. My lord! Li Haoyun's face was joyful as he instantly dashed to Ji Guoqing's body. Run! Ji Guoqing covered his chest and viciously swept a glance at everyone present. Then without hesitation, he directly dropped Li Haoyun, and with two black mists rising under his feet, he directly shot up into the sky and sped towards the distance. The Green Mountain Inn, not afraid of no wood to burn. He now suddenly felt that Li Haoyun's words made sense. Li Haoyun was dumbfounded. Just now, I had to let this group of people see the strength of the Dark Lord. In the blink of an eye, you're selling your teammates. Please be a human being. Chapter 55. Others walk dogs, I walk juggernauts. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. My lord, I'm not on the bus yet. I can't ing fly. What should I do if you run away? Li Haoyun almost couldn't hold back from jumping up and cursing. A black aura flashed in his eyes, and he was ready to use the power of darkness to run away on his own. But right at this moment, there were already several spirit beast warriors surrounding towards him, directly blocking his path. The Dark Lord has already left you to escape on your own, so if you don't want to suffer, just bind your hands. One of the spirit beast warriors rubbed his hands together and said coldly, "Heh." Li Haoyun was also a ruthless person, and again, perhaps he was influenced by the power of darkness. Facing this situation, he actually did not make a compromise. My destiny is not by heaven. The great darkness will not die out, and I am now already darkness as well, so you will never try to trap the darkness. With a roar, Li Haoyun's tiger body shook, and a force of darkness erupted around him as well. Then more than a dozen spirit beast warriors rushed up at the same time. All of them surrounded Li Haoyun, followed by a beating and kicking. Miserable screams suddenly resounded through the scene. Just you call it darkness, huh? Wrong, 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 wrong. I know wrong. Just you damn my life by me not by God, ah? Brother. I know I'm wrong. I surrender. Don't fight. Just you call invincible? Big brothers, I really know wrong, don't fight. Don't hit the face. We are all friends and gas to make money. Really want to fight. Don't hit the face, okay. Under the absolute crushing of numbers, Li Haoyun was undoubtedly taken directly. Although he had obtained the power of darkness, the degree of intensity was obviously not as strong as Ji Guoqing. Combined with the rank and numbers placed here, there was almost no resistance. Xiao Tian in the driver's seat had a calm expression and did not have any waves. This Li Haoyun was just a pawn. The real big head had to be Ji Guoqing. God Xiao, that Dark Lord has run away. What do we do now? Chase it directly. Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior came to the window of the car and asked Xiao Tian with a lowered head. There is no rush. Xiao Tian shook his head and pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep breath before exhaling a smoke ring and said, "Let the bullets fly for a while longer first. So what if Ji Guoqing ran away?" They had Heavenly Master Fatty Hai on their side, who could divine Ji Guoqing's current location at any time. Even if the other party ran to the ends of the earth, he would still be able to locate them. In fact, the main thing was that Xiao Tian himself had lost his ability to fly, plus the speed of the other party was very fast. Even though many of the spirit beast warriors on the scene also had the ability to fly with their flying speed, it would be very unlikely for them to catch up with Ji Guoqing. Everyone rest in place and continue to depart later, Xiao Tian said loudly to everyone. Half an hour. Ji Guoqing had fled for a whole half hour before he came to a stop inside an elementary school. The elementary school had long been deserted, and there was no half figure to be seen. Damned humans. When this father's main body descends, he will surely ask for today's shame back 100 times over. Ji Guoqing withdrew his darkness power and threw his head back in a long roar filled with rage. This was definitely a huge humiliation. The first Heaven's Darkness Sovereign was actually in such a sorry state by a group of humans. If this was spread out, who would dare to believe it? It would not be a juggernaut to not report this revenge. There was a saying on the Blue Star that 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. But he was different. He didn't need to wait 30 years. He only needed to wait 7 days for the main body to descend. At that time, if he wanted to crush these humans, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. After venting a little, Ji quickly calmed down. Since buying people's hearts won't work, let's wait here for 7 days first, and then take revenge after 7 days. Ji Guoqing took a long breath. He was just about to find a random classroom to land in. The next moment, the sound of a car's engine came from far to near. Ji Guoqing's body stiffened. His eyelids twitched fiercely for a few moments, and he turned around to look in a dumbfounded manner. only to see that a familiar fleet of cars had already driven in great numbers to stop outside the school gates. The car doors opened. 100 or so spirit beast warriors got out of the car at the same time, then entered a state of animalization. Bottoms up, brothers. It was unknown who howled. All the spirit beast warriors instantly rushed towards Ji Guiqing like mad. The tightly closed metal gate was directly knocked away by the crowd. 100 or so spirit beast warriors who had entered the animalized state ran at the same time. The commotion was a landslide, and the ground was vaguely shaking. Nima. Ji Guiqing didn't hold back a foul mouth. He had purposely run the power of darkness to increase his speed along the way, and had also erased all of his scent. How did these guys find their way here? Running. He had to keep running. He didn't have much darkness power left now, and staying to fight head-on would be looking for death. What a bully. This father will remember you all. When this father's main body descends, all of you won't be able to escape one by one. Ji Guiqing clenched his teeth, once again operating the little darkness power left in his body, and then rushed up into the sky, continuing to run. Seeing this, everyone stopped at the same time and did not have the intention to chase after them. This was all Xiao Tian's arrangement. Everyone get on board and continue on the road. Xiao Tian gave orders in an organized manner. The convoy once again set off in great numbers. 1 hour. This time Ji Guiqing had fled for a whole hour before he stopped in a small neighborhood. The small district belonged to the typical old and dilapidated neighborhood, and there were still quite a few ordinary people living here. Seeing Ji Guiqing, who was covered in black aura, suddenly fall from the sky and land here, quite a few people in the neighborhood were instantly confused. Someone exclaimed, "Is this a spirit beast warrior? It can actually fly in the sky. I'm really envious." Ji Guiqing's eyelids pulled a few times as he turned his head to look at that person and snapped, "What kind of thing is a spirit beast warrior? This father is the great Dark Lord." However, before he could finish his sentence, the familiar attentive voice resounded once again. Ji Guiqing subconsciously went weak in the knees, almost kneeling down on his face. To be honest, he was on the verge of hearing psychological trauma. It was the sound of the engine again. Did this gang install something on themselves that can locate them? No. He himself still erased all traces this time, and he also fled for a whole hour. How could the other party catch up so quickly? Illusion. It must be an illusion. Ji Guiqing forced himself to be calm and mechanically turned his head to look. Then he saw the familiar convoy parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. Chow Nima. Ji Guiqing's face instantly turned iron blue, and he finally couldn't hold back a foul mouth. Bullying the master is too much. You guys are walking your dogs. He was now tempted to fight with these people anyway. He was only a doppelganger. Even if the doppelganger was gone, he still wouldn't die. However, this bilocation was separated from his main body. If the doppelganger was eliminated, the strength of the main body would also be affected in some way. With no other choice, Ji Guiqing could only continue to run. However, he was blindsided when he ran his darkness power. The remaining power of darkness in his body was no longer capable of supporting him to continue running. He ran out of gas and couldn't run anymore. It was at this moment that the door of the car at the head of the group suddenly opened, and Xiao Tian walked down with his hands clasped and a playful face. He faced Ji Guiqing with a gentle smile on his face. "Run? Why don't you continue to run? If you don't run, I'm going to make a move."
Ji Guiqing.
Chapter 56. Tortured to the point of self-detonation. Ji Guiqing stared at Xiao Tian with a gloomy face, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes. He hadn't thought that this brat's prestige in Great Confucian City had already reached this point. Bringing all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City to snipe at himself, was this something that a human could do? God Xiao, as long as you give the order, we can take care of this guy for you without you having to do it yourself. Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Everyone was staring at Ji Guiqing like wolves and tigers, the desire in their eyes almost overflowing. If they killed the Juggernaut's detachment in front of them, Xiao Tian might be in a good mood and double his resources again. Where was this a Dark Lord? It was clearly a walking ATM. Bold. Ji Guiqing's eyelids jumped as he viciously looked around at the crowd at the scene and said sternly, "This is the one heaven's darkness sovereign. If you dare to act recklessly, when this is the time for this sovereign to descend, all of you will have to pay a heavy price." This group of humble humans were truly lawless. How dare they speak out in front of him? Originally, he thought that these words would be able to deter this group of people, but the result was surprising. Fatty Hai came forward and threw a slap at Ji Guoqing's face. Although Ji Guoqing was a dark lord, the doppelganger in front of him could equally feel the pain. Feeling the pain in his face, disbelief surged in his eyes and his entire being was confused. This fatty, how dare he make a move against himself? Just your name is Dark Lord, huh? Fatty Hai rubbed his fat hands and shook his head as if he was a landlubber. See how you look very unconvinced? Ji Guoqing was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Fatty Hai saw this and threw out another slap. Not speaking? Is it looking down on me? Ji Guoqing's double fists clenched and clicked. His heart, liver, spleen and lungs were all about to explode with anger. This father. Splat. Another slap on the face. Fatty Hai laughed lightly and said disdainfully, Still this honored one? Peer to you? Laozi is still the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Is the Dark Lord very powerful? Faced with Fatty Hai's repeated humiliation, Ji Guoqing finally couldn't help but explode. He mobilized the darkness within his body and without warning, he slammed his fist against Fatty Hai's face. Fatty Hai's face changed slightly as he hurriedly pulled out a talisman and threw it out. The moment the talisman was thrown out, it directly transformed into a fireball that not only cancelled out Ji Guoqing's dark aura, but also heavily bombarded the latter's body. Ji Guoqing was blasted back a few steps, and his translucent body faded a few points more. With the current darkness power in his body, he didn't even have the power to resist the talisman. Fatty Hai also instantly let go of his heart when he saw this. It seemed that the other party had really reached the point of running out of gas. He turned his head and scowled at Xiao Tian. Big brother, let me deal with this guy. Since I came down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I haven't had much of a chance to strike, so let me have my fun today. Xiao Tian's forehead slid down a few black lines. This fatty's overhandness was fake, and taking advantage of the opportunity to act like a bully was real. However, Xiao Tian did not refuse. With Ji Guoqing's current situation, it was almost impossible to be Fatty Hai's opponent. Getting Xiao Tian's acquiescence, Fatty Hai also did not talk nonsense. He looked at Yen Ruyu on the side again and smiled. Miss Yen, please open a live broadcast. The corner of Yen Ruyu's mouth tugged and she was somewhat silent. Was this fat man really the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master? What's with this can't wait to be pretentious demeanor? Yen Ruyu subconsciously glanced at Xiao Tian, and when she saw that Xiao Tian did not show any indication, she opened the live broadcast according to Fatty Hai's command. Seeing the live broadcast open, Fatty Hai also did not bull. His right hand reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a handful of talismans. Ji Guoqing's face instantly became ugly. These talismans were actually not very powerful. But it couldn't be helped that he was already in a weakened state right now. Dead fatso, if you dare to strike at this father, when this father's main body descends, he will definitely break you into pieces. However, just as Ji Guoqing's words fell, he saw a talisman thrown at him. Ji Guoqing's face changed greatly, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. The talisman began to burn directly before and after it arrived near him, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped him. Zilala, an aroma of roasted meat gradually filled the air, and along with it, Ji Guoqing's hoarse screams also sounded at the same time. The damage of this flame wasn't high. Not to mention his main body, even his doppelganger, as long as it was in its peak state, it would be difficult to cause any damage to him. Even in his current weakened state, this flame would hardly pose a threat to his life. However, although there was no threat to his life, the pain brought about by the flames burning his body was particularly intense. It was pure torture. Seeing the other party being burned by the flames of the talisman screaming in pain, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment emerged in Fatty Hai's heart. Then he pulled out other talismans and threw them out. Just as the flames had just dissipated, a force of extreme cold suddenly rose up and froze Ji Guoqing's body instantly. Having just been burned with intense pain, and now being as cold as an ice cellar, Ji Guoqing wanted to die. As the talisman was thrown out, thunder and lightning, intense poison, disintegration, all sorts of attacks continuously surrounded towards Ji Guoqing. Ji Guoqing knew deep down that he had no power of resistance, and had thought about finding a chance to run away. However, all the retreating paths at the scene had already been blocked by the spirit beast warriors. There was simply no way for him to escape. In the distance, inside the old broken small building, many of the windows were opened, and the Italian Coco head curiously probed and looked out from inside. Didn't that guy call himself some great dark lord? This is too miserable, isn't it? When my family killed the New Year's pig on New Year's Day, the squealing wasn't even as loud as his. He just called himself the Dark Lord. What does Dark Lord mean? I don't know. Maybe it's a type of mutant beast? Originally being attacked by the talisman was already torturous. Hearing this group of people talking, Ji Guiqing's spirit was also enduring torture. How great an existence was the Dark Lord. Now it was actually being treated as a mutant beast. Damned humans. When this sovereign's main body descends, I will make sure that you all die without a burial place. The majesty of the sovereign cannot be dishonored. You have committed an unforgivable sin. Half an hour later, Ji Guiqing finally could no longer endure the severe pain on his body and suddenly let out a roar. The little darkness left in his body was instantly released, wrapping around his body and beginning to swell. He could not endure this torture, and knowing that there was no hope of escaping, he intended to blow himself up. Shao Tian, this sovereign remembers you. When this sovereign's main body descends, there will be a time when you regret it. The Dark Lord's maniacal voice suddenly sounded. Then he looked at Fatty Hai, who was on the side, and said angrily, "And you, dead fatso, this exalted one won't let you off the hook either." Ji Guiqing's eyes were incomparably fierce and full of hostility, and Fatty Hai subconsciously shivered and was shocked. But after looking at Shao Tian beside him, he immediately felt a lot more at ease. Then he stretched out his right hand and gestured a middle finger to Ji Guiqing. "Fark." Grass. Ji Guiqing's eyes widened in anger and exploded in extreme rage. At the same time, in a world filled with darkness, a figure suddenly awoke from his state of sitting cross-legged. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood, then angrily threw his head back and roared, "Lowly humans, this father wants you all dead." After saying this, the dark aura around him suddenly began to coalesce. At the same time, on the old broken small sky where Shao Tian and the others were, a darkness force began to slowly condense. Chapter 57 Death Notice. 7-Day Countdown. What is this situation? Didn't the sovereign split already self-destruct? Could it be that this fellow still has a backhand? He's not dead yet? Seeing the darkness power that began to coalesce, all the spirit beast warriors present, including Shao Tian, frowned at the same time. Everyone else was coming into contact with the darkness master for the first time, and they did not know much information to begin with. As for Shao Tian, he did not really know much about the Darkness Master either. He just had the experience of 2 lives and probably knew some of the Darkness Master's methods. However, before he was reborn, after the Dark Lord's bilocation was annihilated, there had never been a situation like this. Could it be that the other party still had a backhand? Or was the Dark Lord going to directly descend on the main body? If the Dark Lord still had a backhanded plan, it would be fine. In the end, a bilocation was just a bilocation, and the upper limit of combat power had already been set. If the other party wanted to descend to his own body, it would be the end of the entire Great Confucian City. The current Shao Tian was obviously not ready to face the Juggernaut's main body directly. Under everyone's grave gazes, the darkness power in the sky gradually condensed and manifested a human figure. It was a figure that was wrapped in the darkness force, and only an outline could be vaguely seen. When the figure had finished coalescing, it suddenly lowered its head and locked its gaze on Shao Tian in the crowd. A harsh voice came out slowly. "Shao Tian, destroying this Dharma's branch, we are already immortal. 7 days later, this Dharma's main body will descend on Great Confucian City. At that time, those who have contact with you will all die because of you." What the crowd was worried about did not happen. When these words fell, the figure in the sky dissipated into a black mist. It was gone. At this moment, the Dark Lord's doppelganger completely broke and ceased to exist. These words of his earlier were a threat and even more of a warning. The sky regained its calmness, and only after determining that the sovereign's doppelganger had indeed been dispersed did the crowd dare to gasp for air. But soon they became worried again. 7 days. After 7 more days, the Dark Sovereign's main body would be descending on Great Confucian City, and at that time not only would Shao Tian have to die, not only will Shao Tian die, but all of them present today will be implicated. It's over. Many people screamed in their hearts that they were finished. They should have known that they shouldn't have been so impulsive and offended the Dark Lord because of some resources. But think about it differently with the other party's condescending stance, even if they didn't participate in it today. Would it really spare them when it descended? God Shao. After regaining his senses, someone came close to Shao Tian and nervously said, "The sovereign split will be descending in 7 days. Do you have the certainty to deal with him?" The strongest battle force in the entire Great Confucian City was Xiao Tian. Now that this happened, everyone's hopes naturally rested on Xiao Tian. I don't have 10% certainty, Xiao Tian said truthfully. The corners of the crowd's mouths trembled, instantly despairing a little. It was normal for Xiao Xin to not have absolute certainty. After all, he was a Dark Lord, a great boss of the first heavenly layer. Although Xiao Shen was very strong, in the end, he was only a spirit beast warrior. The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and an atmosphere of despair gradually lingered in everyone's heart. Looking at the somewhat dead crowd, Xiao Tian gently shook his head. Those who are willing to stay can stay. Those who want to leave can leave Great Confucian City now. There are still 7 days left. Everything is still not too late. Xiao Tian's words pulled everyone's thoughts back. Once the Dark Lord descended, the first person to take revenge would be Xiao Tian. But listening to Xiao Tian's words, it appeared that he did not intend to leave Great Confucian City. Although he knew that Xiao Xin was a ruthless person, he was not ruthless to this extent. Was he going to fight the Dark Lord head-on? Xiao Tian did not give the crowd time to think. Loudly, he said, "Now that the Juggernaut's detachment has been destroyed, everyone can go and receive their share of resources." Hearing that there were resources to take, the originally dull crowd immediately felt much better. No matter what, let's get the resources first before considering the follow-up. Immediately afterward, the group of people re-drove their cars and left in a grand manner. The crowd returned to the villa, and Xiao Tian also kept his promise and took out the promise payment. For some of the spirit beast warriors with outstanding performance, the resources were directly doubled. Everyone got their own generous resources, and each one of them couldn't close their mouths with smiles, and the matter of the master's descent was temporarily thrown out of sight. After dismissing the crowd, Xiao Tian and his group returned to the villa. "Xiao Tian, what are your plans for the follow-up?" Yan Ruyu suddenly asked. Xiao Tian never fought unprepared battles, and as the sovereign being still had 7 more days to descend, she did not believe that Xiao Tian did not have his own plans. In fact, Xiao Tian did have his own plans. If she remembered correctly, a forbidden land would be opened before the first heavenly sovereign descended. Not only were there various opportunities within this forbidden land, there was also a sovereign palace. The first heaven's sovereign's original body was hidden within this palace. The dark sovereign did not strictly belong to the beings of this world, and if the main body wanted to descend, it would have to condense a bilocation. Then all the power would be instilled into the bilocation. This process required a certain amount of time. If they could attack the bilocation during the time when the sovereign's main body was instilling power, they might be able to directly destroy the sovereign's main body. But there was a prerequisite for doing so: entering the forbidden land and finding the sovereign's bilocation. "Fatty, with your divination technique, can you divine the location of the Juggernaut's bilocation within the forbidden land?" Xiao Tian informed the crowd of the general situation, then looked at Fatty Hai and asked. "There shouldn't be too much of a problem, but there are restrictions within the forbidden land, so it will take a certain amount of time if we want to divine the opponent's location within the forbidden land," Fatty Hai said in a relatively conservative manner. He was fond of pretending, but he still had to be a bit more stable above such a big event. "Just be able to divine." Xiao Tian nodded, the pressure in his heart reduced by most. Since this was the case, the subsequent plan would be quite simple. Wait for the forbidden land to appear, then enter the forbidden land to search for the Dark Lord's doppelganger. At the same time, Blue Star's entire internet exploded. Xiao Tian had monopolized the resources of Big Ru City, and his strength had crushed all the spirit beast warriors in Big Ru City. However, other than such news causing some commotion locally in Big Ru City, there were hardly too many people elsewhere who cared. After all, there were too many cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Spirit beast warriors with powerful strength like Xiao Tian had also appeared in every city. But what happened today had caused a dramatic stir. There was someone on the scene who had live-streamed the extermination of the Juggernaut's doppelganger, as well as the Juggernaut's final death announcement, all of which were uploaded to the internet. This Xiao Tian is a character. He actually dared to exterminate the Juggernaut's bilocation. This kid is definitely dead. Being hated by a Juggernaut, 7 days later will be his death. I don't think so. If this kid is a bit smarter, he can totally run away in advance. The Blue Star is so big, the Dark Lord may not be able to find anyone by then. It's a pity about his resources. It's said that this kid has stored a lot of resources. The commotion on the network continued. The crowd did not care about Xiao Tian's death. Instead, they cared about the resources in Xiao Tian's hands. Chapter 58. doing away with Xiao Tian. One shift. No matter how strong a spirit beast warrior was, they were always human beings, and things like resources were indispensable. Xiao Tian's resource reserves, in particular, were still quite rich. But for an existence that could force a sovereign split to the point of self-detonation, there was no one stupid enough to directly approach Xiao Tian to demand resources. The crowd was investigating. Based on the various video messages with Xiao Tian on the internet, they followed the clues to investigate Xiao Tian's bottom line. Whether it was when he had killed He Huan and the others before, or now when he was chasing after the sovereign split, almost all of the relevant videos could be found. It was not difficult to find. Based on this information, the crowd came to a conclusion. Xiao Tian's strength was very strong. The key Xiao Tian possessed a very strong appeal in the Great Confucian City, and it was here that the Juggernaut split fell. For them to try to obtain this amount of resources by force was tantamount to a pie in the sky. This caused many people to temporarily dismiss the idea of striking out at Xiao Tian. After the matter of the sovereign split was over, calm once again returned to the Great Confucian City. With a sum of resources provided by Xiao Tian, all of the people did not have to worry about resources for the time being. Although there were quite a few mutant beasts outside right now, as long as they huddled and stayed inside the shelter, they wouldn't be affected too much. As for the public opinion on the internet, it also gradually subsided with the passage of time. Until 3 days later, a copy suddenly descended on Great Confucian City, and the current situation was instantly rewritten. Prior to this, quite a few copies had already appeared in Great Confucian City. Everyone was clear that quite a few resources existed within the copies. When the replica appeared within half an hour, there were nearby spirit beast warriors who had found and intended to enter it. But what everyone did not expect was that the forbidden land that appeared this time actually had a prohibition. The vortex in front of the replica seemed to be blocked out by an invisible barrier, and neither the spirit beast warriors nor ordinary people could force their way in. Soon this news spread all the way to Xiao Tian's ears. Over the course of these few days, one after another, people had sent in mutant beast cores to exchange for resources, and Xiao Tian had been absorbing them all along. Right now, his level had already come to level 26. Couldn't be helped. As the level continued to rise, the crystal cores required for upgrading also became more and more numerous. Xiao Tian's speed of upgrading had also inevitably decreased by a lot. However, it was not a big problem, and with another 4 levels of upgrading, he would be able to obtain new devouring opportunities again. Upon hearing the news of the Forbidden Land, Xiao Tian directly rushed to the scene with everyone. God Xiao! It's God Xiao who has come. A large number of spirit beast warriors had long since gathered in front of the Forbidden Land. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's arrival, they took the initiative to make way. The Forbidden Land was blocked by an unknown force, and everyone was unable to enter it. However, everyone subconsciously felt that Xiao Tian must have a solution. After all, even the towering sovereign doppelganger had suffered a great loss at the hands of Xiao Tian. Under the sky, there might not be anything that Xiao Xin could not do. Xiao Tian arrived in front of the Forbidden Land gate in front of everyone, and after briefly sensing it, he was about to take a step into it. However, the talent had just reached the front of the vortex when he was blocked by an invisible force. God Xiao, there's an invisible force outside the replica that's blocking the way. We've tried all sorts of ways, but we can't break through. Someone voiced out a reminder. Xiao Tian nodded and did not say anything as he turned his head to Yen Ruyu and the others and said, "Let's go back to the villa first." Going back here? Fatty Hai was puzzled. Why don't we try to break it open by force? I've drawn quite a few talismans during this period of time that might be useful. The rest of them were also greatly puzzled. This was not like Xiao God's style. Xiao Tian shook his head and explained, the Forbidden Land will open on its own a day later, and everyone will be able to enter it then. So there is no point in staying here now. After saying that, Xiao Tian added, this copy is a bit special. After entering it, everyone's bestialization ability will be blocked. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone was nonplussed. It automatically opens after 1 day? Could it be that the Forbidden Land is still closed right now? If that's the case, then wouldn't we not need to do anything and just wait for another day to enter? The key is that after entering the replica, our beastization ability will be blocked. How did God Xiao know about this piece of news? I don't think it's right when you say it like that. It seems like Xiao Shen was the first one to discover the Forbidden Land. Combining all the information and thinking about it, could it be that he's a dark being hidden in the blue star? You're lacking in heart. If Xiao Shun was a darkness spirit, why did he chase after that sovereign's detachment a few days ago? Xiao Tian ignored the arguments of the crowd and directly led the people out of the area. All of this information was naturally the memories that Xiao Tian had left behind before he was reborn. However, they were all secrets that belonged to him, and he naturally could not tell the truth. In any case, it would be fine to wait for a day's time. Right after Xiao Tian and his group went back, the many spirit beast warriors at the scene looked at each other in dismay, and some of them also chose to leave first. After all, this place was in an open-air environment, and one could face an attack from a mutant beast at any time. It was unknown who uploaded the news of the Forbidden Land to the internet. Soon Blue Star's entire internet exploded. Forbidden Land? A new Forbidden Land has actually appeared in Great Confucian City. Entering a copy will temporarily seal the ability to animalize. Really? Why hasn't a new Forbidden Land appeared on our side? Could it be because of the Dark Master? Normally, when a Forbidden Land appeared in Great Confucian City, Forbidden Lands would also appear everywhere in Blue Star at the same time. These Forbidden Lands were not connected to each other and were all independent existences. But now, a new Forbidden Land had appeared in Great Confucian City, while there was no movement in the other places. How could this matter be thought of how abnormal? Although he didn't know the exact reason, one thing was certain. Since the Forbidden Land had appeared, it was bound to hide a great opportunity and benefit. However, due to the information that the Master will soon come, many people are afraid not to move. However, there were also those who were bold and close to the city who chose to leave for Great Confucian City immediately. In the several cities surrounding Great Confucian City, many powerful existences were unable to sit still. Sky Blue City. Inside a Western-style villa. In the dimly lit hall, a long-haired young girl sat quietly in place. She had a slim and slender figure, giving off a bird-like feeling, wearing a JK uniform with a pair of black silk, which was both sexy and charming. If it was in the past, this kind of temperament and face value would definitely be a star-level existence. No one could have imagined that the lovely young girl in front of them was none other than the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Blue City. Wang Lu. Sister Wang, do we really have to rush to Great Confucian City? The first heavenly juggernaut will be descending in a few days. It's quite dangerous there right now. At the front of the hall, someone clasped his hands and carefully inquired with a rather humble stance. Although this person in front of him had the appearance and temperament of a lovely goddess, his methods were also quite ruthless. To be able to become the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Blue City, there were countless enemies who had died in her hands. Great danger is also accompanied by great opportunity. There must exist quite a few good things within the Forbidden Land of Great Confucian City. Wang Lu slowly opened her mouth, her voice quite crisp. Then she continued, even if there are no things within the Forbidden Land, we can still take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against Xiao Tian and then pocket his resources. The man was first stunned, and then he immediately showed a joyful expression on his face. He understood what Wang Lu meant. If everyone's specialization ability was really sealed after entering the Forbidden Land, then at that time everyone would just be ordinary people. As long as Xiao Tian also entered the Forbidden Land to explore, they would be able to make a move against Xiao Tian at that time. However, once Xiao Tian died, the rest of the others would be nothing more than a rabble and unbeatable. Now that the entire Sky Blue City was under their control, all kinds of military bases were also under their control, and they had as many thermal weapons as they wanted. As long as they were willing, they could even get things like cannons and tanks. As long as Xiao Tian entered the copy, it was absolutely impossible to leave alive. Big sister is wise. I'll go make preparations. It wasn't just Sky Blue City. The several cities near Great Confucian City. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the 4 cities of Tailwater City, Shunchuan City, Tianxian City, and Yuanhong City had also led their teams and moved towards Great Confucian City. Their thoughts were all similar to Wang Lu's. Taking advantage of Xiao Tian's efforts to enter the Forbidden Land to do away with Xiao Tian and monopolize all the supplies. No matter how powerful Xiao Tian was, once he entered the Forbidden Land, he was a lamb to be slaughtered. Moreover, with their location, they would be able to arrive at Great Confucian City in half a day's time at most. The resources that Xiao Tian had stockpiled, they were bound to get. Chapter 59. A big wave of the hand, summoning an army of altered beasts one shift. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities collectively mobilized, simultaneously rushing in the direction of Great Confucian City. With such a huge battle, even if one was careful and discreet, there was always no fire wrapped in paper. The news quickly spread all over the internet, immediately causing a sensation. These 5 cities are all in the neighborhood of Great Confucian City. What are they trying to do? They shouldn't be trying to hit Xiaoxin, right? No matter how strong that Xiao Tian is, he's always a spirit beast warrior. So what's wrong with hitting him? What's wrong with the strongest of the weak? Hehe, there were many ungrateful things that messed with Xiaoxin in Great Confucian City before, and their grave grass is now 3 meters high. Upstairs, if you really have the guts, don't be a keyboard warrior. But then again, even though Xiaoxin is very powerful, I'm afraid it's still a bit difficult to face the spirit beast warriors of 5 cities. Many people guessed that the spirit beast warriors of these 5 cities might join forces to deal with Xiao Tian. They even chose to strike together against Xiao Tian after he entered the Forbidden Land and his beastization ability was sealed. The spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City were naturally quite confident in Xiao Tian. One sentence. Even the sovereign bilocation was chased down by Xiao Tian in such a sorry state. What was a spirit beast warrior of the district in front of Xiaoxin? Even if the other party was outnumbered, as long as Xiao Tian didn't enter the Forbidden Land and his beastization ability wasn't sealed, he would always have the power to fight. However, the crowds in the other cities generally believed that Xiao Tian was bound to have a tough time facing so many spirit beast warriors at the same time. They even felt that Xiao Tian might still have a chance of survival if he took the initiative to hand over all of his resources and obediently begged for mercy. Both sides started a violent argument over this matter. At the same time, inside the villa in Great Confucian City, Xiao Tian sat calmly on the sofa sipping fragrant tea. Although he had been affected by the multiple gene sequences in his body, he had lost his normal human sense of taste. It was good that he was still able to taste the aroma of the tea. Yen Ruyu, who was in front of Xiao Tian on the other hand, looked as if she was on the verge of an enemy. Her beautiful melon face was deeply wrinkled together. I know all the things. Xiao Tian blew out a mouthful of hot air and took a mouthful of tea and waved his hand in a calm manner. Yen Ruyu's legs tightened quick to cry in anxiety. The strongest spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities are rushing to Great Confucian City with their people. They are definitely rushing towards you, Yen Ruyu emphasized once again. Xiao Tian nodded, still calm and composed. I know. Yen Ruyu was completely numb. 5 cities of spirit beast warriors. All of them are here to find trouble with you. Although I also know that you're a little bit handsome, you treat your enemies ruthlessly enough, and you treat the people around you quite well. Even the Dark Lord's doppelganger was chased by you as a broken spine dog. But with 5 entire cities of spirit beast warriors, there was definitely no lack of high-level powerhouses among them, and the number of opponents far exceeded them. Even if Xiao Tian gathered all the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City, I was afraid that he would still be at a disadvantage. This matter was very tricky. Even if Xiao Tian had the resurrection armor on him, it would not be too meaningful. It was not an exaggeration to say that the crisis this time was even greater than the previous Master Split's descent. Originally, she thought that Xiao Tian would feel some pressure, but she did not expect Xiao Tian to be surprisingly calm. But in the end, it was her own man. She had long since turned into Xiao Tian's shape. Yen Ruyu didn't want to live as a widow. After thinking about it, she still reminded, they may be afraid of your strength, not dare to directly do it. But once they enter the Forbidden Land, after your ability to animalize is sealed, they will surely rise up in groups to attack. Before Yen Ruyu could finish her sentence, Xiao Tian shook his head and interrupted her. The Forbidden Land is definitely the place to go, and if these people insist on seeking death, then I cannot be blamed for driving them to extinction. Seeing Xiao Tian being so resolute, Yen Ruyu's eyes reddened with anger. I know that you are very strong, but this time it is really dangerous. Don't worry, I never fight unprepared battles. Xiao Tian put down his teacup and rubbed Yen Ruyu's small head. The hair was soft and smooth, and the feel was excellent, like petting a kitten. This feeling of being cared for was so good. Thinking back to the time before he was reborn, when he was living alone, Xiao Tian was more or less saddened. Compared to the current life, what kind of miserable days he used to live in the past. Forget it. I'm ignoring you, you look after yourself. Being killed by Xiao Tian's sudden head touching, Yen Ruyu's face burned and she left with an angry puff. This former high-cool school flower, at this moment, was showing her daughter's tender demeanor. After Yen Ryu left, Xiao Tian also got up and came to the villa's laboratory to find Shin Qilan. Shin Qilan was wearing a white lab coat and was still conducting experiments. When she saw Xiao Tian suddenly push the door and walk in, she subconsciously softened her legs and almost sat on the ground. There was no way, there was really no way. The impact that Xiao Tian had brought to her that night was really too great. so much so that she now had some instinctive physiological reactions when she saw Xiao Tian. How is it? Everything is still going well with the experiment, right? Xiao Tian took in Shincholan's small movements and smiled as he walked forward and asked with a smile. Still. Okay. Shincholan quickly adjusted her state and returned somewhat unnaturally. I had planned to come to you later. The storage device that you asked me to develop, I have already successfully made it. As she spoke, Shincholan brought Xiao Tian to a counter on the side. 16 palm-sized metal orbs were placed above the counter, and the orbs emitted a metallic luster. In the center of the orbs, there was also a shimmering core embedded in the center of the orbs, which looked full of technology. It was somewhat similar to the appearance of an elf ball. This is the stowage device? Xiao Tian casually picked up an orb and weighed it in his palm for a few times. It was quite weighty. Well, the materials you gave me are just enough to create these 16 storage devices, and it shouldn't be a problem to include your 16 mutant beasts in them. However, this thing can only shelter mutant beasts, humans as well as other creatures won't work. Shincholan explained. Listening to Shincholan's explanation, Xiao Tian's eyes gradually narrowed. A few minutes later, the two appeared in the backyard of the villa. In the backyard of the villa, 16 large-sized mutant beasts were prostrate on the ground resting, seemingly sensing Xiao Tian's arrival. The 16 mutant beasts simultaneously raised their heads to look at Xiao Tian and let out a low roar of excitement. Since bringing back these 16 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian had placed them in the backyard of the villa. Xiao Tian pulled out the shelter device and looked at Shincholan and said, "How does this thing work?" Shincholan softly said, "Just point it at the mutant beasts you want to shelter. As long as they are willing, they can enter the device on their own. The device is a self-contained space where they will have a lot of room to maneuver." Xiao Tian nodded his head and raised the shelter device to randomly select a 5-meter-tall mutant beast. The mutant beast let out a roar, and in the next moment, it actually turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sheltering device. It's really done. Xiao Tian was a little bit excited as he surveyed the shelter device in his palm, but on the surface, he remained in a calm demeanor. Shincholan on the side was also a little excited. After all, these sheltering devices were developed by herself, and she had not conducted any tests yet. Now that she had successfully sheltered them, she couldn't help but feel proud of herself. Worthy of being herself. Genius young girl. Genius Dean. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian used the sheltering device and successively took in the remaining 15 mutant beasts as well. I can't use my beastization ability after entering the Forbidden Land, and everyone will revert back to ordinary people, but I have 16 mutant beasts. 5 cities of spirit beast warriors? If you guys insist on dying, I don't mind giving you an early ride. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, his lips unconsciously rising in a subtle arc. At that time, when he waved his hand and summoned 16 mutant beasts to fight for him, what kind of shocking scene would this be? Xiao Tian expressed, very much looking forward to it. Chapter 60. Born Not to Be a Loser, Second Shift. I already know everything that happened recently. Xiao Tian was playing with the sheltering device in a daze when Shincholan turned her words and suddenly spoke. Those guys are most likely prepared. Do you really want to enter the Forbidden Land? Xiao Tian looked at Shincholan with some surprise and did not speak. Shincholan's face burned as she was stared at. I didn't expect that Dean Shin would also be so caring, Xiao Tian said with a snicker. Shincholan's face turned even redder. But in the end, she was not a little girl like Yen Ruyu and quickly adjusted and said with a flirtatious smile, "You are my man? What's wrong with me caring about my man?" Xiao Tian also laughed, tucked the shelter device into his pants pocket, wrapped one hand around Shincholan's arm and laughed. "Don't worry. If they dare to make a move, I will dare to let them have no return." The two of them were extremely close, smelling the testosterone from Xiao Tian's body and feeling the warmth of the other's chest. Shincholan's entire heart began to deer in the headlights. Worthy of being the man she had her eye on, she liked this domineering strength of Xiao Tian. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly picked up Shincholan in a princess hug with one hand. "What are you doing?" Shincholan lost her color. "You've worked hard these past few days. Giving you a few days off." Xiao Tian smiled evilly and hugged Shincholan, who was red-faced and filled with anticipation in her nervousness, back into the room. The door of the room was heavily closed. Wild storm ensued. Time turned to the afternoon. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities had also successfully arrived at the Great Confucian City. A full 468 spirit beast warriors. Such a force would be absolutely devastating in any city. In the case of Big Ru City, all of the spirit beast warriors in Big Ru City combined were less than 200 in number. When these 468 people entered the city, the entirety of Great Confucian City was sensationalized. For so many spirit beast warriors to show up at the same time was something that had never happened before. However, what surprised people was that after these spirit beast warriors came to the Great Confucian City, they did not directly go to find Xiao Tian's trouble. Instead, they came to wait outside the Forbidden Vortex. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this group of people are all rushing towards Xiao God's supplies, and now that they have arrived in Great Confucian City, they actually don't go looking for Xiao God's trouble? You're stupid, Xiao Shin's strength isn't weak. Even if Xiao Shin can't fight 400 with one, if he really wants to run away, these people definitely can't stop them. Then what are they doing? Giving up. They should be waiting here for Xiao Shin. If Xiao Shin really intends to enter the Forbidden Land, and when the bestialization ability is sealed at that time, they will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to strike. Just as the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City were whispering. Suddenly, someone noticed that these spirit beast warriors almost had a grayish-black metal box in their hands. Stay where you are. Everyone start maintaining their firearms. It was unknown who suddenly roared. Everyone began to sit down cross-legged, opened the metal cases, and took out the hot weapons inside to wipe them down. Crap day. All of the ones contained in these crates are actually assault rifles. The spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City looked dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Forbidden Land that was currently appearing was somewhat special, and that after entering the Forbidden Land, the ability to animalize would be briefly sealed, and everyone would be reduced to ordinary people. Everyone was also clear that these guys in front of them were all rushing towards Xiao Tian. Now that they had a hot weapon in each hand, it was obvious that they were planning to make a move within the Forbidden Land. It seems that this group of people did come prepared, and it is estimated that they are going to make a move against Xiao Shin in 8 or 9 years. No, their intentions for this are too obvious, unless Xiao Shin is a little cutie. I definitely wouldn't enter the Forbidden Land if I were the Xiao God. In that case, it seems that the Xiao God will not enter the Forbidden Land? Not necessarily. The Xiao God is a ruthless person, near the vortex of the Forbidden Land. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities gathered together and were discussing something in low voices. Let's do everything according to the original plan. Once that Xiao Tian enters the Forbidden Land, let's make a move together to kill him on the spot, and then each of us will take away the resources in the villa with our abilities afterwards. Wang Lu looked at the 4 people and took the lead to speak. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with it either. Seeing this, the remaining 4 people nodded their heads to indicate that they had no problem. Everyone was clear that the most important thing at the moment was to get rid of Xiao Tian first. As for how the resources in the villa would be distributed after Xiao Tian's death, it would depend on their respective skills. But soon, someone else suddenly asked, our purpose is too obvious. In case that Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come, won't it be a wasted trip? Wang Lu sneered. This Forbidden Land is very special. There might be something good inside. If that Xiao Tian doesn't dare to come, let's wait for us to finish exploring the Forbidden Land and then join forces to deal with him. Xiao Tian was the strongest spirit beast warrior in Great Confucian City, so how could they not be the strongest in their respective cities? Not to mention that they had brought almost all of their men with them this time, so even if Xiao Tian was able to call upon the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City, he would not be able to take any advantage. After the words fell, Wang Lu continued to add, I have investigated this Xiao Tian. He is indeed not simple, especially treating his enemies with extreme ruthlessness. According to his character, even if he knows that we have prepared for this, he will probably still come. Good then, let's do as you say. The first heavenly sovereign will soon descend on Great Confucian City. After we finish this order, we must also withdraw as soon as possible. Everyone was confident in this operation. They were well prepared. Whether Xiao Tian dared to come to the Forbidden Land or not, it would be difficult for him to escape death. The next day, the sunrise had just risen. Xiao Tian arrived at the scene with Yen Ruyu, Fatty Hai, and Yen Tianxing. As for Xin Qiulan, after all, she was just an ordinary person without much combat power, and after yesterday's battle, she was now recuperating in bed. When Xiao Tian arrived at the scene, all the spirit beast warriors in Deju City stood up one after another. No matter what, Xiao Tian had never used his power to oppress others, nor did he take advantage of the fire. His ruthlessness was all limited to his enemies. Compared to this group of strange outsiders, they still favored Xiao Tian. What's wrong with you guys? Xiao Tian looked around at the injuries that were more or less on the people of Great Confucian City and could not help but frown. Now who did not know that the entire spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City had been collected by himself. It wouldn't be too much to say that they were all one's own people. But right now, many of the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City had injuries of varying severity on their bodies. These were clearly traces left behind from the battle. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's gaze looked towards Wang Lu and the others who occupied the dominant position. It was only until now that Xiao Tian realized that all the territory near the Forbidden Vortex had long been occupied by this group of people. The local spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City were located at the outermost periphery. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, releasing a dangerous flavor. He might have roughly guessed what happened last night. God Xiao, quite a few of us came here a day in advance to take up positions. These guys arrived last night and forced us to give up our positions at the drop of a hat. We naturally didn't agree, so we took action. But the other party was outnumbered and we were no match. There was a spirit beast warrior who lowered his head and said in a somewhat stifled manner, "Being bullied by a group of outsiders in one's own territory, how could one think of this kind of thing be suffocating?" "Did all of them make a move?" Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Feeling the sudden release of the fierce qi around Xiao Tian, the crowd rushed to persuade him. "God Xiao, these guys are all rushing towards you. They are outnumbered. It's best for us not to be too impulsive." "Yes, God Xiao. A good man will not be forced to do anything beforehand. Endure for a while to calm the wind and waves." Xiao Tian shook his head as if he had heard some heavenly joke. A good man refuses to suffer before his eyes? Sorry. He was not a good man and he was not born to be a loser. Right at this moment, Wang Lu in the crowd suddenly got up and walked towards Xiao Tian. "You are..." Xiao Tian's face sank as he directly entered his animalistic state, and a wriggling octopus tentacle flung itself at Wang Lu's beautiful face. Snap. Chapter 61 I kill. 3 more. Xiao Tian's move was too fast, and Wang Lu was thrown out without having time to react. She rolled over 10 times on the ground in a sorry state before getting up in a sorry state. "How dare you hit me?" With his face in hot pain, Wang Lu's voice steeply raised an octave as he looked at Xiao Tian with an incredulous expression. "I knew that you were crazy, but I did not expect to be this crazy. Hitting at the drop of a hat. Are you a super Xiong Jin?" She was born in a wealthy family since she was a child, and her parents have always pampered her, holding her in their mouths for fear of melting and placing her in the palm of their hands for fear of muffling her. However, since the dark turmoil descended upon them, she was the only one in their entire family who gained the ability of animalization and became a 1-in-a-million spirit beast warrior. Perhaps it was because of her parents' unlimited coddling that led to Wang Lu's somewhat paranoid personality. Feeling that the world must revolve around herself. Feeling that other people's dedication to themselves is all deserved. Looking at her parents who were still ordinary people, she didn't hesitate to step in and personally solve these 2 burdens. Then, utilizing the identity of the spirit beast warrior, she crazily absorbed the power of the mutant beast's crystal core to enhance her strength, and gradually developed her own power. The 4 words "snake heart" were carried through to the extreme by her. It was because of this extremely selfish and self-interested character that this led to her current position. And since she had been sitting in the position of the city's first hand, anyone in front of her had to lower their eyebrows. The man in front of her was still the first existence that dared to strike him since she grew up. Seeing their big sister being beaten, all the spirit beast warriors in Sky Blue City changed their faces at the same time. Their faces showed their bad intentions and they instantly entered the state of animalization. Looking at the atmosphere, the swords were drawn, and there was an appearance of starting a fight at any time. Tail Water City's first hand, Hiyong, hurriedly stepped forward to round off the situation. Right now is the critical period. There is no need for everyone to make a big fuss. Xiao Tian laughed coldly, not bothering to listen to his continued beeping as a tentacle swiftly jerked towards him. There was a muffled bang. Hiyong was also blasted out by Xiao Tian. His straight suit was torn to shreds, and his entire body was in an incomparable mess. "Xiao Tian, how dare you?" Standing up from the ground in a hurry, Hiyong's face was also instantly lowered. "This brat, so unbridled. Everyone is an adult. Don't bend the rules in front of me." Xiao Tian's long hair fluttered, his expression cold to the extreme. This group of grips had originally come for their supplies, holding the idea of putting themselves to death. Not to mention that they had also struck out at the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City. Since this was the case, then both sides were immortal enemies. Xiao Tian never cared to have too much nonsense when dealing with enemies. Kill. I kill, kill, kill. Kill and be done with it. Xiao Tian, you are too unbridled. You are the strongest spirit beast warrior in Great Confucian City. We are not idle either. Don't think that you can be carefree in your territory. Seeing that Xiao Tian was too arrogant, the handlers of the remaining 3 cities also came forward to accuse Xiao Tian. If an uninformed person saw this situation, they might think that Xiao Tian had done something treasonous. However, the truth was that it was this group of people who intended to get themselves killed for hijacking the resources, and they had also injured the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City. Xiao Tian's actions were nothing more than a normal counterattack. What kind of things are you that you are worthy of barking in front of me? Xiao Tian tilted his head to look at the 3 people. The 3 people were so enraged that their faces turned blue as they reached out their hands to point at Xiao Tian, their entire bodies trembling, and they could not hold back a fart for half a day. Rampant. This was their first impression of Xiao Tian. The spirit beast warriors of their 5 cities were far greater than those of Daeju City in both quantity and quality. Originally, they thought that under the absolute crushing strength, even if Xiao Tian was really as rampant as the rumors on the internet, he would more or less restrain himself. But did not think. It never occurred to them that this kid not only did not converge, but also made a move at the drop of a hat. They couldn't figure out who gave this kid the courage to do so. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were also confused. They had seen ruthless people, but they had never seen such desperate people. The number of spirit beast warriors in their 5 cities was several times that of the Great Confucian City. What was the difference between this kid's move and a death wish? As for the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City, they were actually shocked as well. Originally, they had only spat at Xiao Tian, and they did not expect Xiao Tian to stand up for them at all. After all, they were only taking Xiao Tian's resources to do things for Xiao Tian in the end. Saying that they were Xiao Tian's people was actually not that accurate. They only chose to follow Xiao Tian because of their interests, and were not at all at the same level compared to Yen Ruyu and the other women. However, they never expected that it was such a relationship that Xiao Tian was actually willing to stand up for them despite the pressure. While the crowd was moved, the shock in their hearts gradually dissipated. Xiao Shen was an existence that even the Dark Lord dared to disrespect, so what was it to fight a few spirit beast warriors now? I can't endure it anymore. Right at this moment, Hiyong let out a furious roar, and the muscles above his arms began to swell and twist, unexpectedly expanding more than several times. A pair of animal ears also grew above his head. It was a kangaroo. This guy had acquired the bestialization ability of a kangaroo. Since the topic has been broached and this kid really dares to come, let's not bother so much. Let's do it now and finish him off. Hearing Hiyong's words, Wang Lu, however, hesitated a little. According to her investigation, this Xiao Tian was definitely more than what it appeared on the surface. Is there still a need to hesitate? We have so many spirit beast warriors. We can will him to death. Seeing Wang Lu's hesitation, Hiyong spat a mouthful of spittle and roared with hatred. Strike together. Wang Lu silently sighed, then also entered the beastly state. As the 5 of them gave the order, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities did not hesitate and rushed towards Xiao Tian at the same time. They had all learned about Xiao Tian's deeds in Great Confucian City. Live chasing and killing his enemies, live chasing and killing a master's detachment, and being given a hunting order by a one heavens master. This one thing, even if one was taken out individually, was an absolute sensational event. Was Xiao Tian strong? Indeed, he was very strong. But as the saying goes, it is hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. If so many hundreds of them were all together, could they not deal with a single Xiao Tian? Everyone was a spirit beast warrior, and at most, they had awakened different beastization abilities, and they did not feel that anyone was more noble than anyone else. These guys have finally revealed their foxtails. Let's all join hands. God Xiao stood up for us. We can't lose our part. I don't know who roared. The Great Confucian cities immediately felt hot blood surging through their bodies. It wasn't true that the opponent was far above them in numbers, but if God Xiao wasn't weak, they were still afraid of nothing. Just do it and be done with it. However, before the crowd could make a move, everyone saw a black shadow rushing out 1 step ahead of them. This black shadow was naturally Xiao Tian. A pair of cockroach tentacles on Xiao Tian's head swayed slightly as he rushed into the crowd to frantically dodge attacks. At the same time, the 6 octopus strikes behind his back continued to wriggle, releasing a large amount of paralyzing toxins. Dozens of spirit beast warriors, in their defenselessness, despairingly realized. Xiao Tian seemed to be able to foretell. All their attacks were easily dodged by the other party. Moreover, their own bodies were suddenly unable to move for some unknown reason. Just when these dozens of spirit beast warriors were confused and puzzled, Xiao Tian struck. The 6 octopus tentacles instantly transformed into hypnotic spears and began to harvest the fragile lives of the crowd. The octopus tentacles pierced through the chests of each spirit beast warrior, striking out to kill. The smell of blood began to fill the air. Xiao Tian's eyes turned red as he gradually killed. Kill, kill, kill. Dare to hit Lao Zi's idea. Dare to make a move against Lao Zi's people. Dare to come to Lao Zi's territory to provoke. A kill, 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 kill. Chapter 62 Killing Xiao Tian and Robbing Resources. One shift. Limbs were thrown into the sky. The blood was like a fountain spreading over the earth. Miserable screams were like the sound of silence that lasted for a long time. The scene was horrible to watch. Xiao Tian was like no one was there. Killing these self-righteous guys with fear and trepidation. Killed them to the point of collapse. Killing them and making them cry. Xiao Tian felt that he might not have much to do with humans in his bones other than still being able to maintain his human appearance. Despite having lost the gene sequence of the bloodthirsty leech, there was no way to absorb power through killing. But under this crazy killing, it still felt like the whole body was hot and boiling. The more they killed, the more enjoyable it became. Originally, the nearby spirit beast warriors were still thinking of rushing forward to support them. But now, they were all dumbfounded by Xiao Tian's crazy attack. Was this still a human being? Those present were all spirit beast warriors, and they were all powerful existences that far surpassed ordinary people. How could it be that, in front of Xiao Tian, killing a spirit beast warrior was as simple as killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog? Not only the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities, but the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City were also watching in shock. At this moment, they recalled the fear that they had been dominated by Xiao Tian at the beginning. Spirit beast warriors were nothing. He was a ruthless person who even dared to hunt down and kill a sovereign's bilocation. When this group of people messed with Xiao Tian, they were considered to have kicked a titanium alloy steel plate. Damn bastard. Dare to kill my people. Do you really think that my head is a doughy pinch? Seeing his own people fall one by one, Li Yong's eyes were enraged, instantly overwhelmed by anger. His fists clenched and he was about to rush out to fight Xiao Tian. At the critical moment, he was blocked by Wang Lu in time. It's come to this point, and you still want to stop me? Li Yong lowered his face and coldly said, Are you in league with that Xiao Tian? The remaining 3 also looked at Wang Lu with suspicious faces. They admitted that Xiao Tian was indeed very strong, and the means he was displaying now were terrifying. However, he was only one person. With all of them striking at the same time, Xiao Tian would almost certainly die. It was hard not to let them be suspicious when Wang Lu preferred to stand out and block at this time. Have you guys not realized that there are multiple animal characteristics on this Xiao Tian's body? Wang Lu sighed lightly. As her words fell, the crowd subconsciously looked towards Xiao Tian once again. Under careful inspection, the 4 people's faces changed greatly at the same time. They hadn't cared too much about it earlier, but only now that they heard Wang Lu's reminder did they realize with horror. This Xiao Tian actually had more than one animal characteristic. It was important to know that when one awakened what kind of bestialization ability, their body would show the corresponding bestialization traits. This was a well-known fact. After the 4 of them entered the state of bestialization, some animal traits would appear on their bodies to a greater or lesser extent. But on Xiao Tian's body, multiple animal features actually appeared. The insect tentacles on his head, the electric eel head on his right shoulder, the hideous mouthparts in his palm, and the 6 writhing octopus tentacles on his back. Just how many kinds of bestialization abilities had this kid acquired? Seeing the 4 gradually calming down, Wang Lu continued. We had already paid quite a bit of attention to him, but we didn't realize that we had still underestimated him. There are at least 4 types of animal features on his body, which means that he has acquired at least no less than 4 types of bestialization abilities. Ancient cold weapons are about an inch long and an inch strong. Bestialization abilities are a similar situation. The more abilities that are awakened, the stronger the spirit beast warrior will be. The 4 of them were in an incomparably heavy mood, and they hadn't regained their senses until now. At least 4 beastization abilities. Was this something that could be real? They had developed in their respective cities for so long, and so far they had never even seen a spirit beast warrior who had gained 2 beastization abilities at the same time. And right now, they actually saw a monster that had gained at least 4 beastization abilities in one wash. Although he was always unwilling to believe it in his heart, his eyes could not deceive people. There were indeed at least no less than 4 types of animal characteristics on Xiao Tian's body. Whether this damn thing was a human or a monster, or is it that this kid is not a human, but has fused mutant beast formation to form a human body? Things have come to this, what else can we do now? Li Yong suddenly asked. At first, he felt that Xiao Tian was only within the range of what normal people could understand even if he was strong. With all of them working together, they would definitely be able to eliminate him. But now he was a little hesitant. There were at least no less than 4 types of bestialization abilities, and who knew if Xiao Tian still had any cards that he had not used? Who knew if Xiao Tian had any means of escape? If they couldn't kill him and the other party escaped, the other party would be able to retaliate madly against them at that time. We can only stop and wait until we enter the Forbidden Land before we make a move. At that time, everyone's beastization ability will be temporarily sealed. Wang Lu said in a condensed voice. Good. Then I'll listen to you. The 4 of them glanced at each other and nodded in agreement before rushing to call their people back. This group of people had long been scared out of their wits by Xiao Tian's madness, but the order had already been given to have to move forward. Now that they heard the order to retreat, they were instantly relieved and dashed back quickly. Ahead, Xiao Tian was drenched in blood as he ran his fist through the chest of an unlucky bastard and directly crushed this bastard's heart. Only after doing this did Xiao Tian raise his head, his scarlet eyes staring deathly at Wang Lu's 5 people. Everyone make way and back up to the periphery. Wang Lu suddenly shouted. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities did not think twice and backed away from Xiao Tian and the others. Seeing this, Xiao Tian switched to put away his beast state and did not continue to strike. It was not true that his strength far exceeded that of a spirit beast warrior of the same level, but the other party was numerous, so he would definitely suffer a loss if he went out to the end now. Everything would wait until they entered the Forbidden Land. As long as they entered the Forbidden Land, everyone's ability to animalize would be sealed, so it would not be too late to strike again at that time. On the other side, Wang Lu and the others had the same idea. Your beastization ability is powerful, we admit it, but once you enter the Forbidden Land, you are a pig and dog to be slaughtered. God Xiao is awesome. Let this group of people be arrogant and dare to spread their wildness in our territory. God Xiao is as powerful as ever. He actually shook back hundreds of spirit beast warriors by himself. The spirit beast warriors of the great Confucian city flocked up and looked at Xiao Tian with a face of adoration. It was truly a man of God. If they had a 10th of Xiao Tian's strength, they would not have been bullied so miserably. They are just waiting for their chance. Once you enter the Forbidden Land, they will definitely make their move immediately. Yen Ruyu opened her mouth and said. Xiao Tian did not reply but closed his eyes and sat on the ground. Wait in place. Half an hour later, the Forbidden Land vortex suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, the invisible barrier blocking the front of the vortex suddenly dissipated. It was at this moment that everyone opened their eyes at the same time, their gazes burning. The Forbidden Land could be entered. However, none of the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities acted rashly and instead subconsciously looked over to Xiao Tian's side. Under the gazes of countless people, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes as he stood up and without hesitation took a large step into the vortex. After the spirit beast warriors of the great Confucian city glanced at each other, they also followed Xiao Tian's footsteps without thinking. Seeing everyone from great Confucian city enter the vortex, Wang Lu also stood up, his voice carrying excitement. Enter the Forbidden Land and hang Xiao Tian. This Xiao Tian was truly arrogant, daring to enter the Forbidden Land even though they had already made their cards clear. Since this was the case, then don't blame them. Kill Xiao Tian. Grab the resources. Chapter 63 Please Me to Death. Second shift. The Forbidden Land was dead silent. This place was just like the previous several Forbidden Lands. The surroundings were foggy and the space was filled with a piercing coldness. Even though it wasn't the first time he had come to the Forbidden Land, the surrounding coldness still made Fatty Hai shiver. The fat meat on his body wasn't resistant to freezing. The bestialization ability has indeed been temporarily sealed. I can still feel the power in my body, but can't release it. Right at this moment, Yan Tiansheng tried to enter the state of bestialization before speaking. Yan Ruyu sniffed and followed suit to try to enter the beastly state, only to fail without exception. She felt an invisible force inhibiting the abilities within her body. Behind her, the many spirit beast warriors of the great Confucian city also tried in disbelief. The crowd held their breath and tried for half a day, just as Xiao Tian had said. It was impossible to enter the state of animalization. God Xiao is truly divine. This forbidden land has only just appeared, and God Xiao actually knew that this place would seal the beastization ability. I am admiring God Xiao more and more. Could it be that he also knows the art of divination? The fact that the bestialization ability was temporarily restricted made the crowd feel very insecure. After all, this was a forbidden place, a place where dark beings were all over the place. They were now almost indistinguishable from ordinary people with the loss of their bestialization ability. In case they subsequently encountered a dark being, it was estimated that they wouldn't even have the ability to fight back, let alone dealing with the Dark Lord. I have a way to let everyone regain their bestialization ability. So don't panic and just follow the group closely. Xiao Tian looked at the crowd and said aloud. The short sentence instantly caused everyone's hanging hearts to completely relax. Previously, outside Xiao Tian had stood up for them and had already harvested a wave of hearts. Now that they were faced with these words from Xiao Tian, almost no one questioned them. And just as the crowd was talking, Fatty Hai had already sat down cross-legged. He placed his hands on his chest and cupped the compass as his head began to shake like a ghost. At first glance, he thought he was sick. Everyone was waiting for the results of Fatty Hai's divination. However, right at this moment, the vortex behind the crowd shimmered, and the next moment Wang Lu and the others walked out from it successively. After this group of people came in, they did not first bother about Xiao Tian and the others in front of them. Instead, they attempted to run the power in their bodies to enter the state of bestialization on their own. When the bestialization failed, the faces of this group of people were also slightly dismayed and nervous. I really couldn't enter the state of bestialization. This place is really evil. I don't know if there are any strong dark beings here. We're not much stronger than ordinary people now. The 5 of them, Wang Lu, also tried once, and after realizing that they were unable to enter the state of bestialization, their hanging hearts completely relaxed. Everything was really the same as what Xiao Tian had said. They were not curious as to why Xiao Tian was able to know all of this in advance. They were also not worried about the existence of any strong dark beings within the Forbidden Land. Their target was only Xiao Tian. The current Xiao Tian was a fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. It's time to make a move. Wang Lu exhaled a mouthful of hot air and his eyes steeply became deep. The 4 Liangs nodded their heads at the same time and then looked at Xiao Tian in front of them. Everyone prepare to make a move. Wang Lu shouted. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities reacted and opened the suitcases in their hands, taking out the assault rifles inside. Clicking and rubbing. The sound of rifles being loaded rang out one after another. By the time Xiao Tian and the others reacted, hundreds of pitch-black gun muzzles were already aimed in their direction. I knew it. These guys will definitely strike in the forbidden area. What should we do now? Our bestialization ability is restricted. We can't defend against bullets at all. If we're shot at, we'll definitely become a hornet's nest. The crowd was a bit unsettled. Some of the less courageous people directly turned pale and their feet began to tremble. However, when they saw Xiao Tian beside them, who remained calm and relaxed, for some unknown reason, their hanging hearts actually calmed down quite a bit. Was God Xiao stupid? Ever since the outbreak of the dark unrest, no matter who it was, anyone who had offended him had ended up in a rather miserable state. Did Xiao Xin not realize the wolfish ambitions of this group of people? This group of people almost played their cards plainly, not to mention Xiao Xin, even they saw through the other party's intentions. Since Xiao Xin was not stupid and had seen through the other party's intentions, yet he still decided to enter the Forbidden Land, he must have his own self-confidence. Since Xiao Xin was confident, he didn't panic at all. What the hell were they panicking about? You don't look surprised at all. Wang Lu looked at Xiao Tian with a smiling face and arrogantly raised her pretty melon face. Only the red and swollen marks on her face ruined this beauty. I still have important matters to deal with, so get lost now and I can allow you to live some more days. Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened as he faintly spat out this sentence. For the time being, he was not sure if the Dark Lord could gain insight into everything that was happening within the Forbidden Land. The 16 altered beasts were his current bottom card, and he did not want to use them until he had to. However, this did not mean that Xiao Tian intended to let Wang Lu's group of people go. At best, he would let them live for some more time. In the face of Xiao Tian's warning, Wang Lu and the others laughed madly, as if they had heard a big joke. Li Yong was even laughing so hard that he couldn't stop his tears from flowing out. Ha 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 ha. This punk still dares to put on airs here. How on earth did this kind of dumbass manage to be #1 in Great Confucian City? You can't use your beastization ability here. Where on earth did you get the courage to dare threaten us with your sealed beastization ability? Wang Lu also laughed coldly. Xiao Tian. The shame I received outside will definitely be doubled back to you later. Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed. Why are you guys forcing me? Force you? Wang Lu's eyes were contemptuous as he spoke. You're still pretending when you're dead. If you have the ability to screw us now, please kill me. Just saying it wasn't enough. Wang Lu also provocatively stretched out her neck and slapped her melon face. Please, just kill me. You are so powerful. Hurry up and kill me. Seeing this, Xiao Tian had a look of regret on his face. Since you guys are going to force me, let's do it. No more pretending. I have 16 mutant beasts as fighters. I'm showing my cards. Xiao Tian reached out to his pants pocket and pulled out a shelter device and threw it forward. Boom! The moment the sheltering device was thrown out, a force that distorted space and time condensed. Immediately after, a blinding light flashed, and a 6-meter-tall giant bear covered in armor landed on the ground with a splash of dust. The moment the giant bear landed, the crowd could clearly feel that the ground shook slightly. Her to death. Xiao Tian reached out and pointed at Wang Lu in front of him and faintly spat out these 3 words. Roar! The giant bear was absolutely obedient to Xiao Tian's order. Immediately, it let out a roar and rushed to Wang Lu's near front. Wang Lu's beastization ability was sealed, and her reaction in all aspects was already infinitely close to that of an ordinary person. Before he could regain his senses to what was happening in front of him, he was bitten off the head by the giant bear. Plop! Blood soared 2 meters high along the broken neck. The scene instantly fell into deathly silence. Looking at the mutant beast that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 64 Strong Reunion 3 Shifts. A mutant beast suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This mutant beast also seemed to follow Xiao Tian's orders and bit off Wang Lu's head. Li Yong and the remaining 3 people looked at each other and were all confused. What happened? Who were they? Where was this place? Just as the 4 people were in a daze, Xiao Tian swept the scene and pulled out another sheltering device and threw it out. With a flash of light, a falcon that was 5 meters long and covered in red-colored feathers appeared in the sky out of nowhere. After the falcon appeared, it vibrated its wings and let out a piercing chirp. The crowd's specialization abilities were all sealed, and this chirp almost made them go deaf on the spot. Heavens! It's actually another mutant beast. This mutant beast. It seems like it was summoned by the Xiao god. Heavens! How on earth did he do that? Could it be that God Xiao is really a heavenly god? It seems like I now know why God Xiao knew that there was a tiger on the mountain. So it turns out that these outsiders are the real prey. Summoning 2 altered beasts one after another, Li Yong's gang had been completely dumbfounded. Self-consciously dumbfounded in place, began to doubt life. This scene was so shocking that even the spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City were not calm anymore. All of their previous worries had vanished. Their eyes were glowing as they looked at Xiao Tian. God Xiao was powerful. It really did not disappoint them, although they were all clear that Xiao Tian was not a person who acted out of his will and should be prepared. But no one had expected that Xiao Tian's preparation would actually be the mutant beasts. The 5 of them, Wang Lu, led the team and traveled a long way to Deju City with an assault rifle in hand. This was the preparation they had made. Xiao Tian's preparation, on the other hand, was the mutant beast. Hot weapons against mutant beasts. Where was there any comparison in this? Xiao God was invincible. However, the climax wasn't over yet. When the second mutant beast was released, Xiao Tian thought for a moment before throwing out another shelter device. Boom! A huge, 5-meter coyote appeared in sight and landed with a thud. All of them had their animalization abilities sealed, and to deal with this group of guys, Xiao Tian was not ready to summon all of the altered beasts. But this gang was after all numerous, and Xiao Tian's usual thought process for dealing with his enemies was to drive them to extinction. So, in order to place someone to take advantage of the chaos and escape, he directly summoned 3 mutant beasts. 3 mutant beasts should be enough to deal with these unarmed guys. Da-da-da. Right at this moment, Someone pulled the trigger in his hand in the midst of the panic. The assault rifle emitted ear-piercing gunshots and sprayed out red-colored fire dragons. A single pure copper bullet was fired at the 3 mutant beasts. But what made this group of people despair was that even though the assault rifles in their hands were already the highest technological products of Blue Star, it was almost useless when used to deal with the 3 mutant beasts in front of them. Not a single trauma was inflicted. Grunt. Cold sweat broke out on the tops of the heads of the crowd, and a dense despair frantically filled the air. Suddenly, someone lost control of their emotions and pulled out a fragmentation grenade and threw it towards the giant bear at the very front. Boom! The grenade landed at the feet of the giant bear and exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. The giant bear was unharmed. All the fragments were easily resisted by the fur. Instead, it was the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities. 3 were killed by the blasted fragments. None of the grenades work. Deadly silence. Deadly silence. Numb. Li Yong and the others were really numb. They're desperate. This is still playing chicken hare. They prepared hot weapons and Xiao Tian directly prepared mutant beasts. He's not even acting anymore, is he? This grizzly is definitely open. Roar. In the dead silence, the giant bear suddenly let out a roar, opened its bloody mouth and rushed over to the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities. In front of the huge body of the giant bear, the human bodies of the crowd looked incomparably small. It was as if a giant mobile human meat grinder had begun to rotate. Wherever the giant bear passed, countless people didn't even have a chance to scream before they were instantly trampled into meat foam. In just a few strokes, nearly dozens of spirit beast warriors directly fell. The way they died was extremely suffocating. As spirit beast warriors, they could have entered the state of bestialization, but now they died in the most desperate and helpless way. This Xiao Tian is too evil. We have underestimated him too much. Hurry and run. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the 3 people beside Li Yong hurriedly spoke, turned around and rushed towards the direction of the whirlpool. However, they had only just moved when an ear-piercing call suddenly sounded in the sky. The red-colored falcon swooped down. Its sharp talons were like soul-hooking blades, instantly piercing through the hearts of the 3. The 3 people's eyes were wide with rage as their bodies were brought to the sky by the falcon and ripped to shreds, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Feeling the hot liquid that was scattered on their faces in no time, the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were completely unable to tense up, their hearts directly exploding. Run! The scene was immediately thrown into chaos. In order to run faster, the crowd dropped the assault rifles in their hands. But it was still meaningless. How could an ordinary person's speed be faster than the mutant beasts? Under the crushing stance of the 3 mutant beasts, the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities gradually died horribly in despair and cries. Those who were unlucky didn't even manage to leave a whole body behind, turning into a piece of sustenance in the forbidden land that would remain in this dark and sunless place forever. Those who were more fortunate would only be able to leave a whole body. It's over. It's all over. Seeing his own people being continuously slaughtered, Li Yong wanted to whip himself to death. The human heart is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. If he had known that this Xiao Tian could bring the mutant beasts into the forbidden land silently, he wouldn't have dared to provoke Xiao Tian even if he was beaten to death. But now that things had happened, even if he regretted it, it was meaningless. Li Yong's head was spinning madly, and he knew deep down that he could not escape with his own strength. So he directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed madly to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Master Xiao, you are my own father. I know I'm wrong. Spare me this time. Give me a chance to reform. I can make compensation. Whatever you want to make compensation can be done. Li Yong had just finished his last word. Air currents surged above the sky. The red-colored falcon swooped down. Its sharp claws directly pierced through the bastard's dog head. Li Yong also died tragically at the scene. In less than a few minutes, the screams at the scene came to an abrupt end. The spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities were all wiped out, and none of them were spared. After resolving the battle, the 3 mutant beasts returned to Xiao Tian's side in a well-behaved manner, rubbing their heads against Xiao Tian's arm affectionately. It was hard to imagine that it was these 3 mutant beasts that looked a little naive now that had just wiped out hundreds of spirit beast warriors from 5 cities. Very well done, go back. Xiao Tian stroked the giant bear's doggy head and took out the sheltering device to put them back again. Then he looked at Fatty Hai as if nothing had happened. Just at this moment, Fatty C, who was sitting on the ground with his head twitching madly, suddenly stopped moving. Then he opened his eyes and looked up at Xiao Tian, saying excitedly, "Found it! I found the master!" Chapter 65, Shocking the Ancient Tree for an Entire Year. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed as he felt some excitement within, but did not show it directly. Last time, the one they faced was only a sovereign's bilocation. This time, it was an actual sovereign's main body. Before he was reborn, he was just an ordinary person trying to survive, not to mention the Dark Sovereign. Even a random low-grade mutant beast that rushed out would be able to crush him into pieces. But this time, he had to fight hard against a heaven's master. This kind of mood, even Xiao Tian would find it hard to act in an ancient manner. If he succeeded, he would be successful and gain a great deal of benefits. If one failed, one would be pulverized and ascend to heaven on the spot. The content of this operation was summarized as, either the enemy dies or I die. Where is it? Xiao Tian put the shelter device into his pants pocket and looked at Fatty Hai. Fatty Hai stood up with a donkey roll while pointing in a direction. Xiao Tian glanced in the direction Fatty Hai pointed. Then he eyed the crowd at the scene. Those who are not afraid of death will go with me to harden up against the one heaven's master, and those who are afraid of death can leave the forbidden land now. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, their expressions moving to uncertainty, although Xiao Tian had long ago given them time to think about it. When this day truly arrived, their hearts still shook wildly. Stiffening the darkness master this was something that they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives. Isn't it just the darkness lord? What's the point of being afraid with this Xiao god? A burly man waved his iron fist and said in a jarring voice. His words instantly drove the emotions of the others. That's right. It's not just the Dark Lord. What are you afraid of? Blue Star is our human territory. It's not his turn for a juggernaut to overpower us. The juggernaut's bilocation was destroyed by us. How hard would it be to destroy the juggernaut's main body? God Xiao will go with you. Who hasn't died since the beginning of time? If we follow God Xiao, in the unlikely event that we kill the juggernaut's main body, we'll definitely make a solid profit. The crowd raised their arms and shouted, and their reverberating voices echoed over the entire forbidden land. Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised. There were so many people on the scene, but not a single person actually chose to leave. In fact, this was mainly attributed to Xiao Tian standing up for the crowd outside the forbidden land earlier. Xiao Tian did not think too much at that time. He just felt that it was not the turn of outsiders to bully the people of Great Confucian City. However, this action of his was a proper act of compassion and righteousness in the eyes of the people of Great Confucian City. Xiao Tian did not hesitate to risk going to war with the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities to stand up for them. Now that they were dealing with the sovereign essence, they were going to run away from the battle. They could not do it. Looking at the roaring crowd, Yen Ruyu looked deeply at Xiao Tian with a rich intoxication in her eyes. The man that he had his eye on was really very outstanding. Not to mention looking at the entire Blue Star, at least in this part of Great Confucian City, one could no longer find a man who was even more outstanding than Xiao Tian. Ruyu, father said at that time, Xiao Tian boy is not simple. Following her is lucky for you and me. Yen Tianshang said with his hands behind his back sighing. After the dark turmoil had begun, if one wanted to survive, one had to wear down what was left of one's humanity. Before Xiao Tian had made a name for himself, all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City were hostile to each other and calculating each other. They fought and killed each other for a little bit of pitiful resources. If it was them in the past, it was absolutely delusional to want them to join Xiao Tian in dealing with the sovereign body. But now everything had changed. Xiao Tian's body seemed to have a unique personality charm. When he treated his enemies, he was crazy and murderous, twisted like a madman. But when he treated the people around him, he manifested extreme sincerity. Under Xiao Tian's influence, the group of people in front of him had already changed without realizing it. Yen Tiansheng retrieved his thoughts and patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and laughed. Xiao Tian boy, since everyone has taken a stance, there is nothing to hesitate about. Yen Ruyu also looked fondly at Xiao Tian and smiled sweetly. Let's go. It was unknown since when, this once ice-cold beautiful schoolgirl had also been able to display a smile anytime, anywhere. Before we set off, there is still one more thing we need to do. What thing is it more important than dealing with the sovereign essence? Find a way to restore our bestialization ability. Swish. Everyone was silent at the same time. Xiao Tian had said earlier that there was a way to restore the beastization ability. They did not care at first, but they did not expect Xiao Tian to be playing for real. There was really a way to restore their beastification ability? However, these words came from Xiao Tian's mouth, and all of them chose to believe it. And then the crowd went on their way under Xiao Tian's leadership. Before I was reborn, I had heard of the various deeds in this forbidden land. When Fatty Hai and the others entered the forbidden land and went straight to the south, found a panroot ancient tree, and restored their beastification ability after passing the test of the ancient tree. If I remember correctly, following the south all the way forward, I should be able to find this ancient tree. This ancient tree was not a mutated beast nor a dark being. It was more like a neutral creature that existed in this forbidden land. The crowd traveled all the way, and on the way they also encountered attacks from dark beings. However, these dark living spirits were of a lower level. Xiao Tian could easily solve them by releasing the altered beast. If one didn't work, then two, and if two didn't work, then three. Anyway, he had 16 mutant beasts. It was not weak at all. Half an hour later, the crowd came to a stop in front of an ancient tree. The ancient tree was more than 10 meters high. Its branches were lush and full of greenery, forming a stark contrast with the dead silence around them. Noticing the arrival of Xiao Tian and the others, the ancient tree shook slightly for a few moments, and then a vicissitude voice came out slowly. Meeting is fate. If you guys can pass my test, I will contact the beastization restriction for you. The ancient tree spread out a branch, and the branches intermingled with each other in the air, condensing a complex dead knot. As long as one of you can unravel the dead knot, you will be considered to have passed the test. However, I have to remind you that my branch is filled with the power of darkness. If you want to open the dead knot, one would have to endure the pain of the power of darkness eroding one's body, and the ancient tree had not finished its explanation. Xiao Tian directly took out a sheltering device and threw it out. Under the flash of light, the giant bear roared and appeared, its huge body rushing towards the ancient tree, its sharp claws tearing the dead knot into pieces. Everyone was confused. The rules seemed to say to untie the dead knot with bare hands. Xiao Shen's action clearly violated the rules. The ancient tree also froze. Then it became furious. How dare you? After saying this, countless branches began to wriggle, turning into a giant net that enveloped towards Xiao Tian. Not good. It's over. Not good. Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed in unison. However, their beastization abilities were all sealed, so even if they had the intention, it would be difficult for them to step in and help. Just in the nick of time, Xiao Tian pulled out 9 sheltering devices one after another and threw them out. The 9 mutant beasts appeared at the same time, and the moment they landed, the entire ground visibly shook. The branches spreading out from the ancient tree suddenly froze in place. The atmosphere was suddenly somewhat awkward. Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. I don't have the time to play any puzzle-solving games here. Either unlock the seals in our bodies or send you to Elysium. The ancient tree man was dumbfounded. If he had legs, he would have knelt down at the first opportunity. He was just an ancient tree in the forbidden land that had given birth to an autonomous spirit, and his will combat power was actually not too strong. The young people nowadays simply didn't speak of martial virtues, actually using a mutant beast to threaten him, an old comrade. Is this good? This is not good. The martial arts should be based on peace and should not play these small tricks. Chapter 66. Xiao Tian lifts the table. 3 shifts. I can understand the youthful exuberance of a teenager. I'm not an unreasonable tree, or the words I just said. Meeting is destiny. Since there is destiny, what's the harm in lifting this restriction for you? The ancient tree's pale voice resounded once again, only that there were clearly a few more points of fear than at the beginning. Let's not talk about quantity crushing. He was just an ancient tree growing in the forbidden land. If these mutant beasts really rushed up, he couldn't even run. After all, as an ancient tree, he didn't have legs to use. After saying that the ancient tree is not nagging, green leaves from the branches continue to fall down. To the surprise of the crowd, after these leaves fell on the crowd, they immediately turned into streams of light and disappeared into the body. Almost at the same moment, a shout of surprise suddenly exploded. My power has been restored. The beastization ability is back. The previous bestialization ability is back. Some people had already started to try, and this time the prohibition in their bodies disappeared, and they entered the state of bestialization very smoothly. Yen Ruyu and the others also tried one after another, feeling the power that had been refilled in their bodies. The lost sense of security returned once again. Xiao Tian also felt the genetic sequence in his body being restored again and directly waved his hand to collect the 10 mutant beasts. Now that the beastization ability had been regained, he could easily deal with the ancient tree in front of him with his own strength. Youngsters, I have lifted the ban for you. Our destiny is over, you leave. The vines of the ancient tree trembled and opened its mouth to send off the guests. Earlier, when Xiao Tian had released the 10 altered beasts, he had truly seen the dense killing intent in Xiao Tian's eyes. He did not doubt for a second that if he chose to fight hard to the end earlier, Xiao Tian would definitely order those 10 mutant beasts to attack him. It was better to send such a ruthless person away earlier. He could not afford to mess with him. Xiao Tian raised his head and eyed the dark ancient tree in front of him. Give me 100 of your core leaves. The dark ancient tree's old face trembled and his heart was horrified. His core tree leaves were similar to the core of a mutant beast, but compared to the core of a mutant beast, his core tree leaves were not the only thing. Moreover, his core tree leaf also possessed the effect of restoring power. At his current level, as long as it was a spirit beast warrior with a level lower than 30, a single core tree leaf would be enough to instantly recover from all injuries. But how did the human kid in front of him know about his core tree leaf? Xiao Tian naturally knew what the other party's core tree leaf was in existence. It was an absolute treasure. Before rebirth, Fatty Hai and the others had passed the Dark Ancient Tree's test and successfully recovered all their abilities. The Dark Ancient Tree also took the initiative to take out 10 core tree leaves as a reward. Right now, since he had come to the right place, it would be a wasted trip if Xiao Tian did not take away some of the core tree leaves. This core tree leaves are all condensed from my power. One less piece will weaken me by 1 point. The Dark Ancient Tree spoke after pondering. Xiao Tian was silent. It just went into a bestialized state. The 6 octopus tentacles behind him were like poisonous snakes ready to hunt, ready to pounce on the Dark Ancient Tree. Gulp! The Dark Ancient Tree gulped a mouthful of saliva. The entire tree was numb. This kid, he was a robber, a bandit. The dark beings weren't even as cruel as him. It was just a matter of forcing himself to unlock the restrictions for them without participating in his own assessment. But now he even wanted his own core tree leaves. And the opening is 100 pieces. Nimas. Deceive tree too much. After a long time, the Dark Ancient Tree sighed quietly, and 100 leaves that shimmered with a faint light floated down from the branches to Xiao Tian's near front. Thanks a lot. Xiao Tian collected the 100 leaves without changing his face and turned around with the crowd to leave. Unfortunately, the other party was only an ancient tree that had given birth to a spirit and did not belong to the altered beast in nature. Otherwise, Xiao Tian high and low would have to include the other party in the sheltering device and take it away. After all, this core tree leaf was a good thing. As long as it could take away the essence, the core tree leaf simply could not be used up. This time, the crowd went straight to the south in the direction that Fatty Hai had guided them. No one asked Xiao Tian about the effects of these 100 core tree leaves. No one asked why Xiao Tian was able to bring so many mutant beasts into the Forbidden Land either. This was because they were going to face a formidable enemy soon. A first heavenly juggernaut. This time, it was only a short while after they had hit the road, and the crowd had also encountered many waves of attacks from the dark beings. However, all of them had regained their bestialization abilities and resolved the darkness beings without Xiao Tian's intervention. Half an hour later, the crowd suddenly stopped. In front of the crowd, a tall building appeared. It was a palace that had an overall ink-black color. The palace was spectacular and magnificent, and it was shrouded in a layer of bizarre black mist. If it was hidden, it was full of evilness. If there really was a hell in the world, it should be the appearance in front of him. Suddenly, a cold wind blew by. The crowd heard a sound of ghosts, foxes, and wolves in a trance. Many people subconsciously shivered. This place was so damn evil. According to my divination, the Dark Lord's main body is here now. Fatty Hai stopped and turned his head to look at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nodded his head. His gaze locked onto the square in front of the palace. The square could not be seen to the edge and appeared empty and dead. However, a statue was erected in the center of the square. It was a humanoid figure wearing a cloak.
Ka.
The statue suddenly began to tremble without warning, and the rock fragments on the surface began to fall off, revealing a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure first stretched out before turning to look at Xiao Tian's group. The crowd was stunned. This statue is actually a living thing. I am the Dark Vanguard under the Lord Sovereign of the First Heaven. If you want to enter the palace to meet the Great Lord Sovereign, you must first pass my test. After saying that, the Dark Vanguard waved his sleeve robe, and a chessboard as well as 2 stone chairs appeared out of thin air in front of him. The Dark Vanguard came to sit in front of one of the stone chairs. Your blue star has a recreational activity called xiangqi, and this pioneer knows a lot about the way of xiangqi. As long as you are able to beat this pioneer in chess, you will be considered to have passed this level. Chess? Everyone was ready to fight. The so-called test, in their eyes, was nothing more than fighting and killing. Killing a path with their own strength. As a result, it never occurred to them that the test in the other party's mouth was actually just playing chess. Everyone looked at each other, all were a little skeptical. This kick in the end to them dry where? Had they actually entered the Forbidden Land or the Juvenile Palace? Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was playing with his fingers with a thoughtful look. Before he was reborn, as far as he knew, Fatty Hai and his entourage's strength was sealed after they entered the Forbidden Land, and they didn't know about the existence of the Dark Ancient Tree at first. After coming here, they also encountered this Dark Vanguard, and at that time, Fatty Hai and the others who had their strength sealed chose to accept the test. The result was naturally a failure. This Dark Pioneer's understanding of chess together was even described as a generation of masters. After a few twists and turns, Fatty Hai and the others finally found the Dark Ancient Tree and successfully lifted the seal. Only then did they rely on their own strength to forcefully fight their way in. However, Xiao Tian did not need to be as troublesome as Fatty Hai before he was reborn. All of them had now lifted the seal. "Can you just let us in without using a test?" Xiao Tian asked as he came in front of the chessboard. "Let you guys in without using a test?" The Dark Vanguard was instantly displeased and said in a cold voice, "Kid, you're very bold. This is a test set by the Great Lord Sovereign. You're making it very difficult for this Vanguard." "Difficult to do?" Xiao Tian sneered. "Then don't even do it." After saying that, he directly overturned the chess table and entered the animalized state. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu and the others behind him, although they were not clear about what exactly the situation was, they still entered the beastization state together. Looking at the nearly 100 or so people who entered the animalized state at the same time, the Dark Vanguard who was ready to rage froze. Chapter 67. I, the Dark Vanguard, have abandoned the darkness. 4 shifts. Didn't Lord Sovereign set restrictions in the Forbidden Land? All spirit beast warriors who enter the Forbidden Land will lose their ability to animalize But what's going on with these guys in front of us? All of them have actually entered the animalized state. What's going on here? The Dark Vanguard rubbed his eyes hard and looked ahead with wide eyes again. Then he started to get confused. All of this was not an illusion, but something that really happened. Scratch that. The Dark Vanguard was also a man of nature. Knowing that with his own strength, he could not deal with this large group of people in front of him. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. Right at this moment, Yen Tiansheng rushed out with his quick hands and held Dark Pioneer's legs in a death grip. "Bastard!" Dark Vanguard madly punched Yen Tiansheng's back. Every time he whacked and landed, a thick muffled sound would be emitted. But Yen Tiansheng, who had already entered the state of bestialization, had his fleshly defense greatly increased. Just kidding. It didn't hurt at all. His current level had risen up and was not comparable to Xiao Tian, but his defense had more than doubled a few times. He was now a walking sandbag, a thief resistant. One would even want to shout out a quick cry, "Let's strike together. Don't let this guy escape." The rest of the people also reacted quickly and swarmed to surround the Dark Vanguard. "You bunch of humble ants. You bunch of assholes. What the hell are you doing? The Great Sovereign will not let you go. You'd better not make a move against this Vanguard, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences." The Dark Vanguard hissed angrily, attempting to use the name of the Sovereign to shock the group of humans. However, after following Xiao Tian for so long, the crowd had more or less been tainted with some of Xiao Tian's crazy temperament. Threatening them with the Dark Lord? They had made this trip to eradicate the Dark Lord. The Dark Vanguard despairingly realized that instead of his threats not working, these people started to move their hands. Punching and kicking, they continuously greeted him towards his body. Helplessly, the Dark Vanguard could only crouch on the ground with his hands holding his head and screamed miserably. "Don't fight! You unruly people, don't fight! This pioneer knows it's wrong. I've said don't fight, you guys are still fighting. The Great Lord will definitely not let you go. A bunch of humble worms." The group fight lasted for a full 10 minutes. It was only when Xiao Tian gave the word that the crowd stopped their hands and made way for Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard's cloak had turned into shredded strips of cloth, revealing an extremely ugly face underneath the cloak. This fellow was also a dark being, possessing a human body type, but his skin was an inky black color, and his pupils were similar to the eyes of a viper. But despite the black skin, Xiao Tian was still able to tell that the other party's nose was bruised and swollen. "Are there any other organ tests in the palace?" Xiao Tian asked out loud as he looked down on the other party from above. If one did not remember wrongly, Dark Vanguard here was only the first level. When entering the palace, there were many other tests. That's right, other than my level, there are 6 other testing places inside, all of which are guarded by powerful beings. The Dark Vanguard hunched over and hung his head low, not daring to hide anything. He had already been beaten honestly. As the vanguard of a great lord, when had he ever received this kind of birdish anger? It was simply a disgrace to the dark beings. "Want to die or want to live?" Xiao Tian suddenly asked. The Dark Vanguard froze and his eyes attacked. "Want to live? I want to live. Then lead the way for us to find the Dark Lord. Are you sure that as long as I bring you guys to see Lord Juggernaut, you guys will let me live?" The Dark Vanguard was somewhat skeptical. Xiao Tian said indifferently, "Do you think you have a choice?" The Dark Vanguard was silent. "Great Dark Lord, it is not that I have betrayed you. It is mainly because this group of people have bullied me too much. If I don't lead the way for them, I will really be beaten to death by them. All right, I'll lead the way for you." Without thinking for too long, the Dark Vanguard agreed with a clench of his teeth. No matter what, surviving first was most important. "Come with me after I pass this level. There is another level at the entrance of the palace gate, and I know the way to break it." The Dark Vanguard staggered up. Since he had already made a compromise, there was no need to have any psychological burden. The crowd was speechless all the way, silently following behind the Dark Vanguard. "Xiao Tian, what if this guy plays dirty tricks behind his back?" Yan Ruyu was worried. He wouldn't dare to do so. Xiao Tian's expression was teasing, but for insurance purposes he still said, "Command down. All of you to raise 11 points of spirit, and once you find anything strange, strike together to kill this fellow." Yan Ruyu nodded and silently passed these words to the crowd. The Dark Vanguard was walking just ahead of Xiao Tian. He had been listening to the conversation between Xiao Tian and the others with his ears perked up. After hearing Xiao Tian's words, he immediately shivered and a layer of goosebumps rose all over his body. This human was simply more cruel than even the Lord Sovereign. It was truly as terrifying as this. He, who originally did not dare to think evil thoughts, was even more honest at this moment. Not long after, the crowd arrived in front of the palace gate. The gate of the palace was extremely magnificent. The gate was made of unknown materials, and countless bizarre patterns were carved on it. This pattern would make people dizzy if they looked at it a few more times, as if it came with magic power. And on both sides of the gate, there stood a statue of a dark being holding a giant axe. These 2 dark being statues not only held giant axes, but also wore armor, looking extremely powerful and domineering. It was somewhat similar to an ancient gatekeeper general. The Dark Vanguard stopped his steps and turned his head to reveal a pleasing smile at Xiao Tian. "My lord, this is the 2nd level. These 2 statues will also revive. As long as you touch the gate, they will revive and attack you." Xiao Tian nodded his head. From the other party's eyes, Xiao Tian did not see anything strange. The other party basically did not lie. Without the other party's reminder, Xiao Tian would never have thought of this. After all, what exactly happened in this forbidden land? Xiao Tian had only heard the bystanders talk about it afterwards. He was not clear about what exactly had happened. If there was no information provided by the Dark Vanguard, and the 2 statues suddenly revived, the crowd could not guarantee that there would be casualties. "How should we crack it?" Xiao Tian asked. "While the 2 statues have not yet revived, just directly decapitate them." After the Dark Vanguard finished speaking, in order to show his loyalty, he added, "The weakness of these 2 dark beings is in the heart. Destroy the heart and they will die for sure." Xiao Tian took a step forward and without saying anything, he entered the animalized state, and his 2 tentacles shot out towards the chest position of the 2 statues respectively. Plop, plop, 2 sounds of skin and flesh being cut apart rang out. 2 streams of blood spread out from the chest positions of the 2 statues respectively. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw that the rocks covering the surface of the statues turned into fragments and fell all over the ground. The 2 dark beings gasped for hot air and looked at the Dark Vanguard and Xiao Tian incredulously. Then, with a look in their eyes, they directly died, turning into two black mists that dissipated into thin air. Dead. The two dark spirits that were guarding the gate of the palace died like cannon fodder. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and put away his tentacles with a wave of his hand. Keep moving! 68 Dying sickness sitting up in fright, you can't afford to play with dogs. After resolving the two dark beings, Xiao Tian and his group entered the palace gate smoothly. The group encountered 5 subsequent palace guardians. The first guardian requested Xiao Tian and the others to send one person to compete with him in a contest of strength. At Xiao Tian's command, all of them swarmed to beat this dark being to death. The second guardian asked Xiao Tian and the others to choose a representative to fight with him, and the winner would pass through here. Xiao Tian gave the order and everyone swarmed up to beat him to death. The third guardian asked Xiao Tian and the others to kill each other, and only the last 3 alive could survive. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone swarmed up and beat him to death. Xiao Tian was outnumbered, plus he had the Dark Lord informing him of the specifics. All 5 guardians soon rested. After resolving the last guardian, the crowd walked into a corridor. There were many torches placed on the walls of the corridor, and the faint firelight slowly danced. It reflected the exquisite arcane murals on the walls. Do these murals have any special meaning? Fatty Hai was very interested in these murals because after the immortal deaths of successive generations of heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, in order to commemorate their merits, they would incorporate their life's deeds into the murals for future generations to remember. But these murals in front of me, with Fatty Hai's perspective, looks very messy. There is no way to see what the murals are trying to express. What is recorded in these murals is the process of the birth of the first heavenly sovereign lord, as well as all of his glorious deeds so far. The Dark Vanguard nodded and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Oh! Fatty Hai raised his eyebrows and curiously said, "Then tell me, what exactly does this mural speak of above?" Xiao Tian was also somewhat curious. He only knew that the aurora had swept across the blue star, that dark turmoil had descended, and that the 9 heavens sovereign was the current greatest enemy of the blue star. As for the origin of the mysterious aurora and why the Dark Lord existed, it was unknown. In the face of Fatty Hai's inquiry, the Dark Vanguard did not dare to disobey. He looked at the mural with complexity and began to explain it for the crowd. At the beginning of the birth of the universe, 9 of the most extreme forces of darkness appeared, and these 9 extreme forces of darkness are the current 9 Dark Lords. They represent absolute darkness and become stronger by killing the living beings of the universe. But darkness and light are interdependent. Darkness is too strong, light is bound to suffer a backlash. So after the 9 lords devoured 3 universes one after another, the universe origin stepped in. The universe origin represented the will of a side of the universe and could not directly intervene. However, it condensed an aurora with mysterious power. Wherever a universe is targeted by the 9 sovereigns, the cosmic aurora will descend in advance, strengthening the living beings within that side of the universe and granting them uniquely powerful forces. Listening to the Dark Vanguard's explanation, Yen Ruyu and the others were all incomparably shocked. They hadn't expected that this mysterious aurora had actually appeared because of this. They had even less expected that the 9 Dark Lords had already wiped out several universes before descending to the blue star. Xiao Tian's expression suddenly became serious. Destroying several universes one after another, it seemed that the Dark Lords were far from being as simple as he had imagined. The first Heaven's Lord should currently be considered the weakest Dark Lord. However, even if it was the weakest Dark Master, if the true Lord directly descended and remained in full strength, Xiao Tian did not have much certainty that he would be able to defeat the other party. So Blue Star is their next target? Xiao Tian fumbled with his palm and suddenly said, "That's right." The Dark Vanguard nodded. "I know quite a bit about the humans on your Blue Star. You call yourselves galactic people, but in fact, your side of the universe itself is called the Galactic Universe. Since they are planning to make a move against the Galaxy Universe, why don't they just descend to this universe?" Xiao Tian asked once again. If the 9 sovereigns descended on Blue Star at the same time, even if they were only in a split state, absolutely no one would be able to stop them. Xiao Tian felt that there must be some reason for this. Hearing this, the Dark Vanguard first sighed before explaining, "The cosmic origin has set a restriction that the 9 Lord Sovereigns cannot descend here at will. The stronger a Sovereign Lord is, the more difficult it is to descend personally, and currently the first Heavenly Sovereign Lord is the weakest, so currently only he is able to descend in person. But even so, it would take a lot of time and effort to descend in person. And one must use the Forbidden Land as a medium." "I see." No wonder the so-called Forbidden Lands had begun to appear one after another since the outbreak of the Dark Unrest. It turned out to be because of this reason. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiao Tian then asked, "You just said that the cosmic aurora has descended into this universe. Before that, the cosmic aurora should have descended to other universes as well, right? The beings of other universes should have also obtained the ability to beastify, so why were they still overthrown in the end as a historical civilization? It's not the same." The Dark Vanguard explained the level of the cosmic aurora is too high, and the power that can be obtained is different for different levels of creatures. The beings in the several universes before this only gained some physical enhancement, and were simply unable to enter the animalized state. You humans of the galactic universe are currently the only race that is able to obtain the full increase of cosmic aurora and get the ability of bestialization. That is why Lord One Heavens attaches the utmost importance to you, and has not hesitated to descend into the detachment in advance to enter the game with his body. Through the simple conversation, Xiao Tian roughly understood the current situation. The humans on the blue planet were currently the only race that had obtained the ability of full-body bestialization. There was also, the cosmic origin was restricting the Dark Lords, so the situation of multiple lords appearing at once would almost never exist. By the time the subsequent other masters were able to descend on the blue planet, the spirit beast warriors on the blue planet should also have risen in rank considerably. Xiao Tian's ability to endure was very strong, and he nodded and stopped speaking. Yan Ruyu and the others were not as calm as Xiao Tian. The information that the Dark Vanguard had told them was too much, and they were a bit unable to accept it for a moment. In professional terms, the Dark Lord was an alien. Moreover, before they descended on Blue Star, they had already wiped out many alien races from other universes. Would humanity be able to escape their doom? Could the Blue Star be safe? Everyone's mood was extraordinarily heavy. Just as everyone was in a heavy mood, the corridor had come to an end. After leaving the corridor, a huge underground palace surfaced in front of them. The construction of the underground palace was extremely grand and atmospheric. The stone wall above the underground palace was also inlaid with hundreds of night pearl. Luminous pearls were bright and luminous, illuminating the underground palace as if it were daytime. More importantly, the underground palace was filled with an extremely dense darkness. The moment he stepped into this place, even Xiao Tian, who was the strongest amongst the crowd, could not help but shiver. However, at this moment, the crowd did not have the time to care about this. This was because the crowd was shocked to discover that a bronze-colored coffin was placed in the middle of the underground palace. Inside the coffin, there was a dense to black mist rising out continuously. A figure shrouded in black mist was quietly lying in the coffin. Above the coffin, a small wormhole strangely appeared, continuously transferring darkness power into the coffin. With the constant infusion of darkness power, the figure within the coffin's aura was gradually becoming stronger. Lord Juggernaut, it's within this coffin. The Dark Lord swallowed a mouthful of saliva and tremblingly pointed in the direction of the coffin. It was also at this moment, as if the figure lying quietly within the coffin had a heartfelt feeling, it violently sat up straight from within the coffin. And then it stiffly twisted its head and looked towards where Xiao Tian was. A familiar voice suddenly exploded. It broke the dead silence of the underground palace that had been silent for millions of years. "Xiao Tian. Is you actually Angie chased me here? Are you Angie sick?" Chapter 69. This madman has ed his way into my home. 3 shifts. Ji Guiqing's jaws dropped, and his voice turned into a eunuch timbre as if he was a scared bird, despite being a first heavenly sovereign. How did this madman appear here? Ji Guiqing was suddenly confused. If he remembered correctly, this was his own palace, the place where his own principal had descended. In order to avoid being disturbed, he had also personally set up 6 barriers. These 6 hurdles were extremely difficult, and once a spirit beast warrior entered the Forbidden Land, their bestialization abilities would all be sealed, so the probability of wanting to pass the hurdles was slim to none. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that this madman would appear here. Ji Guiqing rubbed his eyes and once again nodded and stared. Upon seeing the playful expression on Xiao Tian's face, his heart thumped at that moment, and his entire being was instantly bad. He did not have blurred eyes, much less hallucinations. It was this madman who had really chased him to his lair. Long time no see. Xiao Tian's lips rose as he waved his hand towards Ji Guiqing. There was a look of meeting an old friend in his hometown. Those who did not know would have thought that the two were bosom buddies. Who could have thought that just a short while ago, Xiao Tian was chasing someone else's doppelganger around. How did you appear here? Ji Guiqing breathed in sharply and said in a deep voice, your bestialization ability should have been sealed. How on earth did you get in here? Nothing, I slipped and slipped in. Xiao Tian touched his nose and said with a smiling face. Speaking nonsense had never been Xiao Tian's character. He appeared to be idly talking nonsense with Ji Guiqing, but he was actually already quietly sensing the other party's strength. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the current Ji Guiqing was still only in the state of a doppelganger. His true self had not completely descended. But even if it was just a bilocation, the strength was still quite a bit stronger than the bilocation that he had seen at first. After all, the black hole placed on the coffin was constantly transmitting the power of darkness. However, the opponent's current strength was not yet beyond Xiao Tian's control. After capturing this hint of information, Xiao Tian was suddenly quite solid inside. Listening to Xiao Tian's ghostly words, Ji Guiqing's face shrouded under the darkness did not hold back a hard twitch. Blindly sneaking around? I believe you. Who in their right mind could sneak into their forbidden palace while sneaking around blindly? Dark Vanguard. Right at this moment, Ji Guiqing suddenly noticed the Dark Vanguard following beside Xiao Tian. His eyes instantly snapped, and the black mist around him instantly rippled and undulated. He said that how could this madman casually come to his palace? It turned out that there was a traitor among them. Lord Sovereign, listen to my explanation. I was also forced to do so. The Dark Vanguard wanted to cry, and instantly bent his knees and knelt down. I didn't want to bring them in either, but if I didn't compromise, they were going to screw me over, so I had no choice. Lord Juggernaut, you have an invincible posture. Humble servant believes that these human ants are definitely not your match. You make your move, humble servant will be here as a witness to the greatness and invincibility of Lord Sovereign. The Dark Vanguard prostrated himself on the ground and opened his mouth to shout with a face full of sincerity. Ji Guiqing's face trembled, wanting to greet the Dark Vanguard's ancestors. His original strength was indeed able to easily exterminate Xiao Tian's group. However, the key was that he was still in the stage of transmitting his power, and most of his power had yet to be transferred over. Invincible? Invincible chicken hair, ah. Dogs, selling out lousy and still full of grandiose words. How can there be such a wasteful thing under my banner? Perhaps because the psychological shadow caused by Xiao Tian last time was still there, Ji Guiqing subconsciously wanted to run away. However, now that he was in the critical moment of transferring power, he was already bound in the coffin. There was no way to escape at all. Xiao Tian, we might be able to have a good talk. I have actually always appreciated your strength. You are different from other humans. I can feel that the power you possess within your body far exceeds theirs by far. If you are willing, you can join my father's door, and my father can guarantee you honor and wealth. Since he couldn't run away, then he would compel with his words. Although it was said that a gentleman's word was a promise. But he was not a gentleman, he was the Dark Lord Ah. As long as he could stabilize Xiao Tian for the time being, when his honored one fully descended, he would be able to crush the other party with a wave of his hand. Xiao Tian shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Ji Guiqing's scalp went numb from the look. After thinking about it, he once again spoke. I know that you don't believe in my father's words, but my father can swear by the name of the sovereign. This father knows some of your Blue Star's customs. If you don't believe this father, how about this? From now on, this honored one recognizes you as his godson. You call this honored one your father, and after this honored one's main body descends, not only will the previous grudges be wiped out, but he will also bestow you with endless benefits. Hearing this, Xiao Tian laughed out. On the verge of death, this fellow actually wanted to be his father. Yan Ruyu laughed out without being able to hold back. Xiao Tian gave her a sad look. Is it funny? Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll recover. The next moment. Fatty Hai didn't hold back her laughter either. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression was not right, Fatty Hai hurriedly stopped his smile and explained, Big brother, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just had my teeth too hot and let them out to get some air. Xiao Tian's brows tightened. Then his face showed helplessness as he sighed deeply. Then he slapped towards the back of Fatty Hai's head. Pull out your talismans and throw them all over. Fatty Hai came back to his senses and pulled out a bunch of talismans from his arms, as Xiao Tian instructed, and threw them towards Ji Guiqing. About 300 various talismans were thrown out at the same time. The scene immediately flashed with mountains of swords, seas of fire, ice sealing light, and the Taoist law of nature. Ji Guoqing secretly greeted Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, and immediately turned his entire body's darkness force into a barrier to resist. Rumble. Terrifying ripples radiated out within the palace. When everything dissipated, Ji Guoqing's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although there were no major injuries, his originally more solid body had dimmed a few points at this moment. Xiao Tian's eyes twitched and he captured this hint of information very keenly. The previous attack, the other party could have completely dodged and there was no need to fight hard. However, the other party had not dodged and had always stayed in the coffin. Moreover, after resisting this attack, his body was a bit more illusory. Xiao Tian came up with two useful pieces of information. The opponent was temporarily unable to move for some reason. This was also the reason why the other party did not flee the first time after seeing his gang. There was also the fact that the other party's original body had not yet descended yet, and right now it was only a bilocation, and the more damage it received, the more its power would be weakened. If the energy can be depleted before the opponent's main body has completely descended, wouldn't it be possible to stop the main body from descending? Saying and doing. Xiao Tian's feet were forked and his original short black hair instantly changed into long white hair. The electric eel head hissed over his shoulder, releasing millions of thunderbolts. The octopus tentacles wriggled behind his back, as hideous as tarsal maggots. Cockroach tentacles waved above his head, manifesting the ultimate weirdness. The leech mouthparts were constantly opening and closing in the palm, emitting a toothsome friction sound. The animalized state was directly opened. Then Xiao Tian, without any further ado, condensed all his strength on top of his fists and dried his fist at Ji Guoqing in the coffin. Boom! Chapter 70 Collective Group Assault. Crazy scraping, 4 shifts. Everything was just as Xiao Tian had expected. This punch Ji Guoqing did not dodge, but instead operated his darkness force to forcefully resist it. As the punch landed, much of the dark mist around Ji Guoqing was directly dispersed, and his body once again thinned out by a few points. Although the change was not particularly obvious, it was still keenly captured by Xiao Tian. It seemed that his own thoughts were not wrong. Xiao Tian, calm down a bit. Let's have a talk. Everything is negotiable. Aren't you humans preaching peace and harmony? Ji Guoqing man was dumbfounded. The first heavenly sovereign was actually speaking with a trembling voice at this moment. Madman. This madman had dispersed quite a bit of his darkness power with one punch. Ji Guoqing had never dreamed that he would actually desperately want to reason with humans one day. However, Xiao Tian had never been a master who liked nonsense. After determining that the other party was indeed unable to move, Xiao Tian's eyes turned red. The octopus tentacles behind his back went crazy and bombarded madly towards Ji Guoqing's body. Poke. I poked and prodded. The speed was so fast that it even appeared as a residual shadow. Boom! Boom 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 boom. Xiao Tian blasted out hundreds of attacks one after another, and the attacks were all resisted by Ji Guoqing. However, every time he resisted an attack, the darkness around him weakened by a few points. The speed of this weakening was even faster than the speed of the black hole transferring over. Xiao Tian, listen to my father. Let's talk about everything. If you stop now, my father can still take the blame. Xiao Tian gasped for air and raised his head to look at Ji Guoqing in surprise. In the face of his own attack, the other party was only resisting and actually did not make a counterattack. Xiao Tian instantly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that not only was the other party unable to move his body, he was also unable to strike back in this state? Xiao Tian glanced at the small black hole above the coffin. In order to verify his suspicions, he once again struck out and attacked towards Ji Guoqing. What a madman! Ji Guoqing's eyelids jumped and he suddenly became a little desperate. It was said that the Dark Lord was a supreme existence, representing absolute darkness, and preferred killing in his bones. However, in his opinion, in terms of cruelty he was even less than a tenth of Xiao Tian. In terms of ruthlessness, he was even more of a brother among brothers in front of Xiao Tian. Everything was just as Xiao Tian had guessed. In the face of his second wave of attack, Ji Guoqing was still resisting. In his current state, he can neither move nor initiate a strike. Xiao Tian stopped the movement in his hands, turned his head towards Yen Ruyu and the others, and roared, "Everyone, strike together!" The moment they saw Xiao Tian strike at Ji Guoqing, the crowd actually looked dumbfounded. What was in front of them was a true Dark Lord after all. God Xiao actually still did not bring a bit of fear and made a move at the drop of a hat. It was only when they heard Xiao Tian's shout that the crowd came back to their senses. Unable to move? Can't fight back? Isn't this a proper human sandbag? If this was the case, not to mention that the other party was only a first heavenly sovereign, even if it was a great Luo divine immortal, they would not be a bit vain. Didn't you hear what God Shao said? Let's fight together. Overthrow the darkness master. I never thought I'd be able to personally overthrow the Dark Lord one day. Everyone follow in God Zhao's footsteps and strike with all your might. Rumble. The crowd came back to their senses and frantically began to attack. Everyone didn't have any reservations. Even Yen Ruyu, who had no combat power, joined the fight. With the submachine gun left behind by Wang Lu's gang in hand, she fired a burst of shots at Ji Guoqing's body. Yen Tianxing transformed into a muscular warrior. 2 hot gases jetted out from his nostrils, and he slammed the hideous bull horns on top of his head, right at Ji Guoqing. Fatty Hai didn't fight the sauce either, pulling out a peachwood sword from his arms and pinching the decision with one hand to follow suit. The scene was immediately thrown into chaos. The dark vanguard in the distance stared blankly at this scene, his head already completely blank. The great Dark Lord was swarmed. He subconsciously pinched a sweat. To help, he was worried that he would be killed by the angry crowd. Dryly watching, he was worried that Ji Guoqing's true self would descend and destroy him along with him. What should he do? What the hell should he do? The group beating lasted for a full 3 hours, during which time Ji Guoqing's mournful screams continued to explode. But when everyone was exhausted after 3 hours, only then did the crowd despairingly realize that Ji Guoqing was still intact. Although his body was much more illusory than it was initially, it was still more solid. No way, big brother. Our attacks can indeed weaken this bastard's power, but our attacks are too weak to weaken too much. Fatty Hai frowned as he wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. He could sort of see that this Ji Guoqing was like the ultimate big boss with 10,000 blood in the net. Although he was unable to move or strike back at the moment, the thick amount of blood was here, and it was simply not something they could easily eliminate. Ha ha ha! Right at this moment, Ji Guoqing's arrogant voice suddenly rang out. He looked viciously at Shao Tian and said hideously, Shao Tian, although this father is only a doppelganger, a steady stream of power is being transmitted. You will not be able to exterminate this father. At most, it will delay the time of this father's descent for some time in days, and it will not change any of the endings. When this father completely descends, it will be the day you and others are buried. At that time, the first person my father will kill will be you. This father will split you open and chop you up. Ji Guoqing kept panting heavily. After being swarmed by the crowd for so long, he was considered to be beaten up. If he didn't take this revenge, he wouldn't be the Dark Lord. After saying that, he looked towards the dark vanguard that was frozen in the distance. As a vanguard under this honored one, yet you chose to be in the company of humble humans. How dare you betray this honored one? When this father descends, you won't be able to get away with it either. The dark vanguard's body shivered. Then he bumbled and ran to Shao Tian. Lord Shao Tian, once the Dark Sovereign's main body descends, it will be difficult for us to escape death. So I've come to help you. After saying this, the darkness power around his body erupted, and the black mist covering his arms transformed into 2 sharp blades as he slashed furiously at Ji Guoqing's body. He was originally still torn between whether or not to help. Now that Ji Guoqing had said such words, then there was no need for him to think. He was well aware of Ji Guoqing's character. This one had always said one thing and not another. Since he had said so, once he waited for his main body to descend, he would surely die. Since he was bound to die, it would be better to simply rebel. After wielding his twin blades and slashing furiously at Ji Guoqing for a while, he saw Shao Tian and the others dryly watching from the same spot. The Dark Vanguard could not help but get anxious. Lord Shao Tian, don't just watch. Make a move together. This dog will definitely go on a killing spree once he descends. We must strike before it's too late to consume all of his power. Shao Tian. He had already prided himself on having seen great storms. But the other party was now shouting at himself with his mouth open and a Lord Shao Tian. Shao Tian was directly silenced by the dryness. The rest of the people were also puzzled. Fatty Hai's mouth was slightly open for a long time before he gave a thumbs up and said with a face of admiration, "Awesome. Traitor, you've really defected from this father. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, you'll follow all of them on the road." The Dark Vanguard was now speechless. You're gonna screw yourself if you don't defect now. Do you really want to wait for death? What the hell kind of had he followed in the past? Ji Guoqing laughed back in anger. with a look of disdain as he continued. This bit of attack of yours can't exterminate this bilocation of mine, so you'll just wait for death to come. Really? Xiao Tian snapped back from his speechlessness. His lips rose and he pulled out 16 sheltering devices from his pocket and threw them out. Rumble. 16 huge, hideous-looking mutant beasts instantly descended into the palace. Chapter 71, The Juggernaut Descends, only one level? Seeing the 16 mutant beasts that had suddenly appeared, Ji Guiqing was deeply shocked. Cosmic Aurora was a double-edged sword. While it was able to allow humans to obtain specialization abilities, it was also able to allow plants and animals and insects to evolve into mutant beasts. And once they evolved into mutant beasts, the killing gene was almost engraved in their bones. The madman in front of him was actually able to summon 16 mutant beasts. After the key 16 mutant beasts appeared, they actually nodded their heads at Xiao Tian and displayed a submissive stance, especially that huge bear with a strong body, tendon meat as strong as a mutant muscle devil, actually rubbed his head affectionately against Xiao Tian's pants leg. Is this a murderous mutant beast or a tamed puppy? It was simply not too outrageous. After summoning the 16 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly commanded the mutant beasts to strike. The scene immediately sent out another burst of explosions. It was another 3 hours. Ji Guiqing's body dimmed a lot, but with the black hole above the coffin still continuously transmitting the power of darkness. Ji Guiqing's originally dimmed body gradually recovered quite a bit more. Xiao Tian's brows were tightly locked. As the situation continued, it would be almost impossible to exterminate the one Heaven's Master. There was no doubt about their attacks and scrapes. It was like playing an online game where the final boss not only had a huge amount of blood, but also possessed a super strong recovery ability. In this situation, to kill the boss, one would have to purchase heavy injury equipment to stop the other party's recovery. But this is, after all, reality, not an online game. Where should one go to find equipment that could cause a heavy injury effect? Xiao Tian suddenly turned his head to look at Fatty Hai. Fatty, is there a way to stop the transmission of the darkness force? Fatty Hai did not answer at first, and his entire fat face twisted together as he thought hard. Maybe there really is a way. Fatty Hai's eyes lit up and he excitedly said, all the generations of heavenly masters of my Dragon Tiger Mountain have mastered a unique heart sutra called the Dragon Tiger Mantra. The function of this Dragon Tiger Mantra was originally used to suppress evil spirits, and since this Dark Lord belongs to darkness in nature, it might be able to play a role in suppressing it as well. Xiao Tian gave Fatty Hai a high look. Originally it was just a casual question, but I never thought that this bastard really had a way. It was worthy of being a ruthless person who dared to tough out a first heavenly master in his previous life when he was leading a team. Unfortunately, since this guy followed himself all day long, eating and drinking and waiting for death, a little bit by their own waste, it seemed that when he went back, he had to whip this guy more and stimulate his potential. Try it. I'll listen to Big Brother. Fatty Hai grinned, then sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, gestured an okay sign with both hands, and then began to recite the sutra. At first, Ji Guiqing was still full of concern. He was still mocking and humiliating Xiao Tian and the others. However, the moment the Dragon Tiger incantation sounded, his arrogance instantly disappeared. The transmission of the darkness force had obviously slowed down. Around Fatty Hai, countless golden runes diffused out from his body and formed a golden chain in the air. The golden chains were dazzling, surprisingly blocking off a large portion of the black hole space. If the black hole had originally transmitted 10% of the power of darkness, then now there was less than 30% left. Damn Fatty, what the hell have you done? Ji Guiqing's eyes were wide with rage as he roared angrily at Fatty Hai. At this moment, he was truly afraid. Without the continuous transmission of darkness power, he simply wouldn't be able to last too long in his current state. A few more times of an attack like the one earlier, he might really have to be dried up and die here. Fatty Hai didn't pay attention to Ji Guiqing, still reciting the scripture with his eyes closed. This scripture really has an effect. Yen Ruyu clenched her pink fists in excitement. The rest of them were all equally excited. This feeling was like a handsome man who had been forcibly adopted by a rich white woman suddenly buying a lottery ticket and winning $10 billion. Not only did he get rid of the pestering and harassment of the rich white beauty, he also directly became the richest man in the country. Ruyu, open the live broadcast. Xiao Tian instructed Yen Ruyu. There is no signal here, so I can't turn on the live broadcast. Yen Ruyu replied with a bitter smile. Then videotape it and upload it when you go out. Xiao Tian was unimpressed. When it was learned that the first heavenly sovereign would descend in 7 days, there were endless gloating voices on the internet. Many people felt that they were dead, and the people of Great Confucian City were going to follow suit. Now, he was going to prove himself and use his strength to tell everyone. Dark Lord, there was nothing great about it. Humans would be able to overcome the heavens. Humans were not the humble ants in the mouth of the Dark Lord. Humans were also able to go against the heavens. Yen Ryu nodded and silently put down the assault rifle in her hand, before stepping back and starting to raise her cell phone to record. Shooting several thousand rounds one after another, the muzzle of the assault rifle had already been burned red. It was hard to imagine that such a former high-school schoolgirl had actually carried an assault rifle and shot several thousand rounds of bullets. Extremely wild, extremely contrasting. After everything was ready, Xiao Tian led the crowd to continue striking. It was another 3 hours. After losing most of the darkness force replenishment, Ji Guoqing's body became incomparably illusory. It was as if it would dissipate at any time. But even so, his body still existed and was not directly annihilated. Xiao Tian was already tired and sweaty, and he was more or less taut at the sight of this scene. Was this fellow an undefeatable little strong man? Obviously, he had already been blocked from transmitting most of the darkness force, but he was actually still so tenacious. Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian, you can't kill this honored one. This honored one is the great darkness sovereign. This honored one still has 10 minutes before he can complete his final descent. At that time, this father will make you beg for your life, beg for your death, and will torture you to death alive. Ji Guoqing laughed hideously, but his heart was incomparably meaty. His darkness power, most of it had been consumed by being used to fend off the attacks of Xiao Tian and the others. When his complete body completely descended, he would definitely make these foolish ants pay a heavy price. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? Yen Ryu looked at Xiao Tian with worry. Continue to strike. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and rushed out once more. Things had come to this point. Other than continuing to weaken the opponent's strength, Xiao Tian could not think of any good solutions. The 10 minutes passed in an instant. When the 10 minutes arrived, the black hole above the coffin gradually closed and disappeared. Ji Guoqing within the coffin also suddenly erupted with a powerful darkness force that shook Xiao Tian's crowd back. At the same time, an arrogant and boundless laughter that was the only one who could reach the heavens and enter the earth rang out. Ha ha ha! The complete body of this father has descended. Humble ants. This father will end your lives. Are you ready to be judged? The entire forbidden land began to tremble at this moment. Countless forces of darkness rose up in the sky, as if welcoming the return of the king. The cries of ghosts resounded in all directions. The heavy mists above the forbidden land gradually dispersed, actually revealing a round of bright red blood moon. The crimson moonlight was spread over Ji Guoqing's body. At this moment, he had already completed his metamorphosis and slowly levitated up from within the coffin. The black mist around him also gradually dispersed, revealing his original appearance. His demonic appearance was as domineering as possible, with a head of black hair waving crazily, and a layer of domineering black armor covering his body. The scene of this scene was like the descent of a demonic god. Not only everyone present, even Xiao Tian's heart tightened as he felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xiao Tian, it would not be enough for this father to kill you 1,000 times. Ji Guoqing lowered his head and laughed maniacally as he suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a wave of darkness power transformed into a 3-meter-long silver-black lance. He held the lance and pointed it at Xiao Tian, displaying a kingly stance. But at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly froze. It was because he felt Ji Guoqing's aura at this moment. If the other party's aura at this moment was converted into the rank of a spirit beast warrior, it would be level 1. Xiao Tian was messed up. The Dark Lord, whose rank was as high as level 1, had descended. Could it be because the power was weakened too viciously earlier, and although it did not directly kill the Dark Lord, it affected the strength of the other party after descending? Holding a tentative thought, Xiao Tian's right hand powered up and swung out with a slap towards Ji Guoqing. Slap. Chapter 72 The Forerunner's Power, Killing the Dependents in Seconds. Xiao Tian did not even use 30% of his strength for this slap. Such an attack, in the eyes of the crowd, was like a slow-motion scene of a movie. One could easily dodge past it as well as effortlessly resist it. But it was such a seemingly insignificant slap. But it instantly jerked Ji Guoqing out. Oh! All must die. This father has completely descended into this world. Humble ants. You. Slap.
Bang!
Ji Guiqing's face was instantly deformed, and the black scales on both sides of his cheeks were jerked around quite a bit. A mouthful of blood along with a few sharp fangs were roughly drawn out. The entire person was even like a gyroscope spinning rapidly towards the distant palace wall and slammed into it fiercely. Rumble. Ji Guiqing, who was still laughing madly a moment ago, was now set into the wall by Xiao Tian's slap. Holy! Ji Guiqing stifled a grunt and forcefully pulled his body out of the stone wall. Then his left hand covered his chest and his knees went weak as he directly half-kneeled on the ground. The whole body was crushed and fractured. Their Dark Lord body structure was special, possessing 98 ribs, and now 85 of them had been broken. The original 2 hearts had also been directly smashed by the extraction of one. Even the countless blood vessels in his body had been shattered for the most part. His eyes flickered with some confusion. The great Dark Lord, the invincible Dark Origin, now that he had descended in his original body, he should have pushed through everything in an invincible manner, bringing the most extreme despair to this group of ants that had humiliated him. How is it that now, instead, he was sent flying out by the other party with a slap similar to a teddy dog's slap? Holy! The Dark Vanguard didn't hold back his eyelids from shaking fiercely at the sight. Then there was endless ecstasy. One's bet was right. These humans had really done it, and although they hadn't been able to stop the Juggernaut's descent, they had weakened the other party's power to the extreme. With the opponent's current strength of level 1, they couldn't pose any threat at all. Even if a random spirit beast warrior was pulled over and struck out while on Lonely God Island, he would be able to suppress Ji Guiqing with ease. But sadly, the great man in front of him that he had once followed, the so-called Dark Lord, had not yet discovered his situation. Lord Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard suddenly let out a cry of sorrow and knelt down in front of Xiao Tian with a slippery shovel, his face extremely flattering. The heir of a second 5 boy was revealed without a doubt. He grabbed Xiao Tian's pants leg and had a pitiful look on his face. Truth be told, the first time I saw Lord, I knew that Lord was the one who achieved great things. The Dark Lord is indiscriminate, murderous, and stupidly proud. In fact, I have long wanted to turn against him. Seeing my compatriots in Blue Star suffering from mutant beasts and dark spirits was very hard on my heart as well. Now, thanks to Lord Xiao Tian's intervention, I am finally able to realize the revenge in my heart today and do what I really want to do. A great favor is not appreciated. From now on, I will live as Lord Xiao Tian's person and die as Lord Xiao Tian's ghost. Compared to Ji Guiqing, this Dark Vanguard was not stupid. He deeply knew that once Xiao Tian and the others resolved Ji Guiqing, the next one to be resolved would definitely be him, the Dark Vanguard who had chosen to betray. Expressing his loyalty to Xiao Tian now and showing his sincerity in advance was the only way to sow a ray of hope for himself. Seemingly worried about Xiao Tian's rejection, after finishing his speech, the Dark Vanguard hurriedly added, "Although my humble strength is humble, I understand quite a bit of information about the 9 sovereigns, and in the future, my humble position can inform your lordship of all of this information." Xiao Tian pondered for a while and nodded his head in agreement. This fellow was not considered stupid, seeing that the momentum was not right. He had directly sold the Dark Vanguard, and before that he had also followed the crowd and made a move to weaken the power of the Juggernauts. Now, he also blew himself up to possess information intelligence about the other 9 Juggernauts. Leaving a life behind is naturally possible. However, the impression that the other party currently brought to Xiao Tian belonged to the kind of wallflower that could sell out at any time. After all, Xiao Tian doesn't want to see what will happen today. After all, Xiao Tian did not want what happened to the Dark Lord today to happen to him in the future. Many thanks, Lord Xiao Tian. In the future, my humble servant will look up to your excellency. The Dark Vanguard was ecstatic and hurriedly bent over to Xiao Tian and bowed. Alive! The original situation of certain death had been revitalized by himself. It was also at this moment that Ji Guiqing, who had heard the contents of the 2 men's conversation, became furious. A guy who had betrayed himself was now begging his enemy to take him in. Ji Guiqing felt extremely humiliated. His eyes were ruthless, not caring about his injuries. He stepped on the ground with his feet and carried his spear to kill the Dark Vanguard. Seeing this scene, the people present were all a bit eager to try. They were not afraid of a level 1 Dark Lord, and they even wanted to try their strength on each other. Even Yen Ruyu, who had almost no combat power, silently crouched down and picked up the assault rifle on the ground. Started loading and loading. The Dark Lord, whose level was only 1, should be able to do some damage with this barrage of bullets shot out by himself, right? However, before the crowd could do anything, the Dark Vanguard took a step forward. Bold fanatic, how dare you disrespect Lord Shao Tian, who gave you the guts? After saying that, the Dark Vanguard threw out a slap. The Dark Lord was flung out with his gun and reset into the stone wall. Since he had already defected to Shao Tian anyway, there was no need for him to give Ji Guiqing a good look anymore. He also knew that he had definitely left an extremely bad impression on Shao Tian by turning against him on the verge. However, all of this did not matter, as long as he proved enough value and performed himself positively. All of this would improve. Lord Shao Tian, dealing with this kind of goods does not require you to do it yourself lest you dirty your hands, so let humble servant do it for you? The Dark Vanguard turned his head to look at Shao Tian with a sincere expression. Go! Shao Tian did not say much and nodded. The Dark Vanguard was delighted in his heart. Opportunities were always earned. Apparently he had earned himself another chance to express himself. Dark Lord? The one I killed was the Dark Lord. From now on, this Vanguard has officially abandoned the darkness. I kill. The Dark Vanguard's feet stepped on the power of darkness and instantly rushed to Ji Guiqing's near front, smashing out with a fist. Ji Guiqing was smashed and sprayed out a mouthful of old blood, and his heart was even more incomparably stifled. It's gone against the grain. The little Vanguard was going to devour the Lord. However, what made him even more horrified was that he had not been able to fight back in front of Shao Tian when his own body descended. Now that he was facing the Dark Vanguard, he actually didn't have the slightest power to fight back either. This was not right. After sensing his body's condition, Ji Guiqing man went numb. His level was actually only a pitiful level 1 now. Although he was the weakest of the 9 masters, he was no longer good enough to have a level 35 strength. Damn, but it didn't matter. His own father had already descended into this world, and he could currently summon 2 familiars to help him out. Come out, my true self's dark familiars. Ji Guiqing endured the severe pain and waved his hands, and 2 spatial vortexes appeared as darkness power surged wildly on both sides of his body. Immediately after that, 2 armored behemoths stepped out of the vortex with a single step. The 2 figures were nearly 10 meters tall as a small mountain, and countless tentacles coalesced by the power of darkness spread out from the gaps in their armor, writhing madly. This scene was quite a hunt and quite discomfort-inducing. Oh no! I forgot that the Sovereign could carry 2 dark familiars after he descended. The Dark Vanguard's figure exploded back, instantly feeling bad. The Dark Dependents were both elite-level dark beings and the Dark Lord's most loyal warriors, and their strength was also quite terrifying. It wasn't much weaker than Ji Guiqing's original strength. It seemed like there was no chance for his own performance. But having only just retreated a few steps, Ji Guiqing suddenly sensed something. He stopped in his tracks and blinked, staring at the 2 darkness dependents with a flabbergasted expression. The darkness power released from the other party was just as thin as Ji Guiqing. After some careful perception, they were actually both rank 1 existences as well. Could it be because this guy's darkness power has been weakened, and along with it, the 2 darkness familiars' levels have been forced to be lowered as well? The Dark Vanguard was a bit confused and tentatively threw out a slap. Bang! Bang! The slap wrapped in the power of darkness fell, and the 2 seemingly domineering and invincible dark familiars were instantly slapped into black mist.
Dark familiars, die.
At this moment, space went dead silent. The crowd at the back was stunned. The smile that had just surfaced on Ji Guiqing's face also froze once again. Oh, exempt. Chapter 73, Devouring the Dark Lord. Extracting the gene sequence. This time, he had completely fallen head over heels. This was Ji Guiqing's inner reflection at this moment. His own strength was severely damaged, falling to a rank 1 state. Unexpectedly, the Dark Familiars were also affected and followed him down in rank. But Ji Guiqing was a Dark Lord after all. Even though he was only a Dark Lord of the first sky, he still had a sense of pride in him. He wasn't like the Dark Vanguard, who directly begged for forgiveness when he saw that the momentum wasn't right. However, it was also as if he had instantly aged hundreds of years, and his scarlet eyes had lost their original light. This was because he knew that with Shao Tian's methods of treating his enemies, he would no longer be able to survive if he fell to this state. He was destined to be doomed today. However, like the imaginary would, at this point in time, his mindset had instead calmed down. Can you give me a cigarette? Ji Guiqing sat paralyzed on the ground and looked up at Shao Tian. Shao Tian was silent, but he still pulled out a box of golden hairpin from his pocket and threw it over. Thanks. Ji Guiqing took the box and pulled out a cigarette, using his darkness force to light it up and inhale deeply. After the last time the doppelganger descended on Blue Star, he had fallen deeply in love with something like cigarettes. Cigarettes were a good thing, capable of relieving 1,000 sorrows. After exhaling a mouthful of smoke rings, Ji Guiqing continued, "Can you give a chance? This honored one didn't have a choice before, now he just wants to be a good person." The Dark Vanguard was instantly contemptuous. "Earlier, you even called yourself a traitor. Aren't you also considered to be betraying the darkness?" Xiao Tian did not say anything and just waved out a slap. Boom! The Darkness Lord was instantly smashed into skin fragments. One Heaven's Darkness Sovereign, Pawn. Prior to this, everyone had not expected that the hallowed One Heaven's Juggernaut would actually die in such a simple and dry manner. Seeing Ji Guiqing being annihilated, Yen Ruyu also stopped recording. Her pink lips lightly opened, somewhat like a dream. The Dark Lord died just like that? Great Confucian City. Saved? Xiao Tian. All of this was because of Xiao Tian, this man who had been favored by himself. Yen Ruyu looked towards Xiao Tian. Her eyes were so thick that they were about to be thickened. It was natural for a woman to admire strength, and Yen Ruyu, the former high-cool schoolflower, was not exempt from this, and what Xiao Tian did within the Forbidden Land today was enough to make any woman reach the peak. The Dark Lord is gone just like that? What about the promised descent of the Juggernaut and that there would be no peace in Great Confucian City? Died just like that? Could we have been fooled? This guy couldn't be just a doppelganger as well? The rest of the people also exchanged words and murmured with some disbelief. It wasn't that they were to blame for voicing their doubts. It was really because this trip had gone too smoothly. They had barely put in much effort, and the final boss had been eliminated just like that. God Xiao had led the flight the entire time, and the battle results were verifiable. Right at this moment, the voice of the long-lost system resounded from the depths of Xiao Tian's mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the first Heavenly Darkness Juggernaut. The power of the Juggernaut origin has been detected. Does it start extracting the gene sequence? Xiao Tian was not calm. He hadn't reached level 30 yet, so normally there was no chance to continue devouring for the time being. Moreover, even if he had the opportunity to devour right now, the only things he could devour were plants and animals as well as insects and mutant beasts. Devouring a Dark Lord? Xiao Tian did not even dare to think about it. However, since he was able to devour it, there was no need to hesitate. Although the other party was only the weakest Juggernaut, it was at least a Juggernaut, so if he devoured it, he could not guarantee that he would be able to obtain some kind of heaven-defying gene sequence. Start extracting the gene sequence. As Xiao Tian's words fell, an invisible force instantly enveloped towards the darkness fragments floating in the air. Everyone obviously noticed that the darkness power that had been gradually dissipating suddenly converged together and coalesced towards Xiao Tian's direction. Xiao Tian's figure was instantly covered in black mist. Xiao Tian. Xiao Shen. Big brother. Lord Xiao Tian. Seeing this scene, the unknown crowd all showed nervous expressions. They thought that Ji Guiqing had left something behind. However, soon, the black mist that surrounded Xiao Tian gradually dispersed. Xiao Tian's figure reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. His original long hair had turned a reddish color, and there was also an additional darkness power on his body. The right arm that was covered by clothing had also been covered by a layer of black scales at this moment. Name? Xiao Tian. Level? 26. Bloodline level? Level 30. Gene sequence number 9000. Lord of Darkness. Inherits the trait of rebirth of severed limbs, sensory ability retained, octopus tentacles evolved into dark Qilin arms, possesses ultra-high defense, absorbs and releases a certain amount of darkness power. Tearing the arm can be transformed into the black Qilin lance. After absorbing Ji Guiqing's sovereign origin force, Xiao Tian's level did not increase, but his bloodline level came directly to a terrifying level 30. In other words, any mutant beast whose level was below level 30 would now fear him from the bottom of their hearts, even though his strength level was only 26. Moreover, this number 9000 gene sequence Dark Lord was also strong and terrifying. Dark Unicorn Arm? Absorbing and releasing a certain amount of darkness? Tearing apart the arm and still transforming it into a Dark Griffin Lance? Just by reading the introduction, it felt different from the gene sequence obtained before. Xiao Tian, are you alright? Seeing the black mist around Xiao Tian dissipate, Yen Ruyu then worriedly stepped forward and asked, I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head, his mind constantly recalling this genetic attribute of tearing his arm to transform it into a black Qilin lance. It was not known if it was a sudden jerk. Xiao Tian stretched out his left arm to hold his right arm before tearing it with force. There was a tearing sound. The right arm that was wrapped in black scale armor was actually directly torn off with his skin and flesh. The fat face of Fatty Hai in the distance turned white as he covered his mouth with both hands and let out a miserable scream. The rest of the people saw this, also more or less eyelids twitching. Many people were even scared back a few steps to sit on the ground. Is Xiao Shen ing crazy? I already knew that he treats his enemies quite ruthlessly, but I never thought that he would be equally ruthless to himself. Rip off his right arm, what kind of operation is this? But to everyone's surprise, the right arm was directly torn off, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Instead, the right arm that was torn off suddenly turned into a black mist. When it coalesced again, it had already transformed into a spear with a domineering shape, up to 2 meters long and silver gray in color. It was as if there were ghosts crying and howling within the spear. On the surface of the spear body, there was also a thick layer of darkness power covering it, like a black flame slowly pulsating. Is this the black Qilin lance? Xiao Tian casually waved the lance a few times while holding it in his left hand. The tiger was powerful. With each swing, a mournful cry would be emitted. This thing's lance was just like its name. The black Qilin lance was indeed somewhat evil. Moreover, it was quite troublesome to use, and one needed to rip off one's right arm before doing so. Although this wouldn't kill anyone, it couldn't help but hurt. This thing was a good thing, but it was better not to use it freely until it was absolutely necessary. Lord Xiao Tian, what are you? The Dark Vanguard pointed at the black Qilin lance in Xiao Tian's hand and wanted to speak. Xiao Tian was just about to open his mouth when this forbidden land suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterward, the pitch-black sky began to tear apart, and the crimson residual moon began to crumble. This side of the world was already showing signs of collapsing. Lord Xiao Tian, the sovereign is dead and this forbidden land is about to collapse. If we don't leave in time, we will be buried here along with him. The Darkness Vanguard's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to remind him. Originally, he had planned to absorb some of the darkness power here, but now it seemed that there was no time. Xiao Tian's mind moved, and the black Qilin lance immediately transformed into his right arm, spreading out countless black tentacles connecting to Xiao Tian's broken arm. It was soon restored as before. Then Xiao Tian looked to the sky and said loudly, "Everyone, retreat." Chapter 74, Environmental Calamity. A new crisis. The Forbidden Land was still overflowing with mists, and visibility was very limited. Even spirit beast warriors could easily get lost here. But with Fatty Hai's guidance, the crowd went all the way straight to the direction of the whirlpool without the slightest bit of procrastination. But on the way, the crowd also saw a surprising scene. Many of the dark spirits within the Forbidden Land were also running towards the vortex at the same time. Once the Forbidden Land collapses, even darkness beings will die a horrible death on the spot. The Dark Vanguard opened his mouth to explain. Even though most of the dark beings within the Forbidden Land didn't have much spiritual intelligence. But the fear of death was common to almost all living beings. Now that the Forbidden Land was about to collapse, these dark beings sensed the danger and didn't want to die just yet. The only thing they could do was to escape through the vortex. Xiao Tian nodded his head and did not say anything more, not to mention making a move to stop the rout of these dark beings. It was still imperative to leave the Forbidden Land as soon as possible as the best policy. It did not take long. The crowd finally ran to the front of the vortex. But the original whirlpool that could only tolerate 2 people to pass through side by side had already been surrounded by countless dark spirits. Sweeping their eyes, they were black and pressurized. It's over. The passageway out is blocked. What can we do? Fatty Hai eagerly pulled out a talisman from his pocket and was about to throw it forward. In Xiao Tian's villa, there was still a lot of delicious food that he had not tasted the flavor of yet. If he died here now, it would be a big loss. Moreover, as the last generation of the Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, if he really died here, it would be equivalent to the legacy of Longhu Mountain being severed. We can only strike together and kill our way out. Yen Tiansheng entered the animalized state. His nostrils ejected a hot gas leaping out and said. Seeing this, the rest of them were also ready to roll up their sleeves and make a move. Killing their way out was indeed the only option at the moment. It's better for me to come. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian shook his head and stood out. The crack that appeared in the sky within the Forbidden Land was getting bigger and bigger and had already spread to the ground. The collapse of the Forbidden Land was just around the corner. They did not have much time left, and it would be a little more time efficient to strike out on their own. By the way, it happened to be a good time to test the power of the Black Qilin Lance. Xiao Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and was just about to tear off his right arm. Right at this moment, the dark beings in front of him suddenly changed. Surprisingly, they no longer surged wildly towards the vortex, but instead stopped their movements and turned to look at Xiao Tian at the same time. Fatty Hai Hai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said dumbfoundedly, "These guys wouldn't want to die with us and pull our backs, right?" But at the very next moment, an eye-opening scene occurred. Only to see thousands of dark spirits actually kneeling down on one knee in unison towards Xiao Tian. What is the meaning of this? They actually kneeled down to worship God Xiao? Heavens! They are dark spirits. The crowd was already shocked when Xiao Tian was able to subdue the mutant beast. Now that even the darkness beings were taking the initiative to kneel down, this was clearly a sign that they wanted to subjugate Xiao Tian. However, the darkness spirits were special beings born in the Forbidden Land, and were essentially the same as the darkness sovereign, being the root of extreme darkness. For them to make such a move was truly incomprehensible. You absorbed the darkness power of the first heavenly sovereign. You have his aura on your body, and now that the dark sovereign is dead, they naturally recognize you as their master. Right at this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out from afar. Everyone turned to look, only to see hundreds of dark beings, carrying a huge ancient tree, rapidly approaching in the direction of the crowd. What the dark living spirits were carrying on their shoulders was none other than the dark ancient tree that Xiao Tian had previously extorted a sum of core leaves from. Xiao Tian's gaze continuously swept back and forth between the dark ancient tree and the dark beings beneath it. This dark ancient tree was also considered a capable tree. It was actually able to make hundreds of dark living spirits actively carry him and run away. Because I absorbed the darkness master's darkness power, they have recognized me as their master? If that was really the case, then by killing the Dark Lord, he had not only harvested a new gene sequence, but also an army of dark living souls. It was definitely a huge harvest. Thinking back to the dark ancient tree's words, Xiao Tian suddenly rushed to the dark beings in front of him and commanded, "Everyone line up and leave the Forbidden Land in order." As Xiao Tian's words fell, the originally chaotic dark beings suddenly rose and lined up, passing through the vortex in a neat and orderly manner. They actually really obeyed God Xiao's dispatch. There are no less than thousands of dark living spirits present. God Xiao already had 16 altered beasts, and now that he has subdued these 1,000-odd dark living spirits, who can be his enemy in the entire Great Confucian City now? God Xiao is awesome. Before the Forbidden Land completely collapsed, Xiao Tian's group, along with the thousands of darkness beings, left the Forbidden Land together. Only after reappearing in the center of the Great Confucian City did the crowd's nerves, which had been taut for a long time, gradually relax. Who could have thought? They had actually done something so great on this trip. First, they had exterminated the 5 cities' ungrateful spirit beast warriors. Then they had extorted the dark ancient tree, and finally they had killed the Dark Lord and the dark familiars. However, everyone was very clear that all of this had very little to do with them and was all Xiao Tian's doing. There were some things that didn't really need to be beeped about. It was over if the Xiao God was powerful. I would like to thank all of you for helping me on this trip to the Forbidden Land, so you can go to the villa to receive a share of the resources when you return. Xiao Tian eyed the crowd, and these words fell instantly, causing a cheer. Then Xiao Tian's eyes condensed as he continued. Now that the One Heaven's juggernaut has been annihilated, the environment of Blue Star will change in at most 3 days, and an extreme cold wave is about to appear, so it is best for everyone to make preparations in advance when they go back. Everyone was now considered to have experienced life and death together, so a reminder would not hurt. In Xiao Tian's memories, after the first heavenly sovereign was annihilated, Blue Star soon ushered in a blizzard that would not be encountered for 10,000 years. The environment of Blue Star would become even harsher. The entire Blue Star was frozen, and some of the cities near the poles were even instantly frozen, with everyone in the city dying a tragic death. The temperature was directly lowered by tens of degrees below zero, and under such temperatures, not to mention ordinary people, spirit beast warriors would also be frozen to death. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's warning, the crowd that was still smiling and laughing could not smile anymore. There was not a single time that what God Xiao had said did not work. Originally, They had thought that they would be able to breathe a sigh of relief for a while after eliminating the first heavenly sovereign. Yet, they hadn't thought that this was just a new beginning, regardless of what the crowd thought. After explaining all of this, Xiao Tian led Yen Ruyu and the others to prepare to leave. Little friend. Right at this moment, the voice of the dark ancient tree sounded. Although it was still pale, it had a few more points of flattery. Xiao Tian turned around to look and saw that a hideous human face suddenly appeared above the dark ancient tree's thick stump. The human face used all its strength to show Xiao Tian a pleasing smile. Little friend, we are also destined to meet, and you are not a simple character, or else you can take me away, and I will follow you from now on. Chapter 75 Tonight. Hunt for a good time. The dark ancient tree essentially belonged to the dark beings as well, and there was simply nowhere to go after leaving the Forbidden Land. Following Xiao Tian was the best option at the moment. At least it wouldn't be treated as a dark living spirit to be wiped out by the other spirit beast warriors. Moreover, Xiao Tian had absorbed the Darkness Master's darkness force, and there was actually nothing wrong with following him himself. The old man also has a certain amount of battle power and can do a lot of things. You definitely won't suffer any losses by taking in the old man. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, the dark ancient tree hurriedly continued to speak, more or less flustered. This brat couldn't be that he didn't want to take in himself, right? He was at least an ancient existence that had lived for more than 100 years, and now that he was taking the initiative to ask to be taken in, you actually refused? It's not that bad. Not really. Xiao Tian already had 16 powerful mutant beasts, plus his bloodline level had risen again. As long as there were enough shelters prepared, Xiao Tian could still take in more powerful mutant beasts. Moreover, putting aside the mutant beasts, Xiao Tian now possessed an army of more than 1,000 dark beings. There was really no shortage of dark ancient trees. The only thing Xiao Tian had his eye on was the core leaves on the dark ancient tree, but Xiao Tian already had 100 of them. In a short while, his level was estimated to reach level 30, and these 100 core tree leaves would also be completely sufficient. Xiao Tian did not reply and turned around. Don't. Little friend, let's have a discussion. The corners of the dark ancient tree's mouth twitched as it hurriedly called out to Xiao Tian. As long as you take in the old man, there will be enough core tree leaves. Moreover, after the old man's strength has increased, the core tree leaves will also be able to have an effect on high-level spirit beast warriors. Hearing this, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped in his steps. Half an hour later, everyone returned to the villa. The spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City also went back to their homes with a heavy heart after receiving their respective supplies. The cold wave was about to descend, and now that they had first-hand information, they had to go back as early as possible to make preparations. As for the dark ancient tree, it was planted in front of the villa's front door by Xiao Tian. Seeing that it had been taken in, the dark ancient tree was ecstatic inside and continuously thanked Xiao Tian. Only Yen Ruyu and the others looked at him with sympathetic faces. At one time, the villa had been besieged by numerous spirit beast warriors. Although Xiao Tian's strength had risen rapidly now, there was no one in the entire Great Confucian City who was his opponent. However, no one could guarantee that a similar situation would not happen again. If a similar situation happened again, the dark ancient tree would definitely be the first victim. After all, this thing was planted right in front of the villa's entrance. When it really came to that time, the first one to be beaten would be him. However, this could not be blamed on Xiao Tian's darkness. It was really that this thing was too large and it was simply impossible to put it into the villa. After returning to the villa, everyone sat paralyzed on the sofa to recover their strength. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, brought in a large pot of raw meat and feasted on it. He had been fighting frantically within the Forbidden Land and had long been starving. Yen Ruyu also took advantage of the break and uploaded the recorded video to the internet. Then, the internet exploded. This Xiao Tian is so raw. That's a Dark Lord, but he was actually slapped to death? What Dark Vanguard has gone rogue? And why are so many mutant beasts following his orders? What's wrong with the world? This son has unlimited potential and must not be kept. Not long after the video was uploaded, some people soon began to question the authenticity of the video. But as the day of the first Heavenly Sovereign's descent had arrived, there was a delay on the side of the Great Confucian City. Gradually, the skepticism did not break through. Everyone realized Xiao Tian's terror. It was even if he had hardened the Juggernaut's detachment, but now even the Juggernaut's main body had been resolved by him. Many people began to fear Xiao Tian and secretly swore not to provoke him. However, There were also bold people who began to wonder what kind of benefits Xiao Tian had gained from killing the One Heaven's dominator. All in all, after this incident, the name Xiao Tian was gradually being remembered by more people. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian ate an entire 13 pounds of fresh meat before he felt his stomach feel much more comfortable. Xiao Tian then came outside the villa and looked at the more than 1,000 dark living spirits standing outside the villa's main door and started to worry. How should these dark living spirits be placed? Although the villa was very large, it was obviously not able to accommodate these more than 1,000 dark beings. Moreover, these dark spirits were different from mutant beasts, and it was impossible to place them through a sheltering device. Even if it was possible to do so, more than 1,000 dark living beings was a full 1,000 sheltering devices. Even if Shinchilan was treated like a cow or a horse, it would still be difficult to create these more than 1,000 sheltering devices in a short period of time. Just as Xiao Tian was in a difficult situation, these 1,000 or so dark beings seemed to have sensed Xiao Tian's clarity. They were actually enveloped by the power of darkness at the same time, and then merged with each other, transforming into a black cloak suspended in the air. At the same time, a stream of information instantly surged into Xiao Tian's mind. The cloak was called a Yin Soul Streamer, and the wearer could shield others' perception of their strength. Although it could not be of much use against existences whose strength was far above Xiao Tian's, it was already useful enough for the moment. Moreover, the surface of the Yin Soul Streamer was covered with more than 1,000 black scale armors, each of which represented a dark being. As long as Xiao Tian's mind moved, he would be able to summon them out to fight anytime, anywhere. Xiao Tian's heart rejoiced as he reached out and held the Yin Soul Streamer and backhanded it onto his body. The black cloak was exquisite with a hint of evil, further accentuating Xiao Tian's demonic appearance. I did not expect that dark beings could still fuse with each other to transform into such an equipment. This way, one would not have to worry about how to place them. Moreover, these dark living spirits were different from mutant beasts in that they did not need to eat, which also saved Xiao Tian a lot of trouble. In the future, when he encountered an enemy, he would not even need to take action himself. First, he released the 16 mutant beasts. If the 16 mutant beasts were no match, then he would summon an army of dark spirits. Directly pile up the number of people and engage in a group fight. Tonight, we will rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will go out to look for some supplies to fight the upcoming cold wave. The villa also needs to be reinforced. The current villa is only able to withstand a certain degree of attack. On the degree of cold resistance, it was still too weak. Remember that before the cold wave descends, the forbidden land of the second heaven will descend. The forbidden land of the second heaven was different from the forbidden land that appeared in the first heaven. The forbidden land that appeared in the second heaven would appear everywhere in the blue star at the same time. No matter where the spirit beast warriors were, as long as they entered the forbidden land, they would appear in the same forbidden space. In other words, starting from the second heavenly forbidden land, all the spirit beast warriors on the blue star would have to enter the stage of competing with each other. At that time, if they wanted to obtain the benefits of the opportunities within the forbidden land, the competition would be even more intense. But Xiao Tian was not panicked in the slightest and instead had some small expectations. Because the current him was frighteningly powerful. Shaking the Yin Soul Streamer behind him, Xiao Tian returned to his room and found Shinchilan. Shinchilan was lying on the bed looking at her cell phone in boredom. When she saw Xiao Tian, a trace of unnaturalness immediately flashed across her face. Since the end of the last double row, she was still feeling some pain until now. Tonight, I'll rest here at your place, Xiao Tian said as he came to the bed and sat down. Shinchilan's face was slightly red and she originally wanted to refuse, but after looking at Xiao Tian's handsome face, she suddenly changed her mind. Nodding her head, she softly answered. Just when the two of them were about to have a double row, a sound of footsteps came from outside the room, and Yen Ruyu pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Seeing the two who were preparing to double row, she immediately blushed and lowered her head. Sorry, I don't seem to have come at the right time. After saying that, she was about to exit with a red face. She had also planned to look for Xiao Tian tonight to double row, but after looking around after dinner, she didn't find where Xiao Tian was. Originally, she wanted to take a look at Shinchilan's side, but who would have thought that she would run into such an embarrassing scene? Even Shinchilan, a talented girl, felt a bit ashamed when she was caught in the middle of a double row match. However, Xiao Tian called out to Yen Ruyu rather calmly and waved his hand with a smile. Cholan, her body is weak. It's a long night. You've come at the right time. It had also been a long time since Xiao Tian had a double row. Tonight, hunt for a good time. Chapter 76 Dark Vanguard vs. White Sugar. Early the next morning, a powerful piece of news once again dominated the website platform. The strongest spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities surrounding Great Confucian City, as well as a group of elites, had all gone missing. So far, no one has heard from them. When Wang Lu and his 5 men had traveled to Great Confucian City with their manpower, everyone knew about the news. Everyone knew that their main target was Xiao Tian. And now, Xiao Tian was unharmed and had also annihilated the One Heaven's Dominator, while Wang Lu and his group had mysteriously disappeared. It was not difficult to guess with one's feet that this matter must have something to do with Xiao Tian. The strongest people of the 5 cities led their elites at the same time. How exactly did Xiao Tian do this? Countless people were curious about this question, and Xiao Tian's name had once again spread across the internet. In the villa, after simply eating breakfast, Xiao Tian was ready to bring Fatty Hai and the Dark Vanguard to go out and collect supplies. As for Yen Ruyu and Shin Qilan, they were still resting in bed. The intensity of the double row was too high, coupled with the fact that Xiao Tian's level was not what it used to be. Under the full release, Shin Qilan, the talented girl, was the first to lose. Couldn't keep up. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm even if she tried her best. In less than 10 minutes, Yen Ruyu, the spirit beast warrior, also initiated surrender and typed GG in the chat box. The current Xiao Tian was able to both fight and simmer, and the 2 women gradually felt that it was difficult to support them. After the Dark Vanguard returned to the villa, it was placed in a spare room by Xiao Tian. When Xiao Tian washed up and found the other party, the entire person was a bit bad. Pushing open the door of the room, what met his eyes in the room was a little double ponytailed loli wearing loose casual clothes. Her features were cute and fair, with a slight hint of baby fat. Paired with the loose pajamas, there was a kind of incongruous beauty that made people have an uncontrollable urge to protect. Hee, Lord Xiao Tian. When the little loli saw Xiao Tian, she instantly displayed a smile. Her voice was crisp and soft, and the entire room seemed to be instantly filled with the loli's sweet scent. Hearing the other party call out his name, Xiao Tian's head became even more confused. He simply did not recognize the little loli in front of him. When did the other party enter the villa? Moreover, this was the room that he had arranged for the Dark Vanguard, so how did the other party appear here? Xiao Tian scratched his head. His mind was very confused right now. Lord Xiao Tian, my humble servant is the Dark Vanguard. Ah, don't you recognize my humble servant? The little loli suddenly reacted and smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples. You are the Dark Vanguard. Xiao Tianren went numb, simply unable to connect the Dark Pioneer with the little double, ponytailed loli in front of him. It is precisely my humble servant. My humble servant thought that since I want to follow Lord Xiao Tian to survive in the Blue Planet, it is best to take on a human form so that I can avoid a lot of trouble. Since you can take on a human form, why did you prefer to make this appearance? You are at least a Dark Vanguard, and you are actually a double ponytailed loli after taking human form. Is this reasonable? Xiao Tian was a little chilled anyway, not realizing that dark beings were similar to humans and actually had the special pet peeve. Lord Xiao Tian, darkness beings actually do not distinguish between genders. My humble servant is no longer a darkness vanguard now, and my humble servant has given herself a name, called by Xiao Tian. By Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian rubbed his nose, not wanting to continue chatting more on this topic. Changing the topic, he said, I'm going out to collect some supplies. Come with me. Good. As long as it's Lord Xiao Tian's order, no matter how embarrassing it is, my humble servant will still follow your lordship's instructions. Bai Xiao Tian squirmed and whispered with a red face and lowered her head. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly somewhat regretted calling this bastard to go out with him. Immediately afterward, the 2 pulled Fatty Hai out of the room. It was already 3 poles above sunrise, and this dead fatso was actually still huffing and puffing on the bed. This also made Xiao Tian more and more determined to cultivate Fatty Hai's idea. At least it is also a contemporary heavenly master, absolutely cannot let himself be raised to waste. Being forcibly pulled out of bed, Fatty Hai was initially a little depressed. But when he saw Bai Xiao Tian beside Xiao Tian, he immediately narrowed his eyes and instantly changed his attitude. Big brother, who is this little loli? Your new harem? Sister-in-law and the others won't be jealous if they know, right? Fatty Hai pulled Xiao Tian aside and whispered. Xiao Tian kicked Fatty Hai and said in a bad mood, he is a Dark Vanguard. Fatty Hai let out a cry and once again looked at by Xiao Tian on the side. Despite how hard he tried, he was never able to overlap the cute little loli in front of him with yesterday's Dark Vanguard. This damn contrast is also too big, right? The Dark Vanguard had become a little lowly. The TV show wouldn't dare to act like this. This was too evil. Soon the three of them drove out the door together. Bai Xiaotian took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. And with her hands resting on her cheeks, she looked at Xiao Tian with an affectionate face. She just looked like that and didn't say anything. Xiao Tian's scalp was a little numb from the look. What kind of game is this Go Dongxi playing? Although the other party's current appearance was sweet and lovely, Xiao Tian still found it difficult to accept after knowing that the other party was a Dark Vanguard. Splat! Xiao Tian threw a slap on Bai Xiaotian's face. Don't stare at old me. Bai Xiaotian covered her face, and instead of getting angry, she nodded her head in a very well-behaved manner. As if a child who had done something wrong, he said, I understand. I will follow your orders. After saying that, he turned his head to look out of the car window. However, a very cool feeling rose in his heart. Lord Xiao Tian really has strength. To be slapped by Lord Xiao Tian, one was so happy, worthy of being a man who was able to exterminate a first heavenly sovereign. To be able to follow such a man, one could never go wrong. It was also thanks to Xiao Tian not being able to read minds. Otherwise, if he knew the other party's mental activities at this moment, he would definitely kick him off the bus. However, not to mention, a sweet and cute little loli, opening and closing her mouth with a humble position. This kind of contrast was even much stronger than an iceberg beauty being the reincarnation of a chimera. However, once he thought that the other party's body was a Dark Lord, Xiao Tian said that he was not blessed to enjoy it. The mission of the crowd going out this time was to collect warming materials, although similar things would also appear within the forbidden land of the second heaven. But there was absolutely nothing wrong with making more preparations. 3 hours later, the crowd rushed back to the villa pulling a cart of supplies. The trip went quite smoothly. The heating supplies were all over the entire Great Confucian City, and were not as scarce as the shooting supplies. There were also mutant beasts encountered on the road, and they even encountered several fusion mutant beasts. But they were all easily solved by Xiao Tian. However, when the vehicle traveled to the outside of the villa gate, a figure suddenly scurried out from the side. It then blocked the front of the vehicle and rushed towards Xiao Tian in the vehicle and knelt down. Please, save me. Chapter 77 Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master also chasing stars? Kneeling on the ground was a wonderful young girl. Although her head was hanging low, she was still able to feel an uncommon temperament. Long pink hair, a famous brand, and a rather nice and clear voice. However, the young girl's body was covered in blood, and her breath was extremely weak, seemingly having experienced a vicious battle only a short while ago. What kind of person are you? Why should I save you? Xiao Tian pulled open the car door and walked down, coming close to the young girl and condescendingly asked. Bai Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai also followed closely and came up. Right at this moment, the young girl suddenly raised her head. A delicate and absolutely beautiful face was immediately reflected in her eyes. Fatty Hai's eyes glazed over and he immediately exclaimed, Goddess Chuyao?
Goddess Chuyao.
Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai with a somewhat mute expression. Fatty Hai was surprised and said, Big brother, don't you even follow stars? This is our dragon country's hottest showbiz goddess, Chuyao. The showbiz goddess Chuyao? He has never been in the habit of chasing stars. Isn't it normal that he doesn't recognize the other party? Fatty Hai was still talking to himself, introducing Chuyao's dramas and new songs over and over again. Speaking to the back, Fatty Hai has long been excited face red. It can be seen that this dead fat man is Chuyao's die-hard fan. However, Xiao Tian was somewhat incomprehensible. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master would actually also be a star chaser, and was still a die-hard fan? Goddess Chuyao, I remember, aren't you in the Heavenly Vault City settlement? How did you come here to seek help from my big brother? It was only after hearing Fatty Hai's words that Chuyao reacted, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, as she said in a pitiful manner. A powerful spirit beast warrior has also appeared in Sky Vault City, named Wang Mingxian. The other party was originally just a land ruffian, but the beastization ability he obtained was unprecedentedly powerful. He soon integrated all the forces in Sky Vault City, and he was extremely horny and started to trash girls after he gained power. My parents planned to send me there in order to be able to flatter the other party, but I didn't agree and snuck out while I wasn't paying attention. I had seen Xiao Tian's name on the internet and knew that he was very capable, which is why I came to Daeju City to seek help. Speaking here, Chuyao was already in Pear Blossom, Xiao Tian. I know that you have the ability to save me. If you are willing to help me this time, I can give you my body as a repayment. I am still intact now. You can rest assured on this point. Fatty Hai was going crazy. The unattainable goddess in her own eyes was now actively kneeling in front of Xiao Tian to ask for help. It also expressed its willingness to hand over its body to Xiao Tian. Why didn't such a good thing happen to himself? What rank is that Wang Mingxian? Maybe I can help you without my big brother's hand. Fatty Hai's dog-licking attribute was stimulated and asked with an expectant face. Wang Mingxian is already level 35. Chu Yao explained with a glance at Fatty Hai. Level 35 Wasn't it even higher than Big Brother's level? The flame in Fatty Hai's heart was instantly doused by a pot of cold water, and after awkwardly scratching his head, he retreated behind Xiao Tian again. You guys chat. You guys continue chatting. Chu Yao was somewhat speechless and once again looked at Xiao Tian. I don't lack women, and your so-called repayment doesn't have any attraction to me, so you might as well go back wherever you came from. It was not that Xiao Tian was cold-blooded and heartless. Under the chaotic world, preserving oneself was the biggest task. As for the deaths and lives of others, it really had nothing to do with him. He was not a savior with a heart for the living, much less a brainless and kind-hearted contemporary Madonna. What did the suffering of others have to do with him, Xiao Tian? As soon as she heard Xiao Tian's words, Chu Yao instantly became anxious, and she was also clear that she was not acquainted with Xiao Tian. So, in order to seek the other party's help, she took the initiative to take out her innocent body in exchange. It did not occur to her that the other party had actually rejected it directly. If this person in front of her was not even willing to help, she really did not know where to go from here. Fatty Hai shook his head with a look of regret. Although he wanted to help, he was more aware of Xiao Tian's character. Since this big brother of his own family was unwilling to make a move, he naturally had his own considerations and it was difficult for him to say anything. Behind the two, Xiao Tian quietly watched this scene without speaking. It was just that her gaze was locked onto Chu Yao's rather sizable chest. Looking at Chu Yao's voluptuous body, and then looking down and surveying her own airfield, Xiao Tian fell silent. Let's go back. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and walked straight past Chu Yao. Just at this moment, a Rolls-Royce drove up in the distance and suddenly stopped in front of several people with a sharp brake. Then a middle-aged couple with 3 spirit beast warriors walked down from the car. Rebellious daughter. Truly rebellious daughter. When the middle-aged man saw Chu Yao on the ground, he was instantly furious and stepped forward to kick out. What an asshole. I don't know how many women in Sky Vault City want to become young Wang's woman. Now that young Wang has his eye on you, you actually dare to run away. The middle-aged woman also spoke coldly. Dad. Mom. You guys never cared about my feelings. I don't want to be that kind of asshole's woman. You guys are selling your daughter. Chu Yao's voice was sad, suddenly feeling miserable. Before the dark turmoil, she was a glamorous first-tier actress with a bright future. But no one could have imagined that her parents were crazily sucking her blood behind her back. All the money she earned was pocketed by the old couple to buy a car and a house for her own brother. As for her, she was like an outsider, never treated well. After the outbreak of the dark unrest, the old couple intensified their efforts. In order to allow their own brother to follow Wang Mingxian's lead, they actually sold themselves directly. Let's go. Hurry back with us. If we let Wang Xiao wait for a long time, our family won't be able to get away with it. The two of them walked towards the car without saying a word, holding Chu Yao. Xiao Tian did not stop his steps from the beginning to the end and walked towards the villa on his own. However, right at this moment, Chu father suddenly called out to Xiao Tian. Kid. What is your relationship with Xiao Yao? The other party had a bad attitude and clearly had a questioning tone. There is no relationship. Xiao Tian lightly glanced at him and continued to walk forward after saying that. No relationship? How could she come here to look for you without a relationship? Chu's mother followed suit, and the moment she opened her mouth, there was a flavor of vitriol. Dad. Mom. Chu Yao slowly got up and coldly said, all of this has nothing to do with him. I'll go back with you guys. Xiao Tian's indifference Chu Yao was able to understand, and she had already resigned herself to her fate when it came to this. Didn't want to implicate others anymore. No, he must go back with us. Wang Xiaoji likes virgin women. Who knows if this bastard has made a move on you? He must go back with us. If he really did something to you, we can also give an explanation to Wang Xiaoji and not be blamed for it. The old couple had no doubt, and after saying that, they directly waved their hands, and the 3 spirit beast warriors behind them didn't think twice. They instantly took a step forward and simultaneously entered the state of animalization, walking towards Xiao Tian in a very impressive stance. Seeing this, Fatty Hai silently took a few steps back. With his understanding of Xiao Tian, these guys in front of him were going to be finished. His own big brother clearly did not intervene, and instead of directly taking away Goddess Chuyao, you all have to find trouble with your own big brother. Isn't this the old man hanging himself? Too long for life? Chapter 78, a name that scares the hell out of you. The three spirit beast warriors struck decisively. The spirit beast warrior on the left had hair growing out of his entire body. His arms turned into sharp claws, and before the person arrived, the cold aura of the sharp claws had already swept away. The center of the spirit beast warrior cheeks sunken. Even grew 2 gills. The whole body skin is covered with fish scales. His fists violently collided together. Even sparks overflowed. The spirit beast warrior on the right was the most disgusting. 2 catfish tentacles actually grew on both sides of the corner of his mouth. His entire head instantly swelled monstrously, and he violently opened his bloody mouth, as if it had been shrunken down like a hideous shield machine. Although there were only 3 of them, they were all firing at the same time, and they actually made a whole set of 1,000 armies. The old couple gloated at this scene, the corners of their mouths already unconsciously crooked to the back of their heads. These 3 people could be the helpers sent over by Wang Xiao, one of Wang Xiao's absolute beloved ones. Their levels, moreover, had come to a terrifying level 19. Although this kind of level could not be called invincible when placed in a small place like Big Ru City, apart from some of the elite powerhouses, and the recently rumored ruthless man Xiao Tian. Almost no one was able to compete with the 3 of them. But what puzzled the old couple was that the fat man beside that kid actually had no intention of stepping in to help when he saw this scene. Instead, he pulled out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and ate it with relish. Right at this moment, the 3 had already arrived in front of Xiao Tian. Snap! Xiao Tian did not say anything and did not even enter the beastly state. He just casually waved his hand. The one who rushed at the front, the spirit beast warrior whose body was wrapped in fish scales, was actually directly thrown out 30 meters. His body tumbled wildly without control, and after crashing into several bole-thick trees one after another, he completely collapsed to the ground. Oh wow wow wow! The fish scales of his entire body were jerked away and shattered by the huge force for most of his body, revealing the bloodied and delicate skin. Then he trembled and stretched out his hand as if he wanted to say something. However, Xiao Tian's slap not only broke his defense, but also shattered his internal organs. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood continued to gush out of his mouth, and he could not even say a complete sentence. In the end, his eyes were askew, his body softened, and he completely lost his breath with unwillingness. Surprisingly, he was smacked to death by Xiao Tian.
Yang Defa?
The other 2 spirit beast warriors instantly became dumbfounded. Damn you! It wasn't that their quality was low and they were casually using foul language, but this was simply too unbelievable. A level 19 spirit beast warrior was actually smacked to death just like that. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Moreover, Xiao Tian did not enter the beast formation state when he smacked this unlucky bastard to death. Without entering the beast formation state, he was able to kill a spirit beast warrior with a slap. If they had entered the state of bestialization, wouldn't a single fart be able to pop them to death? You are Xiao Tian. The 2 reacted swiftly as well, stopping their forms hard while frantically retreating explosively. Looking at Great Confucian City, if there was really someone who was powerful to this extent, that person could only be Xiao Tian. The calm and easy-going-looking teenager in front of him was actually the ruthless Xiao Tian who had killed the first heavenly juggernaut that had been rumored all over the internet recently. You are Xiao Tian? At this moment, Chu's father and mother were not calm anymore. Just the 2 words Xiao Tian made their knees go weak and their entire body could not stop trembling. Not because of anything else, but only because the current Xiao Tian's fame on the internet was simply too great. It had almost reached the point where no one knew about it. Everyone knew that this was a madman, treating his enemies decisively and without mercy, and directly plagiarizing his family if he didn't move. What's even more terrifying is, not only did he treat his enemies ruthlessly, he treated the Dark Lord even more ruthlessly. While the Dark Lord hadn't completely descended, he took his manpower to the other party's lair to start a war, and in the end, he really killed the Dark Lord. This kind of thing was simply not something that a normal person could do. Why don't you continue to strike? Wasn't he quite arrogant earlier? Now that you know that my big brother is Xiao Tian, you're scared? Are you all stupid? You don't even do a strategy in advance to come to Big Ru City? Who do you want to mess with but my big brother? Fatty Hai put away the chips and shook his head with an expression of viewing a retard. Hearing Fatty Hai recognize Xiao Tian's identity, the two spirit beast warriors almost cried. It really was the ruthless Xiao Tian. I didn't expect that they had just arrived in Great Confucian City and they had incurred such a terrifying existence. It was really a sin. Xiao Tian, we don't mean to be your enemy. We can leave now. The two were very decisive and turned around to leave after cupping their fists at Xiao Tian. However, right at this moment, Xiao Tian slowly opened his mouth and spoke words that caused the two to instantly despair. Anyone who strikes against me will be considered an enemy by me, and those who are considered enemies by me are basically all dead. Run. Hurry up and run. The two of them did not stop their footsteps and ran with all their might without looking back. Now that they knew Xiao Tian's identity, they couldn't even rise the courage to resist head-on. But in front of Xiao Tian, how could they escape? A few minutes later, the two people died tragically at the scene. When Chu's father and mother saw this scene, they had been completely paralyzed with fear. That Wang Mingxian you guys are talking about is very powerful? Xiao Tian turned his head to look at the old two and asked. The old two's teeth trembled and they tried several times, but they were hard-pressed not to say a complete sentence. They had been scared silly. Xiao Tian shook his head, then pointed to Chu Yao and said indifferently, "From now on, she is my woman. Go back and tell that Wang Mingxian that if he is not convinced, feel free to come and find me. Now you can get lost." Hearing that Xiao Tian was willing to let them go, the old couple woke up like a dream, turned around and stumbled towards the direction of the Rolls-Royce. But right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly kicked out. Bang! The luxurious top of the line Rolls-Royce was actually directly kicked into two by Xiao Tian. "Scram!" Xiao Tian said coldly. "Scram, we'll scram now." The old couple only felt their throats tighten as they hurriedly fled. Only after resolving all of this did Xiao Tian look at Chu Yao. Chu Yao cupped the corner of her coat with both hands and was very apprehensive and nervous inside. She did not expect that Xiao Tian's name was so good. Just after knowing Xiao Tian's name, the two spirit beast warriors were so scared that they lost their will to fight, and her parents were so scared that they fell to their knees. "Thank you for helping me." After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yao timidly said, "The villa still lacks cleaning maids, so I'll leave these things to you in the future." Xiao Tian turned around and returned to the villa after putting down these words. Xiao Tian actually did not want to intervene in this matter, but he had already made a move to kill two of Wang Mingxian's men. Even if he allowed Chu Yao to be brought back, it was estimated that this matter would not be closed. Since the beam had already been formed, it would be better to just take Chu Yao back. As for the other party having a terrifying strength of level 35, Xiao Tian did not care at all. "You're high-leveled and you're powerful, you eat a lot and you're wowed? You have a high level, the army of dark beings on my side are not vegetarians either." Fatty Hai had a face of hatred. Goddesses are to be loved, not to be used as cattle and horses. You didn't say yes when people promised you their bodies, but now you're letting the other party be the maid. Once a top-stream goddess, now a maid? Fatty Hai said he was speechless. Bai Xiaotian also nuzzled her little mouth and followed closely back to the villa. Chu Yao, on the other hand, froze for a moment and quickly relieved herself. Being a maid was fine. It was better than becoming Wang Mingxian's woman. At the same time, on the other side, not long after Chu's father and mother escaped the villa, after determining safety, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and made a call, narrating the situation on this side. A man's angry roar soon followed. "Outrageous! The woman that my big brother has his eye on, actually someone but dares to block it? Xiao Tian, right? Compared to my big brother, he's a Kariba. Tell me the address. I'll bring people to flatten his villa right now." Chapter 79 Terrifying Great Cold Wave. Opening of the Ice Age. Half an hour later, a fleet of vehicles traveled to their destination in great numbers to meet up with Chu's father and mother. The first car of the convoy was a conspicuous red Ferrari, and a man with a stout figure pulled open the door and walked down from it. With a big back head and black sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth, he gave people a feeling of being full of faction. "Second young master, you've finally come. You can do it for our old couple." When Chu's father and mother saw the visitor, they hurriedly began to complain in tears. The burly man in front of him was Wang Mingxian's own brother, and although his strength was not as good as Wang Mingxian's, he was also at the 29th level. He was Wang Mingxian's right-hand man, and the two brothers were extremely close. They not only share resources and food, but also have a special fetish. Sharing women. On top of this piece, the two brothers played extremely perverted, which was one of the reasons why Chu Yao preferred to work as a maid in the villa rather than being Wang Mingxian's woman. Two useless old things. This little thing can't even be done. What a waste. Wang Qianqian spat and backhandedly threw a slap on the old two's face. The old two were beaten and didn't dare to say anything. They only dared to lower their heads and scream bitterly one by one. Originally, according to the plan, Chu father and Chu mother would bring Chu Yao back, in order to prevent being attacked by other spirit beast warriors or mutant beasts on the way. Wang Qianqian, on the other hand, had brought his people to meet them in the vicinity. As a result, after waiting for half a day on their side, a call came from Chu father's side. The people had not been brought back, and their own brothers had even lost their lives because of it. Wang Qianfang now wanted to kill people. No one had ever dared to make a move against their two brothers in Sky Vault City. At the beginning of the Dark Unrest, there were some people who had done so, but those who had done so had basically died in the hands of the two brothers. People who were not ruthless could not stand firm, and the two brothers belonged to the absolute ruthless people in Sky Vault City. Just to compare it with Xiao Tian, it might be a lot worse. Because Xiao Tian was not a ruthless person, he was a little more than a ruthless person, he was a crazy lot. Second young master, that Xiao Tian is bold and daring. Originally we were going to take away that rebellious daughter, that Xiao Tian even meddled in the matter, and after finishing, he also asked us to bring a message to Wang Xiao, that the person is here with him and that if you want the person, let Wang Xiao come by himself. The old couple lowered their heads and re-described the whole thing, adding more fuel to the fire. Who had thought that Wang Qianfan raised his hand and threw out another slap. The old two were rained down and were dumbfounded. Two waste things. Lao Zi is not stupid. No need to deliberately add oil and vinegar in front of Lao Zi. Wang Qianqian's fingers clipped a cigar and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, faintly saying, that Xiao Tian dared to not grow eyes to die the woman my big brother had his eyes on, and also beat our brother to death. No matter what, he's dead. The old couple acted obediently and kept nodding their heads in agreement. Lead the way. Wang Qianfan turned around and walked towards the direction of the Ferrari. Second young master, that Xiao Tian has a terrifying strength. Even a first heavenly master was destroyed by him. I'm afraid we can't do it with so few people, right? Father Chu said with a scowl. You mean that old me is no match for that Xiao Tian? Wang Qianqian asked as his feet lurched and his eyes narrowed.
No.
I don't mean that. Chu father's body trembled and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. But before he could explain, Wang Qianfan retreated back and reached out to tear Chu father's right arm hard. Blood instantly gushed out from the break, staining his shirt red. Chu father grimaced and wailed in pain. Chu mother, on the other hand, was paralyzed with fear and shivered non-stop. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu father was also a spirit beast warrior and his physical quality was stronger than a normal person, such an amount of bloodshed would have long since led him to the box. You two losers also dare to belittle old me. This is your punishment. After saying this, Wang Qianqian only continued to get into the car and faintly said, Lead the way. Villa. Xiao Tian had already arranged for someone to bring down all the heating materials he had found and stock them up. According to the current amount of heating resources, even if the cold wave descended now, they would be able to last for at least a month. After doing all this, Xiao Tian began to absorb the power of the mutant beast's crystal core. During this period of time, there were still quite a few people who brought in mutant beast crystal cores one after another for exchange. With the elimination of the first heavenly juggernaut, the mutant beasts were now getting stronger and stronger, and the energy of the crystal cores was also getting more and more. However, Xiao Tian's level had also long since ceased to be what it used to be. Now, if he wanted to continue leveling up, he would need to consume an incomparably terrifying amount of crystal cores. Seeing Xiao Tian easily refining the crystal cores, Chu Yao was already dumbstruck. Was this still a human being? These crystal cores were generally level 10 or above mutant beast crystal cores. Xiao Tian actually refined them directly? One had to know that even a level 30 spirit beast warrior would need at least an hour to refine a crystal core that was within level 10. My big brother has the strength. Absorbing mutant beast crystal cores is as simple as eating and drinking. You'll get used to it in the future. Fatty Hai opened his mouth at the side and explained, then pulled out a bag of potato chips and handed it over, squeezing his eyebrows. Goddess, I have potato chips here. Do you want to eat some? Although Xiao Tian was absorbing the crystal cores, he could hear the crowd's conversation. He could not help but be extremely speechless. Thanks to the fact that this fatty had been admitted to Dragon Tiger Mountain as a heavenly master. Otherwise, he would properly be the ultimate licking dog. Thank you, but I'm currently the villa's maid. I'll continue working first. Chu Yao politely refused. Then she picked up the broom and began to seriously sweep up every corner of the villa. The two girls, Yen Ruyu and Shin Cholan, had also woken up long ago. They had also heard from Fatty Hai's mouth about what happened earlier. Xiao Tian had taken in another beauty, and this beauty was also a former top-stream goddess. Not only was her appearance not lower than theirs, even her temperament was excellent. But not only did the two women not have any sense of crisis, instead, they were also a little excited. It was said that there were only tired cows and no plowed fields, but no one knew Xiao Tian's terror better than they did. Can't stand it. Really can't bear it. Now that there was another sister who could help them share the burden together, it couldn't be better. The two women glanced at each other and unannouncedly picked up their brooms to help out and get in touch with each other at the same time. This person was likely to be their good sister in the future, so they couldn't afford to get tired. Chu Yao's physical strength would be best left when she was double rowing with Xiao Tian. But right at this moment, a fleet of vehicles drove to the outside of the villa in great numbers. Wang Chanqian led the people to step out of the car and came straight to the front of the villa's gate. All of this was clearly recorded by the surveillance. Looking at the images in the surveillance, everyone instantly tensed up. Xiao Tian, get the hell out. You dare to rob the woman that my big brother has his eye on. Do you really think that you are invincible just because you are the king of this acre of land? Get out and die. Wang Chanqian dangled his cigar and shouted arrogantly with an attitude of saying the sky. I did not expect to come so soon. Fatty Hai rubbed his hands together and asked, Big brother, should we go out in them to death? Xiao Tian shook his head and just wanted to say something. Right at this moment, the entire sky suddenly turned black rapidly, and then it even started to drift with silk snowflakes. Although the crowd was inside the villa, they still saw this scene through the surveillance. The snowflakes gradually turned from fine snow at first to goose feather snow. The temperature of the entire Great Confucian City also began to rapidly decrease at this moment. Xiao Tian looked at the snowflakes falling outside the window and murmured to himself, the mutation of the weather has begun. The great cold wave that swept across the entire blue star has broken out. After saying that, he looked at Wang Chanqian and the others in the surveillance, a trace of pity welling up in his eyes. Should I say no, these guys really know how to pick the time. They preferred to come to find themselves in trouble at this time. Now it's good, without having to take action themselves, these guys would probably have to freeze to death outside. Chapter 80 Group Self-Injury. Strange. I remember it hasn't even started winter yet, right? How come it's snowing? Fatty Hai said as he scratched his head. It's the great cold wave that Xiao Tian said is coming. Yen Ruyu took a deep breath and said in a grave tone. Xiao Tian did not say anything. He was just lost in thought, his fingers tapping on the armrest of the wooden chair very rhythmically. In his previous life, he had also experienced the great cold wave, and that too as an ordinary person. Ordinary down jackets were not even able to keep him completely warm, and if he couldn't rely on other ways of warming himself such as a fire, it was true that he would be frozen to death alive. Moreover, in his previous life, Xiao Tian not only had to endure the biting cold of the cold wave, but all the food was also frozen hard and difficult to swallow. Those days at that time, even now when I think back on it, I feel suffocated and desperate. Fortunately, now he was no longer an ordinary person, but a spirit beast warrior with the ability to defend himself. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not deny it, everyone's mood was a little heavy. Although the villa did not worry about food and drink, and the heating equipment was also complete, even if they were faced with the great cold wave, they were still able to live a very prosperous life. However, it is undeniable that once the great cold wave begins, the environment of the entire blue star will be even worse. The cases of killing for some resources or even striking out at people close to them would also increase greatly. These guys are screwed. Now that the great cold wave has suddenly descended, I'm afraid they'll be frozen into ice sculptures. Shun Qiulan pushed up her glasses and stared at the picture in the screen. Wang Chanqian and the others in the screen also noticed the abnormal weather. What the hell kind of weather? It's actually snowing, Wang Chanqian muttered, not caring much at first. He still roared loudly at the direction of the villa, telling Xiao Tian to get out and suffer death. However, after roaring for half a day and seeing that there was still no movement in the villa, Wang Chanqian suddenly became angry. Being a shrinking turtle, you don't dare to come out, right? Wang Chanqian threw away the cigar in his mouth and waved his hand impatiently after twisting his neck. A spirit beast warrior stood out and simultaneously entered the state of bestialization. The muscles of his entire body began to expand crazily, and brownish-black hair grew on the surface of his body, and then he threw a punch at the villa door. With the force of this punch, even a security door could be easily blown open. But when this fist blasted on the villa door, the door was unharmed. But instead, there was a miserable scream. The miserable scream was naturally from this spirit beast warrior. "My hand! Ah!" This fellow instantly returned to his human state and covered his right hand as he jumped up and down in pain. Broken. His strength had increased tremendously after he entered his animalized state, and this punch had actually fractured his entire hand. Useless thing. Wang Qianqian was filled with disgust. The spirit beast warrior actually couldn't blast an iron door, and in turn, he had crippled himself. What a ing waste. Then he looked at another spirit beast warrior and pointed with his big hand. "You go." The spirit beast warrior nodded, then took a step forward to enter the animalized state, and similarly blasted out with a fist. Click. This time the iron door still stood, but instead of a scream coming out, a bone-cracking sound came out. The spirit beast warrior similarly took a few steps back, covering his arm in cold sweat from the pain. Broken. His arm was also broken, and because the force was too great, the force of the recoil was too strong, the bones of the entire arm were shattered. "You're also a ing waste." Seeing his two men suffer defeat in front of the gate one after another, Wang Qianjin couldn't stand it anymore and started cursing at the two men as he pointed at them. The two men lowered their heads while enduring the severe pain and didn't dare to speak. They were actually very aggrieved as well. As spirit beast warriors, they had long gotten used to their current status and strength. How come they couldn't even break through an iron door now? Could it be that they were really trash? Just as the two of them were doubting their lives, a snickering sound suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up towards the source of the sound. But where their eyes looked, there was no figure. Instead, there was an unknown ancient tree with lush leaves standing quietly in its place. And that snickering sound was coming from the direction of the ancient tree. "What person?" Wang went forward with a furious roar. But there was no response for a long time. After determining that there was no one hiding near the ancient tree, he took it as a hallucination. "A bunch of useless wastes. This small matter requires me to personally step in." Wang Qianqian rubbed his arm, intending to take action himself. He shook his body, then began to animalize. His skin began to shrink, and the sweaty hairs on his body unexpectedly gradually became thicker and larger. It eventually transformed into a sharp black fine needle. Almost all of his entire body was filled with sharp silver needles. He had awakened the hedgehog's bestialization ability. His bestialization ability was called Berserk Steel Needle. As the name implied, his body after his bestialization was covered in spikes, protecting it in all directions. These spikes were both protection and a means of attack, and could shoot long-range attacks out of thin air. Wang Qianfan had tried the sturdiness of the spikes, and it was difficult to crush them with a hydraulic press of 300 tons. Moreover, after the spikes were shot out, he could continue to generate brand new spikes. There was no need to worry about the spikes running out and turning into hairless hedgehogs. "Open up for me." Wang Qianqian's expression was hideous as he blasted his fist forward. Bang! A fist landed on the iron door, only a metal collision sound was emitted. The iron door did not even have a dent. On the contrary, Wang Qianqian was grimacing in pain and took several steps back one after another. This time, he was also a bit skeptical. This iron door was a bit evil. The two spirit beast warriors from earlier were on the verge of crying in aggravation. "It really isn't us who are losers. This iron door, he just isn't normal, ah." Right at this moment, a light laughter sounded once again. Everyone simultaneously looked in the direction of the ancient tree and frowned. This time, everyone was able to determine that it was definitely not a hallucination, that someone was laughing at them. But they had just checked. There was no one around the villa, only this ancient tree. Could it be that this ancient tree in front of them had become a spirit and was laughing at them? Is this possible? Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to the iron door in front of them. "I heard that Xiao Tian had strengthened the villa's defense with materials from the Forbidden Land. Now it seems like it should be true." After saying that, he let out a cold laugh and said, "But it doesn't matter. It's just a layer of bastard shells, even if it's sturdy. Just break it. Fist cannot, then I directly use skills can always, right? Your villa has been strengthened with special materials, and my spikes are no slouches." Wang leaned forward and slowly raised his right arm. A spike instantly exploded out and ruthlessly slammed into the villa door. Bang! The iron door of the villa remained unharmed. The spike actually couldn't penetrate. Instead, it was instantly bounced off by the smooth surface and changed its flight trajectory. Plop! The spike was bounced back and shot into Wang Qianfan's right leg. Wang Qianqian! Plop! It was unclear what kind of reaction Xiao Tian and the others who saw this scene through the monitor screen had. But the dark ancient tree finally couldn't hold back any longer at this moment and snorted out a laugh. Above that thick stump, a hideous human face also emerged. Only at this moment, this hideous human face was laughing with snotty tears. Cannot. He was about to be laughed to death by these hanging hairs in front of him. He had lived for hundreds of years and had always stayed inside the Forbidden Land. Where had he seen this kind of scene today? It was too funny. Those who knew that they had come to find Xiao Tian in trouble. Those who did not know, thought that they had come here to kill themselves. Chapter 81. The road has frozen bones. Xiao Tian eats hot pot. And just after the dark ancient tree completely revealed its true face, Wang Qianfan could not sit still. It turns out that the previous did not hear, really someone dared to laugh at themselves, and this mockery of their object actually is not a person. It is actually a big tree. Wang Qianjin burned with rage, and directly regarded the dark ancient tree as a mutant beast. After all, now flowers, plants and trees have the probability to become mutant beasts. A large tree into a mutant beast is not something difficult to accept. He forced himself to pull out the barbs in his thighs, then raised his right hand to aim at the dark ancient tree. Whoosh! The barbs accurately pierced into the inside of the stump, penetrating into the wood. One must know that the dark ancient tree belonged to the dark spirits, and although he was an ancient tree in principle, he was not an ordinary ancient tree. Even a machine gun would not be able to leave a mark, not to mention an ordinary sword. Even a machine gun would not be able to leave a mark. However, Wang Qianfan's barb was able to penetrate the tree, enough to see the power of this attack. It didn't matter though. He didn't have much combat power, but being sturdy and resistant was a real thing. The dark ancient tree's body shook slightly, forcing the barbs back out, and then a leaf flashed with a burst of shimmering light, releasing a majestic healing power. Soon the wounds on the tree stump were completely repaired and restored as before. I am the ancient tree of darkness. Meeting is destiny. I kindly remind you, I see that your hall of seals is black, and soon there will be a plague of blood and light. If you guys listen to advice and leave now, you might still be able to avoid it. Don't look at the dark ancient tree in front of Xiao Tian obedient, but in front of outsiders or listen to pretend. This point is even able to compete with Fat Hai. But what kind of person was Wang Qianjin? His own big brother was the strongest person in Skyvault City, and he was the first echelon of spirit beast warriors in Skyvault City. Now the woman that his own big brother had his eye on was snatched away by others, and he wanted to take revenge but couldn't do it. If he left like this, he would not be laughed to death by the others when he returned. All of you together, give me to him to death. Wang Qianqian was on fire, the barbs on his body wildly bursting out. The rest of the people sniffed, and all of them also bombarded the dark ancient tree indiscriminately. They couldn't break through the villa's defenses. Could they not deal with this mutated tree in front of them? The attack lasted for more than 10 minutes. Facts proved that they indeed couldn't deal with the big tree in front of them. Because their attacks were of no use at all, the dark ancient tree was able to heal it easily shortly after the injuries arose. Could simply be called an undefeatable little powerhouse. I didn't expect that even though this dark ancient tree didn't have much combat power, its defense was actually this high. Yan Tianxing marveled. Back when they were in the Forbidden Land, the dark ancient tree had been cleaned up by the mutant beasts that Xiao Tian had summoned. At that time, the crowd had not felt the dark ancient tree's ability. After all, the dark ancient tree had directly knelt after seeing Xiao Tian summon an army of mutant beasts at that time. It was only now that the crowd realized that the dark ancient tree was not simple either, and was actually able to stand firm in the face of the attacks from Wang Qianqian and the other group of spirit beast warriors. Worthy of being a darkness being, it did have some skills. Xiao Tian also had a flash in front of his eyes and was somewhat surprised at the defense of the dark ancient tree. In fact, strictly speaking, this fellow's defense could only be considered not bad and was not considered powerful. This was because the attacks of Wang Qianjin and the others were indeed able to actually cause damage to him. The great thing about this guy was that he was able to heal the injuries on his body very quickly. It seems that taking in this fellow is indeed useful in the future if we encounter a powerful enemy to find trouble. We can completely let the other party fight with the dark ancient tree and consume some of their strength first, and then I will step in at that time. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. This world was too big. Even if he had a system that could devour gene sequences infinitely, he did not dare to guarantee 100% invincibility. Xiao Tian was very clear about the reasoning that there were people outside the world. If he relies on the possession of the system, there is no taboo, no one else sooner or later will also be in the gutter overthrowing the boat. In short, in extraordinary times, it is right to be cautious. The dark ancient tree outside was still resisting the attacks of Wang Qianqian and the others, completely unaware of its own positioning in Xiao Tian's mind. It had already turned from a moving spring into a sandbag. As one attack after another continued to fall, Wang Qianqian and the others were consuming more and more, and soon became breathless. Can't be beaten. This guy is too evil. Our attacks can't take him at all. Second young master, let's just retreat first. There's no fear of no firewood left in the Green Hills. Great Confucian City is Xiao Tian's territory. In case the other party takes advantage of our great consumption and suddenly surprises us, it would be troublesome. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the crowd hurriedly opened their mouths to dissuade them. Wang Qianqian gritted his teeth in extreme unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do about it. It seemed that he could only swallow this breath today and come back for revenge in the next day. Xiao Tian, I remember you. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later. One day, I want you to pay the price. Wang Qianqian had a cold face, and after putting down these harsh words, he was about to order the crowd to retreat. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The scattered snowflakes that were originally floating in the air suddenly became dense, and the surrounding temperature also plummeted at this moment. 10 degrees, 5 degrees, 0 degrees, 5 degrees below zero, 10 degrees below zero. The temperature plummeted, and the flowers, plants, trees, and various gardens in the villa area were covered with a layer of frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the water vapor on the asphalt ground quickly froze in a short period of time. If one were to look down from the sky right now, one would realize that the entire Sky Dome City, and even the entire Blue Star, up to the city woods, down to the rivers and deserts, all of them were actually frozen or covered in snow. Blue Star's ice age. It completely descended at this moment. In fact, as early as when the snow suddenly drifted, there were quite a few people who had noticed the abnormality and returned to the shelter in time. So this sudden cooling did not cause too many casualties. Instead, it was Wang Qianqian and the others who were most affected. Their power was almost depleted, and now they suddenly encountered a major cooling. They only felt like they were suddenly thrown into the world of ice and snow. When they wanted to retreat, their legs and feet did not listen to their commands, as if they were frozen in place. The limbs of their bodies also became incomparably stiff, as if they were set inside a mold, and it was extremely difficult to move even a single bit. More importantly, they could clearly feel that the heat on their bodies was being continuously lost in the cold wind. What the hell is going on here? Why did the temperature suddenly plummet? Wang Qianqian was so terrified that he couldn't help but shiver as he clasped his hands. Retreat, retreat. Then he forced himself to hold back the shivering and trembled as he gave the order. The crowd were all spirit beast warriors, and although they had consumed a great deal and were quite weak, they were not yet frozen into ice sculptures in the first place. Instead, it was the two ordinary people, Chu Father and Chu Mother, who were successively frozen in place shortly after cooling down. They died. But dying without any pain was considered to be a stroke of luck. In the villa, as early as before the temperature drop, Xiao Tian had people light up the fireplace in advance and turn on the heaters at the same time. The entire villa is now quite warm. Looking at the monitor where her parents were frozen into ice sculptures, Chu Yao did not have too many sad emotions. This old couple had caused too much damage to her, and had been asking for all kinds of things in the name of her parents. She had long hated the two. Her only regret right now was that the old two died too easily. But after all, they were the ones who had given birth to her, so this kind of ending was the best of both worlds. Just then, Wang Qianqian and the others had already rejoined the car and tried to start the car to leave the place. But to the despair of the crowd, the car's parts were also frozen, and the car couldn't start at all. All the luxury cars had turned into cold tin boxes at this moment. Wang Qianqian clutched his arms, and after several attempts to ignite the car failed. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel. Garbage stuff. Then sneezed and cowered in the corner shivering. What to do now he didn't know anymore. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Xiao Tian, who was looking at the situation outside through the surveillance, had his lips upturned. Suddenly, he ordered, "Open the ventilation window and prepare the ingredients. Today's weather is good. Let's make a hot pot for dinner." Chapter 82. I'm on fire. Nice weather? Hot pot? Yen Ruyu and the others first turned to look out of the window where the snow was flying, then looked at Xiao Tian, who had a serious face. All of them were a bit baffled. However, when they saw the crowd of Wang Qianqian who were trapped in place in the monitor, freezing and shivering, they reacted again. Xiao Tian was deliberately trying to disgust the other party. Fatty Hai did not have so many twists and turns, and when he heard the 3 words hot pot, his small eyes lit up. Speaking of which, ever since the day he followed Xiao Tian down the mountain, he hadn't had a few hot pot meals. When Xiao Tian's words fell, he was the first to respond to the call. There were a lot of supplies stored within the villa, although there were still people exchanging supplies with crystal cores during these times. However, the supplies stored within the villa were still too rich, the hot pot ingredients were basically complete, and they were all found in less than 10 minutes. Tripe, fat intestines, beef and mutton, luncheon meat, cabbage, pea tips. If these supplies want to be stored for a long time, they can only be kept in the cold storage, but it's still too much better than having nothing to eat. Soon the buttered hot pot was boiled. The crowd surrounded themselves and ate the hot pot. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the ventilation system of the villa was turned on, and the smell of butter from the hot pot traveled straight to the outside along the ventilation ducts. This is the smell of hot pot? Am I being frozen silly and am I hallucinating? The temperature is too low right now, and we've consumed too much, and we're still wearing summer clothes. I'm afraid we're gonna freeze to death here. Can't walk and can't drive and can't start. Can't see a way to live. No! This is really the smell of hot pot. I also smelled it. This is not an illusion. After the hot pot smell wafted out, it was quickly smelled by the crowd. At first, the crowd thought it was an illusion, and it was only after everyone smelled it at the back that they were sure it wasn't an illusion. For a while, the crowd sat up straight and looked in the direction of the villa. Rolling hot air was wafting out from the ventilation ducts of the villa. It was from there that the aroma of the hot pot came out. Gollum, gulp, countless gulping sounds rang out. At the time of hunger and cold, smelling this kind of fragrance, any normal person would have a big appetite. Unfortunately, it was one thing for them to have a big appetite, but whether they could eat it or not was another matter. Gulp. Wang Qianqian sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, rubbing his stomach lifelessly as his body's temperature continued to drop. Damn Xiao Tian. He naturally knew clearly that Xiao Tian was deliberately disgusting them, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do about it. Now that they were trapped in place, there was no way for them to leave this place, and if they abandoned the car and fled, the cold wind outside would only cause them to lose their temperatures even faster. And the temperature drop hadn't ended yet, it was still continuing. According to this situation, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Wang Qianqian cursed angrily and pulled out his cell phone to take a look at it. Then he silently put it down again. The cell phone was temporarily turned off because the temperature was too low. He couldn't even contact support now if he wanted to. Second young master, let's just lower our stance and see if we can order some food. Second young master, a great man can give in and give up. If we continue, we're bound to die. Only by staying alive can we have unlimited hope. Let's endure the humiliation this time, and wait until the next day to find Wang Xiao to kill this Xiao Tian. Mr. Wang's strength is level 35. As long as he comes out, this Xiao Tian will die for sure. Some people began to plead with Wang Qianfan. Wang Qianfan was actually torn, but he had been unable to save face. Now that the crowd was pleading together, it sort of gave him a step down. After continuing to do some mental struggle, he finally decided to let go of his face and plead with Xiao Tian for some food. After making the decision, Wang Qianfang got out of the car with great difficulty together with the help of the crowd and came to the entrance of the villa trembling. Xiao Tian. I know I'm wrong, what happened earlier was wrong of me, that woman, if you like it, I'll give it to you. It's too cold outside. I'm not asking you to take us in. Just give us a little food to warm us up, and the previous conflict will be cancelled. How? The monitors in the villa were equipped with speakers. Xiao Tian's voice quickly rang out from the speakers. Do you guys think that I, Xiao Tian, am an idiot? He had robbed someone's woman and killed their man. These people must have had the heart to eat themselves alive. Xiao Tian did not feel that they would be able to turn this matter over as long as he stepped in to help them. The thing of raising a tiger, Xiao Tian could not do it either. Damn Xiao Tian. My elder brother is Wang Mingxian. If my old man freezes to death here, He will definitely not let you go. Seeing that he had already lowered his stance and Xiao Tian remained unmoved, Wang Qianfan swallowed his saliva while cursing profusely. The last shred of defense in his heart also completely collapsed. But facing Wang Qianqian's provocation, Xiao Tian turned a deaf ear. He continued to follow the crowd and leisurely ate the hot pot. But Xiao Tian in the end is kind-hearted, cannot see the suffering of the people. So he asked the crowd to collect the finished bones and threw them out together. Faced with these bones that had almost been gnawed away from their flesh, at first, Wang Qianfan's crowd felt very ashamed. But under the hunger and cold, they threw away their last dignity. Holding these bones like wild dogs that had been starving for 3 days, they frantically gnawed on them. They gnawed very quickly, fearing that if they gnawed slowly, they would eat less. These bones that they would barely look at more than once on weekdays were now eaten willingly. If you do this, Wang Mingxian will definitely retaliate madly when he finds out. Chu Yao spoke after some hesitation. If I help them now, will Wang Mingxian not look for trouble from me? Xiao Tian smiled and asked rhetorically. This? Chu Yao fell silent. It was indeed just as Xiao Tian had said. The two sides had already tied the knot. No matter what, friction could not be avoided in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Yao did not speak anymore, but only felt some emotions. As Wang Mingxian's own brother, Wang Qianfang was also a big man who could call the shots in Sky Vault City. Unexpectedly, he was now no different from the wild dogs on the roadside. Chu Yao looked at Xiao Tian with a complicated face, and the image of the young man in front of her became even taller in her mind. This hot pot crowd ate for a full half-hour. During this period, Wang Qianqian pleaded again and again, but after being rejected by Xiao Tian, he turned to cursing. In half an hour, the hot pot was finished. Wang Mingxian and his group were also frozen to death. They were frozen to death outside the villa's main door. Xiao Tian also purposely asked Yen Ruyu to record the footage of the crowd's desperate collapse and uploaded it to the internet. He was not afraid that this would completely anger Wang Mingxian. Anyway, both sides were already enemies and would settle the score sooner or later in the future. Instead, Xiao Tian's purpose was to completely enrage Wang Mingxian. Great Confucian City was his territory, and the villa's defense was very high, not to mention that there was still the dark ancient tree as a sandbag outside. As long as the other party brought someone to his door to find fault, Xiao Tian had plenty of ways to deal with him. Not long after the video was uploaded, just like Xiao Tian expected, the entire Sky Vault City exploded. In a certain nightclub in Sky Vault City, Wang Mingxian was eating hot pot and drinking ace of spades with the people under his hand, and when he saw that his own brother was frozen to death alive, his eyes suddenly turned red. Wang Mingxian slammed the wine glass in his hand, then angrily got up and looked at the 6 hot-bodied young girls beside him. All 6 of you, whoever has a good trumpet blow, go back to the room with me, the others can go back first. When the 6 young girls heard this, 2 of them looked gloomy, while the other 4 were overjoyed. They were good at trumpet blowing. Many thanks to young Wang for his kindness. We'll go back to our room first and wait for you. We will definitely wash ourselves clean and wait for young Wang's favor. Being able to be favored by Wang Mingxian was an incomparably lucky thing. If they went out and encountered trouble in the future, and directly exploded Wang Mingxian's name, they might be able to turn the situation into a safe one. Wang Xiao, the second youngest, has already been killed. All of this has nothing to do with that Xiao Tian. Why don't we just go over and kill that Xiao Tian? Beside Wang Mingxian, a henchman asked in disbelief. The person is already dead, it's useless to be in a hurry now, although that Xiao Tian's strength is not as good as mine. But the Great Confucian City is the other party's territory, and this kid can kill the Dark Lord, so he won't be a good guy, so let's think about this matter in the long run. Wang Mingxian played with the Buddha beads in his hand and squinted his eyes. But I love my younger brother dearly. The death of Forward has caused me to be overwhelmed with grief. My body is like a blazing fire, and now there is an urgent need for someone to blow me a trumpet to cool down the temperature. When everything is ready and ripe, I want that Xiao Tian to be worse than dead. Chapter 83. The goddess takes the initiative to throw hands. The news that Wang Qianqian had died tragically in Great Confucian City and was also related to Xiao Tian quickly swept across the entire Heavenly Vault City. Only those in Sky Vault City knew how cruel and cold this pair of brothers were. The way they treated their enemies was to some extent even more cruel than Xiao Tian, because anyone who had offended these 2 brothers would not only be retaliated against, but even the people they were familiar with would be silenced. I remembered that when the 2 brothers had just risen to prominence in Sky Vault City, there had been someone who had offended them. As a result, that person was killed on the spot by the two brothers shortly afterward. Not only his family and friends, but also the colleagues and bosses he had worked with, and even the neighbors he had only met once were all silenced. The two brothers had done many other similar things. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies with the same ruthlessness, he had his own set of bottom line and guidelines. These two brothers were the opposite. They had almost lost their humanity and could not even be called human beings. The people of Sky Vault City hated the two brothers to the bone, but due to the strength and power of the other side, they could only choose to grovel. Now that they heard the news of Wang Qianqian's tragic death, they all clapped their hands. Many people even burst into tears of excitement. However, no one dared to show the joy in their hearts. The name Xiao Tian was also firmly memorized by the people of Sky Vault City. Inside a presidential suite in Sky Vault City, Wang Mingxian was lying on his side in front of the bed. His mouth was swallowing clouds and spitting out mist, and beside him, there were still the 4 hot girls with hot bodies lying earlier. After venting his anger, the anger in Wang Mingxian's heart was also suppressed a lot. Glancing at the 4 young girls beside him, Wang Mingxian exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and waved his hand. "You can all get lost now, go down and collect your own supplies." The 4 girls cried tears of joy, thanked him profusely, and then hurriedly put on their clothes and left on their hands and knees, delaying for a few minutes to get a generous amount of supplies. Such a thing they were very happy to do. Although Wang Mingxian was cruel without limits, he would still pay for certain things. This was not because he had a clear conscience, but mainly because if he only used violence, no matter what he did, he would not be able to go far. At this point, Xiao Tian is different from him. Xiao Tian has always been about equal payback and fair trade. You help me do things, I give you resources, we complement each other's strengths and common development. After venting his anger, Wang Ming first mood calmed down a lot. After some hesitation, he took out his cell phone and dialed a phone. Within 5 minutes, I want to know that Xiao Tian's contact information. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian's cell phone number was sent over by his men. Wang Ming first shook the ashes of his cigarette and directly dialed a call. On the other side, it was getting late after the crowd finished eating the hot pot, so they all went back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, was in the kitchen gnawing on raw meat. After all, he could only eat raw meat with his current diet, and something like hot pot would be fine for a smell. If he was truly allowed to eat it, it would become difficult to swallow. But right at this moment, an unfamiliar number suddenly called in. Since the start of the dark unrest, all kinds of scam calls were almost extinct. Xiao Tian did not think that this was a harassing call. After squinting his eyes, he chose to connect. "Xiao Tian." A man's low and thick voice came from the other end of the phone. "Are you Wang Mingxian?" Xiao Tian took the initiative to open his mouth and asked after only a short period of being stunned. "Hee. I didn't expect that the ruthless person who exterminated the strongest spirit beast warriors in 5 cities, and also exterminated a first heavenly sovereign would actually know about me as well." The Wang Ming on the other end of the phone first sneered a few times, and was just about to continue speaking when Xiao Tian interrupted him. "Where is your home?" Xiao Tian thought about it and added, "Or let's add a contact later and you share your real-time location with me." Wang Mingxian on the other end of the phone had a stagnant expression and his brain was a little buzzed. He had also learned about Xiao Tian's deeds. This was also a ruthless person who copied families at the drop of a hat. Moreover, this person even dared to chase and cut after the Dark Lord, so he was definitely too much more raw than himself in the aspect of guts. But it's a bit strange. He had taken the initiative to call over and was clearly going to ask for punishment. As a result, now that Xiao Tian took the initiative to ask for his contact information, it actually made him a little flustered. If he told the other party the detailed address now, would this ruthless person directly bring people to rush over and kill himself? If he were someone else, Wang Mingxian would definitely not think this way. But Xiao Tian could not be measured by the standards of a normal person. "My brother won't die in vain. I will make you pay sooner or later. Just wait to repent for your crimes." Wang Mingxian hurriedly hung up the phone after putting down his harsh words, not wanting to have too much communication with Xiao Tian anymore. As for the address that he had told Xiao Tian, he did not have such intentions. Although Sky Vault City was his territory, although his rank was far superior to Xiao Tian, although he was not a good fighter either. But for some reason, when facing Xiao Tian, even if he was only conversing through his cell phone, it still allowed him to feel the oppression of the other party. This feeling could not be described. On the other side of the phone, seeing the other party hang up the phone, Xiao Tian was filled with contempt. He thought that the other party, as the strongest person in Sky Vault City, an existence whose rank was much higher than his own, would be more or less somewhat bold. I didn't expect it to be like this, and I didn't even dare to tell myself the address. Are you still afraid that I will eat you alive? He did not eat human flesh. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Tian continued to eat some more raw meat before returning to his room to rest with satisfaction. There was one thing that Xiao Tian was actually confused about. Spirit beast warriors could fly in the air and could even vanish from the ground, and to some extent it was similar to immortal cultivators in novels. But immortal cultivators could dispel the grain, not eating grains and cereals, and could still remain calm forever. But spirit beast warriors can't. No matter how powerful you are, you always need food and rest. Back in the room, just lay down. The main door was gently pushed open by a figure. Under the warm-colored light, Chu Yao carefully walked in with her head lowered. What are you doing in here? Xiao Tian squinted at Chu Yao and put down his cell phone and asked in a nonchalant manner. Facing the once universal goddess, others might only curry favor as a licking dog. But Xiao Tian really wasn't too cold. He did not lack women now. Moreover, all of his energy was focused on becoming stronger. I was told to come by Sister Yen and Sister Shen. They have already told me about you. Chu Yao lowered her head and stretched out her 2 index fingers to continuously point at her chest. My matter? What is it? Xiao Tian, on the other hand, had a suspicious look on his face. They said that you have a lot of energy and physical strength, so they asked me to help them share it, so I came. I'm thankful for what happened during the day, and now, I just want to help you. When she said these words, Chu Yao's entire face was already completely red. Her beauty was unbelievable. Xiao Tian was somewhat speechless. He did not expect the 2 girls to actually say everything outwardly. Now that the weather transformation had begun, he still had to plan for the things to follow. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before the second heavenly sovereign would descend. There were still too many things Xiao Tian had to do right now. Originally, he wanted to find an excuse to send Chu Yao away. Since you were asked to come to the villa as a maid, just do your part honestly. But not waiting for Xiao Tian to open his mouth, Chu Yao started to undress. The pajamas fell to the ground, revealing the sexy bikini inside. Xiao Tian inadvertently glanced at it and his eyes instantly straightened. This woman was simply the once universal goddess, who was not sleeping in the middle of the night, actually ran to her room and was wearing a bikini. What was this about? Trying to seduce herself? Which cadre couldn't withstand such a test? Xiao Tian was not a cadre, although he was a spirit beast warrior, he was also a normal man. Since the atmosphere had arrived, it wouldn't be manly for him to continue to refuse. It would be over if he did it. It was just that Xiao Tian did not realize that the moment Chu Yao lowered her head, in her peach blossom eyes, there was actually a black lightning bolt that flickered away. And in that black lightning, it was actually filled with a seemingly unavoidable force of darkness. Chapter 84 Chu Yao's Bestialization Ability. Pure White Lotus Flower. Early the next morning, Xiao Tian woke up and realized that there was no longer Chu Yao's shadow around him. This could not help but make Xiao Tian somewhat skeptical of life. Whether it was Yen Ruyu as a spirit beast warrior or Shen Qilan as an ordinary person. After double rowing with him, their bodies would all appear to be unable to cope. For a few days of recuperation, it would be unable to exercise strenuously for a small half a month. Chu Yao, as a former universal goddess, was bound to be pampered, and even if she was now a spirit beast warrior, her physique might not be much higher than Yen Ruyu. He didn't expect that, after a whole night of double rows, he would actually still have the strength to get up on his own. It seemed that he had underestimated the other party. Right at this moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open and Chu Yao walked in with a dinner tray. Xiao Tian was still bare-chested, revealing his robust body. His 8-pack abs were impeccable, paired with the male dog waist that was full of strength. It was simply the perfect male god in a woman's mind. Seeing this scene, Chu Yao subconsciously thought of last night's double row scene. Her face slightly flushed with a hint of redness. I've finished breakfast, knowing that you only like to eat raw meat. I've only fried these steaks for a minute. They should be a bit tastier than raw meat would be. Chu Yao placed the dinner plate on the table, then walked closer to Xiao Tian again and personally served Xiao Tian to get dressed. This feeling was very marvelous, being waited on and dressed by the former top stream goddess. This was a treatment that even the coal bosses of the past, who were as powerful as the sun, had never enjoyed, right? However, Xiao Tian was content to enjoy it. After getting dressed, Xiao Tian casually cut off a piece of steak and put it into his mouth to chew. The steak was only simply fried a little, and the inside was still almost in the state of raw meat, with a lot of hemoglobin oozing out the moment it was cut. A steak of this degree of doneness might be difficult for ordinary people to swallow, but for Xiao Tian it was just right. It melted in the mouth and had an endless aftertaste. It was indeed a little better than eating raw meat. Seeing Xiao Tian eating with relish, Chu Yao's hanging heart completely relaxed. It was said that if you wanted to capture a man's heart, you had to capture a man's stomach. If she could completely capture Xiao Tian's stomach, she would never have to worry about being captured back by Wang Mingxian. Did you make all these? Xiao Tian put down his knife and fork and suddenly asked. Chu Yao nodded. She understood what Xiao Tian meant, so at the moment, her face was about to drip with redness. After last night, I felt that my body was filled with strength, as if my body was being strengthened, so I went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast while it was still early. After listening to Chu Yao's explanation, Xiao Tian was however somewhat puzzled. After double rowing with himself instead of being tired, he felt energized. This was the first time Xiao Tian had encountered such a situation. This could no longer be deduced by common sense. As Xiao Tian pondered, he unintentionally sensed the situation of his body and was stunned. It was because he discovered that the darkness force stored in his body had actually faded a little. His own darkness force had actually inexplicably disappeared partially. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly got up and grabbed Chu Yao's arm. As a former top-stream goddess, Chu Yao's skin was extremely well maintained, and her skin was like solid fat, just like watery tofu. It was as if water could be pinched out with a little force. Being suddenly held by Xiao Tian's wrist, Chu Yao's face slightly changed and her face became even redder. Now it's daytime. Isn't it not good for us to do this? Nighttime. I can do it at night. Chu Yao red face voice as Mosquito Na said. Seeing Xiao Tian ignoring it, he panicked even more. Now is the daytime. It will be discovered. Count me to beg you. What knowledge at night I promise you to cooperate with you, please. But Xiao Tian still did not answer. Chu Yao was completely misunderstanding Xiao Tian. He didn't have the intention of double rows right now, but was perceiving Chu Yao's body. Under this perception, Xiao Tian's entire being was bad. In Chu Yao's body, there was actually a faint trace of darkness power stored, although it was not as majestic as the darkness power in his own body. However, it was actual darkness power. As a spirit beast warrior, to have a trace of darkness power in one's body was not normal at all. One had to know that the reason why he was able to absorb the power of darkness was as a result of devouring a first heavenly sovereign. Chu Yao was just an ordinary spirit beast warrior. How did she possess the power of darkness? After associating it with the part of the darkness force that he had lost, Xiao Tian seemed to understand something instantly. He suddenly let go of his hand and raised his head to say seriously, "What kind of beastization ability did you awaken?" Chu Yao was unsure, but still answered, "I awakened the beastization ability of the snow lotus flower." The snow lotus flower was not an animal, but a plant. Chu Yao's awakened bestialization ability was exactly the same as Yen Ruyu's. Both belonged to the bestialization ability of plants. However, Chu Yao's bestialization ability seemed to be even more special, actually being able to absorb the power of darkness. Do you know what the characteristics of your bestialization ability are? Xiao Tian took a deep breath and once again pursued the question. I don't know. Chu Yao shook her head and said truthfully, my bestialization ability has no combat power or any other manifestations. Xiao Tian pondered for a while before he immediately stretched out his right hand and released a trace of darkness force. Try to absorb this trace of darkness force. Chu Yao was in a trance for a while, but she still followed Xiao Tian's meaning and tried to absorb this trace of darkness force. The next moment, a white lotus pattern emerged between Chu Yao's eyebrows, and she unexpectedly directly absorbed this trace of darkness force. After absorbing the darkness force, the originally white and flawless lotus flower actually had a trace of black lines appear. Inside Chu Yao's body, that faint trace of darkness power actually became a little more dense. Feeling the changes within her body, Chu Yao herself was stunned. She had actually absorbed the power of darkness. Moreover, after absorbing this trace of darkness force, she actually felt that her spirit was even stronger. Xiao Tian was also not calm anymore. He was even a little envious. Chu Yao's bestialization ability was really not simple. Her own ability to absorb the darkness force was the result of constantly devouring gene sequences. The other party's beastification ability, however, was able to do this directly. Xiao Tian was now probably able to sense that Chu Yao was still a dry sponge and needed to absorb enough darkness power to regain wetness. In other words, it wasn't that Chu Yao's bestialization ability didn't have any special effects. Rather, it was that she was still in a state of accumulating energy. Once the energy continued to be consummated, it might be able to explode into a special and powerful force. One had picked up a treasure. It seemed that when one entered the Forbidden Land in the future, one must bring Chuyao along as well. After all, inside the Forbidden Land, the last thing that was lacking was the power of darkness. Right at this moment, Fatty Hai suddenly rushed in a hurry. Big brother, something big is wrong. A brand new fusion-altered beast has appeared in our Daeju city. It's moving in the direction of the villa. It's estimated that it will arrive in half an hour. Chapter 85 Bloodline Power. Out. Xiao Tian's brows were tightly locked, but they quickly re-stretched. As early as before the first heavenly sovereign descended, a fusion alteration beast had appeared in the Great Confucian City. Now that a new fusion alteration beast had reappeared, Xiao Tian did not feel strange. The fact that the other party was rushing towards the direction of the villa was even less noteworthy. After all, the villa as a whole had been strengthened, so it would be difficult for a spirit beast warrior to break through, and it would also be difficult for a fusion mutant beast to break through the defense. But right at this moment, Yan Tianxing also walked in from outside with a heavy face. We found 6 more fusion mutant beasts that are coming in the direction of the villa. After saying this, Yan Tianxing added, they seem to be purposeful, coming straight towards our side, and they are all at level 25. Even though Xiao Tian had already subdued 16 mutant beasts as well as an army of dark beings. However, Xiao Tian's own level was only 26. Now 7 level 25 fusion mutant beasts appeared all at once and rushed towards the villa at the same time. Even if the battle could end in the end, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. After hearing Yan Tianxing's words, Xiao Tian did not dare to be careless. After thinking about it, he said, take me out to take a look. At the same time, the many spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had also received the relevant news. For a while, many of them became worried. 7 fusion-altered beasts with ranks as high as level 25 were heading straight for the villa where Xiao Shen was, and it was not known if Xiao Shen could hold them back. The fact that so many of them were able to hold out until now was thanks to Xiao Tian's resources. If something went wrong on Xiao Tian's side, their side would also be affected. It was like the last time the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities came to the Great Confucian City, and they were extremely mocking of them. Once something happened to Xiao Tian, the spirit beast warriors from the other cities would definitely take advantage of the situation and send their people to occupy Big Ru City and take advantage of the opportunity to plunder the resources. When that time comes, these foreign spirit beast warriors will definitely not care about their deaths. Thinking of this, many spirit beast warriors in Big Ru City have put on their heavy down coats and rushed to the villa. They must help, but in a certain corner of Big Ru City, 2 sneaky figures, on the other hand, looked excited. One of them took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Wang, the plan is progressing smoothly. Those 7 fusion-altered beasts have gone straight to Xiao Tian. That Xiao Tian has already gotten the news and is rushing to the scene with his men. Wang Mingxian's cold laughter came from the other end of the phone. Good job. When this matter is over, this young man will be heavily rewarded. Later on, the whole thing will be broadcasted live for this young man. This young man will let everyone know the price of offending this young man. The 2 hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement, and after hanging up the phone, they exhaled a mouthful of hot air and hurriedly rushed in a direction. On the other end of the phone, Wang Mingxian was lying sideways in his chair with his lips upturned, in a great mood. He did not feel that these 7 fusion mutant beasts would be able to mess with Xiao Tian. This was just a means that he had come up with temporarily to prepare to disgust Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had indirectly killed his own brother, so even if he could not directly retaliate against the other party, he could never let Xiao Tian live too peacefully. The real killing move was still brewing. Once it was brewed, it would be Xiao Tian's time to die. On the other side, the 7 fusion-altered beasts rampaged through the streets of Great Confucian City. The traffic lights along the way, the cars parked on the streets, and even some concrete buildings were all smashed to pieces by them. The 7 fusion mutant beasts, each with a size of nearly 10 meters, were like 7 small mountains relentlessly pressing down on the ground. With every step they took forward, the asphalt ground would be trampled and sunken. The ugly and hunted appearance of the 7 fusion-altered beasts exuded a hideous and terrifying atmosphere. The roars shook the heavens, and there was a vestigial feeling of Cthulhu invading the real world. But at the very next moment, the 7 fusion mutant beasts suddenly stopped moving in unison. This was because several figures appeared in the direction they were advancing. Xiao Tian brought Yen Ruyu, by Xiao Tian, Fatty Hai, and Yen Tianxing to block the retreating path of the 7 fusion mutant beasts. It's going to start. Both sides are going to break out into battle. In the dark, the 2 eyes that Wang Mingxian had planted in Deju City said with an excited expression. Although this Xiao Tian is very strong, these 7 fusion mutant beasts aren't weak either. And once the 2 sides go to war, it's bound to cause losses. Still, young Wang is wise and has reached an agreement with these 7 fusion mutant beasts that as long as they severely injure Xiao Tian, young Wang will provide them with a large number of living people for them to devour. It turned out that the sudden simultaneous appearance of these 7 fusion mutant beasts and their advancement towards the villa where Xiao Tian was all premeditated. These 7 fusion mutant beasts had all been born with their own spiritual intelligence. It was these 2 people who had found them and had reached a condition of cooperation with these 7 fusion mutant beasts. The fusion mutant beasts needed to devour humans to gain power. Wang Mingxian's side promised to provide the 7 fusion mutant beasts with a large number of people from the Sky Vault City as long as they could severely injure Xiao Tian. For such a good thing, the 7-headed fusion mutant beasts naturally had no reason to refuse. Open the live broadcast. Let everyone see what happens to this Xiao Tian. Without any nonsense, the 2 of them looked at each other and then directly opened the live broadcast, aiming the camera in Xiao Tian's direction. What's going on here? This seems to be a fusion mutant beast. Huh? Great Confucian City has actually seen 7 fusion mutant beasts appear at once, and judging by their size, their levels shouldn't be low, right? Is that figure in front of him Xiao Tian? This Xiao Tian actually dared to stand up to 7 fusion mutant beasts. Does he really think he can fight against 7 fusion mutant beasts? The fusion mutant beasts and some of the mutant beasts have developed a certain degree of spiritual intelligence. They are no longer machines that only know how to kill, so it's quite tricky to deal with them. It's just luck that he was able to kill the first heavenly master, but he's actually drifted and thinks he's invincible. If nothing else, Xiao Tian is going to die here today. A large number of people quickly flooded into the live broadcast room, pointing and talking about this. Most people felt that Xiao Tian was going to be finished, because just through the screen, everyone could feel the terrifying oppressive force of the 7 fusion mutant beasts. Looking at the hideous-looking fusion mutant beasts in front of him, Xiao Tian frowned. Normally, it was impossible for 7 fusion mutant beasts to appear in Great Confucian City at once, and they were also fusion mutant beasts with such a terrifying strength. Are you Xiao Tian? Right at this moment, the fusion mutant beast in the lead suddenly split its bloody mouth and actually spat out human words. It was the body of a hound dog but had 3 heads, somewhat similar to the 3-headed dog of hell in mythology. But on the contrary, the surface of this one's body was covered with countless paths of hideous octopus tentacles. Just a glance was nauseating, as the countless octopus tentacles were like countless maggots, causing discomfort from the bottom of one's heart. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and realized that the other party was most likely instructed to come. Who is the person behind instructing you? Xiao Tian asked in a cold voice. That hell's 3-headed dog, however, did not answer with a cold smile. A person who is about to die. There is no point in knowing too much. I will send you on your way first, and you will naturally understand everything when you go down to hell. After saying this, the hell 3-headed dog tilted his head and roared. My name is Red Flame, remember my name, for I will be the one to end your existence. When the last word fell, the 3 heads of Red Flame opened their bloody mouths at the same time, and 3 red-colored flames condensed in their mouths, about to gush out at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian did not panic at all when he saw this. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Then his tiger body shook and the blood vein force instantly gushed out from his body. The bloodline force comes out. Give me. Submission. Chapter 86 Chasing Wang Mingxian. When the fire in Red Flame's mouth began to coalesce, a majestic heat instantly transmitted. A terrifying heat wave instantly swept through the space within a 3-kilometer radius. The originally cold and bone-chilling air in the vicinity actually instantly became warm and dry. Even the snowflakes falling in the air, along with the snow covering the flowers, grass, trees, and even the buildings, were dissolved into water mist in an instant. Just in the nick of time, everyone in the live broadcast room rose in anticipation. It seemed as if they had already seen the image of Xiao Tian being exterminated. Although many of them had no grievances or enmity with Xiao Tian, and had never even seen Xiao Tian's face. However, human nature was such that it could not see others being better than themselves. Inside a certain presidential suite in Sky Vault City, Wang Mingxian was wearing a bathrobe with a tall glass in his hand as he was also watching the live broadcast. Although these 7 fusion-altered beasts are not enough to exterminate you, it is still possible to cause some damage to you. Xiao Tian, this is the price you pay for offending me. The show has just begun. I hope that you will like this big gift I am giving you. Wang Mingxian's lips rose as he lightly took a sip of the red wine in his cup and couldn't help but smack his lips. Probably because of his happy mood, even the red wine that he had long been tired of drinking became incomparably sweet. Rumble. A loud bang suddenly came from within the live cell phone screen, pulling back everyone's thoughts. After the loud bang, a heavenly ripple instantly covered the screen. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingxian couldn't help but sit up straight, his head coming forward, his eyes staring at the screen. As the ripples slowly dissipated, Wang Mingxian did not hold the goblet for a moment, and it fell to the ground with a click and shattered. On the live broadcast screen, Xiao Tian was unharmed, and even Yen Ruyu and the others behind Xiao Tian were unharmed. The red flame that was originally condensing its attacks actually stopped moving, and at this moment it was kneeling in front of Xiao Tian in a double knee kneeling motion. Because its body size was too large, this kneeling of it actually directly collapsed the asphalt ground, kneeling out 2 huge deep pits.
Young Defa.
Wang Mingxian's mouth was wide open. What shocked him was not just the fact that Red Flame suddenly knelt to Xiao Xia without warning. What shocked him was that apart from Red Yen, the other 6 fusion-altered beasts had also knelt to Xiao Tian. Grass. Wang Mingxian wanted to hold his head and cry out. Who could tell him what was going on? Didn't I ask you guys to hit Xiao Tian as cannon fodder? Why are you guys kneeling down for each other instead? My subordinate, Red Yen. Pay my respects to my master. Red Flame's 3 huge heads slowly lowered as it rushed towards Xiao Tian and said with incomparable sincerity. The contempt in its eyes had long since disappeared and was instead filled with incomparable piety. It was as if the Xiao Tian in front of him was not a human, but a legendary god. The other 7 fusion-altered beasts also followed suit and bowed low to show their sincerity. Yen Ruyu and the others had actually seen the image of Xiao Tian subduing a mutant beast. But before, they were all mutant beasts after all, but the ones they had subdued now were actual fusion mutant beasts, much more powerful existences. This scene, although it did not make Yen Ruyu and the others directly lose their composure, it still made them unable to calm down for a long time. Yen Ruyu and the others were like this, and the rest were even more so. Not far away, a group of spirit beast warriors from Great Confucian City had only just driven to the scene. It was snowing all over Blue Star right now, and with the temperature plummeting, the roads were all frozen, so it was not good for cars to pass through at all. They had managed to arrive at the scene with great difficulty and just happened to witness this scene. God Xiao. It's really the god of forever drops. I don't know who suddenly said this. Everyone fell silent at the same time. However, the way they looked at Xiao Tian was even more devout. They might have come redundantly, but there was absolutely nothing wrong with following God Xiao. Live streaming room. At this time, it also exploded. Is this ING still human? Hanging. This Xiao Tian is definitely hanging. How did the 7 fusion mutant beasts suddenly kneel to him? These 7 fusion mutant beasts seem to have developed their own spiritual intelligence. They actually speak human language, but they actually call Xiao Tian master. Who can tell me what's going on here? Could it be that Xiao Tian's bestiality ability is to take in mutant beasts? Even if that's the case, it can't be this unbelievable. These 7 fusion mutant beasts are all level 25 existences. In a small town or something like that, these 7 fusion mutant beasts would be enough to destroy everyone if they were released randomly. The 2-second 5 who were holding up their cell phones and turning on the live broadcast were also dumbfounded. What's going on here? How come it's different from the plan? You ask me, how would I know? Damn. This Xiao Tian is so damn evil. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his mouth and his words directly attracted everyone's attention. All of you are rushing towards me. There should be someone leading from behind the scenes, right? Red Yen nodded slightly as his nostrils ejected 6 channels of hot air and said truthfully, back to my master's words, there is indeed someone leading the way, and that person behind the scenes is Wang Mingxian of Sky Vault City. Red Yen didn't hide anything and told the details of their cooperation with Wang Mingxian. I told you how so many fusion-altered beasts appeared at the same time in Deju City. It turns out that it was all Wang Mingxian's arrangement. This guy is also a ruthless person. He actually used the lives of ordinary people in Sky Vault City as a quid pro quo. His brother died because of Xiao Tian. I can understand him taking revenge on Xiao Tian. But to do something like this that cannot be tolerated by the Heavenly Tao is really not personal. Red Yan's voice was very loud and everyone heard the conversation clearly. The crowd in the live broadcast room instantly exploded again, and their impression of Wang Mingxian instantly dropped to the bottom. After the start of the dark unrest, many people had gradually lost their humanity and would do anything to survive. But these were petty fights at best, and were completely incomparable to Wang Mingxian. This asshole actually chose to sacrifice the lives of some of the ordinary people in Sky Vault City for his own selfish desires, simply inferior, especially since there were also some people from Sky Vault City in the live broadcast room. At this moment, their moods were all extremely complicated as well, and more than anything, they were still angry. They suddenly felt that, as people of Sky Vault City, they were very sad. Xiao Tian ruled the entire Great Confucian City and was currently the strongest person in Great Confucian City, but he did not deprive and ravage the other spirit beast warriors and the local ordinary people. Instead, he chose to peacefully trade with the others and take what he needed. In such an environment, everyone in Great Confucian City embraced Xiao Tian from the bottom of their hearts. On the contrary, in their heavenly vault city, whenever someone upset Wang Mingxian, it was basically difficult to see tomorrow's sun. The contrast was too great. At this moment, quite a few people in Sky Vault City even wondered why the person who ruled their Sky Vault City couldn't be Xiao Tian. In situ, after receiving this answer, Xiao Tian did not feel much surprise. He had roughly guessed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes as early as the beginning, and now he was just determining the identity once again. Now I will give you guys a task. Make sure to complete it. Xiao Tian raised his head and looked at Red Yen and said indifferently. In front of the huge bodies of the 7 fusion altered beasts, Xiao Tian's human body appeared as if it was as small as a human. However, the extraordinary aura on Xiao Tian's body was unrivaled. At my master's command alone, Red Cold and the other 7 fusion altered beasts lowered their heads and said with incomparable devotion, "At all costs, hunt down Wang Mingxian." Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke indifferently. "We will fulfill the orders given by our master even if we swear to die." The red flame nodded its head and replied, then slowly got up and a pair of huge feather wings actually grew behind its back. Then the huge body shot up into the sky, setting off a wave of air, and flew directly towards the direction of Sky Vault City. The remaining 6 fusion altered beasts also grew a pair of huge feathered wings and spread their wings to fly. Seeing this scene, everyone was numb. Wang Ming first failed to steal the chicken. He wanted to cooperate with the 7 fusion mutant beasts to kill Xiao Tian. He probably didn't even dream that instead of killing Xiao Tian, his plan had gotten him into trouble. Chapter 87, Colluding with the Darkness. Exterminating Xiao Tian. Seeing the several fusion mutant beasts gradually flying away, the 2 dilettantes hiding in the corner and broadcasting live were extremely complex. Even the fusion mutant beasts could be easily subdued. They had to admit that Xiao Tian was more than a notch more powerful than Wang Mingxian. Now that the curtain had come down before the show had even started, the 2 men did not intend to continue to stay for long, and were just about to close the live broadcast and go back to resume their duties. However, just as the 2 were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Hearing this familiar voice, the 2 men's bodies gave a jolt and almost fell to their knees on the ground. This was because it was precisely Xiao Tian's voice. "Having come, don't leave, right?" The 2 stiffly sidestepped and realized that Xiao Tian in the distance was smiling as he looked at them. Although Xiao Tian was smiling, that smile fell in the eyes of the 2 was tantamount to the smile of Satan. Creepy and dangerous. Run. The 2 had no intention of fighting and subconsciously ran. However, while they were fast, Xiao Tian was faster than them, and with a flash of his body he blocked in front of the 2. Xiao Tian had now fused multiple gene sequences, although some of them had degraded or even disappeared completely. However, his physical quality enhancement was permanent, and now, putting aside his beastization ability, he was alone in terms of physical quality. Xiao Tian definitely belonged to the best. Seeing Xiao Tian who was blocking in front of them, the 2 of them panicked in their hearts and were about to flee in other directions. However, Yan Tiansheng and the others had also surrounded them from all around, completely blocking the 2 people's path of retreat. "Xiao Tian, we are both young Wang's people. If you kill us, you are not giving young Wang face. Do you really want to make things worse?" The 2 knew that they were in trouble, so they simply brought out Wang Mingxian's name in an attempt to deter Xiao Tian. "You guys can't be unaware of what kind of temper my big brother has, right?" Fatty Hai shook the fat on his body and said with a teasing face, "That Wang Mingxian offended my big brother. My big brother will destroy him sooner or later. As for you guys, I'm afraid that you'll have no way of escaping the calamity today as well." The 2 of them glanced at each other, and a fierce look suddenly erupted in their eyes. Since that's the case, let's just fish out of water. Even if we die, we definitely won't let you have a good time. The two of them roared at the same time, instantly entering the animalized state. Since it was hard to escape death both before and after, the fear in the hearts of the two was reduced by a lot. If you don't let us go, then we will fight you. It was also at this moment that Xiao Tian also moved. The clothing behind Xiao Tian's back was instantly torn apart, and the exposed skin began to wriggle crazily, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Immediately afterward, 6 tentacles that looked like spider legs stretched out from the body. These 6 tentacles were covered with black scales and surrounded by a layer of black mist, looking evil and terrifying. These 6 tentacles were originally octopus tentacles that Xiao Tian had devoured, but now they had evolved into dark Qilin arms. The appearance was somewhat similar to that inside the Amazing Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor. However, compared to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor, Xiao Tian's dark unicorn arms were even more domineering and terrifying. After the 6 dark Qilin arms appeared, they instantly transformed into long spears and stabbed violently at the 2 men, straight through their bodies. The 2 men were filled with despair as they looked down at their chests that were penetrated and then looked up incredulously at Xiao Tian in front of them. Fast. It was too fast. So fast that they did not even have the time to react. Immediately afterward, the dark Qilin arm that had pierced into the 2 men's bodies violently trembled, and their internal organs were instantly shattered into a bloody mist. They directly collapsed to the ground with a tragic death scene. Fish death with me? You guys are also worthy? Xiao Tian said to himself and then put away the 6 dark Qilin arms. Finished, call it a day. This scene was recorded in its entirety by the live camera, and Xiao Tian's terror was even more branded in everyone's mind. The 2 spirit beast warriors were actually killed by Xiao Tian in a single move just like that, and the 2 of them didn't even have a chance to react before they died. This could no longer be called terror, it was simply a monster. While people were shocked at Xiao Tian's strength, they also began to wonder about Wang Mingxian's side. After all, those fusion-altered beasts had already departed, and it was believed that it wouldn't take long for them to arrive in Sky Vault City. 2 hours later, Red Yen and the many other fusion mutant beasts arrived at Sky Vault City, and with the sharp perception of the fusion mutant beasts, they managed to find Wang Mingxian's location. Without hesitation, they immediately launched an attack on Wang Mingxian. But Wang Mingxian wasn't a vegetarian either. As a level 35 spirit beast warrior, his strength was definitely not weak either. However, due to the large number of opponents, Wang Mingxian also suffered a lot of losses. In the end, it was only after calling on the people under his command to join forces that he managed to resolve the Red Flame and the other fusion-altered beasts. However, he had also lost quite a few people in this battle. 16 spirit beast warriors under his hand were directly killed in battle. He himself also suffered some minor injuries. More importantly, the 5-star hotel where Wang Mingxian was located had been almost scrapped because of this battle. Damn Xiao Tian. Looking at the ruins all over the scene, Wang Mingxian was enraged as he threw his head back and roared. I swear to the heavens that I won't be a human being until I break you into pieces. The moment he finished roaring these words, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then a crack was actually torn through the air. A black mist that released a terrifying darkness power drifted out from the crack. Seeing this scene, Wang Mingxian and his group instantly entered the battle state. With such a dense darkness power, this black mist was afraid that it wasn't something good. I'm afraid it's related to the Dark Lord. However, to everyone's surprise, this black mist only circled around the crowd and then stagnated in the air. There was no intention to attack the crowd. You want to seek revenge on Xiao Tian? This sovereign can give you that chance. A sinister voice suddenly came out slowly from within the black mist. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Wang Ming first looked at the black mist warily and took a step back. This is the 2nd Heavenly Sovereign. You can call me Dark Hedge. 2nd Heavenly Sovereign? Wang Mingxian was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. The matter of Xiao Tian exterminating the Dual Heaven Sovereign was known to the entire human population of the Blue Star. Right now, the Dual Heavens Master had suddenly descended here and threatened to be able to help himself, so his purpose was obvious. Xiao Tian had indirectly killed Wang Qianqian, and he did not share the same fate as Wang Mingxian. Xiao Tian had also exterminated the One Heavens Master, which was equivalent to completely offending the Darkness Master race. Although both sides were not of the same race, they had the same enemy and possessed a great deal of room for cooperation. But to cooperate with the Darkness Sovereign, I am afraid that this kind of thing would not sound good when it was spread out. However, Wang Mingxian was also clear that the current Shao Tian had already become a climate, and if he refused to cooperate with the dual Sky Sovereign, if he refused to cooperate with the dual Heavens Master, the difficulty of avenging his own brother's death would be infinitely higher. After a moment of silence, Wang Mingxian lit a cigar and took a puff before he took the lead and spoke. That Shao Tian is not a simple character. You are only a doppelganger right now. How should you help me? Very simple. Dark Hedge rotated around Wang Ming first and faintly said, half a day later, the forbidden land of the second heaven will be opened soon. At that time, this father will teleport you and all of your people into the forbidden land, while on the side of the great Confucian city, only that Shao Tian will enter together with his individual cronies. At that time, the dark beings within the forbidden land will also help you to deal with Shao Tian together. And at that time, it will be as easy as a slap in the face if you want to exterminate Shao Tian. Listening to Dark Ledge's narration, Wang Mingxian's eyes flickered as his eyes gradually brightened. If Dark Leech could really cooperate with himself in such a way, then wanting to exterminate Shao Tian would indeed be as easy as a slap in the face. Chapter 88 The Forbidden Land Opens. You're dead. After returning to the villa, Shao Tian began to continue devouring the altered beast crystal cores. If he remembered correctly, the forbidden land of the second heavenly hall would be opened during this recent period of time. Every point of enhancement now would be one more point of protection when he arrived in the forbidden land. Even if one had exterminated a first heavenly sovereign, one would be able to deal with any enemy with relative ease. He was even already invincible in the great Confucian city. However, Shao Tian did not take the same old steps. He knew the truth that there was a world outside of people and a sky outside of the sky. Before he was reborn, when he was still an ordinary person, he had seen too many powerful spirit beast warriors who ended up perishing because of their arrogance or greed for enjoyment. Under the era of darkness and turmoil, people were like rowing a boat against the water, either moving forward and continuing to swim against the current, or staying put and being swept by the current to the edge of the waterfall. In the places outside of Great Confucian City, there were definitely many other strong people whose strength was not weaker than his, or even far superior to his. Wang Mingxian of Sky Vault City was a living example, and the other party's rank was far higher than his. And besides these potential threats, the Dark Lord of the Second Heaven was also a potential danger. Shao Tian had exterminated the first Heavenly Lord, and the second Heavenly Lord, who was also a Dark Lord, would definitely not let up. When the Dual Heavens Dominator descended on the Blue Star, he would definitely make a move against himself. That was why boosting his strength was both a way to preserve himself as well as his capital to deal with future crises. Recently, the mutant beast crystalline nuclei levels have all risen up, but my level has likewise risen up, and the amount of crystalline nuclei needed to continue upgrading is too great. Shao Tian picked up a mutant beast crystal core and placed it on the mouthpiece in his palm and kept gnawing on it. It was crunchy but not chicken-flavored. According to the current progress, there were still a lot of mutant beast crystal cores needed to ascend to level 27. But as long as there was a boost, it was a good thing. Swallow, swallow, swallow. I swallow, swallow, swallow. Outside the main door of Shao Tian's room, Shao Tian placed her hands on her chest and drew circles with a moment of indecision on her expression. After this period of integration, she had already learned to use a cell phone and had learned a lot of various information about humans. Unlike dark beings, the species of humans had a distinction between male and female. To put it simply, with the exception of a small number of people, men would generally prefer women, and women would similarly prefer men. And once men and women were certain that they saw eye to eye with each other, they would form a partnership to establish a male-female relationship and ultimately stay together for the rest of their lives. Although Shao Tian was now taken in by Shao Tian, she always lacked a sense of security. Although Shao Tian did not dislike herself, Yen Ruyu and the others were also good to her. But she was, after all, a dark being, a completely different biological race from humans, and if she wanted to follow Shao Tian for a long time, she had to make some changes. Establishing a relationship with Shao Tian and communicating at a negative distance once more was clearly the best option. I can't do it. Xiao Yan's small hand had just placed on the door handle and quickly pulled away again. She really couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart. Not long ago, she was a dark vanguard under the One Heaven Sovereign, and had once followed the One Heaven Sovereign in his conquest of other universes. It was unknown how many living beings had become nightmares. And now, she was being asked to pleasuring herself while being ridden by Shao Tian. The transformation before and after this was too great, and it was really hard for her to do so. Forget it, it's better to do it next time. The Dragon Kingdom people are all about love over time. It's still too early to do this. Let's wait for Brother Xiao Tian to accept me completely first. Bai Xiao Tian comforted herself and quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, just wanting to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, a dark beam of light descended from the sky and suddenly enveloped her entire being. Bai Xiao Tian was first stunned, then instantly reacted, her face changing drastically. As a former darkness vanguard, no one understood what this beam of light was better than her. It was a handiwork that only a Dark Lord possessed, and it was something that even a first heavenly sovereign couldn't do. Dark summoning. Dark summoning was able to forcibly teleport a portion of existence into the Forbidden Land. This was a means only mastered by at least a second heavenly sovereign. The second heavenly sovereign had struck. Bai Xiao Tian just wanted to push the door to warn Xiao Tian, but just then the beam of light suddenly flashed rapidly, and the next moment Bai Xiao Tian completely disappeared along with the beam of light. At the same time, throughout the villa, similar things were still being staged. Yan Ruyu, Yan Tiansheng, Shen Qilan, Chu Yao, Fatty Hai, and Xiao Tian were all covered by this dark beam of light covering their bodies at the same time. Before the crowd could react in any way, they were instantly teleported away from this place. When the crowd came back to their senses again, they had already appeared in a world filled with darkness. This world was still dim, and a blood moon hung in the sky, appearing hideous and terrifying. More crucially, the temperature around was also extremely low, and one could even see the rolling hot air coming out when one exhaled a breath. As far as the eye could see, everything was covered by a layer of frost. This place was like a world of ice and snow, where nothing but coldness remained. Xiao Tian frowned slightly as he was still devouring the mutant beast core when he was suddenly teleported here. Seeing that the crowd was all there, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. The crowd looked in search of the sound, only to see Fatty Hai was naked and wailing with a terrified face. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu and the other women's faces turned slightly red and quickly turned their heads away. Despite this, Fatty Hai still felt heartbroken. He was originally still bathing and showering when suddenly his body was enveloped by a beam of light, and when he came back to his senses, he appeared here. Under the sky, is there anything more bloody than this? He is still a yellow flower big girl boy. Now the body was seen naked. How to marry in the future. The key to be seen naked even if this ghost place is incomparably chilly, cold, he shivered straight. The water droplets on his body that he hadn't had time to wipe were all rapidly freezing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Brother Xiao Tian, all of this is the handiwork of the second Sky Master. He used a means to forcefully teleport us here. This should be the forbidden land of the second sky. Bai Xiao Tian explained as she came through the crowd to Xiao Tian's nearness. Xiao Tian nodded. In fact, he had also thought of this point. That dark beam of light was filled with the power of darkness, and Xiao Tian could not think of anyone else other than the dual heavens master Xiao Tian. You should put on your clothes first. Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Fatty Hai and rubbed his head and said, I would like to, but the clothes didn't follow the teleportation over to this goddamned dual heavens master. If this heavenly master does not behead him with his own hands, he will be a dragon tiger mountain heavenly master in vain. Fatty Hai waved his fist and cursed. This damn place didn't even have a blade of grass. He couldn't even make up a grass skirt if he wanted to. Suddenly, Fatty Hai seemed to think of something, reached out and touched the Dao Ji, from which he pulled out 2 chapters of yellow talismans. Then one after the other, they were pasted onto the key entrances and exits. Phew! After doing all this, Fatty Hai exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Finally, he felt a little sense of security. Xiao Tian swept a glance at Fatty Hai and then looked at the crowd. This time, not only Yan Ruyu and the other women, even the battle-less Shen Qilan was teleported in. Xiao Tian could not figure out the purpose of the dual heavens master doing this, but it was foreseeable that the time for the opening of the Forbidden Land had been brought forward. Right at this moment, hundreds of light beams suddenly descended from the sky and landed near Xiao Tian and the others. When the beams of light dissipated, hundreds of spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City, including Wang Mingxian, appeared on the scene at the same time. Xiao Tian. Just after freeing himself from within the beam of light, Wang Mingxian spotted Xiao Tian in front of him. Looking at Xiao Tian's scattered few, he also looked at the hundreds of spirit beast warriors beside him. Wang Mingxian smiled, an unusually bright smile. You are dead this time. Chapter 89, 200 against 7. The advantage is mine. How did the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City appear here? Yan Tianxing instantly realized that something was wrong. This time, the method of entering the Forbidden Land was different from the past, and there was no so-called space-time vortex appearing. The only way to enter the Forbidden Land was to be enveloped by a black beam of light and then automatically teleported in. But right now, the number of people on their side of Great Confucian City totaled only 7. On the contrary, the other side had a whole of nearly 200 people. Targeted. They had indeed been targeted by the second Sky Master, and it was likely that the other party had even teamed up with the Spirit Beast Warriors of Sky Vault City. This caused Yen Tianxing to feel incomparably angry. Although he was the richest man in Great Ru City, and the mall was like a battlefield, he had also done many things that he could not do out of necessity. Just like the gang of coal bosses at one time, how many of them were completely clean when they were able to climb to such a high position? But he does things have a set of their own behavioral standards and bottom line. He believes that this is born the most basic human integrity. As a result, now, there were actually people who chose to join forces with the Dark Lord to victimize their fellow humans. He was shocked at this, that people could actually be so bottomless to such an extent. Not only Yen Tianxing, Yen Ruyu and the others also had their faces slightly changed at this moment, their faces flickering for a while. I'm sure you all can see that I have joined forces with the Dual Heavens Dominator. And we all have a common enemy, and that enemy is you, Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian smiled coldly and said unhurriedly, 200 people against 7 of you. Even if each of you can fight 10 with 1, you will still be in trouble today. Xin Qiulan suddenly said as a human, yet you chose to join forces with the Dark Lord? Aren't you afraid of being disrespected? Wang Ming first glanced at her and his smile became even more contemptuous. All of you will die here today. As long as you die, who knows what I did today? Sometimes people can't be too brain dead. If you want to reach your goal, if you want to realize your revenge, you have to use extraordinary means. I don't care about the process. I only care about the result. As long as I can achieve the result I want, does it matter who I team up with? Shun Qiulan's chest rose and fell, her face turning white with anger. Shameless. This fellow in front of her could not be called a human being. Although Xiao Tian treated his enemies cruelly, sometimes like a madman with red eyes. However, he had always had his own bottom line, at least joining forces with the Dark Lord to do something as absurd as this Xiao Tian could never do. Right at this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from above the sky. Xiao Tian, daring to exterminate my Darkness clan, you have already taken the path of death. Our Darkness clan has been born for countless years, and you are the first one to dare to do so. A light mass wrapped in black mist descended from the sky and hovered near Xiao Tian and the others. Then this light mass began to wriggle and deform, eventually transforming into a humanoid body shape. However, because the entire body was wrapped in dense darkness, it was impossible to see the specific face, and only a rough outline could be seen. Xiao Tian did not need to think about it to know that the one in front of him should be the Dual Heavens Dominator. More accurately, it was a doppelganger of the Second Sky Sovereign. Cut the crap and get straight to it. I will have the dark beings in the Forbidden Land fully cooperate with you. Dark Ledge slowly raised his right hand and moved his fingers. In the surrounding black mist, the sound of neat and orderly thick footsteps suddenly came. Densely packed dark beings with upright postures and clad in black armor walked out from within the mist. There is no need for your cooperation. Wang Mingxian shook his head. This guy killed my brother. I'm going to personally avenge him and use his head to honor my brother's spirit in heaven. 200 against 7. The advantage is mine. My men will be enough against them. Dark Ledge was slightly displeased, but in the end didn't say anything more. Instead, he silently retreated to the side. The surrounding dark beings also continued to stand in place without making any movements. My name is Wang Mingxian. Remember this name, for it will be the last name heard in this life. Wang Mingxian once again looked at Xiao Tian. Then his body leaned forward and directly entered the animalized state as he rushed over towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was not afraid in the slightest and similarly entered the beastization state. His long white hair fluttering as a black lightning bolt flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Behind his back, 6 dark Qilin arms frantically grew. Rumble! The two of them instantly battled fiercely together, and although Wang Mingxian's level was far above Xiao Tian's, he had the advantage of his own gene sequence. Xiao Tian was temporarily able to fight back and forth with the other party. This caused Wang Mingxian to be surprised. I still underestimated you, but with the rank difference here, even if you were stronger, it would just be a meaningless struggle. You should never have gotten your hands on the woman I had my eye on, much less let anything happen to my brother. Today, even if the greatest god immortal descends to the mortal world, He will not be able to save you. Xiao Tian did not reply and only swung his dark Qilin arm in a single motion. Kill! I kill, kill, kill. At the same time, the 200 spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City, on the other hand, rushed towards Yen Ruyu and the others. Yen Tianshang quickly took a battle stance and yelled at the crowd, "Fat Heavenly Master! You and I will meet the battle together. Ruyu is responsible for healing us." After saying that, he entered his animalized state and rushed out. After this period of time, Yen Tiansheng's level had also come to the level of 23, and his physical strength had been greatly improved. He rushed into the crowd like an ultimate tank with a full level of divine armor, and even though his attack power was average, it was difficult for the crowd's damage to land on him and cause too much of an impact. This former number 1 tycoon of Deju City was like a stirrer at this moment, charging into the crowd and muscling up, instantly disrupting the formation of the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City. A golden seal appeared on Yen Ruyu's eyebrows as she stretched out her hands to release the power of healing, constantly treating Yen Tiansheng at the back. As for Chu Yao, she stood at a loss for words. Her current animalization ability hadn't been fully developed yet, and she didn't have much combat power, so she could only watch. As for Xin Qiulan, there was even less to say. She was just an ordinary person and really didn't have any combat power at all. What should I do? Fatty Hai also stood beside the two women. He was anxious, but he could only be anxious. All of his talismans had been left in the villa, and now he had no more talismans on him. Damn. A contemporary heavenly master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Now I can't actually do anything. I'm such a ing waste. Fatty Hai greeted Dark Ledge's ancestors again. Before you teleported, couldn't you notify me in advance? At least let me make preparations. Now, let alone joining the battle, he didn't even have a complete set of clothes. The battle was still going on. Although there was Yen Tiansheng, a meat shield warrior, carrying the front, he couldn't help that there were too many spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City. Yen Ruyu was able to heal his injuries, but could not restore his physical abilities. Soon Yen Tiansheng began to lose his physical strength. The two spirit beast warriors took the opportunity to break through the encirclement and rush towards Yen Ruyu and the others in the back row. None of them have any combat power. Destroy them first. The two spirit beast warriors roared at the same time. Seeing this scene, Fatty Hai was instantly anxious. If something happened to Yen Ruyu, Yen Tiansheng's side would definitely not last long. Fatty Hai was facing the toughest decision of his life. After some hesitation, he finally clenched his teeth and made a decision that went against his ancestors. He ripped off the talisman affixed to the back door, and then threw it out towards the front with force. Lao Jun, help me. Tai Yao 3 edicts. Urgent order. Heavenly armor golden light formation. Congeal. Buzz. Golden light filled the sky, briefly lighting up the pitch-black forbidden land, and the sound of sacred chanting spread across the void, as if it was overtaking this world. The sound of Sanskrit music circled around the ears, and the divine light did not fail. An enormous divine elephant silhouette instantly took shape. Chapter 90, The Dual Heavenly Juggernaut Breaks Defense. There were also many types of talismans. This talisman that Fatty Hai was currently using served the purpose of protection, forming a formation to ward off attacks. Since the great explosion of human technology, sneaky things had become rare, plus this kind of talisman was too loud. So successive generations of celestial masters have ancestral training, unless absolutely necessary, or else cannot be easily used. After all, the strategy of the Dragon Kingdom nowadays was about believing in science. But now that it was inside the Forbidden Land, Fatty Hai didn't have any concerns. Moreover, the materials and energy required to refine this kind of talisman were too great. This kind of high-level talisman, which he had been refining since he came down from the mountain, had only produced 2 by now. The divine elephant shadow slowly opened his eyes. A divine light appeared in his eyes, and an unprecedented oppressive force suddenly formed. Then the divine elephant shadow stretched out its hands and embraced Yen Ruyu and the others within. A blue boundary rose up to the sky, covering everyone in it. Bang! Bang! Those 2 spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City were caught off guard and directly crashed on top of the boundary, bouncing off. Upon seeing the huge divine elephant shadow in front of them, both of them were simultaneously baffled. The divine elephant shadow has come out. Are you still being reasonable? The opening act is not even acted, right? Seeing the 2 people who were blown away, Yen Ruyu touched her chest and let out a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Fatty Hai and just wanted to say thank you. When she saw the bear asked Fatty Hai, who was lifting his head and looking at the divine elephant shadow with a face full of flesh pain, She couldn't help but tug at the corners of her mouth. Hastily and quickly, he turned his head again and released the power of healing, treating Yan Tianqing's injuries. This fatty was indeed very skillful. It was that his current image was a bit too wretched. Like a skinned yearling pig. It was really hard for her to connect Fatty High's current image with the identity of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master. Right at this moment, one after another, people in front of them broke through Yan Tianqing's defense and rushed straight in the direction of Yan Ruyu and the others. Yan Tianqing's defense was explosive, and with Yan Ruyu's constant healing, it was difficult for them to finish off Yan Tianqing. Therefore, the crowd's targets were all placed on Yan Ruyu at the same time. But with the barrier of the boundary, the attacks of the gang were all blocked. When the attacks landed on top of the boundary, they only caused ripples and did not cause any substantial damage. This boundary, so strong. Chu Yao's mouth opened as she subconsciously said, if humans can also develop a similar means, it might be much easier when facing an attack from a mutant beast, and many casualties can be avoided. Shun Qiulan, on the other hand, murmured with glowing eyes. She had been developing the sheltering device during this period of time, and then she was accompanying Xiao Tian in double rows. She was also clear about Fat Hai's identity, but she did not take it too seriously. But now, after personally seeing Fatty Hai's methods, this genius girl had sincerely started to admire Fatty Hai. Shun Qiulan's eyes were infatuated as she came to the edge of the boundary and stretched out her hand to gently place it on top of the boundary. Although the boundary was not a substantial product, the palm of the hand placed on it could actually feel the sense of oppression. Fatty, what is the principle behind the formation of this talisman of yours? Shun Qiulan suddenly ran to Fatty Hai's nearness with an excited face and asked. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't have anything to do with the collinear theorem, right? Fatty Hai shrugged his shoulders. Just then a cold wind blew in, and he couldn't help but shrink his neck and spray out a snot bubble. His master had only taught him the means to draw talismans. He didn't tell him what the principle was. It was just drawing specific symbols on specific talisman paper, and that was the end of it. If he really wanted to say that there was a principle, it was probably the power of aura. But what is aura? Fatty Hai really can't explain it clearly. It's a bit similar to the kind of power absorbed by martial artists in metaphysical fiction. Hearing the other party's answer, Shun Qiulan was immediately a little frustrated. It seemed that there was no useful information that could be asked from this fat man's mouth. But the direction of the boundary could be focused on. After leaving this place, she would immediately start working on it. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud noise suddenly rang out from the other side. Everyone looked along with the sound and saw that the battle between Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian had entered a white-hot stage. After half an hour of battle of attrition, Xiao Tian's physical strength had gradually run out due to his level disadvantage. On the contrary, Wang Mingxian was still alive and well. Ha ha ha! I told you that you are not my opponent. The more you resist, the more excited I will only get. Xiao Tian did not reply, and after twisting his head to look at Yan Ruyu and the others who were covered by the boundary, he then looked at Dark Ledge, who was silently watching the battle from afar. Then, with a hardened heart, he blasted out a fist and took the opportunity to pull away from Wang Mingxian by a certain distance. Then Xiao Tian gripped his right hand and pulled it with force. There was a tearing sound. The right arm was torn off with his skin and flesh. But there was no blood flowing out along the broken arm. Instead, the broken arm suddenly transformed into a black lance. Black Qilin lance. Holding the lance in his hand, Xiao Tian released a darkness force around him, and his originally depressed aura instantly skyrocketed. Waving the lance in his hand, Xiao Tian's long hair danced and took the initiative to kill towards Wang Mingxian. Grass! Wang Mingxian was inadvertent and was directly penetrated by the lance through his right arm, immediately bursting out in pain. Is this dog thing a human being or not? Who is a decent person fighting to the general suddenly ripped off their right arm, and this ripped off arm can actually be transformed into a weapon. This kind of setting, hunting novels do not dare to write out These are all still second. With the black Qilin spear, Xiao Tian's momentum is like a rainbow, with the cockroach tentacles on his forehead that can sense danger. Xiao Tian was like a no-man's land, and surprisingly, he pressured Wang Mingxian into a gradual defeat. A sense of powerlessness instantly swept through his body. At this moment, Wang Mingxian panicked. His level was 9 levels higher than Xiao Tian. A whole 9 levels. Now, he felt a sense of powerlessness and even a feeling of defeat. This was simply outrageous. Help me! Wang Mingxian struggled to support Xiao Tian's attack and suddenly turned his head and shouted at Dark Ledge, who was watching the battle below. Waste! Dark Leech sighed, then waved his large hand. Countless darkness beings suddenly made a move at the same time, crazily releasing darkness power towards the boundary where Yen Ryu and the others were. Rumble! As the darkness power continued to be released, the originally crystal-clear boundary was gradually rendered in black, showing signs of breaking apart. Not good. The power of darkness is too strong. The boundary won't be able to support it for much longer, Fatty Hai said as his face changed drastically. Xiao Tian also noticed the situation over here, but did not have any panic. He had not released the army of altered beasts and the army of dark beings in order to prevent the Dark Lord from suddenly going berserk. Now that the other party had already struck, there was no need for him to hold back. Xiao Tian pulled out 16 sheltering devices and threw them out. Roar! Ow!
Yeah.
The 16 mutant beasts that were huge in size, as if they were demonic gods descending to the world, landed with a bang and tore madly at the army of dark beings beside them. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian shook the Een Soul streamer behind him. Thousands of dark living spirit armies affiliated with Xiao Tian appeared at the same time before charging towards the surrounding dark living spirits. The scene instantly became even more vast and chaotic. After seeing these dark living spirits that were summoned by Xiao Tian, Dark Leech froze. A human is actually able to summon darkness spirits, and all of these darkness spirits actually listen to him? On what grounds? Dark Ledge's eyelids fluttered and his entire body felt bad. He did not know exactly how Xiao Tian had managed to do all of this. However, he knew that dark beings possessed a noble and lofty bloodline, and to be deployed by a human right now was a humiliation to the Darkness clan. Dark Ledge was in a heavy mood and suddenly released a dense darkness force to try and control these darkness beings that were summoned by Xiao Tian. In the name of the second heavenly sovereign, this father commands you to stop. Stop! Chapter 91. This is my last bottom line. Seeing Dark Ledge's actions, Xiao Tian's heart sank afterward. The other party wanted to control these dark beings. Although all of these dark living spirits were currently only at his disposal, Xiao Tian did not dare to guarantee that they would not be turned against by Dark Ledge. After all, he was only able to deploy these dark living spirits by relying on the darkness power he obtained after devouring a first heavenly sovereign. Whereas Dark Ledge himself was a second sky sovereign, he was the embodiment of darkness. The power of darkness was like locusts crossing the border and instantly enveloped the thousands of darkness beings that Xiao Tian had summoned. However, what suffocated Darkness Ledge was that the expected situation did not happen. These dark living spirits did not follow his orders to stop their movements. Instead, they actively absorbed the darkness power he released to recover their losses. Dark Hedge was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and even if he couldn't see his face, he could probably imagine the blue color of his face at this moment. He tremblingly raised his head to look in Xiao Tian's direction, unable to hold back a fart for half a day. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian was also finally relieved. If these 1,000 or so dark spirits were successfully turned, the pressure on their side would increase greatly. Now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Perhaps the 1,000 or so dark beings only followed the orders of the One Heaven's Master. And he himself had absorbed the genetic sequence of the One Heaven's Juggernaut and gained part of his darkness power. That was why these dark living spirits would only follow their own orders and not be influenced by Dark Ledge. Seeing that Dark Leech was looking at himself viciously, Xiao Tian's lips rose and raised his right hand to silently raise his middle finger. Bastard! Dark Ledge's face twisted as he suddenly turned into a black mist and rushed towards Xiao Tian. Although he was only a doppelganger and did not yet have 1/10 of the power of his true self, it was not like he did not have the power to fight when he joined forces with Wang Mingxian. As Dark Leech joined the battlefield, Xiao Tian fought 1 against 2, and soon gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, instead of having any joy, both Dark Leech and Wang Mingxian had a hard time. It was as if Xiao Tian was able to see things before they did, and every time their attacks just blasted out, Xiao Tian was able to react and dodge away at the first opportunity. Xiao Tian appeared to be at a disadvantage, being ruthlessly suppressed by the two of them, yet he did not consume too much and did not even lose a single hair. On the contrary, Dark Leech and Wang Mingxian were both consuming a great deal, and Dark Leech's doppelganger had even dimmed a little. This brat is too slippery. This doppelganger of my father does not have much power left and cannot continue to be consumed. Dark Ledge glanced at Xiao Tian. Then his gaze locked onto Yen Ryu and the others in the boundary. You stall him, Dark Leech suddenly said to Wang Mingxian. In a way, the two were considered to be in the same odor. Wang Mingxian followed Dark Leech's gaze and understood what the other party meant. The other party wanted to threaten Xiao Tian with someone close to him. This was indeed a feasible method at the moment. According to his understanding, Xiao Tian treated his enemies with particular cruelty, but treated those close to him exceptionally well. Leave this place to me, I will stall him. Wang Ming first nodded. Seeing this, Dark Ledge did not speak any nonsense as his body transformed into a black mist and rushed straight to the boundary below. Xiao Tian naturally also sensed Dark Leech's intentions and wanted to go forward to stop him, but Wang Mingxian directly dodged and blocked in front of him. Xiao Tian, your opponent is me. Wang Mingxian grinned coldly. Xiao Tian frowned. Then, without any nonsense, he waved the black Qilin lance in his hand and took the initiative to kill towards Wang Mingxian. On the other side, the guardian boundary was already shaky, and Yan Tianshang was also surrounded by numerous spirit beast warriors and was already exhausted. The situation had come to the most critical point. It was at this exact moment that Dark Ledge's figure appeared outside the boundary. Not good, Chu Yao exclaimed in shock. Only to see that, in the next moment, Dark Leech stretched out his palm and placed it on top of the boundary, followed by a dense darkness power spreading out from his palm.
Ka.
The darkness power began to crazily infiltrate the boundary, like ink dripping into a water tank, quickly rendering the entire boundary into an inky black color. The next moment, with a click, the guardian boundary instantly shattered and dissipated into remnants. Right at the moment the boundary broke, Dark Hedge once again transformed into a black shadow and quickly rushed towards Yen Ruyu and the others. Fatty, don't you still have a talisman? Yen Ruyu suddenly looked towards Fatty Hai and roared loudly. This is my last bottom line, ah. Fatty Hai covered his buttocks with his left hand and looked down at his last piece of shaming cloth, tangled to the extreme. He was at least a hallowed heavenly master. Did he really want him to fight with his big butt naked? But after looking at the dark hedge that was getting closer and closer, Fatty Hai finally gritted his teeth and pulled off the last talisman. Then threw it out. 3 Qing transforms the robbing thunder. Lei Gong helps me. Fatty Hai's left hand covered his heel. His right hand pinched the decision. The talisman that was thrown out instantly rose up into the sky, transforming into a huge trident. The trident as a whole was filled with lightning and thunder. Even space seemed to be vibrating. Unlike the previous guardian boundary, this talisman functioned as an attack. And a talisman with the thunder attribute was the most offensive existence of all talismans. Not to mention Fatty Hai's master, that is, the last generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, drew a top-grade lightning attribute talisman. Its offensive power was not even inferior to the power of a few mushroom eggs when they erupted. This talisman of Fatty Hai's, although it was not up to such an effect, its attack power was definitely not weak either. Even a high-level spirit beast warrior like Wang Mingxian would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die after taking a hit. Fatty Hai was surrounded by no wind, his index finger and middle finger together. His eyes were sharp and domineering. Suddenly his finger pressed down angrily and shouted, "Thunder comes!"
Zilala.
The trident carried rolling heavenly thunder, as if heavenly punishment had descended, blasting towards Dark Ledge with an absolute sense of oppression. Rumble. The moment the two sides came into contact, the power of thunder within the trident instantly erupted, instantly covering Dark Ledge's body. Did it work? Yen Ruyu and the other women all looked in the direction of the ripples with eyes full of anticipation. Fatty Hai was also somewhat skeptical. The power of this talisman of his own was absolutely nothing to speak of, but the other party was after all a second sky sovereign, and even if it was only a doppelganger, it wasn't that easy to exterminate. Wanting to rely on a talisman to end the battle, I'm afraid it's a bit whimsical. As expected, just as Fatty Hai had imagined, when the ripples dissipated, Dark Ledge's figure quickly rushed out from it. The dark hedge is actually unharmed, but the body is much dimmer, a look at any time to dissipate the posture. Obviously, resisting the talisman's attack had caused him to suffer great attrition, but it wasn't enough to make this doppelganger of his directly disappear. Dead Fatso, you seek death. Dark Ledge was furious. In order to fend off this attack, he had depleted most of the darkness power in his body. This fat man deserved to die. Being ugly is a sin in itself. Not only are you ugly, but you are also fat, and now you dare to make a move against my father. This is a mortal sin. Boom! Dark Ledge's body flashed in the air one after another, instantly appearing close to Fatty Hai and reaching out to pinch Fatty Hai's neck, lifting him up. Yen Ruyu and the other women reacted with hindsight and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Xiao Tian, If you don't want this fatty to die, stop now. At this moment, Yen Ruyu and the others' faces changed drastically at the same time. The thing they were most worried about had still happened. Chapter 92 Jedi Reversal, the strongest man on the ground. But soon several women blushed slightly and quickly shifted their gazes away. Simply because the current fatty high was unarmored and was carried in mid-air by Dark Ledge, his limbs subconsciously waved. Now the back door is wide open, just like a skinned pig, lying on the plate waiting to be slaughtered. The picture was so beautiful that it was really spicy to the eyes. Big brother, save me. Fatty High's hands were frantically picking and pulling, roaring loudly with all his might. Dark Ledge's hand strength was not small, and he was now gradually feeling breathless. Thinking that he was the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, now he was actually stripped naked and carried in the air. Shema! Fatty High cried out in tears and even slipped a hot tear from the corner of his eye during his violent struggle. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched and he was speechless at that time. This dead fatso also had a set of resurrection armor on his body, and he didn't know what he was actually afraid of now. Was he deliberately pretending, or had he really forgotten that he still had a set of resurrection armor on him? However, the resurrection armor in the end is the last card, cannot be retained as a last resort to retain. After all, if this thing was used up once, it was gone. Therefore, Xiao Tian could not turn a blind eye to Fatty High's current situation. Xiao Tian suddenly stopped his attack on Wang Mingxian, and Wang Mingxian also stopped his movements when he saw this. Release him. Xiao Tian's black Qilin lance swung, and his cold gaze looked directly at Dark Hedge below. Letting him go is fine, unless you break your own arm. Dark Leech said with an evil smile as he carried Fatty High. Xiao Tian did not have any hesitation, and one of the dark Qilin arms behind his back instantly stabbed out, directly blasting his left arm into smithereens. After the left arm shattered, the dark Qilin lance held in the left arm also slipped out of his hand and plunged straight into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Tian did not even frown. It was as if what he had broken was not an arm, but merely plucking off an insignificant nose hair. Seeing this, even Wang Mingxian could not help but have his eyelids tremble. This guy was indeed a ruthless person. Even he was ashamed of himself. It was said that 10 fingers are connected to the heart. This kid actually broke his arm like nothing. He boasted that he couldn't do that. However, Wang Mingxian did not admire Xiao Tian because of this. The crazier Xiao Tian acted, the stronger the killing intent in his heart became. He had already offended such a madman. If he couldn't completely eliminate his roots today, he would definitely have a lot of trouble in the future. Regardless of what heavy price he had to pay, Xiao Tian had to die today. Big brother. Seeing that Xiao Tian was willing to break his own arm for himself, Fatty High was immediately moved to tears. However, because of the extremely low temperature around them, the hot tears were frozen as soon as they flowed out. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu and the other women were even more heartbroken as they watched. Xiao Tian was good at everything, but his only flaw was that he treated the people around him too well. Now that he had broken his own arm and his battle power had decreased, how could he continue to fight against Wang Mingxian? Can you release him now? Xiao Tian asked in a flat tone. Did it really not hurt to shatter an arm? It definitely hurt, and this kind of pain was definitely something that no one could endure. But who was Xiao Tian? He was a man who could tear off his right arm and turn it into a spear, so this pain had long since gotten used to it. It's not enough, unless you make this father feel that you no longer have any threat. Dark Ledge opened his mouth smilingly. However, there was some contempt in his heart. This kid's strength was terrifying, and his animalization ability was also somewhat evil. As long as he was given a certain amount of time, even if his own body descended, he might feel some threat. It was a pity that humans were ultimately inferior creatures that would be swayed by their feelings. To cut off his own arm just for a dead fatty, he sometimes really couldn't figure out what kind of creature humans were. Sometimes, humans could kill their companions for their own selfish desires. But sometimes, humans were able to make great sacrifices and even give their lives for those around them. This level is not enough. Let me help you. Wang Mingxian suddenly dodged in front of Xiao Tian and threw 2 punches at Xiao Tian's thighs one after another. Xiao Tian would have been able to dodge away, but he did not do so, allowing the fists to bombard his body. Bang bang! 2 muffled sounds came out as Xiao Tian's 2 thighs were hard smashed into a bloody mist, and even the bone crumbs were gone. Xiao Tian. Big brother. At this moment, not only Yen Ruyu and the other women, even Fatty High's eyes instantly turned red. It was too much of a bully. Big brother, you don't care about me. Life is all about death. If you die early or late, you have to die. If I die, I die. You just have to be able to avenge me. This life can follow Big Brother to eat and drink. I already have no regrets in this life. Since you followed Big Brother down the mountain, spicy hot pot, boneless chicken claws, braised meat, and ate a lot of good things that you haven't eaten on the mountain. The only pity is that we can get married in Longhu Mountain. But it is a pity that I am still single. But it is also worth it. After all, life always has some regrets, so Big Brother, you do not care about me. Out to dry them. Avenge me. Make a statement for me. Fatty Hai shouted with tears in his eyes. Although he was afraid of death, he did not want Xiao Tian to suffer because of him. However, what made Fatty Hai unexpected was that Dark Ledge suddenly threw him out with a hand. Xiao Tian had already wasted his arms, and now his legs had been wasted by Wang Ming first. Without his hands and legs, even if he was strong, he was no different from a waste. Now that Xiao Tian was no longer a threat, Fatty Hai naturally lost any meaning. It didn't matter if the rest of the people were killed or not, but Xiao Tian had to die. Dark Leech flashed to Xiao Tian's front and reached out to pinch Xiao Tian's neck to lift him up. He brought his head close to Xiao Tian and gently blew a mouthful of cold air as he wrote a laugh. Kid, this father admits that you are very strong. It's just a pity that you are so shallowly insightful, and to go to such an extent for irrelevant people. You human beings are really stupid. But there is no point in saying this now. The time has come for you to pay the price. Are you ready to die? Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu and the others' faces were heavy as they frantically tried to rush forward to save Xiao Tian. However, the many spirit beast warriors of Heavenly Vault City at the scene frantically resisted, and a few people were simply unable to rush out. Those who kill my big brother will be executed even though they are far away. If you dare to touch a hair on my big brother's head, I will kill your entire family. Fatty Hai was particularly agitated and rushed towards the crowd with his bare ass. But without the talisman, he was not much different from ordinary people, and was soon slapped away. Big brother, I'm sorry. After Fatty Hai received a solid slap, he also completely recognized his current strength. He could only impotently and angrily pound the ground to vent his heart's dissatisfaction. Seeing this life and death situation of the crowd, Xiao Tian was already powerless to spit. It seemed that not only Fatty Hai, even Yen Ruyu and the others had forgotten that he still had the resurrection armor. Moreover, in his own genetic sequence, he had retained the attribute of rebirth of severed limbs. Not to mention broken arms and legs, as long as the heart and head were fine, any part could be regenerated. Kid, it's time to send you on your way, to be able to exterminate my one heaven's dominator. You're already proud enough. Pay attention in your next life. Dark Ledge did not continue to talk nonsense. He extended his right hand and his palm transformed into a long spear that was about to pierce over at Xiao Tian's heart. Right in this flash of lightning, blood and flesh began to grow crazily at Xiao Tian's broken arm. Soon the crushed limbs grew back. Taking advantage of the fact that Dark Ledge and Wang Mingxian had not yet reacted, Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand and the black Qilin lance instantly flew back into his hand. Xiao Tian held the black Qilin lance and easily penetrated Wang Mingxian's heart with a single shot. At the same time, the 6 dark Qilin arms behind Xiao Tian's back wriggled crazily and simultaneously stabbed forward, instantly piercing into Dark Hedge's body. Jedi counterattack. At this moment, space was dead silent. Chapter 93. Your father is dying. 4. Why? Blood spilled from the corner of Wang Mingxian's mouth as he glanced down at the lance that had pierced into his chest, and then looked at Xiao Tian, who had regrown his arms and legs. Felt like his head was a little messy. Not. Again, he flew into the sky and pulled his arm into a spear, and now he can also regrow his broken limbs. You are the reincarnation of the Cthulhu demon god. Xiao Tian. This father remembers you. Dark Ledge, on the other hand, said with a twisted face full of unwillingness. Originally, he had planned to get rid of Xiao Tian here today to prove for his dark clan. He had also made sufficient preparations for this and had done a lot of planning in advance. As a result, he did not expect that he had still missed a move. There was not much darkness power left in this doppelganger of his, and he was facing dissipation at any time now. And Wang Mingxian was pierced through the heart, so it was obvious that he wouldn't live long. This siege operation had failed. Xiao Tian was too lazy to speak nonsense and just wanted to completely settle the two. Right at this moment, the dark hedge suddenly transformed into a force of darkness and quickly wrapped Wang Mingxian in it. By the time Xiao Tian realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The force of darkness wrapped around Wang Mingxian and quickly rose up into the sky, then directly disappeared into the darkness. Escaped, Xiao Tian said softly as he looked at the black Qilin lance that was still dripping blood in his hand. Dark Hedge's doppelganger was not the main body, and right now it was almost consumed, so it was estimated that it would not be able to hold on for long before it would automatically dissipate. As for Wang Mingxian, his heart was pierced through and he probably wouldn't live long. If he escaped, then he escaped. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian flashed to Yen Ruyu and the other side. Xiao Tian, are you all right? Yen Ruyu hurriedly came up and pulled Xiao Tian's entire body to carefully examine him. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head. He had the characteristic of rebirth of severed limbs, and having his limbs wasted earlier was only a bit painful. After determining that Xiao Tian was indeed fine, Yen Ruyu put her heart down, and then she blushed a little. She had actually forgotten that Xiao Tian possessed the means to regenerate broken limbs. Seeing her own daughter whispering with Xiao Tian, Yen Tiansheng, who was battling with the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City in the distance, was quite pleased. His own daughter was well educated, had the temperament, had a big ass and a convex front, and was quite good looking. The only bad thing about her was that she was too cold in front of outsiders, like a fairy who didn't eat earthly fire. This also led to Yen Ruyu basically have no friends in the university period, even a good girlfriends are not. To be honest, Yen Tiansheng was very worried about Yen Ruyu's situation, worrying that she wouldn't be able to make friends and find the man of her choice. But now all this anxiety had dissipated. The saying that day after day, love breeds love, was indeed true. Since she had followed Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu's face often showed various mood swings and was no longer so cold. My father is very pleased. It's just that your own father is about to be killed, and you are still showing love to a man on the sidelines. Is this really good? Yen Tiansheng, who had lost the healing power of Yen Ruyu, was like a dude who had been cut off from food. Facing the frantic group beating of the Heavenly Vault City Spirit Beast Warriors, Yen Tiansheng quickly began to lose. The Spirit Beast Warriors of Sky Vault City also realized that Yen Tiansheng was no longer able to heal his injuries, and all of them rushed up in a rush. A burst of punches and kicks were thrown at Yen Tiansheng, and all kinds of skills were greeted. Very quickly, Yen Tiansheng was beaten up, and even completely lost the power to fight back. Help me! Yen Tiansheng held his head with both hands, pitifully curled up in the corner. The rain of dense fists fell on his body, hurting him so much that he grimaced and almost exploded. Your father is about to be killed. You're about to have no father. A word woke up the dreamer. Yen Ruyu only then reacted, and when she immediately discovered Yen Tiansheng who was being beaten up and wailing, her face instantly changed drastically. Just as she wanted to stretch out her hands and release the healing power, she was interrupted by Xiao Tian. I'll do it. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. Then his eyes turned cold as he rushed out with the black Qilin lance in hand. These spirit beast warriors of Heavenly Vault City were generally not of a low level, but they did not have any significance in front of Xiao Tian. He only saw Xiao Tian holding the long spear and instantly rushed into the crowd. Kill! His long hair fluttered as he stabbed out with his spear, and 6 spirit beast warriors were instantly pierced through their chests, strung together like sugar gourds. The organs were torn apart, and the flesh and blood were crumbled. The scene was bloody to the extreme. Kill! The 6 dark Qilin arms behind him swarmed with demons, and more than a dozen spirit beast warriors were instantly pierced through their eyebrows in the chaos. I kill, kill, kill. The bloody odor wafting through the air stimulated Xiao Tian's nerves, and he instantly entered a red-eyed state. These people were all Wang Mingxian's people, and they were all his enemies. Earlier, if Fatty Hai had not used the talisman to open the boundary in time, Yen Ruyu and the other women might have died in their hands. No snowflake was innocent in an avalanche. They all of them deserved to die. Xiao Tian did not intend to spare them. All of them had to die. No good. It's Xiao Tian. It's the god of murder, Xiao Tian. Where's Mr. Wang? Why is Mr. Wang gone? I think I just saw Mr. Wang seriously injured and taken away by the Dark Lord. Grass, young Wang sold his teammates and ran away? What should we do now? God Xiao, I know I'm wrong. Give me a chance. As Xiao Tian joined the battlefield, the situation instantly became chaotic as some people realized that something was wrong and began to beg Xiao Tian for forgiveness. However, they were directly cut off by Xiao Tian. When dealing with enemies, killing was the end of the matter. Seeing that Xiao Tian did not intend to let them go, some people in the crowd tried to join forces in an attempt to break the net, until the person leading the group had his head smashed by Xiao Tian's fist, Everyone instantly despaired and no longer had any thoughts of resisting. All of them scattered and fled in all directions. This person was the devil. He was not a human being. People could fight with the heavens, but they could never fight with the devil. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian had killed nearly 50 people. This was more than 50 living, breathing people, and they were just exterminated by him. Even the murderous Wang Mingxian would never be able to do this to this extent. What Xiao Tian had killed was not just the 50 or so spirit beast warriors. What he had killed was the bottom line of this group of people. 200 people were nothing in front of Xiao Tian, just like a group of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. God Xiao, too terrifying. But while they wanted to run, Xiao Tian would not give them this opportunity. He directly ordered the army of mutant beasts and the army of dark beings to chase after them, matching Xiao Tian's maddening attack. In less than 10 minutes of work, all of them died tragically at the scene, dyeing the frost-covered ground a blood-red color. The originally chaotic space suddenly fell silent. The originally vivid 200 or so lives were also frozen forever at this moment. More than 200 spirit beast warrior elites from Sky Vault City, Soldier. At the same time, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in Sky Vault City, and Dark Hedge wrapped Wang Mingxian and jumped out from it. Upon landing, Wang Mingxian began to wail. With his heart pierced through, he could clearly feel his life draining away. He was going to die. Although he had a single hand in Heavenly Vault City and an extraordinary position, the more he had, the more he was afraid of losing. He did not want to die. He was now beginning to regret provoking Xiao Tian. If he had known that Xiao Tian was so evil, why would he have joined forces with Dark Ledge? It was only a brother who died, and he wasn't the one who died. Why would he fight with Xiao Tian? It was a pity that it was too late to say anything now. Shut up to this father, noisy thing. Dark Ledge regathered his human form and was a bit annoyed by Wang Mingxian's noise and slapped him. This time it was my father who miscalculated. I didn't expect this son to have grown to such a level. But this matter is not over yet. After Dark Ledge muttered to himself for a while, he suddenly looked at Wang Mingxian again, as if he had made some major decision. Do you want to avenge today's revenge? Chapter 94 Dark Lord? It's all trash. Wang Mingxian had already entered madness, ignoring the injuries on his body and laughing maniacally. This laughter of his immediately pulled his wounds, and large mouthfuls of blood sprayed out from his mouth. But he continued to laugh maniacally as if he was oblivious to it. Hall of Darkness Master, did not think that even a brat cannot deal with. Now you split is about to dissipate. I am also about to die soon. You ask me if I want to take revenge. What can I do if I want to take revenge? Wang Ming first wiped off the blood stains at the corner of his mouth and grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. I regret now. I regret choosing to ally with you. You claim to look down on humans and regard them as ants, but in reality, you are a waste of things yourself. If I had known the current ending, I shouldn't have made an enemy of Xiao Tian in the first place. Dark Ledge was displeased to the extreme in his heart. A human mole cricket dared to despise him? He wanted to slap Wang Mingxian to death in place. But with the only power currently remaining in this doppelganger of his, he simply couldn't do that. Moreover, Dark Ledge also knew very well that what the other party said was also considered the truth. However, he still stubbornly believed even now that it was him who had belittled Xiao Tian, not Xiao Tian who was too heaven-defying. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Dark Leech flung another slap at Wang Mingxian and said in a deep voice, "This honor has a means to forcibly allow this honor to gain all of the strength of this body." Hearing this, Wang Mingxian first froze, and then jerked his head up to look straight at Dark Ledge. Is this true? Dark Ledge nodded. Hope lit up in Wang Mingxian's eyes as he frantically said, "Starting now."
No.
Dark Ledge's body re-suspended and faintly said, "Although this means is heaven-defying, the cost is not small. It can only last for 3 minutes. Moreover, in order to obtain all the power of this body, this honored one must find a suitable container. If the honored one were to obtain all of the strength of the main body, 3 minutes would be enough time to exterminate that Xiao Tian. It's just that, after the 3 minutes are over, the vessel will also collapse physically." Wang Mingxian was not stupid and had already realized that the other party wanted him to act as this container. In fact, there weren't too many requirements to become this container. The stronger the strength, the higher the patience, and the more suitable it was to act as a container. Although Wang Mingxian's rank wasn't too high in Dark Fence's eyes, he was the only spirit beast warrior by his side at the moment. Moreover, Dark Ledge's doppelganger couldn't last too long, and there was simply no time to continue searching for a new vessel. "Are you sure you can exterminate that Xiao Tian?" Wang Mingxian was silent for an instant before suddenly opening his mouth and asking extremely seriously. Dark Ledge let out a cold smile and put one hand behind his back as he proudly said, "Once my father gains all the strength of his body, he will be able to slap that bastard to death in 3 seconds. Good. I promise you to act as your vessel." After receiving an affirmative answer, Wang Mingxian barely hesitated. The current him had a damaged heart and could not live much longer. It would not be a loss if he could pull Xiao Tian's back before he died. Good. This father will start transforming your body now, pouring the power of darkness into your body. The process will be worse than death, so prepare yourself in advance. Life is worse than death. Wang Mingxian didn't care about this now. He was a person who was going to die. What could he do if he was worse than death? But it was just a momentary hard time. As long as he could pull Xiao Tian to be buried with him, even if he was tortured all the time, it was still worth it. How long do you need? 3 days. Wang Ming first took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged, adjusting a comfortable posture before slowly closing his eyes. Then let's start. After 3 days, I want that Xiao Tian to die without a whole body. On the other side, after resolving the spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City, Xiao Tian struck out to exterminate the dark beings in the Forbidden Land. Actually, Xiao Tian had also tried to use the power of his bloodline to suppress them to see if he could control them. However, perhaps because there was no Dark Hedge's darkness power in his body, he did not manage to do so. In the end, he had no choice but to exterminate all of these dark beings. This battle was particularly fierce. 3 of the 16 altered beasts died in the battle, and only 13 remained. The original army of nearly 1,000 dark living spirits was now only left with a number of over 900. However, everything was worth it. In the end, Xiao Tian and the others had won this battle. Right at this moment, a spatial vortex appeared behind Xiao Tian and the others, and as long as they entered the vortex, they would be able to leave the Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian had Yen Ruyu and the others leave first, while he himself took Fatty Hai deeper into the Forbidden Land. There was an ore in the Forbidden Land that could be burned continuously, just enough to heat the villa. The durability of this substance was even a bit more powerful than even a nuclear power plant. Big brother, can I go back first? This damn place is too cold. I can't stand it a bit. Fatty Hai clasped his hands and sneezed shakily. He was now unarmored, and after the passion of the earlier battle gradually faded, this cold was now even more piercing. Only you know the art of divination. Who will help me find something if you leave? Xiao Tian gave him a look without any good humor and shook his head. Just bear with it. With the assistance of Fatty Hai's divination art, in less than 10 minutes the two of them found the kind of ore that Xiao Tian had mentioned. The ore as a whole had an inky black color, somewhat similar to coal, but these were not coal. Instead, they were black crystal ores. Moreover, these black crystal ores were somewhat special. Each one was an extremely standard square, not like a product of nature. Each piece was the size of a palm. It was this palm-sized piece of black crystal ore that had an efficiency that was even more gigantic than several hundred tons of coal. After all, it could continue to burn for a long time. The two of them had scraped more than 30 pieces of black crystal ore before leaving the Forbidden Land immediately afterward. After returning to the villa, Fatty Hai was the first to rush into the bathroom to take a hot shower. After delaying in the Forbidden Land for an additional 10 minutes, parts of his body that protruded out were freezing and turning purple. He was now very worried that the low temperature in the Forbidden Land had frozen his big baby. As for Xiao Tian, he gathered the rest of the people together to briefly summarize the battle this time. Everyone's performance was good this time. More importantly, the resurrection armors on the crowd were all still present. Among the crowd, only Chu Yao and Bai Xiao Tian did not wear the resurrection armor, but fortunately the two women did not have any accidents either. I have a question I don't know if I should ask. Right at this moment, Chu Yao suddenly raised her hand and said in a low voice. Xiao Tian glanced at her. Then don't ask.
Chu Yao.
Xin Chulan rolled her eyes at Xiao Tian without any good humor and pulled Chu Yao's small hand and laughed. It's all right, Xiao Yao. We are all family members, so if you have any questions, just ask. During the battle, I saw Xiao Tian try out a lot of means. I want to know what kind of bestialization ability he actually has. Chu Yao finished and then immediately added, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else about this. I'm just a little bit strange because normally, spirit beast warriors only have one beast transformation ability. Hearing this, everyone present, including Yen Ruyu, all locked their gazes on Xiao Tian. This matter was actually not only Chu Yao, even they were also very curious. Although Yen Ruyu had asked Xiao Tian a similar question in the past, Xiao Tian's reply was rather vague. I do have more than one type of beastization ability. Xiao Tian did not hide it, but he also did not reveal that he could infinitely devour gene sequences. More than one kind. It turned out that Xiao Tian had more than one type of bestialization ability, so it was no wonder that his performance had been so heaven-defying ever since the dark unrest descended until now. It turns out that, just as the crowd was shocked, Xiao Tian spoke once again. Wang Mingxian has already been exterminated, and most of the spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City have died in the Forbidden Land. So the current Sky Vault City should be in a state where the dragons have no leader. Rest and reorganize tonight, and go to Sky Vault City in the morning to consolidate the supplies. Chapter 95 Arriving at Sky Vault City. The crowd did not have any comments regarding Xiao Tian's words. The supplies stored in the villa were being consumed by the crowd, plus the fact that there were often people exchanging crystal cores for various supplies in Great Confucian City. The supplies in the villa were no longer as abundant as they were initially. It should indeed be replenished. And now that the dragons in Sky Vault City were leaderless and the elite combatants had basically all died in battle, Xiao Tian and the others wanted to go and scrape the supplies with almost no difficulty. Night. Xiao Tian was lying on his bed with his hands resting on the back of his head. Tossing and turning, how could he not sleep? A small half-year had passed since the start of the dark unrest. Too many things had happened during this period of time. He had harvested his own forces, obtained his own redheads, and resolved his opponents. Even the one Heaven's Dominator had been exterminated by him and devoured the gene sequence. However, Xiao Tian's heart always had some hidden worries. He had only heard about the second heavenly juggernaut before he was reborn, and he had died in the mouth of a mutated beast afterward. He did not know anything about the subsequent three Heavens Master and what would happen afterward. It was as if from the very beginning, Xiao Tian had taken the script and was walking through the plot. He had strategized and was aware of the series of major things that would happen afterwards. However, starting from the time after the second Heavenly Sovereign had descended, the script failed, and it was like being kicked in by a detrimental friend to force his way in while taking a. It made one feel very insecure. The current second Heavenly Sovereign's strength far exceeds that of a first Heavenly Sovereign, even though it's only in a split state, and it will only get stronger after the main body descends. There will be other lords after the second Heavenly Sovereign, and I don't know if I'll be able to withstand it with my abilities at that time. The moonlight of the night sprinkled on Xiao Tian's face in a few moments as he looked at the ceiling and muttered to himself. Ever since he had exterminated the one Heaven's Juggernaut, he had completely offended the Darkness clan. After the subsequent Darkness Masters descended, I was afraid that their first goal would not be to destroy the world, but to take revenge on him. This caused Xiao Tian to be a bit headstrong, and the sense of crisis was too strong. And if he wanted to survive in such a high-pressure environment, the only thing he could do was to keep improving himself. He had to raise his strength to the point where he could fight against the Dark Lord, otherwise it would all be hard to escape death. It was good that he had the system in place. The first Heavenly Juggernaut was able to have his genetic sequence devoured by him, and the second Heavenly Juggernaut could definitely continue to be devoured and absorbed. Just at this moment, the door to the room was knocked on. Enter. Xiao Tian looked in the direction of the front door, somewhat wondering who was looking for him in the middle of the night. The front door was pushed open by a pair of small hands, and Chu Yao carefully walked in. And behind Chu Yao, Shun Qilan was looking at Xiao Tian with a smile on her face. Why are you guys here? Compared to Chu Yao's constraints, Shun Qilan was self-conscious and came to sit down in front of the bed, her pair of long legs smooth as jade under the moonlight. I intend to start developing boundary-related technological products after the near future, but I lack some materials. Developing boundary-related products? This matter Shun Qilan had told him after returning from the Forbidden Land, but Xiao Tian did not care too much about it. After all, with Blue Star's current level of technology, it was too difficult to develop such a thing. Never did he expect that Shun Qilan was actually serious. You can give me a list of what materials are needed, Xiao Tian said after thinking about it. No matter what, this genius dean's willingness to research something fresh would not do him any harm. The list will be given to you tomorrow. Sky Vault City just happens to have the materials I need, the address I have labeled. Shun Qilan guffawed and stretched out her white fingers, drawing circles on Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian was used to sleeping with his upper body bare, and on his bronze-colored skin were 8-pack abs with an explosive figure that was comfortable to touch. I feel that our relationship is too ambiguous. If there is nothing else, you guys go back first. I'm going to rest. Shun Qilan's lips rose, slowly removed her glasses and put them aside, Then she came close to Xiao Tian and blew a mouthful of aroma at her ear. I can't sleep tonight. I want to double row with you. Saying that, Shen Qiulan also waved at Chu Yao at the doorway. Xiao Yao, also come along. Tonight my sister will teach you some postures by word and example. Chu Yao drew circles with her hands in front of her chest. Her pretty face already completely red. Although her heart was 10,000 times shy, her body still honestly walked forward. Xiao Tian's face was instantly filled with black lines when he saw this. It was said that eyeglasses girls were all contrast monsters, and this was true. Shen Qiulan is not only a spectacle imperial sister, but also engaged in scientific research. I did not expect to be so relaxed. In the room, the cannon fire was sky high, and outside the room, Bai Xiaotian leaned against the wall and was listening to the wall root. Brother Xiaotian. Brother Xiaotian. After her eyes were infatuated and she bit her index finger with a face of intoxication. She then went to the kitchen and took an eggplant as a snack before going back to sleep. She wasn't ready to look forward to the day when she would double row with Brother Xiaotian. Early the next morning, the sun was already on her butt. Shen Qiulan was still sleeping soundly. Last night's 3 rows were too intense. Even with Chu Yao sharing the battle, she was still exhausted. There was no way the physical quality of ordinary people was too weak compared to spirit beast warriors. Chu Yao, on the other hand, woke up early in the morning and prepared breakfast for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian suddenly felt that Chu Yao's beastization ability would definitely not be too bad once she awakened. After all, this physique of hers was really strong. After eating breakfast, Xiao Tian took Fatty Hai and Bai Xiaotian and went to Heavenly Vault City to collect supplies. Originally, Yan Ruyu and the other women wanted to go along as well, but Xiao Tian told them to absorb the crystal cores in the villa to level up. Now that the dual heavens master split had descended, the enemies they would face in the future would only be stronger. Not only did Xiao Tian need to raise his own strength, the people around him must also raise their strength. There was an airport in Deju City, so Xiao Tian and his group went straight to the airport, boarded a private airplane and flew to Skydome City. On the airplane, Xiao Tian looked out of the window in a daze. Fatty Hai was wearing an eye mask and huffing and puffing, and Bai Xiaotian was looking at Xiao Tian with a godly look on his face. The 3 people had different thoughts. 2 hours later, the airplane successfully landed at the Sky Dome City Airport. The airplane had just landed when the 2 spirit beast warriors surged up. The entire Sky Vault City is Young Wang's territory. When you come to Young Wang's territory, you must turn in your supplies, 6 mutant beast crystallized cores per person as a protection fee. The rules are clear, right? Sky Vault City was relatively rich in resources, so many people would come to Sky Vault City to find their way out. That's why Wang Mingxian set a rule when he was alive. However, all outsiders who set foot in Heavenly Vault City had to pay a certain amount of altered beast crystals to act as protection fees. Before Xiao Tian could open his mouth on his side, Bai Xiaotian took the initiative to stand out. Daring to look for Brother Xiao Tian to demand protection fees? You guys are also worthy? Bai Xiaotian was sweet-looking and had also learned to dress up. Today she was specially dressed in a pink lolita, a proper double ponytail loli beauty girl. But who can think, such a beautiful girl loli actually is once a heavy heaven forbidden land pioneer. After saying these words, Bai Xiaotian had a cold face, and her small white and pink hand casually flung out towards the front. There was a snapping sound. The 2 unlucky eggs instantly had their heads smashed. Xiao Tian couldn't even help but have the corners of his mouth tremble when he saw this. The Bai Xiaotian at this moment was contrasting to the extreme. Chapter 96. I'm supernaturalizing you. It was only after she had taken action to resolve the 2 unlucky eggs that Bai Xiaotian reacted with hindsight. She was no longer the same dark vanguard that she was when she first rode in. Her current identity was Bai Xiaotian, the cute little loli who regarded Xiao Tian as her master and would pursue him forever. Brother Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian backhandedly tugged on Xiao Tian's sleeve and said with an appearance of being on the verge of tears, I'm afraid. Xiao Tian. Bai Xiaotian's current appearance of cuteness was quite adorable. But when he thought of the other party's original identity, Xiao Tian had a diaphragmatic feeling and goosebumps rose all over his body. If he could, he would still prefer Bai Xiaotian to revert back to that unruly and untamed state at the very beginning. Loli is good. Even though she used to be a dark vanguard, she looks really cute now. Fatty Hai kept smacking his lips at the side. It wasn't like he couldn't give up on Goddess Chuyao if he had such a double ponytailed loli stalking him. Let's leave here first. Don't forget the purpose of our trip. Xiao Tian didn't move and shook off Bai Xiaotian's hand and spoke. Bai Xiaotian saw all of this in his eyes and pained in his heart. Although she was a little disappointed, she did not say anything more. Brother Xiao Tian, I, by Xiao Tian, will completely rip you off one day. I want to be your little lowly forever. Soon the line of 3 people left the airport. Heavenly Vault City, regardless of its size or urban development, was not comparable to Big Ru City. When they left the airport, all they could see were various tall skyscrapers. Near the airport was originally a bustling commercial street, but because of the impact of the dark unrest, there were basically no people to be seen now. The entire street was cold and quiet, not to mention a single living person. Not even the shadow of a mutant beast could be seen. Intuition told Xiao Tian that this was not right. Big Ru City was also facing the threat of mutant beasts, but the streets were not so cold and clear. Just as several people were preparing to continue wandering around to understand the situation. Not far ahead, continuous explosions suddenly erupted, and there were also bursts of animal howls coming from the same time. Someone was fighting not far ahead. Go over and take a look. Xiao Tian did not hesitate and led by Xiao Tian and the others towards the source of the sound quickly. They didn't really understand what the current situation was in Sky Vault City and needed to find someone to inquire about the specifics first. When Xiao Tian and the others arrived at the scene, they realized that a battle was indeed breaking out in front of them, and it was also a battle between spirit beast warriors. Heavenly Vault City is Young Wang's territory. If you dare to come to my Heavenly Vault City to plunder the supplies, aren't you afraid of Young Wang's retaliation? A blood-stained middle-aged man supported his body with his arm and roared loudly at the 3 people in front of him. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, and the teenager at the head had a head of yellow hair dyed, and his upper body was naked, exposing his toned muscles. Moreover, this teenager's muscles were extremely exaggerated all over his body, even more so than even Yen Tianshang, and his arms had been animalized and were actually bear paws. The last animal this guy had eaten in his lifetime was actually a bear. Bears are protected animals in the Dragon Kingdom, and their consumption is expressly forbidden. I'm afraid that this guy's identity is not simple. Xiao Tian could not help but narrow his eyes. I don't want to talk nonsense. I'll ask you one last time. Where exactly are the supplies? The yellow-haired teenager took a step forward and reached out to pick up the person's neck and questioned in a cold voice. I will always be loyal to Wang Xiao. Want to know where the supplies are? You dream. The middle-aged man spat towards the yellow-haired teenager. The yellow-haired teenager wiped the spittle off his face. His patience had been completely exhausted. He was just about to palm out and crush the middle-aged man alive when Xiao Tian and his group walked over from a distance. Before you kill him, I have some words to ask him. Could you do me a favor? Xiao Tian walked forward and stood upright. The yellow-haired teenager and his group of 3, including the middle-aged man and the others, all looked over at the same time. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, several people were all stunned at the same time. Xiao Tian, the middle-aged man directly screamed out. Almost no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom did not know Xiao Tian's great name. Not to mention her cruel methods of dealing with her enemies, the feat of exterminating the Dark Lord alone was enough to go down in history. After all, the Dark Lord was still an invincible and powerful existence in the eyes of countless people. Xiao Tian's various videos had long been spreading wildly on the internet, so the line of people recognized Xiao Tian's identity at the first opportunity. Didn't Xiao Wang bring people to encircle you? How did you appear here? Where is young Wang? The middle-aged man's voice steeply raised an octave. They're all dead. Isn't it normal to offend my big brother and be killed by my big brother in return? Fatty Hai casually pulled out a bag of potato chips and ate it with a smile. However, these words were what made the middle-aged man instantly bewildered. Wang Xiao was dead? No wonder a few days had passed. Not only was there no news of Wang Xiao, even the hundreds of spirit beast warriors who had left with Wang Xiao had not returned. Turns out that all of them are dead. But Wang Xiao's strength is not weak. Not to mention there are hundreds of Sky Vault City's elite warriors. Even if it is no longer good, it is not so bad that the whole army was wiped out. The middle-aged man's head turned sharply and he suddenly shouted at Xiao Tian, God Xiao. As long as you don't mind, I, Wang Canon, will follow you in the future. As long as you can save me, I'll tell you all the material caches in Sky Vault City right now. I'm Wang Mingxian's beloved. I'm the only one who knows about these material caches. After recognizing the situation at the scene, Wang Dagun quickly made his choice. Didn't you just say that you will always be loyal to Wang Mingxian? How come you're going to follow my big brother now? Fatty Hai asked smilingly as he ate his chips with relish. Wang Decannon's face sank and his voice was heavy as he said, Wang Mingxian has been acting recklessly in Heavenly Vault City. Even though I am his beloved, I have actually long looked at him in a bad light. It is an honor for this kind of sinner to die in the hands of God Shao, and now that I am going to be a bright pearl to a darker one, I hope that God Shao will give me a chance. Shao Tian thought for a while and nodded his head. Yes. Then he looked at the yellow hair trio. I'll bail this person out, release him. The yellow hair trio glanced at each other, and their faces all became extremely complicated. They did not expect that they would actually run into this vicious person who was rumored on the internet in Sky Vault City. They were all clear about Shao Tian's character, so they did not dare to lay their hands on Wang Dagun. However, it was more or less unwilling to let them stop there. After a moment of silence, Yellow Hair stood out. If you say that you are Shao Tian, we must believe that you are Shao Tian? Perhaps you just look somewhat similar to Shao Tian. Everyone knows that Shao Tian has been staying in Great Confucian City, so how could he suddenly come to Sky Vault City? Right at this moment, the young girl beside Yellow Hair who was wearing a sexy stepmother's dress also spoke. If you want us to give you this face, you'll have to prove that you are Shao Tian first. Fatty Hai immediately felt like the chips in his hand were losing their flavor. Letting his own big brother prove that he was himself? Did these three grips have a pit in their brains? Is his big brother a reasonable person? His big brother angry eyes, even the Dark Vanguard are cut not wrong. You now actually let him prove that he is their own. Isn't this actively causing death? Fatty Hai dropped the chips in his hands, folded his hands together and began to orally recite shock. Dead Fatty, what are you doing? Seeing this sudden move of Fatty Hai, Yellow Hair frowned in suspicion. This celestial master is doing a good deed in the day, is superseding you, in your next life. Cast a good fetus. Fatty Hai opened his eyes and looked at the trio with a compassionate expression, then closed his eyes again and continued to orally recite the Transcendence proper scripture. 3 people. Chapter 97 Lori, who aspires to become Shao Tian's brother. I'll leave it to you to handle. Shao Tian looked towards by Shao Tian who was beside him. With Shao Tian's current strength, he was not yet in a position to do everything himself. Against these 3 people in front of him, by Shao Yan's hand would be more than enough. Brother Shao Tian, I'm just a little lowly. I don't know how to fight and kill. I'm afraid by Shao Tian suddenly hugged Shao Tian's arm and pouted. Earlier, when she had just gotten off the airplane, those 2 ungrateful things had threatened Brother Shao Tian, and she had not hesitated to strike. As a result, the person was killed, but it always felt that the eyes that Brother Shao Tian looked at himself at that time were a bit odd. Bai Shao Tian also reacted only afterward. His current identity had long ceased to be the Dark Vanguard from back then. He was now a little lowly beside Brother Shao Tian, and this kind of fighting and killing was no longer suitable for her. In Blue Star's culture, a lowly only needed to hide behind her brother to be pampered and cheered. Moreover, she was now a lowly who wanted to aspire to become Shao Tian's woman. So it would be too cruel to smash the other party's head or something at the drop of a hat. In case Shao Tian's brother becomes suspicious of himself and doesn't include himself in his harem, where should he go in the future? So she couldn't strike, from now on, as long as Brother Shao Tian was in front of her. She couldn't strike again even if she was dead or alive. Where did Shao Tian know what Bai Shao Tian had in mind? Seeing Bai Shao Tian, who had previously smashed the Spirit Beast Warrior's head with a slap, now suddenly looking like a little girl, Shao Tian was left with 2 big heads. Did the spirits of the Darkness clan all have some brain problems? Earlier, when you smashed a head with a slap, you didn't say a word, but now you're afraid when you're asked to make a move. Does this Mother Bai Shao Tian have a split personality? Do you have a problem here? Shao Tian reached out and rubbed his temples. Brother Shao Tian, I'm really scared. They are 3 people, and I'm just a little lowly with no power. Bai Shao Tian continued to wrap her arms around Shao Tian's arm and gently shook it. Originally, this picture was beautiful, but halfway through her sentence, Bai Shao Yan's voice suddenly changed from a soft lowly voice to a rough male voice. Being called Brother Shao Tian by the soft lowly voice, even if he knew Bai Shao Yan's original identity, Shao Tian was more or less able to endure it. When this rough male voice suddenly popped out and called himself Shao Tian's brother, Shao Tian was really clammed up. Shao Tian whole body goosebumps crazy growth, violently kicked out a foot, white Shao Tian caught off guard. The whole body presents. Shape was kicked flying out. Bang sound ruthlessly smashed in the pile of people. Yellow hair 3 people did not even have the opportunity to react was smashed together out. After the 3 of them fell to the ground, they sprayed blood furiously, and even Yellow Hair, who had awakened his giant bear animalization ability, had broken 3 ribs. It was enough to see that the strength of Xiao Tian's kick was so great that the three of them were directly seriously injured. However, what made people speechless was that Bai Xiao Tian stood up from the pile of people unharmed. Although she was now in a soft lowly form, her main body was after all a former dark vanguard, and her physical strength was still strong. It's over, probably because I've been moving around in human form for a long time. I can't control my power somewhat. Bai Xiao Tian scratched her head and said secretly in her mind. Then raising her head, her big watery eyes looked towards Xiao Tian and she bumbled over again. Brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyelids pulled and once again kicked Bai Xiao Tian out. Bang! Bai Xiao Tian's body traced a graceful arc in the air and once again smashed heavily into the pile of people. The yellow hair trio was already heavily injured, and now that they were smashed like this, their heads were flattened on the spot. The body was soft, so inexplicably led the box lunch. The three of them would never have dreamed that they would actually have their lives ended in such a way. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm in pain. Bai Xiao Tian once again climbed up from the pile of people with an aggrieved look and stretched out her hands to ask for a hug. Xiao Tian's forehead veins rippled and his body leaned forward slightly. If Bai Xiao Tian continued to rush up, he would definitely kick this bastard to death. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Bai Xiao Tian slowly reduced her speed and eventually stopped in place. You are the Darkness Clan and I am a human. There is no possibility between us. You'd better not think of something messy. We have no future. Seeing the other party stop, Xiao Tian's expression gradually eased. If he didn't think that this guy was still somewhat useful, he really wanted to kick him to death. But brother Xiao Tian, love can cross races. Bai Xiao Tian clenched her small fists and said with tears in her eyes, even Su Xian can say snake. Nya Kai-chen can say ghost. Why can't you say me? Xiao Tian. Perhaps bringing Bai Xiao Tian out with him was the most wrong decision he had made after being reborn. Fatty Hai beside him witnessed the whole process and had the urge to laugh but didn't dare to. Actually, he was quite envious of Xiao Tian. To be able to be pursued so crazily by a little lowly. Even though the other party's predecessor was a dark vanguard. That didn't matter. There were all the places that should be there. And the other party wasn't purely human. How exciting must this double row-up be? Actually, I think I'm quite good too. My big brother already has warblers and swallows around him. Why don't you consider me? Fatty Hai stretched out his fat finger and pointed to himself. Under this smile, his entire body's fat meat was trembling with him. The features on his face were all twisted into a line. With just one glance, Bai Xiao Tian felt that her eyes had been hit by an infinite storm. What she liked was only Xiao Tian as a person. Other men were not qualified to taste her body at all. This dead fatso was also skinless and shameless, actually having the face to say such words. She would definitely not give it to Fatty Hai even if she sewed it up with a needle and thread. Ignoring Fatty Hai and Bai Xiao Tian came close to the middle-aged man. Seeing the yellow hair trio die in such an unexplained manner, the middle-aged man did not dare to doubt Xiao Tian's identity even more. With such strength, it was definitely Xiao Tian without a doubt. Many thanks to God Xiao for saving my life. From now on my life, Feng Lonka, is God Xiao's. Feng Lonka hurriedly stated. You know all the hiding spots of the various supplies in Sky Vault City? Xiao Tian directly asked. No, of course I know. Feng Lonka nodded his head like pounding garlic and explained. In order to facilitate management, Wang Ming first hid all the supplies in batches in different locations. I am his beloved. I know all the places. I will take Xiao Shun there. After saying that, Feng Lonka started to lead the way for Xiao Tian and the others. On the way, he also narrated the various situations in Sky Vault City in passing. After Wang Mingxian awakened his bestiality ability, he started to organize people to overrun the territory of Sky Vault City. The military was first exterminated by all of them, and only a small number of them went into hiding. After Wang Mingxian completely ruled the entire Sky Vault City, only by submitting to him could they be assigned some living materials. Therefore, any spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City that were slightly stronger chose to submit to Wang Mingxian. But even so, the resources they were able to allocate were barely enough to make ends meet. Because of this, on the surface, everyone was submissive to Wang Mingxian. But in fact, behind their backs, they did not know how many people were greeting Wang Mingxian's ancestors. It can be said that Wang Mingxian and Xiao Tian's style of doing things are diametrically opposed. Xiao Tian was a fair trade, taking what he needed. Wang Mingxian is to monopolize resources to force people to work for him. This kind of rule is definitely not long-term. Chapter 98, Convincing People with Virtue Xiao Killing God. Just as the conversation was going on, several people had arrived outside a warehouse. If one were to look at it from the outside, it would be an unusual storage warehouse. This is one of the places where Wang Mingxian stored his supplies. There are no less than 30 other warehouses like this. The materials used in these warehouses are all extremely special. A high-strength material developed by the military that can withstand the attacks of spirit beast warriors. Feng Longke explained up to Xiao Tian and then brought Xiao Tian's group to the warehouse gate. Outside the warehouse gate, there were only 2 spirit beast warriors stationed there. After all, due to Wang Mingxian's influence, almost no one in the entire Sky Vault City dared to cause trouble here. Seeing Feng Longke arrive here with a group of strangers, the 2 spirit beast warriors were instantly on guard. Brother Feng, Xiao Wang has a rule that outsiders are prohibited from approaching the storage warehouse. They are not our people. Aren't you afraid that Xiao Wang will blame them if you bring them here? One of them suddenly questioned Feng Longke. Wang Mingxian died a long time ago. The current Heavenly Vault City is not his call. Feng Longke sneered, and then looked at Xiao Tian with a complimentary face. Let me introduce to you all. This is the God Xiao who has been rumored on the internet, and I have now followed God Xiao. You should all be clear about God Xiao's style of doing things, so if you don't want to die, you should hurry up and get out of the way now. Xiao God. The 2 men were stunned before they noticed Xiao Tian on the side. The moment they saw Xiao Tian, both of their bodies began to shiver. Whoever knew that this Xiao Tian could be considered extremely ruthless in his treatment of his enemies, and the consequences of messing with this one would be even more outrageous than offending the emperor. However, compared to Xiao Tian who suddenly appeared here, the 2 were still more concerned about Feng Longke's words. Young Wang was dead. Even though the 2 were unwilling to believe it, they were clear about the matter of Wang Mingxian leading people to Daru City to clean up Xiao Tian. Now that Xiao Tian had appeared here intact, Wang Mingxian and the many spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City had not returned yet. This was enough to explain a lot. The probability was that their Wang Xiao was truly never coming back. The 2 of them hesitated a little before they successively made way. Feng Longke nodded with satisfaction. These 2 goods weren't too stupid, or else they were afraid that they would not be able to escape today. You guys immediately go and inform the others that Sky Vault City has now been taken over by God Xiao. Have everyone gather here and at the same time carry all the supplies here. However, if I find out that anyone has misappropriated the supplies or disobeyed orders, don't blame me, Feng Longke, for being the first to be impolite to them. As one of Wang Mingxian's former inner circle, Feng Longke still had an aura when facing the others. The 2 did not dare to disobey and immediately left as instructed. Seeing this, Feng Longke then turned around again and respectfully looked at Xiao Tian. God Xiao, the supplies are inside. Let's go in and take inventory now? Aha! Xiao Tian nodded and then followed Feng Longke inside. The supplies in the warehouse were quite rich and the variety was quite bountiful, and that was only the resources within one warehouse. There were no less than 30 or so similar to this, and if all the resources could be pulled back to Great Confucian City. These resources were enough to support all the people of Great Confucian City to eat and drink for years. It seemed that this trip to Sky Vault City had indeed come to the right place. Right after Xiao Tian and his group finished counting the supplies, more than 20 spirit beast warriors had also come to wait outside the warehouse. Snow was falling from the sky and had completely covered this group of people. These 20-odd people were all spirit beast warriors, but their ranks were generally not high. Even the bestialization ability of some of them was barely enough to fight. It seemed that Wang Mingxian had indeed pulled out all of Heavenly Vault City's combat power in order to deal with himself. The ones remaining in Sky Vault City now were all dirt cheap characters. The crowd looked at Xiao Tian in front of them. All of them had numb scalps and were apprehensive. This master's attitude towards his enemies had always been to kill them all. And Wang Xiao had brought all the powerful combatants in Sky Vault City to eliminate the other party. Now that the other party had come to Sky Vault City, did they still have a chance to live? Call Xiao Shen. Feng Longke's 250 nature was revealed as he roared at the crowd. God Xiao. The crowd did not dare to be slow and hurriedly shouted respectfully. Feng Longke nodded and then briefly recounted the current status quo, as well as the situation of Wang Mingxian and the others. After learning that Wang Mingxian along with all the spirit beast warriors had all been exterminated by Xiao Tian, the hearts of the crowd were incomparably shocked. Previously, they had only learned about Xiao Tian's various deeds from the internet, and now that something similar was happening around them, the shock could not be concealed. God Xiao is merciful and is unwilling to commit more killings, so you may be able to save your lives by submitting your allegiance to God Xiao now. That Wang Mingxian was us treating us before, you guys should know better than anyone else. The only way to have a bright future is to follow God Xiao. Feng Lonka suddenly said in a loud voice after glancing around the crowd. However, before the crowd could speak, an inch-headed youth walked out from the crowd. He had an unpleasant face and looked at Xiao Tian with a gloomy expression, clearly not holding back any good farts. God Xiao, this fellow is also one of Wang Mingxian's beloved ones. His name is Wang Wei, and he has followed Wang Mingxian even earlier than I have. He is Wang Mingxian's most trusted person. There is no one else, and he has always been dead to Wang Mingxian. Feng Lonka's eyelids trembled and hurriedly came close to Xiao Tian to explain. Only at this time, Wang Wei's lips rose, revealing the crooked-mouthed Dragon King's trademark smile and said, "You!" Xiao Tian waved his hand. Snap! Wang Wei instantly human head separated. His head was jerked flying tens of meters away. When the time to land on the ground, this good's head still maintains an incredulous expression. I just said one word and my head flew away? I, Xiao Tian, like to convince people with virtue. If you guys still have objections, feel free to open your mouths. Xiao Tian swept over the rest of the people and opened his mouth. The remaining 20 or so people looked at each other in disbelief and all of them winced.
Ruthless man.
This guy was simply even more ruthless than the rumors on the internet. Killing people at the drop of a hat, even the god of killing by Qi back then didn't reach this level, right? We pledge our loyalty to God Xiao. Suddenly, someone knelt on the ground and was the first to speak. With the first one, there was soon a second and a third. Soon everyone all knelt on the ground and showed their submission to Xiao Tian. After resolving the scene, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and immediately asked Feng Lonka to mark out the locations of all the warehouses. Then he had the group of people go and transport the supplies back to Big Ru City. However, Xiao Tian did not move all the supplies and still left some supplies for the gang. It was true that he was not principled in his treatment of his enemies, but since such people had already submitted themselves, it was natural to more or less give them a way out. Under Xiao Tian's orders, everything was running in an orderly manner. However, right at this moment, a black beam of light suddenly appeared above the sky, and a black vortex appeared in front of Xiao Tian and the others. At the same time, the same vortex appeared in every location in the Dragon Kingdom. The Forbidden Land was opened, and this time, the entire Dragon Kingdom was able to enter the same Forbidden Land at the same time. Brother Xiao Tian, you have completely offended the Darkness clan, and with the opening of the Forbidden Land this time, the Dual Heavens Dominator has definitely prepared a heavenly net, so you absolutely cannot go back in. Bai Xiao Tian gazed at the vortex in front of him, her tone unprecedentedly grave. However, Xiao Tian only shook his head. If he wanted to become stronger, the Forbidden Land was a once-in-a-lifetime place. Without entering the Forbidden Land, he could indeed avoid many dangers, but at the same time, his strength would also stop. This Forbidden Land, he had to go. As for that too heavenly sovereign, he himself had even ed to death the first heavenly juggernaut, so if the other party really wanted to force himself, he wouldn't mind ng the other party to death as well. Summed up in one sentence. And it's done. Chapter 99 Anger rising to level 100. Xiao Tian, give me death. At the same moment, spatial vortexes appeared in various cities in the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. In the past, the Forbidden Land passage, the Forbidden Land that appeared in each place was completely separate out. The first time Xiao Tian entered a Forbidden Land, he obtained the strengthening materials to build a villa from it, and within other Forbidden Lands, there were people who had done the same. But now, all those in the Dragon Kingdom who stepped into the passageway would be transported to the same Forbidden Land. To put it simply, in the past, Forbidden Lands were all about cities fighting each other. But from this moment onwards, it would evolve into an encounter between all the spirit beast warriors in the Dragon Kingdom. In the past, to obtain the benefits within the Forbidden Land, one only needed to be the strongest in the same city. But now, it was necessary to be the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. But the crowd was clearly unaware of this, and just treated it as no different from usual. Spirit beast warriors from all over the Dragon Kingdom began to enter the passageway in a steady stream. Recently, a cold wave had descended, and the entire Blue Star was covered in frost, along with the dark turmoil that had descended, causing Blue Star's production to almost come to a standstill. Resources are now gradually in short supply everywhere. The crowd had long been looking forward to the arrival of the Forbidden Land, as the appearance of the Forbidden Land represented opportunity. Sky Vault City. In the middle of a certain remote, abandoned building, Wang Mingxian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The injuries on his body had recovered as before, Even his strength was at an all-time high. At this moment, his entire body was covered by a layer of black mist, just like an evil god that walked out of a movie. His eyes had also turned into viper-like eyes, with pupils that were upside down extremely eerie. More importantly, his level at this moment had already reached the level of 100. What was the concept of level 100? Looking at the entire blue star, I'm afraid that the strongest spirit beast warrior's level is less than 50, right? But now he has the strength of level 100. What does this represent? It represented that he was invincible. Power. Constant power. Inexhaustible power. Wang Mingxian felt the majestic power in his body and suddenly laughed madly. That laughter was unusually maniacal and chilling. Revenge. He wanted revenge. Xiao Tian. What are you going to stop me with this time? It was not an exaggeration to say that he could pop Xiao Tian to death with a random fart right now. Killing his own brother and driving himself to the point of no return. He would make Xiao Tian's life worse than death. But right at this moment, Dark Ledge's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Mingxian's mind. Your residual body is too weak for this body to transmit all of its power, and it can only reach the level of 100. Although it's only level 100, it's more than enough to deal with that Xiao Tian, I think. But this son has strange methods, so remember to be careful. Level 100 was not Dark Ledge's strongest state. His true level was much more than that. It was only because Wang Mingxian's body was too weak that it could only be strengthened to this extent. Moreover, his current body was unable to descend, so he could only teleport his body's power to the maximum extent. Therefore, this body could only be controlled by Wang Mingxian at the moment. However, since it wasn't in its peak state, the sustainable time of this state was enhanced a bit. Could be maintained for 30 minutes. Within this 30-minute period, Wang Mingxian would have the strength of level 100 and could use the power of darkness at will. However, once the 30 minutes were over, Wang Mingxian's physical body would completely collapse, and he himself would be instantly dispersed. What's so trivial about a mere Xiao Tian? With my current strength, I can press him to death like a bug with a single finger. Dark Leech was slightly displeased and originally wanted to warn Wang Mingxian not to be careless. However, once he thought of the fact that Wang Mingxian now possessed level 100 strength, he dismissed the idea. This was level 100 strength. A single fart could kill a group of spirit beast warriors. Even if this guy was a stupid fool with a missing brain, he still couldn't figure out how Wang Mingxian would lose to Xiao Tian. This time, Xiao Tian would definitely die. It's just a pity that when this honored one forcefully transmits his own body's power over, after it's over, this honored one will also fall into a period of weakness for a while, and his strength will be weakened to a certain extent. But as long as we can destroy that Xiao Tian, it will all be worth it. Dark Leech took a dark breath and then said, "The Forbidden Land has been opened, so it's not too late to hurry up and get moving." Wang Mingxian laughed coldly. "I don't need you to remind me. I know what to do." Anyway, his life had already entered the 30-minute countdown. Wang Mingxian was already fearless. Then he waved his hands and directly tore a spatial crack before drilling in. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, the blood moon hung high, and the entire Forbidden Land was shrouded in a layer of black mist. And at the center of the Forbidden Land, an ancient black palace rose up from the ground, filled with the smell of vicissitudes. And directly in front of the palace was a square that could not be seen to the end. At this moment, Wang Mingxian's body appeared directly in the center of the square across the crack. And around the square, many spatial vortexes appeared. A figure had appeared through the vortexes. Upon arriving at the square for the first moment, the crowd sensed that something was wrong. This time, the Forbidden Land they had entered actually had spirit beast warriors from other places in addition to those from their city. Could the Forbidden Land be shared? But before the crowd could ponder for too long, someone soon noticed the black palace in front of them. The palace was built with a magnificent atmosphere, and the human bodies of the crowd were extremely small in front of the palace. Many people had a feeling of despair from the bottom of their hearts. This palace was extremely familiar to all of them, and they had almost all seen the image of Xiao Tian chasing and hacking at a first Sky Master. The black palace in front of them should be the Juggernaut Palace without any surprises. This was the second Sky's Juggernaut Palace. Right at this moment, Wang Mingxian in front of him suddenly moved. "Kneel down. All of you, kneel down." Wang Mingxian swept his eyes over the scene one by one and did not find Xiao Tian's shadow. However, he was not in the least bit anxious because with Xiao Tian's nature, he would definitely not miss the forbidden place. Since Xiao Tian had not arrived at the scene, then he himself would put on a big show first. He now possessed such great power and had less than half an hour left in his lifespan. He was now fearless and had no inhibitions. The group of spirit beast warriors in front of him were nothing more than a bunch of trash in his eyes. Kneel down? What are you worthy of making us kneel? Wang Mingxian's words were quickly rebutted by the others. The current Wang Mingxian's black aura around him had dissipated, reverting back to his human state. We are all spirit beast warriors, and you're actually asking us to kneel down for you? Who do you think you are? My father, Zhang Wang Ming first looked at that spirit beast warrior who refuted himself, with an evil smile on his face and no nonsense. A slap greeted him, and this seemingly ordinary slap actually carried up a raging darkness power. A palm imprint with a range of hundreds of meters suddenly coalesced and slapped down heavily at the crowd. Rumble! With a loud bang, the sturdy square was shattered into a deep pit. The person who had spoken out against Wang Mingxian instantly died a horrible death, and along with the dozens of spirit beast warriors in the surroundings, they were also smashed into rotten meat. Dead silence. At this moment, space was suddenly plunged into an endless dead silence. Chapter 100. The protagonist makes his appearance, and the liquidation begins. The scene was as silent as a chill. Everyone stared blankly at the scene happening in front of them, only to feel their heartbeats slow down by half a beat. Dead. A group of spirit beast warriors had been killed with a single slap. What kind of greatness is this? Is this something that can be done? I'm afraid that even the murderous Shaoshin couldn't do this. This was not the only thing that shocked the crowd. It was important to realize that there were spirit beast warriors from all over the Dragon Kingdom, and there was no shortage of high-level existences. Among the crowd that had been slapped to death by Wang Ming first, there was one that had a full level 35 strength, but was still slapped to death without any resistance. At the last moment of death, that person didn't even have a chance to make a move. Who exactly was this person in front of him, and why was he so terrifying? What exactly was his rank, and what animal's bestialization ability had he awakened? Kneel down. I'll make you all kneel down. Drying up a group of spirit beast warriors with a slap, the suffocation Wang Mingxian had been subjected to during this period of time was completely released. He could only use one word to describe this feeling. Cool. It turned out that this was the protagonist's perspective in novels where the opening was invincible. I am invincible in the world, but whoever looks at who is not happy, directly a slap dry death. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Although this situation could only last for half an hour's time, to be able to have this kind of high performance in the last moments of one's life, it was also considered a death without regrets. While Wang Mingxian roared, a dense darkness power spread out from within him. The crowd only felt an invisible pressure lingering above their heads, and they actually knelt down without any resistance. Seeing this scene, the smile on Wang Mingxian's face grew even wider. He had one hand behind his back, his vanity swelling like never before. We are all humans and spirit beast warriors. We should unite together to fight against the altered beasts and dark beings. Isn't it too unorthodox of you to do so, brother? Right at this moment, a decent-looking middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke. Wang Mingxian instantly narrowed his eyes and looked over, and the middle-aged man was instantly startled in his heart when he saw this. The next moment, Wang Mingxian came close to the middle-aged man and reached out to pick up the latter by the neck and lifted him up. Laozi is not a spirit beast warrior, nor is he a small and humble human. Laozi is the Dark One. Wang Ming first grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. At the same time, his back began to wriggle crazily, unexpectedly growing two pairs of huge black feathered wings. Feather wings angular, similar to the bat's wings, unfolded foot 10 meters away. The sense of oppression instantly pulled full. Seeing this scene, all the people at the scene had a count, immediately felt that the whole person was not good. Not human. The existence in front of them was not a human, but a dark one. No wonder he had such terrifying strength. No wonder he struck at the drop of a hat. The middle-aged man also realized this, and instantly entered a state of bestiality. His entire body's blood boiled, and countless silver scales instantly covered his entire body as he slammed his fist against Wang Mingxian's head. A dull punch landed, but Wang Mingxian was unharmed. You! The middle-aged man's gaze steeply became terrified. Waste, humble and lowly existence. Also dare to make a move against Laozi, who gave you the courage? Wang Mingxian laughed morosely. Then his palm exerted force, and like a popped cow pill, he directly crushed the middle-aged man's head. Hot blood was scattered on the faces of the people nearby, causing many people's stomachs to turn over. Some people who were not strong-willed even vomited directly. The dark unrest had already descended for so long, and the spirit beast warriors present had more or less, actively and passively, killed people. But killing in such a brutal way, they had never done it before. After seeing Wang Mingxian's strong strength, everyone was instantly honest, not even daring to raise the thought of resistance. Right at this moment, several more figures walked out from the vortex. Seeing the people who came, Wang Mingxian instantly raised his eyebrows. He recognized all of the people who came. Yan Ruyu, Yan Tianxing, and Chu Yao. The Forbidden Land had suddenly opened and Xiao Tian had left the Great Confucian City. So the three of them felt that they could not simply rely on Xiao Tian, so they chose to enter it. However, they did not expect that this time the copy was very different from the past. Kneel down. Wang Ming looked at the trio first and grinned. Why aren't you dead yet? Yan Ruyu's eyebrows knitted tightly, and she suddenly had a bad premonition. Last time in the Forbidden Land, Wang Mingxian had been heavily injured by Xiao Tian and was already about to die. But now he was actually standing here intact, which was clearly abnormal. Moreover, the other people present were also very abnormal. Thousands of spirit beast warriors were actually all kneeling on the ground in fear and trepidation. Although she was not sure what had happened, Yan Ruyu's pride did not allow her to kneel down to Wang Mingxian, Xiao Tian's defeated general. Seeing that the three of them were still standing in place, Wang Mingxian became furious and extended his palm to fiercely press down. Countless darkness force transformed into a giant hand as the three of them violently pressed down. Rumble! The ground where the three people were could not withstand this force instantly cracked, and the three people also had almost no resistance and were forcefully pressed to kneel on the ground. Immediately afterward, Wang Mingxian walked up to Yan Ruyu's trio without any haste and condescendingly scrutinized the trio. Proudly, he pointed to the wings behind him. I no longer belong to humans now, to tell you the truth. I have been blessed with the power of the second heavenly sovereign, and now I can not only control the power of darkness, but I have also gained the strength of level 100. With these words, he wanted to make Yan Ruyu and the others feel despair and even kneel down and beg for mercy, praying that he would spare them. However, to Wang Mingxian's surprise, after hearing these words, the three remained unmoved. This disdainful look pierced Wang Mingxian's fragile and sensitive nerves. He was now a level 100 powerhouse. Who are you to treat me with disdain? What qualifications do you guys have? Snap! Wang Mingxian raised his hand and slapped Yan Ruyu, and his originally handsome face instantly became red and swollen, with blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. However, Yan Ruyu clenched her shell teeth and hardened herself not to make half a sound. If you now take the initiative to admit that Xiao Tian is a waste, and that I, Wang Mingxian, am 10,000 times stronger than that Xiao Tian, I can let you go. Wang Mingxian took a step forward and grabbed Yan Ruyu's long hair and said viciously, Dream on! Yan Ruyu sneered and spat a mouthful of saliva on Wang Mingxian's face. Damn woman! Wang Mingxian wiped off the strawberry-flavored spittle and kicked over Yan Ruyu. Then he came in front of Chu Yao and similarly grabbed her long hair. Admit that Xiao Tian is a waste, and I'll let you go. Chu Yao slowly closed her eyes and did not speak. Grass. Once again being ignored, Wang Mingxian was furious and threw a slap on Chu Yao's face. Then he came back in front of Yan Tianxing. You don't need to talk nonsense. Xiao Tian is better than you in every single point. A person who is willing to cooperate with the Dark Lord. I, Yan Tianxing, despise you even in death. Perhaps it was because he had followed Xiao Tian for too long and was influenced by Xiao Tian's style of doing things. The current Yan Tianxing acted extremely hardened, originally having long passed the age of knowing the fate of heaven. But at this moment, he was burning up. Not only did he speak out and mock Wang Mingxian, he also raised his middle finger to Wang Mingxian. Grass! At this moment, Wang Mingxian's eyes were red, and the darkness power in his body was close to storming out, wanting to smash the three ants in front of him with one fist. But in the end, he still resisted the urge. Don't worry, I won't kill you all right now. I know that Xiao Tian will come here as well. When he comes to the Forbidden Land, I will settle you one by one in front of him. Watching the people around me die because of themselves, but there is nothing I can do about it. I'm looking forward to what Xiao Tian's expression will be at that time. Wang Mingxian became more and more maniacal as he spoke, and later on, he simply laughed crazily. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu and the others, however, frowned at the same time. The current Wang Mingxian's spirit was already clearly abnormal. Just at this moment, a brand new vortex appeared. Countless gazes subconsciously looked. only to see Xiao Tian walking out of the vortex with by Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai. Good show, start. Chapter 1011 Resurrection Armor for each person. How do you kill? Xiao Tian's face had already been deeply imprinted in the souls of countless people. Seeing Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appear, even the sound of breathing stopped at the scene. Everyone held their breath as their gazes continuously traveled back and forth between Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian, not even daring to breathe. This human race traitor in front of them appeared to be very hateful towards Xiao Tian, and the other party also possessed a rather terrifying strength. Slapping a spirit beast warrior to death was as simple as slapping an ant to death. Now that Xiao Tian was present, I was afraid that he would be in a bad way. It wasn't that the crowd was underestimating Xiao Tian. They all knew Xiao Tian's terror by heart. No matter what, was a person who could chase and cut down a first heavenly master an ordinary person? But the Wang Mingxian in front of them was obviously not a good person either. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian has betrayed the human race and has gained the power of a second heavenly master. Leave us alone and run. Yan Ruyu reacted and shouted at Xiao Tian with all her strength. Yan Tianshang and the others came back to their senses and also looked at Xiao Tian, busily telling Xiao Tian to hurry and leave the area. They knew that they would not be able to escape today, and if Xiao Tian could leave safely, with his talent he would be able to avenge them sooner or later. However, if Xiao Tian was left here, he would definitely not be a match for Wang Mingxian, and all of them would be sacrificed in vain. Fear of death was the fear of creatures towards the unknown. Yan Ruyu and the others were no exception, but they preferred Xiao Tian to live than to die themselves. Wang Mingxian. This guy is actually still alive. Fatty Hai's gaze was like a torch, and he suddenly took out the compass in his pocket to inspect it, and was surprised to find that the compass needle was spinning madly. The bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish, the faster the compass, the stronger the evil spirits. Wang Mingxian's body contained a large amount of darkness power. Brother Xiao Tian, this Wang Mingxian's body is already filled with a majestic amount of darkness power, and he has now gained most of the power of the dark hedge. He has at least a level 100 strength. We are definitely not his opponent right now. It's not too late to leave while the passageway is still closed. Bai Xiao Tian gently tugged on Xiao Tian's shirt and said in a dissuasive manner. Seeing that Xiao Tian remained unmoved, Bai Xiao Tian instantly became anxious. Brother Xiao Tian, don't you humans have an old saying called a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years? If you don't leave, everyone will be sacrificed for nothing. She had only just betrayed the Darkness clan and recognized her master. If she died here today, how would this make her live with herself? At that time, if she rejoined the Darkness 1 clan, the Darkness 1 clan would definitely not re-accept her. Once Xiao Tian died, she herself could only follow and start fleeing, and would probably not even be able to leave here alive. Bai Xiao Tian was truly anxious. Xiao Tian, you're finally here. Wang Ming first raised his head to look at Xiao Tian and grinned with an evil smile. Then he looked towards Yan Ruyu and the others who were kneeling in front of him and played with his fingers. They were all injured because of you, and even more so, they will die because of you, and it's all because of you. It's you who caused them to suffer. After saying that, Wang Mingxian suddenly waved his finger and the surrounding vortex actually closed at the same time. Xiao Tian's retreat was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoyan's face changed drastically, and as she looked at Xiao Tian who was silent on the side, she silently sighed in her heart. It seems like I'm going to die here today. Xiao Tian still did not say anything. He only looked at Yan Ruyu and the others who were kneeling on the ground with swollen faces. But his eyes were getting colder and colder, and his expression was getting lower and lower. Wang Mingxian saw all this in his eyes, but he did not care. What was the use of anger? In the past, he would have been afraid of Xiao Tian, but nowadays he was not what he used to be. Anger. Because you can only be angry. As long as Wang Mingxian was willing, he could immediately strike right now to kill Xiao Tian on the spot. But he did not do so. It would be too cheap to kill Xiao Tian just like that. He wanted to make Xiao Tian suffer. He wanted to make Xiao Tian kneel in front of him and actively beg for death. Thinking of this, Wang Mingxian waved his finger and faintly said, I'm giving you a chance now, kneel and kowtow. Admit in front of everyone that you, Xiao Tian, are just trash, far inferior to me, Wang Mingxian, and then slap you 30 times to pay homage to my brother's heavenly soul. I can give you a painful. You shouldn't move them. Xiao Tian suddenly interrupted Wang Mingxian's words, unable to tell if he was happy or angry. Hee hee. How dare you pretend to be a big head in front of your old man when you are dying? Wang Mingxian's face was full of sarcasm as he bluntly said, I'm also not afraid to tell you that Laozi has now gained the power of a second heavenly sovereign and possesses the strength of a level 100. Although this can only last for half an hour, and after half an hour I'll be soul dead. It's more than enough to finish you off in half an hour. The current you has no capital to resist in front of me. If I want you to die on the third night, you definitely won't be able to live until the fifth night. Wang Mingxian reached out and picked up Yan Ruyu and threatened, if you don't want her to die, kneel down and kowtow now. Xiao Tian's body was straight, still standing in place. Very well. Wang Mingxian was not angry. The corners of his mouth rose, and the power of darkness appeared in his palm, transforming into a huge skeleton that tore at Yan Ruyu with its mouth open. Bang! Yan Ruyu's body instantly exploded and turned into a sky full of blood mist. This scene was so bloody and brutal that quite a few people directly watched and vomited. Originally, he thought that he could see remorse and unwillingness on Xiao Tian's face, but to Wang Mingxian's surprise, Xiao Tian still had a calm face. Not only Xiao Tian, even Yan Tiansheng and the others were similarly calm in an instant. Eh? Wang Mingxian unconsciously furrowed his brows and sensed towards the roiling blood mist. The person was indeed dead. Wasn't it rumored that this Xiao Tian was a person who valued love and justice? Why is he so calm and collected when the people around him are dying because of him? Intuition told Wang Mingxian that this was not normal, but he could not find what was wrong. However, just at this time, an armor suddenly emerged from the sky of blood mist. Light blue light seems to light up the entire forbidden land. Then a suction force emerged, all the blood fog into the armor, and then the armor wrapped in the blood fog to break through the forbidden space, directly disappeared. This sudden scene directly stunned everyone, including Wang Mingxian. This is a prop within the One Heaven's forbidden land. The wearer can be resurrected once unconditionally even if they are shattered to pieces. This person has been resurrected and has been automatically teleported outside the forbidden land. Just as Wang Mingxian was in a daze, Dark Ledge's voice sounded in his head. Wang Mingxian instantly woke up like a dream. Half the day this woman has a resurrection armor in her body. No wonder you, Xiao Tian, are so calm. After reacting, Wang Mingxian was more jealous. His strength is not weaker than Xiao Tian, or the strongest spirit beast warrior in Skyvault City. This kind of good thing why he did not get. Xiao Tian could get this kind of good thing and that was it, but he actually gave it back to a woman, which was something he could not understand. Women were like clothes. In his opinion, they were just tool people to vent their anger. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to a woman. It was simply stupid. Silly, right? Miss Yen has a set of resurrection armor on her body. If you want to kill her and use her to threaten Big Brother, you are still 500 years too early. Right at this moment, Fatty Hai suddenly opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner and mocked. Wang Ming first came back to his senses and just laughed coldly a few times, then picked up Yan Tiansheng who was next to him. Then his palm fired and directly crushed Yan Tiansheng's head. Yan Ruyu possessed the resurrection armor, but what about the others? Such a precious thing must be extremely rare in quantity as well, and he could not believe that Xiao Tian had configured a set of resurrection armor for everyone. Pain? Despair? He died because of you. Everything is because of you. Wang Ming first revealed a victor's smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, a light blue light once again illuminated the entire forbidden land. Grass. At this moment, everyone at the scene froze. Even the smile on Wang Mingxian's face instantly stiffened. Chapter 102 Flesh cracked. Powerless. Dumbfounded, aren't you? I thought you had so much cowhide. But it turns out that you're nothing more than a small yakuza with no skills. Fatty Hai skimmed his mouth and stretched out his right hand to raise his middle finger at Wang Mingxian. With an IQ like yours, so what if you've gained the power of a master? Is it very powerful? What hurt Wang Mingxian the most was not Fatty Hai, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's face was still calm, but this touch of calmness in Wang Mingxian's eyes was naked mockery. Originally, he wanted to make Xiao Tian feel pain by killing the people around him, but he didn't realize that these two people had resurrection armors. Wang Mingxian wanted to vomit blood. The equipment that can resurrect, how to think, are not ordinary things, so precious things you actually gave two outsiders. You can't play, can you? If you don't know how to play, let me play. Waste. After greeting Xiao Tian's ancestors in his heart, Wang Ming first looked at the last Chu Yao. With two sets of resurrection armor, he couldn't believe that this woman also had resurrection armor on her. Xiao Tian, you will eventually pay a heavy price for your behavior. I will make you regret today. Wang Ming first snapped his fingers, and terrifying darkness power surged out from the wings behind him, instantly enveloping Chu Yao. A bizarre chewing sound suddenly rang out, causing everyone present to shudder. Wang Mingxian did not turn around, as strong people never looked back at explosions, and he looked towards Xiao Tian with a victorious smile. However, right at this moment, another blue light suddenly appeared. Then the body wrapped around Chu Yao broke through space and disappeared in place. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The people present were dumbfounded, and their hearts had already set off shockwaves. This was a special equipment with resurrection attributes, and God Xiao had actually given it to 3 outsiders. Previously, the crowd had only heard of Xiao Tian's deeds and knew that Xiao Tian treated those around him very well. But now, after seeing it with their own eyes, their perception of Xiao Tian suddenly changed drastically. To give away such a precious thing just by saying so, this was not treating the people around him well, it was simply too good to be true. Countless people could not help but think, if they also followed Xiao Tian, would they also be able to obtain such powerful equipment? Wang Mingxian was already furious. His chest was heaving violently, and the darkness power in his body was almost overflowing. Resurrection armor. Another set of resurrection armor. Such a precious thing. Where the hell did you get it wholesale? It's actually true that there's a resurrection armor in every man's hand. Wang Mingxian's mind completely exploded. He didn't ask for many resurrection armors, but if he could have a set of resurrection armors, he wouldn't be reduced to this point now. He seemed to be in a good mood now, but once half an hour had passed, he would be completely shattered. However, if he had a resurrection armor, he would definitely not end up in the current situation. By what right could he, Xiao Tian, have so many good things?
Xiao Tian, y cao ni ma.
The last line of defense in Wang Mingxian's heart also finally collapsed, and he couldn't help but loudly blurt out obscenities at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian knew that the other party was already enraged and was planning to make a move against their group. Can you open the passageway? Xiao Tian suddenly looked at Bai Xiao Tian, who was at the side. Bai Xiao Tian thought that Xiao Tian had finally seen through it and nodded. I can open the passageway, it just doesn't last long. Then open it. Bai Xiao Tian was overjoyed in her heart and hurriedly mobilized the darkness power in her body. And as the darkness power flowed, a vortex appeared beside her. Although she had already followed Xiao Tian, there was still darkness force flowing in her body after all. Freely entering and exiting the Forbidden Land could not be done, but trying to open the passageway to go out could still be done. Brother Xiao Tian, let's hurry and escape together while we can. Bai Xiao Tian tugged Xiao Tian and was about to head out. However, Xiao Tian stood still without making a move. Brother Xiao Tian? Bai Xiao Tian turned her head and looked at Xiao Tian with a crooked head and a puzzled face. You guys go first. I still have things left to do, Xiao Tian said with a bland expression. Bai Xiao Tian instantly became anxious and was about to say something else. Don't worry. My big brother is not someone who sends people to their deaths for nothing. Since he intends to stay, he definitely has his own plans, and Big Brother also has a set of resurrection armor on him. Fatty Hai said with a big grin, not worrying about Xiao Tian's safety at all. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was omnipotent. The One Heaven's Dominator had been messed with by him. So what did Dark Ledge count as? Originally, Bai Xiao Tian still had concerns. But once she heard that Xiao Tian also had a set of resurrection armor, she immediately let go of her heart. Then Brother Xiao Tian, be careful. Xiao Tian will wait for you outside. Glancing deeply at Xiao Tian, Bai Xiao Tian was very clear that she was limited in what she could help by staying now. Only leaving this place would be the greatest help to Xiao Tian. After saying this, she brought Fatty Hai and left the Forbidden Land reluctantly. Wang Mingxian witnessed the whole scene. He could have prevented the crowd from leaving as long as he was willing, but he did not do so, because his target was only Xiao Tian. The others could leave, but Xiao Tian must die. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian took a step towards Xiao Tian, and with every step he took a dark rune would surface on the ground. But Xiao Tian simply didn't give him a chance to fart. No more beeps. Just and be done with it. He knew that he was definitely not Wang Mingxian's opponent right now, but the other party had moved his own people, so if he just ran away, it was definitely not his style either. Anyway, with the resurrection armor boost, just do it and be done with it. Xiao Tian took a step forward and similarly entered the state of bestialization. His long red hair hanging in the air. Then he hard ripped off his right arm and transformed it into a black Qilin lance. Dare to touch his own people. Kill. I kill kill kill. Xiao Tian toed the ground and transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly rushing towards Wang Mingxian. Wang Mingxian was shocked at Xiao Tian's boldness, But more than anything, he was still excited. With his current strength, he was definitely able to crush Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I won't let you die so easily like this. I have also suppressed my level to the same as yours. I will show you who is the genius. Even without this level 100 strength, I am still capable of overpowering you. The power of darkness erupted within Wang Mingxian's body, and he suppressed his level to level 26 as well. The next moment, with a muffled bang, Wang Mingxian was kicked out by Xiao Tian, and his entire body smashed into the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Wang Mingxian staggered up from the ground, his eyes already red. Under the same level, he actually could not even receive a single move from Xiao Tian. This caused Wang Mingxian's pride to suffer a great blow. Xiao Tian, you deserve to die. Wang Mingxian roared angrily and raised his level to 36 as he charged towards Xiao Tian once again. Rumble. The two quickly engaged in battle once again, and this time it lasted for a full 3 minutes. At first, with the level advantage, Wang Mingxian was still able to press Xiao Tian, but soon he gradually lost stamina and was actually suppressed by Xiao Tian. Finally, after an exchange of moves, he was once again kicked over to the ground by Xiao Tian. Ah! Wang Mingxian once again stood up from the ground. His entire person was on the verge of collapse. Perhaps he had already recognized the gap between himself and Xiao Tian, and this time he no longer had any reservations. He directly mobilized all his strength and charged towards Xiao Tian with all his might. Xiao Tian's face was fearless, but his eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at Wang Mingxian, who was on fire. He held the black Qilin long lance, and without a word, like a black god of war, he also directly charged over. Boom! Bang! Right at the moment when the two forces collided, Xiao Tian's fleshly body began to disintegrate little by little, and a moment later with a muffled sound, under the absolute strength, Xiao Tian's fleshly body instantly disintegrated and turned into a roiling blood mist. Chapter 103 Evolution Devouring. Double Shadow Qilin. Xiao Tian is dead? Hiss! The numerous spirit beast warriors kneeling on the ground had mute expressions, but they were forced to recognize this reality. After all, Xiao Tian was dry crushed into a bloody mist by Wang Ming first in front of them, and they could see it quite truly. A burst of voices sucking in cool air rose and fell. A faint sense of sadness suddenly rose in many people's hearts, rather like the vestigial feeling of a rabbit dying. This fellow in front of them was not only a traitor to the human race, he was also a madman. Xiao Tian had already been ed to death by him, so wasn't it their turn next? At this moment, quite a few people were secretly wondering if they should let go of the fight. The opponent's strength was very strong. Even if all of them joined hands and completely twisted into a rope, it would still be difficult to defeat him. However, if they just sat around and waited for death, it would be difficult for them to escape death in the end. Instead of sitting and waiting for death with apprehension, it would be better to let go and fight, in case they had a chance of survival. However, just as the crowd was having different thoughts, a hideous laugh suddenly rang out from the front. Wang Mingxian, tears in the corners of his eyes, laughing unusually maniacal. The 5 features of his face gradually twisted together, and finally even began to disintegrate a little bit deformed. He was like a melting snowman. All parts of his body were dissolving with the naked eye, turning into blood and water that continuously flowed down. This sudden scene let a lot of people's knees weak, trembling non-stop. Some timid people are black and lost consciousness. Even in a horror movie, this kind of scene wouldn't dare to appear. First, he slapped a group of spirit beast warriors to death. Then he killed the ruthless Xiao Tian, and now he actually melted on the spot. In the end, you want to engage in chicken hair. Do not be so drawn to Actually, it wasn't that Wang Mingxian did this on purpose, but the half hour had already ended. He had been using his body to withstand the power of the dark hedge, and now he finally couldn't support it anymore. The time of half an hour has come and gone. Your body is about to dissolve and collapse. Dark Hedge's voice faintly sounded in Wang Mingxian's mind. It doesn't matter. After Wang Mingxian laughed out loud, he instead calmed down. He stretched out his hands and watched as they continued to dissolve in front of his eyes. Instead, his heart was completely at peace. From the moment he traded with Dark Ledge, he was prepared to die. To be able to avenge his death and send Xiao Tian down early before he died. He already had no regrets in dying. With my loved ones having passed away, I no longer have anything to hold on to. It's just a pity that I have to end this life so early. It's still more or less a bit unwilling. However, right at this moment, a light blue light suddenly appeared from the blood mist in front of him. The blue light was spread across Wang Mingxian's face, causing him to subconsciously look up. only to see a blue light suddenly rise up into the sky, absorbing the roiling blood mist before breaking through space and disappearing. Xiao Xin didn't die. He also has the resurrection armor on his body. Such a precious piece of equipment. They really did have one in their hands. Even those three have resurrection armors on them, we should have thought of that. The god of Xiao must have a resurrection armor on him as well. Oh my god. God Xiao actually didn't die. The scene instantly boiled over. The news that Xiao Tian had not died seemed to have given the crowd a glimmer of light, giving them the courage to fight back. Xiao Tian didn't die? Wang Mingxian deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Looking at the gradually dissolving flesh, his entire body had become numb. After a long time, he suddenly smiled to himself and said to Dark Ledge, "Is this what you said, to avenge my death?" Dark Ledge didn't say anything. In fact, he was also extremely shocked right now. He didn't expect that he had transferred most of his body's strength over, and with such a large group of people, he actually still hadn't been able to dry Xiao Tian. Could this kid be the reincarnation of a loach? The slipperiness made people despair. Rubbish thing. Wang Mingxian's lips lightly opened as he once again opened his mouth to curse. Anyway, he was now a person who was about to die, not to mention that it was only a second sky sovereign. Even if the heavenly king appeared in front of him, he would still spray. After saying the last two words of his life, Wang Mingxian's body completely melted into a pool of blood. Wang Mingxian, the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Vault City, died tragically. Right after Wang Mingxian's body turned into a pool of blood, a black shadow suddenly appeared in its place. It was precisely Dark Hedge's doppelganger. Unlike his initial appearance when he first descended, his current body was exceptionally weak due to the forceful transmission of his body's power. More importantly, this current bilocation of his almost represented his main body. If this doppelganger dissipated, the main body would also dissipate along with it. This was the price he had paid for forcefully imbuing his main body with power. Therefore, it was imperative that he needed to leave this place as soon as possible to fuse this doppelganger with his main body. Dark Leech glanced at the many spirit beast warriors on the scene, and then prepared to leave this place. However, right at this moment a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. The figures of Xiao Tian and his group leisurely walked out of the vortex. The fact that Wang Mingxian's status could only last for half an hour was already well known. Therefore, after Xiao Tian and the others were teleported outside the Forbidden Land through the resurrection armor, they intended to open the passageway to enter it again. However, Xiao Tian did not have the ability to open the passageway to the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the power of darkness within his body, and after some attempts, he actually opened the passageway by mistake. The crowd had just entered the Forbidden Land when they caught a glimpse of the Dark Hedge void with a disorganized body. Not good. Dark Ledge looked startled, casually tearing open a crack with his hand with the intention of drilling into it. But at this moment, Fatty Hai suddenly threw out a talisman in his hand, and the talisman transformed into a golden chain the moment it was thrown out. It directly entangled and bound Dark Hedge in place. After being teleported out, he returned to the villa and not only put on his clothes but also brought along a new talisman. "Big brother, this guy is very weak now, he can't run away anymore," Fatty Hai said with a wide grin. Xiao Tian nodded and then looked at the rest of the people in the Forbidden Land. "Now that the passageway has been opened, you guys can go out." The crowd was still a bit confused until now, but this ghostly place was indeed a place they did not want to continue staying in. Immediately, they followed the passageway opened by Xiao Tian and left the place in an orderly manner. Only after the crowd had all left did Xiao Tian arrive in front of Dark Ledge. "Kid, let this father go. This father can promise you glory and wealth." Dark Ledge's eyes turned and looked straight at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party and threw out a slap. Then he stretched out his palm and grabbed Dark Ledge's neck to lift it up. Detected that the dual heavenly juggernaut has entered a state of serious injury. Does it begin to bring up the gene sequence? The system's voice suddenly sounded at this time. Xiao Tian did not hesitate in the slightest. "Start lifting the gene sequence." Boom! A majestic attraction suddenly appeared from the mouthpiece in Xiao Tian's palm and began to crazily devour Dark Hedge's doppelganger. Under an incomparably terrified expression, Dark Hedge's body gradually disintegrated and was completely devoured by Xiao Tian. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: 26. Bloodline level: Level 30. Gene sequence number 8999. Double Dark Shadow Kirin. Heart Immortal can reshape its body with the help of the power of darkness. It can enter into a complete state of bestiality, gain an increase in attributes of the entire body, and absorb the power of darkness to raise its level. Chapter 104 Level Surge, Side Effect of Darkness Power. Although they already had the experience of a first heavenly juggernaut, Yen Ruyu and the others were still quite shocked to see Xiao Tian devour the Dark Hedge alive. This was a Darkness Master split, and it was just devoured alive like this. Looking at the entire blue star, it was probably only Xiao Tian who could do such a thing. Xiao Tian, how are you feeling? Only after seeing Xiao Tian finish swallowing did Yen Ruyu dare to walk up and show concern. The current Xiao Tian's temperament had all changed, with an indescribable demonic feeling and a much stronger aura. He obviously remained the same in appearance, nothing had changed, just standing still like that, but he gave a sense of oppression that a demon god was close at hand. This kind of oppressive feeling, even the Dark Ledge had never brought them before. I feel good now. Xiao Tian came back to his senses and then stretched out his palm, and the mouthpiece in the center of his palm began to open and close continuously. He wanted to try to see if devouring the force of darkness could really raise his level. If he was truly able to level up through the power of darkness, the path of upgrading would be much simpler in the future. A majestic suction force suddenly erupted from the mouthpiece, and the darkness force in the entire forbidden area actually converged together, almost turning into substance. And then it was continuously sucked into the mouth vessel by Xiao Tian. As the darkness force was continuously swallowed, Xiao Tian's level was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 27, Level 28, Level 29, Level 30. In just less than a few breaths of time, Xiao Tian had risen 4 levels in a row. With such a speed of promotion, Yen Ruyu and the others were stupefied. This was too perverted. Who's a normal person to promote 4 levels in one go? I'm afraid that no one would be able to do this kind of thing when looking at the entire blue star, right? However, once they thought that Xiao Tian was even able to devour the Dark Lord, and also possessed a variety of bestialized traits, the crowd was relieved. Xiao Tian was not an ordinary person in the first place and had ed 2 Dark Lords to death one after another, so what was wrong with absorbing some darkness force now? But as he continued to absorb the darkness force, Xiao Tian gradually felt that something was wrong. A hostile aura suddenly erupted in his heart, an urge to destroy the world, and even when he looked at Yen Ruyu and the others, a strong killing intent erupted in his eyes. This killing intent was only for a split second, but it sent chills down the backs of Yen Ruyu and the others. Xiao Tian, you? Yen Ruyu took a few steps back, wanting to speak. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head and hurriedly stopped, continuing to absorb the darkness force. It seemed that absorbing the darkness force was indeed able to allow him to level up, and the efficiency was not low. However, absorbing too much darkness force would cause his spirit to be affected. Although improving his strength was good, Xiao Tian did not want to be completely reduced to a madman by the influence of the darkness force. It seemed that he could only think of a way after going out. Go out first. Xiao Tian put away his mouthpiece to face Yen Ruyu and the others. With that, all of them left the forbidden area together. All the way back to the villa, Yen Ruyu and the others then realized that a hot search had appeared on the internet and it was also related to Xiao Tian. It turned out that the images within the Forbidden Land had been recorded and uploaded onto the internet. Wang Mingxian's behavior of betraying the human race was reviled by countless people. The resurrection armor on Xiao Tian and the others, on the other hand, was an eye-opener for many people. Only until this moment did the crowd realize that this kind of equipment that could be considered heaven-defying actually existed within the Forbidden Land. Xiao God Cowhide. If it wasn't for Xiao Shen, so many people would have died a horrible death. That guy seems to be called Wang Mingxian, right? He used to be the strongest person in Sky Vault City. But I didn't realize that he was actually in league with the Dark Lord. This is called karma. He was in league with the Dark Master, so he's not destined to have a good ending. Xiao Tian's name was once again remembered by countless people. However, Xiao Tian did not care about this. After a long battle, he was now long mentally and physically exhausted. After coming to the warehouse and swallowing more than 10 pounds of raw meat, he returned to his room and slept. When Xiao Tian woke up from his sleep, it was already nighttime. Looking at the blackness outside the window, Xiao Tian rested his hands on the back of his head and fell into reminiscence. The same were both dark and turbulent times. Where once he had lived like a clown, he was now quite nourished. Xiao Tian actually thought countless times, if he was reborn once without living the system, would he still be able to live the current life? The answer, I'm afraid, is unknown. After a simple rest, Xiao Tian turned to Shin Cholan's room. Since seeing the power of Fatty High's talisman, Shun Qilan returned to the villa and started to do relevant research. However, this kind of talisman was not something that could be projected with technology. So far, Shun Qilan still had no luck. Seeing Xiao Tian push the door in, Shun Qilan put down the utensils in her hands, straightened her wrinkled white coat, and said with a charming smile, "Recently, I have been busy doing research, so I can only eat mushrooms, and I can't give you a seafood dinner. You can endure it for a while, but if you really can't, go find Xiaoyan and the others." Xiao Tian was instantly filled with black lines. Is he the kind of animal that only thinks with his lower body? Could it be that I came to you just to do that kind of thing? I want you to help me research a thing. Xiao Tian opened the door and stated his needs. The darkness power was a good thing, and with his current genetic sequence he could directly convert the darkness power into experience. It would be too unfortunate to give it up just like that. However, if one insisted on absorbing it, it was likely that he would completely enter a state of madness and not be able to distinguish between his enemy and himself. Therefore, Xiao Tian wanted Shun Qilan to try to research something, a device that would allow him to ignore the influence of the darkness force. After listening to Xiao Tian's needs, Shun Qilan's eyes flickered as she lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Is it difficult? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. It is indeed difficult. With Blue Star's current technology, it is very difficult to develop such a thing, but the core principle is not difficult. As long as you can find something that can purify the power of darkness, I can use it to research this device. Shun Qilan said seriously after thinking carefully. Xiao Tian nodded his head and silently made a note of this matter, then picked up Shun Qilan and walked towards the inner room. Stinky brother, what do you want to do to sister? Being picked up by Xiao Tian's princess? Shun Qilan immediately blushed with shame and gently pounded Xiao Tian's chest. Xiao Tian looked down at the beautiful Shun Qilan in his arms and was in a good mood as he smiled and said, "As you wish, I'll treat you to mushrooms tonight." Chapter 105 Devouring Black Ants, Transcendent Divine Power Awakening. The next day, Shun Qilan was still sound asleep when Xiao Tian woke up and washed. After all, not everyone could be Chu Yao. After washing up, Xiao Tian subconsciously went to the window and looked outside. The effects of the cold wave were still continuing to spread, and now almost everywhere within eyesight had become a snowy white color. Coupled with the fact that the temperature was dropping daily, the temperature of the entire blue planet was now even lower to the point of being ridiculously low. To really describe it, it was similar to having all parts of the blue planet turn into the north and south poles at the same time. Under this kind of extreme temperature, even a slightly thicker down jacket would not be able to insulate the body. Extremely low temperatures coupled with the cold wind attack, the down jacket will be directly penetrated, the cold wind will follow the body pore straight to the ceiling. Splashing water into ice is also no longer a picture that can be seen on TV. Under such extreme temperatures, I don't know how many people will freeze to death. Xiao Tian sighed in his heart. But what did these things have to do with him? Being in a chaotic world, the first and foremost task was to think for himself and for the people around him. Even though he had the heart of a savior, he did not have the ability to do so, just mind his own business. Tiandome City's supplies have also been transported by Feng Lonka and others. Now the villa is not short of supplies. After the delivery of supplies is completed, Feng Lonka returned to Tianxiong City with the relevant people. Although they could live a more comfortable life in Big Ru City, Sky Vault City is their hometown in the end. Moreover, Sky Vault City still needed people to guard it. With the delivery of new supplies, there were still people in Big Ru City who were exchanging their mutant beast cores for supplies one after another. This also made it so that Xiao Tian did not have to personally hunt mutant beasts to obtain cores. The level has been stuck at level 30 for a day as well. It's time to continue to improve, but the darkness force cannot be absorbed rashly at the moment, so let's deal with it with the crystal cores first. Xiao Tian collected the crystal cores from this period of time and brought them back to his room to start absorbing them. As his level increased, Xiao Tian absorbed these crystal cores with more ease. Soon the level came to the extent of level 35. However, what made Xiao Tian helpless was that the entire 3,000 or so high-level crystal cores actually only allowed him to level up by 5 levels. If his level came to the extent of level 40, or even level 50, how many crystal cores would he need to upgrade? This was definitely an astronomical amount. No way. One had to quickly find a way to find something that could evolve the power of darkness. But just at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for reaching level 35. The skill slot function is open. Skill slot? Just as Xiao Tian was wondering, a relevant introduction suddenly appeared before his eyes. The host has unlocked a skill slot. The host can obtain the corresponding skill by devouring the relevant plants and animals, and the skill can be retained permanently and can evolve infinitely. Name: Xiaotian. Level: 35. Bloodline level: 30. Gene sequence number 8999. Double Dark Shadow Kirin. Heart indestructible, can use the power of darkness to reshape the body, can enter into a complete state of bestiality, get a full body attribute increase, and absorb the power of darkness to raise the level. Skill slot 1. None. Skill devouring count: 1 refreshable every 3 days. Looking at the system interface, Xiao Tian's face gradually changed from confusion to joy.
Skill slot.
Wasn't this similar to the skills in an online game? Although he could now extract gene sequences to strengthen himself, gene sequences could not be retained permanently. Once a stronger gene sequence was extracted, the old gene sequence would be replaced. And this skill slot was different. Although he couldn't devour things like mutant beasts, he could only devour plants and animals as well as insects. But devouring could obtain relevant skills, and the skills obtained could evolve infinitely. If one was able to evolve a skill to the extreme, this role would definitely not be lower than a gene sequence. Xiao Tian rubbed his hands together and was already somewhat eager to try. Refreshing the number of devouring times every 3 days was already very efficient, and he now couldn't wait to devour it and try the exact effect. However, looking at the snow drifting outside the window, Xiao Tian quickly frowned again. It was freezing cold outside, so it was estimated that most of the ordinary animals had been frozen to death. Moreover, most of the plants and animals as well as insects outside had evolved into mutant beasts now, so it was a bit difficult to find ordinary animals and insects. As for plants, there were many ornamental plants in Xiao Tian's villa, but after devouring them, it was thought that he would not obtain any useful skill slots. Holding the idea of giving it a try, Xiao Tian pushed the door to the backyard of the villa. The backyard was a lawn, but it was now covered in snow, and the grass was all frozen and shriveled. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to devour animals and insects in this situation. Xiao Tian reached out and caught a snowflake and said with a bitter smile. But right at this moment, an ant suddenly drilled out from the snow and slowly crawled towards the villa. Eh? Xiao Tian was instantly attracted to it. Ants. Under this extreme temperature, there were actually ants? I remember reading relevant reports before that ants can lift objects that are several times their own weight, and some special ants can even lift objects that are hundreds of times their own weight. Although this black ant in front of him was just the most ordinary ant, his skills could be infinitely evolved and upgraded. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian did not hesitate and picked up the ant and put it into his mouth. It was slightly sweet with a slightly dry aftertaste. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring ordinary black ants and extracting the skill Transcendent Divine Power, gaining 10 tons of strength. What does 10 tons of strength represent? Some cars only weighed 1 ton. Having 10 tons of strength meant that one could lift 10 small cars at once. You have to know that amongst the history of mankind, the limit of the world record is only a value of about 500 kilograms. And in the ancient myth, Sun Deshang's weapon also weighs 13,500 gene. Converted into tonnage is also about 6 tons of weight. The fact that one was now living with a 10-ton increase in strength represented that even if one traveled back to the mythological period, it would still be enough to play with the great sage's weapon. More importantly, one's own strength was at the 10-ton level. If one punch could blast out 10 tons of force, then 2 punches would be 20 tons, and 10 punches would be 100 tons. With such an increase in strength in hand, when he subsequently encountered an enemy, Xiao Tian would be able to easily resolve his opponent even if he did not enter the beastly state. This was the true meaning of breaking everything with force. Moreover, he had also obtained a brand new beast state, and after entering the beast state plus this 10 tons of power increase, even if an aircraft carrier was in front of him, would he not be able to blow a big hole in the aircraft carrier on the spot with this punch? Just as Xiao Tian's heart was surging, Yen Ryu approached him with a serious expression and reported a bad news. There is an altered beast outside the villa, asking to see it by name. Xiao Tian's head turned a bit at that moment when he heard this. Currently, although fusion mutant beasts had appeared, most of them did not have any spiritual intelligence, let alone communicating with humans. And now, there was actually a mutant beast outside the villa that had come and even named itself to meet him? What kind of situation was this? Chapter 106, I just want to pretend. Don't come over. When Xiao Tian followed Yen Ryu to the outside of the villa, Yen Tiansheng and the others were standing here early. The expressions of the people were grave, and they looked like they were ready to fight at any time, their sharp gazes looking straight ahead. Following their gaze, Xiao Tian saw a burly figure. It was a border collie that stood and walked on both feet and possessed a human figure, with its entire body covered in black and white hair. Although it was a border collie, it no longer had many canine features on its body, but instead, it was more like a human. A half-orc that had evolved from canine to human. Had mutant beasts evolved to this level now? Knowing that even a fusion mutant beast still maintained its animal features, this was the first time Xiao Tian had seen such a thing in front of him. "You're looking for me?" Xiao Tian quickly calmed down and opened his mouth to ask. "Our family boss wants to see you." The border collie directly opened its mouth and stated its purpose. Its voice was crisp and clear, almost indistinguishable from a human. If he had not seen the other party's appearance, just by listening to the voice, Xiao Tian would not even think that the other party was a mutant beast. "Who is your boss? And what are you looking for me for?" The border collie smiled and spoke. "Quite a number of mutant beasts in Deju City have gained the final level of evolution, and we now possess a powerful intelligence, and our physique is far more powerful than you humans. Our boss, who is naturally the strongest amongst us, knows that you are the strongest spirit beast warrior in Great Confucian City, so he wants to talk to you." Xiao Tian instantly became interested. Anyway, there was nothing else going on right now for the time being, so he nodded his head after thinking for a while. "Yes." Yen Ruyu and the others, however, became anxious and pulled Xiao Tian to prevent him from leaving. "Don't worry. I know in my heart." Xiao Tian nodded at the crowd. "Then I'll go with you." Yen Ruyu took a step forward and tugged Xiao Tian's arm and said, "Fatty will just go with me, you guys stay in the villa." Xiao Tian's gaze fell on Fatty Hai in the corner. Seeing Xiao Tian's insistence, Yen Ruyu and the others had no choice but to give up. Immediately afterward, Xiao Tian then brought the two of them, Fatty Hai, to a villa in the center of Deju City. The villa was luxuriously decorated, belonging to a style that combined Chinese and Western styles, and there was a large garden outside the villa. The people who used to live here were all prominent figures in the city of Big Ru, but now they were occupied by mutant beasts. The two of them had just arrived outside the gate of the villa when they saw the mutant beasts patrolling around. These mutant beasts all had the size of a human, and there was a clear difference between them and the common mutant beasts. Common mutant beasts are the products of mutation of plants and animals as well as insects on the blue planet, and they only know how to kill and almost have no spiritual intelligence. Trying to communicate with them was like talking to a cow. Killing had long been written in their genes. However, these mutant beasts in front of them all had a spiritual light in their eyes, and did not directly make a move when they saw Xiao Tian and the two of them. They only swept a slightly wary glance and then continued their patrol. "Big brother, these mutant beasts are not simple." Fatty Hai came close to Xiao Tian and whispered. Xiao Tian nodded and was not too shocked. Even if the mutant beasts had evolved a spirit, they were always just mutant beasts, and Xiao Tian held the mutant beast army and the dark living spirit army equally. "Both of you, please." The border collie extended his hand and said with a smile. Xiao Tian did not reply, but walked into the villa gate under the lead of the border collie. Arriving at the lobby of the villa, the two of them instantly saw a figure sitting on a sofa and swallowing clouds. This was a burly man wearing a suit and possessing an explosive head. The man's hair had a blonde color and had a somewhat second-nature feel to it. Seeing Xiao Tian and the two of them, the man stood up with a slight smile. Then he unhurriedly removed the cigarette in his mouth before clapping his hands. Clap. Dozens of mutant beasts with level 30 strength simultaneously surrounded from all around the lobby and released their powerful auras at the same time. Was the other party trying to stage a sneak attack? Fatty Hai was instantly alert and silently pulled out a talisman from his pocket and pinched it in his palm, ready to fight at any time. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, coldly swept his eyes around the mutant beasts. He was not sure what exactly the other party's intentions were, having called himself and the others here, but now he wanted to suddenly strike. However, Xiao Tian did not care what exactly the other party's intentions were. He was fearless. Doing battle was his strong point. Roar. Right at this moment, a mutant beast that possessed the characteristics of a black bear roared angrily and violently rushed over in the direction Xiao Tian was in. This one was 3 meters tall with explosive growth of muscles all over its body, like a mountain of meat, and the entire villa ground was shaking slightly as it ran. But Xiao Tian just casually threw out a slap, 10 tons of strength instantly erupting out. With a crunching sound, the other party's head was instantly flattened, and even crashed through the villa wall and was flung out tens of meters away. Seeing this scene, originally prepared to continue to charge up, the other mutant beasts instantly froze in place, looking at each other all dumbfounded. Just now that person is a giant bear. Strength is his best thing. Actually, by the eyes of this weak human, slap dead. Do not be so rough. That explosive head man was also a bit unable to stand. His eyelids shook fiercely, and a chill went straight from his paws to the sky. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was just about to say something when Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly looked over. Immediately afterward, without uttering a word, Xiao Tian took a step towards the other party and rushed over, and his pace became faster and faster. The explosive headman's mind exploded a little. You don't want to come over? After seeing Xiao Tian's previous power, he was now completely shocked. Brother, don't make a move. Everything is a misunderstanding. The explosive headman hurriedly extended his hand towards Xiao Tian and shouted. Seeing that Xiao Tian's footsteps did not slow down, this fellow's forehead was already sweating coldly. Misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. I only called you here to talk about a piece of cooperation. We are not enemies. I did all of this just for the sake of pretending and wanting to suppress your anger. I didn't think of actually making a move. Brother, don't come over. You don't come over. Looking at the Xiao Tian, who was getting closer and closer, the explosive headman's heart was in his throat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped. You say, why do you need to do it? In order to pretend to be a bully and get your own brother killed? Are you as bad as that? Hearing what happened, Fatty Hai then put away the talisman in his hand and looked at the other party with contempt. The explosive headman was somewhat embarrassed by Fatty Hai's dislike, wanting to retort but not knowing where to start. He had indeed miscalculated, not realizing that this Xiao Tian was so crazy that he dared to take the initiative when they had the advantage in numbers. He had even less expected that this human kid in front of him, who clearly hadn't entered the state of animalization yet, possessed such a terrifying power. Monster. This kid was definitely a monster. At this moment, Lion Ao Tian's determination to draw Xiao Tian in reached the extreme. Chapter 107 Audit won't let me take chapter names. Actually, I'm looking for you to come here because I want to talk about a cooperation with you. Lion Ao Tian straightened his suit and tie, and as he spoke, his pair of lion pupils watched Xiao Tian dead on, fearing that this ruthless man would suddenly rise up and charge at him. Although it was only the first time he had come into contact with Xiao Tian's acting style had obviously left a deep impression on him. Their mutant beasts were all alienated from plants and animals and insects, and even if they had already been born with spiritual intelligence, their violent genes were always engraved in their bones. However, compared to Xiao Tian, they were more like human beings and Xiao Tian was more like a mutant beast. Xiao Tian did not answer directly and came to the sofa and sat down with his legs stretched. Lion Ao Tian slightly frowned when he saw this, but on the surface he didn't dare to have an attack and continued, this cooperation, we can complement each other and benefit from each other. I, Lion Ao Tian, would like to make a friend with you, and after this is accomplished we can also be sworn brothers, and at that time your things are my Lion Ao Tian's things. Fatty Hai could not help but laugh a little. What kind of goods are you worthy of being sworn brothers with my big brother? Can you chase the Dark Lord all over the place? Can you subdue an army of dark beings? Can you break into the palace of a master? If you cooperate with your own big brother, and then you want to be sworn brothers with your own big brother afterward, you've got all the good things going for you, right? As long as Xiao Tian was willing, the people who wanted to marry him could be lined up from the Great Confucian City to the Heavenly Vault City. In Lion Ao Tian's case, it was as if Xiao Tian's friendship with him was a gift, and this kind of dialogue was very uncomfortable. However, Xiao Tian was unexpectedly calm as he gently tapped the armrest of the sofa with his fingers and suddenly said to Fatty Hai, I'm hungry. Bring out the dry food to fill my stomach. Fatty Hai hurriedly bumbled his way up and pulled out a piece of encapsulated fresh meat from his arms. Xiao Tian had realized the importance of food ever since he experienced the last vicious battle in the Forbidden Land. At that time, when he fought with Wang Mingxian, he was fine at the beginning, but later, when his physical strength started to deplete, his stomach was incredibly empty. If he had not gritted his teeth and held on, Xiao Tian would have fainted from hunger. So after coming back, Xiao Tian planned to always have dry food in his body, and when he was hungry, he would directly take a bite to replenish his energy. Xiao Tian opened the package, and there was still undried blood on the fresh meat. Xiao Tian didn't mind it. The blood was like tomato sauce to him. Instead it had a different flavor. Crunch! Xiao Tian just gnawed on the fresh meat in front of everyone, and soon a large piece of fresh meat was dried into his stomach. The scene was as quiet as a cicada. Everyone was watching Xiao Tian dry his rice, but none of them dared to open their mouths to know the sound. Instead, everyone had odd expressions, and many of the mutant beasts subconsciously looked at Lion Ao Tian. Although they had taken human form, they were still essentially plant and animal insects, and their sense of smell was far more sensitive than that of humans. When Xiao Tian took out this piece of raw meat, they could smell it. It was a piece of lion meat, and their boss, it was the grassland lion. This kid eating lion meat in front of his own boss. What was the difference between this and naming beef noodles on Oxhead Mountain? After eating and drinking his fill, Xiao Tian elegantly wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth and raised his head to look at Lion Ao Tian. What do you mean by cooperation just now? I didn't hear you clearly. What I mean is that I, Lion Ao Tian, am willing to look up to God Xiao, and I hope that God Xiao will give me a chance to cooperate with me. I really can't do it without you. Lion Ao Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and instantly changed his attitude. This son of a was eating lion meat in front of his face. This was clearly knocking himself. But he couldn't afford to have a fit. Even though his rank was above Xiao Tian, he didn't have much certainty that he would be able to solve Xiao Tian once the battle actually started. His Lion Ao Tian never fought battles without absolute certainty. At this time he was begging for help from the other party. There was no harm in appropriately lowering his stance. In fact, Lion Ao Tian was purely overthinking. Xiao Tian did not know the identity of Lion Ao Tian when he came. This piece of lion meat of his happened to be something he casually brought with him before he left. Lion meat was absolutely inedible before the dark unrest occurred. But there had long been no rules after the dark unrest began. In the villa's freezer, besides lion meat, there was also bear meat, peacock meat, plum deer meat, and tiger meat too. I won't do anything without benefits. Give me a reason to cooperate with you. Lion Ao Tian's expression immediately looked as ugly as constipation. He had investigated Xiao Tian's deeds and knew that Xiao Tian did not lack all kinds of resources, and he really did not have anything good to take from his side. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to use reasoning as a means of persuasion. Although this ruthless man was ruthless to his enemies, he was quite good to his own people, so it was evident that he was a person with a bottom line. As long as he sold himself short, was he still afraid that he wouldn't cooperate with him? Before the dark turmoil descended, I was originally a lion in the 3rd zoo of Daeju City, and I formed a territory with 3 lionesses and had 2 children. But a pride of lions next door was controlled by 2 brothers who often coveted my 3 wives, and I fought them several times, and they were repelled by me each time. This should have gone on forever, but then the dark unrest began, and after the birth of spiritual wisdom, they killed my 2 sons and took my 3 wives captive. Not only that, I accidentally obtained a crystal that could transform the power of darkness into aura at that time, and I wanted to rely on this good thing to raise my level, but it turned out that they snatched it away together. Originally, Xiao Tian's expression never changed, but when he heard about this crystal that could transform the power of darkness, he immediately stood up. He had also been sphere how to find something that could transform the power of darkness to provide Shin Qilan with research materials, but he did not expect to get it without any effort. Lion Ao Tian thought that Xiao Tian was infected by his story and could not help but look at Xiao Tian highly. Although this guy sometimes turned into a crazy batch and sometimes was murderous, but at least he had a bit of conscience and was a loyal person. This is a stable one. Lion Ao Tian was just about to continue stirring up the emotions for patting when he was mercilessly interrupted by Xiao Tian. I can help you, but that crystal belongs to me after the deed is done. The smile on Lion Ao Tian's face gradually disappeared. This crystal is a good thing. Emotionally you are looking at my crystal? However, Lion Ao Tian didn't stay silent for too long before agreeing, although he was very reluctant to part with this special crystal. But compared to these things outside of his body, he was more desperate to avenge the taking of his wife. He had been thinking about revenge all this time. If Xiao Tian could really help him fulfill his revenge, a crystal was completely worth it. All right then, it's a deal. Where is the territory of those 2 brothers? I just need you to point me in the right direction. Xiao Tian craned his neck, already somewhat unable to hold down the excitement in his heart. Let's move out now. Chapter 108 brushed directly as an elite monster. Lion Ao Tian hurriedly stopped Xiao Tian, who was eager to try, and smiled bitterly. The other party has a large number of hands, with more than 1,000 followers, otherwise I would have done it myself. The other party had a large number of powerful altered beasts under their hands, and their number was even closer to more than 1,000. In contrast, there were only more than 500 followers on his side. Ever since he was born spiritually intelligent, he had begun to recruit minions while raising his strength. These 500 or so juniors were all the ones he had managed to gather with great difficulty, and now he couldn't understand how the other party had managed to gather such a large number of juniors in a short period of time. As for Xiao Tian, it was the last chance for Lion Ao Tian to take revenge. He didn't care about Xiao Tian's life and death, but he didn't want Xiao Tian to die for nothing. Originally, he thought that these words would wake up Xiao Tian and let him know how powerful his opponent was. As a result, Fatty Hai's words made Lion Ao Tian doubt his life on the spot. Is more than 1,000 people a lot? What the hell? More than 1,000 people, a mouthful of saliva from one person can burst your belly, and you actually ask this kind of idiotic question. Is 1,000 people a small number? If the other side didn't have this 1,000+ number of people, he would have already brought his own minions to kill them. Lion Ao Tian looked at Fatty Hai with an expression of viewing a retard. He pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but was worried that this fat man was vulnerable. Looking at the condescending Fatty Hai, Lion Ao Tian held back half a day but did not dare to say a word. More than 1,000 people is indeed not much. Right at this moment Xiao Tian also opened his mouth and said. Lion Ao Tian's gaze continuously traveled over the two men as his mindset underwent a subtle change. It was over. Originally, through hearsay, he had thought that this Xiao Tian was someone with real skills. Now it seemed to be nothing more than a reckless man with empty strength. More than 1,000 people may not be too many, but you are now only 2 people, counting the total number of people on my side is only more than 500 people. If we go looking for revenge with just these people, I'm afraid that the other party will destroy us before we can even see the 3 lionesses that he has in mind. Xiao Tian could see the other party's concern, but he did not explain too much. More than 1,000 people were indeed not enough to look at in front of Xiao Tian. Putting aside those 13 mutant beasts, Xiao Tian was now still clad in the Een Soul streamer, and there were thousands of dark beings lurking inside. Adding to Xiao Tian's current strength was not what it used to be. It was absolutely no problem for him to face an ordinary mutant beast 1 against 100. To put it in a more pretentious way, he alone could brush the other party as a game elite monster. Xiao Tian had never been an arrogant person. He would never do anything without absolute certainty, and since he intended to do it, he was fully certain. Time waits for no one. Either come with me now to save them or point me in the direction, I'll exterminate them myself to find the crystal. Lion Ao Tian sighed heavily and hesitated for half a day before making a difficult decision. All right, I'll bring everyone and follow you now. Lion Ao Tian made a compromise. Xiao Tian was the biggest help he could find at the moment. If he let Xiao Tian go alone, it would be completely hopeless if the other party died. Since this was the case, he could only give up his life. Soon Lion Ao Tian let the people under his hand finish their corrections, and more than 500 people marched in a direction. On the road, Lion Ao Tian's mood was incomparably apprehensive. He was even already thinking about how to run away after the fiasco. Knowing that the other party had more than 1,000 people and still planned to strike directly, his confidence in Xiao Tian was no longer that great. After all, the other party has more than 1,000 people. Even if we want to make a move, we should think of some military tactics or something, right? On the road, Lion Ao Tian finally couldn't help but speak again. Bull Art of War, dry on the end of the matter, you at least is also a mutant beast, how to do things so motherly, looking forward and backward? Fat Hai squinted at Lion Ao Tian and said contemptuously. Being disliked by Fatty Hai, Lion Ao Tian was so angry that he was speechless on the spot. He was actually despised by a little fat man. There is simply no heavenly reason. Moreover, don't you humans always say that knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the best way to win 100 battles? Now I let you think of some strategy out more brains. The result you say I mother-in-law. Who the hell are we? Just do it and be done with it. Is this something a human being can say? Just after the crowd advanced for half an hour, a black shadow in the sky suddenly swooped down towards the ground. A falcon mutant beast descended from the sky and flapped its wings to land on the ground. Lion Ao Tian, do you know that the front is my big brother's territory? What are you planning to do with this group of people? This falcon's tone was extremely arrogant, and the way it looked at Lion Ao Tian even manifested extreme disdain. In the concept of mutant beasts, the strongest eats the weakest is especially obvious. Lion Ao Tian lost to the 2 brothers last time, not only lost his wife but also lost his majesty at the same time. This also led to the fact that even though this falcon was only a subordinate of the other party, it dared to call out to Lion Ao Tian. Lion Ao Tian felt that it was inappropriate to directly tear his face off now that the war was imminent. so he planned to find a random excuse to get out of the way. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian spoke up first. Go back and tell your two bosses that I, Xiao Tian, am here, and if you don't want to be exterminated, release the 3 lionesses, and that crystal that can purify the power of darkness is also handed over along with it. Finished. Lion Ao Tian reached out to cover his face and had already lost the courage to argue sophistically. He now regretted cooperating with Xiao Tian. This was simply a brat who did not know the heights of heaven. Could such a reckless man really chase the Dark Lord all over the streets? Kid, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to dare? Hearing these treacherous words from Xiao Tian, the falcon became furious and pointed at Xiao Tian, wanting to curse him. However, Xiao Tian did not give him a chance to open his mouth, and took a step forward to tear off one of the other party's wings. Then he bit off the feathers on the wing and gnawed on it in front of everyone. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The crunching sound of blood and flesh chewing continuously came out, and the bones along with the blood and flesh were instantly torn apart, and then swallowed into Xiao Tian's stomach. Seeing this, everyone froze. The falcon froze for a long time, and only then did the pain come from the broken wing, which immediately caused a burst of ghostly cries of pain. This human was so bold that he actually dared to strike at himself. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? The falcon was just about to open his mouth when he was shocked by a vicious look from Xiao Tian. Get the hell back and convey my words. Say one more word and I'll make sure I slap you to death. Xiao Tian's tone was icy cold, and the falcon's body bones shivered. Hardly daring to let out a single fart, it turned around and ran far away. As for why it didn't fly, it was also very simple. The wings were broken and one could not fly at all. See gradually far away falcon, lion proud sky inner pathos. He knows out of this vile thing, even if they now immediately turn away, the 2 brothers will not be good. After today, unless they killed those 2 brothers, there would be no more place for them in Great Confucian City. What should we do now? Lion Ao Tian looked towards Xiao Tian, who now had the attitude of swinging for the fences. Things had come to this point, and he was already powerless to change anything. Originally, he wanted to save the 3 lioness wives, but now it seemed as if even his own little life would be taken. Wait! Xiao Tian wiped off the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, wrapped his hands around his chest, and casually found a place to sit down and said in a salty manner. Immediately afterward, the scene fell into silence. Other than Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai, the rest of the people were all apprehensive in their hearts. After about 5 minutes, the ground in front of them suddenly began to shake slightly. Everyone raised their eyes at the same time and saw that a group of black pressurized figures appeared at the end of the horizon. Chapter 109. You find another higher mind. Seeing this black pressurized figure, Lion Ao Tian's crowd all felt a tingle in their scalp. Both sides were not at the same level in terms of numbers, and now that their numbers were absolutely suppressed, before the battle even started, their sides' aura plummeted. Many people's feet had begun to tremble, almost falling to the ground unsteadily. All of you get your spirits up. Don't be a wimp if you're a man. Lion Ao Tian roared loudly to boost his morale. But looking at the bastard's equally trembling legs, Xiao Tian slid 2 black lines down his forehead. You yourself don't seem to be much better than the others. Thanks to you calling yourself such a domineering name as Lion Ao Tian, you were actually shocked by such a scene. Are you a mutant beast or not? Fatty Hai stared at Lion Ao Tian and sked. Which mutant beast is as wimpy as you? Lion Ao Tian didn't have time to be angry with Fatty Hai. When he saw that Fatty Hai's expression was calm and didn't have any different color, Lion Ao Tian was really surprised. This Fatty was actually bold to this extent. The battle in front of him, even his inner fear. This dead fat, actually no waves. Could it be that he really can't compare to this dead fat man? In fact, it was not that Fatty Hai was as bold as a bull, mainly because he had followed Xiao Tian since then. He had seen too many spectacular scenes. Compared to those big scenes, in front of this in his eyes can only be counted as a small fight. Moreover, with Xiao Tian present, the sky is falling and Xiao Tian is still staring at it, so he is afraid of a chicken hair. As the distance between the 2 sides got closer and closer, the amplitude of the ground trembling came more and more. Only then did the crowd see that there were 2 figures rushing at the very front. These 2 figures also had explosive heads and fierce faces, but they were not as tall as Lion Ao Tian. One didn't need to think to know that these were the 2 brothers that Lion Ao Tian had spoken of. Lion Ao Tian, very good. Last time I spared your life. This time you still dare to come and seek death. The 2 brothers roared furiously. We can sit down and talk properly. Lion Ao Tian took a deep breath. Although he had already prepared himself mentally, he was still a little scared when it really came to this moment. Talking about a chicken, since you insist on seeking death, today the two of us brothers will give you a ride. The two brothers had no intention of stopping. Immediately, they raised their arms and all of them rushed over in the direction of Xiao Tian's crowd with the vigor of a rainbow. Seeing that the two sides were about to meet in arms, Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul Streamer behind him and directly summoned thousands of darkness beings. Xiao Tian then threw out 13 sheltering devices, and 13 mutant beasts landed on the scene at the same time. Kill! Xiao Tian faintly spat out a single word. The 13 mutant beasts roared at the same time, as if they did not know fear but only knew the horror machine of killing, and rushed straight out with thousands of dark living spirits. Lion Ao Tian and the others were still a bit unresponsive. How did so many dark living spirits suddenly appear on the scene, as well as 13 altered beasts? Just how capable was this Xiao Tian? I asked you to investigate Xiao Tian. Why didn't you tell me that he still had this kind of ability? Lion Ao Tian suddenly looked at the altered beast beside him and asked, Boss, I really didn't know that he still had this kind of ability. That altered beast hurriedly said with a bitter smile. Just at this time. Slow down. Seeing that the momentum was not right, the two brothers hurriedly stopped and rushed towards Xiao Tian and his group and said loudly, I actually also think that we can sit down and have a good talk. With thousands of darkness beings, plus more than 500 people on the 10 Lions Ao Tian side, Xiao Tian's side no longer had a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was even more dominant. If this were to really engage in a battle, both sides were bound to suffer heavy losses. Xiao Tian's side was indifferent. These dark beings were anyway only incidental to the devouring of the first heavenly sovereign in the first place. Even if they all died in battle, Xiao Tian would not feel any heartache. After all, it was the positioning of a toolman in itself. But the two brothers' side was different. The altered beasts on their side were all realistically recruited, and they would be heartbroken at the death of one person. However, Xiao Tian did not pay attention to the words of the two brothers, and soon both sides charged and killed each other. The dark beings continued to perform strongly even though their combat power would be affected to a certain extent after they were separated from the Forbidden Land. Both sides suffered casualties. Xiao Tian's figure flickered and appeared in front of the two brothers. Are you that Xiao Tian? The two brothers looked at Xiao Tian and asked in a condensed voice. Xiao Tian did not reply and directly blasted out with a punch. The speed of this punch even produced a sonic boom. Humph! For a mere human to presume to compete with us in terms of physical strength, you are looking for death. The two brothers were disdainful without entering the state of bestialization. Xiao Tian's punch blasted out and they did not put it on their minds at all. The elder brother, Lion Buchuan, extended a finger, wanting to catch Xiao Tian's attack with a single finger. Boom! When the fist and the finger collided together, there was a shattering sound as Lion Bukun's finger cracked instantly, and then along with it, his entire right arm was also blown to smithereens. The power of a fist of 10 tons is not a joke. Even if Superman came, he had to be broken ribs holding the wall out. Ah! My hand ah! Lion Buchuan covered his arm and wailed in pain. But not waiting for him to shout too much, Xiao Tian's figure appeared in front of him as if he were the Grim Reaper. Seeing Xiao Tian slowly raising his right fist, with the stance of blasting out another fist, Lion Bukun was scared. Big brother, let me help you. Lion Tianya hurriedly roared angrily and blocked in front of Lion Buchuan as he roared at Xiao Tian with red eyes. If you want to kill my big brother, first step over my corpse. Xiao Tian slowly lowered his right hand. Seeing this, Lion Tianya just let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Xiao Tian had been shocked by himself. But Xiao Tian, who had lowered his arm, suddenly murmured, Bestialization! Boom! Double Dark Shadow Qilin. Xiao Tian's current genetic sequence was not just as simple as mere bestialization. His current genetic sequence had long been incomparably powerful. The instant the words fell, the countless genes within Xiao Tian's body began to collide, and then crazily reorganized and strengthened. In an instant, a strong darkness force erupted from Xiao Tian's body, completely covering his body. As the darkness force dissipated, Xiao Tian's figure reappeared on the scene. It was 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. His entire body was covered in black scales, and dark runes were flowing on each piece of scale armor. Xiao Tian's entire body had transformed into a black Qilin with 2 heads. Unlike the divine Qilin in mythology, the black Qilin that Xiao Tian had transformed into was full of demonic and evil, and it was exceptionally powerful and domineering. Compared to the two brothers who were only 2 meters in size, Xiao Tian's current state was more like a mutant beast. Grass. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly turn into this appearance, Lion Tianya's pupils quaked and his entire body was confused. Is this still a human? This was a ing monster. He was also aware of the existence of spirit beast warriors, and he was also well aware that spirit beast warriors who had obtained animal genes could enter a state of bestiality. However, the current spirit beast warriors only partially entered the animalized state, and their main ability was still to strengthen their attributes. The Xiao Tian in front of him, on the other hand, was fully bestialized. No human characteristics could be seen on his body, and he had turned into a black Qilin through and through, although his level was higher than the other party. Although at this moment, Xiao Tian did not make any defensive stance, which could be described as broken. But for some reason, Lion Tianya always had an illusion. As long as he made a move against Xiao Tian, he would die a miserable death in an instant. Big brother is my only relative in this world. If you kill him, I will take revenge for him killing you. Lion Tianya clenched his fists as he looked up at Xiao Tian, who had entered the beastly state, and suddenly turned his words around and said, "However, the current me is not your opponent, and I also ask that Big Brother does not want me to make unnecessary sacrifices." After saying these words, Lion Tianya suddenly knelt down in Lion Buchuan's direction and heavily kowtowed 3 times. "So Big Brother, it's not that my younger brother I won't take revenge for you. It's really that I have the heart to do so. This revenge of killing my body, you find another high mind." After saying this, Lion Tianya no longer hesitated, stood up, turned around and ran. Chapter 110 Realistic version of Extreme Battle Royale. Running away. Ran away. Lion Buchuan's eyes widened, first in dismay, then in indescribable rage. This bastard thing, a mouth, a big brother, really to the critical moment actually left himself alone to run away. Grass. The world is not as cool as this, right? Spare your life. Lion Buchuan endured the severe pain and looked up at Xiao Tian shivering. Initially, he did not place Xiao Tian in his eyes, instead mocking Lion Ao Tian for being desperate and actually joining forces with a human kid. But only now did he realize what kind of terrifying strength this weak human kid in his eyes possessed. Lion Ao Tian, who was fighting in the distance, also saw the tragic situation of Lion Bukun, excited and at the same time more complex. Unexpectedly, the object that he had dreamed of taking revenge on was actually so unbeatable in front of Xiao Tian. The battle had only just begun and Lion Bukun had already been subdued by Xiao Tian. Moreover, Xiao Tian was able to summon an army of darkness beings with his hands, and there was actually no need for them to make a move at all. Xiao Tian alone could indeed exterminate these two brothers' men. He could not help but recall Xiao Tian's words now. "Which place is the lair of these two brothers? Give me a direction." At that time, he had thought that Xiao Tian was pretending, but now he realized that the other party did have this ability. "Then where is the crystal that can transform the power of darkness?" Xiao Tian asked with a cold expression as he squeezed Lion Buchuan's hand with a slight force. "It is on my brother's body." Lion Buchuan's face twisted and he had gradually lost his breath. A strong sense of order swept through his heart, causing him to be incomparably terrified and desperate. After obtaining the news he wanted, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and directly snapped Lion Buchuan's neck with a forceful palm. Then his body swayed and quickly chased after him in the direction of Lion Tianya. Along the way, countless dark beings as well as altered beasts were preventing Lion Tianya from leaving. However, people would burst out their potential when they were desperate. This was the case for Lion Tianya at this moment. Driven by a strong desire to survive, the adrenaline in his body spiked wildly. All the existences that blocked his path along the way were all knocked out by him. Seeing that he was about to kill his way out of the encirclement, a flash of excitement appeared in Lion Tianya's eyes. As long as he broke out of the encirclement, he would be saved. At that time, the sky would be high enough for the birds to fly. The big deal was that he would leave Great Confucian City and never come back for the rest of his life, and no matter how powerful that Xiao Tian was, it would be very difficult to find him in Blue Star. But just at this moment, a loud noise accompanied by a chilling killing intent suddenly swept in from behind him. Lion Tianya subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and then he ghostly turned back to look. Just this glance alone almost didn't make his soul fly away on the spot and return to the Western paradise. Only Xiao Tian, who had entered the state of animalization, saw his two hideous Qilin heads angrily revealing extreme coldness. His limbs grasped the ground as he ran forward furiously with all his might, and with every step he took, the concrete ground under his feet would crack instantly. One foot stepped out. The concrete ground in a 10-meter radius would all crack and sink into a deep pit. What kind of force is this? Are you a mutant beast? Or am I a mutant beast? I'm not as powerful as you are in my animalized state. The lion Tianya urine are thrown out 3 drops, immediately entered the animalized state, transformed into a 3-meter long, covered with golden hair of the lion. Then with a roar, he madly waved his limbs and ran forward with all his might. But how could his speed compare to Xiao Tian's? Strictly speaking, this was Xiao Tian's first battle since obtaining the dual Shadow Qilin, and as one of the main enemies in the first battle. Xiao Tian naturally would not look at Lion Tianya leaving. Boom! Xiao Tian madly trampled on the ground as his figure rapidly approached Lion Tianya. Nima forced. Lion Tianya twisted his head and glanced behind him, and on the spot, his soul flew 3,000 li in fear. He couldn't continue to spend time, or else he would definitely be caught up by this ghostly thing. Lion Tianya's head spun rapidly and suddenly passed by a large truck, directly slapping the large truck that weighed several tons towards his back with a claw force. He wanted to use this to block Xiao Tian's speed. However, Xiao Tian had already gained 10 tons of strength and was still in the beastly state of the dual Shadow Qilin. A large truck was of no use. Boom! Xiao Tian slapped out a claw towards the front, and the truck was instantly slapped into a pile of iron, and the fuel in the tank leaked out, instantly exploding. Lion Tianya once again turned his head to look, only to see Xiao Tian's huge body suddenly burrowing out of the roiling smoke and dust, continuing to chase wildly towards him. Grass. Crazy. Simply crazy, ah. As his gaze locked with Xiao Tian's eyes, Lion Tianya felt like he was about to poop out. This gaze was too frightening. This person was simply a devil, and he wanted to call the police. Blue Star prided itself on being an open world and should have set up a Mutant Beast Protection Act. They mutant beasts were also lives and deserved to be protected as well. If he had a choice, he would rather not evolve into a mutant beast himself. He would rather continue to stay in the zoo and wait for death, instead of being chased by a madman at this moment. Right at this moment, a low building appeared in front of Lion Tianya. This place was originally an urban village where many staggered low buildings stood. However, because of the dark turmoil, this place was already empty. Lion Tianya's eyes lit up as he turned his direction and dashed furiously towards the direction of the city village. He intended to completely get rid of Xiao Tian with the help of the complex terrain of the city village. I have already severed my brotherly relationship with my big brother, and you still want to chase after me. Fine. Let's see if it's you, the crazy man who runs fast, or me. When the figure rushed into the city village, Lion Tianya's hanging heart completely relaxed. Now that he had successfully entered the city village, he only needed to use the terrain to slowly shake off this madman next. This should be safe, right? Carrying this glimmer of hope, Lion Tianya, full of expectations, subconsciously twisted his head to look. This look pulled out 3 on the spot, only to see a small 3-story building instantly explode and then collapse into a pile of rubble. Xiao Tian's demonic-like figure rushed out from it in a strong and domineering manner. Lion Tianya's mentality collapsed a bit, but he was unwilling to give up even a shred of hope and could only continue to circle around. Just at this moment, boom! Another loud bang came out, and another small 3-story building was strongly smashed by Xiao Tian. Lion Tianya wanted to use the complicated buildings to go around in circles with Xiao Tian, but who would have thought that Xiao Tian would be simple and rough, directly crashing into the various buildings that blocked the way. In just a few minutes' time or less, Xiao Tian rushed close to Lion Tianya, his sharp claws stabbing into the latter's lion tail, followed by a forceful fling. With a loud rumbling sound, Lion Tianya let out a miserable scream and was directly thrown heavily onto the ground by Xiao Tian. A deep pit was smashed out of the ground, and Lion Tianya also let out a miserable cry as he was heavily set into the ground. The entire body was shattered and fractured. Chapter 111. Desire to Cry, Desperate Batch. Lion Tianya kept breathing, his sunken chest undulating as he gazed in horror, despairing as he realized that his limbs had lost consciousness. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian put away his animalized state and appeared near him in a human stance, stepping on his face. Lion Tianya did not speak. He had never been as terrified in his life as he was today. This guy was not a human. He was a devil, a figure that was several times more terrifying than the Dark Lord. The only trace of hope that remained in Lion Tianya's heart was completely annihilated as Xiao Tian stepped out with this foot. He was just about to open his mouth to beg for forgiveness when Xiao Tian took the first step and said, "Where is that crystal that can purify the power of darkness? You are chasing after me because of this crystal?" Lion Tianya was shocked and coughed violently a few times before hurriedly pursuing the question. Xiao Tian did not say anything, only his gaze grew deeper and deeper, clearly having acquiesced to his intentions. Xiao Tian. Me. Grass. You. Mom. When he received this bloodthirsty reply, Lion Tianya's eyes were wide with rage. He had already broken bones all over his body, and now, under the attack of anger, a large mouthful of blood spewed out along with his broken internal organs. You chased me for half a day, but only because of a crystal that can purify the power of darkness? I thought you were going to kill me to silence me. Just a crystal, you will not ing speak earlier. You asked me for a crystal, do I still dare not give it? Although this crystal is special, it is only able to purify the power of darkness, and the amount of purification is still very small, so it is not too useful for Lion Tianya. If he could exchange this crystal for his own little life, he would be disrespecting himself if he hesitated for even one more second. You want the crystal, say it earlier. You ask me for it? Are you still afraid that I won't give it to you? Lion Tianya laughed bitterly. His entire body was like a deflated ball of leather. Countless words to insult Xiao Tian were brewing in his heart, but in the end, he did not dare to say them. The crystal is in my pants pocket. I have shattered and fractured my limbs. I can't move anymore, so take it yourself. Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense. Following Lion Tianya's guidance, he did pull out a crystal from the other party's pants pocket. The crystal appeared white in color, and there was a faint warmth after entering his hand. In terms of appearance, it was almost impossible to see any special features. After playing with it for a while, Xiao Tian stretched out his left hand and released a trace of darkness power towards the crystal. When this darkness force touched the crystal, it was immediately sucked into it and then transformed into a warm current. It was really effective. Xiao Tian's gaze condensed and his heart burst with ecstasy. This crystal was the real deal, so the development of a device capable of converting the darkness force on a large scale would be a success. Xiao Tian carefully put away the crystal and glanced down at the half-dead Lion Tianya before turning around and leaving. He had agreed to cooperate with Lion Ao Tian mainly because of this crystal, but now that Lion Bukun was dead and the crystal was in his hands, the death or life of this Lion Tianya had nothing to do with him. The sky did not know when a light rain fell. Lion Tianya looked towards Xiao Tian's departing back, gasping for air in silence. A line of liquid slid down the corner of his eyes, and he could no longer tell if it was tears or rain. When Xiao Tian rediscovered Lion Pride Sky, he found that the 3 graceful lionesses had already been rescued and were embracing Lion Pride Sky. It should be said or not, these 3 lionesses were human-like at the moment, only retaining some of the lion's features on their bodies. The looks were quite pretty, and definitely belonged to the beauty level when placed in human society. No wonder this Lion Ao Tian would not be able to forget about them. Right now, the battle had also been resolved, and since the 2 brothers had fled, the rest of the people scattered, dying and fleeing. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tian collected all the mutant beasts and the army of dark beings. Then he patted Fatty Hai's shoulder and the 2 of them turned around and left at the same time. Xiao Tian. Right at this moment, Lion Ao Tian suddenly called out to Xiao Tian and sincerely said, "I owe you a favor." Xiao Tian ignored it and continued to leave. In the end, he had agreed to make a move for nothing more than this crystal, and he did not need the other party to be grateful to him. After seeing Xiao Tian's terror, Lion Ao Tian's many juniors were not angered by Xiao Tian's rudeness. Such a ruthless person. Whoever messed with him was destined to be sentenced to death. "Big brother, are we going back now?" Someone suddenly asked. "Naturally, we have to go back. Go back and all get ready. We have to leave Great Confucian City as soon as possible and find a place to settle down again." Lion Ao Tian looked at Xiao Tian's departing back and sighed. "It's hard for us to develop when there's a ruthless person like Xiao Tian in Big Ru City, and even though we've been able to take human form, we're still mutant beasts after all. The human society is not suitable for us. Right now, many of our fellow clansmen have moved to Xichang City. Let's go there as well. If we are lucky, we might be able to win a chance of survival." It was freezing cold in Great Confucian City. Inside the villa, however, it was as warm as spring. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian found Shin Cholan and handed over the white crystal. "With this crystal, it should be possible to develop what you need, but I need time." Shin Cholan looked seriously at Xiao Tian after briefly studying the crystal for a while. Xiao Tian was naturally clear that this kind of thing could not be rushed, but there was not much time left until the next opening of the Forbidden Land. About how long will it take to get it done? Shun Qiulan's white fingers rested against her chin as she pondered for a long time and said, if I work hard during this period of time, I estimate that I can get it done in 5 days. After all, with this crystal, it's actually quite simple to do. 5 days. It was indeed very fast. Good. I'll wait for your good news in 5 days. And you can also tell me directly what you need during this period of time, and I'll go get it for you. Shun Qiulan guffawed and blew a mouthful of hot air into Xiao Tian's ear, teasing, people work overtime for you. Don't you have anything to show for it? Xiao Tian also smiled slightly and backhanded Shun Qiulan's slender waist. After things are over, I'll accompany you in double rows. Let's sit until dawn. Shun Qiulan instantly broke her defense and quickly broke away from Xiao Tian's embrace, waving her hand and saying, there's nothing for you to do here for the time being. You go first, I'm going to start getting busy. Double row. And sitting until dawn. She stated that her weak body bones really couldn't bear it. Rather than a reward, this was more of a punishment. This kid was good at everything, pouring his heart out to his own people, having face value and strength. The only beauty is that it is too powerful, as if it is endless. Time passes in an instant. The 5 days ended, and Shun Qiulan had successfully developed what Xiao Tian wanted. It was also on this day. Forbidden lands appeared in every city in the Dragon Kingdom at the same time. Chapter 112 Brother, help me. With the psychological shadow caused by the last dark hedge, not many people dared to directly enter it this time. After all, no one dared to guarantee that there would not be any accidents this time. But the world never lacked bold people. Soon enough, there were people who were bold enough to enter the spatial vortex one after another. Almost at the same moment, Xiao Tian's side also prepared the required supplies and brought Yen Ruyu and the others to enter the Forbidden Land. This time, Xiao Tian only brought along Chu Yao and Fatty Hai, while the rest of the people continued to sit in the villa. Right now, the cold wave was sweeping across the entire Blue Star, even though the defense level of the villa was already very high, and there was also the dark ancient tree outside the villa to guard it. However, no one dared to guarantee that there would not be any mistakes. Moreover, this time, the reason why Xiao Tian decided to bring Chu Yao along had another purpose. Chu Yao's animalization ability had not fully awakened yet, and she needed to absorb the power of darkness in order to gradually strengthen her body. This time, Xiao Tian brought Chu Yao along with him to see if he could take the opportunity to let Chu Yao completely awaken her beastization ability. After the group of 3 passed through the spatial vortex, the familiar scene appeared in front of their eyes once again. The pitch-black world did not have any light. Only a blood moon was suspended above their heads, and no stars could be seen. The nearby space was covered by a layer of mist and visibility was extremely low. Xiao Tian breathed in a mouthful of turbid air, then looked down at the object in his hand. It was an oval-shaped piece, somewhat similar to an offensive grenade, and was the purification device that Shun Qiulan had built for him. As long as he used the power of the device, Xiao Tian could purify all the darkness into energy that he could absorb. This time, he was prepared to go big. There is no danger here for the time being, so try absorbing the darkness power here. I'll keep an eye out for you. Xiao Tian did not rush to start absorbing the darkness energy, but instead looked at Chu Yao and said, good. Chu Yao nodded her head. After spending this period of time together, she had long since completely trusted Xiao Tian. Immediately, she sat cross-legged on the ground, and then began to utilize her power to absorb the darkness force in the Forbidden Land. As Chu Yao released her power, the nearby darkness force actively approached towards Chu Yao, as if it had been pulled. And then it was absorbed by Chu Yao's brow center. However, as time passed, this suction force did not stop but instead became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the nearby darkness force actually formed a vortex that was madly transported towards Chu Yao's body. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Tian could not hide the shock in his heart. The speed at which this niece absorbed the darkness force was also a little too fast. He was able to absorb the darkness force after absorbing the genetic sequence of the first and second heavenly masters, and he could do it this fast or even faster. However, at such a speed of absorbing the darkness force, Xiao Tian would probably have entered a berserk state long ago. On the contrary, Chu Yao was unharmed. Her body was like a bottomless pit, crazily and greedily absorbing the darkness force in space. Finally, half an hour later, Chu Yao stopped absorbing the darkness power, and a lotus flower pattern emerged in the center of her eyebrows. Lotus flowers gave people the feeling of being sacred and pure, but the lotus pattern between Chu Yao's brows took on a bizarre ink-black color. It gave off an incomparably demonic and evil feeling. In the next moment, Chu Yao suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. How does the body feel? Only after determining that Chu Yao was not about to enter the state of going berserk did Xiao Tian then asked in a loud voice. It feels good. My body is full of strength. Chu Yao replied after pondering for a while. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly came from the nearby mists. Immediately afterward, a darkness being suddenly tore through the mists and rushed over towards Chu Yao. Before Xiao Tian could make a move, Chu Yao violently turned around and subconsciously raised her right arm. In the center of her palm, a dark vortex gradually condensed. The next moment, the nearby darkness force was mobilized, and a lotus flower condensed by the darkness force suddenly surfaced underneath that darkness being's feet. The lotus flower appeared and instantly expanded and extended 8 petals to completely cover the darkness being. Then it exploded with a loud bang. Fatty Hai at the side broke out in a cold sweat as he watched, looking at the goddess of his heart instantly feeling unscented. A darkness being was killed in seconds with a single thought. Was this still human? Was this still the national goddess he once had in his heart? Moreover, ever since absorbing the power of darkness, Chu Yao's temperament had changed drastically. While the beginning of her was pure and overflowing, the current one had a few more points of unfathomable. Even Xiao Tian was incomparably surprised, not expecting Chu Yao after awakening her beast formation ability to be so terrifying. After recalling Chu Yao's previous attack, Xiao Tian also subconsciously began to think. If the darkness being from before was replaced with him, would he be able to withstand this attack? Xiao Tian did not know, as this kind of thing had to be personally tried before he could come up with a definite answer. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Chu Yao turned to look at Xiao Tian and said with incomparable sincerity. The current her felt quite good. She was finally no longer a fish or meat to be slaughtered. If she had obtained this power when she was forced into marriage by her parents, she wouldn't have been forced into a corner. Let's go and see what good things are here. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned around and walked forward. Seeing this, Chu Yao hurriedly followed. Fatty Hai, on the other hand, walked behind silently by himself, subconsciously pulling away from Chu Yao at a certain distance. The current goddess was not one to be messed with. It was better to stay away. As the 3 of them continued to move forward, they also encountered many dark beings along the way. But this time, there was no need for Xiao Tian to make a move, and Chu Yao was able to easily exterminate these dark beings. The more Fatty Hai watched, the more alarmed he became. Previously, Chu Yao was the weakest existence within the villa because although she had also obtained the power of a spirit beast warrior, in the end, she hadn't completely unlocked the power of bestiality. But now, after Chu Yao absorbed the power of darkness as if she had changed into a different person, he in turn became the weakest person in the villa again. Right at this moment, the 3 of them suddenly heard a scuffle coming from the front. When the 3 rushed along with the source of the sound, they found 2 teams of people fighting. 3 of them were at a disadvantage, while the 5 on the other side had achieved absolute suppression. We clearly discovered this Ganoderma first. You guys are taking it by force. Among the 3, the woman in the lead said viciously. Hee, after the dark turmoil descended, this world is originally the weak and the strong. So what if we take it by force? The man at the head of the 5 people sneered disdainfully. However, right at this moment, the 8 people suddenly noticed Xiao Tian's 3 people who appeared on the side at the same time. The 8 people froze at the same time, subconsciously feeling that Xiao Tian looked somewhat familiar, but they could not recall where they had met. Xiao Tian's appearance was indeed familiar to many people. However, this was a forbidden area, and with the thick mist in the vicinity and the distance between the 2 sides, a few people were not able to see so clearly. Right at this moment, the woman who was the leader among those 3 people suddenly got up and ran over towards Xiao Tian. Brother, they are forceful and unreasonable. Help us. As long as you are willing to help us, I am willing to give my body to serve you well. The woman knelt down in front of Xiao Tian's near front with a soft appearance, her small white hands tugging at Xiao Tian's pants leg, lifting her head to look at Xiao Tian and said pitifully, Chapter 113 Strength is powerful, just hard robbery. The woman seemed to be worried about Xiao Tian's refusal, and as she spoke, she was able to pull the hanging shoulder down a few times, revealing a large part of the scenery. The woman's appearance is good, plus at this time this kind of pathetic posture, as well as that mouth a brother. But where a normal man is very difficult to hold. At least one side of the Fatsi eyes are looking straight. If the other pleading person is himself, he guessed that he has long agreed. But who is Xiao Tian? He was not another man who only thought with his lower body. Moreover, putting aside Yen Ruyu, Shen Qilan, and other women at home, the Chu Yao standing by his side right now alone was definitely not something that a woman could compare to. A woman's looks are good, but everything is afraid of making comparisons. If placed in front of Chu Yao for a comparison, the highs and lows would be immediately judged. Scram! Xiao Tian's lips lightly opened and faintly spat out this word. Brother, you? The woman didn't seem to expect that she had used up all her cards, but in the end, she had only exchanged Xiao Tian's word roll. Was this man insane? Did he not like women? She used to be the school flower, and after graduation, she was the flower of the department, and would be pursued by countless men wherever she went. But now it was actually rejected by a teenager. Thinking that she hadn't made herself clear, the woman continued to tug on Xiao Tian's pants leg and said in a pitiful manner, Brother, as long as you help me, any position, any direction, I can satisfy you. Xiao Tian's forehead veins rippled. This time the words were not even lazy and he directly kicked the woman out. Kid, you seek death. Actually hitting someone with your hands. It is said that a gentleman uses his mouth and not his hands. Is there a man like you? What kind of man are you? The two men beside the woman reacted and cursed at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was infuriated and laughed at the situation. Just because he was not willing to help them, this group of people started to denigrate and humiliate themselves. Was this thinking that he looked like a good person and thought that he was easy to bully? Xiao Tian turned his head to look at Chu Yao. Dare to kill someone? Ever since Chu Yao came to the villa, it seemed that she had not killed a single person. In the current chaotic world, not being able to tolerate killing even if one's strength was strong would result in a great loss. Killing was not to fulfill one's desires, but for self-preservation. Dare! Chu Yao nodded, then took a step forward. Although she had never killed anyone before, she had never even killed a chicken or a fish. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, she had also seen many of the darker sides of human nature. Killing was for self-preservation, and now that she had awakened her animalistic ability, she would face this sooner or later in the future. Chu Yao stretched out her right hand, and a dark lotus flower suddenly emerged from underneath the feet of the two men. Before the two men could figure out what was happening, their bodies were completely covered by the lotus petals before they exploded into a bloody mist. Two muffled sounds came out, and the two men died instantly and miserably, without even a single cry of grief having the chance to be emitted. Dead! The woman who had been kicked out was completely stunned. How could she not have imagined that there was actually someone else who possessed such a means? I was wrong. Please let me go. I really know I'm wrong. I won't dare anymore. Seeing Chu Yao's gaze towards herself, the woman was so scared that she lost her color, hurriedly kowtowing frantically to pray for forgiveness. Chu Yao couldn't decide what to do and turned to look at Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian did not reply and instead looked at Chu Yao with a smiling face. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Chu Yao already had a decision in her heart and slowly raised her hand to aim at the woman. The next moment, the woman's body was also covered by flower petals and then exploded into skin fragments. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded appreciatively. Chu Yao was not a chaotic Madonna, nor was she a woman with big breasts. The best way to face such a person was to drive them to extinction in order to eliminate any future problems. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. Chu Yao shook her head. Perhaps because I'm used to seeing such scenes, I didn't feel any discomfort. Xiao Tian nodded his head and then looked at the 5 people in front of him. Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze looking at them, the 5 people subconsciously retreated backward, panic written all over their faces. They had all watched Chu Yao strike earlier and had killed 3 spirit beast warriors in seconds with just a lift of their hands. This woman's strength was absolutely unfathomable. The Forbidden Land was filled with danger everywhere. Not only did they need to face the dark spirits that could appear at any time, they also needed to watch out for other spirit beast warriors. If they consumed too much here, the loss would definitely outweigh the gain. We don't know them, we'll leave now so we won't bother you all. The man in the lead was quite sensible. After saying that, he intended to retreat with the people around him. Wait! Xiao Tian, however, suddenly called out to the several people. Leave the things behind. The man in charge subconsciously looked at the 5 lingji in his hand. These 5 lingji were blood-colored and each one was the size of a palm. There were also Ganoderma lucidums on the blue planet, and there were quite a variety of them. But these 5 lingji in the man's hands were not ordinary things. These lingji were products of the Forbidden Land. As long as they were swallowed, no matter what level of spirit beast warrior they were, they could instantly restore the power that had been consumed. But obviously, as good as the stuff was, one needed to have the life to enjoy it. After some rights and interests, the man finally put down the 5 spirit Ganoderma and nodded at Xiao Tian and the others before leading them to quickly leave. Big brother, these 5 Lingji contain extremely strong life force within them, and after swallowing them, they can instantly heal the injuries and consumption within the body. Fatty Hai said with incomparable excitement after picking up the Lingji and observing them briefly. Put it away. Xiao Tian nodded and then continued on his way with the 2 of them. This time, the 3 had only been on the road for a short while when they encountered another accident. It turned out to be a group of people fighting over a special crystal. The crystal was a light blue color, and there was a special power flowing inside. This crystal, Xiao Tian knew that it was an extremely strong material that could be used to create various weapons. Spirit beast warriors actually needed weapons as well, and a good or bad weapon could even determine whether a battle was won or lost. It was just that, at this current stage, the level of the spirit beast warriors was generally weak, so they could not be used for the time being. At this moment, there were 3 teams of people fighting each other for the crystal. There were 6 people in each of the 3 teams, and with 6 spirit beast warriors striking out at the same time, the scene appeared incomparably chaotic. Big brother, should we watch the fire from the other side of the river and then do a yellow bird? Fatty Hai scratched his head and suddenly proposed. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head and directly walked towards the direction of the battlefield of a few people as he spoke. Let's just go over directly. This kind of thing, watching the fire from across the river, was something that would only happen if the gap in strength between the 2 sides was not too large. However, the levels of the 3 teams in front of them generally did not exceed level 21. On the contrary, Xiao Tian's level had long surpassed theirs, and under the absolute suppression of strength, any other plotting and scheming would be bull. Since he was strong enough, he could just go out and rob them hard and be done with it. Fatty Hai also instantly understood Xiao Tian's meaning. Just as Xiao Tian's trio stepped out of the mist, the 3 parties discovered them at the same time. Before they could take the lead to speak, Fatty Hai stood out with his arms crossed in arrogance and said, "This crystal has been spotted by my big brother. Now put down your things and you can get lost." Chapter 1:14-18 Worlds Descend. Looking at Fatty Hai, who had his arms crossed and an extremely arrogant expression, the 3 parties froze at the same time. After a long period of silence, I don't know who suddenly came up with such a sentence. Fatty Hai frowned and backhandedly pulled out a talisman from his waist and threw it out. He was harmless in front of Xiao Tian and the others, but in the end, he was also a contemporary heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Boom! The talisman suddenly exploded above the 3 parties, turning into countless golden threads that bound everyone in place. What the hell is this? What tactic is this fatty using? I can't move. All of them were shocked as the golden threads lassoed their limbs, fixing them in place as if they were crucifixes. Moreover, the golden threads were extremely resilient. No matter how hard they tried to break free, they were always ineffective. Fatty C, greatly grinning, walked forward, came to a middle-aged man near the front. Just now that sentence was what this person cursed out. Are you good? Fatty Hai threw out a slap. The middle-aged man ate pain with a cry, his eyes red and angry, cursed. Do you know who the old man is? Lousy is not your father. Who you are has nothing to do with Lousy. Fatty Hai laughed in anger and backhanded another slap. The middle-aged man was so angry that he wailed, but couldn't do anything about Fatty Hai because his limbs were bound. I like you like this, obviously very upset but can't me off. Fatty C smiled exceptionally brightly. Then he stretched out his head as if pretending to be a bully and provoked. You hit me! You hit me! Xiao Tian and Chu Yao in the front looked at each other in disbelief and then covered their faces at the same time. This was the 96th time Xiao Tian doubted Fatty Hai's true identity. To be reasonable, who is a heavenly master like Fatty Hai, who shines when given some sunlight and pretends when given some opportunity. Perhaps the Dragon Tiger Mountain in Great Confucian City has really withered in talent. Otherwise, how could this dead fat man become a contemporary heavenly master? However, just at this moment, the golden threads that bound the crowd suddenly and rapidly became dim. There was a click. The 3 parties broke free from the golden silk threads at the same time and regained their freedom. Xiao Tian could swear to the heavens that he had not even reacted and had only blinked his eyes for a moment. When he once again came back to his senses, he discovered that Fatty Hai, who was 10 meters away, had restood beside him at an unknown time. Looking forward like a nobody, Xiao Tian, strike together and finish them off first. The middle-aged man suddenly pointed at Fatty Hai and shouted angrily after moving his limbs. The rest of the people also reacted and rushed over in the direction of Fatty Hai at the same time. Originally, the three of them were fighting in full swing, when Fatty Hai suddenly rushed out to bind the crowd, and even uttered words of humiliation. How could they stand it? Therefore, they intended to temporarily join hands and finish off Xiao Tian's group first. It was a pity that the fog was so big that they did not see Xiao Tian's appearance. Otherwise, they would not have dared to make a move even if they were given 100 guts. Seeing this, Fatty Hai did not have any panic. Instead, he stood calmly in place. His own big brother was standing in front of him. Even if this group of people really had the strength, they would not want to touch a hair on his head. In an instant, the middle-aged man rushed to the front of Fatty Hai, his hands into a tiger's palm, just want a Fatty Hai a fist smashed down. However, his eyes inadvertently glanced to the side and noticed Xiao Tian's presence. Under such a close distance, he finally saw Xiao Tian's face clearly. The face in front of him overlapped infinitely with the face in his memory. The middle-aged man's body trembled and he let out a scream of fright. Then he was casually slapped to death by Xiao Tian. The crowd at the back was still unclear about what exactly happened. They just suddenly heard the middle-aged man's shocked cry before his head was slapped to pieces. Although they weren't clear on what exactly happened, how could so many of them be scared by three people? So the crowd still desperately charged forward. All of them were thinking of continuing to fight for the crystals after resolving the three people from Fatty Hai. Right at this moment, the second unlucky person rushed close to Xiao Tian and also got a good look at Xiao Tian. Snap! Like the previous middle-aged man, this person first let out a cry of shock, and then his head was simply and roughly slapped by Xiao Tian. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth. It wasn't until there were only 3 people left at the scene that these 3 people realized that something was wrong. But when they wanted to run away, it was already too late. 3 black lotus flowers bloomed from the soles of their feet, instantly covering them in it. Accompanied by 3 muffled sounds, the 3 of them simultaneously exploded. Only after he finished resolving the 3 parties in a lighthearted manner did Xiao Tian step forward to pick up the crystal. The 3 of them continued on their way. However, this time, not long after they had just gone on their way, Xiao Tian had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart and mind. He suddenly stopped his steps and scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. "Big brother, is there something to discover?" Fatty Hai could not help but ask when he saw this. Chu Yao also followed suit and looked at Xiao Tian curiously.
No.
Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "It's just that it suddenly feels strange, like someone is spying on us, but I didn't sense the presence of anyone else around." Xiao Tian did not think much about it and only felt that it was an illusion. However, as the few people continued to advance, this feeling of being spied on grew stronger instead of disappearing. This also finally made Xiao Tian realize that it was not an illusion, but that he was really being spied on. Just being spied on and not being able to perceive the other party's existence, the other party's strength was clearly above his own. And it was far beyond himself. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian's blood boiled throughout his entire body and was ready to enter a fighting state at any time. An enemy whose strength far exceeded his own. This level of existence he had not encountered so far. Worthy of being a variant, actually sensing our presence. Right at this moment, a shadowy laughter suddenly rang out from the dimly lit space. Immediately afterward, a shadowy figure covered in mist appeared near the 3 of them. Dark Lord. After seeing the figure clearly, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and said subconsciously, "That's right, I am none other than the Triple Sky Sovereign." The Triple Heavens Sovereign spoke indifferently and then continued, "You have destroyed 2 of my sovereigns one after the other. You are really good." Xiao Tian said indifferently, "You should not have appeared here just to say this nonsense, right? Worthy of being the brat who annihilated 2 lords in a row, you are indeed arrogant." The Triple Heavenly Juggernaut coldly laughed. Xiao Tian's rampancy was beyond his imagination. This seat is in charge of 18 worlds under its banner, and these 18 worlds are all worlds that were once devoured by this seat. The living beings of these worlds have been eroded by darkness and have completely become a part of my darkness clan. This seat has already completely opened the passage between these 18 and the Blue Star, and you will know all of this when you leave the Forbidden Land. This is considered a great gift from this seat to you, and I hope that you will like this great gift. The Triple Heavenly Sovereign finished speaking and smiled broadly as his figure gradually disappeared into thin air. The crisis was lifted. However, Xiao Tian's heart was instantly in his throat. The passageways of the 18 worlds had been opened with the blue star. Then what kind of situation was the blue star in now? Could the villa's defense withstand this crisis? Chapter 1:15 World Destroying Despair. Big brother, what should we do now? Fatty Hai and Chu Yao both had equally ugly faces. The living beings of the 18 worlds had all merged into the darkness, and now the passageways of these 18 worlds had been connected to the blue star. Who knew what the blue star would become afterward? Although it was unclear about the general situation of these 18 worlds, there were billions of humans on the blue star alone. The living beings on the other worlds were not expected to be too few. Even if there were only a billion living beings in one world, the 18 worlds combined would be 18 billion living beings. 180 million living beings descending on Blue Star at the same time. What kind of impact would this bring? It wouldn't be too much to say it was the end of the world. I still underestimated the Dark Lord. Xiao Tian exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and forced himself to calm down. Previously, he had only thought that the gap that existed between Dark Lords was only in terms of strength. But now he realized that he was quite completely wrong. The first Heaven's Dominator had been destroyed by Xiao Tian before he had completely descended. The two Heaven's Dominator who had forcefully descended was similarly snuffed out in advance by Xiao Tian. The strength and methods of these two great masters were mediocre, which caused Xiao Tian to not be too wary of the three Heaven's Masters behind him. As a result now, the third Heaven's Dominator had used such a means even though he had not yet descended. Connecting 18 worlds. This was still only the third Heaven's Dominator. If it was the four heavens, or even the five Heaven's Dominator in the back, what kind of heaven-defying means should they possess? Xiao Tian did not dare to think about it. But it was pointless to think too much now. They should first consider how to get through the immediate crisis. First find the spatial vortex to leave this place. Xiao Tian made an immediate decision. Since he knew that Blue Star was in a crisis situation now, he could not continue to stay here. The three of them began to return the same way and soon found the spatial vortex and left this place without any problems. With a flash of light, the three of them left the Forbidden Land and returned to Blue Star. Looking at the great Confucian city in front of them, the three of them froze at the same time. The original Great Confucian city was also a bustling city, although it had been desolate after experiencing the effects of the dark unrest. But at least one could still see the prosperity it once had. However, now the entire city had become flat. Almost all of the tall buildings had collapsed into piles of rubble. Skyscrapers, high-grade apartments, residential neighborhoods, downtown stadiums. All kinds of buildings were destroyed beyond recognition, and even the concrete floors were destroyed. We've only left for less than an hour, right? Fatty Hai's mouth opened wide, incomparably stunned. What in the world has happened to Blue Star during this period of time? Chu Yao followed suit and murmured softly. Fatty Hai suddenly noticed something and hurriedly pointed to the sky. Big brother, look! Xiao Tian looked up and saw that 18 huge black holes had appeared above the sky at an unknown time. The black holes were bottomless and slowly rotating, like hideous maws crazily spitting out dense darkness power. The entire world was completely covered in darkness. At the same time, in these 18 huge black holes, countless black shadows flashed out at any time, spreading crazily to the entire Blue Star. These black shadows were not insects or animals or anything like that, but rather, they were all otherworldly beings that had been eroded by the darkness. Just a single glance caused Fatty Hai and Chu Yao to be terrified. So many otherworldly beings. They felt despair at just a glance, and it was hard to imagine so many otherworldly beings descending on Blue Star at the same time. What kind of scene would it be now across the globe of Blue Star? Let's go back to the villa first. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Now, he could only go back to the villa first, hoping that the villa's defenses would be able to withstand this onslaught. Xiao Tian's defense of the villa had already been pulled to its fullest, and Yen Ruyu and the others also possessed a certain amount of combat power. Moreover, there was still the dark ancient tree outside the villa to support the scene. More importantly, even if the passageways of the 18 worlds were now connected to the Blue Star, it would be impossible to teleport over too many otherworldly beings at once. The three of them were silent while quickly rushing in the direction of the villa. As for taking a car, there was no such possibility at all. Now, as far as the eye can see, everything has turned into ruins. Even the tall buildings have been destroyed, and the vehicles on the road have long since become a pile of metal fragments. Fortunately, this place is not very far from the direction of the villa. The three of them managed to reach the villa in 10 minutes. The other villas in the vicinity of the villa area had also long been leveled to the ground. However, the villa where Yen Ryu and the others were located was unharmed. Outside the villa, a shocking battle was breaking out at the moment. Tens of thousands of humanoid figures were frantically attacking the villa. Their entire bodies were covered in the power of darkness, as if they were walking corpses. Terrifying hissing sounds continuously exploded into the sky. Luckily, the villa's defenses were firm enough, and all the directions were reinforced by materials obtained from the Forbidden Land. The attacks of these otherworldly beings could not shake the villa's defenses for the time being. Moreover, outside the villa, Yen Ryu and the others had already joined the battlefield. Yen Tianxing had already entered his animalized state and started fighting the otherworldly beings. Yen Ryu, on the other hand, was at the back using her power to heal Yen Tianxing's injuries. Even Shen Qiulan had taken out a submachine gun and was frantically pulling the trigger on the otherworldly beings. At the entrance of the villa, the dark ancient tree's body swelled and countless vines madly lashed at the otherworldly beings. Every time the whip fell, dozens of otherworldly beings were shattered into blood mist. However, it couldn't help that the number of otherworldly beings was huge, and after a batch of otherworldly beings were exterminated, new ones would soon populate the area. I can't hold out much longer. Right at this moment, Yen Tianxing at the very front gasped for air and said loudly. His body was already hanging with colors, and his stamina was nearly depleted. This gang of monsters that appeared out of nowhere suddenly appeared and started destroying the city, and then began to frantically attack the villa. In order to prevent the villa's defenses from being breached, Yen Tianxing could only personally step in to surround them. But he was only one person in the end, and even with Yen Ryu's healing power, he had already reached his limit. Dad, hold on for a while longer. Xiao Tian and the others are definitely close to returning, Yen Ryu said loudly. After constantly healing Yen Tianxing's body, she had also reached her limit a long time ago. If I had known that I would have continued to stay in the dark forbidden land in the first place, what's going on now? The dark ancient tree's entire tree went numb. Tens of thousands of otherworldly beings were frantically besieging it. This kind of scene was quite shocking to him as well. As long as there were enough ants to even bite an elephant to death. With so many otherworldly beings, even if Xiao Tian came back, he guessed that it would be difficult to change the situation. Blue Star. It seemed like it was going to be over. Just as everyone was exhausted and gradually became despondent, Xiao Tian's trio finally appeared on the scene. Chapter 116 Zombie Siege. The dark ancient tree was the first to discover the returning Xiao Tian trio, and was so excited that he almost burst into old tears. It wasn't that it was a small farewell. It was mainly because he was miserable. He and Yen Tianxing were the only two people in the villa who currently had real combat power. But although Yen Tianxing was a spirit beast warrior, his combat power was not considered powerful at best. He was sturdy and durable. He was a human sandbag that drew fire, and the number of otherworldly beings he killed was quite limited. To put it bluntly, Yen Tianxing's task was to take a beating. Unlike the dark ancient tree, not only did he have to take a beating, but he also had to make a move to exterminate these otherworldly beings. Even though his attacking methods were much richer than Yen Tianxing's, he was still powerless in the face of the tidal wave of otherworldly beings. Moreover, because of his huge size, he attracted the most firepower. Almost half of the otherworldly beings on the scene had their gazes locked onto him at the same time and were attacking him frantically. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian and the three of them directly entered the battle state after witnessing the battle situation on the scene. Xiao Tian entered his bestialized state and instantly annihilated a large number of otherworldly beings with a single sprint. Although these otherworldly beings were numerous, their strength was relatively ordinary and none of them were spiritually intelligent. Unlike the altered beasts, even at the beginning of the Dark Unrest, the altered beasts had some spiritual intelligence of their own. These otherworldly beings, on the other hand, had been completely eroded by the darkness, and they were more like zombies in a doomsday movie, neither able to think nor perceive pain, as if they only knew how to attack brainlessly. Chu Yao's side also struck out. Her jade hand waved, and a black lotus flower continuously condensed and successively exploded on the scene. Every time a black lotus flower bloomed, an otherworldly being would spill their blood on the spot. Fatty Hai was not idle on his side either, as he threw out a piece of talisman paper in his hand, and the fire instantly covered a large area. The otherworldly beings that were within the range of the flames, without exception, were cremated on the spot and ascended to heaven. At this moment, Fatty Hai's eyes were sharp, and his strikes were also quite decisive and ruthless, which gave him the demeanor of a contemporary heavenly master. As Xiao Tian and the three of them struck out at the same time, the situation at the scene was instantly rewritten. The army of otherworldly beings was hardened and a gap was blasted out by the three of them. Yan Tiansheng, who was fighting a fierce battle outside the villa, also noticed Xiao Tian's trio in the crowd, and his eyes turned a little red at that moment. He was ready to die. If Xiao Tian hadn't returned, he would have pulled on the dark ancient tree to break the back and block these otherworldly beings. Then let Yen Ruyu and the other women go first. It was good that Xiao Tian was back now. He did not have to go to his death either. Xiao Tian, Yen Ruyu and Xin Qiulan, who were inside the villa's gate, also noticed Xiao Tian in the crowd at the same time, and their eyes glowed at the same time. Originally somewhat exhausted, they did not know what was going on and suddenly felt an explosion of strength. Yen Ruyu began to desperately restore Yen Tianxing's injuries. Xin Qiulan, on the other hand, stepped on the steps with one foot, wiped off the fragrant sweat on her forehead, and gripped the submachine gun with both hands and tightened the trigger with a deadly grip. Da-da-da-da. Red-colored fire dragons continuously erupted from the muzzle of the gun, shooting the otherworldly beings along the way into a hornet's nest. However, such attacks were not fatal, and these otherworldly beings were still able to move freely even though their bodies were riddled with holes. Xiao Tian's side also realized that something was wrong. Under his bestialized state, he was able to tear the otherworldly beings into two pieces with a single claw. However, what frightened Xiao Tian was that even after being split into two, these guys were still aggressive. It was like a small force that could not be defeated. Are these things all immortal? Xiao Tian murmured softly with his brows furrowed. Brother Xiao Tian, these otherworldly living beings have all been eroded by the power of darkness, and they can no longer be called living beings. The head is their weak point. Only by attacking the head will they die completely. Right at this moment, Bai Xiao Tian appeared out of nowhere and shouted at Xiao Tian. The villa was divided into the front door and the back door. Yen Ruyu and the others defended the front door while she was defending the back alone. It was fortunate that she was a darkness vanguard and her own strength was not low, and with the fact that there were not many otherworldly beings at the back door, she was able to hold out until now. Hearing Bai Xiaoyan's reminder, Xiao Tian did not talk nonsense and slapped the head of the otherworldly being in front of him. After being slapped on the head, this otherworldly being hissed and then completely stopped moving. It really worked. Seeing that it was effective, Xiao Tian quickly adjusted his mindset and exclusively shot towards the head of the otherworldly being. Chu Yao and the others did the same. Luckily, there were no accidents, and the otherworldly beings whose heads were blown apart lost their movements almost instantly. However, the number of these otherworldly beings was simply too many, and even with the addition of Xiao Tian's 3 people, it still seemed like a drop in the bucket. The Een Soul streamer on Xiao Tian shook, and thousands of darkness spirit armies appeared at the same time to kill the otherworldly beings. This was an unprecedented battle. This was an encounter between the darkness beings and the otherworldly beings. Luckily, knowing the weaknesses of the other side, the battle progressed quite smoothly. In half an hour's time, all the otherworldly beings were killed. Xiao Tian also retrieved the army of dark living spirits. If you had come back a little slower, I guess I would have died directly here. The dark ancient tree looked toward Xiao Tian slyly and sighed. Your blue star is so dangerous. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth trembled. Compared to the blue star, the dark forbidden land was truly dangerous. There were dark beings everywhere. There could even be elite-level dark beings as well as the Dark Lord's dark dependents. However, for the dark ancient tree, the forbidden land was indeed safer than the blue star. There was no problem at all. Thanks a lot this time. Xiao Tian looked at the corpses of otherworldly beings near the dark ancient tree that had already accumulated to the height of a small mountain, and said in silence for a while, "When there is time, I will give you a whole lot of organic fertilizer to taste." Dark ancient tree. Lousy Dam is a dark ancient tree. Not an ordinary tree on your blue star. Lousy doesn't eat. Xiao Tian. Right at this moment, Yen Ruyu and the other women also arrived near Xiao Tian. Bai Xiao Tian even sweetly shouted out Brother Xiao Tian, before reaching out her hand to embrace Xiao Tian. Fortunately, Xiao Tian pushed him away in time. What is the situation in the current Great Confucian City? It was too late to be melodramatic, so Xiao Tian inquired about the current situation in Great Confucian City. Actually, we don't know what's happening. Yen Tiansheng pointed to the 18 black holes in the sky. These 18 black holes suddenly appeared before countless living beings descended at the same time, and the city of Great Confucian City instantly collapsed by a large margin, and countless spirit beast warriors directly died in battle. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and said nothing. Almost all of the existing spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had fought side by side with him and had faced the threat of the Dark Lord head-on together. Now that Great Confucian City was suffering such an end, it was impossible for Xiao Tian to sit back and do nothing. I'll go outside to see if there are still any survivors. You guys just stay inside the villa and don't move around. If anything happens, directly call and contact me. After ordering everything, Xiao Tian turned around and left. Chapter 117 Loss of the Same Characteristics. In the cruel post-apocalyptic world, it was certainly wrong to be a holy mother, but that didn't mean that it was okay to give up on those who still held on to their hearts. The spirit beast warriors of Great Confucian City, although they had also displayed the dark side of humanity at the beginning of the outbreak of the dark unrest. However, since submitting to Xiao Tian, they had not done anything out of the ordinary, and even as long as Xiao Tian needed them, they were ready to respond at a moment's notice. So at this time, Xiao Tian felt the need to personally go and see the situation. Brother Xiao Tian, there are too many of these otherworldly beings. I'll go with you, Bai Xiao Tian called out to Xiao Tian. She came close to Xiao Tian and raised her small face to look at him with a sincere expression. It's safer for me to go by myself instead. There are too many people and a big target, so you guys stay in the villa and contact me in time if there's any situation. Xiao Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and quickly flashed and disappeared at the end of the horizon. At the same time, elsewhere in Great Confucian City, similar battles were continuously being staged. On the hallway of a certain upscale villa, two spirit beast warriors were constantly battling with otherworldly beings. The two of them utilized their special abilities to continuously launch attacks against the otherworldly beings. Hardly by virtue of the narrow terrain of the building's hallways, they stopped the hordes of otherworldly beings. I can't do it anymore. My power consumption is too great. I can't hold on much longer. We're afraid we're going to die. The middle-aged man with a tiger's back and waist suddenly gasped and said with a heart as if he was dying. His fingernails turned into sharp claws, and with each swing, he tore off the body organs of an otherworldly being. But these otherworldly beings were simply undefeatable, and even though their hearts were pierced through, they were actually unaffected. Moreover, at a glance, the lower part of the building was filled with blackened otherworldly beings, the kind that could not be seen to the end. The number of them was huge and they were immortal. Anyone who encountered this kind of situation would have their willpower gradually disintegrate and become despondent. For good reason. How on earth did these ghostly things appear? Just like the zombies in the movie, they can't be beaten at all. The other person also gritted his teeth and started to whine, but the next moment it was like he thought of something. The weakness of these guys? Will they be in the head just like the zombies? The two men directly froze, then tentatively and deliberately launched an attack on the heads of the otherworldly beings. Bang! An otherworldly being's head was directly pierced through by a sharp claw. Pitch-black blood sprayed all over the ground, and then collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Effective! The two men's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. These guys' weakness is really their heads. But soon, the two regained their composure. Although they already knew the weakness of these guys, the number of opponents was simply too many. Every time an otherworldly being fell, there would soon be a new otherworldly being to fill the void. Even if they knew the weaknesses of the other side, it would be difficult to change anything. It seems like we're bound to die today. As the two gradually began to run out of stamina, they chose to start retreating, gradually retreating to the roof of the cell building. Losing the cover of the narrow hallway, the two were already struggling more and more to deal with the otherworldly beings. I don't know if we can still survive jumping from here with our physical qualities. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. The other man also looked down at the street below. The district building they were in was nearly 300 meters in height. Even if a spirit beast warrior fell from such a height, he would most likely have to play on the spot. Jumping down from here obviously couldn't be survived. And at this look, both of them also despaired at the same time. The downstairs was densely filled with otherworldly beings and had been surrounded. The number was at least around 10,000. What kind of monsters are these? How are there so many of them? The two of them gazed into the distance and were horrified to find that an altered beast had actually appeared not far away. And this mutant beast was in the same situation as they were at the moment, being surrounded by hundreds of otherworldly beings. It soon fell into a disadvantage, and its huge body was torn to pieces by the otherworldly beings before it was gradually devoured. The two subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and completely panicked. These things were simply more terrifying than even the altered beasts, actually not even sparing them. They were like wild ghosts that had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, the kind that wanted to swallow goods alive when they saw them enter. In such a situation, directly jumping off the roof of the building to end themselves was probably the best choice. At least the pain could be avoided. Just as the two were struggling internally, they were ready to close their eyes and jump down to end this life. A figure suddenly appeared in the distance. After this figure appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding otherworldly beings, and large swathes of them all surrounded towards him at the same time. However, only to see this figure wave his hand, no less than 1,000 figures actually appeared densely around him. Under the attack of these 1,000 figures, the otherworldly beings began to retreat. The figure also quickly approached the neighborhood building. The two of them also finally got a good look at the figure of that person. "It's the Shao God!" The two men exclaimed at the same time, and their originally desperate eyes instantly filled with light. God Shao had come to save them. "You guys hold on." Shao Tian looked up at the two people on the roof of the building, then led the dark beings to kill directly in the direction of the building. There was no way around it. The current him had lost the ability to fly into the sky, so he could only approach the two in this way. With Shao Tian's appearance, the two of them were no longer sitting around waiting for death, but instead, there exploded their strength to fight against the otherworldly beings in front of them. In less than 10 minutes, Shao Tian killed his way to the roof of the building and managed to kill all the otherworldly beings before the two were exhausted. "God Shao, you are simply my own father." Shao Tian had just put away the army of dark living beings when the two of them knelt down near the front and hugged their pants legs as they howled miserably with snot and tears. As powerful spirit beast warriors, they had never imagined that one day they would be this powerless. "All right, are you all clear about the positions of the others?" Shao Tian suddenly spoke out and asked. "Known." The two nodded, and one of them hurriedly took out his cell phone and handed it to Shao Tian. All of the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City have formed their own group chat, and all of us have kept in contact. Shao Tian took the cell phone and glanced at it. "Loving each other as one family in Great Confucian City." This was the name of the group chat. The corner of Shao Tian's mouth twitched as he looked at it, and then he clicked into the group chat to look at it. At this moment, there were constant messages being sent from the group. "It's over. I'm surrounded. What in the world are these monsters? They can't be beaten, and their numbers are too many to kill. I just saw a mutant beast being torn apart and devoured by them. I feel like I'm going to follow in their footsteps. Our city is finished. Someone help me." Chapter 118 Rescue Operation officially begins. Shao Tian swept through the information and roughly understood the situation of the others in Great Confucian City. It seemed that everyone else had also encountered an encirclement of otherworldly beings. The combat strength of these otherworldly beings was not considered too strong, but they were disgusting in that their vitality was tenacious enough to keep moving if they could not destroy their heads. Moreover, their numbers were quite terrifying, and they could consume people to death. The other spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City did not have such a heaven-defying chance as Shao Tian, and they were not able to summon an army of darkness living spirits with their hands. Think about it differently. If Shao Tian did not have these darkness spirit armies with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to break through the encirclement of the otherworldly spirits. It was really true to the saying that a large amount of strength could kill a person. What a three heavens juggernaut. Shao Tian put down his cell phone and put one hand on his chest and tilted his head to the sky. "You better not give me the chance to be caught by me, or else you'll be old and miserable." Anyway, he had already killed 2 Dark Lords in a row now, and had already made an enemy of the entire Darkness clan. As long as he had the opportunity, Shao Tian did not mind killing one more lord. "God Shao, now that the entire Great Confucian City has been destroyed by these guys, what should we do now?" Right at this moment, the two of them looked at Shao Tian at the same time and asked the question they were most concerned about. Everyone had grown up in Great Confucian City, and after the outbreak of the Dark Unrest, this was also their last haven. Now that Big Ru City had almost been dried into a ruin, it was obviously not suitable for continued survival here. And now that the cold wave was still going on, they had to change places to survive as soon as possible. But after leaving Big Ru City, where should they go? Without Great Confucian City, they can still go to Sky Vault City. Shao Tian retracted his gaze and said with a calm expression. A long time ago, Shao Tian had successfully subjugated the entire Heavenly Vault City. However, the current Heavenly Vault City was all taken care of by Feng Lonka for the time being. After this side of the matter was over, Xiao Tian could bring the people from the Great Confucian City to the Sky Vault City. Now that Big Ru City was alone, the villa area was no longer safe. The shelter would have to be rebuilt. However, there was no point in thinking about this now. The priority was to rescue the other spirit beast warriors as soon as possible. Dare you follow me to rescue them? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. The two of them looked at each other and nodded vigorously. We are your people, God Xiao. We will do whatever you tell us to do. Soon, a group of 3 people left the neighborhood and quickly sped towards the direction of the other survivors. Inside a certain fire station, the 3 spirit beast warriors relied on the iron gate of the fire station and were confronting a group of otherworldly beings. The number of these otherworldly beings was only about 1,000, although it wasn't considered too much, but this number was quite terrifying for the 3 of them. Moreover, the 3 of them did not find the weak points of the otherworldly beings, which led to the fact that no matter how they attacked, the otherworldly beings were always energized. As the otherworldly beings continued to attack, the steel gate was gradually twisting and distorting, and it was about to become unstoppable. The physical strength of the 3 of them had also reached its limit, but they could only look at this scene in despair. Once the iron gate failed to hold, all the otherworldly beings would rush in at the same time, and at that time they would surely die. It's over. The 3 of them sighed at the same time, despair and fear frantically growing in their hearts. Even spirit beast warriors couldn't help but tremble in the face of life and death. But just at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the fire station, and then pieces of otherworldly beings were blown away with a single blow to the head. In less than a few minutes, these thousands of otherworldly beings were all killed. 3 figures also appeared outside the fire station's main door. A few people raised their heads and looked outward suspiciously, and when they saw Xiao Tian's face, they instantly jumped 3 meters high in place in excitement. It's God Xiao. It's God Xiao who has come to save us. God Xiao is really a good man. The darkness is in turmoil, a lot of people can't take care of themselves. God Xiao actually came to save us personally. I've told you before, it's absolutely right to follow God Xiao. God Xiao is awesome. The 3 of them blushed and shouted that God Xiao was great, as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Even their deflated bodies had regained strength due to Xiao Tian's appearance. Xiao Tian's entire body was somewhat speechless. Just after arriving at the scene and killing these otherworldly beings, he heard the 3 people shouting that they were awesome. This feeling was really strange. Are they all right? Looking at the excited trio who came to his eyes, Xiao Tian spoke out. If you are fine, follow me to rescue the people. After hearing that Xiao Tian was going to continue to rescue the others, the 3 were greatly encouraged and did not hesitate to follow Xiao Tian. Thus, the group of 6 people continued on their way. The next destination that the group arrived at was outside a school building. The outside of the school had also been surrounded by otherworldly beings, which hissed and crazily gnawed on the concrete walls outside the school, as well as the metal gates. They were like zombies in a movie, even more terrifying than zombies. After all, zombies only ate people. And these otherworldly beings, any living thing would become their meal. And what's even more perverted is that they will also eat all kinds of metal, as well as concrete and other buildings. On the school building, there were several spirit beast warriors who were attacking these otherworldly beings remotely. Xiao Tian had already released a message in the group in advance, informing the crowd where the weak points of the otherworldly beings were. These few spirit beast warriors on the roof of the building had all their attacks aimed at the heads of the otherworldly beings. But there were only 3 of them. They couldn't help the terrifying number of otherworldly beings, and it was only a matter of time before the school was breached. Brothers, hold on. God Xiao is almost here to save us. As long as we hold on for a little while longer, we'll be able to survive. The rough man at the head shouted loudly, then raised his right arm. The sweaty hairs above his arm instantly coarsened into a sharp spike and exploded towards the otherworldly beings below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spikes pierced through the heads of 3 otherworldly beings. However, new otherworldly beings soon pounced on them, filling in the gaps and began to continue gnawing on the school gate. Kating. After a few minutes, the school gate was finally breached by the otherworldly beings, and a large number of otherworldly beings quickly surged in like a tidal wave. Seeing this scene, the few people on the roof of the building nearly all despaired. But right at this moment, Xiao Tian and the others arrived here in time. It's God Xiao, we're saved. Half a day was over. Almost all of the surviving spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City had been successfully saved by Xiao Tian. Among them, there were also a small number of people who were gnawed into pieces by the otherworldly beings because they could not hold on. As for the ordinary people, quite a few of them had left the place of their own accord at the beginning of the Cold Wave. The ordinary people who continued to choose to stay in Great Confucian City also died a direct and tragic death long before the otherworldly beings descended. This was how it was in a chaotic world, where a weak strength would face the risk of dying a violent death at any time, and this was the case with Xiao Tian in his previous life. Chapter 119 Evacuation from the Homeland. Half an hour later, everyone had gathered in front of Xiao Tian's villa. The door of the villa had been tightly closed, and occasionally, one could still see fallen otherworldly beings, rushing towards the villa like crazy. However, they were all easily resolved by the dark ancient tree outside the villa. As for Xiao Tian and his group, they were discussing their future plans within the villa. Inside the villa parlor, everyone's faces were incomparably grave as they all looked at Xiao Tian in front at the same time, and no one spoke. Xiao Tian had long been the default leader in the hearts of the people of Great Confucian City. Now that the Great Confucian City was nearly reduced to a ruin under the attack of the otherworldly beings, they had already lost all 6 gods and could only rely on Xiao Tian at this time. What are all of you planning to do next? Xiao Tian paced back and forth with his hands behind his back and suddenly stopped to look at the crowd and asked, "God Xiao, we will follow you. We will do whatever you say." "That's right, we all listen to you. If it wasn't for God Xiao, I would have starved to death long ago. It was God Xiao who gave me a mouthful of food to eat. And now it's even more of a gift to me. We'll all listen to you." The crowd raised their voices and chanted. Their attitude was simple. They would do whatever Xiao Tian told them to do. The reason why the crowd was behaving the way they were now was not just because Xiao Tian had saved their lives. It was more of a personality charm that belonged uniquely to Xiao Tian. In a dark and turbulent environment, he was still able to keep his heart, treating his enemies ruthlessly and mercilessly, while treating the people around him with affection and righteousness. Even when facing strangers, as long as they do not make enemies with Xiao Tian will not take the initiative to make trouble. Moreover, Xiao Tian's behavior was always adhering to the idea of a win-win situation. It was this manner of behavior that caused the crowd to react the way they did now. If Xiao Tian were to be replaced by another spirit beast warrior, his strength would be the strongest in Great Confucian City, and he would have monopolized the majority of the supplies. Such a person would not only not take out resources to help other spirit beast warriors tide over their difficulties, but would even be benevolent if he did not take the initiative to kill them all. Seeing the crowd taking such a stance, Xiao Tian nodded and then looked at Fatty Hai, who was on the side. Fatty Hai coughed lightly and said as he scanned the crowd, "I believe that everyone has seen that now that the otherworldly beings have invaded, our Great Confucian City has been almost completely destroyed. According to what I've learned, it's the first time that our city has been hit by a wave of otherworldly spirits, and the other cities are still intact for the time being. Big Confucian City definitely can't stay any longer. If you want to continue to survive, you can only change to a new place. And Sky Vault City is a good place to go. It's also my big brother's territory. I believe you all know this point well." The crowd did not reply but nodded frequently. Heavenly Vault City had already been taken under Xiao Tian's banner, and this was something that all the spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City knew. "I have a doubt." Right at this moment, a spirit beast warrior raised his hand and said cautiously, "Speak." Xiao Tian nodded. That spirit beast warrior swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "The number of otherworldly beings is constantly flowing. Their first target is Big Ru City, and no one dares to guarantee that they will not attack other cities. Heavenly Vault City is the closest to Great Confucian City. If these otherworldly beings continue to attack Heavenly Vault City, won't we have to continue to flee?" The moment he said this, the people at the scene looked at each other in disbelief and fell into a deathly silence. Indeed, although it was true that right now, Great Confucian City could not continue to survive, and they had to be forced to migrate. However, if one were to relocate, it would seem pointless. The root cause of this crisis was these otherworldly beings, and if they couldn't solve this fundamental problem, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, it would be meaningless. Because sooner or later, they would be caught up by the otherworldly beings. When we arrive at Sky Vault City, I will form a defense line. Although these otherworldly beings are numerous, they don't have much combat power, so blocking them won't be much of a problem. Xiao Tian said truthfully. According to his estimation, these otherworldly beings descended on Great Confucian City, and their next target should be the entire Blue Star. Without any surprises, it would be difficult for all the cities on the Blue Planet to escape their fate. It was pointless to flee anywhere, The only thing they could do was to resist the onslaught of otherworldly beings. But that was still just the most basic requirement. If they wanted to solve the fundamental problem, they had to kill the triple heavenly lord. As long as the triple heavenly sovereign was killed, only then would the black hole above the sky be able to close, and only then would the invasion of otherworldly beings be completely stopped. As for wanting to kill the triple heavenly dominator, not to mention Shao Tian's current strength was not enough. Even if he had the strength to kill a triple sky lord, there was no way to find a place for it now, so this point had to be considered in the long run. Hearing Shao Tian's words, the crowd all nodded in agreement. The crowd had survived in the dark turmoil for so long, and naturally, they were all not cuties. They were also all very clear that in today's situation, the only best option was to do what Shao Tian said. God Shao, we will all listen to you. The crowd replied in unison. Shao Tian nodded his head and then said, everyone take a rest, build up their strength, and prepare to leave Great Confucian City at any time. Under Shao Tian's arrangement, the crowd received their rations. After eating and drinking, they leaned against the walls of the villa and began to recuperate. This was not that Shao Tian was unkind. The main villa was such a large place, and with so many people on the scene, there was really no extra room for them to rest. And now that there were still many otherworldly beings roaming around in Daeju City, when so many people acted together, it would definitely be impossible to avoid fighting. That's why it was necessary to recuperate now. Taking advantage of the people resting, Shao Tian took Fatty Hai out to inspect the situation. The two of them collected their breath and tried not to let themselves make a single sound. Walking through the ruins of the city, Shao Tian's mood was quite complicated. The city that was prosperous in the past did not expect to fall into ruins one day. After their group of people withdrew from here on out, Great Confucian City would completely turn into a ghost city. Triple heavenly sovereign. Shao Tian clenched his right fist and tilted his head to the sky, muttering to himself. As a native of Great Confucian City, the anger in Shao Tian's heart could be imagined when he saw his hometown turn into this state. No matter what, the three heavens juggernaut had to be eliminated. Time turned to night. In the dark night sky, the 18 black holes emitted a faint blue light, resembling the devil's bloody mouth. What surprised Shao Tian was that after nightfall, these otherworldly beings wandering around the city actually froze in place at the same time and stopped their physiological activities. It was as if they had suddenly fallen into a deep sleep. Big brother, these otherworldly beings don't seem to be moving, Fatty Hai said in a small voice. I saw that. Shao Tian nodded his head but pondered in his heart. Could it be that these otherworldly beings would stop moving once it was night? Chapter 120, What to do when someone is robbing? If the speculation was true, it would be equivalent to finding a solution to the otherworldly beings. When the otherworldly beings were active during the day, they would look for a safe shelter to hide. When the otherworldly beings stopped moving at night, then they would strike and break them one by one. The otherworldly beings themselves were not too strong existences, and their physical defenses were also very low, so when they lost their mobility, they were no different from living targets. Shao Tian estimated that when it really came to this kind of thing, there was no need for the spirit beast warriors to even make a move, and unusual hot weapons would be able to kill them. Go up and take a look. After observing the otherworldly beings in front of him from a distance and determining that the other party had stopped moving, Shao Tian then brought Fatty Hai closer to observe them. The otherworldly spirit did not react until the two of them approached it and stood still like a stone statue. Big brother, these otherworldly beings seem to have really stopped moving. Fatty Hai extended his hand and waved it in front of the otherworldly beings and said with an excited expression. Shao Tian nodded and then blasted out with a punch through the air, directly blasting this otherworldly being in front of him into pieces. Although it was unknown why the otherworldly beings would stop their activities at night. But that was all that needed to be known right now. Big brother, there's no time to lose. Since these otherworldly beings are unable to move, let's clear out all of these otherworldly beings now. Fatty Hai rubbed his fists together and had already pulled out a talisman from his pocket as he spoke. He was ready for a big fight. However, Shao Tian gave the bastard a blow to the back of his head. There are so many otherworldly beings in Great Confucian City. Even if they are unable to move right now, can you kill them? Fatty Hai was stunned, and after careful consideration it did seem to be the case. Moreover, in the black hole, new otherworldly beings appear every day. Even if we are able to clear out the otherworldly beings in Big Ru City, we are just drinking dew to quench our thirst and cannot solve the fundamental problem. Shao Tian raised his head to look at the 18 black holes above the sky. If he wanted to solve the fundamental problem, he would have to close the black holes before he could do so. However, currently, Xiao Tian was not clear on exactly how to close the black holes, and he could not find the figure of the Triple Heaven Sovereign. Let's go back first. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and brought Fatty Hai to quickly rush back to the villa and told the crowd about his discovery. Upon hearing that the otherworldly beings would stop their activities at night, many people's first reaction was to join forces to purge the otherworldly beings. After all, Great Confucian City was their hometown, and no one would want to leave their homes if they did not have to. However, after listening to Xiao Tian's explanation, the crowd had to give up on this idea again. God Xiao is right. Even if we clear out all the otherworldly beings in Great Confucian City, it won't solve the fundamental problem. Looks like we still have to leave Great Confucian City. Really don't want to leave, ah. The crowd was a bit gloomy and soulful, but Xiao Tian knew that now was not the time to be sad. They had to leave this place as soon as possible while the otherworldly beings stopped their activities. Now was a good opportunity to transfer. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd began to carry the supplies. There were still quite a few supplies in the villa, but the current Great Confucian City had nearly been reduced to a waste. Not to mention a complete building, not even an intact car could be seen. Everything that could be seen had almost been destroyed. However, it was good that there were still 3 large trucks parked inside the villa. At the beginning of the outbreak of the dark unrest, Xiao Tian was the one who led the people to drive these 3 trucks around to collect supplies. Although even if the trucks were filled with supplies, there would still be quite a lot of supplies left behind, but they could not care less now. The supplies could be taken away as much as possible, and if they couldn't be taken away, they could only be left here. After half an hour of feverish busyness, the crowd set off in a frenzy. On the way, all the otherworldly beings stopped their activities, and because the otherworldly beings were attacking without distinguishing between enemy and friend, the mutant beasts in the Great Confucian City were nearly slaughtered clean. Along the way, everything went smoothly. However, the people were carrying provisions and the trucks were unable to move forward at full speed, so it was obviously unlikely that they would want to rush to Sky Dome City before dawn at such a speed. Half an hour later, the truck then drove away from Daeju City and onto the highway. Despite the fact that because of the dark turmoil, the various facilities of the human civilization had lost their proper maintenance. However, because of the superior quality, the highway leading to Sky Dome City could still pass smoothly for the time being. Moreover, there were only the 3 trucks of Xiao Tian and the others on the entire road, and no one could be seen anymore. Time turned to dawn. The crowd was still some distance away from Sky Vault City, and under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd intended to temporarily land at the next server. Along the way, there were otherworldly beings everywhere, even on the highway. Once it was daytime, these otherworldly beings would be a terrifying force when they regained their mobility. Even though Xiao Tian had an army of dark living spirits, he did not want to fight these otherworldly spirits head-on. This was because while ordinary enemies would get fewer and fewer, otherworldly beings would only get more and more. The 3 trucks slowly drove into the service area. The service area that should have been crowded with people now appeared incomparably desolate and dilapidated, and the parking lot was even filled with weeds. The crowd had just parked their vehicles when Xiao Tian suddenly whispered, "There are still people here." When the crowd heard this, they instantly perked up and swept their eyes vigilantly to the surroundings. Could it be that there were mutant beasts hidden here? Right at this moment, a slap sound suddenly sounded slowly from the server hall. Immediately afterward, a group of people aggressively walked out from the hall. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man wearing a suit, and the middle-aged man walked towards Xiao Tian with a smile on his face while clapping. From the aura on his body, Xiao Tian was able to sense that the other party was also a spirit beast warrior. This brother is so keenly observant. We hid ourselves so well, and I didn't expect that we were still discovered by you. The middle-aged man first looked at Xiao Tian approvingly, then his words changed and he sneered. "It's just a pity that it's already too late to discover it now. We'll take your supplies, and we'll take your lives as well." Behind the middle-aged man in a suit, there were 13 other people, and these 13 people were all clear spirit beast warriors as well. At the same time the middle-aged man in the suit spoke, they had already entered their beastly state, clearly ready for battle. "You guys are robbing?" Yen Ruyu asked out loud with a frown. "Isn't it obvious enough?" The middle-aged suit man spread his hands, his smile growing wider and wider as he said, "We've stayed in this place for so long, and we didn't think that we'd come across a big fat goat like you guys. It's really the old heavens opening their eyes?" Yen Ruyu did not continue to listen to the other party's nonsense, but instead gave Xiao Tian a strange look. Was this guy so brave? The other party only had 13 people, but their side had a team of nearly 100 people. If Xiao Tian's army of dark beings was counted, it was a team of nearly 1,000 people. Oh! Soon Yen Ruyu came to a realization. No wonder the other side was so brave, because other than Xiao Tian and herself, the rest of the people were still in the car and had not come down yet. Right at this moment, Fatty Hai jumped down from the carriage. After seeing and scanning the scene, Fatty Hai understood what was happening. He came directly to the back of the 3 truck carriages, opened the locked door locks, and then leaned his back on the truck carriages and also reached out and patted a few times. Brothers, someone has robbed us. What do you think? What should we do? Fatty Hai said slowly with the corner of his mouth rising, revealing a very beaten expression. Chapter 121 We Are Xia's People. After Fatty Hai finished speaking, the group of people in the carriage also cooperated and walked down one after another. At first, the man in the suit's expression was relatively calm. But after seeing 100 or so people standing in front of him in unison like that, the suited man's consciousness went into a trance. Big brother, the other side seems to be many people. A junior brother came up to the man in suit and whispered, his voice trembling a bit. And they're all spirit beast warriors. Another junior brother swallowed hard and stammered. The man in the suit fell silent. He now wanted to explode. Originally, he thought he had met a big fat sheep, but he ended up crashing into a gun. God! You bully honest people. Big brother. Let's have a good talk and make peace. Wouldn't it be nice? The man in the suit rubbed his hands together and changed his previous arrogance, instantly replacing it with a pleasing and flattering look. I still like the unruly look you had earlier. Fatty Hai skimmed his mouth and said with a look of contempt, kneel down. Xiao Tian came near the man in suit with his hands behind his back and said in a commanding tone, don't you go too far. The man in the suit and the others all changed their faces slightly when they heard this. Beside him, a junior brother clenched his fist and suddenly whispered. Xiao Tian did not say anything and only looked at that person faintly. After following Xiao Tian for so long, the spirit beast warriors of Deju City had long known Xiao Tian's character. Soon 2 spirit beast warriors stepped out and simultaneously entered the animalized state, charging towards the unlucky egg. That unlucky egg was instantly dumbfounded. He had never dreamt that he had incurred the trouble of killing himself just by spitting out a sentence. Big brother, save me. In desperation, the unlucky guy rushed to the man in a suit at the side for help. I save you? Save your mom. Do not see people nearly 100 or so people I am difficult to protect themselves, but also save a egg. The man in the suit's face changed slightly. Not only did he not speak up for his own follower, but also silently took a step back. Seeing this scene, that unlucky guy instantly turned ashen. He decided to fight to the death, but was quickly and forcefully suppressed on the spot. As he watched his own people being put down on the spot, the man in the suit and his followers all fell silent as if they were mute. When they saw Xiao Tian's gaze looking over, all of them simultaneously shook and all of them knelt down. Xiao Tian's character was that anyone who made a move against him was his enemy. He would never be merciful when dealing with his enemies. The moment these people had thoughts about themselves, they were already Xiao Tian's enemies. Xiao Tian did not make the first move to cut them down and only made them kneel, which was already merciful enough. If they still dared to speak out and question at this time, they were looking for death. Luckily, everyone from the Great Confucian City was following beside him, and there was no need for Xiao Tian to personally do anything to deal with this kind of matter. Who are all of you? Xiao Tian looked at the man in the suit and opened his mouth to ask. We are all homeless people who want to beg for food. Big brother. 1,000 mountains or love. Give a chance. Okay? The man in the suit put his hands together in front of his chest and begged with a flattering face. If he didn't see this guy's arrogant appearance earlier, Xiao Tian might really be fooled by the other party. Just when Xiao Tian was planning to continue asking something, a sudden sound of a car engine came from outside the service. Several white vans drove in from the entrance of the service area in unison. Seeing this scene, the man in the suit immediately had a happy expression, but soon the bastard's head lowered again. Although this series of changes in his expression was short-lived, it was still caught in Xiao Tian's eyes. Xiao Tian kicked out. Who are you guys? Better tell the truth. I'll give you one last chance. We are all Xia's people. The man in the suit shook his head and sighed. Brother Xia has asked us to hijack the caravans coming and going here and plunder their resources. Every once in a while Brother Xia will send someone to collect the resources. In return he will give us some mutant beast crystallized cores. As for who Brother Xia is, I actually don't know. Xiao Tian had been observing the change in the expression of the man in the suit and was basically certain that the other party was not lying. So now the question came, who was this brother Xia? But all of this did not matter. Xiao Tian did not have any involvement with the other party and did not want to care about these things. Right at this moment, the van stopped in front and two middle-aged men walked down from the vehicle. When they saw the situation at the scene, their expressions changed slightly and they were busy getting into the car to flee the scene. Xiao Tian was quick, dodged and appeared in front of the two men, and then kicked out. With a loud bang, the head of the van along with the engine inside was instantly flattened by Xiao Tian. Seeing this, the two men's bodies trembled dramatically and rushed to get into another van. Xiao Tian didn't have any nonsense. He lifted the van with both hands and threw it with force, directly throwing it out 10 meters away. The van violently hit the ground and eventually exploded directly with a rumble. Two people? What are you doing? We are Xia's people. If you kill us, Xia will definitely not let you go. The two looked at Xiao Tian and stammered. However, before Xiao Tian could reply, the two people's originally fearful faces were instantly filled with a wave of ruthlessness. Immediately after that, the two of them simultaneously entered the animalized state and slammed their fists towards Xiao Tian. Sneak attack? Xiao Tian laughed. He had already seen this kind of underhanded trick many times before. Chapter 122 Fish Death, You're worthy? The face of the man on the left changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His features began to twist and distort like a melted wax statue, which was quite frightening at first glance. Immediately afterward, the man's facial muscles began to twitch and thump and swell, and his eyes gradually sank out in a bizarre gesture. A moment later, the man's original face had turned into a hideous-looking chicken head. Xiao Tian raised his eyebrows and was slightly stunned. Before reaching a certain level, spirit beast warriors could only bestialize part of their bodies. Most of the spirit beast warriors' bestialized parts were places like limbs and torsos. For example, Yan Tianshang could only bestialize the muscles of his abdomen and transform into a muscle titan. It was still the first time Xiao Tian had seen that a spirit beast warrior had bestialized his head. And I don't know if it was a coincidence that this one just happened to be wearing black silk strappy pants with this hideous chicken head, causing Xiao Tian to be in a trance for a moment. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen a forlorn deceased person. Right at this moment, the chicken head man suddenly opened his sharp chicken beak and made a gesture to launch an attack. Having experienced so many life and death battles and also having the experience of 2 lifetimes, Xiao Tian could tell the opponent's tactics at a glance. The other party should be planning to unleash a sonic wave type of attack tactic on him. This type of spirit beast warrior was something that he had also encountered before he was reborn. Sound was nothing more than a way to perceive the world for a way in most people's impression, but few people knew that sound waves could also attack their opponents. Before he was reborn, Xiao Tian had once met a spirit beast warrior who had awakened the power of the bat. This spirit beast warrior had used a sound wave attack at that time, and the terrifying waves of sound were like invisible blades tearing apart everything. Since he had seen this type of spirit beast warrior fight, Xiao Tian was naturally clear about his opponent's weaknesses. This type of spirit beast warrior's greatest reliance was nothing more than sound, so as long as the opponent was not allowed to make a sound, there would be no threat. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and took advantage of the moment when the man had just opened his mouth to directly extend his hands and firmly hold the latter's upper and lower jaws. Then, with a forceful tug, there was a tearing sound. Blood and flesh splattered as the man's chicken beak along with its bloody meridians were hard ripped off by Xiao Tian. The man only felt a huge pain sweeping through his brain nerves from his face, and before he could let out a miserable scream, his eyes doubled over and he fainted on the spot. Regarding this scene, Yan Ruyu and the others said that they had already gotten used to it. Xiao Tian's attitude towards his enemies had always been like this, never showing any mercy. Not to mention that the other party was attempting to sneak attack Xiao Tian, and if Xiao Tian's strength was not good, he could really fall in the gutter. Such a thing would be an unacceptable thing to put on anyone, and Xiao Tian just tore the other party's stinking mouth. Was God Xiao cruel? The many spirit beast warriors in Great Confucian City said that God Xiao was still too merciful. However, while the crowd in Big Ru City was used to this, the other unlucky egg was instantly frozen in a flaxen state of shock. The guy in front of him was a devil, right? Hardly tearing his companion's stinking mouth, and still so cloudy. Let me go. If you kill me, Brother Xia will definitely not let you go. The man looked at Xiao Tian and said shivering. I hate being threatened. Xiao Tian flung his arm expressionless and said. Seeing this, the man's heart immediately sank. knowing that the other party did not intend to let himself go. Since you are adamant about the fish dying, then neither of us will have a good time. That person suddenly roared. The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn to shreds, and the muscles on his body rapidly swelled up in an extremely exaggerated magnitude. It soon transformed into a walking mountain of meat. The man had awakened the power of the bullfrog. After entering the state of bestialization, the muscles of his entire body would be greatly increased, and both his defense and strength would be boosted tremendously. Muscle fearless. With red eyes, the man destroyed his body and charged towards Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian did not even blink his eyes and casually threw out a slap. With a snap, it directly smashed the bastard's head. Fish death. You deserve it. Xiao Tian admitted that the other party's muscular body did look bluff, but it was a pity that the other party's level was too low. In front of absolute strength, any means were just fancy. After resolving these two people, Xiao Tian then reappeared in front of the man in the suit. Seeing Xiao Tian's decisive killing, the man in the suit had already been scared out of his wits. He did not continue to threaten Xiao Tian with the so-called Brother Xia. The other party even dared to kill Brother Xia's people. What else would he not dare to do? Let me go! Xiao Tian wrapped his hands around his chest and faintly said, Give me a reason to spare you. Reason? The man in the suit shuddered, and his brain began to work frantically under the great desire to survive. A moment later, he suddenly brightened up and said excitedly, I can tell you about Brother Xia's stronghold. There are many resources coarsely stored in his stronghold, so as long as you let me go, I can personally lead you there. Chapter 123 Filling the Dark Ancient Tree with Paraquat. Hearing the words of the man in the suit, Xiao Tian instantly narrowed his eyes. Supplies were always an indispensable key in a chaotic world, especially since they had just left from Great Confucian City. Many of their supplies had been forced to stay in the villa, and there weren't many supplies that they had brought with them. Although there wouldn't be too much of a problem in a short period of time, these supplies would definitely not be enough to consume over time. Moreover, a long period of time had passed since the outbreak of the dark unrest. At the very beginning, people could still go to the stores and supermarkets to make a big sweep. But now, basically all the supplies had been scavenged, and it was extremely difficult and time-consuming to recollect the supplies. If one could find the caches of supplies, it would indeed be a great help. Are you sure you know where the supplies are hidden? Xiao Tian fumbled with his chin and leaned down to stare straight at the man in the suit. The man in the suit's scalp was numb from Xiao Tian's stare. He hurriedly nodded his head as if pounding garlic. 1,000 times true. I can swear to heaven. If I dare to lie to you, I shall not die well. Xiao Tian nodded his head, then turned to look at everyone. Everyone. Let's take a day's rest first and wait for the night before we continue to move. Under Xiao Tian's arrangement, the crowd then temporarily landed at the server to rest and recuperate. Since the service area had been abandoned for a long time, the facilities and other things were basically damaged, and even the electrical circuits were completely damaged. Many of the buildings were also shaky and looked like they were about to collapse at any time. So the crowd chose to set up temporary tents in the parking lot. By the time the crowd had set up their tents, it was already the time of the rising sun. Looking at the broken service area in front of them, Yen Tianshang lamented, How insignificant mankind is in front of the universe, losing the maintenance of mankind. The buildings that human civilization is proud of actually look this fragile. Pops. When did you become so sentimental? Yen Ruyu skimmed her lips and teased. This is not like your character. Yen Tianshang unscrewed the thermos cup in his hand, took a sip of tea and sighed. In the past, I had money, and my mind was focused on earning more money. Since the outbreak of the dark turmoil, I don't have to continue to take care of the company. I've just begun to feel the world again. It's just a pity. Speaking here, Yen Tianshang stopped talking. In the past, as the group's boss, he was busy with work matters every day. He was a successful entrepreneur in the eyes of outsiders. But how could he not be an ordinary person wrapped up in life? It was only since the outbreak of the dark unrest that he gradually began to feel life, only for everything to have changed drastically. All he wanted to do now was to stroll through the streets where the crowds were scurrying about and feel a good sense of the people. This kind of thing, which used to seem like an insignificant trifle, was now very difficult to realize. Human nature might be like this. Things that could be easily obtained would never be cherished. On the other side, Xiao Tian leaned on the steps and was holding a piece of raw meat, chewing it while looking towards the rising sun. Brother Xiao Tian. A fragrant wind came, and Bai Xiao Tian came to sit beside Xiao Tian with a smile on her face, as she carried her small hands behind her back. Do you have something on your mind? Xiao Tian didn't say anything, but just silently moved his butt a bit, moving away a bit. By Xiao Tian. The smile on by Xiao Yan's face froze, but as a former dark pioneer, this one was also really shameless. It quickly readjusted itself and gave a heartless dry laugh before continuing to come closer to Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao Tian, do you have something on your mind? Bai Xiao Tian bent down and tilted her head, blinking her big watery eyes as she looked at Xiao Tian with a cute face. I do indeed have something on my mind. I'm thinking about what suitable reason I should find to get you killed. Xiao Tian still couldn't figure out how the Dark Vanguard, who was so domineering in the beginning, had now turned into this ghostly appearance. Rest early, we still have to catch up tonight. After eating the fresh meat in his hands, Xiao Tian clapped his hands and got up to leave. In situ, Bai Xiao Tian puffed up her cheeks in anger and looked at Xiao Tian's departing back with a sad face. Brother Xiao Tian, one day, people will definitely get your person and your heart. After leaving Bai Xiao Tian found Shen Qilan. Shen Qilan was behind the carriage, watering the dark ancient tree. The dark ancient tree was uprooted and shoved directly into the carriage because of its huge size. It was also because the bastard was too large and took up too much space, which led to the crowd having to give up a large amount of resources. However, Xiao Tian did not blame the other party. After all, when the otherworldly beings swept through Deju City, thanks to this cargo blocking the front of the villa. Otherwise, the villa would probably have fallen into ruins under the impact of the otherworldly beings. My auntie, what are you doing? Count on me to beg you. Don't fill me with some strange things again. Xiao Tian had just arrived behind Shen Qilan when he heard the dark ancient tree wail. What happened? Xiao Tian curiously came up and inquired. Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, the dark ancient tree was like seeing a life-saving straw and actually cried out with a wow like an aggrieved child. Xiao Tian, little friend. No, brother Xiao, father Xiao, let this girl child leave me alone. I have shed blood for the organization. I have been injured for the organization. Even if there is no merit, there is also bitterness. This little girl child actually took me as an experiment. I was thirsty and asked her to pour me some water, but she poured me with Bacchus blight. Xiao Tian. Pouring the dark ancient tree with paraquat, this kind of thing was probably only done by Shen Qilan. Worthy of being a genius girl, she actually did not forget to experiment even at such a time. Greeting Xiao Tian's odd expression, Shen Qilan first glared fiercely at the dark ancient tree before putting away the 100-herb blight in her hand. I just want to understand the extreme growth of the dark ancient tree, and if I can understand the principles of it, it might help me in my future research and development. Hearing Shen Qilan's explanation, the dark ancient tree in the carriage crumbled even more. Dude is pouring his heart out to you, and you are really pouring your heart out to me. I am at least a dark ancient tree, but I actually got mixed up to the point of being doused with Bacchus kiln. Who did he find and who did he mess with? Is the dark ancient tree all right? After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian then asked out loud. It's fine, this fellow's vitality is very tenacious. After all, it's a plant that grows in the dark forbidden land. It's not an unusual weed. It's not so bad that it would be poisoned to death by the 100-herb blight. Xiao Tian nodded. Wrap it up. Now is not the time to research. Just water the dark ancient tree. Don't continue to torture him. All right. Shen Qilan nodded. However, in her heart, she did not give up the idea of studying the dark ancient tree. As a plant, Bacchus blight actually couldn't do anything to it. Next time, change it to dichlorvos and try again. Chapter 124. Throttle to the floor and pounce. The sun was rising. With the first ray of sunlight spreading over the earth again, the originally static otherworldly beings regained their power of action. Xiao Tian did not know what was going on elsewhere for the time being. However, the service area was already surrounded by otherworldly beings. After deciding to land in the service area, Xiao Tian had his people clear the neighborhood of otherworldly beings in advance. However, these otherworldly beings appeared to be able to track the scent of living things. Only less than 10 minutes had passed since the sun had risen, and there were no less than a dozen otherworldly beings that leaned over with stiff steps. Moreover, in the distance of the service area, there were also densely packed otherworldly beings that were hissing and slowly approaching. This scene, at first glance, looked like the first scene of a zombie outbreak in a movie. Only the zombies in the movie were replaced with otherworldly beings. Big brother, it seems that we can't rest in this situation. Fatty Hi stood beside Xiao Tian and opened his mouth. The rest of them also walked out from the tent and looked out at the army of otherworldly beings that were approaching from afar. When they were in the villa, they were still able to resist the onslaught of the otherworldly beings with the villa's high-strength defense. Moreover, outside the courtyard of the villa, there was still the dark ancient tree, a free hitman who contributed people and energy. But the service area obviously did not have such conditions. Xiao Tian also had some headaches, and had planned to survive the day and wait until the evening before taking advantage of the otherworldly spirit's stillness to move and rush. Now it seemed that he could only change his strategy. Notify everyone. Pack up our things and let's get on the road now. Since staying in the service area would also be surrounded by otherworldly beings, it would be better to just get on the road and arrive in Skyvault City as soon as possible. Half an hour later, everyone finished getting ready and rejoined the carriage. As for the man in the suit and the others, since there was no more extra space in the carriage, Xiao Tian directly had them tied to the roof of the car. Nima, old man with you pouring out his heart and lungs, but you damn well didn't treat old man as a human being, ah. On the roof of the car on the VIP open-air seat, the suit man was tied up like a human-shaped dumpling. High-grade suit fabric was rope strangulation folds deformation, a strong sense of oppression so that he is about to breathe over. Although the sun had risen, the air temperature was extremely low due to the cold wave. Just being tied to the roof of the car, the man in the suit was shivering from the cold. Later on, when the car was moving, the oncoming cold wind would only become more intense. The man in the suit didn't even know if he would be able to see Sky Dome City before he breathed his last. The crowd had just gotten into the car when the surrounding otherworldly beings surrounded them. Without any nonsense, Xiao Tian stepped on the gas and the car's engine emitted a loud roaring sound. As if it was a reined-in wild horse, it directly knocked the otherworldly beings that were in the forefront out of the way. The convoy was back on the road. The roads along the way were all densely packed with otherworldly beings. Even Xiao Tian felt his scalp numb from this terrifying number. Even though the otherworldly beings were not very strong, without knowing their weaknesses, it was still very difficult to kill them with a single move. Moreover, the otherworldly living spirits were numerous and were also not afraid of life and death. Even if a powerful spirit beast warrior was able to fight one against 100, he would still be exhausted alive by the huge number of otherworldly beings. Luckily, they still had a van for transportation. If they were to travel to Sky Vault City on foot, the cost would be too great.
Ka.
Xiao Tian kicked the gas pedal to the bottom, and the otherworldly beings along the way were knocked out, with all sorts of unknown liquids splattering all over the ground. On top of the carriage, the man in the suit and the others despaired a batch. These were knocked out of the unknown liquid, splattered thieves Kiba high, as if the pear blossom rainstorm from the sky, hectares spread on them. Vomit! The man in the suit was instantly battered by these liquids. He frowned slightly and subconsciously took a deep breath before smelling a monstrous stench. What the hell is this? Why does it smell like a rural dry toilet? Vomit, I can't stand it. What the hell is going on? That asshole shouldn't be spraying us with poop water, right? Vomit! You threw up on me. Don't throw up on my side. The other men of the man in the suit also broke down. Many of them vomited out because they couldn't endure the huge stench. The scene was a mess. Yellow and green colors were mixed together, and it was no longer possible to tell exactly what it was. They were not at all sure what was going on since they were tied to the top of the carriage with their backs facing the sky and the ground. So it was unanimously agreed that Xiao Tian was pouring poop on them. The hearts of those who wanted to die were all there. Xiao Tian on the driver's seat, naturally, was not clear about what kind of spectacular scene was happening on the roof of the car. The vehicle still continued to move forward. Unknown liquids flew all over the sky, and one after another, many otherworldly beings were knocked out. Soon the sturdy front fender was knocked out with many dents. There were even breaks in some places. Although steel was sturdy, it could not hold up to the sheer number of otherworldly beings. Xiao Tian estimated that by the time they successfully arrived at Tiandome City, these trucks would be basically scrapped. It was good that they did not encounter a large-scale wave of otherworldly spirits along the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break out of the encirclement even if they stepped on the gas pedal to the end. This situation lasted for most of the day. Finally, at dusk, the crowd finally arrived at the exit of the highway. Sky Vault City, 3 big words, also clearly emerged in front of the crowd. Sky Vault City has finally arrived. Chapter 125, Who Says My Big Brother Is Alone? Xiao Tian thought back to the first time he came to Sky Dome City. At that time, most of the buildings in Sky Vault City were still well preserved. However, now, the buildings at the exit were basically shaky. As far as the eye could see, Most of the buildings had collapsed beyond recognition. Obviously, this place had also been damaged by otherworldly beings. However, compared to the Great Confucian City, the situation was obviously much better. After all, the current Great Confucian City had almost been flattened by the otherworldly beings, and the former city had been reduced to ruins. Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and stepped on the gas. The few otherworldly beings that were in the way were knocked out on the spot, and unknown liquids shot up into the sky. With a bark, it muddied the faces of the man in the suit and the others again. The vehicle had just driven into Sky Vault City when Xiao Tian realized that there were people fighting with otherworldly beings right in front of him. Several luxury cars were parked not far away. Several spirit beast warriors were combining their efforts to attack the otherworldly beings around them. However, the number of these otherworldly beings was too large, and after killing one batch, another batch would soon swarm up to fill the gap. These spirit beast warriors stood back to back, their faces filled with despair. With so many otherworldly beings, they were already surrounded. Under the general environment of darkness and turmoil, more than the mutant beasts and otherworldly beings, the greatest danger still originated from the darkness in human nature. Xiao Tian originally did not intend to mind his own business. However, after casually sweeping a glance, Xiao Tian felt that a few people looked somewhat familiar. Big brother. They all seemed to be Feng Lonka's people. Fatty Hai in the back seat suddenly spoke. Feng Lonka. This person had followed Ji Guiqing when he first started working, and he had been successfully integrated by himself later on. After leaving Sky Vault City, Xiao Tian had handed over Sky Vault City to the other party to take care of instead. Since these few people were Feng Lonka's people, then he himself should step in anyways. Xiao Tian opened the car door and walked down. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu, Bai Xiao Tian and the other women were about to follow along and get out of the car. You guys stay in the car first. It's dangerous outside. Xiao Tian turned around and instructed the women, then looked at Fatty Hai. Fatty, you're with me.
Fatty Hai.
Just now he said that it was dangerous outside, but now he actually asked himself to follow you. Sure enough, even if it's a big brother, can't escape the truth of forgetting your brother when you have a woman. The truth was naturally not what Fatty Hai thought. The reason why Xiao Tian called on Fatty Hai to join him was mainly because of this bastard's talisman, which could cause large-scale killing. At least he was a former Longhu Mountain heavenly master. Xiao Tian didn't want to raise this fat man as an invalid. Fatty Hai reluctantly got out of the car and followed behind Xiao Tian. I can't. I'm almost exhausted. The red-haired teenager wiped off the blood stains at the corner of his mouth and replied with a ragged breath. Beside him, another teenager whose entire body was covered in animal-scale armor said, Hang in there. We are the last hope of Heavenly Vault City. We must rush out and ask for help from the Xiao God, or else everyone will have to die. The red-haired teenager said in frustration, These otherworldly beings are too numerous. I'm afraid the situation over in Deju City isn't optimistic either, and God Xiao probably doesn't have the energy to care about us either. The scaly, armored teenager also sighed at his words. Everyone naturally understood the reasoning. But right now, Feng Lonka and the others had been surrounded by otherworldly beings in the military base and were already unable to retreat. Other than seeking Xiao Shen's help, they simply couldn't find anyone else. No matter what, Sky Vault City is also Xiao God's property. Xiao God shouldn't just sit back and do nothing, work harder and hold on. Just as the two were talking, an otherworldly being suddenly hissed and rushed up. The otherworldly being waved its arms and slammed into the front of the Ferrari. The carbon fiber cover was instantly smashed into pieces. I said your mom, my Ferrari. Seeing this, the red-haired teenager directly exploded into foul language. This limited edition Ferrari was one that he had purchased with his own money before the dark unrest. A luxury car worth more than $30 million. He didn't expect it to be so intolerant, and was smashed into dregs by an otherworldly being with a single punch. Luxury cars are supposed to be fancy. If not for the lack of options, I wouldn't even be willing to drive this kind of broken car out. The scaly, armored teenager couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Luxury cars all pursued extreme speed and wind resistance, and their safety was actually not high. In normal times, going out in a luxury car was indeed windy. But in a dark and turbulent environment, going out in this thing really wasn't a safeguard at all. No way. There are too many otherworldly beings. If we continue to waste time, we will surely die. Hurry up and get into my car. Let's drive and rush out. The scale-armored teenager hurriedly greeted Yellow Hair. The two of them got into the Lamborghini next to him. Yellow Hair looked at the road that was already surrounded, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "The number of otherworldly beings is too high. Can we really rush out? How can we know without trying?" The scale-armored teenager gripped the steering wheel with both hands and gritted his teeth. "In the old days, I was a professional racer," after saying that he put the gear in his right hand and stepped on the gas with his right foot. "Ready. Punch it. Good." The scaly, armored teenager seemed to be really instantly possessed by the god of cars. His gaze was firm and persistent, confident and calm. Buzz. The scale-armored teenager stepped on the gas directly to the bottom. The Lamborghini's engine immediately emitted a piercing roar. Then, with a bang, the engine directly exploded. The yellow-haired teenager's eyes were wide open, and his entire body was dumbfounded. What about the promised rush out? This Nima died before he could get out. What's going to happen now? The yellow-haired looked towards the scaled teenager and asked with a sad face. "Wait for death." The scale-armored teenager slowly closed his eyes with his back against the seat. The otherworldly beings outside the car had already gathered around and were using their hands to continuously grope the bodywork. The fragile bodywork looked especially vulnerable under their sharp claws. Soon the Lamborghini was being scratched beyond recognition. The two people inside the car were unusually silent. They had already exhausted their strength, and now they could only sit in the car and wait for death. But just at this time, a sudden change occurred. Only the outermost otherworldly beings were suddenly lifted up by an unknown force and smashed into the distance. Immediately afterward, the figures of Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai killed a gap hard, killing their way through the encirclement of the otherworldly beings. This is the Xiao God. It's God Xiao coming. Both of them had seen Xiao Tian before and recognized Xiao Tian's identity at a glance. However, when they saw that Xiao Tian had only brought one person with him, they immediately despaired again. Although God Xiao is strong, the number of otherworldly beings is too great. So what is the point of him bringing only one person? "You guys are fine?" Xiao Tianlai came close to the Lamborghini and patted the roof of the car to ask the two. The two hurriedly drove off. "God Xiao, these otherworldly beings are too many in number. I'm afraid none of us can run away." The two looked at the otherworldly beings that were once again surrounding them and said with a bitter smile, "Who told you guys that my big brother is alone?" Fatty Hai leaned against the body of the Lamborghini with his hands clasped and said with a smile. Xiao Tian did not say anything. He just turned around to face the otherworldly beings and then snapped his fingers. Immediately afterward, the Een soul streamer on Xiao Tian's body filled with black mist. As the black mist dissipated, an army of dark living beings filled with the aura of death appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 126 Big Brother Descends. God Xiao is invincible. Around these dark beings, there was also a dense darkness power lingering. These forces of darkness gathered together as if they were a huge dark cloud, blocking the sunlight above the heads of the crowd. Clatter. Immediately afterward, these darkness beings looked at Xiao Tian at the same time. They clenched their left hands into fists and placed them on their chests as they knelt down on one knee and lowered their heads at Xiao Tian. The image of this scene was like the scene in a black movie where the little brothers pay homage to their big brothers. Xiao Tian had just used the Een soul streamer to summon an army of dark spirits. On the surface of the Een soul streamer, it was also still covered with residual darkness power. The Een soul streamer slowly floated under the darkness force as Xiao Tian stood expressionlessly in place, paired with the army of dark living spirits kneeling on one knee in front of him. The sense of oppression was directly pulled full. Those who didn't know would think that it was some black boss who had come to reality from a movie. Is this the laughter oppression? Obviously earlier also panicked a batch, but now the ghost presses absolutely stable a batch. Xiao Shen is awesome. The yellow-haired teenager and the scaly armored teenager looked at Xiao Tian as if they were mesmerized, and the awe in their eyes intensified. Under the general environment of dark turmoil, most people put their best foot forward just to stay alive. But Xiao Shen, however, was mixing it up like a Special Forces soldier's return of the Soldier King. It was as cool as it needed to be. The only person who can still be this calm in the face of such an army of otherworldly beings is my brother Xiao, right? Fatty Hai heatedly smiled, and a sense of pride also arose at once. Following brother Xiao, not only was it nourishing, but it also had a special face. Xiao Tian snapped his fingers. The army of dark living spirits immediately turned into wild horses and rushed towards the surrounding otherworldly living spirits. Both sides were non-humans, and both were creatures infested with the power of darkness, and neither knew what fear was. After both sides exchanged blows, The scene immediately became chaotic. You gave me a punch, I gave you a kick. You smashed my chest. I pummeled your heavenly aura. Both sides were fighting at a very low level, not even comparable to street punks, mainly because they weren't afraid to die, so they fought ferociously. You guys still want to stay here? Seeing that the two were still standing still, Fatty High knocked on the car body. We should go. Oh. The two returned to their senses and nodded their heads. There were dark beings around them to open the way, so they only needed to follow Xiao Tian and strut out of the encirclement of otherworldly beings. This feeling was too marvelous. Earlier, they were still surrounded and unable to escape, but now they were walking out with a great demonic grandeur. They were already speechless. If they had to say something, it would undoubtedly be the Xiao God Giant is awesome. Only after the crowd left the encirclement of the otherworldly beings did Xiao Tian wave his Een Soul Streamer and put the Darkness Army away. After this battle, he had lost another dozen or so of his Darkness Beings' army, and their numbers were already dwindling. However, Xiao Tian did not feel any pain. He had the Een Soul Streamer, and since he was able to collect such an army of darkness, he could definitely continue to do so. When the next Darkness Forbidden Land opened, he would have to find a way to get some more in. His current batch of dark beings were all dark beings from the Forbidden Land of the First Heaven, and their strength was generally weak. It would be great if he was able to collect new dark living beings in the Forbidden Land of the Third Heaven. Soon a few people got rid of the surroundings of the otherworldly living spirits. Xiao Tian also asked the two about the current situation in Sky Vault City. The network coverage of Heavenly Vault City was not as good as that of Great Confucian City. The network over here had been completely paralyzed, and currently Xiao Tian was unable to contact Feng Lonka at all. Feng and the others have been surrounded by otherworldly beings and are in the middle of a battle, and we are not sure how the situation is over there. Both of them shook their heads at the same time and said, Xiao Tian had originally planned that after arriving in Sky Vault City, he would first head to the resource stash that the man in the suit was talking about to check out the situation. Now, it seemed that it was still necessary to settle things on Feng Lonka's and their side first. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian said, Take me to them. The two men nodded and were about to lead Xiao Tian to set off. However, right at this moment, in front of Xiao Tian, a ripple swept through the space. A spatial door that emitted the power of darkness slowly condensed out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian's brows furrowed. The door of darkness had actually appeared. Could it be that a new forbidden land of darkness had opened? Before Xiao Tian could react, an irresistible majestic suction force was released from the gate. Xiao Tian's four people were forcibly sucked into it with almost no resistance. This place was a dilapidated city. As far as the eye could see, there were all broken eaves and walls. There were crumbling buildings, as well as crumbling and weathered asphalt floors. The city here was barely too different from the city buildings on the blue planet. Xiao Tian frowned as he circled around. He had entered the dark forbidden land so many times, and this was the first time he had encountered this kind of forbidden land. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that this was a dark forbidden land, Xiao Tian might have thought that this was some abandoned city on the Blue Star. Have you thought about it? Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly rang out, unable to lock the direction, as if it was coming from all directions at the same time. If you kill yourself right now in front of this father can immediately take back the otherworldly beings. The voice was heard, but no silhouette could be seen. The two teenagers were a bit flustered. The only two who remained incomparably calm were Xiao Tian and Fatty High. Xiao Tian had already recognized the owner of the voice through the voice. It was the voice of the Triple Heavens Master. When Xiao Tian had entered the Forbidden Land last time, this fellow had deliberately guided the others to make a move against him. This time, after entering the Forbidden Land, the other party had asked him to kill himself. Darkness Masters, were they all so brainless? Even if he killed himself, would the Dark One race give up their invasion of Blue Star? Obviously, it is impossible. If that was the case, then what was the point of killing himself? Moreover, even if the Dark One clan would really not continue to invade Blue Star after he killed himself, Xiao Tian would not do so, using his own sacrifice to exchange for the peace of others. Xiao Tian was not a rotten good guy, nor was he a chaotic saintly mother. Everyone had selfishness, and so did he. He was not yet able to do this level of selflessness. Xiao Tian pursed his lips and silently stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger. Are you stupid? Dare to come out and compete with me? If you are a man, come and fight hard. Chapter 127. You're gonna steal the family if I put in a tough word? One shift. Fatty Hai clenched his fist and waved it in front of his chest. With that expression, it was as if the person who was insulting the three heavens sovereign right now was him. Worthy of being my big brother, so domineering. Throughout history, the only person who dared to dislike the darkness sovereign was probably his family's big brother. Brother! What is God Shao doing? Who is God Shao scolding? And who is the voice speaking? The two spirit beast warriors tugged at Fatty Hai's corner and asked cautiously. Oh! Fatty Hai glanced at the two men and said in a cloudy manner, "It's no big deal. That speaking voice is a triple heavenly sovereign. The otherworldly beings on the blue planet right now are caused by him, and my big brother is disliking the triple heavenly sovereign with a hard-on." The two looked at each other, their heads directly exploding. Hardly disliking the darkness sovereign, and this was still called nothing major?
Wall blanc.
Brother, listen to yourself. Does this look like something a human should say? The existence of the Dark Lord was no longer a secret. But in most people's minds, the Dark Master has long been linked to the powerful, with the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. The Forbidden Land had been opened for so long. It was unknown how many people had died in the Forbidden Land and would never come out. But even so, no one dared to dislike the Dark Lord. As a result, Shao Tian was good just entering the Forbidden Land. He hardened himself against the triple heavenly juggernaut, and even let the other party come out to fight one-on-one. This was also too damn pugnacious, worthy of being the Shao god. One of them suddenly lamented. Yes. The other person also nodded his head in deep agreement. I heard Brother Feng mention God Shao many times, and I only thought that his words were exaggerated. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, it is simply better than ever. The two of them were completely convinced of Shao Tian. Just by the fact that he dared to stand up to a triple Sky Lord, he had already surpassed most humans. If Fatty Hai knew what was in the hearts of the two, he would definitely cast a despicable gaze. You're powerful because you're a darkness master? My big brother does not only dare to stiffen the darkness master, but is also chasing the darkness master all over the place like it is. Shao Tian's pugnacity silenced the three heavens juggernaut as well. Is this kid human or not? Humans, as a type of cosmic being, would feel fear when encountering unknown existences or powerful existences. This kind of emotion could not be controlled, but rather originated from the memories in one's bones. However, the Triple Heavens Sovereign did not see any fear on Shao Tian's face from the beginning to the end. This kid is simply a monster that doesn't know fear and only knows how to fight hard. In fact, Shao Tian's character had always been relatively calm and was not a reckless hard man. However, his hometown, Great Confucian City, had been reduced to ruins by the Triple Heavenly Sovereign, which led to the grievances in Shao Tian's heart to be a big thief. Kid, this is the last chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then prepare to regret it. The Triple Heavens Sovereign was silent for a moment before his indifferent voice resounded once again. After the words fell, a teleportation door appeared behind Shao Tian and the others. A picture of the blue star surfaced within the teleportation door. As long as a few people passed through the teleportation gate, they could return to the blue star again. It looked like the Triple Heavens Sovereign had brought Shao Tian and the others into the Forbidden Land simply because he wanted to warn them. Now that the warning was hopeless, he would naturally have to let Shao Tian and the others go back. Perhaps the Triple Heavens Sovereign himself was also clear that unless his own body descended, it would be difficult to kill Shao Tian through other means with his current strength. This is the exit. Great. God Shao, let's hurry up and leave this place. As long as we get out, we will be free. Seeing the exit, those two spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City were overjoyed. Originally, they thought that if they were pulled into the Forbidden Land, they would have to die 9 deaths high or low before they would have a chance to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the exit was now floating directly behind them. As long as they passed through the exit, they would be able to regain their freedom. You guys go first. Shao Tian did not even look at the exit. Fatty, is there a way to gauge where the Three Heavens Sovereign's detachment is? Shao Tian looked at Fatty Hai and asked seriously. Shao Tian had dealt with the Darkness Sovereign so many times and had probably figured out the other party's routine. The Triple Heavens Dominator did not make a move against himself now, and Shao Tian estimated that the other party had some premeditation. Perhaps the other party had long since begun to condense their doppelgangers to guide the main body to descend. Now that they were located within the Forbidden Land, as long as they were able to find the other party's bilocation and destroy it, the Triple Heavens Dominator would be dead. I'm in a hurry to come out this time, and I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. Fatty Hai sat down cross-legged. He pulled out a compass with his left hand and began to gesture with 2 fingers together on his right hand. Seeing this scene, the 2 spirit beast warriors were once again confused. The shock they received now was more than several times more intense than earlier. After a normal person was pulled into the Forbidden Land, all they thought about was how to get out of here. If they found an exit, they would leave this place without hesitation. However, Xiao Xin was a different type. Now that the exit had surfaced, Xiao Shun did not choose to leave, but wanted to fight the Dark Lord to the end. Geez, how could a person have the balls to this extent? In fact, it wasn't just these 2 spirit beast warriors. The 3 heavens master hidden in the darkness was also confused. Is this kid human or not? Is he also a member of the Darkness clan? How else could he be so ballsy? Please, I only dragged you in here to say a few harsh words. Now that I'm done, I'm going to let you out, but you won't. Please be a human being. Let's stick to the script, okay? You're making it hard for me. Looking at Fatty Hai, who was constantly projecting, and Xiao Tian, whose body was straight beside Fatty Hai. At this moment, the Triple Heavens Master finally panicked. Xiao Tian's guess was correct. He had indeed started condensing his detachment a long time ago and brewing matters for his main body to descend. If Xiao Tian and the others found out where his split body was, he would not be able to escape. Must send these few plague gods out as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was about to have his home stolen. Chapter 128. Advancing and retreating together, suffering together. Second shift. The 3 heavens juggernaut realized that he could not continue to wear out his welcome with Xiao Tian and the others. If he was truly divined where the split was, what happened to the previous 2 heavens juggernaut would be his end. Damned Xiao Tian. This sovereign remembers you. When this sovereign's main body descends, I will definitely make you pay for your blood. The Triple Heavens sovereign's low and piercing voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a majestic suction force was released within the teleportation door, presuming to forcefully pull Xiao Tian and the others out. Xiao Tian directly entered a full-scale bestialization state. His entire body was covered by a layer of mist, and he instantly transformed into a humanoid beast. His entire body was covered in ink-black scales, as if he was a dark Qilin that had stepped out of a mythological story. A full-scale bestialization state was different from an unusual bestialization state. Most spirit beast warriors' bestialization state could only bestialize part of their bodies and were still human in nature. But Xiao Tian's current state was already a complete monster. And it was also a monster with a domineering appearance. After entering the state of bestialization, Xiao Tian's all-round strength got skyrocketed, and his claws fiercely stabbed at the ground, binding his entire person firmly in place. No matter how majestic the suction force was, it was always difficult to shake him in the slightest. Seeing this, Fatty Hai also stopped divining at once, pulling out a talisman from his pocket and sticking it on his head. Urgent as the law, Tai Shang Lao Jun accompany me, set. After a string of incantations, the talisman emitted golden light, transforming into a golden boundary that covered Fatty Hai. Under the protection of the boundary, Fat Hai's body also stood still. This was the fixation talisman of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Special Head. Although it didn't have any killing power, it could stabilize the body, and was a very useful and well-drawn talisman. As for the 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City, they were somewhat distressed. Their level was not high to begin with, and even if they had entered the animalized state in droves, it was still difficult for them to resist the suction force. Their bodies were being continuously pulled towards the direction of the portal by the suction force. Xiao Tian and Fatty Hai both did not bother. The 2 of them were too weak, and it would be safer to leave this place instead. God Xiao, we don't want to leave. We also want to stay and fight alongside you. God Xiao, help us. The 2 men shouted at the top of their lungs. The suction force was too strong and their dandruff was sucked out. Xiao Tian's expression also moved when he heard this. He did not expect that the 2 sides had only met on one side, and the other party was actually able to achieve this level, sharing the same fate as himself. If it was the spirit beast warriors of the Great Confucian City who had said such words, Xiao Tian would not have any surprises. After all, the 2 sides had experienced so many things together and had long been highly bound by interests. However, these 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City were only meeting themselves in passing. Xiao Tian twisted his head to look at the 2, then became speechless. The suction force was too strong. The clothes on the 2 were also sucked out piece by piece. It was now like a big fat chicken that had been stripped of its feathers and was already bare. Xiao Tian. The two also felt quite ashamed, but they still forced themselves to resist the pull of the suction. God Shao, we're going to work with you. We're not cowards either. If it wasn't for you, we would have been consumed by the otherworldly beings earlier. We're going to stay and fight alongside you as well. Looking at the two people who had ripped their throats out and roared loudly, Shao Tian sighed and said, "There is no point in you staying. Going out first will do you no harm." Seeing that Shao Tian still had no intention of going out, the two men's mentality completely collapsed. "Don't God Shao. The outside is full of otherworldly beings. We will absolutely die if we go out. Save us, God Shao, we don't want to go out." The two finally opened their hearts and roared out what was in their hearts in the gale. Shao Tian was first stunned before he looked in the direction of the portal. Then he saw it. Outside the teleportation gate, a large number of otherworldly beings had already gathered at an unknown time. These otherworldly beings could not be seen at a glance and had surrounded the entire teleportation gate. If the two of them were teleported out, they would be surrounded by these otherworldly beings in the first instance. Shao Tian. Earlier, he had been touched by these two goods and felt that the two were heavy-hearted. It turned out that they were worried about being besieged by the otherworldly beings after going out, and that was why they insisted on staying. "Fatty, do you have any extra talismans?" Shao Tian shouted at Fatty Hai. "Yes, packs of them." Fatty Hai nodded his head. He had as many of these low-level talismans as he wanted. Fatty Hai once again pulled out 2 fixation talismans from his pocket and threw them to the two. The two's bodies were also quickly covered by the golden boundary, finally ignoring the effects of the suction. Seeing this, the two of them simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the otherworldly beings poised outside the teleportation portal, simultaneously wiping off the sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, they held on. If this was sucked out, it would definitely be over. After doing this, Fatty Hai closed his eyes once again and began to divine where the 3 Heavens Sovereigns detachment was. Shao Tian, on the other hand, continued to stand in place and quietly looked ahead. At this moment, the 3 Heavens Sovereigns' intestines were green with regret. Had he known that Shao Tian was so tricky, he should not have pretended to pull a few people into the Forbidden Land on purpose. Now it was a good thing that he had stolen the chicken but lost the rice. This sovereign will give you one last chance. It is not too late to go out. The Triple Heaven's gnashing voice resounded once again. However, Shao Tian's few people directly chose to ignore it. Good. Treating me like a Sakura Nation person is a good idea. Isn't it? The Triple Heaven's sovereign took a deep breath as a stream of thoughts centered on him quickly spread out towards the outside of the teleportation door. In an instant, as if summoned, all the otherworldly beings within the Heavenly Vault City actually stopped their movements at the same time and surged wildly in the direction of the teleportation gate. At this moment, inside the Sky Vault City, the Spirit Beast warriors who were still fighting with the otherworldly beings were all dumbfounded. Chapter 129, The Plot Falls Apart. 3 shifts. How did these otherworldly beings retreat at the same time? I don't know. Inside the Heavenly Vault City, all the Spirit Beast warriors were all confused. Although they didn't know why these otherworldly beings suddenly withdrew, they knew that they were saved. These otherworldly beings couldn't be killed and driven away. Most of them had long since reached the limit of their physical strength. This kind of high-intensity battle was despairing because they didn't even have a chance to catch their breath. After killing an otherworldly being with great difficulty, a new otherworldly being would soon jump up to fill the gap. In this situation, even if Ultraman came, he would have to light up the red light. Brother Feng. These otherworldly beings are all rushing towards one place. Beside Feng Lonka, a spirit beast warrior reported in detail. All rushing towards one place? Feng Lonka narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before saying, "Bring the brothers and follow along to take a look." Despite knowing that now that the otherworldly beings had retreated, it was a good opportunity for them to recuperate. However, Feng Lonka knew that this would only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Now that the otherworldly beings were retreating in one direction at the same time, something must have happened. If they followed up to inspect the situation, there might be unexpected gains. Although the crowd had long been physically and mentally exhausted, they all understood Feng Lonka's mind. Therefore, at this moment, none of the crowd had any complaints and followed Feng Lonka's instructions, following in the direction the otherworldly beings had retreated. At first, the crowd was quite cautious, keeping a long distance from these otherworldly beings. But gradually the crowd gradually relaxed. This was because they realized that these otherworldly beings were now so focused on hurrying that they would not make a move against them at all. Brother Feng, Now is a good opportunity. These otherworldly beings will no longer attack. Let's make a move at this time and wipe them out. Heavenly Vault City will be safe. A big man with a beard clenched his fists full of excitement and said, "Little Wong." Feng Lonka beckoned and called a teenager, arranging, "When the battle is over, drag this kid to the hospital to have his brain checked." "Good." The teenager known as Little Wong nodded. The bearded man was anxious. "Brother Feng, my brain is not sick. Why go to the hospital? How can you say such words if your brain is not sick? So many otherworldly beings. Even if we stand still and let us kill them, can we finish killing them?" There were at least not less than 100,000 otherworldly beings in Sky Vault City. Even if they were to kill 100,000 pigs, they wouldn't be able to finish it in a few days. Moreover, even if they really had the ability to eliminate all of these 100,000 otherworldly beings, new otherworldly beings would continue to emerge from the 18 black holes every other day. Does it make sense? It's pointless. To be able to say such brain-dead words. Feng Lonka felt that this bastard's brain was most likely beaten out of its mind. Soon the crowd followed the army of otherworldly beings to a portal. All the otherworldly beings looked like they had been summoned and were lining up to surge in towards the portal. "This seems like a portal to a forbidden land." Someone smacked his lips and said suspiciously, "Why are these otherworldly beings heading towards the portal?" Just as everyone was at a loss for words, Xiao Wang suddenly pointed inside the portal and exclaimed, "Brother Feng, I think I see the Xiao God, Xiaoshan." Hearing Xiao Wang's words, everyone then fixed their eyes towards the portal. Then they saw a scene that made their three views shatter. Xiao Tian's few people resisted the pull of the suction force and forcibly used means to bind themselves in place. Within the teleportation portal, a burst of heart-rending roars from the three heavens sovereign also resounded. "Get out, you annoying bugs! All of you, get out of here, ah!" Feng Lonka's brain short-circuited. After entering the Forbidden Land, it meant going through a test of 9 deaths. You could gain great opportunities in the Forbidden Land, or you could be besieged to death by dark beings. However, anyone who entered the Forbidden Land was eager to come out immediately. However, Xiao Tian and his group were good and did not come out after entering. It had driven the Dark Lord to the brink. Feng Lonka's eyes glared round and froze for half a day before finally spitting out a few words. I blanch, worthy of being the Xiao God." Every time he would always do some operation that was beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Inside the Forbidden Land, as a large number of otherworldly beings continued to pour in, the two spirit beast warriors became anxious. "God Xiao, what should we do now?" They were having a hard time stabilizing their bodies now and were simply powerless to fight these otherworldly beings. Xiao Tian did not reply. Instead, he directly charged over by virtue of his bestialized state, his sharp fangs tearing apart the bodies of the otherworldly living beings. He directly killed more than 10 otherworldly living spirits in seconds. The important thing was not that Xiao Tian was killing more than 10 otherworldly living spirits in seconds. Rather, it was the fact that he was able to stabilize his body to resist the suction force while killing more than 10 otherworldly living beings in seconds. This was something that Feng Lonka and the others were completely unable to do. "Fatty, have you divined the location of the Triple Heavens Sovereign?" Xiao Tian looked in Fatty Hai's direction and roared. Fatty Hai opened his eyes and shook his head. "It will still take some time." Xiao Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. "Is there a way to turn off the teleportation gate?" If the teleportation gate was not turned off, the constant stream of otherworldly beings continued to pour in. Xiao Tian would not be able to hold on for too long. Moreover, the current situation also did not allow for the summoning of dark living spirits. This was because once the dark living spirits were summoned, they would definitely be forcefully pulled out by this suction force. "I'll try." After some hesitation, Fatty Hai pulled out a talisman and threw it out. The golden talisman instantly floated towards the teleportation door and suddenly transformed into a huge golden gate in front of it. The golden gate slowly closed at Fatty Hai's will, about to seal off the entire exit. The eyelids of the Triple Heavens Sovereign twitched, and his entire being was about to collapse. "Old me just wants you guys to leave. Is it that hard? This is Laozi's territory. Are you guys still relying on Laozi? Be a person. It seems that we can only gather our split bodies to strike." The Triple Heavens Sovereign gritted his teeth and forcefully condensed a bilocation. Every time one coalesced a bilocation, it weakened the power of the main body. So as a last resort, the three Heavens Sovereign did not want to hastily condense a bilocation. But now that the situation was urgent, he couldn't care less. After the three heavens sovereign's doppelganger appeared, it did not strike at Xiao Tian and the others. This bilocation had coalesced in haste and its strength was even weaker. It was simply not a match for Xiao Tian and the others. His purpose for coalescing this doppelganger was to stop the exit from being blocked. Swish! In full view of everyone, the three heavens sovereign's doppelganger flashed to the front door, and both of his arms exerted force to jam the closed door.
Ka.
The golden gate rubbed violently against the three heavens sovereign's doppelganger, emitting a thick friction sound. On one side was Fatty Hai, who was controlling the closing of the gate. On one side was the three heavens sovereign, who was doing his best to prevent the gate from closing. Seeing this scene, Feng Lonka and the others outside the gate had their jaws dropped to the ground in shock. This world was becoming more and more epileptic, and they could no longer understand it. It seemed like, but wherever there was a Xiao god, the plot would fall apart. Chapter 130, Remodeling the Army. I want 10,000 dark beings. Brother Feng, what should we do? Only after a long period of silence did someone take the initiative to ask. You asked me what to do, I still want to know what to do. The Dark Lord wanted Xiao Xin to come out. Xiao Xin, however, did not want to come out. He himself didn't know who to help. Moreover, the area around the portal was already surrounded by patches of otherworldly beings. In this situation, even if he wanted to help, he was still unable to do so. Under the devil's will, Feng Lonka pulled out his cell phone and started recording a video. Another big famous scene of the Xiao god was born. This kind of situation was unattainable. He had to film Xiao Xin's heroic stance and upload it to the internet so that everyone could witness Xiao Xin's greatness. He was at least Xiao Xin's man now, and if Xiao Xun was so powerful, whoever dared to mess with him in the future would be messing with Xiao Xin. After all, whoever dares to mess with him in the future will be messing with Xiao God. He had once followed the wrong person, but Xiao God had given him the opportunity to turn the pearl into a good one, regardless of his past suspicions. No matter what, he himself had to help Xiao God take the initiative to publicize it. Right at this moment, Xiao Tian had already stared at the surroundings of otherworldly beings and rushed close to the portal. You! Sensing the danger, the Triple Heavens Sovereign jerked his head up to look at Xiao Tian, and his pupils instantly shrunk dramatically. However, before he could say anything, Xiao Tian threw out a slap. Bang! The three Heavens Sovereign's doppelganger directly burst into pieces. After all, it was a detachment that had been hastily condensed, and its strength was almost negligible. Upon resolving the three Heavens Sovereign's doppelganger, golden pillars of light instantly filled the entire portal, blocking all otherworldly beings outside. Outside, Feng Lonka also stopped filming. After admiring his results once more, he then uploaded the video. In the video, Xiao Tian, who had entered a state of complete bestialization, was like a demonic beast descending to the earth, and his terrifying pressure was nearly suffocating even through the screen. In comparison, the three Heavens Sovereign's doppelganger in turn looked rather small. Feng Lonka used anthropomorphic filming techniques to completely capture Xiao Tian's aura. In the video, Xiao Tian was like a heavenly god descending from the heavens, and with a single slap, he shattered the three Heavens Sovereign's doppelganger into pieces. Once the video was released, it immediately caused a violent stir on the internet. It's that Xiao Tian again. That black shadow seems to be a darkness lord, right? Having killed 2 Dark Lords in a row, is Xiao Xun on a collision course with a new Dark Lord again? What kind of animal's ability has Xiao Tian awakened? Why is he able to enter a state of complete animalization? None of this is the point. Haven't you noticed that this new Dark Lord was actually smashed by Xiao Xin with a slap? This figure is illusory. It should just be a doppelganger, nothing to be shocked about. Upstairs, it's a pain in the ass to stand and speak. Upstairs, standing and talking doesn't hurt. Even if it's a doppelganger, it's still a doppelganger of the Dark Lord. So if you're capable, go and smash it with a slap too. In any case, after this video was uploaded, Xiao Tian's prestige was once again raised by a notch. The name Xiao Tian once again resounded through quite a few regions and was known by countless people. Brother Feng, the Forbidden Land has been blocked off. I wonder if God Xiao and the others will be in danger. The bearded man beside Feng Lonka said worriedly. Feng Lonka didn't have the good sense to throw a slap towards the back of his head. What kind of character is God Xiao? He is an existence that has killed 2 Dark Lords in a row. He entered the Forbidden Land of Darkness as if he had gone home. The District Dark Lord is nothing in front of God Xiao. Feng Lonka had a look of hatred. Instead of worrying about the Xiao God, you should worry about the Dark Lord. In the Dark Forbidden Land, With the split being shattered, the portal was completely closed. The mood of the Triple Heavens Sovereign was cold to the core. If you leave here now, this seat can immediately recall all the otherworldly beings and close those 18 black holes. The Three Heavens Sovereign's voice resounded once more, actually carrying a hint of softening. Seeing the Darkness Sovereign go soft, those two spirit beast warriors from Heavenly Vault City worshipped Shao Tian even more. Worthy of being Shao God, the Darkness Lord had even taken the initiative to go soft, so just ask who else in the entire blue planet could do this besides the Shao God. In fact, the Triple Heavens Sovereign was only speaking off the cuff. He did not feel that Shao Tian would stop there. After all, this fellow had killed 2 Darkness Masters in a row, and there had long been an undying relationship between him and the Darkness clan. The other party would definitely not let go of this opportunity now that he had the chance to find his own coalesced body split and destroy it in advance. However, to the surprise of the crowd, Shao Tian did not reject it at first. Instead, after pondering for a while, he said seriously, "Actually, I also feel that it is better for everyone to make peace." The Triple Heavens Sovereign was a bit turned around. This killing god actually agreed to call it quits. Was he dreaming? Shao Tian's body was covered by a black mist and once again returned to its human form. Then he backhanded the Een Soul Streamer and took it down. "We might be able to make a deal. I need an army of dark beings that are completely obedient to my orders. Fulfill my demands and I will leave this place." A pair of scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the Een Soul Streamer in the mist surrounding the Forbidden Land. The Triple Heavens Sovereign had already fought with Shao Tian several times and roughly understood the role of the Een Soul Streamer. This thing could absorb darkness beings and allow the darkness beings to be used by Shao Tian. It was unexpected that the other party would actually ask for darkness living spirits. This was like an ancient battle between 2 armies. The enemy's general has already killed to the mouth of the camp, riding on your head to pee, and after finishing the matter, he still wants you to give your wife to him as a concubine. Simply insulting insults to the home. If it was in the past, the Three Heavens Sovereign would never agree to such an unreasonable request. But now, he really only wanted Shao Tian and the others to leave here as soon as possible. "I can give you 3,000 dark living spirits." "Too little." 4,000. "Still too little." 5,000. 5,000? "You're sending a beggar." "How much do you want?" 10,000. "Deal." The Three Heavens Sovereign's back teeth were gnashing. There were only about 30,000 dark beings in total in his Three Heavens Forbidden Land. Now, he had to hand over 10,000 dark living spirits to Shao Tian. Moreover, these 10,000 dark living spirits would be completely at Shao Tian's beck and call from now on. It was likely that Shao Tian would use them against himself. Thinking about this, the Three Heavens Sovereign was as uncomfortable as being cuckolded. However, people had gone up high and low and pushed straight into the crystal. He couldn't even agree if he didn't. "Deal, I hope you do what you say. This seat will give you these 10,000 dark beings. You take the people out of here." After the Three Heavens Sovereign's words fell, a burst of neat and orderly footsteps suddenly sounded in the pitch-black mists. An army of dark living spirits clad in black armor walked through the mists and walked with thick steps to Shao Tian's nearness. Shao Tian's eyes glowed and his heart was ecstatic. There were almost less than 1,000 dark living spirits dead in the Een Soul Streamer. If he could obtain this 10,000 dark living spirits to replenish it, he would be able to summon 10,000 dark living spirits against the enemy by shaking the Een Soul Streamer in the future. This scene was exciting to think about. When these dark living spirits walked out, the Three Heavens Sovereigns severed the connection with them. They were now like killing machines that had lost their connection. As long as Shao Tian included them in the Een Soul Streamer, he would become their new master. Chapter 131. Whoring Equipment. Slaughtering a juggernaut like a pig. One shift, Shao Tian swung the Een Soul Streamer in his hand with force. A sound of ghostly cries and wolves resounded from the Een Soul Streamer, and at the same time, countless black tentacles extended out, enveloping the 10,000 dark beings within it. In the next moment, these 10,000 dark spirits turned into black mist and were sucked into the Een Soul Streamer. It was done. After determining that these 10,000 darkness spirits were really for his own use, Shao Tian was still unable to hold back his excitement. Shao Tian still could not hold back the excitement in his heart. 10,000 dark spirits. In the future, when he encountered any thorny problems, or encountered opponents that were difficult to solve, he could completely use these 10,000 dark beings. He could completely summon these 10,000 darkness spirits out. It doesn't matter if you're the king of single combat or a fierce man. If I summon these 10,000 dark living beings to beat you up in a group, how should this move be broken? This seat has honored its promise, so it's time for you to leave, right? The words of the triple heavens sovereign resounded once more, filled with the rhythm of gnashing teeth. The honorable darkness sovereign had actually compromised with a human brat. This was a strange shame. When his main body descended, he would definitely find this brat and hammer him into pulp before taking him to wrap dumplings. I need darkness power. Give me some more darkness power and I will leave immediately, Xiao Tian said without blushing or gasping. Kid, you're not true to your word, you're not polite at all. The triple heavens sovereign's near-collapsing voice suddenly rang out. There were only 30,000 dark beings in the entire Forbidden Land. Laozi has now given you 10,000, and you actually still refuse to leave. You are really If you are a man, don't rub it in, give or not give a word. If you don't give it, those 10,000 dark living souls from earlier will go down the drain. The triple heavens sovereign was so angry that he was seething with anger. How could people be shameless to this extent? Where was the moral bottom line? Where were the basic qualities? The triple heavens sovereign wanted to get Xiao Tian killed. However, just as Xiao Tian had said, if Xiao Tian's request was not met, those 10,000 dark beings would be considered to have been given away for nothing. How can this seat be sure that after fulfilling this request of yours, you will not go back on your word once again? After a moment of silence, the voice of the triple heavens sovereign resounded once again. I can swear on my character. Triple Sky Sovereign, although I haven't had much contact with you, can I not be clear about what kind of character you have? You have the character to swear? In a few words, you pitched away 10,000 of your own dark beings, and now you're going to continue to pit people. You don't have any character at all, because you can't even be called a human. Is this the god Xiao? A mountain crumbles in front of you, yet you can still not change your face. For someone who dares to talk to the Dark Lord like that, God Xiao is truly awesome. I admire him to the core. The two spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City blew their noses as they watched. Xiao Xin, he was really too ballsy. If it were anyone else, he would probably have been slapped to death by the Dark Lord. You have no choice. Seeing the other party's silence, Xiao Tian began to continue to flirt. My brother is already divining where your location is. You don't have much time left. Fine. This seat promises you. The triple heavens sovereign clenched his teeth, and a black crystal levitated out from the black mist and floated to Xiao Tian's near front. The black crystal took on a diamond shape with countless black lines flowing in it. It gave off a demonic and dark feeling. When the diamond-shaped crystal floated in front of Xiao Tian could even hear a low, devil-like hissing sound. Moreover, he was also able to feel that an extremely cold breath was blowing in his face. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breathing was a little short. Within this diamond-shaped crystal, it contained an extremely strong darkness force. He could level up with the help of the darkness force, and if he could absorb the darkness force within the crystal, his level would instantly increase to a terrifying degree. After the shock passed, Xiao Tian reached out and took the crystal and put it away. You can now honor your promise. The words of the triple heavens sovereign were filled with resentment as they resounded eerily. One crystal is not enough. I need one more. Xiao Tian put the crystal into his pants pocket and said without any skin. The triple heavens master only felt a pain in his chest and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Are you still shameless or not? Who is the villain between the two of us? Can you be a person? Where the hell did you come from? The power of darkness contained within this crystal was separated from his own body. The power of darkness contained within just one crystal is already extremely dense. You kid is really daring to ask for a lion's share. You actually want another one. Can you be a human being? Please, can you be a human being? The triple heavens juggernaut was on the verge of crying out. He finally realized why the previous two lords had fallen into the hands of a human kid. This kid was even darker than their dark clan. The key was that this kid didn't have any bottom-line morals to speak of. The first two Dark Lords planted themselves in this kid's hands, and to a certain extent it wasn't actually unjust. If you're a man, don't be a grunt. If you don't give it, those 10,000 Dark Lords and that crystal will be a waste of money. Xiao Tian wrapped his hands around his chest and said smilingly. After a few moments of silence, the triple heavens master eventually chose to compromise. Once again, he gave away a diamond-shaped crystal. However, before the triple sky sovereign could speak, this time Xiao Tian spoke first. I need some props equipment or something. Do you have anything good here? Xiao Tian's sentence managed to make a Dark Lord's mind explode. Xiao Tian, this seat Chao Nima. Are you a human being or not? Where the hell did you come from things? A few words had poured out so many things from Laozi for nothing, and now he actually dared to open his mouth and demand more. Please have some face. The words of the triple heavenly sovereign were vulgar and unappealing, with an uneducated and uncultivated appearance. However, the generous student Xiao Tian generously did not bother with the other party. If you don't give it, I'll directly bring people to end your lair when I figure out where your location is later. The triple heavens master wanted to cry. Had he known that this brat was so inappropriate, killing him would not have brought Xiao Tian into the Forbidden Land on his own initiative. A few minutes later, 5 pieces of equipment simultaneously floated out from the black mist and landed in front of Xiao Tian. Looking at these 5 pieces of equipment, the heart of the 3 heavens sovereign was dripping blood. These 5 pieces of equipment were not of a low level, and taking out 5 of them at the same time was painful even for him. He would have liked to take out some random trash to fool around. However, with Xiao Tian's shamelessness, not only would this not work, but it could also backfire. After collecting the 5 pieces of equipment, Xiao Tian was finally satisfied. Fatty, we should leave, Xiao Tian shouted at Fatty Hai, who was at the side. Fatty Hai sniffed and opened his eyes as he got up and walked over. Then he put his hands together and pointed towards the exit, and the golden light pillar that sealed the exit instantly disappeared. Seeing that a few people were finally planning to leave this place, the 3 heavens sovereign let out a sigh of relief. However, there was always a feeling that something was wrong somewhere. If this kid could really calculate where his position was, how could he be willing to leave just like that? Just as the 3 heavens sovereign froze, Xiao Tian suddenly laughed. Actually, Wang Jiong told you something. We came in a hurry this time, and we did not have time to prepare many things, so we could not calculate where your location is at all. The triple heavens sovereign was dumbfounded. Fatty Hai followed closely with a burst of bad laughter. It still has to be Big Brother Yua. We just make up and tricked so many good things. This Dark Lord or really one. Triple heavenly juggernaut. Finished. His mind seemed to have completely collapsed. For the entire half-day, it turned out that the other party had been bluffing and swindling himself, and the key himself had really fallen for it. The Dark Lord was blackmailed by human teasing. His reputation of a lifetime is ruined. Chapter 132. Collecting protection fees received on Xiao Shun's head. Second shift. After Xiao Tian and his group left the Forbidden Land, the teleportation gate closed. After this time, the 3 heavens sovereign would probably have to shut himself up for a while. Ahead of the crowd, hordes of otherworldly beings still existed. When they saw Xiao Tian and his party who had suddenly appeared, they were about to attack without hesitation. When Feng Lonka and the others in the distance saw this, their faces changed slightly. Not good. Xiao God and the others are in danger. Charge with me to save Xiao God. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The 18 huge black holes above the sky suddenly distorted at the same time. Countless black threads extended out from the black holes, locking onto the torsos of the otherworldly beings and yanking them back into the black holes one after another. In the blink of an eye, no more otherworldly beings could be seen on the blue planet. All the otherworldly beings were pulled back into the black hole by the black threads. Immediately afterward, the black hole began to collapse until it disappeared. Those 18 immense, oppressive black holes, along with the endless number of otherworldly beings that had been killed, disappeared just like that abruptly. This is exactly what happened. The black hole disappeared, and the otherworldly beings were all forcefully pulled back. What exactly did Xiao Shun and the others do to the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Land? Not far away, Feng Lonka and his group looked at each other, shocked and at the same time admiring Xiao Tian even more. Xiao Tian and the others had only come out from within the Forbidden Land on the front foot, and the mutation had occurred on the back foot. Thinking with one's toes, one could tell that this matter definitely had nothing to do with Xiao Xin. Could it be that Xiao Xin had violently beaten up the Darkness Lord within the Forbidden Land, and the other party had then recycled the black hole with the otherworldly beings? Big Brother. The black holes and otherworldly beings have disappeared, Fatty Hai suddenly exclaimed. It seems that my guess was correct. Opening the black hole to release the otherworldly living spirits is a huge drain on the Triple Heaven Sovereign. Xiao Tian did not have much of an emotional change, as if he had long anticipated this scene. He was a man of principle and blackmailing was not in his heart. The main reason why Xiao Tian had opened his mouth wide earlier was because he wanted to completely enrage the 3 Heavens Master. As long as he completely provoked the other party would do whatever it took to descend in his own body as soon as possible. Naturally, he would also completely close the black hole. It was definitely not because he wanted to pull the wool over the three heaven sovereigns' eyes. However, Xiao Tian did not dare to determine whether his guess was accurate or not, and was just holding the attitude of trying it out. Anyway, even if he guessed wrong, he would not lose anything. But now, it seemed that he appeared to have guessed correctly. Worthy of being a big brother, taking one step to see three steps. In fact, from the first time I saw you, big brother, I knew that following you, big brother, would definitely have a future, so at that time, I made the decision to go against my ancestors' wishes and follow you, big brother, down the mountain to do great things. Fatty Hai held his big belly and said with a smug face, "Now it seems that my vision is okay." The two spirit beast warriors from Sky Vault City looked at Fatty Hai with envious faces. No wonder the other party was God Zhao's beloved. This vision was also ahead of its time, actually discovering Xiao God's uncomplicatedness a long time ago. Only Xiao Tian's mouth tugged, slightly speechless. This fatty had begun to blow greatness again. When he had brought Yen Ruyu up to Longhu Mountain, this fatty had been starving because of the lack of supplies and could only eat hung noodles, but he had also refused to come down the mountain to follow him. In the end, he took food as an exchange and beat up the other party. The other party agreed to go down the mountain. Right at this moment, Feng Lonka also brought people to Xiao Tian's vicinity. God Xiao, what exactly happened in the Forbidden Land earlier? How did the black hole disappear along with the otherworldly beings? Feng Lonka asked curiously. He was really too curious. How exactly did God Xiao do all of this? Fatty Hai revealed a hint of an evil smile and took the initiative to step forward and put his arm around Feng Lonka's shoulders before he started bragging. The triple heavenly dominator was beaten by my big brother and held his head, coupled with this heavenly master assisting and coordinating from the side. In the end, the triple heavenly dominator chose to soften to my big brother. Fatty Hai gave a description that added fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, Feng Lonka and the others looked at Fatty Hai with eyes that became different. They originally thought that this fatty was just a mascot that God Xiao had found to follow around to attract wealth. They didn't realize that the other party was actually a Longhu Mountain heavenly master, and he was also so capable. Could the one who could play auxiliary for God Xiao be a simple character? They couldn't help but lament. It was true that things were gathered together and people were divided into groups. For someone as powerful as Xiao Shen, the people around him were naturally no worse. The issue of the otherworldly beings has been completely resolved. First gather everyone back to the assembly, and then tell me about the current situation in Heavenly Vault City. Xiao Tian sought to make an arrangement. Half an hour later, the entrance of a luxurious villa. All of the spirit beast warriors of Sky Vault City, as well as the spirit beast warriors of Deju City that Xiao Tian had brought with him, all gathered here. God Xiao, our Heavenly Vault City currently has no ordinary people left. Only our 10 or so spirit beast warriors are left, and that's how the situation is at the moment, but halfway through his words, Feng Lonka again suddenly showed a hesitant face, with an air of wanting to say something. There is something to say directly. Xiao Tian faintly opened his mouth. It's just that there is a person called Shana who sent people to our Heavenly Vault City to collect protection fees, stipulating that we must submit enough beast cores and materials every month. Otherwise, the other party will send people to cause trouble. Feng Lonka sighed and continued, "Our Heavenly Vault City doesn't have a lot of supplies. I didn't care at first, but as a result, the other party sent someone over that month, humiliated us, and told us that we had to gather all of our supplies before the end of the month, or else they would kill us. The strong people the other party sent over at first were strong enough to destroy all of them in a group. However, the other party did not do so and instead gave them a deadline. At that time, Feng Lonka realized that their group of people were simply unable to fight against the other party. Therefore, he planned to have someone head to Great Confucian City to ask Xiao Tian for help. Who would have thought that at exactly this moment, their hiding spot was exposed and they were surrounded by otherworldly beings. If Xiao Tian hadn't arrived here in time, they would have been annihilated by a regiment of otherworldly beings before Shana's people needed to arrive. It's actually this Xana again. What kind of person is the other party that they're so crazy? Fatty Hai pulled out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and sighed as he barred his mouth and ate the chips. This Xana was a character. It's actually even wilder than her own big brother, collecting protection money, actually received on the territory of his own big brother. Do you guys know the specific identity of that Xana? Xiao Tian opened his mouth and asked after a long time of contemplation. Unclear. Feng Lonka shook his head and said truthfully, but we do know that all of the nearby cities, were also told that they needed to pay protection fees, of which Tianlan City refused to pay. As a result, all of the spirit beast warriors were slaughtered that day, and even the ordinary people in the city all died horribly with none of them surviving. Xiao Tian silently pulled out a cigarette and lit it, inhaling deeply. After a long time, Xiao Tian's lips rose and murmured, "It's a bit interesting. In a chaotic world where the original order collapsed, having strength theoretically did allow one to do whatever they wanted. Xiao Tian was not a rotten person. He could not care if the other party did whatever they wanted based on their strength. But right now, the other party collected protection money and actually received it on his own head. This could not be tolerated. Bring the man in suit and the others over." Xiao Tian threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out as he suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 133 White Bone Stinking Rat. 3 shifts. Soon the man in the suit and the others were brought over by the crowd. Before the people even arrived, a foul odor hit their faces. "What kind of smell is this? Did you guys fall into the latrine?" Fatty Hai covered his nose and took a few steps back with a tight frown. Yen Ruyu and the others also covered their noses in silence. Those eyes were like seeing a pile of human-shaped poop. Even Xiao Tian frowned for no reason as his stomach turned over. What exactly did these guys go through? The stench. Could it be that they pulled the car on? Seeing the crowd looking at him with eyes that looked at monsters, the dead fish-like eyes of the man in the suit finally reacted. The aggravation in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, one didn't hold back. Cried out with a wow. Who can speak up for them? The group in front of them is simply not human. They were the ones who tied them to the roof of the car. Now they're the ones who dislike them. Please be human. Where is the place where Shana hid the resources? Xiao Tian forced himself to hold back the stench and asked. The man in the suit silently pulled out a crumpled map from his pocket. Then he unfolded the map and stretched out his sticky liquid-stained finger, pointing to a place. There's only one material stash in Sky Vault City, and the stash is right here. The man in the suit said truthfully. Then he handed the map to Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian just took a step back and did not reach out to pick it up. The map had long been soaked in liquid and was filled with a foul odor. When the man in the suit saw this, he felt that his soul had been struck by a violent attack, and the urge to die in his heart became stronger and stronger. Xiao Tian silently memorized the hiding spot in his heart, then instructed the people around him, "Keep an eye on them. Don't worry, Xiao Shen, with us here, they won't be able to play any tricks." The spirit beast warriors of Deju City patted their chests and assured. Xiao Tian nodded his head and then looked at Feng Lonka. "Come with me. The rest of you stay put. Brother Xiao Tian, I want to go with you too." Bai Xiao Tian stood in front of Xiao Tian with her hands behind her back, smiling. Xiao Tian's forehead veins rippled as he gritted his teeth and faintly spat out a single word. "Scram! Brother Xiao Tian. Please, 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 I really want to go with you." Bai Xiao Tian wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian and pouted. The little lowly wearing a short blue skirt, with a face of innocence, pouted at you. Most men would probably not be able to resist this temptation and would even develop a strong protective desire. However, Xiao Tian was the one who only felt chills all over his body and raised his leg to kick out. "Ah!" Bai Xiao Tian screamed miserably as her entire body was kicked out 6 meters away. Yen Ruyu and the others had long been surprised by all this. After all, they all knew Bai Xiaotian's identity in the past, and they were also clear about the reason why Xiao Tian resented the other party. But Feng Lonka and the others didn't know. Worthy of being Xiao God, facing a woman can also say that he will strike. Such a cute little lowly. It's me who definitely doesn't want to strike. This kick is not a light one. Feng Lonka smacked his lips and muttered in a low voice. Why not say that people are Shaoshin? If such a cute little lowly took the initiative to pamper him, he would definitely be fished into a warped mouth. But instead of ignoring it, Shaoshin kicked the little lowly away. What does it mean by pattern? This was the pattern. Depart. After kicking Bai Xiaotian away, Xiaotian took Feng Lonka and set off. Following the location provided by the man in the suit, the two quickly found the stash of supplies. The location where the two were located happened to be above a sewage manhole cover. According to the man in the suit's narration, the stash of supplies was underneath the manhole cover. God Xiao. I'm wondering why that Shana would hide the supplies in Skydome City? Surveying the manhole cover under his feet, Feng Lonka suddenly wondered. Eggs can't be put in one basket in order to be on the safe side, splitting up the resources and storing them separately in different places. This Xana has probably offended quite a few people. Xiao Tian lightly laughed, then let Feng Lonka lift the manhole cover. Underneath the well cover was the city drainage pipe, and no light could be seen in the pitch black. Right at the moment the well cover was lifted, an unpleasant stench immediately hit his face. It should be said or not, this Shana was indeed a talent. Hiding the supplies here, it was indeed hard to be discovered. After all, but anyone who was a normal person wouldn't go inside the sewers. The two of them endured the stench and jumped in one after another. With the eyesight of a spirit beast warrior, the two were able to barely see their surroundings. This was a tunnel. On both sides of the tunnel was concrete pavement, and in the center was an open sewage pipe. The sewage in the pipe was originally supposed to be sent to a water purification plant to be broken down and purified. However, since the city had been paralyzed, this sewage had been stranded here for a long time, completely becoming a pool of stagnant water. The two casually swept their surroundings to make sure there was no abnormality, and then they just planned to move forward along the concrete pavement. Suddenly an ear-piercing roar rang out from the front. The roar echoed continuously within the tunnel. Immediately afterward a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of the two. A giant rat that had reached a size of 3 meters walked out from the corner of the tunnel. The giant rat's eyes were extremely bulging and hideous, and half of its body had already decayed, even revealing white bones. Through the gaps in the white bones, the organs inside could be clearly seen. It is actually a white-boned stinking rat. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed. The Xiao Tian before he was reborn was just an ordinary person who had been living a life of hiding. At that time, Xiao Tian had also lived in the sewers for safety. He happened to have encountered the white-boned stink rat. Although this mutant beast looked hideous and terrifying on the outside, its combat power was actually not strong. At best, it only had a strength of around level 6. However, the ability of this mutant stink rat was somewhat disgusting. From its mouth, it ejected foul-smelling gas. Not only was this gas incredibly stinky, it also carried a certain amount of toxicity. But anyone who inhaled some of it would suffer from diarrhea and their body would rot to varying degrees. The key is, this gas is pervasive. Even if you hold your breath, it will be absorbed through the skin. Especially here is a sewer pipe, surrounded by airtight impermeable, it leads to a wider coverage effect of the gas. Therefore, when encountering this kind of mutant beast, even a spirit beast warrior would find it tricky. God Xiao, this mutant beast is a bit difficult to deal with. If it spews out liquid now, we probably will find it hard to dodge. Feng Lonka reminded. Obviously, he was also clear about how tricky the white-boned stinking rat was. Xiao Tian was calm and suddenly spoke. By Xiao Tian, come out. At the corner behind the two of them, Bai Xiao Tian cautiously poked out her small head and squeezed out a smile with force on her small face. Brother Xiao Tian, how did you find out about people? Xiao Tian was too lazy to answer. This bastard had been hiding his breath and quietly following them. Bai Xiao Tian might have thought that she had hidden herself well, but she did not know that she had long been detected by Xiao Tian. Ever since devouring the Dark Master, Xiao Tian's perception of the power of darkness was exceptionally sharp. Bai Xiao Tian, as a former Darkness Vanguard and a member of the Darkness clan herself, carried the power of darkness on her body. It was difficult for Xiao Tian not to perceive it. It's your turn to make a move. Settle this white-boned stinky rat, and I'll count the matter of you sneaking around and following. Xiao Tian reached out and pointed at the white-boned stinking rat in front of him and spoke. The simple and kind-hearted Bai Xiao Tian was instantly overjoyed when she heard this. The mutant beast in front of him was only at the strength of level 6. Is it not a handful to solve it? Brother Xiao Tian, don't worry. This mutant beast will be left to me. Bai Xiao Tian. Bai Xiao Tian rolled up her sleeves and walked towards the white-boned stinking rat with her head held high. Chapter 134 being Xiao Shun's licking dog. One shift. God Xiao, is it really good for us to do this? Looking at Bai Xiao Yan's back, Feng Lonka was somewhat unable to bear it. What a cute little lowly. How could God Xiao hold such great malice towards a lowly? She used to be a male and a dark vanguard, now although she has been feminized, pulling out. Out is estimated to be bigger than even you. Big. Feng Lonka felt a vicious chill. Immediately, he stretched out his thumb and said with a look of admiration, I think you did the right thing, God Xiao. The corner of Xiao Tian's mouth tugged, and he was not interested in bothering with this fellow who flipped his face faster than a book. His eyes looked toward the front. Bai Xiao Tian had already arrived in front of the white-boned stinking rat. Right at this moment, the white-boned stinking rat's mouth suddenly released a light green gas. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian and Feng Lonka both retreated. The gas was like leaking gas and soon covered Bai Xiaotian. Even though Bai Xiaotian had been humanized, she still belonged to the Dark Clan. The corrosive gas did not affect her in any way. This was the strength of the Dark One race. Even if humans were stronger, they could never get rid of the setting of mortal flesh. But the Dark Ones, in essence, were beings condensed by the power of darkness. There was a huge difference between the two sides. But as strong as the Dark Ones were, they couldn't do anything to ignore the stench for the time being. Whoa, what kind of smell is this? Bai Xiaotian's movements froze, and her little pink face instantly turned white. With a wow sound, she vomited. This mutant beast didn't speak of martial virtues and actually engaged in a biochemical attack. The two melon eaters in the back watched this scene with a calm expression. Feng Lonka once again gave a thumbs up, worshipping Xiao Tian more and more. Worthy of being the god Xiao, the Dark Vanguard is a dark being. The white-boned stinking mouse's attack could not create any effect on the dark being. What a genius mindset. Xiao Tian eyed the front and faintly said, "Just pat the horse's ass once in a while. Patting it too often will be counterproductive. All right, I will listen to God Xiao." At this moment, Feng Lonka had just found the feeling he had when he first met Xiao Tian. The soul of the dog licker that was sleeping in his heart once again became restless. Dog licking was certainly dishonored. But if one was able to lick Xiao Xin comfortably, there would only be benefits and absolutely no disadvantages. Right at this moment, Bai Xiaotian retreated to Xiao Tian's nearness to the two of them while vomiting more than once. Xiao Tian took a few steps back with a disgusted look on his face. After learning Bai Xiaotian's true identity, Feng Lonka also put away the idea of pitying the flower and similarly covered his nose and took a few steps back. Seeing the two of them coincidentally retreating backward, Bai Xiaotian's heart was about to crack open in a trance. "What are you doing back?" Xiao Tian asked. "Brother Xiao Tian, it stinks too much. I just can't stand it." Bai Xiaotian opened her big watery eyes and looked at Xiao Tian pitifully. She stretched out her two index fingers and drew circles on her chest. "Brother Xiao Tian, let me slow down for a while. Don't worry. I definitely won't let you down and will definitely solve this mutant beast." Xiao Tian slatted his face and shook his head. "I'm too disappointed in you." When Bai Xiaotian heard this, her reddened eyes seemed as if tears would burst out the next moment. With Brother Xiao Tian's strength, solving this mutant beast in front of him was not a handful. However, Brother Xiao Tian had given the opportunity to himself. However, she had let Brother Xiao Tian down. She really deserved to die. She could not let Brother Xiao Tian down. She was a woman who was determined to be Brother Xiao Tian's woman. Bai Xiaotian clenched her pink fists, and with her mind energized, she instantly felt stronger than Godzilla. She held her head high and chest out. Once again, she walked towards the white-boned stinking rat. A few minutes later, Bai Xiaotian forced herself to endure her nausea and finally managed to finish off the white-boned stink rat. She had also spit out almost all of her overnight meal. Worthy of being the god Xiao, this PUA work is also pure. With just a few simple words, this dark vanguard is like chicken blood. Feng Lonka smashed his mouth and silently gave Xiao Tian a thumbs up in his heart. God Xiao was simply an all-round talent. Brother Xiao Tian did not let you down. Bai Xiao Tian slightly straightened the airbangs in front of her forehead before she pinched her skirt and came in front of Xiao Tian and smiled sweetly. However, Xiao Tian covered his nose and silently backed up a few steps. "I've already seen your performance, but you've already been marinated into flavor. Stay away from me. Being smoked this me. There's nothing for you to do next for now. This is the typical use it or throw it away, play it or split it scum style ah. Xiao God is awesome." Feng Lonka looked at Xiao Tian dumbfounded. But Bai Xiaotian's reaction made him fall even further. "Brother Xiao Tian, I know. I won't smoke you. I'll stay away from you." Bai Xiaotian nodded his head obediently, then retreated to 3 meters away and just looked at Xiao Tian with a smile on his face like that. "Not. Xiao Xin uses it up and you throw it away. Are you not angry at all? This dark vanguard, I didn't expect it to be a love brain." Feng Lonka realized that following Xiao Tian was something that could really grow his knowledge. It was also unknown what exactly Xiao God had done to this dark vanguard, actually tempering people into this appearance. Actually, Xiao Tian had never done anything to Bai Xiao Tian from the beginning to the end. Everything was just because of personality charisma. After resolving the white-boned stinky rat, the two of them continued to advance. Soon they arrived at the end of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, there were many paper boxes that had been sealed with tape. There were hundreds of these boxes. and each of them had a diameter of 3 meters. Xiao Tian came in front of a paper box and tore the tape to open it. Immediately, his face revealed a joyful expression. It was because the boxes were filled with all kinds of essential supplies. It seemed that the man in the suit had indeed not lied. Now that the crisis of the otherworldly beings had been lifted, and so many resources had been found, combined with those resources in the truck compartment, it was already enough for Xiao Tian's group to live for at least 3 months. Chapter 135 Xiao God gives out benefits. Soon Xiao Tian and the others returned to the villa and began to take cards and manpower to carry the resources. It took 100 or so people a full 3 hours to carry all the supplies back. Seeing so many resources, Yan Tianshang and the others were ecstatic. With these resources, there would be no need to worry about survival in a short period of time. God Xiao, if we move this resource, when Shauna finds out about it, she probably won't settle for it. Without rejoicing for long, Feng Lonka said with a preoccupied expression, "What kind of character is my big brother? The grave grass of those who dare to provoke him is 3 meters high. That Xana is nothing." Fatty Hai skimmed his lips. The other party better pray that the secrecy is meticulous and thorough. Otherwise, with the temper of his own big brother, Hai and Lo also want to carry a knife to the door overnight super. Feng Lonka thought about it carefully, and that was also the reasoning. Xiao Xin even dared to carry a knife and chase after the Dark Lord. The district Xia Na counts as nothing. 3 hours later, all the supplies were smoothly moved back to the villa warehouse, and the various resources in the carriage were also carried down. The dark ancient tree also finally saw the light of day, and was moved out and planted at the front door of the villa. It reappeared as a human sandbag. Breathing fresh air, the dark ancient tree was refreshed. But right at this moment, a figure silently walked up to him. The dark ancient tree subconsciously opened his eyes and drew a glance. Then the branches all over his body exploded at the same time. "What do you want to do again?" The dark ancient tree's voice trembled slightly, as if it had seen the devil. The truth was also true. What stood in front of him was indeed the devil. "I want to use you as an experiment." Shen Qilan shook the small green bottle in his hand. A few large words were written on the front of the vial. "Fa brand herbicide, see the effect of the thief Kiba fast." We're all people who follow God Xiao. There's really no need to mess around like this. The dark ancient tree pursed its lips and said in a lowly manner, whether it was the distortion of morality or the degeneration of humanity. How had one's own hallowed dark ancient tree fallen to such a state? "If you really dare to plot against me, I'm going to call someone." Shun Qilan's lips rose and unscrewed the lid of the green vial. Pungent smell spread out immediately. "If you dare to scream, I'll pour herbicide into your mouth right now." The dark ancient tree shriveled at once. This woman was simply a devil. Seeing that the dark ancient tree was silent, Shun Qilan nodded with satisfaction, then turned her words around and said, "But don't worry, I won't let you cooperate with my research for nothing. I know that you've always wanted to move around freely, so as long as you cooperate with my research, I can satisfy your wish." As expected, hearing Shun Qilan's big pie, the dark ancient tree's eyes instantly glowed. Although he also belonged to the Dark Clan like Bai Xiaotian, as a dark ancient tree, he wasn't able to take human form and move freely like Bai Xiaotian. Throughout his life, he could only exist in the form of a tree. As for moving freely, that was simply a pipe dream. After all, whose proper ancient tree could grow legs and run all over the streets? "Do you really have a way to make me move freely?" The dark ancient tree was bluffed. "As long as you cooperate with my research, I'll do what I say," Shun Qilan said calmly. The matter of making the dark ancient tree move freely might not be possible for other people. However, as a genius girl, she was able to solve it easily. "Okay, I promise you." After thinking for a while, the dark ancient tree finally gritted its teeth and nodded. Every time he saw Xiao Tian and the others going wherever they wanted to go, while he could only be restricted outside the villa, the dark ancient tree was envious of his chicken. He really wanted to move freely too much. If this devil could fulfill his wish, then it would be fine for him to cooperate with her research. Shun Qilan re-tightened the lid, then pulled out a dagger from her bosom and walked up. "I need a piece of your bark for research. My bark is like the clothes you humans wear. Can you not take off my clothes? I am a tree that wants a face." Shun Qilan gave him a blank look. "A tree still talks about dignity? Do you still want to be free?" The dark ancient tree was in pain and happy. Eventually closing its eyes, a line of clear tears strung into a line slid down from its eyes. "Then do it, move gently. I'll hurt if the amplitude is too big. In the courtyard of the villa, when everything was packed properly, Xiao Tianyi gathered all together. Then in front of everyone, he beckoned for Chu Yao and handed over the crystal that he had snubbed from the Three Heavens Master. This crystal contains an extremely strong darkness power within it, which may be of help to you. As soon as the crystal entered his hand, it instantly released a heart-stopping coldness. Chu Yao's pupils shrank as she looked towards Xiao Tian with gratitude, and her eyes instantly turned red. The power of darkness within this crystal was too helpful to her. It was able to further her strength. Such a precious thing. She did not expect Xiao Tian to give it to herself like this. He was really too good to himself. Chu Yao wiped off the small pearls in the corner of her eyes, came up to Xiao Tian and blew a hot breath in front of Xiao Tian's ear, and daintily said, "Thank you, Xiao Tian. Tonight, I will repay you properly." After saying that, Chu Yao quickly ran here with a red face and lowered her head. Chu Yao's character belonged to a more conservative and traditional type, neither as bold as Shincholan nor as active as Yenryu. I didn't expect that she would actually take the initiative to say such words now. It seemed that this former top stream of the entertainment industry had already been initially tempered by himself. Immediately after, Xiao Tian looked at the others. He handed the crowd a prop respectively. These props were not of low grade, and their effects were quite good. Everyone on the scene had almost one piece in their hands. Xiao Tian did not even blink his eyelids when he gave the equipment out. It was as if these precious equipment were just worthless trash in his eyes. In reality, this was indeed almost the case. These equipments Xiao Tian used quite a bit himself, and they were all hoard out. Sending them out was not painful for Xiao Tian. God Xiao is sending out benefits. These are all equipment from the Dark Forbidden Land. The Dark Forbidden Land has been opened so many times, and I've never found a single piece of equipment. I didn't expect that God Xiao would actually send out equipment in public now, and manually. God Xiao is awesome. If I had this much equipment, I wouldn't be able to give it out at all. That's the difference between you and God Xiao. God Xiao isn't an ordinary person. He's really good to the people around him. That's why there are so many people working for him. The crowd couldn't stop talking, playing with the equipment that was still hot in their hands. All of them had an excited look on their faces. With these equipments, their strength would also increase quite a bit. From this moment on, they were also spirit beast warriors with equipment. Chapter 136, Begging Me to You to Death? Satisfy you. Just as everyone was surveying the equipment in their hands, Feng Longke's cell phone rang. Upon connecting the call and hearing the words on the other end, Feng Longke immediately changed his face slightly. God Xiao, the people that Shana sent to collect protection money have arrived in Sky Vault City. The other party has come with a lot of people this time. There are 13 of them. Almost all of the ordinary people in Sky Vault City had fled the place. And the remaining spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City added up to the size of just over a dozen people. The other party sending out this kind of formation was clearly giving an ultimatum. If Heavenly Vault City still refused to pay the protection fee, the other party would probably make a direct move. Feng Longke's heart was filled with a wave of happiness. It was fortunate that Shaoshan had come to Sky Vault City. Otherwise, with the other party's lineup, they really could only compromise and obediently pay the protection fee. Big brother, we can go now. What should be told to you are told to you. 1,000 mountains are love. Give a way to live, okay? Hearing that Xia Na's people were right outside, the man in the suit and his group immediately became agitated. If their betrayal of Xia was known by Xia, with the other party's vindictive character, he would definitely not let them go. Xiao Tian glanced at the group of people and directly asked someone to gag them. Then he said to Feng Longke, "Bring the brothers to go with me to take a look." Soon, Xiao Tian's group of people arrived outside the villa area in great numbers. In front of the gate outside the villa area, there were 3 dilapidated vans parked. The 13 spirit beast warriors were leaning against the bodywork and smoking. Hearing the footsteps in front of them, the 13 people simultaneously raised their heads and looked forward. "You Heavenly Vault City are so bold. If you don't pay the protection fee this time, you'll..." The middle-aged man at the head spat out the cigarette in his mouth, spat a mouthful of spittle and raised his head to start cursing. But when seeing the lineup in front of him, he was instantly dumbfounded, only to see a vast group of 100 or so people walking towards them under the leadership of a young teenager. These 100 or so people were no ordinary people. All of them were actually spirit beast warriors. Wasn't it said that most of the people in Sky Vault City had run out, leaving only a dozen or so spirit beast warriors? What about this group of 100 or so people in front of them? Big brother, That teenager at the very front. Why do I look somewhat familiar? A person beside him came up to the big man and whispered. I also feel somewhat familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. The middle-aged big man narrowed his eyes and carefully looked Xiao Tian up and down. The next moment, like a stone break, he instantly recognized Xiao Tian's identity. This is the ruthless Xiao Tian who chased the Dark Lord all over the place. The cruelty with which Xiao Tian treated his enemies had already been witnessed by the crowd through the internet. Could be said, but anyone who offended Xiao Tian, regardless of whether you were a spirit beast warrior or a Dark Lord, you would not be able to end up well. If you were to offend Xiao Tian while also being informed of the hiding location by Xiao Tian, it would be even worse. This was because Xiao Tian would most likely rush towards your home with a knife in his hand the first moment he learned of the news. Due to fear, this voice of the middle-aged man directly shouted out, Xiao Shen. He is the god of Xiao. Isn't the god of Xiao in Daeju City? Damn it. No one told us that God Xiao is in Sky Vault City either. He even dared to cut down the Dark Lord. We're nothing in front of him. Run, run quickly. Xiao Tian just showed his face, and before he even said a word, the 13 people in this city were in a mess on their own. Someone hurriedly got into the driver's seat and stepped on the gas directly to the bottom. The dilapidated van erupted into a huge traction, instantly roaring towards the distance. There were 3 unlucky people who happened to be standing in front of the vehicle. They were directly knocked out. Spirit beast warriors' physiques were generally tougher than ordinary people, but in the end, they were still in the realm of humans. In the face of this unexpected situation, the 3 unlucky ones didn't have time to enter the animalized state. 2 people were hit and fractured. 1 person was directly crushed his head and received a box lunch on the spot. As for the guy driving the van, because he was too flustered, he didn't pay attention and crashed into the nearby phone booth with a bang. The gas pedal broke and instantly caught fire. The entire van was covered in flames in the blink of an eye, and the unlucky guy located inside the van was burned to slag in a burst of ghostly cries. Seeing this scene, Feng Lonka and the other crowd of spirit beast warriors in Sky Vault City could not help but have their eyelids tremble. Was this the god Xiao? Just by stepping in and doing nothing, he had achieved a battle record of 2 deaths and 2 injuries. Take them. Xiao Tian put one hand behind his back and faintly gave orders. As his words fell, the many spirit beast warriors entered the beast state and rushed towards the remaining 9 people. The 9 people desperately resisted, but under the absolute suppression of numbers, they were quickly subdued successively. The middle-aged man in the lead was like a man in his back when he saw that everyone was under control. The muscles on his back began to split, quickly condensing a pair of black feathered wings. The feathered wings unfolded, and the middle-aged man instantly flew 100 meters into the air. He looked down at Xiao Tian below and threatened, Xiao Tian, I'll remember today's revenge. If you dare to make a move against us, Brother Xia will definitely not let you go, so you'll just wait for death. If you are a man, come down and fight hard. What kind of man is farting in the sky? Fatty Hai mocked with a contemptuous face. Come down? Lousy is not a man. Come down to give away heads? A group of people. Come up if you have the guts. The middle-aged man, relying on the fact that he had the ability to fly, immediately launched a mouthful of attacks. It has been rumored online that you are a ruthless person, Xiao Tian, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Come in me if you have the guts. Aren't you very capable? Please me to death. I beg you. The middle-aged man felt that just cursing wasn't enough. He actually flew to the top of Xiao Tian's head and then unbuckled his belt in preparation for pulling off the big one to go down, spreading wildness above Xiao Tian's head. If this matter was spread out, he would be considered famous for 1,000 years. Damn! This asshole is too arrogant. Seeing the other party's actions, Fatty Hai was so angry that his face turned blue. His talisman had an attack limit, and the height of the other party had exceeded his attack range. The rest of the people were the same. Spirit beast warriors with the ability to fly were not rare. There were so many spirit beast warriors present, yet none of them possessed the ability to fly. In fact, the initial Xiao Tian who possessed falcon wings was able to fly in the air. It was only later that this ability was replaced by other abilities. However, he could now obtain the corresponding ability by devouring animals. At this exact moment, Xiao Tian saw a sparrow not far away cleaning its body in a pool of water. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to strike a darkness force. The sparrow that was cleaning its body was covered by the darkness force, and it immediately lost its eyes. Xiao Tian came to the sparrow's body without any panic, opened his mouth and directly put the sparrow into his mouth with its skin and hair and chewed it. The sparrow's internal organs instantly exploded in Xiao Tian's mouth. The flavor was a little on the nose. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the sparrow and extracting the skill sparrow twin wings, gathering wings to fly to the sky. Xiao Tian's lips rose and a pair of small 3-centimeter wings suddenly coalesced behind him. It looked like an enlarged version of the sparrow's wings. The moment he saw this pair of small wings, Xiao Tian's entire body went numb. Isn't this thing a bit outrageous? Can a small wing of 3 centimeters support one's flight? Holding the attitude of giving it a try, Xiao Tian tried to wave his wings. The 3-centimeter small wings waved madly, bringing up an ascending force. Xiao Tian stumbled and flew. Although it was a bit strenuous to fly, in the end he was able to fly. However, it always felt a bit shameful. Flying 100 meters into the air, Xiao Tian and the middle-aged man looked at each other. Everyone knows that I, Xiao Tian, am very soft-hearted. Since you begged me to death, I will you to death now. Are you ready? Chapter 137. The army strikes and steals home. It wasn't until Xiao Tian flew closer that the middle-aged man reacted as an afterthought. Xiao Xin could actually fly. The middle-aged man shivered so violently that he almost threw out 3 drops of urine. Then, without hesitation, he hurriedly swung his wings, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing. But he was fast, and Xiao Tian was faster than him. Waving his 3-centimeter sparrow wings, Xiao Tian instantly appeared in front of the middle-aged man. Although these wings look a bit funny, they are really fast, even swifter than the pair of falcon wings I started with. Xiao Tian even marveled a little at his speed. It could be said that other than looking somewhat miniature, there was nothing wrong with this pair of sparrow wings at all. Seeing Xiao Tianping appear out of thin air in front of him blocking the way, the middle-aged man once again had a jolt. Looking at Xiao Tian's stern and low eyes, the middle-aged man knew that he was finished. God Xiao, spare! Before the words of begging for mercy were finished, Xiao Tian twisted the middle-aged man's heavenly cap with one hand and then pressed down with force. The middle-aged man was like a meteor that crashed to the ground and instantly smashed to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the concrete ground. On the ground, Fatty Hai and the others quickly swarmed up and instantly subdued the middle-aged man. Where is Shana? Xiao Tian swung his small wings to land smoothly and asked with an indifferent face. That look was as if the other party would not hesitate to strike and kill without hesitation if they said one more word of nonsense. I don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously and was on the verge of crying out. Brother Xia is a godly dragon. Although we help him out, we don't know his exact location, and we haven't even seen him face to face. Seeing that the other party did not appear to be lying, Xiao Tian was slightly disappointed. If he could learn the other party's location, Xiao Tian would have been able to bring people to kill the other party's lair that night. It was a pity that the identity of the other party was too mysterious. Surprisingly, even the people who worked under his hand were not clear about the other party's specific location. Xiao Tian suddenly raised his leg and kicked the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man's head was flattened and he instantly died. The other party had previously humiliated himself by actively begging for death, and now he could not provide any useful information. The benevolent Xiao Tian could not see the suffering amongst people and intended to send him to the west as he wished. Adhering to the principle of sending Buddha to the west, Xiao Tian had another person execute all of the remaining 10 or so people. Big brother, how to deal with these guys? Well, should we do them together? Fatty Hai looked towards the man in suit and the others not far away and made a neck-wiping motion. The man in suit instantly had a cold head and sat on the ground in fear. How could he have never thought that one day he could actually feel the air of a gangly hooligan from a Taoist priest? Seeing Xiao Tian's gaze looking at him, the man in the suit despaired a batch and hurriedly shouted, God Xiao, although I don't know Xiao's specific information, I know about the material stashes in other cities. Big brother, I think this guy is clearly talking nonsense, or else just slash him and get it over with. Fatty Hai said indifferently, You're a ing devil. How are you a cultivator more vicious than a devil? The man in the suit swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, Although we are not clear about Brother Xiao's information, but those of us who work for Brother Xia have been in contact with each other privately. Not only do I know where the other supplies are hidden, I also know where the others are. Xiao Tian sniffed and instantly became interested. On the spot, he had someone bring a pen and paper. Write it down. The man in the suit did not dare to talk nonsense and hurriedly picked up the pen and paper and wrote in a sprawling manner. 10 minutes later, a list was written. The list covered 6 cities, as well as the caches of materials in the cities, and the list of Shana's personnel in the cities. The list was as detailed as the names and strengths of the personnel. Xiao Tian took a brief glance at the list and suddenly realized that he had underestimated this Xana. The other party's forces covered 6 cities, and there were his people in all 6 cities. And the total number of people had added up to a team of nearly 1,000 people. Even Xiao Tian, after the outbreak of the Dark Unrest, had only stayed within the city of Daeju to develop. This Shana, however, had dabbled in 6 cities. The identity of the other party was perhaps far more uncomplicated than one could imagine. However, since they had all already formed a bond, Xiao Tian was not afraid of the other party. Now I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Bring people to end all these 6 points and transport the supplies back to Sky Vault City? Can you do it? Xiao Tian put away the list and opened his mouth to ask. Wang Debao's people were dumbfounded. There were Xia's people in these 6 cities, with an average of several hundred people sitting in each city. For Xiao God to ask himself to bring people to end these people to transport back the resources, isn't this asking him to send himself to his death? I can't do it. Xiao Shen, it's not that I'm unwilling. I really can't do it. My level is very low. It's impossible to be a match for these guys. That's simple. Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul Streamer on his body, and 3,000 dark living spirits appeared near Xiao Tian at the same time. These 3,000 dark living spirits were filled with a stern and murderous aura, as if they were ancient black armored Shin armies. It was as if any enemy that stood in front of them would be trampled into pieces by them. Clattering, after the 3,000 dark beings appeared, they looked at Xiao Tian in unison before half kneeling to the ground and giving a great salute. This scene was extremely visually striking. Wang Debao and the others watched as if their backs were turned. They used to think that Shana was very powerful, being able to develop her own forces in a chaotic world and also constantly plundering the resources of other cities. What's more, received protection money into several cities. Dare I ask how many people could achieve such an accomplishment? However, since they had come into contact with Xiao Tian, they felt that all of this was just a small fight. Xiao Xin had already chased the Dark Lord all over the place with his sword, and Shana was still collecting protection fees. It was like playing house in comparison. These 3,000 dark beings will be with you, Xiao Tian faintly said. Xiao God, I will definitely not fail your expectations. I will definitely complete the mission successfully, kill all these people, and bring back the resources as they are. Wang Debao changed his previous dead mom face and hurriedly stood up and patted his chest to earn out a guarantee. With these 3,000 dark beings, it wouldn't be easy to end these 6 cities. Fatty, you go with him. If you find any movement on the way, just kill him directly. These dark living spirits will only follow your orders. Xiao Tian looked at Fatty Hai again. He naturally would not trust Wang Debao, an outsider. It was only safest to let Fatty Hai follow along and supervise. Don't worry, big brother. Fatty Hai, will definitely not let you down. I have never dropped the ball. Fatty Hai patted his chest and hurriedly assured. Although he needed to go on a long trip this time, being able to drive 3,000 dark beings was exciting to think about. His duty as a Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master had always been to get rid of demons and cut down evil. He didn't expect that one day, this Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master of his own would be able to command an army of darkness. Chapter 138 King Grade Fey Beast, Sacred Griffin. Fatty Hai set off right then and there with the man in the suit, as well as 3,000 dark beings in great numbers. Let's hope that we don't mess it up. Xiao Tian whispered softly. He let Fatty Hai follow along, but he actually had the intention of practicing a bit. This fellow had been eating, drinking, and having fun all day long since he had followed him from the mountain. When he first killed the dual heavenly juggernaut, this bastard was active for a while, drawing talismans all night long. But ever since the dual heavens juggernaut had gotten his box lunch, this bastard had once again slacked off. This time, the matter of letting him go out on an errand would hopefully make some changes in him. After dealing with Fatty Hai's matter, Xiao Tian returned to his room and took out the black crystal to start devouring it. The darkness power within the crystal was too dense, and even though Xiao Tian had the system with him, it still took a certain amount of time. On the white bed couch, Xiao Tian sat down cross-legged with his hands together, holding the black crystal in his palms. As Xiao Tian continued to absorb the darkness force from the black crystal, his breath was gradually surging. In the blink of an eye, he had consecutively raised several levels. The level also came directly to level 45. But this was not the limit of the crystal. The darkness power within the crystal was still sufficient. A day passed in the blink of an eye. During this day, Xiao Tian remained in the room at all times. As the darkness power within the crystal continued to diffuse, the entire room was infested with a dense black mist. These were not ordinary black mists, but were condensed from the dense darkness force. Due to the influence of the power of darkness, the temperature in the room had dropped to 20 degrees below zero. The surfaces of all the items in the room were covered by a thick layer of frost. It had just like become an icy cave. Xiao Tian was still continuing to absorb the darkness force within the crystal. However, after absorbing for a day and a night, there was not much darkness power left within the crystal. The original ink black crystal had already taken on an almost transparent color. Finally, after half an hour had passed, the last trace of darkness power within the crystal was also drained out by Xiao Tian. The original black crystal had become as transparent and pure as glass. Xiao Tian also opened his eyes at this time and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. The level has come to level 56. Such a level isn't too low already, but it's still too much worse than the Dark Lord. Xiao Tian felt his current strength, which was several notches stronger than before. To give an obvious example, today's Xiao Tian was able to hang 20 of yesterday's Xiao Tian. However, Xiao Tian did not feel complacent because of this. His strength was still not enough compared to the Darkness Masters. He was able to kill the two Darkness Masters solely because the other party did not have their own bodies descending to the Blue Star. If the other party's body descended to the Blue Star and gained all the power, even if Xiao Tian had the system, he would definitely not be an opponent. I don't know if there are any similar crystals in the hands of the Triple Heavenly Sovereign. Give me a few more to devour, won't I be able to directly ascend to level 100? As long as there was enough darkness force, Xiao Tian would be able to absorb it indefinitely without having to worry about unstable foundations due to leveling up too quickly. Moreover, with the purification device developed by Shinchilan, Xiao Tian didn't have to worry about being affected by the darkness power. It seemed that when there was an opportunity, he would have to make another trip to the Forbidden Land. However, just at this moment, a shocking roar suddenly came from not far from the villa, and the entire ground shook slightly along with it. Even as Xiao Tian sat on the bed, he was able to feel the villa swaying slightly for a few moments. Xiao Tian looked towards the source of the sound and was just about to call someone to inquire about the situation when Feng Lonka pushed the door and walked in. When he saw the room that was frozen, Feng Lonka immediately shivered. How did a nice villa room become a big world of ice and snow? What exactly was God Xiao doing this daytime? What happened outside? Xiao Tian asked. Feng Lonka shivered and laughed bitterly. It should be the commotion made by those 3 king-level foreign beasts. King-level foreign beasts? Xiao Tian suddenly remembered that Fey beasts actually had specialized classifications. When a Fey beast's level reached 50, all aspects of its attributes would be strengthened, and it would even be able to awaken exclusive and powerful skills. This level of Fey beast was already able to easily destroy a city. Therefore, it was known as a king-level Fey beast. Although it was difficult to reach level 50, the beasts would kill and devour each other, and the base of the beasts was also very large. So it wasn't really particularly difficult to reach the king level. As for why there were no king-level Fey beasts in Great Confucian City, it was actually quite simple. Because of the Beast Core for Resources activity released by Xiao Tian, the Living Yama, the alien beasts in the entire Big Ru City had not had the time to develop obscenely and had gone to see God in advance. At the late stage, there were not even a few Fey beasts in the entire Great Confucian City, so naturally, it was impossible for any Fey beasts to reach the king grade. These 3 king-level Fey beasts have already been born with spiritual intelligence and are able to spit out human words. It was because of their existence that most of the people in the Sky Vault City were forced to leave this place, and it was subsequently because of the otherworldly beings that these 3 king-level Fey beasts disappeared, and now that there are no more otherworldly beings left, it is assumed that they have appeared again. Xiao Tian stood up, moved his muscles and spoke. "Take me to take a look. King-level foreign beasts." Xiao Tian expressed his interest. His own rank now came to the level of 56, which also belonged to being a king-grade spirit beast warrior. Xiao Tian was not interested in king-grade Fey beasts. He was curious if he could obtain a more powerful gene sequence if he devoured a king-grade Fey beast. God Xiao, those 3 Fey beasts are all at the king-grade level and each one of them has a terrifying strength. We will easily be discovered if we get close and I'm afraid that it will be troublesome at that time. Feng Lonka frowned and said in a deep voice. King-level foreign beasts were not ordinary foreign beasts. Being targeted by a king-level foreign beast was no joke. You just take me to sea. Don't worry about the rest. Xiao Tian finished speaking and directly pushed the door and walked out. Alas! Feng Longke sighed as he felt that Xiao Shen had drifted a little. Xiao Tian's strength was indeed very strong, but it varied from person to person. At least in front of these 3 king-level foreign beasts, Xiao Shen's strength was simply not enough to look at. Originally, he had thought that Xiao Shen had a calm and steady character with a meticulous mind, and that following him would have a great future. Now Feng Longke suddenly felt a little disappointed. Very quickly, Feng Longke brought Xiao Tian to the territory of the 3 king-level foreign beasts. From a large distance, Xiao Tian saw a huge figure. This was a huge monster with a body that reached 100 meters, having the body of a lion and an overall golden color. However, there was a pair of white sacred feathers growing above its back. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Xiao Tian suddenly thought of a name. Sacred Griffin. The huge beast in front of him was practically identical to the sacred griffin rumored to be in the west. God Xiao. This is one of the king-level foreign beasts. We have seen it now. Let's hurry up and leave before the other party notices us. Feng Longke reminded in a low voice from the side. But before Xiao Tian could speak, the sacred griffin seemed to have sensed something and turned its head towards where Xiao Tian and the 2 of them were. When his eyes met the light golden eyes of the sacred griffin, Feng Longke's face instantly changed drastically. It was over. This king-level alien beast had already discovered them, and this time I was afraid that it would really be fatal. Chapter 139 King-level alien beast kneel online, begging to be spared. God Xiao, is it possible for us to run away? Feng Longke swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked with a difficult expression. The king-level altered beast was too terrifying. Just its might far exceeded that of an ordinary altered beast. Being stared at by the sacred griffin's eyes, Feng Longke's feet unconsciously softened and his entire body trembled. It was hard to imagine what would happen to him if such a terrifying existence suddenly attacked him. I'm afraid that the ashes wouldn't even be left behind, right? Walk? Xiao Tian smiled. If he left now, what should he devour later? Xiao Tian put one hand behind his back and took the initiative to walk step by step in the direction of the sacred griffin. His footsteps were smooth, just like a noble lord who had just finished enjoying afternoon tea and was taking a leisurely stroll in his own garden. However, with every step that Xiao Tian took, Feng Longke's heart would follow and contract violently. No, my God Xiao. This mutant beast in front of you is a king-level existence. Even if you have drifted and are unself-conscious, can we change the target? If you float in front of a king-level mutant beast, they will really slap you to death. God Xiao. Feng Longke opened his voice and shouted anxiously behind him. Xiao Tian suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at him. You go back first. Feng Longke was in an awkward position. What was wrong with Xiao Shen today? Why did he have an attitude that he would not stop until he was slapped to death by a king-level mutant beast? Seeing Xiao Tian continue to walk forward as if nothing had happened, Feng Longke clenched his teeth and also followed with a stiff upper lip. God Xiao, what exactly are we doing here? This place is really very dangerous. Why don't we just withdraw? Feng Longke jogged all the way to Xiao Tian's front and advised bitterly. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked up at the sacred griffin in front of him and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. This thing was like a monster that came out of a special movie. Just standing here, the sense of oppression was directly pulled full. If Xiao Tian had not deliberately stayed here, I'm afraid that with his nature, he would have run away long ago. The sacred griffin's gaze kept falling on Xiao Tian, its golden pupils filled with disbelief. It actually felt a strong threat from the tiny human in front of it. The other party was just a mole cricket, an existence that could be slapped to death with a slap of one's own hand. How could it pose a threat to itself? The sacred griffin was unsure of Xiao Tian's depths, and because it was unsure, it delayed making a move. Seeing Xiao Tian walking in his direction, the sacred griffin sprayed out 2 streams of air from its nostrils, and its thick voice leisurely sounded, "Ahead is the mutant beast prohibited land. Humans are forbidden to walk." This king-level mutant beast was actually spitting out human words. Feng Longke was like a man on his back, looking like he was about to cry out, God Xiao, the other party is not to be messed with, let's just leave first? Xiao Tian did not pay attention to this fellow and instead looked at the sacred griffin. This is the Blue Star, a city built by humans. When did it become a forbidden land for you mutant beasts? Not letting the old man go. The old man is inclined to go. Xiao Tian carried his right hand behind his back and continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. Feng Lonka had already been scared half to death. Xiao Shun was too fierce. Not only did he dare to chase after the Dark Lord and cut him down, but now he was also fighting with the king-level mutant beast. Sometimes Feng Lonka wondered if Xiao Shen was the reincarnation of Ping Tu Bro. This personality of being tough at the drop of a hat was simply too explosive. And once Xiao Tian said this, the sacred griffin was finally successfully enraged. Human, you seek death. The sacred griffin waved its wings and the residential buildings on both sides were instantly slapped into ruins, followed by its opening its bloody mouth. A light yellow beam of light gradually condensed in its mouth. Sacred spit. The sacred griffin let out a chirp similar to that of a falcon, and a beam of light of pale yellow color gushed out from its mouth as it pushed straight towards Xiao Tian. It's over. Feng Lonka's pupils contracted and he was directly paralyzed with fear. He did not feel that he would be able to block the attack of the king-level mutant beast. Xiao Tian twisted his head and glanced at this fellow and sighed helplessly. In the end, it wasn't the squad that had followed him to kill from Great Confucian City. If it was that fatty high fellow who was here, he would probably be reciting the Sutra of the Dead to the sacred griffin to oversee its ascension to heaven by now. Xiao Tian slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a touch of black appeared in his eyes, which instantly spread to his entire pupils. Immediately after, Xiao Tian's entire body was also covered by a black color at the same time. In just the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian completed his bestialization and entered the double shadow Qilin state. After entering the animalized state, although Xiao Tian was not as large as the body of the sacred griffin, the might within his body was not weaker than the other party at all. It was even far superior to the other party. After all, the sacred griffin was only a leveled mutant beast, while Xiao Tian's current level was level 56, which was 6 levels higher than the other party. Xiao Tian did not dodge this attack. He stood still as if he was a god king looking down on ants. He allowed this beam of light to bombard his body. After a flash of sparks and lightning, Xiao Tian was unharmed, and the yellowish beam of light was resisted by the black scales on Xiao Tian's body as much as possible. You are also a king level. The sacred griffin's pupils shrunk as it finally sensed Xiao Tian's strength. The other party was also at the king level, and his strength was far above his own. It was not expected that the human in front of him, who appeared to be just a little bit handsome, actually possessed such a powerful strength. Run. There was no mutant beast that was born as a king-level mutant beast. Even the sacred griffin in front of him had only grown through constant killing and devouring. And to be able to grow to a king-level mutant beast against the backdrop of dark turmoil, the sacred griffin was definitely no cutie pie. He was well versed in the way of metal. When he encountered an opponent that he was not absolutely sure of defeating, or an opponent whose strength far exceeded his own, he should not have any hesitation and directly turn his head and run, and it would not be wrong. But while he wanted to run, Xiao Tian did not give him this opportunity. Xiao Tian's limbs exerted force, his dragon-like muscles instantly bulged, and his huge body rose up into the air, biting into the other party's wings. Then Xiao Tian yanked with force, hard enough to gnaw down half of the sacred griffin's feathered wings. Golden blood mixed with feathers dripped down from the sky, and this scene directly stunned Feng Long up below. No one had told him when he came out. Xiao Shen was actually this raw. This was a king-level mutant beast. Xiao Shen was actually able to stabilize himself in a battle with a king-level mutant beast. Xiao Shen, how can he be so powerful? A hissing roar from Xiao Tian came from the scene, as well as a terrified yell from the sacred griffin. 3 minutes later, the sacred griffin was already covered in wounds, and its right wing was almost completely gnawed off by Xiao Tian. Its body rapidly shrunk, eventually transforming into a human size. Then with hot tears in its eyes, a sliding shovel plopped down to Xiao Tian. Big brother, I know I'm wrong. Please let go. Chapter 140 Blue Star's First Royal Beast Master. A king-level mutant beast, actually kneeling for God Xiao. Looking at the sacred griffin with a set of sliding kneeling lines, Feng Lonka sucked in a breath of cool air. However, on second thought, with Xiao God's identity, even the Dark Lord dared to not give face to him, and a king-level altered beast kneeling to him did not seem to be worth shocking. Xiao Tian did not continue to make any further moves and similarly lifted his beast formation state. He arrived in front of the sacred griffin and carefully surveyed it with his hands behind his back. It was unexpected that a king-grade mutant beast would be able to take on a human form. Almost all of the animal features of the sacred griffin that had taken human form were perfectly hidden. If he did not perceive it carefully, Even Xiao Tian would not be able to detect the identity of the other party's mutant beast. The sacred griffin's scalp was numb from Xiao Tian's stare. In the previous battle, Xiao Tian had fought in an exceptionally formidable manner and hardened and tore its right wing. It was said that 5 fingers were connected to the heart, and for mutant beasts, the pain-sensing nerves of the wings could be far more numerous than the fingers. The human in front of him was a devil in human clothing. Beg to be spared. The sacred griffin finished and kowtowed to Xiao Tian again. Are all of you king-grade mutant beasts capable of taking human form? Xiao Tian kicked the sacred griffin and asked indifferently. Yes. The sacred griffin hurriedly nodded its head, followed by shaking its head again. Generally speaking, after reaching the king rank in strength, all of the altered beasts are able to take on a human form. However, this is not absolute. Due to the limitations of the race, certain altered beasts are not able to take on a human form for their entire lives, but there are some altered beasts that are able to take on a human form without having to reach the king rank. Xiao Tian nodded his head in thought. What species of mutant beast are you? Xiao Tian retrieved his thoughts and continued to ask. Back to Big Brother's words. I am a species that is a cross between a lion and a falcon, the sacred griffin said bluntly. Seeing Xiao Tian's expression a little odd, the sacred griffin hurriedly explained. My father was a lion mutant beast, while my mother was a falcon mutant beast, and they developed a love, and then there was me. Feng Lonka felt his 3 views shatter. What happened to the promised reproductive isolation? Originally, I thought that a lion and tiger beast was outrageous enough, but I didn't realize that now a lion and a falcon could also have children. The parents of this sacred griffin were also a character. Although he knew that mutant beasts were no longer strictly animals, but rather creatures that had undergone a genetic mutation. But Feng Lonka couldn't figure out how a lion and a falcon could see eye to eye and give birth to an heir. This is like using a cell phone charging head to plug into a car charging port. The facilities aren't even compatible. Big Brother. Let me go once. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to act as your fighter and serve you. The sacred griffin looked at Xiao Tian with fear and trepidation. There are 7 more siblings above me, but they have all died young. I am ranked as the oldest aide in the clan. If Big Brother doesn't mind, just call me Older 8 in the future. Older 8 will surely do his best for Big Brother. Xiao Tian had originally planned to devour the other party to obtain brand new abilities. However, when he heard that the other party wanted to take the initiative to submit, he was suddenly a little moved. After devouring the other party, one could certainly obtain brand new abilities, but the enhancement was actually not that great. At this stage, the key to determining battle power was more of a rank. However, if he was able to take in a king-grade mutant beast as a little brother, there would be many things that Xiao Tian would not need to personally do in the future. It could be taken care of by directly letting this old bastard make a move. After all, there were definitely not many spirit beast warriors whose strength had reached the king grade, and there were definitely not too many mutant beasts whose strength had reached the king grade. A king-level existence was already considered very strong. How should I believe that you won't betray me? Xiao Tian asked as he played with his finger and opened his mouth. Old 8's face was joyful. It seemed that Big Brother was already willing to let himself go and accept his submission. It was just that he did not trust himself yet. Not trusting himself? That's a good thing to do. Old 8 opened his mouth and a bead with a shimmering light levitated out and landed in front of Xiao Tian. The light within the bead was dazzling and a beast howl could even be heard. This is my beast core. It can be handed over to Big Brother for safekeeping. If I have any misbehavior, Big Brother only needs to crush the beast core and I will immediately die a violent death. Was the beast core of a mutant beast actually something that could leave the body? Originally, he had wanted to find an excuse to devour the other party. But the other party was so uptight that it caused Xiao Tian to be a little embarrassed. Xiao Tian received the beast core and simply played with it before putting it away. Immediately, he asked, "Is there any effect on you if the beast core leaves your body?" Yes, without the beast core, I won't be able to continue to raise my strength because I need to devour the beast cores of other fey beasts to raise my strength, and I need to absorb the power through my own beast core. Old 8 said truthfully. Xiao Tian nodded his head. Now that he had the other party's beast core, he did not have to worry about the other party playing mutiny or something behind his back. There should still be 2 king-level mutant beasts here, right? Xiao Tian changed the topic and asked the key question. He did not come here to collect little brothers. He came here in order to hunt down king-level altered beasts for devouring. Big Brother, besides me, there are 2 other king-grade mutant beasts here, and those 2 king-grade mutant beasts are very strong. Both of them are far above me. Mentioning those 2 king-level mutant beasts, Old 8's expression suddenly became exuberant. Those 2 king-level mutant beasts were a couple, the first to dominate this place. Old 8 belonged to the latecomers, and upon arriving here, he was quickly targeted by the couple and was eventually driven to the outermost perimeter. If not for this, Old 8 would not have been discovered by Xiao Tian at all. Now that he saw that Xiao Tian was interested in those 2 king-grade mutant beasts, Old 8 was instantly possessed by the second demon. Big brother, I know the location of those 2 king-level mutant beasts. I can take you there. Yossi. It seemed like he had made a wise decision to take in this Old 8. The other party was indeed very uptight. Lead the way. Xiao Tian did not say much and waved his hand. Somewhere in the ruins of a deserted city, several buildings twisted in a strange arc and supported each other, forming a huge nest. And within the nest were countless white skeletons. Some of these skeletons had already weathered, while some still had remaining flesh and blood. The size and shape of the skeletons were also inconsistent. Among them were the bones of mutant beasts and human bones. And in the center of these skeletons, there were 3 white giant eggs the size of a small car piled up. This was the nest of those 2 king-level couple mutant beasts. These 3 giant eggs, on the other hand, were the crystallization of their love. At this moment, those 2 king-level mutant beasts were not here, and were obviously out foraging for food. However, several figures, taking advantage of the emptiness of the nest, sneakily touched in. The crowd crept all the way to the 3 giant eggs, and looking at the giant eggs in front of them, there was a light in the eyes of the teenager at the head. Then he even let out a loud laugh. We have endured the humiliation of observing here for a full 3 months, and we have finally determined the routine of those 2 king-level mutant beasts. As long as we successfully transport these 3 giant eggs out, and wait until they hatch, we can tame these 3 mutant beasts. These 3 eggs are the offspring of the king mutant beasts, and they might grow into king mutant beasts in the future. At that time, I, Su Qiqiang, will be the first spirit beast warrior to tame a mutant beast on the entire blue planet. Besides Su Qiqiang, the many juniors also hurriedly complimented him. Congratulations, Brother Su. When the time comes, Brother Su will be the #1 Imperial Beast Warrior on Blue Star. Brother Su is awesome. Hasn't that Xiao God always been in the limelight? As long as these 3 giant eggs hatch out, the so-called Xiao God will only be able to give our Brother Su a lift in his shoes. P.S. Happy May Day, brothers. Chapter 141. Big Brother. He wants to you to death. Su Qiqiang was fluttered by his little brother's ass-kissing. God Xiao counts for nothing. When the 3 giant eggs hatched out and these 3 mutant beasts were cultivated into king level, Xiao Shun would have to kneel in front of me and sing his conquests. Don't waste time. Hurry up and transfer these 3 eggs out while you have the chance. When you go back this time, the benefits will be yours. Su Qiqiang patted his chest and stated atmospherically, when you go back, each of you will have 3 buckets of instant noodles, whatever flavor you choose. The outbreak of the dark unrest had already passed for half a year, and the social development of the human race was nearly stagnant, but the consumption continued. The supplies now had long since not been as plentiful as they were in the beginning. Aside from Sky Vault City, people who had been starved to death could be seen everywhere else. Before the outbreak of the dark unrest, 3 buckets of instant noodles were just junk food that everyone disliked. But at this time now, it was a rare delicacy on Earth. And there were also flavors of instant noodles. Among them, pickled vegetables and beef noodles were the most popular, and a bucket of pickled vegetables and beef noodles could be exchanged for 2 buckets of any other flavor of instant noodles. Su Qiqiang promised each of them 3 buckets of noodles. The flavor can also be chosen. What kind of atmosphere is this? Other people are still chewing bark and eating grass roots, and even starved to death on the streets. But they, however, have already realized the freedom of instant noodles. Even the recently rumored God Xiao, could he eat instant noodles all the time? Could he be like Brother Su and reward his men with 3 buckets of instant noodles each at once? No. Other than Brother Su, it was probably impossible to find such a generous person under the sky. Brother Su is atmospheric. We knew that following Brother Su would be a great way to eat and drink. From now on, we'll fight wherever Brother Su tells us to. To be able to follow Brother Su's side, that's the blessing we've cultivated in our previous generations. The little brothers are another pass of rainbow farts, patting Su Qiqiang and some floating. Right at this moment, 3 juniors stood out. 3 people at the same time, the whole body force, body successively grew animal hair. Body type also instantly skyrocketed into the devil muscle man. These 3 were spirit beast warriors who had gained the power of a brown bear. After entering the animalized state, the strength of the three people skyrocketed like never before, and they stretched out their arms and successively hugged the giant egg in front of them. As the gnarled muscles on their arms powered up, the giant egg in front of them was slowly lifted up by them. Move nimbly, don't bump into it. It'll be more trouble than it's worth if you break the eggshell at that time, Su Qiqiang admonished from the side. Don't worry, Brother Su. We will definitely not bump into the giant egg. The three junior brothers hurriedly responded with smiles. Several people slowly moved towards the outside of the nest while holding the giant egg. Su Qiqiang was already fantasizing in his mind about the scene where he successfully tamed the three mutant beasts. However, right at this moment, three figures suddenly walked out from the front at the same time, blocking the several people's path. Hearing the commotion, Su Qiqiang was startled and thought that the two king-level mutant beasts had returned early. Only after seeing that the three people blocking the way were all humans did his hanging heart relax. What kind of people are you? If you don't want to die, go to the side. If you ruin my big event, I will definitely make you suffer. Su Qiqiang had a ferocious look on his face as he roared at Xiao Tian and the others. Hurry up and get out of the way. Are you guys holding mutant beast eggs here? Feng Lonka stared at the giant egg held in the hands of the three junior brothers and curiously said, None of your business. Su Qiqiang spat, then directly entered the state of bestialization. The flesh and blood on his chest began to tear, eventually revealing a sharp mouthpiece. Then his entire body's skin was also quickly covered with a layer of grayish-black fluff. This twisted and hideous appearance was physiologically uncomfortable, as if a devil from hell had come to reality. The old me has awakened the mosquito ability. If you don't get out of the way, the old me will directly suck your blood dry. Su Qiqiang's sharp mouthparts kept closing, emitting a sharp hissing sound. Mosquito ability? Xiao Tian looked up and down at Su Qiqiang with an odd expression. This fellow was something actually awakening an insect ability. Normally, most spirit beast warriors could only awaken animal-related abilities. However, there were exceptions, and there were a small number of people who were able to awaken plant-related abilities due to certain special reasons. For example, Yen Ruyu, what she had awakened was the healing power of the sunflower. However, it was also the first time Xiao Tian had seen a spirit beast warrior who had awakened an insect-type ability. It was no wonder that the other party dared to sneak into the territory of a king-level fey beast to steal the beast's egg. Right at this moment, Lao Bachi beside Xiao Tian's face sank as he suddenly took a step and rushed out, reaching out to hold Su Qiqiang's sharp muzzle followed by a forceful twist. There was a crunching sound. The mouthpiece that was as sharp as a steel pipe was instantly twisted into two by Old Eight. The mouthpiece broke. A huge pain pushed straight to the sky. Su Qiqiang looked terrified and instantly fell to the ground wailing in pain. My big brother asked you. You answer honestly. Who gave you the courage to dare to race my big brother's face? Old Eight dropped the broken mouthpiece in his hand and clapped his hands with a chilling expression. You actually dare to make a move against our brother Su? Looking for death. We have more people. Brothers him together. The three junior brothers were instantly enraged at the sight. Their own big brother was bullied in front of their eyes. Uncle can't tolerate, aunt can't tolerate. Moreover, if something happened to Su Qiqiang, what would happen to their noodles? The three of them put down the beast eggs, showing fierce colors, and were about to charge towards Old Eight. Old Eight contemptuously swept a glance at the three. Their level was only about 30. To deal with such ants, he did not even need to restore his body. Old Eight extended his right hand and snapped his fingers in a dashing manner. Instantly, the pressure belonging to a king-level foreign beast spread out, and the terrifying pressure caused the three people's movements to stop in place. King-level. You are a king-level spirit beast warrior. The trio looked terrified, with an expression of having seen a ghost. Their legs softened in fear, and they knelt on the ground on the spot. You have offended my big brother. How do you settle this account? Old Eight came close to the trio, his palm stroking his chin as he revealed a sinister smile. Although in front of Xiao Tian, Old Eight was made to be obedient and even took the initiative to hand over the beast core. But don't forget, it was a real king-level mutant beast. Big brother. The three people swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and simultaneously looked at Xiao Tian, their expressions becoming even more terrified. The guy in front of him was a king-grade spirit beast warrior. What kind of strength should this teenager, who he called Big Brother, have? Could it be that he was a royal-grade spirit beast warrior? Thinking of this, the three of them had a jolt at the same time and hurriedly begged for mercy towards Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian did not have the time to pay attention to these three cannon fodder, but instead looked towards Su Qiqiang, who was rolling on the ground. Don't pretend, as a spirit beast warrior, don't tell me that you can't even tolerate this amount of pain, and if you don't want to die, tell me what you guys are going to do with these 3 beast eggs? Sure enough. Hearing that Xiao Tian had nailed himself with a single word, Su Qiqiang did not continue to wail and scream anymore, but sat up. At this moment, his face was also filled with death. He had already heard the conversation between the two and learned that the one in front of him was a king-grade spirit beast warrior. In order to save his life, Su Qiqiang chose to tell the truth. We want to hatch 3 giant eggs, cultivate mutant beasts, and then step on Xiao Tian's foot to dominate the entire blue star and form our own powerful force. Old Eight's mouth opened wide, and only after a long time did he look at Xiao Tian with a surprised face. Big brother, so this guy stole the eggs because he wants to you. Xiao Tian. P.S. The last day of the end of the month, time flies, the flow has shrunk 99%. I do not know if I can still last through next month. Chapter 142. Xiao Shun ascends to the door to offend. Hearing Old Buster say this, Su Qiqiang immediately looked at Xiao Tian with a stunned expression. You are the Xiao god. Xiao Tian did not say anything, which was equivalent to acquiescing to his identity. Seeing this, Su Qiqiang's heart directly died. He wanted to steal these 3 beast eggs, hatch them out, and then step on Xiao God's feet to punch all the heroes. While his thoughts were full, the reality gave him a blow to the head. He didn't expect that the beast eggs had just arrived, and before they had a chance to hatch, he encountered the Xiao God himself. Is there anyone more unlucky than himself under the sky? Did this belong to the category of him dying before he could leave the battlefield? Big brother, did you kill it? Old Eight was already rubbing his fists and leaping to action. Obviously, he had only just submitted to Xiao Tian, but the temperament of this 2/5 boy was as if it was all natural. Xiao! God Xiao, you can't kill me. I also have an elder brother who is a king-level spirit beast warrior. If you move me, my elder brother won't let you go. Su Qiqiang hurriedly brought out his own big brother in an attempt to deter Xiao Tian. As far as he knew, Xiao Tian's strength was still far from reaching the king grade. His family's big brother, on the other hand, was a solid king-grade spirit beast warrior. A king-grade spirit beast warrior placed in the current blue star was definitely a phoenix-like existence. Even the rumored ruthless Xiao Xin, he believed that he would have to give his big brother a few points of face. Is a king-level spirit beast warrior strong? Old Eight skimmed his lips and mocked. I can press one to death with a single finger. What was the use of a king-level spirit beast warrior? He was a king-level mutant beast, but he was still being madly rubbed on the ground by Xiao Xin. Big brother, this kid is full of, and now he's thinking of threatening you. I'll get him killed right now so he'll shut up forever. Old Eight was already impatient and twisted his arm to make a move. Slow down. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke out and called out to Old Bastard. Sure enough, Su Qiqiang instantly had a happy face. It seemed that this Xiao Tian was still afraid of his own big brother. He had wanted to use his strength to defeat Xiao Tian to gain fame and fortune. But now that he had died before he could do so, he had already decided that when he returned, he would use his connections and complain to his own big brother. Let his big brother make a move to destroy this Xiao Tian and take out this bad anger for himself. Xiao Xin, I admit that you are very strong, and I also admit that you are a ruthless person, but coming out to mix is about power and background. I may not be as strong as you, but I have a good big brother. Su Qiqiang exhaled a mouthful of hot air, becoming more and more confident. Once a person was confident, even their attitude became arrogant. He was already certain that Xiao Tian did not dare to move him. However, Feng Lonka on the side had a different opinion. Would a ruthless person who even dared to chase and cut after the Dark Lord be afraid of a mere king-level spirit beast warrior? The answer was no. When Xiao God did this, he definitely had an intention to do so. Xiao Tian's face was devoid of joy and sadness as he came to Su Qiqiang's front and reached out to pull the other party up. And then he affectionately patted away the dust on the other party's body. Xiao Tian's gesture, when it fell into Su Qiqiang's eyes, was a naked display of weakness. At that moment, he could not help but become more and more complacent. God Xiao? Bull Xiao God. Today, this so-called Xiao God is nothing more than a bully. You are not injured, are you? Xiao Tian did not look like he was faking and said with a concerned face. My people did not hit lightly. I apologize to you. It's fine for Xiao Tian's sake. I can forget about this. Let him kneel down and apologize to me by kowtowing a few times casually, and this matter will be considered over. Su Qiqiang rubbed his arm and said with an arrogant face. Old Buster's mouth opened wide in surprise. This guy really didn't know how to write the word death. Actually dared to call his own big brother Xiao Tian? I am his big brother. If I tell him to kneel down and apologize, he will definitely kneel down and apologize. Xiao Tian revealed a warm smile, and suddenly turned his words around and said, I don't know your big brother. What position is he in now? After saying this, Xiao Tian added, or if you have your cell phone with you, you can directly send your big brother's location to me. Coming. Xiao Shun's foxtail had finally revealed itself. Feng Lonka had an expression of sudden realization. He knew that Xiao Shen would definitely not be shocked by a mere king-level spirit beast warrior in the district because he was also a king-level spirit beast warrior now. Now, it seemed that Xiao Shen's real purpose was to inquire about the location of the other party's big brother. It seems like Xiao Shun is still the same. The one who likes to cut off the roots and ask for your home address at the drop of a hat. Feng Lonka said to himself. What are you talking about? What chopping up roots and roots? What does this mean? The old eight had a puzzled face, then clenched his fists and said angrily, Big brother, he's confused. Dealing with this kind of goods. Should be killed directly. Actually still talking nonsense with him. I originally thought that Big Brother is a character. Now it seems. It's you who don't understand Xiao Shen. Feng Lonka interrupted the words of the old eight and suddenly said, I don't understand Big Brother. What do you mean? Old eight looked at Feng Lonka with a curious face, waiting for his answer. Feng Lonka put his hands behind his back with a mysterious smile on his face. Xiao God's style of doing things is exceptionally cautious and careful, but any enemy that messes with him will basically be cut down to the roots. If Xiao God didn't know that this cargo had a big brother, he might have killed it directly, but since he knew that the other party had a big brother, and that he was also a king-level spirit beast warrior, he had to cut off his roots, lest he be retaliated against by that so-called big brother afterward. This was Xiao Shen's consistent killing guideline. The reason why God Xiao didn't go on a killing spree was because he wanted to inquire about the location of the other party's big brother, so as to eliminate any future problems. So that's how it is. Worthy of being my old eight's big brother, he bit off my wings alive. I knew he wasn't a simple person. After hearing the cause of the matter, old eight then grinned, revealing a mouth full of large white teeth. The two deliberately kept their voices low, so Su Qiqiang naturally did not hear them. When he heard Xiao Tian inquire about his own big brother's situation, he still naively thought that it was Xiao Tian who was afraid and wanted to come to the door on a later date to ask for forgiveness. My big brother is in the vicinity of Sky Vault City. It's not far from here. If you want to pay a visit to the door, you can move tomorrow. He'll be at home all day tomorrow. Su Qiqiang's heart was so proud. The famous Xiao God took the initiative to ask for forgiveness at his door. This matter can be spread out and he can also follow the face-off. Then, after Xiao Tian comes to the door to ask for forgiveness, he himself will ask his big brother to get him killed. I want to meet with your big brother now, Xiao Tian said smilingly. Heh. It seemed that the other party also knew that a king-level spirit beast warrior could not be messed with and could not wait to come to the door to apologize. It was just, all right, then follow me. I'll take you to see my big brother here. Su Qiqiang's lips rose as he patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and laughed. Xiao Tian, don't worry, we are not fighting. When we meet my big brother, I will definitely plead for you and try to preserve a way for you to live. Feng Lonka pursed his lips, somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Old eight, on the other hand, was mocking this dead to the world without realizing it in his heart one by one. As for Xiao Tian, after a short period of being stunned, he nodded his head and smiled. Then thank you very much. It's not too late. Let's move now. I can't wait to kill your entire family. P.S. A new January has begun, so I guess there are no golden tickets left. Chapter 143 Hard Kong Companion Grade Altered Beast. Su Qiqiang greeted his three little brothers and carried the giant egg to set off again. My car is right outside. When we leave here, I'll take you back to see Big Brother, Su Qiqiang said as he walked in the forefront with his arms crossed. You may need to wait for a while. I have something I haven't finished dealing with yet. Xiao Tian shook his head. He himself had not yet devoured those two king-grade mutant beasts, and even if he was strong enough to cut off the roots, it would be impossible for him to follow Su Qiqiang back to meet that big brother of his right now. HM? You have something to take care of. What is actually more important than apologizing to my big brother? Su Qiqiang had a displeased look on his face. But before he could continue to say anything, the asphalt ground under the feet of the crowd slightly began to shake. A series of dull sounds also resounded in the distance. As the sounds got closer, The asphalt ground under the feet of the crowd trembled more and more frequently. Finally, behind the two abandoned buildings in the distance, the figures of two behemoths suddenly appeared at the same time. These were two huge lizards covered in colorful scale armor. Colored was often linked to highly poisonous in nature, and the more highly poisonous something was, the more brightly colored it tended to be. These two altered beasts in front of them were obviously both highly poisonous things. Two king-level mutant beasts. Back. Feng Lonka nodded and looked away with a heavy face. However, with Xiao Tian by his side and after seeing Xiao Tian's ability, Feng Lonka did not panic this time. It's over. These two king-level mutant beasts have returned. We must hurry. No. They are already looking in our direction. They have already discovered us. Dead. Su Qiqiang's three little followers were so scared that their voices trembled and a chill swept through their bodies. Su Qiqiang was no better than them. Damn it. How did these two king-level mutant beasts come back early? They're dead this time. He screamed in his heart that it was bad. But when he saw Xiao Tian beside him, he suddenly brightened up. Xiao Tian, you are the strongest amongst us. You blocked these two mutant beasts. I will go back now and ask my big brother to come and help you. After this matter is over, our grudges will be written off. Xiao Tian tried his best to maintain a polite smile. He wanted to control his emotions. However, it was proven that Xiao Tian's emotions were not easy to control. As the only ruthless person in the world who chased after the Dark Lord and cut him down, while he was well versed in the way of Go, the guideline of taking life and death in stride and doing it if you don't want to be convinced was always present in Xiao Tian's entirety. The other party called out Xiao Tian with a mouthful of Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian really couldn't bear it anymore. Snap! Xiao Tian backhandedly slapped Su Qiqiang, who was caught off guard, and smoked away the other party's two incisors. You actually dare to hit me? My big brother will definitely not. Su Qiqiang covered his face and looked at Xiao Tian with an incredulous expression. Xiao Tian put away the smile on his face and backhanded another slap, smacking off the incisors on the other half of the bastard's face. I'm not killing you right now because I want to kill your entire family. If you continue to race me face to face, I don't mind scrapping your 3 legs right now. Xiao Tian snorted coldly as a chill was instantly released from his body. When he felt this chill, Su Qiqiang was jolted and cold sweat began to break out all over his body. He understood. He understood everything now. He was originally still wondering how this ruthless person who even dared to cut down the Dark Lord could really be shocked by his own big brother's strength. It turned out that the other party had never been shocked by his own big brother's bright name. The reason why the other party wanted to follow him back to see his big brother was because he wanted to kill his entire family and eliminate his roots. This Xiao Tian, indeed, was as ruthless as the rumors circulating on the internet. Even novel protagonists, when they encountered an enemy, they basically chose to directly the enemy to death. But Xiao Tian was different. When he encountered an enemy, he would often choose to first find out if the other party had any powerful relatives. If the other party did not have any powerful relatives, they would directly die. If the other party has powerful relatives, then simply dry his whole family. This is the real ruthless person. My big brother is a king-level spirit beast warrior. Do you know what a king-level spirit beast warrior represents? Su Qi strongly endured his fear and said stiffly, If you let me go now, I can forget about it. Xiao Tian threw out another backhanded slap. Then he looked at Old 8. You go ahead and draw fire. I'll find a chance to kill him with one move. Xiao Tian could feel that the strength of both of these king-level mutant beasts were stronger than Old 8. They should both be at the level of 55. It was only one level lower than himself. Moreover, the other party was a full 2 mutant beasts. Even if Xiao Tian was more heaven-defying, he would still need to expend a certain amount of energy if he wanted to resolve these 2 mutant beasts. However, it would be relatively much easier if he first let Old 8 attract the firepower, and then he himself waited for the opportunity to try to kill them with a single move. Okay, I'll listen to Big Brother's arrangement. These 2 mutant beasts hadn't humiliated him much, and it wasn't long ago that he had been seriously injured by 2 mutant beasts joining forces. Now that Xiao Tian wanted to these 2 mutant beasts, Old 8 naturally raised his hands in support. Old 8 was not ambiguous either, and with a roar, he charged forward. After rushing out a few hundred meters, a golden light suddenly wrapped him. The golden light grew larger and larger, eventually reaching the size of 100 meters. When the golden light dissipated, a huge sacred griffin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sacred griffin's wings unfolded and its golden fur danced in the wind, majestic and domineering like a rumored divine beast. The important thing was, the pressure emanating from the sacred griffin was not the least bit weaker than those two king-level mutant beasts. He's actually a mutant beast. Su Qiqiang's 3 followers covered their mouths in shocked sexual green poop. As for Su Qiqiang himself, he directly sat on his butt on the ground. He looked at the sacred griffin hovering in the sky, and then at Xiao Tian who was on the side of the clouds, and his heart was already enveloped by a wave of despair. He had dared to threaten Xiao Tian with his words on the basis that his big brother was a king-grade spirit beast warrior. But now, a king-grade mutant beast actually called Xiao Tian his big brother and was also so respectful to Xiao Tian. Just what kind of level had Xiao Tian's strength reached? Could he also be a king-grade spirit beast warrior? Otherwise, how could this king-grade mutant beast call him big brother, and how could it be so obedient to him? At this moment, Su Qiqiang finally knew that his previous behavior might just be a clown act in Xiao Tian's eyes, and the reason why the other party has not killed himself, but also indeed want to kill his whole family, in order to eliminate future problems. A snail races its face in front of a tiger, and the tiger will not be angry, because the snail was too small to be put in the tiger's eyes. Su Qiqiang now felt that he was that snail racing his face in Xiao Tian's eyes. God Xiao, I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Please give me a chance. I deserve to die. I'm an asshole, I didn't have a choice in the past, but I want to be a good person now. Give me a chance. Xiao Tian turned his head and glared impatiently at Su Qiqiang. The latter's body trembled and instantly closed his mouth. You'd better stop raving. When you've resolved these 2 king-level mutant beasts, then honestly take me to your big brother. I'm going to your whole family to death. Su Qiqiang was completely desperate. There was no one to talk to about his helplessness. If he could do it again, he would definitely not provoke Xiao Tian. Only unfortunately, everything was already too late. P.S. A new month, I've become an overrated author and my book is not popular anymore. Even though it has never been popular from the beginning to the end. Yesterday seems like yesterday, tomorrow is tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is 2 days later. Time passes so fast. But why? The golden ticket is getting farther and farther away from me. Chapter 144, The Kind and Benevolent Xiao de Shanren. Old 8 incited his clean white wings and just flew in front of the 2 mutant beasts. The 2 mutant beasts then hissed at the same time and charged towards him of their own accord. Seeing this, Old 8's eyes stared.